My gold-digging girlfriend dumped me, mocking me for being too poor to even afford a phone. I turned and got into the rich second generation's BMW, but in the next second, I discovered that the prices of everything in the world had depreciated a millionfold. Only my money became the hard currency, while she was still gloating over that BMW. My random tip of just 10 cents sent every live stream room into a frenzy. Even the department beauty from the art school came to me, begging me not to call the police. My name is Lu Feng, a poor guy working part-time for love at university. To buy an iPhone 14 Pro Max for my goddess Wuxi, whom I've been chasing for 3 years, I worked side jobs day and night. Finally, I had saved up enough money. Overjoyed, I grabbed Wuxi's hand, thinking that from today onward, she would be my girlfriend. Yet Wuxi coldly shook off my hand, her eyes filled with disdain. Lu Feng, please behave yourself and don't come looking for me again in the future. I'm afraid Brother Wang might misunderstand. I stared at her in shock, trying to plead, see, Wang Chengtian, that guy is a scumbag. So what if he's a scumbag? At least he's rich, she interrupted me with a resolute tone. I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. I don't want this kind of life, Wuxi, where you have to work odd jobs for months just to buy me a phone. She walked straight toward a BMW without looking back, where Wang Chengtian stood beside the car. Wang Chengtian wrapped his arms around her, kissed her in public, and sneered at me, a worthless loser like you trying to steal my woman? Ridiculous. Wuxi nestled shyly in his arms, murmuring you're so annoying, as the two chatted and laughed their way into the car. Watching the BMW drive away, 3 years of my effort turned into overwhelming hatred. Wuxi, Wang Chengtian, I will repay today's humiliation sooner or later. I rushed to the food stall by the school gate, ordered a bunch of beers, and started guzzling them like crazy. The more she drank, the more resentful she felt, the more aggrieved she became, until her consciousness gradually blurred and she finally passed out. In a daze, I heard a voice echo in my mind, host detected, system binding in progress. Binding successful, system function acquired, global prices depreciated 1 million times, host's money remains unaffected. I slowly opened my eyes and realized it was Chen Ziyu, the daughter of the food stall owner, calling me. Chen Ziyu is the department belle of the art department, with a cool personality yet extraordinarily beautiful. It's almost 10 o'clock, classmate. If we don't head back now, the dormitory will be locked. I struggled to get up and took 20 yuan out of my pocket to place it on the table. Chen Ziyu was packing up and didn't notice my movements. When she finished working and saw the 20 yuan bill, she screamed in shock, Dad, come quick, is this 20 yuan? Her father, old Chen, rushed over and was also shocked when he saw the money. Holy shit, where did this come from? Chen Ziyu said uncertainly, it seems to have been left by that student just now. Old Chen was so excited he could hardly articulate, Ziyu, your mother's illness can be cured, it's truly heaven's mercy. Dad, this is someone else's money, we can't take it. Chen Zi tried to snatch the money back. I'll go after him right now to return the money. But what about your mother's illness? I'll figure something out, but we can't take this money, she said, then grabbed the money and ran out after him. Chen Zi wanted to chase me to the school gate, but it was already closed, and I had long vanished without a trace. She sighed helplessly while staring at the 20 yuan in her hand. Looks like I'll just have to wait till tomorrow morning to find him. I stumbled back to the dorm in a daze. Seeing me like this, my roommates teased with a laugh, madman, got your heart broken? Without saying a word, I flopped straight back onto my bed. I took out my phone and scrolled through the chat history with Wuxi, feeling increasingly pathetic the more I read. However, I suddenly realized that the transfer amounts previously sent to Wuxi had all changed. The 3,000 yuan transferred to her over 6 months ago has now shockingly appeared as 0.03 of a yuan. All other transfer records also show amounts as minuscule as a few cents or even less. Even more outrageous was that several extra zeros appeared after the decimal point in my WeChat balance. I thought it was a phone bug, so I opened an app and randomly clicked into a local live stream. Feng Yuqing, the second most popular beauty at the university, was live streaming while playing the piano. Although the viewer count was low, the chat was lively. At that moment, someone sent 2-wave gifts, prompting Feng Yuqing to quickly thank them. Thank you, Prince Wang, for the 2 waves. I opened the gift-giving interface and was shocked to find that a single wave cost only 5 cents. The most expensive gift, even if it's a wild tsunami, costs just a cent. I'm in a terrible mood today and just want a vent. Since these gifts are so cheap, I won't hold back. I topped up 10 cents and realized that was already the maximum amount, silently cursing the platform for being stingy. After topping up, I went on a wild gift spending spree, smashing the oceanic frenzy button 100 times straight. The jaw-dropping special effects of the raging tsunami flooded the screen, electrifying the entire live stream room. Damn, 100 raging tsunamis. A dime can buy a car now. Which rich second-generation big shot is this? Feng Yuqing also exclaimed in amazement, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. I watched these bullet screen comments, feeling they were all mocking me, and angrily turned off my phone, burying my head in the covers to sleep. The next day, I was awakened by the noise of my roommates chattering on the balcony, as if they had seen something. Holy shit, it's really Chen Ziyu, the department flower from the art department. She seems to be looking at us. Excuse me, classmates, could you please help me call Lu Feng?
My roommates immediately gave me a scrutinizing look. Spill it, what's the deal between you and the department belle? I was completely bewildered, but they still hurried me downstairs. Chen Ziyu stood at the dormitory entrance, looking somewhat odd. Lu Feng, could you come out alone with me for a moment? Looking at my disheveled clothes and smelling of alcohol, I felt a bit embarrassed, but Chen Ziyu appeared resolute. I had no choice but to follow her to the pavilion. She gazed at me with deep remorse, suddenly bowing deeply. I'm sorry. I was baffled. Chen, what are you doing? Yesterday, the $20 you left at our place was used by my dad. I know you don't believe me now, but I promise I'll find a way to pay you back. Her face was full of sincerity, and her words amused me. Really? It's just $20, no need for such a big reaction. I'm sorry, truly sorry. I know 20 yuan is a huge sum for me, but please, don't go to my parents. I'll do anything for you, even be your servant. I grew wary. Could this be my roommates teaming up to prank me? Can you really agree to any request? I tentatively asked. Chen Ziyu's face stiffened, hesitating for a moment before finally nodding. The hefty sum of 20 yuan was taken by her father to pay for her mother's treatment, leaving her with no other choice. Then, would you be my girlfriend? I felt a bit nervous, my heart racing. Chapter 4, isn't this just an act? The only reason he made Chen Ziyu his girlfriend was to spite Wu Si to show her he wasn't some pathetic loser nobody wanted. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Chen Ziyu felt a sudden sense of relief. Men were all the same, after all. That 20 yuan from yesterday might have been deliberately left behind by Lu Feng to set her up. But now she had no other choice. The money had already been taken by her father. Such a huge sum was far beyond her ability to repay. She had no option but to comply. With Chen Ziyu's consent, Lu Feng felt like he was dreaming. Chen Ziyu, the art department's most beautiful girl, the goddess in countless men's eyes, had agreed to be his girlfriend. She was known for never bowing to wealth and always resisting men. Yet today, she'd agreed to be his girlfriend. It was nothing short of a miracle. Are you sure you're not joking? You really want to be my girlfriend? Lu Feng asked again, unable to believe it. I'm not joking. I mean it. I can be your girlfriend. Though puzzled by Lu Feng's astonished expression, Chen Ziyu nodded. Perhaps wealthy people just enjoy teasing others. Chen Ziyu still couldn't quite believe Lu Feng's so-called true love for her. After all, in the world of the wealthy, relationships were often just games. She remembered that Lu Feng had had a girlfriend he pursued for a long time, who seemed to have broken up with him just yesterday. It had only ended yesterday, yet today he was already coming after her. He must have grown tired of her and dumped her. Yesterday he was pretending to be heartbroken to win her sympathy. It was utterly disgusting. Though her heart resisted fiercely, Chen Ziyu had no choice. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not asking you to be my real girlfriend. What I mean is... Lu Feng saw the grim expression on Chen Ziyu's face and hurried to explain. He was only doing this to get her help, to save face, and to show Wu Si what he was made of. Before he could finish, Chen Ziyu cut him off. No need to explain. I get it. If you need anything, just tell me. I've got things to do, so I'm outta here. With that, Chen Ziyu turned and sprinted away. Lu Feng watched Chen Ziyu's retreating figure, feeling a bit bewildered. He thought he'd seen tears welling up in Chen Ziyu's eyes just now. Could that guy have been crying? For a moment, Lu Feng felt he might have overreacted. But then he dismissed the thought. This was probably just a prank. His roommates had likely enlisted Chen Ziyu to stage a scene and tease him after learning about his breakup. As soon as Lu Feng returned to the dorm, his roommates swarmed him with questions. Crazy guy, spill it. What did the department beauty want with you? Did you get lucky or what, actually talking to the department beauty? Yeah, spill it already. What did the department beauty actually say to you? Faced with their relentless barrage, Lu Feng was utterly speechless. He snapped at the three of them. Alright, stop pretending. I know you felt bad seeing me heartbroken yesterday, so you hired someone to act and prank me. But seriously, use your brains. Chen Ziyu asking me to be her boyfriend? That's way too fake. You guys are really something. What? What the hell did you just say? Chen Ziyu asked you to be her boyfriend? Are you sure you haven't lost your mind? Oh no, the crazy guy really has lost his mind. The campus beauty wants to be your boyfriend? That's so cheesy even novels wouldn't write it. Crazy, you actually have the nerve to say that. Seeing his roommates' over-the-top reactions, Lu Feng rolled his eyes. Alright, cut the act. What's the point? Your acting sucks. No S-card for you. What are you talking about? Acting? Did you lose your mind after a breakup or something? Seeing his roommates' utterly confused expressions, Lu Feng was the one left dumbfounded. Could Chen Ziyu have been telling the truth? But that didn't make any sense. Lu Feng was utterly baffled, yet judging by his roommates' reactions, they didn't seem to be putting on a show. Spit it out, kid. What did the campus beauty want with you? Nothing much. I left something behind at the food stall yesterday, and she brought it over. Seeing the situation, Lu Feng could only make up a flimsy excuse to get by. Holy crap, who knew that worked? You're something else, crazy guy. Seriously, did your heartbreak fry your brain? A goddess like Chen Ziyu is way out of our league. Daydreaming is one thing, but chasing her? You're delusional. Pfft, why can't I chase her?
A toad can eat swan meat because he tried hard.
If you don't even dare to dream, you'll forever be a frog in a well. The game isn't over yet, we're both dark horses. Who knows? Maybe Chen Ziyu will come chasing after me. Lu Feng retorted defiantly. You're out of your mind. You're clearly heartbroken and delusional. Chen Ziyu pursuing you? If she ever does, I'll call you dad right then and there. Exactly, +1. Chapter 5, who do you think you're looking down on?
The group chatted and laughed their way to the classroom. The classroom was buzzing with excitement, as if everyone was discussing something thrilling. Only after Lu Feng sat down did he catch their conversation. Did you hear? Last night, a big shot showed up in Feng Yuqing's livestream. Some user named Bro actually tipped her a whole dime. That's insane. Yeah, who'd have thought Feng Yuqing could rake in so much cash on her first stream? She's got some serious luck. Even after the platform takes its cut and taxes are deducted, she'd still pocket 4 or 5 cents. Totally jealous. Well, what can you do? She's got the looks and knows how to charm people. Lu Feng was speechless hearing this. Seriously, people? Making a big deal out of a 1-cent gift like it's some major event? Li Wei, I remember you just opened your live stream yesterday too, right? Ah, yes, but I just set up the room, I haven't started streaming yet. Li Wei felt a bit awkward and quickly explained. Li Wei was the most beautiful girl in Lu Feng's class. With her naturally innocent and pure style, she had quite a few admirers. No worries, Li Wei. Start streaming now, and I'll shower you with gifts. It's just Feng Yuqing with me, Wang Defu, backing you. I guarantee you'll become more popular and famous than her. Wang Defu boasted. This Wang Defu was a rich kid, the cousin of Wang Chengtian. Their family owned the Wang Enterprises, a hugely influential company ranked among the top in the province, naturally making them extremely wealthy. You're truly the young Master Wang, so generous. I'm jealous of Li Wei now. Young Master Wang, I've started streaming too. Could you send me some gifts? No problem, no problem. We're classmates, Wang Defu will definitely support you. Young Master Wang is so generous. Li Wei, what are you waiting for? Start streaming already. Young Master Wang is waiting to send gifts. Don't keep him waiting. Seeing this, Lu Feng sneered contemptuously. It was obvious that the girl speaking was clearly on Wang Defu's side, aiming to help him pursue Li Wei. But, this feels a bit much. We're classmates, no need to go to such expense. Li Wei refused. She understood Wang Defu's intentions well. He had confessed to her many times before. Despite her repeated rejections, he persisted relentlessly. Don't worry, Li Wei. Wang Xiao isn't just splurging on you, he's treating the whole class. The speaker was that girl from earlier, Xing Xiaoyu, a textbook gold digger. She was somewhat attractive and got along reasonably well with Li Wei. Just then, Xing Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed excitedly, phone in hand, thanks for the waves, Wang. See? Li Wei, Wang Xiao isn't just giving it to you. Exactly, Li Wei. My main goal is to support my classmates. After all, live streaming is a form of entrepreneurship. There's nothing wrong with backing you guys. Exactly. Exactly. Li Wei, if you keep this up, you're not giving young Master Wang face, you're not showing any classmate loyalty. Faced with so many voices, Li Wei had no choice but to nod and say, alright. Then, Li Wei opened the live streaming app. Zhang Xiaoyu, sitting beside Li Wei, immediately shouted, everyone, Li Wei's livestream is up. Come support her now, those with money, show your support with cash, those without, show your support with your presence. On Douyin, livestream XXXXXX. After that, the entire class opened their phones and entered Li Wei's livestream. If you're short on cash, no need to send gifts, times are tough for everyone. Just send some free virtual flowers. Li Wei greeted everyone with a smile. Thanks to Sun for the gift. Thanks to Feng for the clear spring. Holy crap, waves. Wang Xiao struck again, 4 waves at once. That's our Wang Xiao for you. Thanks for the gift, Wang. Though Wang Defa sent several waves, Li Wei didn't seem particularly thrilled, merely offering a polite thank you. Lu Feng glanced at the livestream on his phone too. Seeing Wang Defa had only sent a few waves, he sneered under his breath, and he calls himself a rich kid? Sending a few cents worth of waves. Though Lu Feng's voice was low, someone behind him overheard. That person happened to be Wang Defu's lackey. Hearing Lu Feng's words, he instantly slammed his fist on the table and snapped at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, what are you sniping about? Got the guts to send something yourself? Don't talk about pennies, I bet you don't even have a few dimes. It's fine, Xiao Chong. Don't bother arguing with a bumpkin. That guy probably hasn't seen this much money in his entire life. Exactly. Look at Lu Feng's penniless appearance, he probably doesn't even have a single dime. Faced with such ridicule, Lu Feng was getting genuinely pissed. Who the hell did they think they were looking down on? Sure, he was broke, but he wasn't exactly penniless. Without another word, Lu Feng opened the recharge portal on Douyin and started topping up his account. But to his frustration, the phone still had yesterday's bug. It only allowed him to add 1 dime at a time.
Lu Feng kept topping up. What was that guy doing? Looks like he's topping up his tip balance. Him? Ha! How much could he possibly top up? 1 microcent? Ha! He probably wouldn't even spare a microcent. Then, the next second, they were all stunned. Holy, Li Wei, your livestream has special effects gifts. Holy, it's a wild wave tsunami. Damn it, and not just one. Here comes the second one, then the third. Oh my god, they're still sending them. Chapter 6, Stunned. Who the hell is this big shot? User brother? That's the same user brother who splurged on a 1-cent gift for the campus beauty yesterday. Holy crap. Li Wei, you're loaded. This user brother seems like a total big spender and you've caught his eye. Zhang Xiaoyu said enviously. Meanwhile, Wang Defu was seething with rage upon seeing this. He'd finally planned to send some gifts today to show off in front of Li Wei, only to get humiliated. How could he possibly tolerate this? Wang Defu immediately started showering gifts in the livestream as well. Holy crap, Wang Xiao started gifting too. He just sent a wild wave tsunami. Thanks to user brother for 10 wild tidal waves, and thanks to Wang for 5 wild tidal waves. Everyone, please be sensible, don't overdo the gifts. Give within your means. Li Wei was a bit stunned at that moment and quickly tried to calm things down. With so many big-ticket gifts being sent, Li Wei's livestream naturally attracted a bunch of curious onlookers. The flood of comments started pouring in. Holy crap, isn't that user brother? The big spender who splurged a whole dime yesterday on that phone family girl, and now he's back again. This streamer's got some look. She's definitely not worse than that phone family girl before. User brother seems like a real pro. Wang Defu was furious, typing angrily in the chat, that idiot users all the count, think you're so great? Dare to make a bet? How? Lu Feng pulled out his phone and typed a comment too. Bet on who sends more gifts. Whoever loses has to kneel on stream and call the other daddy. Dare you? Seeing this message, Lu Feng hesitated. After all, Wang Defu was a bona fide rich kid, while he was just a broke loser. How could he possibly compete? Seeing no reply for so long, Wang Defu started feeling smug. What a piece of user brother, I see he's nothing special after all. Trash. With that, Wang Defu sent 2 more waves of wild tsunami gifts, his face beaming with satisfaction. This move truly made him the center of attention in front of Li Wei. The bullet comments began mocking him. I thought user brother was some big shot, but turns out he's just a weakling. Got hit a few times by a real big spender and now he's too scared to speak up. A lot of these so-called big spenders online are fakes. They flash some gifts, then start scamming the streamer. You better watch out, streamer. But then, another wave of raging tidal wave gifts flooded Li Wei's livestream. Whoever called user brother trash? He must have gone to top up his account. User brother has already sent 20 wild wave tsunamis and is still going strong. Damn, that's impressive. Look, the streamer's completely dumbfounded. She's probably never seen this many gifts in her life. Holy crap, over 130 wild wave tsunamis already. Goodness gracious, over 300 wild wave tsunamis and counting. Where's that Wang guy from earlier? Why hasn't he popped up? Over 500 wild wave tsunamis. Wang must be completely stunned. Wang Defu was genuinely stunned. Over 500 wild wave tsunamis amounted to a full 50 cents. Even as a rich kid, 50 cents wasn't pocket change. It felt like 5 million before inflation. 50 cents exceeded Wang Defu's monthly allowance. He only got 10 cents a month. He could borrow a few more cents now, but it felt pointless. If those cents could win Li Wei over, fine. If not, he'd be losing big. But if he didn't go through with it now, he'd lose face big time in front of his classmates. Money was one thing, but his reputation was another, especially not losing face in front of a woman. Wang Defu immediately dialed a number. Brother Tian, can you lend me some money? Borrow money? How much? 1 yuan. What? $1? Are you crazy? Bro, seriously, I just ran into some idiot in the livestream. We made a bet if I lose, I have to kneel down and call him dad. I can't let myself be humiliated like that. Please help me out. Don't worry, I'll pay you back. Fine. Give me your account info and I'll transfer it over. Wang Defu figured a single yuan would be enough to take down this user. After all, who would spend that much on a stream, especially to a random female streamer? These days, most streamers only get a few cents from viewers. Those are mostly guilds. Real big spenders are rare, and this was just a small account. Holy crap, he's already sent over 800 crazy wave tsunamis. That's a full 80 cents. Damn impressive. Now I just want to know, does that one guy from earlier still count for kneeling and calling me daddy? Wang Defu saw the chat had already sent over 900 wild tidal wave gifts. His face darkened. Even though the 1 yuan had been credited, he still felt reluctant. Spending a whole yuan on one woman just wasn't worth it. And considering his current allowance, that 1 yuan was nearly his entire year's spending money.
If he spent it now, his life would get really tough. The problem was that even spending the dollar might not win Li Wei's heart, and that was what gnawed at Wang Defu most. After hesitating for a long while, Wang Defu managed to suppress his impulse. He wasn't stupid. Why waste his energy competing with someone like this online? Wasn't it better to keep his money for himself? Li Wei was dumbfounded, covering her mouth in disbelief. Her worldview felt shattered. She'd heard streaming could be lucrative, but never imagined it could be this lucrative. It felt like money was practically being handed to her. Li Wei was so overwhelmed she was on the verge of tears. She'd only come to try streaming, hoping to earn some extra cash. Her younger sister needed tutoring fees, and her family wasn't well off. Seeing such a huge sum all at once, Li Wei couldn't believe her eyes, especially since it came from a complete stranger. Finally, the gifts in the livestream stopped.
This user, brother, had sent a whopping 1,000 wild wave tsunamis gifts worth a full yuan each.
Thank you so much for your gifts, user brother.
I've sent you my WeChat, please add me.
Li Wei covered her mouth in excitement, tears welling up in her eyes.
Chapter 7, Public Ridicule.
User brother is awesome. He just dropped a whole yuan worth of gifts. That one guy from earlier must have already fled the scene.
Facing a big spender like that, not running would be suicide. Turns out that Wang guy was just a clown all along.
I thought he was some big shot. This is hilarious.
Seeing so many taunting comments, Wang Defu was furious. He shouted angrily, "Damn it! Idiots! Spending all that money online just to line the platform's pockets? What a moron!
I wouldn't even bother arguing with such an idiot. Wang Xiao is the real deal.
That user guy is clearly a dumbass with no brain. Bet he borrowed the money." Exactly. Some people just love borrowing money left and right to show off online. Wang, you don't need to pay them any mind.
Lu Feng, standing nearby, looked utterly surprised. He thought Wang Defu was going to kill him, but he only sent a few gifts before stopping.
Were rich people this frugal? Couldn't even spare a 1 yuan gift? For a moment, Lu Feng felt a pang of admiration. No wonder the rich are rich, they save every penny. Even $1 or 10 cents saved up adds up. Truly, their mindset is worlds apart from ours. Lu Feng, what are you snickering about over there?
Acting like you're the one who paid for that 1 yuan gift. Just then, Lu Hang behind him started picking a fight again.
For a moment, Lu Feng wasn't sure whether to admit it. If he did, he'd completely alienate Wang Defu. But then he thought, since he'd already offended Wang Chengtian anyway, what did he care about Wang Defu? The entire Wang family was equally detestable.
In that case, he might as well just admit it.
That's right. I did buy that 1 yuan gift. I'm the user brother. Lu Feng cleared his throat and admitted. What? Did I hear that right? Everyone, listen up. Lu Feng just claimed he's that user brother? Ha! That's absolutely hilarious. Ha! Lu Feng is user brother?
That's just ridiculous. In an instant, all the classmates were laughing at Lu Feng.
This made Lu Feng feel extremely annoyed. Is it really that funny? Of course it's funny. You? User brother?
Forget $1. If you could even pull out a penny, I'd call you dad.
Exactly. A broke loser trying to act all high and mighty, pretending to be a rich guy. Does he really think everyone else is an idiot? Faced with their mockery, Lu Feng couldn't hold back any longer.
Slamming his fist on the table, he roared, I may be broke, but I'm not so poor I can't spare a single yuan.
It's just 1 yuan.
I've got plenty of those. With that, Lu Feng pulled several 1 yuan coins from his pocket and slammed them onto the table. Furious, he stormed out of the classroom. He never imagined that these classmates, who usually laughed and joked with him, would look down on him so much.
It hurt him deeply. ING classmates, go to hell.
When he becomes successful one day, he'll make them all eat their words.
At that moment, every student in the room froze in shock. This is a fortune in 1 yuan coins?
Holy crap, I've only seen this online, never imagined it could actually happen in real life. Holy, so all this time, Lu Feng was the hidden big shot all along.
Could it be counterfeit? What are you thinking?
Paper money might be counterfeit, but coins rarely are.
They're almost always real. And I checked, the one in Lu Feng's hand is genuine.
Holy crap, casually pulling out 4 yuan like it's nothing, that's seriously impressive.
Wait, Lu Feng just left 4 yuan on the table like that? Isn't he worried someone might steal it? Are you nuts? Try stealing that much cash and you'll rot in jail for the rest of your life.
At that moment, Li Wei hurried over. She approached Lu Feng's seat and carefully picked up the 4 yuan fortune from the table.
I'll take this money over to give to Lu Feng.
With that, Li Wei walked out and headed toward Lu Feng.
Lu Feng walked out the classroom door and headed straight for the playground.
He simply couldn't stand being around that crowd in the classroom anymore, they were utterly contemptible. Before long, Li Wei caught up, panting heavily.
Lu Feng! Lu Feng! Wait for me! Hearing the call, Lu Feng turned around and was surprised to see it was Li Wei. Lu Feng was puzzled.
His relationship with Li Wei was merely casual, they were acquaintances at best. They rarely spoke, and though Lu Feng had once harbored feelings for her, Li Wei felt utterly out of his league.
Li Wei wasn't just any girl.
Rumor had it her family was well off, and she herself was beautiful, kind-hearted, and practically a goddess. For a guy like him, a total nobody, there was almost no way he could ever cross paths with someone like her.
Miss Li? You wanted to see me? Lu Feng stopped in his tracks, asking incredulously.
Seeing Lu Feng pause, Li Wei quickly caught her breath. It was summer, and she was dressed lightly. Her curvaceous figure had been on full display during her earlier sprint.
Chapter 8, Shock.
Witnessing this scene, Lu Feng felt awkward and cleared his throat hurriedly before quickly turning his head away to hide his embarrassment.
Li Wei noticed his reaction but didn't dwell on it.
Instead, she carefully handed him the 4 yuan coin she'd retrieved from the classroom earlier. Lu Feng, this is your money.
You can't just throw away such a large sum. Take it and keep it safe. Such a large sum?
Lu Feng was puzzled, but he didn't dwell on it. He simply took the 4 yuan from Li Wei's hand.
The moment Lu Feng's hand touched Li Wei's, he jerked it back as if electrocuted.
His face flushed slightly, his heartbeat quickened, and he felt intensely nervous. Despite being in his 20s, Lu Feng had never truly been in a relationship. He'd never even held a girl's hand. After pursuing a woman for 3 long years, he'd thought his 2-decade-long single life was finally coming to an end.
But reality proved to be brutally harsh. Seeing Lu Feng's reaction, Li Wei couldn't help but chuckle.
She hadn't expected to encounter such an innocent man in this day and age.
That reaction was definitely not something an ordinary man could fake. Moreover, the way Lu Feng had looked at her earlier was slightly evasive, clearly a result of shyness. I was wondering, were you the one sending gifts in the live stream earlier?
Just as Lu Feng was about to respond, his phone suddenly rang.
Excuse me, I need to take this call. Lu Feng apologetically pulled out his phone and glanced at the caller ID, a landline number from out of town.
Without giving it much thought, he answered.
Hello, is this Mr. User? User X? Lu Feng was a bit confused, not understanding what the other person was saying. Is that you who made purchases on Douyin yesterday and this morning? Oh, that one? Yes, that was me. What's the matter? Is there something you need?
Hello, sir.
May I ask your name? My surname is Lu. Hello, Mr. Lu.
I'm your dedicated account manager at Douyin.
Due to your high spending on the platform, I will now serve as your exclusive customer service representative.
The caller was Yu Xiaoqing, Douyin's dedicated account manager. Typically, only high-spending VIPs receive such personalized support.
Excessive spending? I've only spent a total of 1 yuan and 10 cents. How is that considered high spending? Did you get the wrong person? Lu Feng was speechless. When did spending 1 yuan and 10 cents become considered high spending?
Yet his remark stunned both Li Wei beside him and Yu Xiaoqing on the phone.
What did he mean, only spent 1 yuan and 10 cents?
That amount was equivalent to 1,100,000 yuan before inflation. To speak of such a sum so casually, just how deep were his pockets?
No mistake, Mr. Lu. Do you have any suggestions for our software or live streaming platform?
I can take notes here to improve our service for you in the future.
Suggestions? Could you guys loosen up your top-up limits? Allowing only 10 cents per transaction? Are you kidding me? What can you possibly do with 10 cents?
This morning, just to tip my friend, I had to top up 10 times.
Do you have any idea how much of a hassle that is? Lu Feng suddenly recalled Douyin's spending limits and couldn't help but vent.
Hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Wei beside him couldn't help but click her tongue in astonishment. Although her family was fairly well off, casually spending over $1 online to tip a streamer was absolutely unthinkable.
And the confidence in Lu Feng's tone clearly wasn't unfounded. What he said might actually be true. If that were the case, she couldn't even begin to imagine just how wealthy Lu Feng's family must be. So, Mr. Lu, what do you think would be a suitable top-up limit for us to set for you? Yu Xiaoqing tentatively asked. Lu Feng thought for a moment before replying, at least 100 yuan minimum. Spending 100 yuan online was well within Lu Feng's means.
His previous frugality had been solely to buy gifts for Wu Si, but that was no longer necessary. His savings now easily exceeded 10,000 yuan, making 100 yuan online purchase a non-issue.
Mainly, he discovered Douyin was actually quite entertaining.
Those gifts costing mere pennies could get the recipients so excited you had to admit, these female streamers were incredibly dedicated. Plus, the flood of comments praising them gave him a real sense of being a big shot on Douyin. Even though he knew it might be fake, the feeling was undeniably satisfying. What? 100 is the minimum? Yu Xiaoqing was completely dumbfounded, and the Douyin client general manager beside him was equally stunned.
100 yuan minimum? That was outrageous. What kind of family background gave this guy such confidence?
100 yuan is no small sum on Douyin, and while there have been a few instances of such spending, they're as rare as hen's teeth. Only 2 or 3 people on the entire platform have ever reached that level. Yet here was Mr. Liu, demanding to start with 100 yuan top-up. It was utterly insane. Yu Shaoqing even thought she must have misheard.
Mr. Liu? Are you certain you want to top up 100 yuan?
Yu Shaoqing asked again, unable to believe her ears.
What's the big deal about 100 yuan?
Lu Feng said casually. This made Li Wei gasp beside her. She never imagined that the deepest hidden big shot in their class was Lu Feng.
100 yuan, that was a full 100 yuan. 100 yuan was equivalent to 100 million yuan before inflation. Chapter 9, Li Wei takes the initiative. Mr. Liu, the maximum top-up I can offer you here is 5 yuan.
As for the 100 yuan you mentioned, I'll need to request approval from my supervisor.
I hope you understand. What? Only 5 yuan max? Well, I guess that's better than topping up in pennies. Let's wait until you get approval then. Thank you for your understanding. Alright, that's settled. I've got things to attend to. With that, Lu Feng hung up immediately.
Yu Shaoqing stared at her supervisor in shock and asked, Mr. Zhang, what should we do about this?
Do as you said, give him a 5 yuan credit limit first.
If he ends up spending a lot later and turns out to be a real big spender, then we won't mind meeting his demands.
Should we prepare exclusive customized gifts for him? Don't rush things.
He's only spent a total of 1.1 yuan on our platform so far. Even though it was spent in a short period, we can't confirm if he's a genuine big spender. Custom gifts aren't something we give out lightly. In short, keep a close eye on this guy and report any developments promptly.
Got it, Mr. Zhang. After hanging up, Lu Feng turned to Li Wei beside him and asked, Oh, what was it you asked me earlier? Oh, nothing. Just wanted to thank you for those gifts you sent me.
Li Wei finally snapped out of her daze and hurriedly replied.
Oh, no big deal. They were just 1 yuan gifts, nothing special.
Lu Feng said with a carefree expression.
Li Wei found herself admiring Lu Feng even more.
She realized he was a treasure trove of a guy, not only a pure-hearted young man, but also generous, kind, and considerate. Even after enduring such humiliation in the classroom, he hadn't lashed out. Any ordinary rich kid would have already flaunted their wealth and boasted about their family background. A man this low-key, pure-hearted, cultured, easygoing, generous, and from a distinguished family was practically her ideal Prince Charming. It made her feel an urge to pursue him herself.
Can I invite you out for lunch?
Seeing Lu Feng about to leave, Li Wei hesitated before calling out. Lu Feng looked genuinely surprised.
You're inviting me to lunch? Well, you've given me quite a few gifts. It's only right to thank you. Li Wei felt a bit uneasy inside. She wasn't sure what kind of tactics or approaches wealthy people preferred, so she was extremely nervous. They were just 1 yuan gifts. Lu Feng was momentarily at a loss. This was the first time he'd ever accepted an invitation from a woman, and such a beautiful one at that. He really wanted to accept, but he also felt some apprehension. Deep down, Lu Feng was actually quite insecure. No matter the price, it's your thoughtfulness. It's only right to thank you.
That's settled. Li Wei declared decisively.
But it's not even noon yet? Us? No problem, we can go shopping.
Saying this, Li Wei grabbed Lu Feng's hand and started walking toward the school exit. When Li Wei grabbed Lu Feng's hand, he felt slightly awkward. His hand instinctively tried to pull away, but Li Wei held it tightly. Seeing Lu Feng's reaction, Li Wei gave him a playful look and said, Feng, you've never held a girl's hand before, have you? Lu Feng was utterly embarrassed. Feng, you're just too adorable. You're absolutely priceless. How did I never notice you before? Li Wei couldn't stop laughing at Lu Feng's flustered expression, clearly enjoying watching him squirm and blush. Hand in hand, the two of them walked out of the school gates and headed straight for the mall. All the way there, Lu Feng's heart pounded wildly, even more intensely than when he'd seen Wu Si earlier. They arrived at the entrance of a luxury boutique. Here, Lu Feng hesitated. His main concern was whether he had enough money. He only carried about 300 yuan in cash, had a little over 2,000 on his phone, and the rest was tied to a bank card not linked to WeChat. So, between his wallet and phone, he had just over 2,300 yuan total. Going out shopping with a woman, he couldn't very well let her pay. That was Lu Feng's simple thinking. Why aren't you coming in? Let's go. Li Wei noticed Lu Feng standing hesitantly at the entrance and promptly pulled him inside the luxury boutique. Once inside, Lu Feng stared at the price tags and couldn't help but gasp. Every single item had several zeros on it. Even if he emptied his entire wallet, it wouldn't be enough. Fortunately, Li Wei was just browsing casually and didn't buy anything, which was a relief to Lu Feng. Next, they entered a men's clothing store. Lu Feng wanted to ask why they were going to a men's clothing store, but fearing awkwardness, he kept his mouth shut. Li Wei picked out several garments and handed them to Lu Feng, saying, "Try these on?" "Ha? Me?" Lu Feng was puzzled. Of course. Who else would try them on? Lu Feng figured she might be buying them for her brother or family, so he didn't think much of it when she suggested he try them on. He promptly took the clothes to the fitting room.
When Lu Feng emerged, Li Wei and the female sales assistants in the store were all staring in amazement.
Lu Feng was actually a standard-issue handsome guy, but he usually didn't bother dressing up and wore very casual clothes, which made him look like a total loser. But now, with these clothes on, his entire aura had changed.
Not bad, not bad. Feng, what do you think of these clothes? Pretty good, but a bit pricey. Hearing Lu Feng's response, Li Wei was utterly speechless. The guy who casually tipped $1 during live streams was complaining about clothes being expensive? Unbelievable. Alright, since you like it, just keep it on, no need to take it off. Then he turned to the salesperson nearby and said, how much are these clothes? I'll take them all. What? You want to buy me clothes? That's not right.
I'll pay for them myself. Saying this, he pulled out his phone to scan the QR code. After all, he knew the loose change in his pocket wouldn't be enough. Worst case, he could take out a loan.
What kind of situation was this, having a woman buy him clothes? It's fine. You gave me so many gifts this morning. Buying you clothes is the least I can do, Li Wei said with a smile. But the sales assistant nearby looked utterly disgusted, actually letting a woman buy his clothes? What a cheapskate. But just then, the sales assistant noticed something. When Lu Feng had pulled out his phone earlier, he hadn't realized a 5 yuan bill had fallen out of his pocket. That single 5 yuan note left her completely stunned. Chapter 10, Running into an Ex-Girlfriend. The sales clerk hurried over, picked up the 5 yuan note, and respectfully said to Lu Feng, "Sir, you dropped your money." Only then did Lu Feng realize he'd dropped money. Without a second thought, he took the 5 yuan note and said indifferently, "Oh, thanks." Seeing Lu Feng's nonchalant expression, as if he didn't care about the huge sum of 5 yuan in his hand, the sales assistant suddenly understood why this woman was buying things for him. It turned out the man was a hidden big shot, carrying around 5 yuan bills like they were nothing, definitely not an ordinary person. "Sir, I never imagined someone so young could be so talented. My name is Chen Xiaoling. I'd be delighted to get to know you." The young sales clerk immediately flashed a charming smile at Lu Feng. "Acquaintance? Not really necessary. We're just passing strangers. We might not even meet again. No need to get acquainted," Lu Feng replied casually. "Oh, please, sir. I simply want to get to know you, even if it's just for one night," Chen Xiaoling whispered softly into Lu Feng's ear. After all, Li Wei was paying nearby, and she dared not make a big scene in front of the other woman. Lu Feng was utterly speechless. Were people really this direct and casual nowadays? Seeing Lu Feng's silence, Chen Xiaoling grew anxious. A young, handsome, wealthy second-generation heir like him couldn't just be let go. She quickly pulled out a piece of paper, scribbled a string of numbers on it, and hastily slipped it into Lu Feng's pocket. Li Wei had finished paying and walked over. Spotting Chen Xiaoling and Lu Feng together, she asked curiously, "What? Do you two know each other?" Lu Feng shook his head. "No, we don't." "Oh, then let's go." Saying this, Li Wei walked right up to Lu Feng and wrapped her arm around his, as if staking her claim. Lu Feng felt a bit awkward for a moment but didn't push her away. Though he was shy and reserved, he wasn't stupid. He vaguely understood Li Wei's intentions. After leaving the shop, Lu Feng promptly tossed the contact information from his pocket into the trash bin. Seeing this, Li Wei chuckled and said, "What? Not even considering adding me to chat? I don't even know her. What would we talk about?" Lu Feng answered honestly. He really wasn't that into the saleswoman from earlier. She was somewhat attractive, but nowhere near as pretty as Li Wei, and her figure wasn't great either. "Oh, and thanks for buying me clothes. Just tell me how much it was, and I'll pay you back." "Feng, you've bought me so many gifts before. Buying you some clothes is the least I can do." "Money? That's so tacky. This is so embarrassing. These clothes must be expensive. Taking such a valuable gift from you, I don't even know how to feel." Feng, you're just too adorable. If what I gave you is considered expensive, then the gifts you gave me must be described as extravagant." Lu Feng heard this and felt a bit puzzled. But then he thought about it, probably because he saved Li Wei from embarrassment and helped her deal with Wang Difu, that's why she was so grateful. He never expected that just a casual favor would make her so polite. Lu Feng felt that Li Wei wasn't like those snobby classmates in their class who looked down on him. Not only did she not despise him, but she even gave him gifts. It truly touched his heart deeply. "Let's grab lunch. I remember a fantastic hot pot place nearby, perfect for us to try." Li Wei glanced at the time, it was almost lunchtime, and promptly suggested. "Sounds good." Lu Feng nodded. A hot pot meal shouldn't cost too much. The two entered the hot pot restaurant. It was undeniably popular, packed with customers, nearly every seat taken. Seeing this, Li Wei sighed and said to Lu Feng, "Wow, it looks pretty crowded. Then let's wait a bit." "No problem." Lu Feng could tell Li Wei really liked this hot pot place, so waiting a bit wouldn't hurt. "Feng, I didn't realize you were so considerate. There's something I want to ask you." "Oh, what is it?" The two sat in the restaurant's waiting area. Li Wei leaned in close to Lu Feng and whispered softly in his ear, "A Feng, I like you. Can I be your girlfriend?" "Ha!" Lu Feng jumped in surprise, standing up abruptly in shock and startling the people around them. Sorry.
Lu Feng apologized frantically, then tried his best to calm himself down.
What was going on today? This morning, campus beauty Chen Ziyu agreed to be his girlfriend, and now this at lunchtime?
It wasn't even April Fool's Day, yet it felt even more absurd than that.
He sat back down and whispered to Li Wei beside him, you're not joking, right?" "I'm serious," Li Wei replied with complete sincerity. "But I have no money and no special talents. Won't you be settling for less by being with me?"
Hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Wei was speechless.
The guy who casually dropped 4 or 5 yuan on the ground was complaining about being broke? The guy who started live streaming with a minimum top-up of 100 yuan was crying poverty? Unbelievable. Still, Li Wei wondered if Lu Feng's strict upbringing was to blame. Judging by his past behavior, he really was incredibly low-key. "I genuinely like you. It has nothing to do with money. You don't think I'm being too forward, do you?" Li Wei said, her voice tinged with disappointment. No, that's not what I meant,"
Lu Feng hurriedly explained.
"Then what about me?"
Before Li Wei could finish, a server inside the restaurant called out to them, "Table 143, your table is ready."
Hearing this, Lu Feng quickly stood up, ready to enter the restaurant.
But just as they were about to enter, 2 people suddenly blocked their path. "Hold on, that table's ours."
The speakers were people Lu Feng recognized: Wang Chengtian and Wu Si. "Excuse me, sir, we have a queue system here. Please join the line first. I'm a VIP here. I have priority. I said I want this table." Wang Chengtian seemed extremely displeased, glaring warningly at the server before him. Wu Si happened to notice Lu Feng too. Spotting him, she sneered, "Oh my, isn't this Lu Feng? Who'd have thought you'd actually come here to eat? With your financial situation, can you even afford this?" Chapter 11, The 5 Yuan Tip.
Wu Si noticed Li Wei sitting next to Lu Feng and immediately smiled broadly.
"I see. So that's why you're splurging here. You found a new person to suck up to, huh? Oh my, I was wondering who it could be.
Turns out it's our school's notorious suck-up, Lu Feng."
"What's up? Found someone new to suck up to now?" Wang Chengtian watched Lu Feng with a mocking grin.
Whenever Wang Chengtian saw Li Wei beside Lu Feng, it genuinely annoyed him.
Li Wei's looks and figure were far superior to Wu Si. She was in a completely different league.
Even Wang Chengtian rarely encountered such a top-tier catch, yet she'd ended up with a suck-up.
It really grated on him. "Sir, although you are our VIP, our establishment has clear rules. Even VIPs must wait in line." The waiter didn't seem intimidated by Wang Chengtian's aggressive demeanor. "Damn it, are you new here? Don't you know who I am? You think I can't get you fired in a minute?"
Seeing his words fall on deaf ears, Wang Chengtian instantly felt his pride wounded. Furious, he bellowed at the server.
"Put! I thought you were something special. VIP? Not so much." Li Wei suddenly sneered. Seeing someone mock the man she liked, Li Wei couldn't hold back. If it weren't for Lu Feng's usual low-key demeanor, these people wouldn't amount to anything. Someone who casually drops hundreds and demands 100 yuan top-up on a whim? That's no loser, absolutely impossible. "Get your manager over here. Dare to offend me? I'll make sure you regret it."
Wang Chengtian, seeing the situation, was so furious he roared at the server right in front of him. But commotion at the entrance drew the manager's attention, and he arrived promptly.
"Oh my, isn't this young Master Wang? Young Master Wang, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I would have personally greeted you."
The manager hurried over, his voice dripping with flattery.
"I'm extremely dissatisfied with your establishment. How dare a waiter block my path and insult me? What do you propose we do about this?" Wang Chengtian retorted coldly. "Young Master Wang, rest assured I'll make sure you're satisfied." The manager immediately turned and slapped the waiter across the face, yelling, "What the hell was wrong with you? How dare you block young Master Wang? Apologize to him right now." I'm sorry.
The waiter could only swallow his anger and apologize to Wang Chengtian.
"Oof. How about that? Still think I'm not formidable?"
Wang Chengtian said to Li Wei with a smug look on his face.
"Isn't it just bullying people with your family's money and status? What's so great about that? Does having money mean you can do whatever you want?" Li Wei retorted irritably. "Exactly. Does having money mean you can do whatever you want? He's the one who cut in line, he's the one breaking the rules. Alright, what can you do when someone's rich?"
Noticing the growing murmurs around them, the manager quickly interjected, "Mr. Wang, I should escort you inside first."
"Wait, why? We got here first. We were in line first. Why should he go in first? Didn't you just say there were no VIP privileges? Now you're one thing in public and another behind the scenes." Li Wei protested, unwilling to concede. "I'm sorry, ma'am. Please bear with us a moment. To show our sincerity, we can offer you a 50% discount on your entire bill. What do you think? The manager addressed Li Wei and Lu Feng with utmost politeness.
Li Wei was about to insist further, but Lu Feng beside her said, "Alright, forget it.
It's half off. We can wait a bit." Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Qingtian's face twisted with contempt. Just as expected, a cheapskate. A measly 50% discount and he's already backing down. Dealing with people like this is just too easy.
Li Wei nodded at Lu Feng's words. This was probably what a truly wealthy person was like, low-key, with real perspective, unlike Wang Qingtian who only knew how to put on airs.
After waiting about 5 minutes, it was finally Lu Feng's turn again. "My apologies, gentlemen, for keeping you waiting. We have a table ready now. Please follow me."
The server apologized to Lu Feng and his group as she led them to their seats. But as luck would have it, the table was right next to Wang Qingtian's group. Li Wei frowned slightly, but seeing Lu Feng show no reaction, she decided against saying anything.
What rotten luck! Wu Si couldn't help but mutter in disgust.
Wang Qingtian, however, was rather pleased, as he actually had feelings for Li Wei.
Lu Feng glanced at the hot pot prices on the menu.
The prices seemed reasonable enough: tripe at 50, pig's blood at 30, and so on. While slightly pricier than average hot pot restaurants, it was still within his budget. He had enough cash on him, but he knew a hot pot meal would easily run into hundreds or even thousands. The thought stung a bit, so he simply handed the menu to Li Wei.
"Order whatever you like. I'll eat anything, no complaints,"
Lu Feng said casually.
"Some people really shouldn't try to act rich. The prices here aren't cheap. One meal could bankrupt some folks,"
Wu Si remarked with a smile.
Lu Feng remained silent. Right now, all he wanted to do was stand up and slap Wu Si hard across the face. But he held back.
He'd been mocked for years. One person's words weren't going to set him off.
The waitstaff here all expect tips. Given certain people's circumstances, they probably can't even afford to tip.
Wu Si burst into laughter. The mention of tips made Lu Feng feel awkward. Truthfully, tipping the waitstaff stung his wallet. Every penny was hard-earned. After Li Wei finished ordering, Lu Feng called over a waiter, handed him the menu, and then hesitantly pulled out 5 yuan from his pocket. He handed it to the waiter apologetically, saying, "This is your tip. I hope you don't mind it being so small."
Lu Feng's gesture left several nearby tables completely dumbfounded. Chapter 12, Everyone Acting Together? Holy, is this a 5 yuan bill? I've never seen one before in my life. A 5 yuan tip? Holy, can I apply to be a waiter now? Bro, I just want to ask, does your family need a nanny or driver? No offense, I'm just purely interested in tips. No salary needed. Everyone was stunned by Lu Feng's gesture. This must be the highest tip ever, a whopping 5 yuan tip. This is probably going to make the news. It's too outrageous. Who the hell is this rich guy? Even that principal who's all over the internet right now wouldn't have the guts to do something like this. Could this guy be some Dubai playboy? But the most shocked person present was undoubtedly Wu Si. She knew Lu Feng better than anyone. She was fully aware of everything he'd done over the years, his actions, his wealth. In her mind, there was no way he could possibly have 5 yuan to spare. After all, 5 yuan could buy a lot of things, more than many people could earn in a lifetime. And Lu Feng just casually handed it over as a tip? How rich would one have to be to do that? Impossible, impossible. He couldn't possibly be that rich. I don't believe it. It must be fake. Wu Si muttered to herself repeatedly. Li Wei was also stunned by the scene. She hadn't expected Lu Feng to be so generous, casually handing over a 5 yuan tip. The waiter stood frozen in place, staring blankly for a full half-minute before finally snapping out of it. "I'm sorry, sir, this is far too much. I can't accept it." The waiter hurriedly placed the 5 yuan note back on the table, completely flustered. I know it's a bit small, but..." Lu Feng felt a bit awkward. After all, a 5 yuan tip might not even be worth the server's attention. Before Lu Feng could finish, the waiter shook his head frantically. No, sir. That's not it at all. Are you kidding? Complaining about a 5 yuan tip? That'd be crazy. Just as Lu Feng was about to say something, Li Wei tucked the 5 yuan away. She then pulled out a paper-like object from her pocket. It looked like a banknote with 500 printed on it and handed it to the waiter. "Here, take this instead." The waiter took the bill from Li Wei and thanked her. "Thank you." Then, Li Wei turned to Lu Feng and said, Feng, I know you're probably quite wealthy, but this is just too stingy. Giving a tip of only $5, aren't you afraid you'll scare the server to death? At first, I thought you were low-key and frugal, but it seems I was completely wrong. I'll keep this $5 for you for now. Don't worry, I won't spend it recklessly. Oh. Lu Feng looked utterly confused. It was only $5. Why did everyone around him suddenly seem like different people, all wearing that same expression? I knew it. That guy's definitely a fake. How could he possibly afford a whopping $5? Wu Si sighed in relief. Wang Qingtian also breathed a sigh of relief. He'd been startled too, but thankfully it was just a false alarm. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. But this guy daring to use counterfeit money in such a public place? He's practically asking for it. A new thought immediately formed in Wang Qingtian's mind.
Before long, Lu Feng and the others had nearly finished eating. Lu Feng turned to Li Wei, who was blowing on her mouth nonstop, clearly suffering from the heat of the spicy food, and asked, I'm going to the bathroom.
Sure. Li Wei nodded. Lu Feng quietly stood up and hurried to the front desk to pay. The cashier at the front desk glanced at the receipt and then said to Lu Feng, total is 803. 830? Hearing this, Lu Feng whistled in surprise. That's really expensive. What? Can't afford it?
Just then, a voice he detested came from behind him.
It was none other than Wang Qingtian.
Lu Feng ignored Wang Qingtian's remark and pulled out the last few hundred yuan in loose change from his pocket, placing it on the table. When Lu Feng placed the 100 yuan bill on the table, the cashier girl was completely dumbfounded.
Sir, what are you doing? Please wait a moment, I'll go find our manager.
Wang Qingtian was also stunned. Staring at the large 100 yuan bill on the table, he felt a jolt of shock. Even he had never seen such a large sum in cash before. Though Wang Qingtian was a second-generation wealthy kid from a fairly well-off family, most of his wealth was tied up in fixed assets. His readily available cash flow was only a few dozen yuan. Such a large sum of 100 yuan bills was simply beyond the reach of an ordinary rich kid.
Impossible, impossible. It must be fake, definitely counterfeit money. Wang Qingtian muttered under his breath. Before long, the hot pot restaurant manager rushed over. Spotting Lu Feng, the manager immediately flashed a fawning smile. Sir, are you certain this money is for me?
His eyes fixed on the 200 yuan bills on the table, greed evident on his face.
Yes, what is it? Nothing, sir. You're truly impressive.
This hot pot chain has over 100 locations nationwide.
I'm offering to transfer them all to you. If you have no objections, we can sign the contract right now. Ha? What did you say? You're transferring all the stores to me? Are you sure you're not joking? Lu Feng was equally incredulous. Could this guy be some actor hired by someone? What was going on today? It felt like everyone around him was putting on a show.
Since they were all acting, Lu Feng decided to play along.
Signing a contract? It was just putting pen to paper, anyone could do that. Chapter 13, Bought the Hot Pot Restaurant? Meanwhile, Wang Qingtian, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but blurt out to the manager, Hey, did you even look at that money? Does this guy look like he could afford a whopping 200 bucks? Check the authenticity of that cash, or you'll get scammed and won't even know it.
The manager chuckled.
Haven't you ever handled a 100 yuan note?
Anyone familiar with them knows they're extremely rare these days. There's simply no counterfeiting technology capable of replicating bills over 100 yuan.
These 200 yuan notes are definitely genuine. Oh, really? How could I not have seen a 100 yuan bill? I was just giving you a heads up. Wang Qingtian looked utterly embarrassed. He really hadn't seen a 100 yuan bill before, so he didn't know this common knowledge. The thing is, this hot pot restaurant manager wasn't just any manager, he was the chairman of the entire hot pot chain. This particular restaurant happened to be the flagship store. Lately, with the downturn in brick-and-mortar businesses, the chain had shrunk from over 200 outlets to just over 100. He was fretting over how to turn things around when suddenly, a big shot stepped in to take over this mess. The manager didn't hold it against Wang Qingtian. Having sold all his hot pot restaurants at a premium today, he was already overjoyed. There was no need to get angry at someone with such limited knowledge. Wang Qingtian, however, was utterly stunned. This Lu Feng was genuinely a super wealthy tycoon. Selling off all the Wang family's corporate assets would barely net over 100 yuan, yet Lu Feng casually produced a whopping 200 yuan, and what's more, he carried it on him. It seemed that earlier tip of 5 yuan was also genuine. This guy truly had the money to back it up. At this thought, cold sweat instantly began to bead on Wang Qingtian's forehead. Such an influential figure, and he'd actually stolen the guy's girlfriend. If this got traced back to him, the entire Wang family might not be able to handle the fallout. Right now, Wang Qingtian was cursing Wu Si in his mind. Why didn't she go for that rich second-generation guy who was so awesome? Instead, she had to come mess with him. This was absolutely killing him. Before long, the hot pot restaurant's chairman brought over the contract for Lu Feng to sign. Seeing the other party put on such a complete act, Lu Feng grew wary. After all, contracts were something that demanded careful scrutiny. Lu Feng meticulously examined every clause and detail of the contract, spending a full 10 minutes or more. The hot pot restaurant chairman praised him, saying, Mr. Lu, you're clearly a professional. Taking so long to review a contract. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, this contract is absolutely flawless. After confirming there were no issues, Lu Feng nodded. He thought to himself, these people are quite dedicated to their act, they even made the contract completely flawless. He then picked up the pen and signed. After the signing, the chairman's face lit up with delight.
He immediately turned to his secretary and instructed, issue a directive to all branches, the company's owner has changed.
From now on, all decisions must follow Mr. Lu's lead.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, the hot pot restaurant manager beside him was sweating bullets.
After all, he was the one who had just blocked this boss from entering. If the new boss held a grudge, he was finished. Though his position wasn't particularly prestigious, he still earned a decent $300 or $400 a year. Where else could he find such a salary? Mr. Lu, all Shilai Tang chain stores will now belong to you. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave.
Thank you for your assistance. The hot pot chain's chairman promptly departed with his secretary.
The hot pot restaurant manager immediately approached Lu Feng with fawning deference. Chairman Lu, I truly was in the wrong earlier. I was only thinking of our store's best interests after all, we need to retain these wealthy customers. Lu Feng thought, since we're putting on a show, I might as well play along.
He suddenly asked, where's that waiter you just hit?
Xiao Meng, come here immediately.
The new boss is looking for you.
Before long, the server from earlier hurried over. Only then did Lu Feng notice she was quite pretty, with a girl next door charm.
What's your name?
My name is Meng, sir. The waitress said nervously.
Meng? Nice. Good name. From now on, you're the manager of this place.
Lu Feng said casually.
Ha? Meng couldn't quite believe it, as if she doubted she'd heard correctly. Mr. Lu, if she's the manager, what am I supposed to do?
The hot pot restaurant manager hurriedly asked.
You're fired. Now you can pack your things and get the hell out of here.
Lu Feng's face was stern as he barked the order. At the same time, Lu Feng felt an intense sense of satisfaction.
He never imagined pretending to be one of these rich people could be so thrilling.
He silently vowed that if he ever became truly wealthy, he would be even more arrogant, more domineering, and more promiscuous than them, paying back every single insult he'd ever endured. The hot pot restaurant manager instantly felt his heart turn to ashes.
His acting was textbook level. Could I really become the manager? Meng covered her mouth, utterly disbelieving.
She thought today was her ruin. She offended some Mr. Wang, and her co-workers had said she was 100% fired. Yet now, out of nowhere, she been made manager.
It's okay. I believe in you.
I saw your character earlier.
Just keep doing your best here. With that, Lu Feng patted Meng on the shoulder. The surrounding hot pot restaurant colleagues all looked at Meng with envy.
Overwhelmed with gratitude, Meng hurriedly thanked Lu Feng. Thank you, boss.
Thank you so much. No problem. I'm going to grab some food now. If you need anything later, just let me know.
Boss, may I add you on WeChat?
It'll be easier for me to contact you later.
Nervously, Meng pulled out her phone and looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng thought to himself, she's a professional actress after all, she plays the part to the fullest.
He pulled out his phone and scanned Meng's QR code.
Just as Lu Feng was about to leave, Wang Chengtian beside him looked utterly awkward and addressed Lu Feng. Lu Feng, no, brother Lu, I was blind before. That Wu Si was the one who seduced me.
It's not my fault. You know what she's like, just a gold digger. She saw I had some money and kept coming on to me. I really couldn't. Chapter 14, Wu Si's Relentless Pursuit. Oh. Lu Feng merely responded with a detached oh, showing no reaction whatsoever.
Yet inside, he was seething with frustration.
Could it be that these actors playing along were so convincing they'd fooled Wang Chengtian?
Wang Chengtian was arrogant as hell at school, yet here he was apologizing to me. This feeling was beyond satisfying. Brother Lu, rest assured. I'll dump that soon. There's really no deep grudge between us, it all started because of her.
So please, don't take it personally. Wang Chengtian adopted an extremely humble demeanor.
If not for the crowd around them, he might have even knelt. After all, a big shot who casually pulled out 200 yuan was definitely not someone the Wang family could afford to provoke.
If things went wrong, the Wang family could be wiped out in an instant.
She's just a piece of trash.
Do you really think I care?
Lu Feng replied coldly before returning to his seat.
Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Chengtian finally exhaled in relief.
Thinking about it, in the world of the wealthy, such women were nothing more than playthings. A used-up piece of trash who would care about her. Back at his seat, Lu Feng noticed Li Wei's unusual expression and asked curiously, what's wrong?
Was the hot pot too spicy? And no, I just ate too quickly and choked. Li Wei coughed twice, looking slightly embarrassed.
In truth, Li Wei had witnessed everything that happened at the front desk while following Lu Feng. Her shock was beyond words. She knew Lu Feng was a wealthy second-generation heir, but she never imagined he could act so ruthlessly on a whim, casually buying out the entire hot pot restaurant and carrying 200,000 or 300,000 in cash on him. It was utterly absurd.
He'd even scared Wang Chengtian into apologizing.
The world of the wealthy truly was different. No eternal enmity or loyalty existed among them, only clear-cut interests. By then, Wang Chengtian had returned to his seat. Once seated, he immediately began gathering his things before turning to Wu Si across from him and declaring, "We're done."
Don't ever come looking for me again.
Hearing Wang Qingtian's words, Wu Si froze in place, unable to believe her ears.
Mr. Wang, you're not joking, are you? You, who the hell is joking? I said we're done. Don't you come looking for me anymore. Wang Chengtian shouted angrily.
If he hadn't been unsure about Lu Feng's feelings toward Wu Si, he would have slapped her right then and there. This woman had nearly ruined him.
Chengtian, why? You have to give me a reason. Did I do something wrong? If I did, just tell me, I'll change, okay?
Wu Si's face was pleading, looking like a pathetic, desperate sucker. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lu Feng would never have believed that the goddess he'd pursued for 3 years could stoop to such a pathetic level.
Chengtian, don't leave.
If you're going to make me die, at least let me die with some clarity. Wu Si cried out in frustration. This was the golden catch she'd worked so hard to land. To infiltrate Wang Qingtian's circle, Wu Si had even struck a deal with one of his friends, a deal involving intimate favors, naturally.
Shut the up, you. Do you know you nearly killed me?
Get the hell out of my face right now, or I'll make sure you can't survive in Mencheng in no time.
Wang Chengtian was furious, but he didn't explain his reasons to Wu Si.
Mainly, he wanted her to fall into her own trap. He certainly wasn't going to be so kind as to warn her.
Watching Wang Chengtian storm out of the hot pot restaurant in a rage, Wu Si felt utterly helpless.
She could only cry helplessly, though it was unclear whether her tears were genuine sorrow or just an act.
All right, we've eaten our fill. Time for us to head out. Lu Feng glanced at the food on the table before standing up to speak. He couldn't muster the slightest interest in the heartbroken Wu Si. He even wondered if he'd been hit on the head by a donkey back then to have ever liked a woman like her. Li Wei nodded and followed behind Lu Feng. No, you can't leave.
Lu Feng, you need to explain yourself. Seeing Lu Feng and Li Wei about to leave, Wu Si quickly wiped the tears from her eyes and stepped forward to block them.
Wu Si, you're crazy. What the hell do I have to say to you? Lu Feng snapped impatiently. It's definitely you.
You went out with Cheng Tian earlier, and right after you came back, he broke up with me.
Tell me, did you mess with him?
Wu Si glared at Lu Feng, her teeth clenched in fury.
You've got a persecution complex, don't you? You broke up with him, what the hell does that have to do with me? Lu Feng snapped angrily. It's definitely you. You can't have me, so you want to destroy me. You're shameless.
Wu Si screamed angrily.
Damn it.
Even Lu Feng, with his usually calm temper, was so enraged by Wu Si's words that he cursed.
How could she say something like that? If I can't have you, I'll destroy you? That's just narcissistic.
Just then, Meng Meng approached and addressed Wu Si. Excuse me, miss.
The table you were at hasn't been settled yet. You'll need to pay the bill before leaving.
Seeing this, Lu Feng seized the chance, grabbing Li Wei's hand and pulling her toward the exit.
No, you can't leave. Lu Feng, you stay right there.
Wu Si tried to rush out to stop Lu Feng, but Meng Meng blocked her path, preventing her from leaving.
Miss, please settle your bill. That bastard Wang Chengtian actually left without paying. This infuriates me.
Lu Feng, you just wait. Lu Feng felt a newfound appreciation for Meng Meng, who had stepped in to help resolve the situation. Without her, he had no idea how long he would have been entangled with that crazy woman. At Menchun Hospital, Shen Ziyu stared at her father's pleading face, overcome with anguish.
Shen Ziyu's family was never well off to begin with.
His mother suffered from a chronic illness, yet his good-for-nothing father persisted in his gambling habit. They had barely scraped together the 20 yuan needed for the hospital deposit thanks to Lu Feng's help.
But then, the remaining 10-odd yuan was lost to his father's gambling again. Now the hospital was demanding next month's deposit, and Shen Ziyu's family simply couldn't afford it. Dad, are you trying to push me to my death? Chapter 15, Shen Ziyu's despair. Ziyu, it's my fault. I knew we couldn't possibly repay such a huge sum. I just hoped to win back a few yuan so you wouldn't have to keep seeing that rich kid. But I never imagined my luck would be this terrible. I lost everything. I'm so sorry, Ziyu. Dad, how many times have I told you? Gambling always leads to loss. Why can't you understand? Do you have to push your daughter to death before you're satisfied? If you want your daughter dead so badly, then I'll just go die. With that, Chen Ziyu lunged toward the door, clearly at her wit's end. No, Ziyu. Please don't. Chen Ziyu was utterly stunned by the scene before her. Her father was kneeling before her. I'm sorry, Ziyu. I'm the one who should die. It's all my fault. But your mother desperately needs money now. Anyway, that rich classmate of yours treats you well. I was thinking, why don't you go with him? At least with him, you won't have to suffer. And if you go with him, your mother and our family's life should get better too. Old Chen knelt helplessly on the ground, unable to meet his daughter's gaze. Tears streamed down Chen Ziyu's face as she looked at her father and cried, Dad, don't you know what those rich kids are like? They just play around with girls. They never have real feelings. In my situation, I'd end up being nothing more than a mistress. Are you forcing me to be someone's mistress? Being a mistress is still better than suffering with someone else. And think about it, what if we don't have money for your mother's illness? Besides, that young man doesn't seem like the type to abandon someone after getting them pregnant. As long as he has feelings for you, what's wrong with being a mistress? Isn't that perfectly fine? Hearing her father's words, Chen Ziyu's face twisted in utter disbelief. She couldn't fathom such words coming from the man she'd always revered. In that instant, Chen Ziyu felt her entire life was engulfed in despair. I'd rather die than be someone's mistress. Chen Ziyu gritted her teeth as she declared. Chen Ziyu was at that tender age where love was just beginning to stir within her. The reason she had never dated before was that she wanted a truly romantic, mutual relationship. To be asked to become someone's mistress, to be someone's lover, she would rather die than do such a thing. Ziyu, please, I'm begging you. If you don't go, your mother and I will both die. Those loan sharks will be here any day now. Can you really bear to watch your father and mother die like this? Old Chen knelt on the floor, pleading desperately. He knew he was a despicable man, but he truly had no other options. A debt this massive couldn't be repaid in a day or two. For ordinary people like them, even working for decades might not cover these few dozen dollars. Seeing his father pressuring him like this, Chen Ziyu's face filled with despair. He glanced at his mother in the hospital bed, tears streaming down his face. Gritting his teeth, he cried out, "Fine. Fine. I'll go pay them back." With that, Chen Ziyu ran out crying. At that moment, Lu Feng had just stepped out of the hot pot restaurant and was pondering his next destination when his phone suddenly rang. Lu Feng pulled out his phone and saw it was Chen Ziyu calling. Lu Feng didn't bother stepping aside, he answered the call right in front of Li Wei. "Hello, what's wrong?" "Hey, Lu Feng, where are you right now?" "Ha? I'm at Fenghua Plaza." "Why? Is something wrong?" "Well, could you come to the Hantian Hotel near the school entrance?" "Ha? What for?" "Just come." Hearing Chen Ziyu's urgent tone, it felt like something major had happened. Lu Feng thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I'll be right there." After hanging up, he turned to Li Wei with an apologetic look. "Sorry, I've got something to take care of. I won't be able to hang out with you for a bit." It's fine. You go handle it. Don't worry about me." Though Li Wei said this, her heart ached bitterly. She'd clearly heard a woman's voice on the phone and faintly caught something about a hotel. But Li Wei had no reason or way to keep Lu Feng. Besides, she figured it was normal for someone of his caliber to have many women around him. He wasn't going to revolve solely around one woman. If she truly wanted to win Lu Feng over, jealousy was completely counterproductive. Being the woman of a rich playboy like him, if she let jealousy consume her, she'd likely spend every single day of the year consumed by it. Lu Feng hadn't expected Li Wei to be so understanding and easygoing. After exchanging a few more words, he hurried off to school. Lu Feng recognized Chen Ziyu's voice from earlier. It sounded tearful, clearly indicating she'd encountered some trouble. Her hurried tone suggested urgency, likely signaling a serious issue. Before long, Lu Feng arrived at the hotel. He located the room number Chen Ziyu had sent via text and found the door quickly, knocking softly. Soon, a woman wrapped in a bathrobe, her body dripping wet, appeared before Lu Feng. Chapter 16, The Act Can't Go On. Seeing the scene before him, Lu Feng was completely stunned. Chen Ziyu clutched a towel, her face etched with worry, eyes red and swollen. Clearly she'd been crying not long ago. "Come in." After Lu Feng entered, Chen Ziyu quickly closed the door. "What the hell is going on? Why are you even taking a shower?" Lu Feng asked anxiously, seemingly unable to grasp the current situation. He felt like everyone around him lately seemed to be putting on a show, making him feel uneasy. "Don't you people just love being direct? Let's just get straight to it, come on up." Chen Ziyu climbed onto the bed, slowly pulling the covers over herself, her expression darkening. Seeing this, Lu Feng was baffled. Could it be that his luck had finally turned? Was fortune smiling on him now? Was this goddess literally walking right into his arms? If a woman comes to you, and you don't take her, are you even a man? Lu Feng watched the unfolding scene with nervous anticipation. Then, steeled with resolve, he dove straight into the covers without even taking off his clothes. Aren't you going to take your clothes off?" Chen Ziyu watched Lu Feng climb in fully clothed and quickly asked. "Ha? Why would I take them off?" "You?" Chen Ziyu's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She was already mortified, but Lu Feng's deliberate non-compliance, his feigned ignorance, and his insistence on making her say those things only deepened her humiliation. Overwhelmed by a flood of grievance, tears once again welled up and spilled over her cheeks. Seeing tears streaming down Chen Ziyu's face, Lu Feng was startled. He quickly said, "What's wrong with you? What happened? I haven't done anything. Why does it feel like I'm bullying you?" But the more Lu Feng talked, the harder Chen Ziyu cried, leaving him completely at a loss, utterly unsure of what to do. Finally, after a long while, Chen Ziyu seemed to have cried her fill and stopped. Turning to Lu Feng, she apologized. "I'm sorry, Lu Feng. I really had no choice. My dad gambled away the 20 yuan you gave me earlier. I.
Chen Ziyu stammered for a while, clearly struggling to find the words.
It's just 20 yuan. Lost it? So what? Is it really worth crying like this? Lu Feng stared at Chen Ziyu in disbelief. 20 yuan? That wasn't even enough to lose in a single mahjong game.
But now my mom has no money left for hospital fees, and the loan sharks will come demanding repayment in a few days. I'm truly at my wit's end.
Lu Feng, could you please help me?
I know this is a bit presumptuous, but I really have no other options.
Could you help me? How much do you need?
Lu Feng felt a twinge of guilt. Between the loan sharks and the hospital bills, it must be a hefty sum. All the money he had on him totaled around 10,000 yuan, nowhere near enough to cover the whole. Even if he wanted to help, his means were limited.
But what Chen Ziyu said next left Lu Feng completely dumbfounded.
I still need about 40 yuan.
Chen Ziyu said, her face tense. What did you say? 40? Are you sure you're not joking?
I'm sorry, I know it might seem like a lot, but I really have no other options. If you can help me, I'll agree to anything you ask, and I'll earn the money back for you little by little.
Chen Ziyu's sincerity momentarily shook Lu Feng's confidence. Wait, just 40 bucks? Are you sure? You're selling yourself to me for 40 bucks? Are you out of your mind or what?
Chen Ziyu hung her head in shame. Deep down, she felt a sense of relief. It seemed that in the world of the wealthy, such sums were mere pocket change. As for Lu Feng, he was convinced Chen Ziyu was still putting on an act for him. He was certain his former roommate, seeing his heartbreak, had sent Chen Ziyu to comfort him. If that was the case, he might as well play along.
Here's 50. Take it. Is that enough? Lu Feng pulled out 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ziyu. Chen Ziyu, seeing the 50 in her hand, thanked Lu Feng gratefully. Thank you.
Even though Chen Ziyu knew Lu Feng harbored impure intentions toward her, he had given her 70 yuan in total.
What wealthy playboy could offer her that much money?
And up until now, Lu Feng hadn't demanded anything from her or taken advantage of her.
This eased Chen Ziyu's mind somewhat.
Most importantly, Lu Feng was actually quite handsome. Chen Ziyu lay on the bed, then climbed onto Lu Feng and started trying to undress him. Seeing Chen Ziyu actually going for it, Lu Feng flinched in shock, but quickly forced himself to suppress his fear. He wanted to see just how long this act of hers would last. Gradually, Lu Feng began to play along with Chen Ziyu. However, just as they were about to take things further, Chen Ziyu suddenly couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears. Seeing this, Lu Feng sighed helplessly.
Alright, I get it. You don't like me.
You're clearly unwilling, and maybe even disgusted by me.
I don't like forcing people either.
Since you're not into this, there's no point in continuing.
Let's just call it quits. Thanks for the past couple of days. I'm leaving now. You should get dressed and get out of here too. If any classmates see you here, it won't be good for your reputation.
With that, Lu Feng got dressed, climbed out of bed, and prepared to leave.
Chen Ziyu hurriedly protested. No, Lu Feng, I'm sorry. I just couldn't accept it at first. I didn't mean to deny it. Alright, enough. I've got things to do. I'm leaving now. With that, Lu Feng left the hotel. Back in his dorm, Lu Feng opened his phone and idly checked Douyin Live.
He discovered his account had received a flood of private messages, mostly from wealthy individuals begging for sponsorship, asking big shots to carry them, or offering phone numbers for contact.
This left Lu Feng thoroughly puzzled. What's going on? Are people on Douyin this desperate these days?
However, Lu Feng suddenly spotted a familiar name in his private messages: Feng Yuqing, the second most beautiful girl in their school. He had once sent a 1-cent gift to Feng Yuqing's livestream. To his surprise, that single-cent gift had actually prompted Feng Yuqing to send him her contact information.
This unexpected turn of events left Lu Feng pleasantly surprised. Chapter 17, Livestream Showdown. Lu Feng glanced at the messages.
Feng Yuqing had sent him several, and her messages were relatively normal, not as blatant as those from other women. Feng Yuqing first thanked Lu Feng for his previous gift, then shared her WeChat ID hoping to connect. She asked a few times if he was online, but seeing no reply, she stopped pursuing it. Lu Feng copied Feng Yuqing's WeChat ID and opened the app to add her, but she didn't accept immediately. Lu Feng then noticed Feng Yuqing seemed to be live streaming at that moment, so he clicked into her livestream to take a look. Inside, Feng Yuqing was playing the piano quietly, much like yesterday. However, Lu Feng discovered that upon entering the livestream, he received a special notification different from what ordinary viewers experienced. As soon as Lu Feng entered, the chat in Feng Yuqing's livestream erupted with activity again. Holy crap, user Big Shot is back. That entrance effect looks like something only officially verified big spenders get, right? Who knows? Could be a union's paid commenters. Where'd all these big spenders come from? Do they just throw money around? You idiot upstairs, this entrance effect is officially certified by Douyin. It means this Big Shot is the real deal, not some guildbot. Clearly you've never seen the world. Welcome user brother. Welcome user brother. Feng Yuqing turned to see the dense stream of comments and covered her mouth in surprise.
User brother, I didn't get to thank you yesterday before you left.
You made Yuqing wait so long.
I sent you so many messages, but you never replied? Feng Yuqing said with a hint of reproach.
Feng Yuqing was, after all, considered the second most beautiful girl in school and possessed some genuine talent. Unfortunately, her live streams didn't perform well, and she had almost no audience. Now that a big brother had finally shown up, she had to make the most of it. Last night, the union agent she signed with had specifically called to give her a lot of advice.
Oh no, Yuqing has fallen too. The thought of such a pure young lady being exploited by a rich guy made me feel sick.
Seeing Feng Yuqing's message, Lu Feng started typing a reply. Sorry, I fell asleep last night and missed it.
I've already added you, check your list. Huh? Really?
Sorry, user brother, I'll check right now. Feng Yuqing checked her phone, and soon after, Lu Feng's phone showed that the WeChat friend request had been accepted.
The live chat started buzzing again.
User brother, you're already here, won't you drop some cash before leaving? Lu Feng checked his Douyin account and realized his previous top-up balance was depleted, meaning he needed to recharge. He opened the top-up page and noticed it looked different from before. The maximum top-up amount was now 5 yuan. Lu Feng thought to himself, what the heck, I'll just top up 100 yuan for fun, and proceeded to top up 20 times in a row.
Hey, why isn't user bro popping up anymore? Did he get scared off by the comments telling him to send gifts?
No way, I saw user bro drop a 1 gift in another newbie streamer's room earlier. Maybe he borrowed money to top up Big Brother's account, and now that he's been exposed, he's probably running away. Feng Yuqing addressed the viewers, everyone, please don't say that.
User brother supporting me is already so kind. He's already sent me a 1-cent gift before. We can't keep asking him to send gifts.
It's enough that he drops by to watch. Feng Yuqing was speaking from the heart. This person had sent her quite a few gifts before, which had already deeply touched her. And he certainly wasn't spending money for nothing.
If he kept gifting so much, he'd inevitably start expecting something in return.
Feng Yuqing was mainly worried about that very thing. Finally, Lu Feng finished topping up his account and returned to the livestream. Seeing the mocking comments in the chat, he didn't pay them much mind.
These people weren't wrong, he certainly wasn't some big shot. What real big spender would only tip a few bucks or even just a few cents?
Just then, a notification popped up on his phone, some news alert.
One particular headline caught Lu Feng's attention.
Headline, renowned hot pot chain XXX acquired by mysterious Mr. L for a whopping 200 yuan. Seeing this, Lu Feng froze for a moment. He didn't think much of it at first, assuming it was probably some marketing account deliberately stirring up buzz. But the timing was too coincidental, it matched exactly what had happened during his lunch that day. Curiosity got the better of him, and he clicked to read the article. To his astonishment, the article described an experience identical to his own lunch at the hot pot restaurant. Most notably, he saw numerous comments below, all marveling at how extravagant this tycoon was casually pulling out a whopping 200 yuan in cash. Reading these comments, Lu Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He couldn't make sense of it, so he promptly closed the webpage and returned to Feng Yuqing's livestream.
Lu Feng casually sent a few wild wave tsunami gifts. The chat suddenly filled with gift effects.
Feng Yuqing covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "Thank you, user brother, for the wild wave tsunami."
Thank you, user brother.
As Lu Feng's gifts flooded in, Feng Yuqing's stream saw a surge of new viewers. Watching her viewer count climb steadily, Feng Yuqing was thrilled.
She finally understood why everyone clung to the big spender's coattails.
Not only could they shower you with gifts, but they could also make you famous. With a big spender backing you, you were practically set in the streaming world.
Holy crap, user brother really knows how to make an entrance, starting with a wild wave tsunami right off the bat. You're the man, bro. User bro is the real deal. Follow user bro to watch the beauties.
Just then, a PK challenge suddenly popped up in Feng Yuqing's livestream.
Feng Yuqing was puzzled. Someone wants to PK with me? Let me check. The challenger was another female streamer named Xiao Yanyan.
She had decent popularity, ranking mid to upper tier, with a fan base that could easily dwarf Feng Yuqing's by several times over.
Chapter 18, Has the value of goods depreciated? Soon, the two connected via microphone. Upon seeing Feng Yuqing's streamer level, Xiao Yanyan sneered dismissively, "Oh, a newbie streamer? This is going to be boring total."
But Feng Yuqing's fans weren't having it.
Damn it, who does she think she's looking down on? What kind of crushing match is that? We've got user brother here today, let's see who gets crushed. Exactly. With user brother here, who do we have to fear? Feng Yuqing felt a pang of discomfort hearing their words, especially their arrogant tone, which really rubbed her the wrong way. "Hey, new streamer over there, how do you want to play this? How do you want to play?" Feng Yuqing retorted defiantly. "I say we go big, whoever loses has to wear a mushroom hat." Wear a mushroom? What's that? Feng Yuqing wasn't quite sure. Seriously, were all streamers why pretend like this? Who'd believe this mushroom wearing nonsense? Xiao Xiao Yan Yan said with a look of contempt. I really have no idea what mushroom topping is. Feng Yuqing looked utterly confused, then pulled out her phone and started searching for information about mushroom topping. Meanwhile, the live chat couldn't take it anymore. Damn, this Xiao Xiao Yan Yan is way too much. She thinks she's got this in the bag and is clearly picking on Yuqing. Exactly. Can you just randomly top mushrooms? If the moderators catch you, your livestream might get shut down. Through research and the bullet comments explanations, Feng Yuqing finally grasped the concept of pushing mushrooms. This left her feeling awkward. Her streams were just about playing piano and singing, and she really wasn't fond of these PK-style games. Can I skip the mushroom challenge? If I lose, can I just sing or play piano instead? No way. You have to top the mushrooms, and for 10 whole minutes. You're not backing out now, are you? Lu Feng watched the situation unfold and felt the little Yan Yan was pushing her luck. He wanted to help, but his abilities were limited. He had no idea how strong the other streamer's fan base was. What could a lowly nobody like him possibly do? Just then, Lu Feng's phone suddenly buzzed with another push notification. Headline: Menching Steel Company, Limited faces imminent bankruptcy after 3 consecutive years of losses totaling 300 yuan due to poor management. Reading this, Lu Feng was baffled. A loss of 300 yuan was enough to push them to the brink of bankruptcy? What was going on? If Lu Feng remembered correctly, this Menching Steel was somehow connected to Li Wei's family company. Was it real or fake? Lu Feng pulled out his phone to search online for information about Menching Steel Company, Limited. However, as he scoured various news sources, he was startled to discover that the world's currencies seemed different from before. Combining this with the events of the past few days, a terrifying thought suddenly struck him. Lu Feng reopened the online shopping app and finally realized, items in this world had genuinely depreciated by many times their original value. But the most crucial thing now was that his money hadn't depreciated. In other words, he was now a super rich tycoon. The realization sent a wave of excitement through Lu Feng. He was now, without a doubt, rich beyond measure. Lu Feng returned to Feng Yuqing's livestream on Douyin. Feng Yuqing was being relentlessly bullied by Xiao Xiao Yan Yan, who was forcing her to accept a mushroom cap penalty in this PK challenge. Seeing this, Lu Feng immediately typed, "Accept her PK challenge. I guarantee you'll win." Lu Feng now possessed absolute confidence. He had just calculated that current prices were equivalent to a millionfold depreciation of previous prices. That meant his money had appreciated a millionfold, making him a billionaire overnight. With this 100 billion fortune, would Lu Feng possibly fear a mere PK? Seeing Lu Feng's comment, Feng Yuqing covered her mouth in disbelief, struggling to process it. Feng Yuqing's fans also flooded the chat with messages. User bro is awesome. User bro is unbeatable. Go Yuqing. Beat her up. With user bro as our backup, what's there to fear? Take her down. Exactly. Let that little Xiao Xiao Yan get cocky. This time, she'll probably get her head knocked off. Once we win, everyone's heading to that Xiao Xiao Yan Yan's livestream to make sure she wears that mushroom hat. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Feng Yuqing felt more confident seeing her fans rallying behind her like this, especially with user brother lending a hand. Alright, I'll take you on. But remember what you said, whoever loses has to hold up a mushroom for 10 minutes. Alright, deal. Let's get started. Xiao Xiaoyan felt a surge of smug satisfaction upon hearing Feng Yuqing actually agree. This rookie streamer really was fearless like a newborn calf. She wouldn't mind giving this newbie a proper lesson. Chapter 19, Standing Her Ground. As the PK began, a PK bar lit up at the bottom of both their live streams. Xiao Xiao Yan immediately shouted to her viewers, "Guys, help me upvote, okay? Thanks to my Lei Gu for the wild support, love you. Tiger Gu and all the other brothers, help brush up some little splashes too. That little streamer across the way definitely can't handle our hits, but just to prevent her from sneaking a tower, brothers, give us some support and boost that PK bar. Anyone who sends gifts today can join Xiao Xiao Yan's custom group, there are all kinds of perks inside." Xiao Xiao Yan started aggressively soliciting votes right away. She does have a few big spenders in her stream, just a few random gifts were enough to completely wipe out Feng Yuqing's health bar. Sorry everyone, I know asking for gifts feels awkward, many of you are new and haven't followed Yuqing yet. But user brother has already spent so much, I really can't ask him to spend more. So please support me. After this PK ends, I'll sing a song and play the piano for you all. Feng Yuqing also began soliciting votes from her live stream audience. But the incentives she offered were just too weak. Singing and playing piano just didn't cut it for these pervy viewers. But her rival, Xiao Xiao Yan, was a whole different story. That girl was a dance streamer who loved showing off and calling out good brothers left and right. No contest. Feng Yuqing had only recently entered the streaming industry. Though her former agent had trained her, she simply couldn't bring herself to flirt with strangers in the chat, calling them brother one by one. Consequently, her streams consistently underperformed. If not for user brother's previous visits, the guild she signed with would likely have already given up on her. The chat started mocking Feng Yuqing too. Just singing and playing the piano? Can't you dance a bit, or some black stockings, and give the brothers a little something to enjoy? Enough already, this streamer has zero sincerity. Everyone, let's stop tipping her. Exactly.
She's clearly riding on her big brother's coattails, not giving a damn about us little fans.
Can't even manage a sweet dear brother boring.
Seeing these comments, Feng Yuqing felt a pang of hurt, but she forced herself to suppress her emotions. After all, she was still in the middle of a PK battle. Seeing her own health bar steadily deplete without anyone attacking her, Feng Yuqing grew anxious. The biggest concern was that top-tier spammer he was causing her real trouble and worry. Feng Yuqing desperately wanted to ask user brother when he'd join, but she couldn't bring herself to speak up. After all, the rich guy's money didn't grow on trees. He'd already gifted her a penny worth of virtual items earlier. After commissions and taxes were deducted, she'd receive 4 cents, the highest amount she'd ever earned in a single stream. Moreover, Feng Yuqing was worried that if this user brother spent too much, he might make special demands like asking her for an offline date. Would she agree or refuse? Just as Feng Yuqing hesitated, a special effect suddenly appeared in her livestream.
The bullet comments started flooding in. Holy crap, user brother is at it again.
User brother is amazing, he wiped out the opponent's health bar in one go. Feng Yuqing stared in disbelief at the gifts flooding her stream, covering her mouth in shock as she exclaimed, "Thank you, user brother, for 30 wild wave tsunamis." But this was only the beginning. Feng Yuqing's livestream was flooded with gifts non-stop.
What's worse, Xiao Yanyan's PK bar vanished instantly. Lu Feng was frantically clicking to send gifts.
By now, he'd already sent out 500 wild wave tsunamis, and his fingers were starting to ache from all the clicking.
Damn it, when will this crappy platform introduce high-value gifts? Sending these small ones forever? I'll die of exhaustion.
Seeing the opponent's health bar completely wiped out, Lu Feng finally paused his gifting spree.
Time for a breather.
Xiao Yanyan's face turned green at the sight of her suddenly wiped out health bar. She stared in disbelief at the PK bar before her.
Ha! Why's our PK bar gone? Is it glitching?
The streamer was dumbfounded. Clearly, a big shot had just arrived on the other side and wiped out the health bar in one go.
That was seriously brutal. Quick, send gifts to Xiao Yanyan. Otherwise, she'll be beaten to tears in no time. Forget it. In this situation, unless we have a big spender, it's pointless for us to try.
Xiao Yanyan made a pouty face and shouted directly in the livestream, "Guys, the opponent's gifts have stopped."
He probably only spent a few cents.
He's just one person, while we have so many people here, so many big brothers.
Could you really bear to see Xiao Yanyan suffer such a huge punishment? Please, guys.
Xiao Yanyan feigned hurt, putting on a pitiful act, but deep down, she was thrilled. This situation was perfect. It would fire up her big brothers in the chat, making them open their wallets.
Clearly, it was a golden opportunity to rake in big bucks. As for the punishment later, even if the stream got banned, it would be back online soon enough. Who knows, maybe she could even cash in again because of it. Still, winning was the best outcome.
She immediately headed to her fan group to start soliciting sponsorships.
Guys, Xiao Yan got beaten up. Urgent request for support. Only 2 minutes left in the PK. Please, guys. If we win, there'll be super special perks tonight.
Meanwhile, in a ground floor VIP room, a college girl was bent over in front of a man in his 30s.
Spotting the man's phone nearby, she blurted out, "Brother Lei, did the streamer you're backing get beaten up?" Beaten? Feng Hanglei sneered coldly before snatching the phone. Chapter 20, The Power of Money is Invincible. Feng Hanglei's face twisted with contempt. He glanced at the PK bar in the livestream and sneered, "What kind of idiot would waste a few cents on some no-name streamer? Daring to show off with such a pittance? Just wait till I take you down." Fortunately, Feng Hanglei still had some pre-loaded funds in his account, so he had no pressure at all. He immediately unleashed a barrage of gifts on Xiao Yanyan. Seeing the sudden flood of special effects gifts in the chat, Xiao Yanyan exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, Brother Lei, for your 50-shot wild wave tsunami. Thank you, handsome boss, for your 30-shot wild wave tsunami. I'm so grateful to all my brothers." Xiao Yanyan's PK bar quickly surged upward. Xiao Yanyan had quite a few big brothers, and with their generous support, her health bar was restored in no time. Seeing this, Lu Feng didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately began showcasing the hand speed honed over his 20-plus years of bachelorhood. Feng Yuqing was stunned to see the chat flooded with gifts. "Ah! Thank you, user brother, for your 1,000-shot wild wave tsunami. Thank you, user brother, for 1,500 crazy wave tsunamis. I'm truly overwhelmed. I don't even know what to say, really. Wah!" Feng Yuqing was so overwhelmed she burst into tears. She had already resigned herself to defeat, especially since so many big spenders had joined the opposing team, while her own fans barely sent any gifts. But she never imagined this user brother would support her so generously. In no time, he'd already sent gifts worth several dollars. That's several dollars. Even in a first-tier metropolis, that could easily buy a decent little apartment. Feng Yuqing's tears streamed down her face as she stood there flustered. User brother is amazing. His spending spree just made the streamer cry so awesome. User brother had already spent over 7 yuan on gifts, and he was still going. My goodness, was he planning to hit over 10 yuan? The PK was running out of time. Little Yan's stream clearly lacked staying power, gifts were falling behind. Looks like Sister Yuqing's going to win. Holy crap, user brother single-handedly took down the opposing big spender group. That's terrifying legendary. Can someone calculate how much user bro just spent on gifts? That's insane. Dumbass, just look at the gift leaderboard next to you. User brother's gifts have already surpassed 10 bucks? Holy crap. Feng Hanglei in the D-class VIP box was fuming so hard he felt like he was about to explode. Damn it, what kind of idiot spends over 10 bucks on a streamer? Is he out of his mind? Feng Hanglei was so furious he yanked the college girl beside him over to calm his rage. Seeing the final countdown for the PK, Xiao Yanyan knew she was doomed. The big shot on the other side was just too ruthless. She'd heard about this user brother before, a new big spender on the platform who'd already dropped a couple $100 in just 2 days. She never imagined he'd be this aggressive, splashing out over 10 bucks on the third day. He literally treated money like it was worthless. Seeing Feng Yuqing still crying, Lu Feng was speechless. He typed, "Stop crying. It's time for the opponent to do the punishment. This is a perk for the family, don't let her get away." Ha, user brother's right, this is a perk. Let's go check it out. This streamer has a great figure, definitely worth topping her. User brother is the best. Follow user brother for daily perks. Feng Yuqing wiped her tears and addressed the other party, "You lost. You bet, you pay. Remember what you said earlier? Top mushroom." This time, it was definitely because time was too tight. Our big brother wasn't prepared, he couldn't even top up fast enough. Otherwise, who knows who would have won. But user brother is really impressive, he totally crushed them. Feng Hanglei had vented his frustration, but his face remained dark as he surveyed the livestream. He immediately typed in the chat. This time was rushed, unprepared, and the top-up was slow. Ask that idiot user brother, there's a carnival tournament coming up. See if he dares to take it on. The loser has to call the winner daddy. Xiao Yanyan read Lei Ji's comment aloud, and Lu Feng naturally saw it too. Lu Feng was also debating whether to accept the challenge. Although inflation had made him practically a super rich tycoon now, his funds were still finite. If he kept splurging like this, he might blow it all before he knew it. What carnival tournament? Focus on solving the current problem. Don't change the subject. User brother is so busy, how could he be in the livestream room all the time? If it comes down to it, I'll just tell him later. Feng Yuqing stepped in to defend Lu Feng. Feng Yuqing had already taken enough today. Besides, she knew some of those competitions involved guilds hiring fake viewers to inflate stats. User brother was just one person, how could he possibly compete against so many? Most importantly, user brother was spending real money, while those others were using discounted gifts. There was no way to compete. Helpless, Xiao Yanyan could only start the punishment. But barely had the punishment begun when Xiao Yanyan's livestream went dark, displaying a violation notice. Seeing this, Feng Yuqing decided to let her off the hook and ended the PK match. Feng Yuqing then addressed her viewers, "Sorry, everyone. That's all for today. I've been feeling a bit out of it these past couple of days, like everything's been unreal. Anyway, I'm signing off for now." After Feng Yuqing ended the stream, Lu Feng also felt bored and was about to check out other streamers. But before he could click on the next room, a WeChat message popped up on his phone. Lu Feng opened it to find it was actually Feng Yuqing who had initiated the message. "User brother, are you there? I'm here. Today, I really can't thank user brother enough. With all the support he's shown Yuling, I don't even know how to repay him. User brother, where are you from?" Seeing this, Lu Feng's heart leapt with joy. Could something, well, be about to happen? Indeed, the power of money is unbeatable. Chapter 21, Dating Feng Yuqing. "I'm from Menchen." Seeing the message, Feng Yuqing was taken aback. What a coincidence. User brother, I'm from Mencheng too. I know. Ha? You know? Yeah, I originally clicked on the local section and saw you there. Plus, I know your full name is Feng Yuqing, the second-ranked campus beauty at Mencheng University. Ha? User bro, you're from our school? Stop calling me user bro. If we're talking seniority, I should be calling you senior sister. I'm also at Mencheng University, a junior in the arts department. Seeing the other person's information, Feng Yuqing felt a surge of delight and excitement. At first, she'd been worried and scared that the other person might be some greasy middle-aged guy with a double chin. What a surprise, this big shot turned out to be her junior. First off, the age difference made it much easier for her to accept. Ah, a junior? Thank you so much for your support. How about I treat you to dinner?
Feng Yuqing thought for a moment, then suddenly wondered if she was being too eager in offering herself up.
Where had her usual reserve gone? Sure. We're right by the cafeteria, let's grab a bite there. The cafeteria? Yeah, is that a problem? No, no problem. Feng Yuqing was utterly stunned by this guy's move. A big shot like him didn't even mind the school cafeteria food?
The difference between cafeteria food and outside meals was like night and day.
Even she couldn't stand the cafeteria food unless she was completely broke. After all, it was pretty cheap.
Lu Feng got out of bed and started heading toward the cafeteria.
His 3 roommates called out from behind, "Crazy guy, where are you going?"
Where else? To the cafeteria, of course.
It's mealtime, isn't it? Going to the cafeteria again? Crazy, no offense, but you can't be that cheap. Is that stuff even edible? What's wrong with the school cafeteria? The food's actually pretty good, and most importantly, it's cheap. If you're going, just go. If not, stop whining. Damn it, Crazy, can you stop pretending? What's the deal? Afraid we'll make you treat us to a meal? You're so stingy, it's ridiculous. Remember when you flaunted those giant 1 yuan coins in class?
We never got to interrogate you properly about that.
Now you can't even spare us a meal? Screw you. Fine, you want fancy food? Here's $1. Take it and eat out. I'm not going with you guys, got stuff to do.
With that, Lu Feng tossed the coin on the table and stormed out. Seeing this, the dorm leader, Zhang Chang, leaped off his bed and barked at the other two, Number 2, Number 3, get down here.
I think Crazy has something up his sleeve. Boss, what could be wrong with Crazy? He's on cloud 9 right now.
Maybe that department hottie Chen Ziyu really did come looking for him.
After all, the guy's a hidden rich kid.
Who knows, maybe the department hottie has fallen from grace. Second in command Shui Oping replied, utterly speechless.
Shut up. Don't insult my goddess. I refuse to believe she's that shallow. Wu Chen, the third guy, snapped back, fuming. Third brother, this isn't about being shallow or not.
Money really is a powerful tool for picking up girls, sometimes you have to admit that.
Enough, all of you. It's just Chen Ziyu. A woman like that is way out of our league. But Crazy really is a loyal bro, dammit, treating us to a 1 yuan meal? Seriously, that just blew my mind.
Damn, with a bro like that, forget my goddess, even if he wanted my girlfriend, I wouldn't mind giving her up. Hell, $1 could last us forever.
You guys are missing the point. Didn't you see Crazy rushing out earlier, looking all flushed? Clearly something good happened. If I'm guessing right, he probably went on a date. Aren't you curious who it was?
Given Crazy's current situation, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Feng Yuqing or Sun Shiqing.
Alright, cut the chatter. Get dressed fast and follow him. If we dawdle, we'll lose him. With that, the 3 quickly dressed and stealthily followed Lu Feng.
When they saw Lu Feng enter the school cafeteria, their faces fell in shock.
Holy crap, this guy really went to the school cafeteria? Are you kidding me? With all that money, he's actually eating at the school cafeteria? What the hell is wrong with him? Maybe he's just tired of fancy food and wants something different. Whatever, let's follow him and see.
After entering the cafeteria, Lu Feng immediately got 2 meals, pulled out his phone to text Feng Yuqing, and then found a seat. Hidden nearby, his 3 roommates watched him suspiciously.
See? That Crazy guy got 2 meals, something's definitely up. Wonder who's coming. Could it really be Sun Shiqing or Feng Yuqing? Holy crap, look over there. Is that Feng Yuqing? Holy crap, it really is Feng Yuqing? Could she really be here to see Crazy? Look where she's heading, straight toward Crazy. Damn it, I admit I'm jealous. Being rich really sucks. Chapter 22, Takeoff. So what do we do now? Just keep watching? Watch what? Watch them show off their love? Now that we've got money, let's go eat somewhere fancy. But spending Crazy's money on dinner is fine, we can't possibly blow the whole $1, right? Are you out of your mind? You want a full Manchu Han imperial feast? Spend the whole $1? You couldn't even feed all your aunts and uncles with that.
Anyway, given Crazy Guy's situation today, let's hit that fancy hotel by the school gate. While we're at it, invite all those goddesses you guys have been chasing. Mark my words, we're definitely going to score big tonight. But isn't it a bit sketchy to use Crazy Guy's money to pick up girls? Plus, we need to clarify whether this $1 is a gift or a loan from him. Otherwise, it'll be awkward if he asks for it back later. You're right. I'll give him a call and ask. Meanwhile, Lu Feng had packed 2 meals and was sitting in the cafeteria. Not far away, Feng Yuqing scanned the area before her gaze finally landed on Lu Feng. The moment she saw him, a surge of delight washed over her. Mainly because Lu Feng was far better than she'd imagined, not only younger, but also such a handsome guy. The students around them were utterly shocked when Feng Yuqing entered the cafeteria. Holy crap, isn't that Feng Yuqing, our school's second-ranked campus beauty? Holy crap, it really is Feng Yuqing. Why would she be eating in the cafeteria? I thought her family wasn't exactly struggling? She seems to be looking for someone.
Holy crap, who in the world invited the goddess to eat in the cafeteria?
As everyone stood in bewilderment, Feng Yuqing slowly made her way to Lu Feng under the gaze of the entire crowd.
Holy, who is that guy? What gives him the right to sit with the campus beauty? Damn it, who is that idiot? He actually brought the campus beauty to eat in the cafeteria. And worst of all, she doesn't seem to mind. It's infuriating.
Lu Feng saw Feng Yuqing before him, gave a slight smile, then pushed the pre-portioned meal toward her.
Haven't eaten yet? I got you some food. Not sure if you'll like it, but give it a try. Oh, thank you. Feng Yuqing happily accepted the tray.
Truthfully, she didn't dislike the cafeteria food that much. While it wasn't as good as restaurants outside, it wasn't bad either, just barely tolerable. The main thing was that this meal was prepared by User Brother. What Feng Yuqing found baffling, however, was why someone as wealthy as Brother User would even eat at the school cafeteria.
It was simply unbelievable. I never imagined Brother User would eat in the cafeteria. The cafeteria's great. The best part is it's cheap. Back when I was broke, the school cafeteria saved my life. Lu Feng chuckled. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Feng Yuqing froze. A big spender who casually tips over $10 in the livestream room actually had times when he was broke. User Brother is just too funny. Stop calling me User Brother all the time. My name is Lu Feng, just call me Lu Feng. Then Brother Feng? Nah, you're my senior.
I should still call you senior. No, I'll stick with Brother Feng.
Fine, whatever you say.
Bro Feng, thank you so much for supporting my livestream these past 2 days.
I really appreciate it. No problem. We're all alumni here, it's only right to support each other. So Feng, where should we go after dinner? Let's go out for a bit. I'll take you shopping and maybe catch a movie. What do you think?
But before Lu Feng could finish, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing this, Lu Feng inwardly cursed the caller to high heaven. They were ruining the moment at the worst possible time.
He answered the call with obvious irritation. Who is it?
Madman, you just gave us $1 to go out for a meal.
Are you treating us? What else would it be? So is this $1 meant for us to spend entirely on food? Or are we supposed to contribute part of it? It's just $1. Since I gave it to you, of course it's for you to spend entirely on food. Really? All for us? Then we'll use it to pick up girls tonight? Whatever. I've got important stuff to do. Hanging up. With that, Lu Feng hung up the phone.
After Zhang Chang and the other two hung up, they exchanged glances, each wearing a look of pure delight. Damn, that crazy bastard really came through for us. Second brother, third brother, get ready to hit the town tonight.
Grab the women you're chasing and let's go. Woohoo!
After hanging up, Lu Feng apologetically turned to Feng Yuqing. Yuqing, sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
Feng Yuqing ate her meal, her expression still slightly awkward. She was genuinely stunned by Lu Feng's earlier offer, just casually handing someone $1 to buy food.
That was seriously generous. Oh, where were we?
Lu Feng suddenly asked.
Ha? I think we were talking about watching a movie tonight. You don't mind, do you? No, I don't mind. Feng Yuqing felt a bit nervous.
She had researched the unspoken rules of the live streaming world before. Those top donors showering female streamers with gifts certainly didn't do it for free, there had to be some benefit involved. Plus, when Lu Feng mentioned watching a movie tonight, movies themselves carried a certain ambiguity. And by the time the movie ended, it would be very late enough time for things to develop in many directions. Truthfully, Feng Yuqing had anticipated this possibility before coming and mentally prepared herself. After all, he had showered her with so many gifts. But the moment Feng Yuqing saw Lu Feng, she felt a surge of excitement. Even if something happened with someone like him, it wouldn't be so bad. What really made Feng Yuqing nervous was how fast things were moving.
Chapter 23, Withdrawing 2,000 yuan.
Feng Yuqing kept stealing glances at Lu Feng as he ate. She noticed he was devouring his food with such gusto, as if he hadn't eaten in ages.
Lu Feng sensed her gaze and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" No. You just look really hungry. Would you like to have my portion too?
Feng Yuqing pushed her half-eaten meal toward Lu Feng. Seeing the substantial leftovers, Lu Feng looked at Feng Yuqing in surprise.
You're leaving so much? Aren't you going to eat it? You eat it. You look really hungry.
Feng Yuqing's cheeks flushed slightly. Leaving this much would be a waste.
Well, I'll reluctantly polish it off then. Lu Feng didn't hesitate, grabbing the food and starting to eat.
Seeing Lu Feng devour her leftovers without hesitation, Feng Yuqing flushed red again.
Finally clearing the table, Lu Feng wiped his mouth contentedly and said to Feng Yuqing beside him, "Shall we go?" "MHM."
Feng Yuqing nodded and stood up, following behind Lu Feng. After leaving the school gates, Lu Feng and Feng Yuqing headed toward the mall.
Suddenly, Lu Feng realized he didn't even own a car yet.
It seemed he'd have to buy one soon. Judging by current prices, a basic car would probably cost just a few cents, while luxury models might run a few dollars or even over $10.
Given Lu Feng's current assets, buying a car wouldn't be a problem at all. Even a luxury car would be no big deal. Let's swing by the bank first, shall we? Ha? The bank? Feng Yuqing looked puzzled. Yeah, I need to withdraw some cash to buy a car. It's not convenient to keep hailing taxis every time I go out.
Hearing Lu Feng's words, Feng Yuqing hadn't expected him to be so down to earth. Not only did he eat at the school cafeteria, but he even relied on taxis to get around. He was so grounded, a world apart from the typical rich second-generation kids who flaunted their wealth all day long. This only deepened Feng Yuqing's admiration for him. After arriving at the bank, Lu Feng walked over to the ATM, took out his bank card, and prepared to withdraw 1,000 or 2 yuan. But after entering the withdrawal amount, a prompt popped up on the ATM screen. The screen stated that withdrawals exceeding 200 yuan required a prior appointment at the bank. Seeing this message, Lu Feng was a bit speechless. He hadn't expected it to be such a hassle. Lu Feng turned to Feng Yuqing beside him and said, "This damn machine seems to be malfunctioning. I'll have to go to the lobby to withdraw the money. You wait for me there." Feng Yuqing nodded. Lu Feng hurried to the lobby and saw that most of the teller windows were already occupied. The few remaining ones were for loan services. With no other option, he decided to approach the lobby manager. After all, the queue was long, and he couldn't leave Feng Yuqing, a young woman, waiting for him for so long. Scanning the area, he spotted a young woman dressed in a professional office outfit. Chen Xiaoning was checking her phone when she noticed Lu Feng approaching. She looked up, puzzled. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Hello. I'd like to make a withdrawal." Seeing Chen Xiaoning up close, Lu Feng realized she was incredibly alluring, with a stunning figure truly a knockout. "For withdrawing money, sir, you can use the ATM over there, it's right next door." Chen Xiaoning pointed to the nearby ATM. "I can't use your ATM. There's a limit, anything over 200 needs to be withdrawn at the bank counter," Lu Feng said helplessly. However, upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Chen Xiaoning froze in place. She then scanned his entire outfit, nothing but generic brands from head to toe, hardly the look of someone with money. Not far away, a bank security guard overheard Lu Feng's words and couldn't help but laugh out loud. 200? Do you even have that much money? Do I or not? Can't you damn well check yourselves? Lu Feng was starting to get annoyed. How could these people look down on him like this? It was pure snobbery. Chen Xiaoning saw Lu Feng's serious expression and realized he didn't seem to be joking. She quickly approached him respectfully and asked, "Sir, if you need to withdraw an amount over 200 yuan, you can use our VIP service counter. Please give me your bank card, and I'll check for you." Seeing Chen Xiaoning's relatively decent attitude, Lu Feng's expression softened considerably. He promptly handed over his bank card. Chen Xiaoning took Lu Feng's bank card, led him to a counter, and handed the card to the staff member, saying, "Check the balance on this card." Then, turning back to Lu Feng, she asked, "By the way, sir, how much would you like to withdraw?" 2,000, please." Lu Feng thought for a moment. He still had about 10,000 yuan left, so withdrawing 2,000 wouldn't be a problem. Having cash on hand would make shopping easier. He hadn't had much cash to begin with, and just a couple days ago, he'd spent 200 on the hot pot restaurant and given 70 to Chen Ziyu. Now, he only had less than 60 or 70 yuan in loose change left. What? 2,000? Chen Xiaoning stared at Lu Feng in disbelief, as if she'd misheard. "Yes," Lu Feng said nonchalantly. "Ah." The clerk checking the balance gasped in shock, jumping to his feet. "What's the big deal? Why all the fuss?" Chen Xiaoning snapped at the staff member. "Manager Chen, this account balance is 12,367 yuan. Hearing the clerk's words, Chen Xiaoning was equally stunned. She had assumed Lu Feng was joking after all. Even some top-tier companies might struggle to come up with 2,000 yuan in liquid funds, let alone an individual account. "Sir, please hold on a moment. I need to consult with the bank manager about this matter." "Fine, but hurry up," Lu Feng said impatiently. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Xiaoning was reasonably attractive and had a decent attitude, he wouldn't have been this patient. Chapter 24, Don't get too full of yourself. Chen Xiaoning hurried to the bank president's office. At that moment, Bank President Qian Boyi was entertaining a 5-star client with a staggering 7-figure deposit. To impress this wealthy patron, he had even brought out his prized collection of rare, high-value tea leaves. Dad! It's a major crisis." Qian Boyi's face darkened at Chen Xiaoning's words. He snapped impatiently, "Xiaoning, when did you become so disrespectful? Can't you see I'm in the middle of a meeting with an important client?" "Dad, stop the meeting. There's a customer outside demanding a large withdrawal of 2,000 yuan. The amount is too significant, I can't approve it on my own." Chen Xiaoning rushed to Qian Boyi's side and whispered urgently. After all, their bank wasn't particularly large, and its total deposits weren't substantial. If 2,000 yuan were withdrawn, the entire bank might struggle to cope. "What? Withdraw 2,000 yuan? Hurry and take me there, I'll speak with that VIP client myself."
Meanwhile, five-star client Shenlin, who was chatting with the bank president, also felt a bit dissatisfied. President Qian, you're just leaving like this? Isn't that a bit rude? My apologies, sir. I have urgent matters to attend to. Perhaps you could come back another day?
Qian Boyi had no time to haggle with this client.
After all, the VIP outside demanding to withdraw 2,000 yuan wasn't just anyone. Mr. Qian, I'm your bank's five-star client. Is this how you treat your top-tier customers?
Seeing the other party growing visibly annoyed, Qian Boyi turned to Qian Xiaoning and said, Xiaoning, please attend to this VIP. I need to go handle my important guest.
Qian Xiaoning nodded upon hearing this.
Shenlin, seeing Qian Xiaoning take over, softened slightly. After all, she was exceptionally beautiful. His frequent visits to the bank were mainly to get closer to her, but Qian Boyi treasured his daughter like a precious jewel, thwarting his attempts time and again.
After Qian Boyi emerged, he spotted Lu Feng based on Qian Xiaoning's description. He promptly approached Lu Feng with utmost deference and said obsequiously, esteemed guest, may I ask if you requested to withdraw 2,000 yuan? That's correct, it was me. Lu Feng glanced around and noticed Qian Xiaoning was nowhere to be seen.
Confused, he asked, where's the manager who took my call earlier?
Ah, she's attending to other distinguished guests. Qian Boyi quickly interjected. Hearing this, Lu Feng frowned slightly before responding with displeasure, other distinguished guests? So you're implying I'm not as esteemed as those guests? No, sir, you've misunderstood.
You are our bank's most esteemed client, which is precisely why I, as the bank president, am personally attending to you. Qian Boyi hastily explained.
No.
I want that female manager from earlier. Lu Feng said with a cold snort. Hearing this, Qian Boyi felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He immediately turned to Lu Feng and said, certainly, sir.
Please wait a moment.
I'll go fetch her right away. He then hurried back to his office and called out to Qian Xiaoning, Xiaoning, come out here.
Qian Xiaoning immediately stood up.
She really didn't want to stay and be with this big fat guy Shenlin, especially since he was giving her such a lecherous look, which she found truly repulsive.
However, Shenlin instantly grew displeased upon seeing Qian Xiaoning about to leave. He barked angrily at Qian Boyi, Mr. Qian, what do you think you're doing? Can't you see I was having a perfectly good conversation with manager Qian? If you keep this up, don't blame me for withdrawing every last cent I have in your bank.
Hearing Shenlin's words, Qian Boyi also grew angry and retorted, the money is yours. If you wish to withdraw it, we can't stop you. If you need to take it all out now, I can arrange it immediately. Shenlin paused, taken aback.
This wasn't what he'd expected.
Normally, with such threats, Qian Boyi would have been groveling and begging.
But now, he was acting completely out of character. Qian Boyi, don't push me too far. Shenlin snapped angrily. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, then please leave. I have important matters to attend to.
Qian Boyi retorted coldly. He'd long harbored resentment toward Shenlin, but had endured it because Shenlin held a few thousand yuan in deposits at the bank. Now, however, he had no time to deal with this guy. A major client was waiting outside to withdraw 2,000 yuan. Qian Boyi's biggest problem now was how to stop Lu Feng from withdrawing the 2,000 yuan.
If that money left the bank, their annual performance would be in serious trouble. Seeing Qian Boyi's attitude, Shenlin was furious. He confronted Qian Boyi directly, fine, you're good. Just you wait. I'll have all my friends come to the bank and withdraw their money. Go ahead. Qian Boyi couldn't care less. Shenlin's friends probably only had a few yuan in deposits.
Compared to the big shots outside, they were nothing. Even if 100 of them came in, they couldn't match what those big players were withdrawing. Qian Boyi hurriedly turned to Qian Xiaoning, go handle that client outside immediately. He specifically requested you, probably has his eye on you. I don't care how you do it, but whatever you do, don't let him withdraw all 2,000 yuan. Otherwise, our bank might be eating this year.
Dad, what are you saying? How could you set your own daughter up like this?
Qian Xiaoning feigned indignation. Alright, Xiaoning, Dad has no other choice. Besides, that VIP is young and handsome. If you really have the skills to win him over, I'll serve you tea and water every day from now on.
Qian Boyi couldn't help but interject. Chapter 25, Buying a Car.
Though Qian Xiaoning feigned resistance on the surface, she was secretly delighted.
That VIP guest earlier was undeniably handsome, good-looking and wealthy, with a temperament that seemed quite agreeable. What woman wouldn't be tempted by such a man? Xiaoning, you'll handle the VIP client one-on-one from here. I'll grant you full authority as branch manager. Whatever it takes, you must prevent him from withdrawing 2,000 yuan. Qian Boyi couldn't help but say. I know. This is so annoying. Do you really have to push your daughter into bed with a man like this? Seriously. Qian Xiaoning retorted indignantly before striding out. Compared to Shenlin, Lu Feng was so much better. And Shenlin? He was just some guy with a measly 7 yuan deposit account, yet he actually thought he was something special. 2,000 yuan? Qian Boyi, are you kidding me? Withdraw 2,000 yuan? Even the principal wouldn't dare be so brazen. You really know how to exaggerate.
Shin Lin looked at Qian Boyi with contempt. He hadn't expected Qian Boyi to start spouting nonsense just to provoke him.
Withdraw 2,000 yuan? As if money were nothing. Was he planning to buy up a listed company with 2,000 yuan? It was laughable. Just because you don't have it doesn't mean others don't.
Qian Boyi couldn't be bothered with this guy's nonsense. He headed out to check on Xian Xiaoning's situation.
Xian Xiaoning emerged and returned to Lu Feng's side, then respectfully addressed him. My deepest apologies, Mr. Lu, for keeping you waiting so long. No problem. Waiting for a beauty is perfectly normal.
Lu Feng smiled without getting angry, which made Xian Xiaoning feel a bit pleased. After all, receiving praise was quite satisfying.
Well then, Mr. Lu, hand it over. Ha! It's just withdrawing money. Where exactly are you telling me to go? Why don't you just hurry up and get the money for me? Lu Feng glanced back. Feng Yuqing was still waiting there. Keeping a beauty waiting wasn't quite right. Sir, if I may ask, what exactly are you planning to do with such a large sum? Buying a car? Spending it? Is there a problem?
Lu Feng replied impatiently.
Hearing this, Xian Xiaoning couldn't help but click her tongue. Withdrawing 2,000 yuan to buy a car? That's just ridiculous.
Mr. Lu, if it's for buying a car, you really wouldn't need that much. Plus, I have connections at car dealerships. Just tell me what kind of car you like, and I'll take you to look at it.
Withdrawing 2,000 yuan like this isn't cost-effective at all.
If you keep it in our bank, you could invest in wealth management products. I'll personally serve as your investment advisor and guarantee you'll easily earn over 100 yuan in profits within a year.
Xian Xiaoning urged. Oh, is that how it is? Well, I suppose that's fine. But withdrawing 500 yuan shouldn't be a problem, right?
Lu Feng said helplessly.
Certainly. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Lu. I'll have someone process your withdrawal immediately. Oh, and Mr. Lu, when would you like to view the car? I can schedule it accordingly. I'll go after I get the cash. I see. Alright, Mr. Lu. I'll have someone process your withdrawal first.
Xian Xiaoning hurried off to discuss the matter with her father, Qian Boyi. Dad, I've agreed with Mr. Lu. Instead of withdrawing 2,000, we'll take 500.
After that, I'll take him to see the car. You handle the bank stuff. 500? Fine.
Better than him withdrawing 2,000.
I just checked, he has over 10,000 in his account.
Xiaoning, you've got to seize this opportunity and build a good rapport with him.
He's definitely a big spender.
Qian Boyi said, his eyes sparkling.
Alright, I know. I need a chance too. He seems to have brought a woman with him. How could a rich guy like that be without a woman? Xian Xiaoning couldn't help but mutter. Don't worry, Xiaoning, I believe in you.
Qian Boyi then had someone bring out 500 yuan. Xian Xiaoning carefully took it and respectfully approached Lu Feng, saying, Mr. Lu, here is the money you requested. Please take good care of it. Lu Feng took the 500 yuan without a second thought and casually shoved it into his pocket. Seeing this, Xian Xiaoning was startled and hurriedly said to Lu Feng, Mr. Lu, this is a substantial sum of 500 yuan.
Are you really just putting it in your pocket like that? Where else would I put it? Am I supposed to lock it in a safe? Lu Feng couldn't help but retort. This.
Xian Xiaoning was genuinely stunned by Lu Feng's actions.
To casually stash 500 yuan in his pocket, what kind of family could afford to be so carefree? We've got the money. Let's go.
Lu Feng turned and walked straight to the lobby, approaching Feng Yuqing.
Alright, the money's out. Let's go. Feng Yuqing nodded, then noticed Xian Xiaoning behind Lu Feng and asked curiously, who is she? Xian Xiaoning proactively introduced herself. Hello, I'm Mr. Lu's assistant. Hello.
Feng Yuqing looked at Xian Xiaoning before her and felt a strong sense of unease. Xian Xiaoning's figure and appearance were every bit as striking as her own, yet she possessed a different kind of allure, the sort that seemed to captivate any man. Feng Yuqing felt a wave of unease wash over her. After leaving the bank, Lu Feng turned to the two people behind him and said, hold on a moment, I'll hail a cab.
Oh, Mr. Lu didn't drive here?
No need to beat around the bush.
I'm precisely buying a car because I don't have one.
Lu Feng replied indifferently.
Oh, I see. Well then, take my car. I'll be your chauffeur, Mr. Lu. Xian Xiaoning pulled out her car keys, pressed a button, and a Mercedes-Benz parked outside the bank came to life. Get in, Mr. Lu.
Then we'll be putting you to work as our driver.
No need to thank me, Mr. Lu. It's my pleasure. By the way, Mr. Lu, what kind of car were you thinking of purchasing? Lu Feng thought for a moment and replied, a Mercedes. Chapter 26, Showing Off.
Lu Feng actually had a soft spot for Mercedes-Benz. His lifelong dream had been to own one in his lifetime, and he never imagined it would come true so soon.
A Mercedes? That's easy. I've bought cars from Mercedes before, and I know people there. I guarantee you'll get the car you want. Xian Xiaoning said with a smile. Oh, that's great. Lu Feng gave a slight smile but didn't elaborate much.
Feng Yuqing was still nearby, and with both women present, getting too close to either felt awkward. More importantly, he wasn't skilled at flirting or courting techniques. He'd never been in a relationship before, and his only attempt at pursuing someone was with Wu Ce, and even then, his methods were incredibly clumsy. Beyond buying gifts and treating her, he had no other skills.
By the way, Mr. Lu, do you have a girlfriend? Qian Xiaoning asked tentatively.
She was here with a mission, to win Lu Feng over. Feng Yuqing, who was also sitting next to Lu Feng, looked at him with equal curiosity, seemingly very interested in the question as well.
Not yet. Lu Feng replied. Really? A man as handsome and charming as Mr. Lu couldn't possibly not have a girlfriend? Not at all.
Lu Feng replied awkwardly.
I see. So what kind of woman does Mr. Lu like? Well, what kind of woman do I like? I'm not really sure myself. Maybe I just haven't met the right woman yet, so I can't say for certain. Lu Feng pondered before answering. Then what do you think of me, Mr. Lu? Qian Xiaoning asked proactively. Feng Yuqing looked utterly displeased, silently cursing Qian Xiaoning for her shamelessness. You're great. You're beautiful and a nice person, any man would like you. Lu Feng smiled as he replied. So, Mr. Lu, do you like me? Qian Xiaoning asked playfully, her tone tinged with amusement. Even if I do like you, would you really be with me?
Lu Feng replied with a smile.
Of course. Because I've admired you ever since I first laid eyes on you.
Qian Xiaoning adopted a bashful expression.
Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback by Qian Xiaoning's words, then asked with a serious expression, Manager Qian, are you serious? Mr. Lu, look at you, all serious. Of course I was joking. Qian Xiaoning laughed awkwardly.
Lu Feng chuckled along with her.
Oh, and Mr. Lu, you don't need to call me Manager Qian, just call me Xiaoning. Well, you don't have to call me Mr. Lu either. Just call me Lu Feng. Ah, but that feels too informal. How about I call you Brother Feng?
Sure, whatever you like. By now, they had arrived at the Mercedes-Benz dealership.
After they got out of the car, the Mercedes saleswoman hurried over. Sister Xiaoning, hello. We've been waiting here for you for quite some time. Lily, I never imagined that after so long, you'd become even more beautiful. Sister Xiaoning, you flatter me, you've become even more beautiful. Alright, let's skip the pleasantries and get right to business, time to pick out a car.
At the mention of car selection, Chang Li's face lit up with a smile. Another deal and commission in the works.
Chang Li promptly addressed Qian Xiaoning with respectful deference. Sister Xiaoning, what kind of car are you looking to purchase this time?
It's not for me, it's for Brother Feng. Qian Xiaoning pointed to Lu Feng beside her, indicating he was the focus of today's visit.
And what might this gentleman's name be? Chang Li promptly approached with respectful deference. Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, what kind of car might you be interested in purchasing? Why don't we head inside to take a look? What is your estimated price range, Mr. Lu? Price isn't an issue, just get me a good car. Lu Feng declared with great generosity.
Hearing Lu Feng's words, Chang Li's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, Mr. Lu, you're truly generous.
Please follow me. This is our latest model for this year. The design is truly elegant, and the price is very reasonable. Many high-end clients choose this vehicle.
Chang Li showed Lu Feng several models, but none particularly impressed him. Suddenly, however, Lu Feng spotted a model that caught his eye.
He had seen it online before, the Mercedes-Benz SLR 722. This model was a global limited edition, with a price tag that was nothing short of astronomical. Even with money, it wasn't guaranteed you could get your hands on one. You actually have a Mercedes-Benz SLR 722 here? Lu Feng exclaimed in delight.
Mr. Lu, this vehicle operates under different rules.
We must first verify your purchasing capacity and financial standing.
Additionally, only 500 units were produced globally.
The base price alone is 14 million yuan, excluding supplementary services. As an older model, it's largely sold out.
Even within our company, fewer than 10 units remain available for sale. Moreover, the vehicle you see here is merely a scale model, crafted to match the original dimensions.
However, its materials and interior details are identical to the actual car. Please feel free to take a look.
With that, Chang Li respectfully opened the door and invited Lu Feng inside for a look. Don't be fooled by it being a replica, this thing costs a fortune, priced at a whopping 2 yuan. If it gets even slightly damaged, she'd have to sell herself to cover the cost. So when Lu Feng stepped inside, Chang Li watched with palpable tension.
Is there an actual car available?
Lu Feng stepped inside to get a feel for it before asking directly.
Yes, we do. Are you sure you want to buy it, sir?
However, before proceeding with the purchase, we need to verify your bank account details. Although you're a friend brought by Sister Xiaoning and we trust you, these are mandatory procedures required by our superiors.
We hope you don't mind. No problem, no problem. Go ahead and verify it. Lu Feng said casually, handing over his bank card. Chapter 27, A Car for Commuting.
However, as Lu Feng pulled out his bank card, a 100 yuan bill tucked into his clothes suddenly fell to the floor. Cheng Li watched in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief. Carrying such a large sum of cash on him without any bodyguards was utterly absurd. "Sir, your money." Cheng Li quickly picked up the 100 yuan note from the floor and respectfully handed it to Lu Feng. "Oh, then hurry up and go verify the funds," Lu Feng said indifferently. No need. There's no need to verify it," Cheng Li hurriedly replied. Joking aside, a man who carries a 100 yuan bill on him couldn't possibly be unable to afford that car. Besides, their car, including all the fees, would cost no more than 20 yuan. Someone carrying a 100 yuan bill clearly had the means to buy it. And someone carrying a 100 yuan bill? It's hard to imagine just how deep his pockets really are. I see. When can I pick up the car then? Lu Feng inquired. Mr. Lu, this model is currently only available in Shanghai. We'll need to transport it from there, plus handle the necessary paperwork. The entire process will take about a week. A week? That long? Alright then. Lu Feng sighed resignedly, understanding that such a vehicle couldn't be delivered immediately. Go ahead and handle the paperwork. Here's the money. Lu Feng handed Cheng Li a 100 yuan bill from his pocket. Cheng Li stared at the 100 yuan bill in her hand, completely stunned. This was the first time she'd ever encountered someone paying for a car in cash. Sir, you're paying in cash? Yes, is there a problem? But such a large denomination, it's hard to make change. Are you kidding me? A dealership this big can't make change? No, sir, it's just that the denomination is too large. We don't have that much cash on hand. We'll need to request it from headquarters, so please wait a moment while I go speak with the manager, Cheng Li hurriedly explained. Alright, then hurry up and take care of it. Right away, sir. Cheng Li immediately dashed into the back office. Before long, Cheng Li emerged briskly with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was none other than Hua Ling, the manager of this Mercedes-Benz dealership. Hua Ling hurriedly approached Lu Feng with respect and said, "Esteemed Mr. Lu, we have already submitted your vehicle purchase request to the headquarters in Shanghai. Rest assured, we will expedite the paperwork for you. Regarding the payment, we need to transfer a large sum of cash from headquarters, so we kindly ask for your patience for a few more days. Once the funds arrive, we will promptly settle the payment with you. What do you think?" "Fine," Lu Feng replied. "I never imagined such a large dealership wouldn't even have a few dozen dollars on hand. Truly disappointing." Lu Feng couldn't help but retort. "We sincerely apologize, sir." Hua Ling was drenched in sweat. Who could have imagined someone would actually use such large bills to buy a car? This was their first time encountering such a situation, leaving them completely unprepared. "By the way, I'm looking for a daily driver. Do you have the Mercedes-Benz S600 here?" "Mr. Lu, we certainly do. Is it a vehicle in stock? One I can drive away today?" Lu Feng inquired. "Certainly, sir. If you'd like, we can process everything immediately and expedite the paperwork to ensure you can take the car within an hour. Would that work for you?" Hua Ling replied promptly. "Alright, I'll wait a moment then." Lu Feng nodded, inwardly surprised. Money truly does make things happen faster. Normally, even if you came to buy a car, it would be impossible to complete all the paperwork and drive away within an hour. But with your money, the dealership would leverage its connections to instantly handle everything for you, extremely simple and convenient. Meanwhile, the others present were stunned by Lu Feng's words. Buying an S600 just as a daily driver? That was beyond extravagant, utterly outrageous. 1 hour later, Cheng Li sat down and addressed Lu Feng. "Sir, all the paperwork for your car is complete. Here are the keys and relevant documents, please take good care of them. Oh, and Mr. Lu, would you mind adding me on WeChat? For any future matters regarding the vehicle, you can reach out to me anytime." "Really? So I can't contact you about anything else?" Lu Feng blurted out, his brain momentarily short-circuiting. Compared to Qian Xiaoning and Feng Yuqing, Cheng Li was slightly less striking, but she still had her own charm. She was quite attractive and had a certain allure. Cheng Li understood Lu Feng's implication perfectly. She smiled and nodded, replying, "Of course, whenever Mr. Lu needs assistance." Chapter 28, Looking for Trouble. Cheng Li's words sent a sudden flutter through Lu Feng's heart. Thankfully, they were in the office now, out of sight of Qian Xiaoning and Feng Xueqing. Otherwise, those two women would have been stunned speechless. "Just kidding, don't take it seriously." Lu Feng chuckled awkwardly, trying to lighten the mood. "But Mr. Lu, I wasn't joking. If you need it, I'm available anytime." Cheng Li pulled out her phone and displayed her WeChat QR code to Lu Feng. Lu Feng similarly pulled out his phone, scanned Chun Li's QR code, and added her as a contact. With a smile, he said, "Then I'll be counting on you for the car later. Once it's delivered, just give me a call." "Got it, Mr. Lu." Cheng Li nodded, her face beaming with delight, as if thrilled to have added a wealthy big shot on WeChat. "Alright then. We'll stay in touch if needed. I'll be heading out now."
Lu Feng stood up and said with a smile. Then, holding the car keys, Lu Feng walked over to the showroom and said to Qian Xiaoning and Feng Yuqing, "The car's ready. We can go now." "Okay." Feng Yuqing nodded. "Brother Feng, do you need a driver? Maybe I could drive you?" Qian Xiaoning asked promptly. "No need for a driver. I have my license and can drive. Yuling and I are heading to the movies and shopping afterward. Want to join us?" "Me? No thanks. I just remembered I have something to take care of at the bank. But if you need me for anything later, feel free to call anytime, anything at all," Qian Xiaoning added, flashing Lu Feng a flirtatious smile. Emotionally inexperienced Lu Feng couldn't resist such temptation. He nearly lost his composure. "Alright, then drive carefully on your way. Don't go too fast," Lu Feng replied awkwardly. "Don't worry, Brother Feng." With that, Qian Xiaoning drove off in her own car. Lu Feng took out his car keys, walked over to his newly purchased Mercedes, and got in. He then called out to Feng Yuqing, who was still standing outside, "Yuqing, hop in." Okay. Feng Yuqing nodded. Earlier, she'd seen both Qian Xiaoning and Chang Li subtly flirting with Lu Feng, which made her feel a bit anxious. After all, a handsome, wealthy guy like Lu Feng was bound to attract attention from many women. If she waited for him to make the first move, who knew how long that would take? Feng Yuqing decided to take the initiative. Lu Feng drove his new car, taking Feng Yuqing out for a spin. However, his driving skills weren't particularly good. Although he had a license, this was actually his first time behind the wheel since getting it. He drove cautiously. While he had some modest savings now, they were fixed and would eventually run out, so he had to be careful. Wu Si had been in a foul mood these past few days since Wang Chengtian dumped her. She couldn't figure out where she'd gone wrong being dumped out of the blue. Fortunately, her dating pool still had plenty of backups, and she quickly found her next rich second-generation catch. This rich kid might not be as wealthy as Wang Chengtian, but his family held some status in the city. "Zhou Xiao, look, there's a new Mercedes parked over there. I think I've seen that model before. Must be pretty pricey, huh?" Wu Si suddenly spotted a brand new Mercedes-Benz S600 and turned to ask young Master Zhou beside her. "That car? Not expensive at all, just $2,000. If I wanted one, it'd be a breeze. But my old man told me to keep a low profile, so he didn't get me one. Once I graduate, I'll definitely be driving something way above this class, at least a few tiers higher," Zhou Gu said with a look of disdain. "Look at this idiot, driving like he's never touched a steering wheel before. So slow. See, watch how I deal with him." With that, Zhou Hu suddenly accelerated, cutting in front of the Mercedes. He then began to deliberately speed up and slow down, gradually forcing the Mercedes into the farthest lane. Lu Feng glared at the BMW ahead, fuming. Is this BMW driver brain dead? What the hell is his problem? Lu Feng could tell the BMW was clearly targeting him. Damn it, is this never going to end? Fuming, Lu Feng slammed on the brakes and stopped. If you can't beat M, just avoid M. Young Master Zhou, you're amazing. Look, that idiot behind us got so frustrated he stopped. Wu Si exclaimed gleefully. This game was undeniably thrilling. Zhou Gu smirked smugly. That's nothing. Today I'll show you what real skill looks like. Lu Feng waited until the BMW ahead had pulled away a decent distance before restarting his car. But barely moments later, that same BMW reappeared in his rearview mirror. Worse still, it had positioned itself to completely block his path. Wherever Lu Feng tried to go, that car followed. Holy! Even Lu Feng, known for his temperament, couldn't help but curse under his breath. But just as he finished cursing, Lu Feng momentarily lost focus and his car collided with the BMW ahead. The two vehicles made intimate contact. Chapter 29, A Rental Car? Lu Feng was absolutely furious. The BMW in front had definitely done it on purpose. Before Lu Feng could even get out to confront the driver, the other party jumped out of their car and yelled at him, "Can you even drive? You rear-ended me, you know that?" Lu Feng couldn't believe the other driver was playing the victim, actually accusing him of rear-ending them. How shameless. Are you out of your mind? You clearly cut us off on purpose, and now you're blaming us for rear-ending you? How shameless can you be? Before Lu Feng could respond, Feng Yuqing spoke up first. Feng Yuqing? Zhou Wu stared in surprise at the girl before him. As a student at Mencheng University, he naturally recognized the pretty faces on campus. Zhou Hu? It's you? You're still as shameless as ever. Feng Yuqing stared at Zhou Gu warily. Zhou Gu had once pursued Feng Yuqing, but never succeeded. He'd even resorted to shameless tactics, hiring actors to stage a rescue the damsel in distress scenario only to be exposed by Feng Yuqing. Yuqing, this has nothing to do with me. It's just that his driving sucks. If you can't drive, why get on the road and endanger others? Wasting everyone's time like this is just damnable. Zhou Hu promptly shifted the blame onto Lu Feng. He eyed Lu Feng with a look of unfamiliarity, clearly not a big shot, just an easy target to manipulate. Naturally, he couldn't care less.
Just as Lu Feng was about to speak, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure stepping out of the car.
It was none other than Wu Si.
After getting out, Wu Si froze upon seeing Lu Feng. She glanced at the car and Feng Yuqing inside, then shot him a look of disgust.
Lu Feng, I never imagined you'd become this pathetic.
Renting a car to play the big shot just to pick up girls?
Do you really think you can fool anyone? It's laughable.
Wu Si shot her mocking words at Lu Feng without warning.
Hearing Wu Si's words, Zhou looked puzzled and asked, "See, you know this guy? Who is he?" "Nothing.
Just some broke loser who stalked me for a while. Never thought he'd start renting cars to pretend he's a rich kid now.
What a loser."
Then Wu Si turned to Feng Yuqing. "Hey, sweetheart, open your eyes. He's just a broke loser, a useless piece of trash.
He's definitely not some rich kid. You better keep your eyes peeled."
Feng Yuqing looked utterly speechless at Wu Si's words, but instead of explaining, she simply wrapped her arm around Lu Feng's and declared, "I don't care if Brother Feng is rich or poor, I love him.
I'm not with him because of his money." Feng Yuqing looked at Wu Si as if she were staring at a fool.
Calling Lu Feng not a rich kid but a useless piece of trash, how dare she say that? Feng Yuqing had seen Lu Feng withdraw a whopping 500 yuan from the bank with her own eyes. While she didn't know exactly how much Lu Feng had, she was certain he was definitely a hidden rich kid. Those so-called rich kids like Wang Chengtian couldn't hold a candle to him. Hearing Feng Yuqing's words, Wu Si's face flushed with indignation.
"You're beyond redemption. Lu Feng, I truly despise you. If you're a man, own up to it." Facing Wu Si's confrontation, Lu Feng gave a faint smile before replying nonchalantly, "Admit? Admit what? I'm starting to think you're mentally unstable. Didn't you get the hint when Wang Chengtian broke up with you?"
"You're the one who broke up with me," she snapped.
"I knew it. Did you tell him something?"
Wu Si finally understood, pointing an accusing finger at Lu Feng as she shouted angrily.
"I can't be bothered explaining. Get out of my way, I've got things to do."
Lu Feng said indifferently.
"Lu Feng, you idiot.
Renting a car to pick up girls, and now you've wrecked it. You'll probably have to work for months just to pay for the damage.
Look at you pretending. And after crashing the car, you think you can just walk away? Are you kidding me? Get ready to pay up." Wu Si was overjoyed inside.
Similarly, Zhou suddenly snapped at Lu Feng, "Bro, I don't care what your deal is with Si and Yuqing, but you rear-ended someone.
Now tell me, how do we fix this? What should we do? What do you want to do?"
Lu Feng replied indifferently.
"Pay up. Look what you did to my thick rear end.
I'll have to shell out big bucks to fix this.
Probably need to replace the entire back panel. Given the damage, it's gonna cost you a pretty penny." "A few pennies?" Lu Feng's mind was filled with question marks. "Listen up, 5 cents compensation, not a penny less,"
Wu Si retorted, her tone sharp and unyielding.
Lu Feng searched his pockets but couldn't find a single penny.
The smallest coin he had was a 1 yuan piece. Besides, this wasn't even their fault. But Lu Feng wasn't in the mood to listen to their nagging. He pulled out a 1 yuan coin and tossed it to Zhou, snapping, "Here's a yuan. Keep the change. Now get out of my way." Zhou stared at the coin in his hand in disbelief, checking it several times before realizing it was indeed a 1 yuan coin. Wu Si beside him was equally astonished, clearly not expecting Lu Feng to produce such a fortune of 1 yuan. A hint of greed flickered in Zhou's eyes as he looked at Lu Feng and said with a smile, "Hold on, 1 yuan probably won't be enough. How can you be like this? It's clearly your fault. Not only did you play the victim, but now you're complaining about the money? I've never seen someone so shameless." Feng Yuqing couldn't hold back any longer and lashed out at Zhou. "What do you mean I'm shameless? You were the one who rear-ended me first. This is clearly your fault, okay?" Zhou retorted defiantly. Lu Feng watched as the traffic grew heavier. If they didn't resolve this quickly, it could cause a traffic jam. "What exactly do you want?" Lu Feng snorted coldly and demanded of Zhou. "Compensation. I said 1 yuan isn't enough. Then how much do you want?" 5 yuan. "At least 5 yuan. Zhou sneered. "Zhou, have you lost your mind? That piece of junk of yours probably isn't even worth 5 bucks. 5 bucks could buy you several cars like that. You're just trying to extort me." Feng Yuqing shouted angrily. Chapter 30, Who the hell are you? Kid, if you're a man, step out from behind that woman. Mark my words, you're paying up today, whether you like it or not. Zhou grabbed Lu Feng by the collar. Lu Feng gently pushed Zhou's hand away and replied calmly, "So you just want compensation? 5 yuan? 10 yuan? 20 yuan? I've got plenty. Hold on, I'll find someone to handle this with you." "Someone?" Zhou snorted. "Let me tell you, bringing someone in won't help. I'm not without connections either. Even if you find someone, you're still fully at fault for the rear-end collision. You won't get out of paying." Zhou snorted coldly. "Lu Feng, you've got to be kidding me. 5 bucks? 10 bucks? You've probably never seen that much money in your life. I'll be damned if I don't see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. Wu Si sneered coldly. Lu Feng ignored Wu Si completely. He pulled out his phone, found Mile Li from the dealership, and dialed her number.
Hello, Mr. Lu.
Hi, Li. I just picked up the Mercedes from your dealership and it got into an accident.
Could you send someone to handle it? I've got things to do. Ha? Mr. Lu, was this your fault or the other parties?
They hit my car first, and now they're trying to blame me for rear-ending them.
Lu Feng told the truth.
Meanwhile, Zhou Hu bellowed angrily beside him. Kid, don't you dare talk nonsense.
You clearly rear-ended them. Who the hell swerved out of the way?
Zhou Gu's voice was loud enough for Chang Li to hear. Chang Li turned to Lu Feng and said, Mr. Lu, rest assured. We've installed a comprehensive dashcam in your car. If it's the other party's fault, the dashcam will capture it.
What do they want now? Go through insurance procedures?
They want me to pay compensation $5.
Lu Feng chuckled.
Rest assured, Mr. Lu.
Leave this matter to us.
I'll bring a specialized lawyer to handle it.
You won't lose a single penny.
Chang Li assured him.
All right, hurry up. I've got things to do. Oh, and do I need to leave my car here? I have plans later and need to drive it.
Mr. Lu, rest assured.
We'll be there immediately.
We just need to take some photos, and afterward, your car can be used normally.
It won't affect your daily use at all.
Then you'd better hurry, don't block traffic.
Rest assured, Mr. Lu. We've checked your car's GPS location, it's not far from us. We guarantee we'll be at your location within 10 minutes.
All right, I understand.
We'll wait for you then.
With that, Lu Feng hung up.
Pretend all you want. I'll see how long you can keep it up.
Wu Si wore a look of utter contempt, clearly not taking Lu Feng seriously. Zhou Gu, however, looked worried. He turned to Lu Feng and asked, So, how are we going to handle this situation today?
No problem. The people I called will be here soon. After that, they and the lawyer will handle the discussion with you.
Lu Feng replied indifferently.
Lawyers? Who exactly are you? Zhou Gu was now genuinely worried.
This Mercedes-Benz S600 was the latest model, and from a quick glance, its specs weren't low-end. If purchased outright, it would likely cost several $100,000. Someone who could afford such a car was probably someone with some clout, not just some nobody. If he'd offended someone important, it could be a case of losing more than he gained. Young Master Zhou, you have absolutely nothing to fear from him. This guy is just a lowlife with no real standing. I saw him putting on an act earlier. He's a seasoned con artist.
Wu Si simply couldn't believe Lu Feng could have pulled anyone in.
She knew him inside out, his family, his usual circle, and was utterly convinced he couldn't possibly afford a Mercedes.
She was certain it was rented. Who it is doesn't matter. Someone will be here soon.
Lu Feng said calmly, showing no sign of panic.
Just see how long you can keep up the act.
Wu Si sneered coldly.
Before long, several Mercedes-Benz vehicles pulled up alongside the road.
Chang Li, wearing high heels and followed by several people, jogged briskly to Lu Feng's car.
Chang Li addressed Lu Feng respectfully. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Mr. Lu. We've brought the lawyer and the necessary team.
Once we finish taking photos, you'll be free to leave. As she spoke, Chang Li exchanged a glance with the people behind her.
2 staff members then walked up to the car, inspected its condition, and took several more photographs. Should I copy the dashcam footage for you? Lu Feng asked Chang Li. No need, Mr. Lu. The dashcam is linked to our store's cloud storage. All recordings sync directly to our system.
On the way here, I had attorney Zhao review the footage.
You bear no responsibility for this accident whatsoever. You may leave immediately,
Chang Li said with a smile. But Wu Si chuckled beside her and remarked, Lu Feng, I never would have guessed you'd become such a skilled actor.
You even hired extras. That must have cost you a pretty penny, right?
Shut up, you idiot. Zhou Hu shouted angrily. Due to his family connections, Zhou Hu had met staff at Mercedes-Benz dealerships before. More importantly, he recognized the lawyer behind Chang Li Zhao, who was one of the top attorneys in Mencheng. Rumor had it Zhao had never lost a case, a true undefeated champion. These people were absolutely incapable of staging a performance. Zhou Hu nervously approached lawyer Zhao and said, Mr. Zhao, I'm surprised to see you here.
Is this minor matter really worth your time?
Zhao glanced at Zhou, then pushed his glasses up.
Mr. Zhou, I'm afraid this isn't a trivial matter.
Mr. Lu is my client, and this involves extortion. It's no small thing.
Extortion? How could that be? You must be mistaken.
Zhou Hu's face betrayed his anxiety.
Chapter 31, A Generous Gesture. Zhou Gu knew this lawyer Zhao well.
If lawyer Zhao decided to take him to court, he stood no chance of winning. According to my client, you are suspected of intentionally cutting off his vehicle and extorting 5 yuan from him.
This is factual, Mr. Zhou. I advise you to find yourself a lawyer now. However, my personal suggestion is that you don't bother, because in Mencheng, no one can beat me in court.
Attorney Zhao wore an expression of absolute confidence.
Moreover, Mr. Zhou, the evidence in your case is irrefutable. The entire chain of evidence is rock solid. Even on a global scale, I firmly believe no one could possibly win this lawsuit against me. Hearing Attorney Zhao's words, Zhou expression immediately darkened. Attorney Zhao, you're taking this way too seriously. I was just joking with this guy, it's hardly extortion. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Zhou then hurriedly turned to Lu Feng. Sorry, brother. My mind wasn't clear just now, I was a bit dazed and made a joke. It was my fault. I didn't notice I hit you with the car. I'll cover all the damages. You'll pay? How much do you think you can afford? $5? 10? 20? Lu Feng gave him a cold, mocking smile. It can't cost that much, bro. I admit I messed up, it's all my fault. It's all this woman's doing. She was the one who talked me into it in the car earlier. Please don't take it personally. How about this? 1 yuan, I'll compensate you with 1 yuan. Is that okay? Zhou knew he'd hit a brick wall today. He cursed Wu Si in his mind over and over. Now he finally understood why Wang Chengtian had broken up with this guy. Turns out he was a total money pit, and he'd really screwed him over. 1 yuan? Ha! Do you really think I'm short on a single yuan? Lu Feng sneered coldly. Smack! A sharp slap echoed as Zhou's hand struck Wu Si's face. Wu Si was stunned into silence. Young Master Zhou, you. Damn it, it's all your fault. Now get over there and apologize to him. Me? Make me apologize to him? I can't. Impossible. Wu Si stared at Lu Feng before her and blurted out. If you don't apologize, you think I won't have people take you out? You've made my life miserable, so I'll make yours miserable too. Zhou's second slap instantly swelled Wu Si's cheek. Only now did Wu Si clearly realize that Lu Feng was no longer the same person he used to be. Recalling the earlier conversation between Wang Chengtian and Lu Feng, she finally understood why. What she couldn't grasp, however, was why Lu Feng had suddenly become so wealthy. She found it incomprehensible, utterly baffling. He was just a penniless loser before. How could things have turned out like this? But Wu Si knew that if Zhou said he could do those things, he certainly could. The companies in Zhou's family were already somewhat shady. Hiring someone to kill her seemed entirely within Zhou's capabilities. So at this moment, she was afraid and had no choice but to lower her head. I'm sorry. Lu Feng gave Wu Si a cold glance, unwilling to waste any more time on this. He turned directly to Zhou and said, Fine, let's just drop it. As for your 1 yuan, donate it. Consider it a lesson learned. Yes, thank you. I'll remember today. Zhou nodded hastily. Lu Feng then turned to Cheng Li and the others. Let's call it even on this matter. You've all been through enough today. Here, divide this among yourselves. After all, it's never easy to get out here. Saying this, Lu Feng fished around in his pockets and handed Cheng Li the few coins he had. Cheng Li stared at the 4 or 5 1 yuan coins Lu Feng handed her, somewhat incredulous. Mr. Lu, you're giving all this to us? Yes, take it. You've earned it. This is far too much, Mr. Lu. We don't need this much. Cheng Li was genuinely stunned by Lu Feng's generosity. Zhou, standing nearby, was so astonished his jaw nearly dropped. He finally understood why the man hadn't cared about his single yuan. This was someone who casually pulled out several yuan to tip others. How could such a person possibly be short of his measly yuan? At the same time, Zhou felt a twinge of relief. Thankfully, he'd humbled himself earlier instead of compounding his mistake. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. A tycoon of this caliber was simply not someone he could afford to provoke. As for Wu Si, she was completely dumbfounded. Today's events had hit her like a ton of bricks. She felt as if she were dreaming, and a wave of regret washed over her. That woman in the Mercedes could have been hers, yet now she belonged to Feng Yuqing. Chapter 32, Doing Bad Things. Wu Si knew Zhou would never stay with her after today's events, so she had to find her next target quickly. Wu Si carefully replayed the events in her mind. Lu Feng had initially intended to pursue the matter, but after she de-apologized proactively, he de-dropped it. This clearly meant Lu Feng still cared about her. Lu Feng still cares about me. Yes, that must be it. He pursued me for so long, he must still have feelings. He couldn't just let go of me so quickly. As long as I soften my stance and say the right words, he'll definitely come back to me. And most importantly, Lu Feng had suddenly become so wealthy. This had long stirred Wu Si's heart. But just as Wu Si was about to speak to Lu Feng, she realized he had already driven away. She wanted to chase after him, but how could she possibly outrun a car on foot? Seeing she couldn't catch up, Wu Si could only return to Zhou's side, her voice filled with hurt as she said, Young Master Zhou, I. Before Wu Si could finish, Zhou slapped her across the face and roared, Shut up, you. Do you have any idea how close you came to getting me killed? Wang Chengtian was right, you're nothing but trouble. I was a fool to believe your lies. Now get the hell out of here. Wu Si clutched her stinging cheek, tears of humiliation streaming down her face. In that moment, Wu Si finally understood Lu Feng's kindness. No matter how she treated him, whether she yelled at him, hit him, or cursed at him, Lu Feng always responded with a smile. He never once got angry, let alone hit her back. I have to win Lu Feng back. He's mine, and no one can take him away. He's mine. Wu Si silently encouraged herself. Meanwhile, Feng Yuqing sat in Lu Feng's car and asked him, "Brother Feng, was that your ex-girlfriend from before?" "Not really. We never dated. I pursued her for a long time, but she never agreed. Honestly, I'm actually grateful she didn't. It helped me see her true colors." Lu Feng replied with a smile. "Ah, Brother Feng pursued her for so long? And she still didn't agree? Really? Of course it's true. But back then, my circumstances weren't great. I prefer to keep a low profile and don't like flaunting wealth, so..." Upon hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Feng Yuqing instantly understood. "I never knew Brother Feng was so low-key back then. Brother Feng, where are we going next?" "To the movies, like I said before. But first, we're going shopping for clothes." "Clothes? What for?" Feng Yuqing looked utterly confused. Lu Feng suddenly looked at Feng Yuqing with a playful expression, then whispered to her with a mischievous grin, "Shopping for clothes opens up all sorts of possibilities. You'll see." Seeing Lu Feng's mischievous grin, Feng Yuqing flushed red and retorted with a humph. "Brother Feng always knows how to be naughty and tease me." Seeing Feng Yuqing's lack of strong reaction, Lu Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He wasn't sure if it was his own charm increasing or the allure of money growing stronger. In the past, if he joked around like this with girls, he would have been labeled a hooligan, cursed at, or even beaten. But now, it had turned into playful flirting. The difference was truly staggering. This only emboldened Lu Feng further. He thought to himself, since the heavens have given me this chance, it'd be a shame not to indulge. I'd be doing myself a disservice. Especially when he recalled his past groveling behavior, his impulses surged even stronger. Perhaps this was what they called a vindictive mindset. Lu Feng brought Feng Yuqing to the mall, deliberately taking her to those luxury clothing stores that used to make his heart ache whenever he saw them. He had bought similar clothes before, but back then, it had cost him several months' worth of part-time wages to purchase them for Wu Si. Who would have thought she'd dismiss them as unattractive and give them away? That had broken his heart for a long time. Now, the prices of these luxury items? Lu Feng wouldn't even bat an eye at buying not just one piece, but the entire store. "Pick whatever you like," Lu Feng declared generously to Feng Yuqing. "Really, Brother Feng?" Feng Yuqing exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight. "Of course it's true." Lu Feng smiled as he replied. Feng Yuqing came from a modest family background. Luxury clothing in these stores was something she'd never even dared to dream about before, and now she was utterly delighted. Lu Feng had to admit that while these clothes were expensive, they were undeniably gorgeous. They truly shone when worn by someone with a great figure and pretty face. Lu Feng selected a few pieces he liked and had Feng Yuqing try them on. They perfectly matched his aesthetic, giving her an exceptionally fresh and youthful look, a classic innocent schoolgirl style. He then specifically picked out a long black coat, carefully checking its opacity to ensure no light could pass through. Only then did he feel satisfied. Feng Yuqing then picked out 2 or 3 more outfits she liked, bringing the total to 7 or 8 pieces. Lu Feng paid for all of them. Knowing cash might be inconvenient for them, he simply swiped his card much easier. All 8 outfits together only cost 1 yuan and 30 cents. Feng Yuqing looked at the long black coat Lu Feng had specifically chosen and asked him with a puzzled look, "Brother Feng, why did you specifically buy this black coat? And you even emphasized the opacity. Does it have some meaning?" Hearing Feng Yuqing's question, Lu Feng flashed a mischievous grin before whispering softly into her ear, "This coat is obviously for the movie theater. It's less crowded at night, and the lighting is dim. I'll drape it over my lap, and you can hide underneath it. No one will notice." Ha. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Feng Yuqing blushed so fiercely she wanted to sink into the ground. She playfully punched him a few times with her tiny fists and said coyly, "Brother Feng, you're so naughty." Chapter 33, Feng Yuqing's thoughts. Feng Yuqing didn't object. She knew that to keep this man by her side, her usual reserve and dignity were useless. Lu Feng wasn't like other men. He was wealthy, accomplished, and handsome. It was inevitable that women would flock to him. Seeing Feng Yuqing's reaction emboldened Lu Feng even more. It seemed that with money, many things truly changed. It was evening now, and they headed to the cinema, deliberately choosing a screening with fewer people. Upon entering the theater, they found only a few scattered people in the front rows. Otherwise, the entire auditorium was empty. Lu Feng and Feng Yuqing found seats directly behind 2 girls. This unexpected proximity sparked an unusual, thrilling tension in both their hearts. Though the girls occasionally glanced back, Lu Feng's clothing's light-transmitting properties and his near-silent movements kept them from noticing. However, it was clear the girls in front had noticed something was off. After all, Feng Yuqing had suddenly disappeared for a while and hadn't left the theater, which was bound to raise suspicions. When the movie ended, Feng Yuqing felt utterly exhausted, especially her knees and mouth, which ached terribly.
After leaving the theater, Feng Yuqing went to the restroom and vomited for quite some time, rinsing her mouth repeatedly before returning.
How are you? Are you okay? Lu Feng asked with concern. Feng Yuqing shook her head. I'm fine, Feng. Where should we go next?
As she spoke, Feng Yuqing could still smell Lu Feng's scent all over her. Even after rinsing her mouth, the illusion lingered.
Won't you get in trouble for not going back to the dorm tonight? Lu Feng asked with a smile. No way. I already told my roommate, and besides, I'm a senior now, they don't even do dorm checks anymore. Most people have gone off for internships. I'm only staying in the dorm temporarily because I'm doing online live streaming. Feng Yuqing said, her cheeks flushed. You told them in advance?
Yuling, I didn't realize you were in such a rush.
Lu Feng laughed heartily. No way. I didn't. Feng Ge, you're so mean. If you keep this up, I'm ignoring you. Feng Yuqing pouted playfully. Well then, let's go. We can't keep our beauty waiting.
Lu Feng led Feng Yuqing to a nearby hotel. After each taking a shower, they lay on the bed, both visibly tense. It was their first time for both of them, so they naturally couldn't be too relaxed. Finally, Lu Feng gritted his teeth, turned off the lights, pulled the covers over them, and began the battle. The next morning, Lu Feng stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. He hadn't expected his first time would be with the school's most beautiful girl. Looking at Feng Yuqing still fast asleep, Lu Feng gently stroked her silky hair, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him.
Brother Feng, you're awake? I'll make you breakfast.
As she spoke, Feng Yuqing tried to get out of bed. But as soon as she stepped down, she lost her balance and nearly fell. Fortunately, Lu Feng reacted quickly, catching her in his arms. All right. You just stay in bed and rest. I'll make breakfast for you. Lu Feng smiled, pinching Feng Yuqing's nose affectionately. Lu Feng had never come from a wealthy family, so cooking breakfast himself was perfectly normal.
While it wasn't gourmet cuisine, at least it wasn't bad.
The hotel they were staying at was Muncheng's highest-rated 5-star luxury suite hotel. The room was fully equipped, making it a breeze to whip up a simple breakfast. Lu Feng soon brought the fried eggs and soy milk to Feng Yuqing.
Brother Feng, I feel so incredibly happy.
Feng Yuqing gazed at Lu Feng with eyes full of love. For a moment, she felt that yesterday's impulsive decision had been absolutely right. She had always yearned for a sweet, romantic love, and this moment undoubtedly embodied the very kind of love she had envisioned. The only possible difference was Lu Feng's background.
Feng Yuqing understood that marriages within wealthy families were incredibly complex.
For an ordinary person like her, becoming the wife of someone like Lu Feng was extremely difficult. She didn't even aspire to be Lu Feng's wife. As long as he wouldn't abandon her, continued to cherish her, provided her with immense material fulfillment, and offered some emotional comfort, that would be more than enough. Feng Yuqing had once believed she would never be like those gold diggers on TV, bowing to money over love. But since starting her internship in her senior year, she had deeply experienced the harsh realities of society. She had interned at 2 companies, but each exploited her relentlessly, either paying pitiful wages or, worse, having bosses who disgustingly tried to force workplace sexual favors. Driven by desperation, she ultimately turned to live streaming.
All that toxic TV advice about sacrificing everything for love?
Feng Yuqing saw it as pure nonsense. Without a material foundation, everything crumbles like sand. She wasn't being cynical, this was simply the reality of today's world. The saying poverty breeds discord holds more than a grain of truth. Alright, get some rest today. Your body can't handle moving around right now. I've already used your phone to call in sick for you at school, so just stay in bed and relax. Lu Feng said with a smile.
Ha? How did you get me excused? Feng Yuqing looked utterly bewildered.
With your phone, of course. I called your best friend and roommate and had her take the leave for you. Lu Feng said casually.
What? My best friend? Which best friend?
Feng Yuqing's face was now filled with shock, as if something major had happened.
I think it's someone named Su Xiao Xiao. Lu Feng thought for a moment before answering. What? Xiao Xiao? Oh no. That big mouth Xiao Xiao, now everyone will definitely know about my situation. Chapter 34, Li Wei's Crisis. Feng Yuqing looked as pale as a ghost. It's fine. So they know. Dating isn't something to be ashamed of. Should I go talk to them for you? Lu Feng asked. No need. Such a small matter doesn't require bothering Brother Feng. Feng Yuqing hurriedly replied. Alright, hurry up and eat breakfast. I've got something to take care of later. You rest well in your room. If you're feeling better and can move around, head back to school. I'll find you later. Okay, Brother Feng. Feng Yuqing nodded obediently. She understood that Lu Feng, being a wealthy second-generation heir, must be quite busy and couldn't spend all day with her. Oh, Feng Ge, can I ask you something? Feng Yuqing suddenly called out to Lu Feng's retreating figure. What is it? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. Was last night your first time too, Feng? I felt like you weren't very experienced. Feng Yuqing suddenly chuckled. Damn it, you want to practice again, huh? Not very experienced? Just wait a few days, I'll show you what real experience looks like. Lu Feng retorted irritably.
Seeing Lu Feng's reaction, Feng Yuqing felt a surge of excitement and sweetness in her heart, mixed with a hint of secret delight. Feng Yuqing had assumed someone like Lu Feng, a rich kid, couldn't possibly be a virgin.
But she never imagined he actually was. Thank goodness she'd acted decisively and made her move early yesterday.
Otherwise, who knows, some other vixen might have snatched him away. After all, Feng Yuqing had seen it with her own eyes yesterday, that manager from the bank and that saleswoman from the car dealership. Both of them had been staring at her Finga with eyes full of desire.
Who knew which one might have secretly climbed into Finga's bed?
But now, it was all good.
From now on, no matter who came along, she could claim to be the pioneer, Finga's first, the big sister. After leaving the hotel, Lu Feng pulled out his phone and dialed Li Wei's number. When Lu Feng woke up that morning, he discovered Li Wei had actually sent him a message, as if she needed something from him. Lu Feng, you finally called. What's up? Is something wrong? Where are you now? Could you come to XX company?
Hearing Li Wei mention that company, Lu Feng suddenly recalled a news alert that popped up on his phone a few days ago. It seemed this company was facing bankruptcy due to some debt issues.
This company seemed to be Li Wei's family business.
Lu Feng instantly understood why Li Wei had contacted him.
Alright, I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Lu Feng didn't refuse.
A few dozen bucks wasn't a big deal.
Lu Feng drove his Mercedes toward Li Wei's family company.
When Lu Feng arrived at the company, he discovered there wasn't even a security guard at the entrance. It seemed they'd reached such dire straits that they couldn't even afford security anymore. With no other option, Lu Feng took the elevator up to the floor Li Wei had specified. Upon reaching the designated floor, he saw the vast company premises completely deserted. The main doors stood wide open, and the interior had been practically stripped bare. It looked like the company was on the verge of declaring bankruptcy, essentially waiting for liquidation.
Lu Feng headed straight for the manager's office.
But before he reached the office door, he heard voices coming from inside.
Li Wei was inside the office, on the verge of tears.
She never imagined her father, whom she had always respected and loved, would sell her out just to secure investment.
I refuse, Dad. I won't stand for this. The company going under has nothing to do with me. Why should I bear the consequences of your mistakes? I'll never agree to marry that Chow young master unless I'm dead.
Li Wei cried, her teeth clenched.
Li Wei, you have no choice in this matter. You are a member of the Li family. What's wrong with contributing to the family?
Besides, you wouldn't be at a disadvantage with young Master Chow. While his character may be questionable, he is wealthy.
He can ensure you live comfortably in the future. And our family desperately needs their investment right now. Dad, am I still your own daughter? Don't you know what kind of man that Chow Daishao is? He doesn't treat women like human beings. Are you really trying to drive your daughter to her death? Li Wei cried out. Chapter 35, isn't this just selling your daughter?
The young Master Chow Li Wei referred to was none other than Chow Shaoqin, the eldest son of the Chow family from Mencheng. He was notoriously spoiled and arrogant, a complete second-generation playboy who indulged in women with extreme cruelty.
Few women could endure his treatment for even a month.
Li Wei's father, Li Qinghao, now wore a face of utter helplessness. If there were any other way, he would never have sent his daughter into Chow Shaoqin's clutches. But at this moment, Chow Shaoqin was the only person who could help the Li family. Li Wei's mother, Xiao Ting, gazed at her daughter with heart-wrenching sorrow. Yet, considering the Li family's dire straits, she could only plead with Li Wei, Xiao Wei, we truly have no other choice. Your parents raised you from infancy, nurtured you, and spent so much on your education. Now the entire Li family is facing bankruptcy. Soon, we might not even have a place to live. Could you bear to see your parents living under a bridge, eating coarse bran and pickled vegetables? I'm not saying I won't help you. I've already reached out to my friend and classmate. He seemed pretty well off before he should be able to assist us. Li Wei hurriedly replied. Your classmate? Come on, Wei, stop joking. How much could your classmate possibly have? He couldn't possibly help us. Li Qinghao sighed. Hearing Li Qinghao's words, Li Wei felt a twinge of unease. While she knew Lu Feng was wealthy, she had no idea exactly how much he had. Their family's loss this time amounted to a full 300 yuan, far beyond what an ordinary household could afford. Moreover, she and Lu Feng weren't particularly close, they'd only met yesterday and had a brief chat. Asking him to cover this 300 yuan hole seemed downright impossible. Just then, as Lu Feng stood at the doorway preparing to enter, an impatient voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Who the hell are you, security? Get out of my way. Don't hold me up. Lu Feng was startled by the sudden sound, frowned, and turned to glance behind him, only to find 3 people had appeared there without his noticing. 2 men and 1 woman. 1 man and 1 woman stood together in front, arm in arm, while the other trailed behind them, likely a subordinate or bodyguard. The man in front held his head high with an air of arrogance, his expression brimming with arrogance. He strode up to Lu Feng and barked angrily, got any sense? Why the hell aren't you opening the door for me? Lu Feng frowned, his expression clearly displeased, but he said nothing.
Opening a door was no big deal, he was going inside anyway. So Lu Feng simply pushed the door open.
Inside the office, Li Qinghao and Xiao Ting heard the commotion.
Glancing at the figure at the door, they immediately exclaimed with delight, "Oh, young Master Chow. We never expected you to arrive so quickly. We've been waiting for you here for quite some time."
The new arrivals were none other than Xiao Xiaoqin. Xiao Xiaoqin strode in without a second thought and sat down in the seat of honor. The woman beside him promptly sat on his lap, her face radiating allure. Though not as beautiful as Li Wei, she possessed an excellent figure and decent looks, a rare beauty indeed. Xiao Xiaoqin paid no heed to the others present, immediately starting to fondle the woman sitting on his lap. His hands roamed freely, making her giggle shyly and giggle. Seeing this, Li Qinghao and Xiao Ting both looked utterly awkward, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Feng stood at the doorway, hesitating to enter.
He simply wanted to see who this man was. "Mr. Chow, about that investment in our company you mentioned earlier, what do you think?"
Despite the awkwardness, Li Qinghao couldn't help but speak up first. After all, they couldn't just stand there in this tense standoff. "I already said investment is absolutely no problem.
But I want her."
Xiao Xiaoqin pointed at Li Wei before him, his face twisted into a lecherous grin as his gaze roamed shamelessly over her body.
"Impossible, Xiao Xiaoqin. You're dreaming. What do you mean, bring a woman? What do you take me for?" Li Wei couldn't help but snap. "What do you think I am? Aren't you just a money-grubbing whore? If you want money, just ask for it. Trying to play the virtuous lady while being a whore? People like you are so boring. We're all adults here, why beat around the bush? Do you really think you could ever walk through the doors of the Chow family?" Xiao Xiaoqin sneered at Li Wei. "You bastard." Li Wei was so furious she felt like she might explode. Even Li Qinghao and Xiao Ting's expressions darkened considerably. Being humiliated like this at someone's doorstep was unbearable for anyone. But considering the company's current predicament, Li Qinghao had no choice but to swallow his anger. "Xiao Wei, shut up." Li Qinghao snapped at Li Wei, then turned to Xiao Xiaoqin with a forced smile. "Young Master Chow, what about the investment amount we discussed earlier? Too much. 400 is impossible. In my view, your daughter is worth 100 at most. I'll give you 100. Xiao Xiaoqin said indifferently. "What? Only 100? Young Master Chow, that's not what we agreed upon earlier. Didn't we settle on 400? Li Qinghao instantly grew agitated at the mention of 100. "It was indeed 400 before, but now that I've seen the goods, I'm not satisfied. With that temperament, I don't think she's worth 400 at all. 100, take it or leave it," Xiao Xiaoqin said coldly. Li Qinghao was now in a bind. 100 yuan wouldn't solve the company's predicament at all. Without 400, his company simply couldn't be saved. "Li Qinghao, Xiao Ting, do you really see me as nothing but a commodity? That people can just name their price? Do you have any humanity left? I'm your own flesh and blood. How can you be so heartless?" Li Wei's tears fell unceasingly. Her heart had turned completely cold. Faced with such humiliation, her parents not only failed to help her but were actually negotiating a price with the other party? Did they really think she was here to be sold? "You needn't agonize over it. Since you're selling a daughter anyway, what difference does it make which one? I suggest you sell her to me." At that moment, Lu Feng slowly walked in from outside. Chapter 36, You Dare Oppose the Chow Family? Facing Lu Feng's sudden appearance, Xiao Xiaoqin frowned and roared angrily, "Where did this stinking idiot come from? Get the hell out of here." Lu Feng ignored Xiao Xiaoqin's words and walked straight up to Li Qinghao. "Earlier, you were trying to sell your daughter for 400 yuan, right? Since he can't afford it, I can. How about you sell her to me instead?" Seeing Lu Feng, Li Wei felt a surge of hope, but her expression instantly fell when she heard his words. "You can invest 400 into my company?" Li Qinghao stared at Lu Feng in disbelief, his face thick with skepticism. "What? Don't believe me?" Without further ado, Lu Feng pulled 400 yuan bills from his pocket and slammed them onto the table. "Do you believe me now?" he asked coldly. Seeing the 400 yuan bills on the table, Li Qinghao's face was filled with disbelief. His expression quickly changed, and he hurriedly said, "I believe you, I believe you. May I ask your name, young master?" "What I'm called doesn't matter. Can you sell your daughter to me now?" Lu Feng said coldly. Lu Feng couldn't muster any kindness toward parents like these. If they weren't Li Wei's parents, he'd have cursed Li Qinghao and Xiao Ting to high heaven. "Sir, your words are truly offensive. Xiao Wei is my daughter, whom I've raised with great effort all these years. How dare you speak like this?" Li Qinghao protested awkwardly. Lu Feng chuckled, then pulled out another $50 bill and slammed it on the table. Fine. Esteemed sir, I'll leave my daughter in your hands from now on. You may do with her as you please." Seeing the money, Li Qinghao was overcome with excitement. Beside him, Xiao Ting gripped his arm tightly, unable to believe this was real. Hearing her father's words, Li Wei's face instantly turned ashen. It was truly hard to believe that her own biological father could utter such words. Hey, buddy, don't you think you're being a bit much? When buying things, it's first come, first served. Isn't this a bit unfair? Xiao Shaoqin glared at Lu Feng with a dark expression. Xiao Shaoqin didn't yell at Lu Feng like before. Instead, his attitude toward him had shifted. After all, someone carrying over 400 yuan in cash couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. Not just him, but even his father, the head of the Chao family, one of the four great families of Mencheng, would never carry that much cash when going out. Having a few dozen yuan in cash was already remarkable. After all, this was cash, real, liquid funds, not fixed assets. Enough of this nonsense. Since ancient times, purchasing goods has been the domain of those with money and means. If you disagree, feel free to make an offer. Lu Feng snorted coldly. I'm from the Chao family of Mencheng. You dare go against my family? Seeing Lu Feng refuse to give him face, Xiao Shaoqin resorted to invoking the Chao family's prestige, attempting to intimidate Lu Feng. So what if it's the Chao family? Even if the head of the Chao family himself showed up, I wouldn't be afraid. Lu Feng said nonchalantly. He didn't know a soul from the Chao family or any other family, and had no idea how powerful this so-called Chao family of Mencheng really was. Right now, Lu Feng felt pretty damn powerful. In this era of inflation, his savings of over 10,000 yuan weren't something to scoff at. Even if the wealthiest man in Yanxia showed up, what could he do? The wealthiest man in Yanxia might have staggering assets, but how much of that was truly liquid cash? Right now, Lu Feng held the equivalent of 1 billion yuan in liquid assets before inflation had eroded its value. 100 billion in liquid assets? Only a conglomerate could muster that kind of firepower. So even if Lu Feng really did run into the wealthiest man in Yanxia, it wouldn't be a problem. Seeing Lu Feng so unyielding and confident, Xiao Shaoqin could only swallow his anger. He shoved the woman off him, stood up, and pointed angrily at Lu Feng, bellowing, "Fine. Kid, you've got guts. This is settled between us. We'll see about that later." With that, Xiao Shaoqin stormed off with his men. Watching Xiao Shaoqin's departure, Li Chenghao breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier confrontation had terrified him. After all, neither man was someone he could afford to offend. If anything happened to either of them here, the entire Li family would be finished. Lu Feng, you. Li Wei stared at Lu Feng before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing Li Wei's reaction, Li Chenghao exclaimed with delight, "Xiao Wei, do you know this gentleman? He's the classmate I mentioned earlier, Lu Feng." Though Li Wei harbored deep resentment toward her parents, she answered the question. "So it's young Master Lu. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. With Xiao Wei following you from now on, I'll have complete peace of mind." Li Chenghao immediately launched into a flurry of praise directed at Lu Feng. "Enough with the nonsense. I've never seen parents like you two." Lu Feng snorted coldly. "Yes, we were wrong. We had no choice. Thankfully, Xiao Wei has such a capable classmate like you, young Master Lu." "About that investment you mentioned earlier?" Li Chenghao hurriedly asked. "Don't worry, you'll get your share. But I won't be giving you cash." Lu Feng pulled out his phone, found Li Wei's WeChat, and initiated a transfer. Moments later, Li Wei's phone buzzed with a notification. WeChat payment received, 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan? What is this, Lu Feng? Li Wei was startled by the large sum appearing on her phone, unable to believe her eyes. "Mr. Lu, what's this about?" Li Chenghao and his wife were also stunned by Lu Feng's generosity. "But your company went bankrupt, didn't it? When you said you needed 400 earlier, I figured that would barely keep things afloat. It wouldn't solve the real problem. So I decided to just give you 1,000. Might as well expand your business market and give you a chance to really make your mark. But I have one condition," Lu Feng said indifferently. "Name your terms. We'll agree to anything you ask." Li Chenghao was so excited he felt like he could fly. Then the shares of this company must be registered under Li Wei's name. If she ever becomes displeased, she can kick you both out of the company and out of the house at any time. Lu Feng said with a cold snort. Chapter 37, Li Wei's emotional response. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Chenghao's entire family couldn't believe their ears. "Young Master Lu, did I hear you correctly? Are you saying you'll transfer the company to Xiao Wei?" Li Chenghao was stunned. This company was originally the Li family's. Transferring it to Li Wei's hands meant it would still belong to the Li family. Wouldn't that 1,000 yuan be practically a gift? "Yes, that's correct. It will be transferred to Li Wei." Lu Feng nodded in affirmation. All right, no problem. Only a fool would turn down such a windfall. Mr. Lu, regarding the future company chairman position and operational planning, do you have any suggestions? No. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. I won't be involved in any of your company's affairs. Besides, the company isn't mine, it belongs to Li Wei. Ask her. Lu Feng said indifferently. All right then. Li Chenghao was utterly dumbfounded by Lu Feng's maneuvering. He was completely bewildered, utterly at a loss. "Xiao Wei, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and see your friend and classmate off." He's done our family such a huge favor today. You must treat him well, take him out to dinner and properly thank him.
Seeing Li Wei still frozen in place, Li Qinghao impatiently snapped.
Oh. Only then did Li Wei snap back to reality, nodding hastily. Following Lu Feng out of the company, she couldn't help but ask, "A Feng, can I still call you that?" "Sure, call me whatever you like." Lu Feng shrugged indifferently.
I'll still call you Brother Feng.
Brother Feng, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I can't even imagine what would have happened. Li Wei said gratefully. No problem, no need to thank me. Aren't we friends? Helping out is only natural. Lu Feng chuckled. Brother Feng, you should keep that company stake. You paid for it in the first place. I really can't accept it.
Besides, if you give the shares to me, it'll just embolden my parents even more.
Li Wei hurriedly protested. Are you crazy? Only by keeping this share in your hands will your parents stop acting recklessly.
With this share, they won't dare harm you or try to sell you off like today. They'll treat you better than their own daughter, whether that affection is genuine or not. At least your life will improve.
After all, they're still your biological parents. Pushing things too far isn't wise. You can't really cut ties with them. Lu Feng explained.
Hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Wei could no longer hold herself together. She burst into tears, clinging to him as she sobbed, "Brother Feng, why are you so kind to me?
You're so good to me, I'm afraid I can never repay you." Silly girl, what's so good about this? You're way too easily moved. Lu Feng said with a sigh. But Feng, you spent so much money and got nothing in return. Silly girl, how could I have gained nothing? Haven't I won the heart of an innocent girl?
Besides, giving you the company wasn't entirely selfless. Think about it, once you're mine, everything you own, your company, it all becomes mine too.
Lu Feng chuckled. Thank you so much, Brother Feng. Li Wei was at a loss for words. Though Lu Feng's logic made sense, how many men could truly act like him? Some men wouldn't even put their wives' names on the house deed after marriage, or would divide all assets before tying the knot to avoid property disputes later.
Yet here was Lu Feng barely even engaged to her, giving her a company worth 1,000 yuan. It was incredibly generous.
Brother Feng, I truly don't know what to say.
From now on, no matter what happens, I'm sticking with you for good.
Even if you try to kick me out, I won't leave.
I know a man like you must have plenty of women around, but I don't care. As long as Brother Feng shares just a little bit of his heart with me, that's enough.
Even if there's not a single bit, I wouldn't mind.
Li Wei hugged Lu Feng tightly, her words pouring out from the bottom of her heart.
Chapter 38, I have a system?
This time, Li Wei was genuinely moved by Lu Feng.
Regardless of his motives, even if it was just to sleep with her, she didn't care.
After all, when she was at her lowest, Lu Feng had rescued her like a knight in shining armor. What moved her most was that Lu Feng could have taken both the company and her, yet he gave her the company outright. After all, once the ownership was in her name, he could always change his mind later. Put it this way, once the company shares were officially transferred to Li Wei, what could Lu Feng do if she simply walked away? Or even if she stayed for half a year or a year before leaving?
That 1,000 yuan would be practically free money.
He was incredibly generous, too generous.
Look at you, getting all emotional. Don't be so easily moved, otherwise, you'll end up getting scammed.
Seeing Li Wei tear up, Lu Feng promptly gave her a warning.
Even if Brother Feng deceives me, I'll accept it willingly. Li Wei declared firmly.
Seeing this, Lu Feng wore an expression of helplessness. It seemed Li Wei was genuinely overwhelmed by emotion, and it wouldn't be easy to change her mind anytime soon. Lu Feng hadn't expected that having money would make chasing girls so much easier. It felt like every casual remark he made now carried a weight his words never had before. Back when he'd showered Wu Si with food, gifts, and money daily, she'd barely acknowledged him. Compared to now, it was like night and day.
Alright, you should head back soon.
You'll probably be busier these next few days. Your family business likely needs your attention. It's a good chance to learn more about the business side of things from your parents.
Hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Wei nodded. Got it, Brother Feng. Don't worry, I'll learn diligently from Mom and Dad. Li Wei knew that a rich second generation like Lu Feng couldn't just have a pretty face by his side. To stay with him long term, she'd need real skills. What he needed most was a business-savvy powerhouse who could help manage his ventures. Lu Feng had spent 1,000 yuan to acquire her family's company specifically to cultivate her, ensuring she could better support Brother Feng. Realizing this, Li Wei felt even more deeply how thoughtfully considerate Lu Feng was. Brother Feng truly cares so deeply for me. I won't let him down. I'll work hard to become his strong support. Li Wei silently vowed to herself. Alright, go on up. If you run into any difficulties or need help, you can come find me anytime. Lu Feng ruffled Li Wei's hair with a smile. Though he didn't understand what she had grasped, he chose not to press the matter. After all, as someone who prided himself on being cool and deep, asking such a question would only make him seem a bit out of place. Truthfully, Lu Feng hadn't meant anything special by it, he was just too lazy to ask. 1,000 yuan stung a bit, but it wasn't a huge sacrifice.
As for the Li family's company, he knew nothing about it.
Taking it over wouldn't have meant much anyway, so he might as well give it to Li Wei.
The reason he hadn't offered it to her father was mainly because he wanted Li Wei to gain a foothold at home. Yet Li Wei had completely misunderstood his intentions.
Alright, brother Feng. Once I wrap up these next few days, I'll come find you. With that, Li Wei turned and headed upstairs.
Back at the company, Li Chenghao was still excitedly discussing today's events with Xiao Ting. Earlier, when she'd gone downstairs, Li Wei had already transferred 500 yuan to him. Given the company's current crisis, that sum could solve absolutely any problem. Li Wei deliberately held back, choosing not to transfer the full 1,000 yuan to Li Chenghao at once. Just as Li Chenghao was about to discuss rehiring the company's employees with Xiao Ting, he suddenly noticed Li Wei had returned.
Seeing her return, both Li Chenghao and Xiao Ting were taken aback. Xiao Ting couldn't help but ask Li Wei, "Xiao Wei, weren't you supposed to see Lu Xiao off? Why are you back so suddenly?" "Brother Feng has already left," Li Wei said indifferently. "Xiao Wei, you idiot. Why did you come back like a block of wood? Just dumbly returning like that?" Xiao Ting snapped at Li Wei.
"Brother Feng wants me to learn more about the company from mom and dad, so I can assist him better in the future," Li Wei replied with a completely expressionless face.
"What? Young Master Lu actually told you that?"
Both Xiao Ting and Li Chenghao looked surprised.
"Yeah. A rich second-generation guy like Brother Feng will have plenty of business deals in the future.
He definitely needs women around who can actually help him. If she's just a pretty face, she'll get dumped sooner or later.
So this company is just for me to learn and practice," Li Wei said indifferently.
Hearing this, Xiao Ting and Li Chenghao were both stunned.
Paying 1,000 yuan just to practice?
Truly, the offspring of a wealthy family, their approach is different.
"Xiao Wei, it's good you think that way.
Since young Master Lu has decided to keep you by his side, you should focus on learning the ins and outs of the company from now on. Your mom and I will also guide you regularly."
Li Chenghao was quite satisfied with Li Wei's current attitude.
"But Xiao Wei, learning these things alone won't suffice. If you can't capture a man's heart, even outstanding abilities won't matter. In your free time, make sure to interact with young Master Lu more often. A man of his caliber will inevitably have his share of seductive women around him. So, how you win his heart among them, that's where your true skill lies." Xiao Ting still urged Li Wei, for winning a man's heart truly matters more than anything.
"Got it, Mom." Li Wei nodded. Lu Feng drove back to the dormitory feeling utterly miserable.
Spending 1,000 yuan in one go today had truly stung. Though he still had over 10,000 yuan in his account, he couldn't keep splurging like this. If such incidents happened a few more times, his 10,000 yuan wouldn't last long. Lu Feng carefully reflected on recent events. He distinctly remembered prices not being this high before. It seemed to change after his breakup. He recalled getting terribly drunk back then. In his hazy state, he thought he'd heard something about a system devaluing prices. Could it be that he had acquired such a system?
Chapter 39, Wu Xi's Anxiety. Immediately, Lu Feng's mind screamed frantically, "System! System! System, where are you? Are you there? Esteemed host, you have finally remembered this system."
The sudden prompt in his mind filled Lu Feng with both surprise and delight.
So I really do have a system? Who would have thought the plot from the novel was real? The system actually exists? Of course it does. This system is an immensely powerful entity. Host, you really are overreacting. So, system, what functions do you have? This system possesses the ability to devalue currency.
As you witnessed earlier, global prices have already depreciated, yet your funds remain untouched.
Huh, that's all it can do? Lu Feng was hoping the system might have some other awesome features. The current host level is too low, hence only the single function is available. What features will unlock at higher levels? Lu Feng quickly asked. Top secret. Hearing this, Lu Feng nearly exploded with rage. A crappy system keeping secrets? Does it think it's the intelligence agency or something? What level am I now? At what level will other functions unlock?
If the host wishes to inquire about their own information, simply think it silently.
Check level information.
Suddenly, Lu Feng saw a screen of white text appear.
Name, Lu Feng. Gender, male. Age, 21. Height, 179 centimeters. Weight, 67 kilograms. Physical condition, poor. Level, 1.
After glancing at this information, Lu Feng was utterly speechless.
Seriously, what's the point of this info? It's completely useless. Lu Feng couldn't help but vent his frustration. Do I have any other abilities now? Currently, host only possesses the ability to devalue prices. No other functions are available at this time. Holy crap, that's basically the same as saying nothing. Lu Feng was utterly speechless. He'd wasted the entire day, yet hadn't gained anything worthwhile. Reminder, the price depreciation function can be unlocked by completing tasks to earn corresponding rewards. Tasks? What tasks? Hurry up and show me. Reminder, once accepted, quests cannot be abandoned. Failure to complete them will incur penalties. Do you wish to accept the quest? Only a fool wouldn't accept it. Accept.
Lu Feng hurriedly replied. Congratulations, host, on accepting the mission. Win over Sun Shiqing, the top campus beauty of Mencheng University.
Reward, choose one item to remain undepreciated plus 30 EXP. Time limit, 10 days. Failure results in host sex function deterioration.
Seeing this punishment, Lu Feng immediately cursed, Holy, you're ing kidding me.
What kind of punishment is this? Are you ing stupid, system? Warning, host, insulting the system may result in any punishment it deems fit.
Hearing this, Lu Feng quickly shut his mouth.
Can the mission not be abandoned? As previously reminded, once accepted, the mission cannot be abandoned. Reminder, 10 days remain. Good luck.
Lu Feng's face twisted into a bitter grimace. The reason Lu Feng found this mission utterly frustrating was primarily because he knew Sun Shiqing, the top school beauty of Mencheng. Sun Shiqing was famously the school's most beautiful girl. Her looks were nothing short of breathtaking, absolutely top-tier beauty.
Countless suitors had pursued her, yet not a single one had succeeded.
Sun Shiqing was an ice queen, a complete and utter ice queen, cold from head to toe.
But the real kicker?
Rumor had it she wasn't into guys at all. Not that she was, she just seemed naturally repelled by them. Every man who approached her ended up with egg on his face. Compounding the challenge, her background was shrouded in mystery. Wealthy second-generation playboys tried every trick in the book to win her over, but without exception, they all failed.
Conquering this woman was nothing short of hell-level difficulty.
Lu Feng never imagined this crappy system would assign him Sun Shiqing as his first target. Worse still, the reward wasn't some martial arts manual like in those damn novels, just a measly bit of experience and some worthless, non-depreciating item. This infuriated Lu Feng to no end.
If not for the severe penalties for failure, he wouldn't even bother with the mission. It was practically impossible to complete. The most infuriating part?
This crappy system offered him zero help. Other systems gave martial arts skills, enhanced physical prowess, or even seduction manuals.
But his? Utterly useless. Truly the worst kind of scam.
With no other choice, Lu Feng opened his phone and began scouring campus forums for every scrap of information about Sun Shiqing.
After all, knowing your enemy was the key to victory.
Only by learning all her habits and details would he stand a chance.
When Lu Feng opened his phone, he found a sudden flood of new messages in his WeChat. Some were from Wu Si, some from Feng Yuqing, others from Li Wei, and even Chen Ziyu.
Wu Si had sent the most messages. Her messages were mostly apologies.
Lu Feng, are you there? Lu Feng, I know you're upset with Si. It was all because of that jerk Wang Chengtian forcing me. I actually really wanted to accept your feelings back then. Brother Lu Feng, please don't ignore me, okay?
Brother Lu Feng, I know it's a bit late for me to accept your feelings now, but I've thought it through carefully these past days.
The only one who's truly been good to me is you, Brother Lu Feng.
I still remember last winter when my period came and my stomach hurt so badly. I just sent Brother Lu Feng a text, but within 5 minutes, he rushed down to my dorm building and brought me sanitary pads and brown sugar. I was genuinely so touched, really.
Wu Si lay on her bed, staring at the chat messages on her phone, feeling incredibly anxious. Before, it was always Lu Feng chasing her with messages, and she'd barely respond. But now, unexpectedly, the tables had turned. Only now did Wu Si realize how agonizing it was to wait for a reply. It was hard to imagine how Lu Feng had managed to reply instantly all this time. Chapter 40, Feng Yuqing, Love Struck.
Lu Feng glanced at Wu Si's message and sneered. She clearly knew he'd suddenly come into money and now wanted him back. She had some nerve ignoring him when he was broke, then sticking to him like glue the moment he had cash. He didn't even bother reading the string of messages, choosing to ignore them outright.
He glanced at Feng Yuqing's message. Fengge, I ate the breakfast you made. It was absolutely delicious. No one has ever treated me this well before. Fengge, I'm totally head over heels for you.
Brother Feng, I'm almost rested up now and have checked out of the hotel. They refunded the 10 yuan deposit you paid earlier.
When would be a good time for me to give it back to you? Brother Feng, I'm back at school now.
It's all because of that call you made this morning. I'm so embarrassed. Xiao Xiao was right beside me, laughing her head off at me.
Seriously. Brother Feng, if you're busy, Yuqing won't bother you. Yuqing is fine now and has safely returned to school.
Please rest assured, Brother Feng. Seeing Feng Yuqing's messages, Lu Feng chuckled. He hadn't expected her to be so amusing.
Got it.
I might be busy these next few days, so you rest up first.
Got it, Feng. Feng Yuqing's face lit up with delight upon seeing Lu Feng's reply.
Beside her, Su Chaoqiao shot Feng Yuqing a disapproving look.
Yuqing, look at yourself. Can't you act a little more reserved? Do you really need to be this excited? You just don't get it. Feng Yuqing retorted irritably. Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't. But Yuling, you've only known this guy for 2 days. Isn't it a bit rash to just give yourself to him so easily? Su Qiao asked with a serious expression. No way. I trust Brother Feng. Feng Yuqing declared with unwavering conviction. Silly girl, do you know whose words are the least trustworthy in this world? Men's. Su Qiao said with a helpless sigh. Men are the quickest creatures to change their faces. 1 second they're all lovey-dovey with you, the next they might be cheating somewhere. And a man this wealthy, do you really think you can keep him under control? Su Qiao said helplessly. I'm not afraid. As long as Brother Feng has me in his heart, that's all that matters. And I trust him. Actually, I secretly told him this is our first time for both of us. Feng Yuqing whispered to Su Qiao. Su Qiao stared at Feng Yuqing in utter disbelief. Are you serious? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? I could tell Brother Feng wasn't experienced. You have no idea how much effort we both put in yesterday just to. Shut up. I won't listen. I won't listen. Yuling, when did you become so dirty? I bet that man corrupted you. Not at all. Brother Feng is great, he wouldn't corrupt me. Feng Yuqing retorted with a cold snort. Alright, enough about that. I remember your birthday is in 2 days, right? How are you planning to celebrate this time? Su Qiao asked. I haven't figured this out yet. I've always celebrated with my sisters before, but this time is different. I really don't know what to do. But Brother Feng is so busy, he said he has things to take care of these days. I'm afraid if I tell him, it might distract him from his important work. Feng Yuqing looked utterly perplexed. What important business could he possibly have? Could anything be more important than his girlfriend's birthday? Honestly, if he doesn't come to your birthday this time, I'd advise you to break up with him. A guy like that is totally unreliable. No, Finga is really busy. Besides, I didn't tell him it was my birthday. He doesn't know it's my birthday, so it's perfectly normal if he doesn't come. I can't blame him. Hearing Feng Yuqing's words, Su Qiao shook her head helplessly. It's over. You're beyond saving. Women in love really do have zero IQ. Lu Feng glanced at the messages from the other two, both just asking if he was around, and ignored them. His priority now was finding Sun Shiqing's whereabouts. However, after scouring the school forum for information, he was surprised to discover that Sun Shiqing actually had a good relationship with Chen Ziyu. Lu Feng pondered for a moment. Perhaps he could approach Sun Shiqing through Chen Ziyu. After all, going straight to Sun Shiqing might seem suspicious, but approaching her via Chen Ziyu would be different. Chapter 41, Chen Ziyu's terrifying mother. With that thought, Lu Feng pulled out his phone to check Chen Ziyu's WeChat. She had sent him a message before. Lu Feng checked the send time. It was from just 2 days ago, the very day Chen Ziyu had invited him to the hotel only to break down crying there. Back then, Lu Feng had exchanged a few words with her, made no demands, and left. Lu Feng, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I just couldn't accept it all at once. I've adjusted now. If you ever need me, you can come find me anytime. I'll be waiting for you. Reading those bold words, Lu Feng was speechless. Keeping it for you? What kind of language was that? Lu Feng had always thought Chen Ziyu was quiet and reserved, often frowning, and walking with a melancholic air. He never expected her words to be so fiercely blunt. Lu Feng, are you angry with me? Lu Feng, thank you. Because of your help, my mom got expert surgical treatment and is slowly recovering. Lu Feng didn't harbor much ill will toward Chen Ziyu, nor was he particularly interested in her. Though she was undeniably beautiful, her perpetual glooming expression genuinely annoyed him. In comparison, Lu Feng found himself drawn more to Feng Yuqing. She was adorable and innocent, always smiling, and her constant brother Feng addressed him with such warmth it felt genuinely comforting. If not for this damn system task, he'd have gone to hang out with Feng Yuqing again. Lu Feng thought for a moment before sending Chen Ziyu a message. Chen Ziyu, where are you now? Can you come out? I need to talk to you about something. Not long after sending the message, Chen Ziyu replied. I'm here. Where should I meet you? Tell me where you are, and I'll drive over to pick you up. Ah, I'm at Menchang Hospital. I'm with my mom. Oh, I see. Can you still come out? Won't it interfere with your mom's treatment? It's fine, it's fine. My mom's health has improved a lot, and my dad's here too. Even if I'm out for a day, it won't be a problem. Alright then, I'll drive over. I'll text you when I arrive. Seeing the message on her phone, Chen Ziyu felt a surge of nervousness. Was it finally happening? She knew this day would come. Men were all after her body. Just a couple days ago, seeing Lu Feng's words and actions, she thought he wasn't that kind of person. But now, it turned out to be the same. Still, Chen Ziyu understood. After all, he'd offered such a large sum of money, there had to be a reason. No one would just hand over that kind of cash for nothing. Given her family's circumstances, 70,000 yuan was a colossal sum. Even working their entire lives, they might never repay it. Afterward, she'd have no choice but to serve as Lu Feng's slave.
To put it bluntly, her future might just be as Lu Feng's maid, the kind who has to do everything. Essentially, her life was sold to Lu Feng.
Ziyu, what's wrong? You look terrible. Have you been working too hard these past few days? Chen's mother asked with concern from her hospital bed.
Shen Ziyu had been keeping vigil by her mother's bedside day and night these past 2 days, and she was indeed exhausted.
Nothing, Mom. Just that a friend is coming to see me. I'll probably have to step out for a bit. Chen Ziyu hurriedly explained. Dad, could you stay with Mom for a bit? I need to step out and we'll be back tomorrow. Chen Ziyu said to old Chen. Ziyu, you'll be gone that long? What kind of friend is it? Is it urgent? Chen's mother asked with concern. Just a friend from school. It really is urgent. Chen Ziyu explained. Is it that young man from last time?
Old Chen asked, recalling the previous incident.
Chen Ziyu nodded silently.
Seeing Chen Ziyu's expression, old Chen felt ashamed and urged him, it's okay, go ahead.
That young man seems like a decent person.
If it weren't for him this time, our family might have really been finished. Hearing old Chen's words, Chen's mother's expression changed.
Old Chen, what do you mean by that? Who exactly is that young man? And where did you get the money for my treatment?
Such a large sum couldn't possibly have been gathered so suddenly.
It's nothing, Mom. You're overthinking it. We borrowed the money from relatives. Don't worry. Chen Ziyu hurriedly interjected. Chen Ziyu knew her mother doted on her.
If Mom found out the money came from such means, she'd likely be too devastated to continue treatment.
Borrowed from relatives? What relatives of ours could possibly lend us such a large sum? Haven't we already borrowed from every single one? Since you say it's from relatives, then tell me which relatives.
I'll go ask them myself. Shen's mother was so furious she shouted.
Chen Ziyu stammered for a long time, unable to answer.
At that moment, old Chen suddenly dropped to his knees before Chen's mother with a thud. Seeing this, Mrs. Chen didn't give old Chen a friendly look.
Instead, she pointed at him and scolded, Old Chen, did you cause trouble again? Tell me honestly, what happened?
Old Chen had no choice but to recount the entire sequence of events to his mother. After hearing everything, Mrs. Chen was so furious she nearly fainted. Old Chen, you bastard. How could you do this to Ziyu? You're practically pushing her to her death. Her face twisted with regret, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably.
Honey, it's all my fault. I know. I'm not human. I'm worthless. But our family's situation left us no choice.
Besides, that young man seemed decent enough. Before old Chen could finish, Chen's mother cut him off sharply, shut your mouth.
Ziyu, you're not going out later. Chapter 42, The Overbearing Mother. Mom, I already made plans with them. I'm going out now, aren't I? Chen Ziyu looked utterly distressed.
If I'd known my illness would drag you all down like this, I should have just died.
What's the point of me even being alive? Chen's mother cried out in anguish. Mom, don't say that.
It's all because your daughter is useless.
I'm useless for not being able to cure your illness.
Mom, really, you don't need to worry about me.
Lu Feng is a really good person. He doesn't seem like someone who would bully others. Even when I was like that before, he didn't do anything to me.
Instead, he gave me 50 yuan.
He's really been very kind to me. Chen Ziyu hurriedly explained. What do you know, you little girl? Rich kids like him are the best at toying with women's hearts.
He's just doing this to make you completely devoted to him. Even if he truly has feelings for you, there's no way you could end up with him.
Wealthy families always insist on matches of equal standing. He'd never marry you. Are you just going to stay by his side forever as his mistress? Chen's mother exclaimed heatedly. And your status is so sensitive. If our relatives and friends found out, what would they say about you?
It would tear the very backbone of the Chen family apart. Besides, his legally wedded wife will undoubtedly have a much higher status and position. Once she learns of your existence, your life will become even more difficult.
You absolutely must not become the mistress of these rich second-generation brats. Mrs. Chan ranted on and on. But our family owes them a full 70 yuan. I truly don't know what else to do. Chen Ziyu sighed helplessly. 70 yuan equivalent to 70 million before inflation was an amount ordinary families couldn't possibly earn in a lifetime. Just then, Chen Ziyu's phone rang. A WeChat call came through. She glanced at the screen. It was Lu Feng. I'm at the hospital. Which ward are you in? I'll come find you and check on Auntie while I'm there. It's fine. No need to come. I'll come down to meet you. Chen Ziyu hurriedly replied. Chen Ziyu, you dare. You're not going downstairs. He's coming to see you, so let him come. Chen's mother snapped angrily. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Ziyu said anxiously. It's fine, Lu Feng. I'll come down right away. No need to come down. I'm already here. It wouldn't be right not to see Auntie. Besides, I brought her some health supplements. Just tell me the room number, and I'll go straight there. Alright then. Chen Ziyu had no choice but to give Lu Feng the room number. Mom, don't be so harsh with him later. He did help us after all. Be polite to him. Chen Ziyu urged his mother. Helped us? Who asked him to help? He's just meddling in other people's business. I bet he did it on purpose. He's had his eye on you for ages. Chen's mother snapped angrily. Honey, just give it a rest. I've actually seen that young man. He really is quite impressive. Old Chen quickly stepped in to speak up. Shut up. This isn't your place to speak. If it weren't for you, would this mess even have happened? Yes, it's my fault. Old Chen sighed helplessly. Indeed, he bore undeniable responsibility for this situation. Before long, Lu Feng entered carrying a few items. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I just picked up a few things. I hope you don't mind. Just as Lu Feng was about to set the items down, Chen's mother suddenly snapped at him. Who wants your stuff? You know we'll dislike it, yet you still buy it? Take it back immediately. Mom, what are you saying? Lu Feng is my friend. You can't treat him like this. Chen Ziyu couldn't help but interject. Hearing this, Lu Feng froze in shock. He'd never encountered a woman with such a fiery temper before. She'd lashed out at him without a word, as if he'd done something wrong. But hadn't he done anything? I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't know what I did to upset you. Why are you so angry? Lu Feng looked utterly bewildered. The woman on the bed seemed to harbor intense hostility toward him, yet he racked his brain and couldn't recall ever offending her. In fact, today was probably their first meeting. This left Lu Feng completely stumped. You know exactly what you did. Stop pretending. Mrs. Chen snapped out of nowhere. Lu Feng froze in awkwardness, utterly at a loss. Honestly, he was genuinely baffled. I've done many things, he stammered, and I honestly can't pinpoint which one might have upset you, Auntie. Please enlighten me. Lu Feng asked politely. After all, she was Chen Ziyu's mother. Fine. Then let me ask you this, will you marry Ziyu in the future? Faced with this sudden question, Lu Feng was completely taken aback. He hadn't expected Chen's mother to get straight to the point like this. But he and Chen Ziyu hadn't even started dating yet. There was no question of marriage at all. After a moment's thought, Lu Feng replied to Mrs. Chen, that's hard to say. The future is full of uncertainties. No one knows what will happen. What a smooth talker, no wonder he could charm so many women. Let me ask you straight, do you even like Ziyu? At this moment, I can't say I like Chen Ziyu. Lu Feng answered honestly. Fine. Since you dare admit it, what gives you the right to make my daughter do such things with you? Do you really think country girls are so easy to push around? Our country girls aren't some cheap toy you can toy with just because you have a few stinking bucks. Now pack your things and get out of here. Hearing this, Lu Feng finally understood. So Mrs. Chen was blaming him over Chen Ziyu, but he hadn't done anything to her at all. Since you've chosen such harsh words, I won't waste mine. I just want to know, when exactly do you plan to repay the 70 yuan I lent your Chen family? Chapter 43, Infuriating Chen's Mother. Lu Feng was now visibly angry. He had come to the hospital politely to check on Chen Ziyu's mother's condition, only to be repeatedly humiliated. Even with his temperament, he couldn't hold back any longer. You were the one who asked for the money. You were the one who claimed to be short on funds. From start to finish, Lu Feng never once demanded anything of Chen Ziyu. At most, he made a flippant remark about being girlfriends back then, a joke he promptly retracted when he saw how visibly uncomfortable Chen Ziyu looked. Typical rich kid behavior. Now you think you can use money to force us into submission? You just want to drive us to our deaths, don't you? Well, I'll die right in front of you. With that, Mrs. Chen, overcome with emotion, lunged forward and was about to crash into the bed beside her. Fortunately, old Chen reacted swiftly, leaping to his feet to shield her. Her head slammed solidly into his chest. Honey, don't be impulsive. Please, don't be impulsive. Mom, what are you doing? Seeing this, Lu Feng was genuinely shocked. He'd never encountered such a woman before. But Lu Feng didn't back down. He coldly snorted, even if you kill yourself, it won't matter. If you die here, your family's debts still won't be repaid. Your daughter will still have to be sold to me. What's the point of doing all this? You bastard. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off the hook. Ha! You're the ones who borrowed the money, and you're the ones refusing to pay it back. So you think you get to dictate the terms? Lu Feng wore a cold smile. Chen Ziyu's mother had truly angered him today. Truthfully, Lu Feng never even intended to collect this money. As for Chen Ziyu, he had no desire to engage with him either. The boy was perpetually gloomy and morose. Interacting with someone like that was utterly pointless. Besides, 70 yuan was hardly worth his attention. Lu Feng, we never said we didn't want to pay you back. My mom just got too worked up earlier. We're really sorry, we'll definitely return the money. Chen Ziyu immediately stepped forward to apologize to Lu Feng. Oh? Is that so? When will you pay it back? Lu Feng didn't give them a friendly look. This question immediately stumped both Chen Ziyu and old Chen. Old Chen turned to Lu Feng and said, "Young Master Lu, rest assured, we'll definitely find a way to pay you back. It's just that 70 yuan is really too much. It's hard for us to come up with that much all at once." "Oh. And then what?" Lu Feng said indifferently. "Well, could you give us some time?" "Sure, no problem." "How long?" Lu Feng smiled as he asked. This question once again left Old Chen's family speechless. They truly had no idea when they could possibly earn 70 yuan. Even if they waited 50 years, they'd be lucky to scrape together a dozen or so. "What? Can't answer?" Lu Feng chuckled, still unconcerned. Now he was firmly in control. Well, our daily income barely scrapes together a few cents. Over decades, we'd probably only manage a few yuan. Honestly. Old Chen said with a bitter, helpless expression. "Well then, don't say I'm taking advantage of you. I happen to need a personal assistant, someone to handle daily affairs and act as a nanny. Let's have Chen Ziyu take the job. I'll pay you 1 fun a month. That's 1 yuan and 20 fun a year. Work for 70 years, and you'll have it paid off. You bastard. A housekeeper secretary? You're still scheming to take advantage of Ziyu." Chen's mother snapped angrily once more. "If you don't want to pay, figure it out yourselves. If you still can't settle it, prepare for a lawsuit. I've got things to do, I'm out of here." Lu Feng couldn't be bothered arguing with these people and turned to leave. Wait. I'll do it." Chen Ziyu hurriedly stepped forward. "Ziyu, shut your mouth. You're not going." Chen's mother snapped angrily. "Mom, we really have no other options right now. Besides, you've raised me all these years, it's only right that I earn money to support you. I trust Lu Feng, he won't harm me." Chen Ziyu declared firmly. "Hurt you? Don't flatter yourself. Oh, I forgot to mention earlier, my personal assistant housekeeper is responsible for all my daily affairs. If I have no one to attend to me, you'll naturally have to serve me. Understand?" Lu Feng sneered coldly, seemingly to deliberately provoke Chen's mother. "If you feel pressured, you don't have to do it. I bet plenty of women would fight over the chance to work for a penny a day." "No, I won't be forced. I'll do it," Chen Ziyu hurriedly declared. "Chen Ziyu, how dare you?" Chen's mother shouted angrily. "Fine. Since that's the case, you'll come with me now. From this moment on, you'll follow me everywhere, every single moment. Even when I sleep, if I need you, you'll come. Is that clear?" Chapter 44, Targeting Me? Lu Feng deliberately spoke in vague, ambiguous terms designed to provoke misunderstanding, his sole purpose being to enrage Chen's mother. Chen's mother was so furious her face turned crimson, and she even started coughing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Chen Ziyu couldn't help but rush over and say to Lu Feng, "Lu Feng, cut it out. My mother is still sick." "Exactly. Little Lu, what's gotten into you? My wife is still sick, can't you just shut up?" Old Chen couldn't help but scold Lu Feng. "Mom, calm down. Lu Feng was just joking with you. He's actually a really good person," Chen Ziyu hurriedly explained. "What joke? I think he's had ulterior motives toward you for ages. These rich second-generation kids are all shameless, you can't trust any of them. All that so-called kindness is just an act. Don't let him fool you." Mrs. Chen coughed twice, then gasped for breath as she hurriedly explained to Chen Ziyu. "Ambitious intentions? Ha! If I truly had those, your daughter would have slept with me long ago. Why would I still be arguing with you here?" Lu Feng retorted angrily. "You're shameless. Who knows what dirty tricks you're playing? You rich people always resort to the most despicable methods." Mrs. Chen seemed to harbor deep resentment toward the wealthy. "Yes, my methods are despicable. Since that's the case, let's not waste words. Pay back the money immediately. If you don't blame me for suing you and sending you to jail. Who are you trying to intimidate? A little debt sends people to jail? Is prison your family business?" Mrs. Chen retorted, unable to hold back. Seeing the other party so self-righteous, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't fathom what exactly gave Mrs. Chen the nerve to refuse repayment. "You'll find out soon enough if I'm bluffing. You know what this is? It's fraud with intent to illegally appropriate private property. And $70? That's a hefty sum. I reckon it'll be enough to send your daughter to prison for life. The only place you'll see her again is behind bars," Lu Feng said with a cold snort. You. Mrs. Chen was so furious she felt like she might cough up blood, her agitation triggering another violent coughing fit. "Lu Feng, please stop. I'm begging you. Talk to me about anything, but don't tell my mother." Seeing her mother so enraged, Chen Ziyu immediately scolded Lu Feng. "Young man, I thought you seemed like a decent fellow before. How could you be like this? Look what you've done to her. Get out of here, you're not welcome here." Old Chen couldn't help but scold Lu Feng and began shooing him away. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile. "Oh, well, that is my fault then. Lending you money was my mistake, right? Fine, I'll apologize. Sorry. You don't even have to pay me back.
I'll just consider it charity.
Chen Ziyu, let us not have any contact from now on. That way, your mom won't think I'm after you.
With that, Lu Feng stormed out of the ward in anger.
Wait, Lu Feng, that's not what I meant. Wait a minute.
Seeing Lu Feng genuinely angry, Chen Ziyu hurried to chase after him to explain. But just as he reached the doorway, a stern voice from behind halted him.
Stop.
If you dare step out that door today, I'll disown you.
Chen's mother's voice echoed once more. Chen Ziyu turned to face her mother, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, Mom, what's gotten into you today? You weren't always like this. Lu Feng was genuinely trying to help us, how could we treat him like this? Can you two really live with yourselves? What's there to feel guilty about? He had ulterior motives. He deserves it. Look, he didn't get the money he wanted from you, so now he's panicking. He just said himself that the money doesn't need to be repaid. So Ziyu, from now on, you must have no further dealings with him. After all, we don't need to repay the money anyway.
Chen's mother declared with righteous indignation.
Mom, what are you saying? How could we not pay him back? I don't understand.
You always taught me to live with integrity, to act with propriety and respect for rules.
But today, how could you let things get this far? I truly don't get it. Chen Ziyu couldn't help but interject. There are things you simply don't understand. This isn't as straightforward as you think. Rich people are all scoundrels. Don't let that guy's appearance fool you. Chen's mother sighed deeply.
Don't judge the world with a narrow perspective, that's what you taught me, Mom.
But now I see you've forgotten your own words. Not all rich people are bad. What you did today, Mom, was truly going too far. Chen Ziyu retorted angrily, then turned to leave in a hurry. Wait. Where are you going? Chen's mother asked urgently. I'm going to find him and apologize. Chen Ziyu declared. Stop right there.
Before Chen's mother could finish her sentence, Chen Ziyu had already bolted. Seeing this, Chen's mother sighed helplessly.
Old Chen, watching his wife, couldn't help but speak up. Honey, we really went too far today.
I know you have strong biases against wealthy people, but that young man,
I actually think he's not a bad person. Let's hope so.
Chen's mother sighed helplessly. Chen Ziyu hurried downstairs to chase after him, but Lu Feng was moving quickly.
Chen Ziyu didn't catch sight of him until he reached the hospital entrance. Lu Feng, wait up. Lu Feng. Chen Ziyu shouted after Lu Feng's retreating figure. Lu Feng turned to see Chen Ziyu.
He didn't give her a friendly look, but he did stop walking. Only when Chen Ziyu reached him, panting heavily, did Lu Feng coldly ask, "What are you doing here?
Did your mom actually let you out?" Lu Feng, I'm sorry. I don't know what got into my mom today. She's not usually like this. Chen Ziyu hurriedly explained. Not like this usually?
She turns into this the moment she sees me.
To put it bluntly, she's targeting me. Lu Feng retorted coldly. Chapter 45, Heartbroken. Lu Feng, please don't get so worked up. Seeing Lu Feng's intense anger, Chen Ziyu couldn't help but say. Not being magnanimous? Ha! Then what the hell am I supposed to do? Thank you for your ing advice? Lu Feng sneered. No, Lu Feng, why have you suddenly become like this? How did I become like this? Why did I become like this? Isn't it all because your family pushed me to it? You started by berating me from the get-go. I came to see your mother with good intentions? And what was the result? How did your family treat me? The way your mom acted, she looked like she wanted to devour me. Anyone watching would think I'd done something to her. I lent you money to help you through a tough time, and now it's all my fault?
Lu Feng grew angrier with every word, his rage boiling over.
Lu Feng, please don't be like this. I know our family was in the wrong. I'm sorry, Chen Ziyu was also extremely awkward, not knowing what to say. Chen Ziyu, I never forced you into anything, did I? Even that hotel thing before you brought it up yourself. Have I ever laid a finger on you? You asked for money, I gave it to you. But you? Your mother speaks to me like that, and you never once stood up for me. Is this how you treat me? Lu Feng was furious, feeling utterly disheartened and wronged. As mentioned earlier, Lu Feng never harbored deep feelings for Chen Ziyu. Yet in his own estimation, he treated Chen Ziyu fairly well. But just now in the hospital room, Chen Ziyu hadn't uttered a single word in his defense, not once. That left Lu Feng feeling utterly heartbroken. No, I'm truly sorry, Lu Feng. I don't know what I can do to make you feel better. If nothing else works, just hit me a few times to let off steam. Chen Ziyu's tears were now welling up, her face wet with sobs as she pleaded. Now you're playing the victim? I'm the one who's been wronged here. Just go back already, or your mom will think I've done something to you again. Lu Feng couldn't help but retort. Lu Feng, I'm truly sorry. Once I go back and calm my mom down, I'll come be your personal assistant starting tomorrow. Is that okay with you? Chen Ziyu bowed again, apologizing to Lu Feng. Forget it. Don't bother. I said you don't have to pay me back, and you don't need to be my personal assistant either. I'm leaving. Lu Feng really didn't want to argue with Chen Ziyu.
As for his earlier intention to ask Chen Ziyu about the school's top beauty, Sun Shiqing, Lu Feng no longer cared.
There were plenty of other places to gather information. Why had he chosen to ask Chen Ziyu? It was just asking for trouble. Lu Feng. Lu Feng.
Watching Lu Feng drive away, Chen Ziyu sighed helplessly, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt.
Fuming, Lu Feng drove straight back to campus.
If she was the school's most beautiful girl, then surely the people at school would know her best, especially those gossip-loving, lecherous men. Back in the dorm, Lu Feng found his 3 roommates engrossed in a video game.
Third roommate, hurry thee up and attack him. Hit him. Hit him, damn it. Holy. I'd love to, but I'm too far away. Damn it. Bottom lane. The bottom crystal's gone. We can't hold it.
The 3 of them cursed and ranted, completely oblivious to Lu Feng's arrival. Only when they saw the word failure displayed on the screen did they finally register Lu Feng's presence.
Crazy man, when did you get back? You didn't even tell us, we could have treated you to a meal. Watch your language. Call him Brother Feng.
Zhang Chang shot a disapproving look at Air.
Right, Brother Feng. Brother Feng.
Zhang Chang now looked at Lu Feng with a fawning expression and asked, Brother Feng, we really can't thank you enough. Thanks to that whopping 1 yuan you lent us earlier, we finally got to see what the power of money is all about.
You're a real pal. No big deal, just a small thing. By the way, I've got a question for you guys. Lu Feng said. What is it? Ask anything. There's nothing in this school I don't know. Zhang Cheng declared emphatically, patting his chest. Do you guys know Sun Shiqing? Lu Feng sat down and asked the group. Hearing Lu Feng's question, the 3 of them stared at him with expressions of utter disbelief.
Zhang Cheng patted Lu Feng's shoulder and sighed, Bro, you're a beast.
You just hooked up with the second most popular girl and now you're already eyeing the top one? Your speed is insane. Cut the crap and tell me how much do you really know about Sun Shiqing? Lu Feng snapped impatiently.
Seeing Lu Feng's serious expression, Zhang Chang asked in surprise, Brother Feng, you're not seriously considering pursuing Sun Shiqing, are you?
Hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Lu Feng didn't deny it.
It seemed that was indeed the case.
If he didn't win Sun Shiqing over, his future happiness would be doomed.
Seeing Lu Feng nod in agreement, Zhang Cheng shook his head and said, Bro, I'd advise you to give up. Sun Shiqing isn't someone you can just chase after.
She's got some quirks, you know?
Quirks? Are you talking about her dislike for men? Lu Feng pondered for a moment before asking.
Exactly. I even asked around specifically about her.
Word is Sun Shiqing never played with boys growing up. Apparently she doesn't even hang out with her own male relatives.
She's incredibly aloof.
Some even say she likes women because she's way too close with her female friends.
Oh, and then?
Anyway, Feng, you should just give up on Sun Shiqing.
That woman is pure ice.
You can feel her chill from dozens of meters away, impossible to get close.
I think campus beauty Yuching is perfect for you. Besides, hasn't she been pretty nice to you?
Instead of wasting your time on that ice queen, you'd be better off getting closer to campus belle Yuching.
Besides, she's naturally cute and pure, way better than that cold fish, right? Chapter 46, Sun Shiqing. Exactly. The boss is totally right.
Sure, Sun Shiqing is stunningly beautiful and absolutely top tier, but she's just too cold. Honestly, sometimes I don't even dare fantasize about her face. I'm scared I'll freeze solid.
You're such a wimp.
Seriously, just thinking about that face makes my body shiver uncontrollably.
Unbelievable. Hearing their comments, Lu Feng frowned.
This situation seemed trickier than he'd anticipated.
Do you have Sun Shiqing's contact information? Lu Feng asked. No way.
Probably no guy has Miss Sun's contact info. And even if they did, it wouldn't matter. Miss Sun would never agree to add you. The moment she hears you're a guy on the phone, she'd hang up immediately and send you straight to the black room.
Oh, that's really not good.
Lu Feng pondered carefully, trying to figure out a way to get closer to Sun Shiqing.
Do you guys know where Sun Shiqing usually hangs out?
Zhang Chang and the others all shook their heads. Seeing this, Lu Feng felt utterly helpless. It seemed he'd have to ask the girls about this.
Lu Feng opened his phone, looked around, and found Feng Yuching in his WeChat contacts. Yuching, are you there? Brother Feng, I'm here. I need to ask you something. Just ask if Yuching knows, she'll definitely tell Brother Feng. Are you familiar with Sun Shiqing? Ha? President's son? I know her, but not super well. President's son? What kind of president is she? The student union president? Doesn't Brother Feng know? Oh, I'm not sure. First time I've heard of it. Well, Brother Feng really is out of the loop. I bet there aren't many guys who don't know President's son. Do you have Sun Shiqing's contact info?
Feng Yuching felt a sudden pang of anxiety upon seeing this message. After all, Sun Shiqing was simply too beautiful. There probably wasn't a man alive who wouldn't be captivated by her. Could it be that her Feng Go had also fallen under Sun Shiqing's spell? Though she claimed not to mind Lu Feng having other women, learning this still left a bitter taste in her mouth.
Brother Feng, what business do you have with President Sun?
There's something I need to ask her privately.
What kind of things?
Well, it's hard to explain. Alright, I do have President Sun's contact info, but she doesn't seem to add men. Even if I gave it to you, it probably wouldn't help. She wouldn't accept your friend request.
Oh, well then, send it over first.
I'll take a look.
Lu Feng pondered, trying to think of a reason to approach Sun Shiqing.
Suddenly, it hit him the student union was organizing a small school concert these days and seemed to be seeking sponsors. This was a perfect opportunity. Seeing the contact info Feng Yuqing sent over, Lu Feng copied it directly. To double check, he asked Feng Yuqing.
Hey, Yuqing, are you also in the student union?
Yes, I'm actually the vice president.
Though I'm the VP, I'm not really close with President Sunday.
She's naturally not very talkative and only gets along with a few girls.
Is the student council organizing a concert?
Yeah, Fengge, are you interested? I heard you guys need sponsors. Have you secured any yet?
Yeah, we've only secured a tiny bit so far. It's nowhere near enough. We're probably still short a ton of money.
Got it. Thanks, Yuqing. No need to thank me, Brother Feng. After confirming the details, Lu Feng immediately added Sun Shiqing's WeChat and specifically noted it as concert sponsorship. Sure enough, it didn't take long for her to accept his friend request. But after adding her, Lu Feng didn't rush to message Sun Shiqing. At times like this, one must remain patient. If he came across as too eager, it would seem overly calculated.
Sure enough, it wasn't long before Sun Shiqing couldn't resist messaging him.
Hey, classmate, are you sponsoring the student council concert? Yes, I'm quite passionate about music and very interested in the concert. I hope the school can organize it well. How much can you sponsor? Seeing such a direct reply, Lu Feng was a bit speechless. She really was refreshingly straightforward. How much are you short? Quite a lot. Some students need pianos, drum sets, and special venue decorations.
Preliminary estimates put it at around 3 cents.
Chapter 47, Shen Ziyu's Apology. Hearing 3 cents, Lu Feng chuckled.
3 cents?
No problem at all. I can sponsor it. But I have a small request. I hope Senior Sun will agree. After sending that message, Lu Feng realized the other party had gone completely silent. He waited for a long time, but Lu Feng felt awkward asking again. So he kept checking his phone idly until evening. Finally unable to resist, he sent a message expressing his confusion. Instead, a line of text appeared. This person is not your friend. You need to send a friend request. Seeing this series of prompts, Lu Feng was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? I've been blocked? Holy! Lu Feng was dumbfounded. He hadn't even had a chance to make any demands before getting blocked. He hadn't asked anything yet. Sun Shiqing was way too sensitive. It wasn't really that Sun Shiqing was sensitive. It was just that these past few days, under the guise of seeking financial support, too many people had approached her with requests. Some wanted to take her out to eat, others wanted introductions to their connections. The reasons were all bizarre and varied. Sun Shiqing found it especially distasteful, particularly when these men beat around the bush. They clearly had their eyes on her, yet each one insisted on pretending to be so upright. Lu Feng sat in his dorm room feeling utterly helpless. He hadn't even exchanged a few words with Sun Shiqing before getting blocked. It seemed men really couldn't get close to her easily. He'd have to figure out another approach. Early the next morning, Lu Feng was still half asleep when a commotion erupted in the dorm. Holy, is that Chen Ziyu outside? She seems to be holding breakfast. Could it be for me? What the hell are you thinking? Have you lost your mind? I haven't heard Chen Ziyu has a boyfriend. She's waiting at the door. She must be buying food for someone. Who could it be? Holy crap, could she be here for Crazy Brother? It's possible. Think about it, didn't Chen Ziyu come looking for Crazy Brother just a couple days ago? Holy, didn't Brother Feng just have dinner with Campus Beauty Yuqing? Yesterday he was hitting on Campus Beauty Sun, and now he's even going after Campus Beauty Shi? He's such a beast. He really is a beast. If Brother Feng hadn't been decent to us before, I'd be cursing him out. The department flower seems to be looking this way. She really is here for Brother Feng. Bro Feng, wake up. Lu Feng heard someone calling his name through his daze. He opened his eyes and looked at the guys in the dorm, unable to help but ask, what's up? Brother Feng, the department beauty is here. She seems to be looking for you. Zhang Changren, the leader, hurriedly explained. Who's the department beauty? What does she want with me? Lu Feng asked impatiently. The department beauty is Chen Ziyu. Bro, you forgot? We even went to her place for street food before. Her? Looking for me? No way. I'm not going. Don't bother me while I'm sleeping. Upon hearing Chen Ziyu's name, Lu Feng turned his head and went back to sleep. Just thinking about yesterday's incident with her made him furious. Seeing Lu Feng's reaction, his roommates exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss.
Boss, what should we do now?
Zhang Cheng frowned, then said, forget it.
I'll go down and check what's going on. With that, Zhang Cheng quickly washed up, went downstairs, approached Chen Ziyu, and asked, Miss Chen, who are you looking for down here? Excuse me, I'm looking for Lu Feng. Could you call him over for me? Chen Ziyu knew Zhang Cheng was Lu Feng's roommate, so he addressed Zhang Cheng. Oh, you're looking for Brother Feng? Sure, hold on a sec, I'll go get him.
Zhang Cheng hurriedly replied, then quickly ran upstairs to the dorm.
He tapped Lu Feng on the shoulder. Brother Feng. Brother Feng. Lu Feng replied impatiently, what is it? Brother Feng, the department beauty really is here to see you. I just went downstairs to ask, she's waiting for you down there.
Zhang Cheng hurriedly explained.
I'm not going. Lu Feng snorted coldly. Bro Feng, she's the department's most beautiful girl. She came all the way down here just to see you. You're not going? No way. Lu Feng remained coldly firm. Seeing Lu Feng's reaction, his roommates realized something must have happened between him and Chen Ziyu.
Watching Lu Feng collapse back onto his bed to sleep, the roommates began whispering among themselves.
What do you think is going on here? Could it be that Brother Feng was dating the department beauty before, then fell for the campus queen Yuqing instead? Now she's come looking for him. Seems plausible. The department beauty looked pretty rough, tired and upset. Holy crap, if that's true, Brother Feng is a real beast. Who says it isn't? If I hadn't taken Feng's favor a couple days ago, I'd be going to yell at him right now. Forget it, let's not get involved. It's their business anyway. Half an hour later, Zhang Cheng stood on the balcony and saw Chen Ziyu still waiting below. He couldn't hold back any longer. He approached Lu Feng, ready to explode, but paused. Instead, he whispered, Brother Feng, are you awake? Brother Feng, the department beauty is still waiting for you down there. Why don't you go check on her? She's a girl, after all, and she's been waiting for you this long? Lu Feng turned around with a sigh, then snorted coldly, you seem pretty concerned about her, huh? No, Brother Feng. It's just that I saw a girl buying breakfast early this morning and she's been waiting downstairs for nearly an hour. You see? Hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Lu Feng realized he had a point. He thought about it, it really wasn't easy for a girl to wait downstairs for over an hour. Lu Feng slowly dressed, then got up to wash up before strolling downstairs. Reaching the ground floor, Lu Feng saw Chen Ziyu still standing at the dormitory entrance, looking pitifully dejected as if she'd suffered some great injustice. What are you doing here? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask. Chapter 48, Public Outrage. Seeing Lu Feng finally emerge, Chen Ziyu hurriedly said, I came to apologize. Here's the breakfast I bought for you. Saying this, Chen Ziyu handed the breakfast to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the food, tested its temperature, then said with displeasure, it's already cold. Why give it to me? I'm so sorry. I'll go buy you a fresh one right now. With that, Chen Ziyu turned to leave and buy a new breakfast. Seeing Chen Ziyu turn to leave, Lu Feng quickly interjected, alright, no need. Just tell me, what exactly did you come here for? Yesterday, I talked it over with my mom. Starting today, I'm your personal assistant. I'll handle all your daily affairs. You can assign any tasks to me. Chen Ziyu kept his head down, nervously twiddling his fingers, seeming somewhat flustered. You as my personal assistant? Ha! Do you really think your mom would trust you to handle things for me? Lu Feng sneered coldly. It's fine. I've already talked to my mom. I'm really sorry about yesterday, it was my fault. Please don't be angry with her. If you need to vent, take it out on me instead. Chen Ziyu hurriedly explained. Personal assistant? You understand what that entails, every trivial detail of my life, even matters involving privacy. Are you prepared for that? Lu Feng said indifferently. Hearing this, Chen Ziyu hesitated. Though she'd anticipated this possibility, actually hearing Lu Feng say it aloud made her pause. After a pause, Chen Ziyu nodded. I can. Seeing Chen Ziyu's resolve, Lu Feng was somewhat surprised. But after considering her family situation, he shook his head and said, never mind. I told you before, all the money you owe me is forgiven. So there's no need for you to come looking for me. Let's just leave it at that. Thank you for breakfast today. I'll accept this meal, but after this, let's not have any further dealings. Wait, Lu Feng, Chen Ziyu tried to say more, but Lu Feng had already started walking back toward the dorms. Seeing this, Chen Ziyu looked like he was about to cry. This instantly stirred the protective instincts of the group of men upstairs, who all began berating Lu Feng. Damn it, who is this jerk? How dare he bully our department's flower like this? This is outrageous. Making our department's flower wait downstairs for over an hour? Who does he think he is? Absolutely ridiculous. I say we expose him on the school forum, damn it. Lu Feng paid no attention to the surrounding chatter. He'd been the subject of gossip since childhood. If he'd dwelled on it, he'd have died of frustration long ago. Lu Feng returned to the dorm and handed the breakfast he was holding to Zhang Cheng and the others. Here's some breakfast. You guys haven't eaten yet, right? Zhang Cheng stared at the breakfast on the table, disbelief in his voice. Didn't the department beauty give this to you? You're giving it to us? Cut the chatter. Eat or not? Lu Feng snapped back. Yeah, we're starving. The roommates eagerly dug into the breakfast. That morning, Lu Feng and the others had a required class they absolutely had to attend. Their professor was notoriously strict skip it, and they could kiss the credits goodbye. So after finishing their breakfast, the four of them hurried straight to the classroom. But when roll call came, one person was missing, Li Wei. The others were puzzled. After class, they began discussing it. Weird. Li Wei isn't the type to skip class. Why didn't she show up today? Haven't you heard? Apparently, Li Wei's family company ran into trouble and went bankrupt. She's swamped with family matters now. How could she possibly have time for class? Bankrupt? Is that true? Yeah, I heard they owe the bank hundreds of thousands. Probably ruined for life. Damn, hundreds? I'll have to watch out for her from now on. If she asks me for money, I'm screwed. While Lu Feng was playing with his phone, a woman suddenly approached him, looking shy as she said, Lu Feng, do you have time for lunch? I'd like to treat you to a meal. The speaker was Zhang Xiaoyu. She used to be close with Li Wei and had even helped Wang Difu pursue Li Wei before. Lu Feng certainly remembered this person. You're treating me to lunch? We're not exactly that close, are we? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask. No, it's mainly because I wanted to ask about Li Wei. With everything that's happened in her family and her not coming to class today, I'm a bit worried about her. Do you happen to have any news about her? Zhang Xiaoyu said with a look of deep concern. You're genuinely worried about her? Lu Feng asked skeptically. Of course I am. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded urgently, afraid Lu Feng wouldn't believe her. Lu Feng glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu before saying indifferently, don't worry about her. She's fine. Ha? She's fine? How could she possibly be fine? Didn't everyone say her family went bankrupt? Zhang Xiaoyu's question sounded like she was trying to pry for information. I said her family is fine, so they're fine. Stop asking. Lu Feng said indifferently. Seeing Lu Feng's completely composed demeanor, Zhang Xiaoyu felt a bit shocked inside. After all, Li Wei's family owed several hundred yuan. Yet Lu Feng claimed her family was fine. Could it be that he'd settled things for them? She still vaguely remembered him pulling out those few coins in class earlier. Could Lu Feng really be a hidden tycoon who just kept a low profile? Yes, that was entirely possible. Earlier, Lu Feng had casually gifted a 1 yuan present in Li Wei's livestream without batting an eye. Later, she'd heard he'd showered other livestreams with generous gifts too. Rumors swirled that he was a super wealthy tycoon, and she'd been closely following that user's account for quite some time. Chapter 49, Life Secretary. After learning of Lu Feng's impressive background, Zhang Xiaoyu quickly addressed him, Mr. Lu Feng, having lunch together isn't a big deal. I just have some matters I'd like to discuss with you privately. Zhang Xiaoyu deliberately emphasized the word alone with a sultry tone. Any man would understand the implication. Sorry, I already have plans for lunch. Lu Feng politely declined. How about tonight? Zhang Xiaoyu wouldn't let it go. I'll have time tonight. I'll talk to you when I have time. Lu Feng said indifferently. Fine then, but if you do have time, you must tell me. I'll be waiting any time for you, Lu Feng. Lu Feng was utterly speechless. He knew exactly what this gold digger was after. While he didn't mind having multiple women around now, he wasn't just going to take any woman. Sure, he had money now and could indulge freely, but he wasn't some stud who'd take anyone. His top priority was resolving the issue with Sun Shiqing. If he couldn't resolve the Sun Shiqing situation, forget about having multiple women. He might not even be able to touch a woman at all afterward. Lu Feng tried adding Sun Shiqing on WeChat several more times, but each attempt failed. She completely ignored him, leaving him utterly helpless. Come lunchtime, just as Lu Feng was about to head out for a meal, Zhang Cheng nudged him. What's up? Brother Feng, look outside. Lu Feng followed Zhang Cheng's gaze and looked outside in confusion. He shouldn't have looked. The sight made him jump. Chen Ziyu was already waiting outside, holding something that looked like a lunchbox as if she'd brought her own meal. Seeing Chen Ziyu outside, Lu Feng was utterly speechless. This guy really was like a persistent ghost. Lu Feng knew that if he didn't go out, the guy would probably wait outside indefinitely. Lu Feng stood up, walked out of the classroom, and approached Chen Ziyu's door. He couldn't help but ask, what are you doing here again? Bringing you lunch. I made this myself. Not sure if it suits your taste, but if it doesn't, just tell me, I'll change it any time. Chen Ziyu pulled out the lunchbox and handed it to Lu Feng. Seriously, sis, what's the point of all this? Lu Feng stared at Chen Ziyu, speechless. I'm your personal assistant. Naturally, I'll take care of you. I've already switched all my classes to match yours. From now on, I'll follow your schedule. Chen Ziyu declared. You really want to be my personal assistant? Lu Feng asked, looking at Chen Ziyu before him. Yes. I said I would be your personal assistant, and I will do it well. Chen Ziyu declared firmly. All right then.
If you really want to be my personal assistant, help me with one thing. Lu Feng thought for a moment before speaking.
What is it? You know Sun Shiqing pretty well, right? President's son? We're good friends. What's up? Could you help me set up a meeting with her?
She deleted me on WeChat, and no matter how many times I've tried to add her back, she won't accept. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Chen Ziyu frowned slightly before saying, President's son won't like you.
I advise you not to waste your energy on her. Lu Feng retorted coldly, looks like I need to set some ground rules. Since you're my personal assistant, I'm your boss.
Whatever I tell you to do, you obey, no arguments, no useless chatter.
Just do as instructed. If you can handle it, you keep the job. If not, I suggest you head back immediately. But President's son is truly unique.
She doesn't get close to guys at all. Even if I set you up with her, it wouldn't work.
She'd never be interested in you. Chen Ziyu couldn't help but interject. That's none of your concern. Just get me the date with her. What happens after that is none of your business.
Lu Feng said indifferently.
But.
Chen Ziyu hesitated, mainly worried Lu Feng might have ulterior motives towards Sun Shiqing.
Have you forgotten what I told you? No backtalk. Do exactly as instructed. And from now on, you address me as boss. Got it?
Lu Feng said with a cold snort.
Understood, boss. Chen Ziyu hurriedly replied. So, about that date with Sun Shiqing, can you handle it for me? Lu Feng asked. Sure. Chen Ziyu nodded. Receiving Chen Ziyu's confirmation, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief.
With Chen Ziyu's backing, he figured the challenges in winning over Sun Shiqing would be significantly reduced. Chen Ziyu was a major asset.
Oh, and I need to tell you something.
Whispering secretly into Chen Ziyu's ear, Lu Feng relayed some instructions.
After listening, Chen Ziyu nodded in understanding. Remember, these matters must never be revealed to Sun Shiqing. Understood? Got it. Boss, did you ask President's son out because you're trying to pursue her? Hearing Chen Ziyu's question, Lu Feng paused before nodding. That interpretation wasn't wrong.
Though he hadn't met Sun Shiqing much and wasn't particularly close to her, he was indeed pursuing her now.
Will you help me strategize? Lu Feng smiled and asked Chen Ziyu. Well. For a moment, Chen Ziyu felt awkward.
Asking her to help pursue Sun Shiqing would be unfair to Sun Shiqing. After all, she and Sun Shiqing had a decent relationship. Helping the boss pursue Sun Shiqing would be like pushing Sun Shiqing into a pit of fire.
Alright, I won't push you. Just help me set up a date with her. And don't forget everything I told you earlier. Lu Feng instructed. Chapter 50, Lu Feng's Tactics.
Hearing Lu Feng's words, Chen Ziyu had no choice but to ponder how she would broach the subject with Sun Shiqing. Sun Shiqing was still fretting over the concert.
This performance represented her biggest dream at university. If she could pull it off successfully, she could graduate with peace of mind. After all, she was in her final year of college. If she couldn't accomplish it this year, she might never get another chance. Just as Sun Shiqing was fretting, she suddenly saw another person add her on WeChat. Glancing at the profile, she saw it was yet another man and immediately rejected the request. Lately, the number of men adding her had become overwhelming, a never-ending stream of men using every excuse to approach her. They talked about sponsoring her concert or donating instruments, but their true purpose was always her. None of them genuinely loved music. Just then, someone walked in through the door. Sun Shiqing looked up and saw it was Chen Ziyu. Seeing Chen Ziyu, Sun Shiqing broke into a rare smile and exclaimed, Ziyu, you finally made it. I've been so worried these past 2 days we still haven't secured sponsorship for the campus concert. With the event fast approaching, I'm at a complete loss. Shiqing, if you'd been a bit more flexible, the sponsorship would have come through ages ago. From what I know, there are several parties eager to sponsor it. Don't blame anyone but yourself. Chen Ziyu said helplessly. That's different. Those people weren't genuinely interested in sponsoring. They all had ulterior motives, utterly disgusting. Do you think I don't know? Sun Shiqing retorted coldly. Enough. How much funding are we still short? Chen Ziyu asked. Quite a bit. Probably several cents. Sun Shiqing said helplessly. Oh, I see. How about I cover it? Chen Ziyu said indifferently. Hearing Chen Ziyu's words, Sun Shiqing stared at him in utter disbelief and asked doubtfully, You're paying? Where did you get that much money? Just my daily savings. I don't spend much anyway, so I'll just contribute it. Chen Ziyu replied with a guilty conscience. You saved it? Ziyu, who are you trying to fool? Do you think I'm that gullible? If I remember correctly, your mom is still hospitalized. With all those hospital bills piling up at home, you still have money to donate? What's really going on? Sun Shiqing pressed. Shiqing, just don't ask so many questions. The point is, I have the money to put on this concert, right? Chen Ziyu snapped irritably. No, you have to tell me the truth. Where did the money come from? What? Ziyu, you won't even tell me? We're such good sisters, and you? Seeing Sun Shihqing pressuring her relentlessly, Chen Ziyu sighed helplessly and said, "Fine. But you absolutely mustn't say I told you. He specifically instructed me not to tell you."
"Who?" Seeing Chen Ziyu's mysterious expression, Sun Shihqing grew puzzled.
"It's my friend, who's also my boss. His name is Lu Feng. He's really into music."
When he heard our student union was organizing a campus concert, he got really interested. He also learned from me that we were short on funds, so he specially donated some money. He knows you might not be comfortable accepting help from a guy, so he specifically told me not to let you know.
Chen Ziyu whispered. "Lu Feng? Who is Lu Feng? And Ziyu, when did you get a boss? What kind of boss is that?" "Lu Feng is my boss. He's in the same department as me, a year younger than you, and also a student at our university," Chen Ziyu explained. "What? A student from our school? How'd he end up being your boss? You haven't been scammed, have you? Ziyu, let me warn you, men aren't all that trustworthy. They never tell the truth. It's fine. My boss treats me well. If it weren't for him, my mom would probably be kicked out of the hospital by now. But what exactly do you do for him? Does he run a company? Or what kind of work is it?" "I'm his personal assistant.
I handle daily chores, cleaning, laundry, housekeeping.
It's pretty easy work."
At first, my mom thought he had ulterior motives and gave him a piece of her mind. He didn't say much, even telling me I didn't have to pay him back.
"But how could I not repay him?
He's helped me so much I have to repay him somehow. Being able to do small things for him, to help out, is already great." Sun Shihqing frowned upon hearing Chen Ziyu's words. She sensed something was off about this so-called Lu Feng.
"He genuinely loves music, that's why he sponsored us? Honestly, he even asked me not to mention it. If you hadn't kept asking, I wouldn't have said a word," Chen Ziyu said with a serious expression. Seeing Chen Ziyu's expression, Sun Shihqing didn't think he was lying. She turned to him and said, "Could you help me set up a meeting with your boss? We should find a time to thank him personally." "No need. My boss is quite busy, and he wouldn't care about such things anyway." "No, we really should. Ask him when he's free, just the two of us." "Oh, alright." Chen Ziyu was utterly stunned inside. She never imagined everything would unfold exactly as Lu Feng predicted. Sun Shihqing actually took the initiative to arrange this meeting. This intricate chain of events proved Lu Feng's tactics were truly beyond belief. Deep down, Chen Ziyu couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration. Chapter 51, A Series of Schemes. Chen Ziyu took out her phone and walked out to pretend to make a call. Not long after, Chen Ziyu returned from outside and said to Sun Shihqing, "I spoke with the boss. He said he happens to be free this afternoon. How about we go then?" "Sure, I'm free this afternoon too." Sun Shihqing nodded in agreement. In reality, Chen Ziyu hadn't even made a call when he went out earlier. All of this had been pre-arranged by Lu Feng, and everything was unfolding exactly as Lu Feng had planned. By afternoon, Sun Shihqing and Chen Ziyu had arrived early at a cafe outside the school to wait. The moment Lu Feng laid eyes on Sun Shihqing, he was stunned by her beauty. He never imagined such a stunning woman could exist. What puzzled him even more was the task progress bar floating above her head. The progress bar was barely filled at the moment, seemingly far from completion. Could it be that the task wouldn't be considered finished until the bar was completely full? Lu Feng considered clicking it to test, when suddenly, Sun Shihqing's information automatically appeared before his eyes. Target information. Name, Sun Shihqing. Age, 22. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Mission progress, 10. Hobbies, piano, vocal performance. Personality, cool and aloof. Due to her parents' divorce, she dislikes men. She appears strong on the surface but is actually very sensitive inside. She is full of compassion, even reluctant to step on an ant. Seeing this, Lu Feng felt a little better. The damn system had actually provided something useful after all. He'd thought it wouldn't help at all. Lu Feng apologized sheepishly to Sun Shihqing and Chen Ziyu. "Sorry for keeping you two lovely ladies waiting. I've been swamped." No problem. We're just thrilled you could make time for us, boss." Chen Ziyu quickly chimed in. Sun Shihqing, standing beside her, nodded at Lu Feng and added, "It's fine. We just arrived ourselves." Sun Shihqing remained as cool as ever, but she wasn't overly cold toward Lu Feng. After all, he was the one sponsoring their concert, so being polite to him was only natural. Most importantly, Lu Feng had a pleasant demeanor. His gaze wasn't like the men she usually encountered, it was clear and pure. On top of that, he was quite handsome, giving off an approachable vibe. At that moment, Lu Feng unexpectedly noticed that the task progress bar above Sun Shihqing's head had unexpectedly. "Boss, President Sun heard about your donation and really wants to meet you to express her gratitude," Chen Ziyu explained to Lu Feng. "It's nothing, really. Just a small contribution, no need for special thanks. Honestly, I'm a huge music fan myself. I've always wanted to organize a month-long campus concert series but never found the time. With you guys handling the effort, I can just cover the costs. Lu Feng chuckled. Mr. Lu enjoys music too?
Sun Shiqing suddenly interjected.
Hearing Sun Shiqing's question, Lu Feng nodded faintly. That's right. I've been interested in piano since I was little. But my family was poor back then, so I never really got to learn. Later, when I grew up and the internet came along, I slowly taught myself some lessons online. But since I started late, my skills, well, they might be a bit lacking. Poor family?
Sun Shiqing was somewhat surprised.
Someone who casually gave others dozens of yuan claimed his family was poor? Could it be they only gained wealth later?
Yes, we really were poor when I was young.
Things have only improved in recent years, giving me a bit more leeway to pursue learning. Lu Feng nodded. I see.
But looking at how generous Lu Feng is, he doesn't seem like someone who grew up poor. Sun Shiqing thought that if someone grew up poor, they'd naturally be frugal with money.
But Lu Feng's spending was downright extravagant.
Earlier, Chen Ziyu mentioned that Lu Feng had casually lent her family 70 or 80 yuan, even saying it didn't need to be repaid.
That wasn't how someone from a poor family behaved. It was outrageous. You mean what happened with Ziyu's family? It's not that I'm being extravagant. It's because my family was in the same situation once.
When I was very young, my mother was hospitalized with a serious illness. Unfortunately, we were too poor back then. We had no money, and my mother passed away because of it. So when I heard about Ziyu's family situation, it was like seeing myself in the past. I know how desperately they crave money when facing such a crisis. That's why I believe if money can truly bring back a mother who loves her child, no amount is too much. It's absolutely worth it. Lu Feng spoke with such heartfelt sincerity, as if recounting his own experience, that the two women present couldn't help but feel tears welling up in their eyes. Manager, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. My mother even blamed you for this before.
Chen Ziyu's tears flowed uncontrollably.
She never imagined Lu Feng had helped her for this reason. She had thought he was only after her, but it turned out all that was just her narrow-mindedness and misplaced affection.
It's okay. It's all in the past.
And I understand your aunt's feelings. After all, you're the child she cherishes so deeply. Seeing a mother who loves you so much, I actually envy you.
Lu Feng smiled as he spoke.
What Lu Feng had just mentioned wasn't a lie. Growing up, that was indeed his reality. His current mother was a woman his father remarried later.
This stepmother's family had a bit of money and brought along a daughter.
That daughter was incredibly arrogant, her ambitions were sky high, and she looked down on Lu Feng terribly. This made Lu Feng hate living at home. Ever since entering university, he'd completely distanced himself from his family. He even dreaded going back for the new year sometimes.
Mr. Lu, thank you so much for your sponsorship this time. Since you genuinely have an interest in music, why not come attend the concert? I've specifically set aside some time for you during the performance. What do you think?
I'd hate to embarrass myself by showing off my talent. It'd be so awkward if it dragged down the concert's standards.
Lu Feng quickly protested.
The truth was, he knew next to nothing about music. While he genuinely loved the piano, he was completely clueless about playing it. Earlier, when he told Sun Shiqing he'd learned a bit, it was pure bluffing just to impress her. He never imagined she'd actually invite him to perform.
This was downright humiliating. Chapter 52, so that's how it is. It's fine, just go up and show off a little.
Sun Shiqing continued.
Hearing this, Lu Feng's face turned awkward. Let's see how things go. I might be busy, but if I have time, I definitely will. Lu Feng replied. Well then, Lu, shall we exchange WeChat contacts? That way I can notify you when the time comes.
Sun Shiqing suggested.
Lu Feng feigned embarrassment before replying, no need. Just have Ziyu tell me when the time comes. I guess that's fine.
Sun Shiqing felt a pang of disappointment.
This was the first time she'd ever asked a guy for his WeChat, yet awkwardly, he hadn't even offered it.
Little did she know this was all part of Lu Feng's carefully laid trap.
The three chatted about various things afterward.
Sun Shiqing and Lu Feng discussed many topics, discovering they shared remarkably similar interests and hobbies. They clicked instantly, finding common ground in almost every conversation. This was the first time she'd met a guy she could talk to so effortlessly. Finally, Lu Feng glanced at his watch, stood up, and said, sorry, I've got some things to take care of and might have to head out early.
Next time I have the chance, I'll definitely spend more time with you guys. No problem. Go ahead and take care of your business.
Sun Shiqing quickly stood up and replied.
After Lu Feng left, Sun Shiqing turned to Chen Ziyu beside her and remarked, your boss is actually pretty nice. He doesn't come off as obnoxious like some other men. Shiqing, you wouldn't happen to have a thing for my boss, would you? Chen Ziyu asked in surprise. What nonsense are you talking about? I just think he's a decent person, nothing more.
Sun Shiqing replied casually.
Oh, and send me your boss's WeChat. I should add him. Sure thing. Chen Ziyu sent Lu Feng's WeChat to Sun Shiqing.
But when Sun Shiqing saw the profile picture and ID, it suddenly felt strangely familiar.
Why does this WeChat feel so familiar?
After adding the account, Sun Shiqing immediately covered her mouth in shock and gasped.
Ah. Shiqing, why are you freaking out like that?
Sun Shiqing looked at the WeChat and said awkwardly, "Now I know why your boss didn't add me earlier."
It turns out that's why. He didn't add me to spare me the embarrassment. What are you talking about, Shiqing? I'm just trying to spare you the embarrassment. Chen Ziyu asked in confusion from the side. It's nothing, nothing. Looks like I misunderstood him earlier.
Sun Shiqing muttered to herself. Seeing Sun Shiqing's current state, Chen Ziyu sighed helplessly inside. She hadn't expected Lu Feng's tactics to be so profound. Even Sun Shiqing was affected by them. After all, the Sun Shiqing of before had never acted this way toward boys. Clearly, her feelings toward Lu Feng had changed a very promising start.
Chen Ziyu felt a pang of reluctance.
She wanted to tell Sun Shiqing the truth, but then she remembered Lu Feng's earlier words about her mother.
Chen Ziyu hesitated. Lu Feng had been so kind to her, wouldn't betraying him now seem ungrateful?
Yet Sun Shiqing was her friend. Watching her friend step by step into Lu Feng's trap left Chen Ziyu feeling deeply conflicted and torn. After returning to the dorm, Lu Feng glanced at his phone and smiled knowingly. Sure enough, Sun Shiqing had proactively added him on WeChat, specifically noting apology and begging for a chance to explain.
Lu Feng accepted the request.
Before long, a message arrived.
Sun Shiqing, Lu Feng, I'm truly sorry. I didn't realize it was you before. I thought it was just another admirer trying to get close to me this way. I didn't mean to block your WeChat. Lu Feng, it's fine. You're so beautiful, it's only natural you have many admirers. Feeling a bit nervous is understandable. Sun Shiqing, are you angry? How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? I want to apologize in person. I'm truly sorry. Lu Feng, seriously, it's fine. No need to treat me to dinner, I might not even have time tomorrow. Sun Shiqing, how about the day after tomorrow? Lu Feng, the day after tomorrow is the campus concert, right? You'll probably be super busy then. Inviting me out might not be the best idea. How about tomorrow? I'll see if I can make time. Sun Shiqing, okay. Thanks. Truthfully, Lu Feng was feeling quite anxious inside. Over the past 2 days, he'd done his homework thoroughly to win Sun Shiqing over. He'd spent an entire day scouring the school forums and bulletin boards just to figure out her situation. He'd also specifically gone to ask Chen Ziyu about Sun Shiqing, which ultimately led him to devise those earlier strategies. Fortunately, all his efforts hadn't been wasted. Everything was progressing swiftly according to his plan. Lu Feng swore he'd never studied this intensely, not even for the college entrance exams. After all, this was about securing his happiness for the rest of his life. Time was tight, and the stakes were high. The only thing giving him a headache was the stage performance scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Skipping it might jeopardize progress on Sun Shiqing's mission. Showing off on stage would definitely boost her feelings for him, but he had to make it look natural, not forced. Lu Feng recalled that Feng Yuqing could also play the piano, so he immediately called her. Brother Feng, what do you need? Yuqing, where are you right now? I'm at the school gate right now, looking for a place to grab dinner. What's up? I'll meet you at the school gate. Wait for me. Chapter 53, The Love Struck Su Qiaoqiao. Feng Yuqing was currently at the school gate with Su Qiaoqiao. They had planned to go out for hot pot, but just then, Lu Feng's call came through. Yuling, is that Feng guy of yours coming? Su Qiaoqiao asked. Feng Yuqing nodded. Qiaoqiao, why don't you head back to the dorm first? I'll treat you to hot pot another time, okay? Feng Yuqing said. No way. I'm determined to see for myself what kind of monster your Feng brother really is. Su Qiaoqiao retorted with a cold snort. Fenga isn't some monster or ghost. He's a really nice guy. I'm warning you, don't you dare set your sights on Fenga. Feng Yuqing glared at Su Qiaoqiao with a warning look. Because Su Qiaoqiao was a total love-struck girl, the kind who couldn't walk straight when she saw a handsome guy. Feng Yuqing feared that if Su Qiaoqiao saw Lu Feng, she might actually do something irrational. Pfft, I couldn't care less. I just want to see what kind of person managed to steal our Yuqing away. Lu Feng emerged from the school gate at that moment. Spotting Lu Feng, Feng Yuqing happily waved at him and called out, Brother Feng, over here. Su Qiaoqiao followed Feng Yuqing's gaze and her eyes lit up. She gushed like a lovesick fool, Yuqing, your Fenggu is pretty handsome. Didn't you say you weren't a looks-obsessed person? What's going on? Wow, I can't handle this. Yuqing, I admit I'm jealous and envious. Can you share half with me? Get away. Don't bother my Feng brother. Feng Yuqing retorted indignantly. When Lu Feng arrived, he noticed Feng Yuqing wasn't alone. Beside her stood a friend, probably her bestie or something. She looked pretty cute, like a little lowly. If it weren't for the Mencheng University student ID hanging around her neck, Lu Feng would have thought she was Feng Yuqing's little sister or something. Brother Feng, what's the rush? Did you need something from me? Feng Yuqing asked hurriedly. Well, come with me now. Lu Feng grabbed Feng Yuqing's hand and started to pull her away. But my friend is still here. What about her? Feng Yuqing hurriedly said. Let her come too. Lu Feng glanced back before replying indifferently. What? Together? Isn't that a bit awkward? She might not even agree. Feng Yuqing blurted out awkwardly. Su Qiao, who had overheard Lu Feng's words, was also taken aback. But upon catching sight of Lu Feng's profile, she lit up with delight and nodded eagerly. Who said I wouldn't agree? I agree. I agree. Qiao, you. Feng Yuqing felt a slight twinge of discomfort seeing Su Qiao like this. Sorry. I got too excited just now. My bad, brother Feng. Yuqing seems a bit upset. How about we secretly contact each other another day, when she's not around? Su Qiao hurriedly explained. Su Qiao, you're asking for it. Feng Yuqing was so furious she grabbed Su Qiao's arm, ready to fight. What's there to be upset about? What difference does one more person make? Hurry up, or they might close if we're too late. Lu Feng quickly interjected. Closed? Isn't it open 24 hours? Feng Yuqing was puzzled. Su Qiao seemed to finally grasp the situation and turned to Feng Yuqing. I think we got the wrong idea. Brother Feng, where are we going? Feng Yuqing asked urgently. A music store. A music store? What are we doing there? Don't ask, you'll see when we get there. Lu Feng drove straight to a music store with Feng Yuqing and the others. The shop was just about to close. Seeing Lu Feng, the clerk apologetically said, Sorry, sir, we're closing now. If you need to buy any instruments or such, please come back tomorrow. Wait, is your boss here? Lu Feng inquired. I'm the owner. How can I help you? You're the owner? That makes things easier. Can I rent this for a few days? Lu Feng quickly asked. Rent it to you for a few days? I'm sorry, sir, we don't offer that service. Plus, we have classes every day. If we rented it to you, students wouldn't be able to come for their lessons. The owner replied politely. I only need it for a few days. I'll pay rent 10 cents for 2 days. Is that okay? Lu Feng said calmly. Hearing 1 dime, everyone present was stunned by Lu Feng's extravagant offer. A dime was more than a regular office worker's annual salary. Lu Feng's offer was outrageously generous just to rent this place for 2 days? Chapter 54, So handsome, what's the big deal about getting dumped? Sir, are you joking? The owner was genuinely stunned by Lu Feng's offer. Do I look like I'm joking? Give me the payment code, I'll scan it right now. Lu Feng declared decisively. Observing Lu Feng's demeanor, the boss saw no signs of bluffing. Glancing at the 2 girls behind him and recalling that Lu Feng had arrived in a Mercedes, he chose to believe him. He promptly produced the payment code and handed it over. Lu Feng promptly pulled out his phone and scanned a payment of 1 dime. He then addressed the owner. I might need to use some of your instruments. But don't worry, whatever I use, I'll buy afterward. No problem. Feel free to use whatever you need. Here's the key to the shop. It's yours for the next 2 days. I'll be back after that. The owner glanced at the 1-cent payment on his phone and immediately broke into a smile. He fished the keys from his pocket and handed them to Lu Feng. All right. Lu Feng took the keys and led Feng Yuqing and Su Qiao straight into the music store. Feng Yuqing followed behind Lu Feng, her voice filled with confusion as she asked, Brother Feng, what are we doing at a piano store? And why did you spend so much money renting one? I want to learn piano. Can you teach me? After entering the store, Lu Feng walked straight to a piano, then turned to Feng Yuqing and said, Brother Feng wants to learn piano? A sudden surge of delight filled Feng Yuqing's heart. Feng Yuqing thought, could it be that Brother Feng is learning piano for me? Is he learning so we can have something in common? Right, Yuqing, do you have any way to help me master it in 2 days? Lu Feng asked. Master it in 2 days? That's pretty much impossible. Piano requires practice from a young age. Those with advanced skills have practiced for many years since childhood. Cramming it in 2 days is unlikely. If it were an instrument like the drums, then maybe cramming would be possible. Feng Yuqing replied hesitantly. It doesn't have to be mastered just enough to play a simple tune in 2 days. Lu Feng quickly interjected. 2 days? Why does Brother Feng insist on a crash course in just 2 days? Feng Yuqing's face lit up with surprise, her whole body anticipating Lu Feng's answer. Because 2 days later just happened to be her birthday. Could it be that because of her birthday, Brother Feng was going out of his way to learn piano just to make her happy? If that were the case, she would be incredibly lucky. Beside her, Su Qiao gazed at Feng Yuqing with equal admiration. If Lu Feng was truly learning piano just for Feng Yuqing, regardless of his character, he was at least putting genuine effort into making her happy. The thing is, isn't the student council organizing a campus concert in 2 days? Did you know about that? Lu Feng said helplessly. Of course I know. I'm even performing in that concert. But what does that have to do with Brother Feng? Feng Yuqing asked, puzzled.
Sigh, Sun Shirqing insisted on inviting me to showcase a talent. I'm completely forced into this. I have no choice but to learn something quickly. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be to go up there unprepared? Lu Feng said with a sigh. Ha? President's son asked Brother Feng to perform? Why would she do that? Isn't she usually pretty distant with guys? How does Brother Feng even know President's son? Feng Yuqing suddenly felt a bit nervous. Feng Yuqing knew Sun Shirqing's charm while few men could resist her allure. Yet Sun Shirqing rarely spoke to boys. The fact that she now had a connection to Lu Feng made Feng Yuqing extremely worried. Since I'm quite interested in concerts, I actually sponsored this one. Sun Shirqing said she wanted to thank me and insisted I perform. It's my own fault for mentioning I used to like music and studied it a bit. Now I'm stuck with this embarrassment. I'll probably make a huge fool of myself. Lu Feng spoke honestly. So that's how it is. But Feng, why did you have to show off in front of President Sun? Honestly, do you like her? Feng Yuqing asked with a hint of reproach. This. Lu Feng hesitated for a moment, unsure how to respond. Fine, so Brother Feng is just another lecher after all. Humph. Feng Yuqing turned away in mock anger, putting on a very upset expression. Yuqing, don't be angry. I truly have my reasons, things I can't explain to you right now. But rest assured, no matter what happens, my heart belongs to you. Lu Feng assured her. Really? Feng Yuqing turned back, her voice tinged with doubt. Of course it's true. I swear it. Lu Feng wasn't lying. Among all the women he'd met, Feng Yuqing was the one he cherished most. She was also his first woman, and he deeply admired her personality. No need for oaths. As long as Brother Feng always has Yuqing in his heart, that's enough to make me happy. Feng Yuqing hurriedly cut him off. Feng Yuqing understood that a man like Lu Feng would inevitably have other women in his life. As long as he kept her in his heart, she felt content. Moreover, they were each other's firsts, which gave Feng Yuqing a sense of confidence. Even if she truly faced Sun Shirqing, she wouldn't feel too disadvantaged. As for Su Qiao beside them, she stared at Lu Feng with starry eyes, screaming inwardly, Yuling, you're way too deep in this. How can you not mind that scumbag liking other women? No way. I absolutely can't let Yuling sink this low. I have to find a way to save her. If anyone's going to fall, it should be me. Ah, he's just so handsome. Even if he dumps me, it'd be worth it. Alright, enough of that. Hurry up and teach me, is there any way to master piano quickly? I have a performance in 2 days. Lu Feng hurriedly said. Chapter 55, Su Qiao's level of infatuation. For a crash course, let me think. How about I just teach you one piece? See if you can master it quickly. Feng Yuqing pondered for a moment before suggesting. Then, Feng Yuqing sat down at the piano and began playing slowly. Once Feng Yuqing entered performance mode, one had to admit she possessed considerable skill. Though Lu Feng didn't fully grasp the music, he could sense her piano mastery was no small feat, likely the result of years of practice. After finishing the piece, Feng Yuqing turned to Lu Feng beside her and asked, Brother Feng, what do you think? Is this piece okay? Lu Feng shook his head. I don't know. Let me try it first. Lu Feng sat down beside Feng Yuqing and slowly recalled the keys she had played and the way she had played them. It felt like he hadn't heard this piece for the first time. It was a relatively familiar melody. He began to play. As Lu Feng immersed himself in the performance, Feng Yuqing and Su Qiao beside him watched him with astonished expressions. But they didn't interrupt him, letting him finish the entire piece. After Lu Feng finished, Feng Yuqing couldn't help but ask, Brother Feng, did you study piano before? No, I don't really know much. I've just read some music theory books to understand the corresponding keys on the piano and tried learning online. To be honest, this is actually my first time touching a piano today. Lu Feng replied casually. What? Your first time? Brother Feng, you're not lying to me, are you? Feng Yuqing asked in astonishment. Why would I lie to you? I'm telling the truth. Lu Feng replied earnestly. Lu, you're incredible. Playing the piano so well on your very first try, you're practically a genius. It feels like all my years of practice don't hold a candle to yours. Su Qiao, standing nearby, gazed at Lu Feng with starry-eyed admiration. Ha? Really? You're not pulling my leg? I really played that well? Lu Feng asked doubtfully. Absolutely. You played exceptionally well, you'd never guess you're a beginner. It felt like you had over a decade of experience. Su Qiao began showering him with praise. Brother Feng, don't listen to Qiao's nonsense. But if this really was your first time playing, then Brother Feng, you're definitely a genius. Feng Yuqing nodded in agreement. Ha? Really? Am I that good? Lu Feng felt genuinely surprised inside. He couldn't help but think these two girls were exaggerating a bit. Of course you are. I've experienced Brother Feng's talent firsthand. Feng Yuqing exclaimed excitedly. Yuqing, you're going too far. I'm right here. You can drive this car? No way. I want to experience it too, Brother Feng.
I want to experience how amazing you are. Su Qiaoqiao shouted defiantly. Lu Feng was nearly stunned by the girl's fierce words. Forcing himself to calm down, he cleared his throat and said, Yuqing, who is this friend of yours? Brother Feng, hello. I'm Su Qiaoqiao, Yuqing's best friend. Brother Feng, you're so handsome. Can I take a photo with you? Seeing Lu Feng notice her, Su Qiaoqiao was thrilled and quickly sat down next to him. A photo? Alright. Lu Feng didn't refuse. He thought, it's just a photo. No big deal. Su Qiaoqiao excitedly wrapped her arms around Lu Feng's arm, pressed her face close to his, pulled out her phone, and started snapping 3 photos in rapid succession. Qiaoqiao, what are you doing? Stop clinging to my phone. Seeing Su Qiaoqiao act so brazenly, Feng Yuqing was furious. She hadn't even taken a photo with Lu Feng yet, and now Su Qiaoqiao had beaten her to it. Oh, come on, it's just a photo. Yuqing, don't be so petty. Besides, I heard you say earlier that as long as Brother Feng has you in his heart, you don't mind anything else. It's not like it matters who gets the benefit, might as well be your best friend, right? It's better than giving it to some random woman out there. Seriously, are we even real sisters? Su Qiaoqiao couldn't help but start lecturing Feng Yuqing. Qiaoqiao, you're talking nonsense. I'll tear your mouth off. Feng Yuqing was so furious she lunged forward, grabbing Su Qiaoqiao and ready to fight. Su Qiaoqiao quickly ducked behind Lu Feng and cried out, Brother Feng, help me. Brother Feng. Enough, you two. Stop acting like children. You're both grown adults. Lu Feng said with a sigh. Yet Lu Feng's single sentence instantly made both girls lower their heads, too afraid to speak, looking as if they'd suffered a great injustice. Seeing the 2 girls' reactions, Lu Feng paused for a moment before smiling and saying, Alright, you two really are something. Haven't eaten yet, have you? Perfect timing, let me treat you to hot pot. Ha? Hot pot? Awesome. I'd been craving hot pot all day. Su Qiaoqiao exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight. Yeah, let's go right now. Lu Feng stood up and said. But Fenga, what about your performance? Feng Yuqing hurriedly asked. It's fine. It's no big deal. A little extra time for dinner won't hurt. Lu Feng smiled and said. Hearing this, Feng Yuqing beamed with delight. Then today I'm going to treat Brother Feng to a feast. Treat me? That might be a bit challenging, you know. Let's just go to that hot pot place nearby. Lu Feng suggested. The hot pot restaurant nearby was the very one he had acquired back then. At the time, Lu Feng hadn't known about the price depreciation. He'd thought the owner and the others were playing a joke on him, so he'd cooperatively signed the acquisition contract. Now it seemed it was all real, that hot pot restaurant was now his. Chapter 56, The Clown. Lu Feng quickly led the 2 girls to the hot pot restaurant's entrance. Business at the hot pot restaurant remained steady, largely due to its prime location and high foot traffic. It was one of the few chain outlets in the city that actually thrived. Lu Feng glanced at the queue only 2 tables ahead. Not too many people waiting wouldn't be a problem. Brother Feng, do you like this hot pot place too? Su Qiaoqiao stared at the restaurant, practically drooling with excitement. It's okay. The flavor is pretty good. I've eaten here before. Lu Feng nodded. Mainly because it's conveniently close. Exactly. This place is absolutely amazing. I've mentioned it to Yuqing several times before, but that cheapskate always complained it was too expensive and never came. Now, thanks to Brother Feng, we finally get to try it. Su Qiaoqiao chuckled. Qiaoqiao, shut up. I was telling the truth before, okay? This hot pot place really is pricier than others. We're not rich, so why eat such fancy hot pot? Feng Yuqing shot Su Qiaoqiao a disapproving look. It's fine to splurge once in a while. Worst case, we'll just eat steamed buns for half a month. Su Qiaoqiao stuck out her tongue and laughed. But I'm the one who'll end up paying for it. You'll just end up borrowing money from me anyway. Feng Yuqing snorted coldly. Yes, Yuqing is absolutely right. Who can blame her for coming in late? It seems the younger wife is destined to be bullied by the elder one. Su Qiaoqiao said with a pained expression. Qiaoqiao, do you really think I wouldn't tear your mouth to shreds? Feng Yuqing glared at Su Qiaoqiao menacingly. Su Qiaoqiao, frightened, quickly hid behind Lu Feng. Lu Feng chuckled and interjected, alright, Qiaoqiao just likes to joke around. Why bother taking it seriously? Hey, see that? Mrs. Feng, your main wife, your little wife is well loved too, she's even more popular than you. Su Qiaoqiao chuckled. Feng Yuqing was rendered speechless by Su Qiaoqiao's words. Truthfully, she had pondered Su Qiaoqiao's earlier remarks. After all, her Feng brother wouldn't remain monogamous forever. If he must share, better to share with her own sister-in-law and confidant than with some outsider. But the most pressing issue now was Sun Shiqing. Facing such a formidable enemy, Feng Yuqing knew she couldn't stand up to Sun Shiqing alone. But with Su Qiaoqiao by her side, things would be different. 2 heads were better than 1 strength in numbers. Just then, the hot pot restaurant called their table. Just as they were about to enter, a man and a woman suddenly appeared. The man looked like a wealthy playboy. He walked straight up to the entrance, snatched the ticket from Lu Feng's hand, and declared, "This spot is mine now. Let's go." Seeing this, Su Qiao beside him was furious. She immediately shouted at them, "Hey! What are you doing? Is this how you snatch numbers? Can't you show some manners? Can't you just wait in line properly?" The man was Huang Xiaolong, the second son of the Huang family from Menchang. The waiter at the entrance addressed Huang Xiaolong, "Excuse me, sir, we require customers to queue. Please wait your turn." "Wait in line? Ha! I have a Supreme VIP card. Why should I wait?" With that, Huang Xiaolong pulled out a VIP card from his pocket and placed it before the waiter. Seeing the card, the attendant's expression changed. He immediately responded respectfully, "My apologies, sir. As our esteemed VIP, you have priority. Please come in." Seeing this, Lu Feng immediately interjected, "Hold on, does this hot pot restaurant still have a VIP system? Wasn't that abolished earlier?" "My apologies, sir. Our hot pot restaurant has not discontinued the VIP system. If you are indeed our VIP, you do have priority access," the waiter explained. "Humph, ridiculous. Abolished? You just say it's abolished? Like you own the place? Clown." Huang Xiaolong shot Lu Feng a contemptuous look. The reason Huang Xiaolong was so annoyed with Lu Feng was because the women beside him, Feng Yuqing and Su Qiao, were simply stunning a world apart from the woman at his own table. Feng Yuqing and Su Qiao were like two lively little sprites, utterly adorable. "Get your boss over here," Lu Feng said with a cold snort. "I'm sorry, sir. As a gesture of goodwill from our establishment, we can offer you a 20% discount on your next meal. Would that be acceptable?" The waiter remained polite as he addressed Lu Feng. "Forget it. If you won't call him, I'll do it myself." Immediately, Lu Feng pulled out his phone and checked WeChat. He remembered adding someone named Meng Meng earlier. He had specifically told Meng Meng before to reform this hotpot restaurant's VIP queue system. After all, everyone was here to spend money. Creating VIP tiers wasn't right. Rich people were people, ordinary people were people too. Why should anyone be treated as superior? Everyone should be equal and queue up voluntarily. Yet, to his surprise, the VIP system was still in place. "Ha, what's the deal? Judging by your look, you actually know the owner of this hot pot place?" Huang Xiaolong sneered, his face brimming with disbelief. Chapter 57, I am the owner of this restaurant. Facing Huang Xiaolong's mocking words, Su Qiao couldn't help but retort, "Don't look down on people. My brother Feng is really something." Lu Feng ignored Huang Xiaolong's words. Just then, a voice came through on the other end of the phone. "Ha? Boss, is this urgent? Where are you right now?" "I'm at the shop." "Alright, then head to the store entrance immediately. Hurry." Lu Feng didn't give Meng Meng the slightest bit of a friendly look. After saying that, Lu Feng hung up the phone, while Huang Xiaolong beside him laughed even harder. "Man, I gotta hand it to you, you're a real show-off. You pull this off so convincingly, just telling someone to come over and they actually do? You think this hot pot place is yours or something?" Just then, someone rushed out in a panic. The waiter froze upon seeing the person emerge, then hurriedly called out respectfully, "Mr. Meng." Huang Xiaolong, upon seeing Meng Meng, exclaimed in surprise, "Meng Meng?" Meng Meng merely gave Huang Xiaolong a polite nod, "Mr. Huang." Huang Xiaolong recognized Meng Meng, the newly appointed manager of the hot pot restaurant. As a longtime customer, he was familiar with the place, so the sudden managerial change caught him off guard. That's why he'd been dropping by these past few days to chat with Meng Meng, mainly to probe about the restaurant's new owner. Although the Huang family held a respectable position in Menchang, their business ventures over the past 2 years had been lackluster, yielding exceptionally poor returns. If this continued, the Huang family would inevitably be pushed out of Menchang's 4 great families. Worst of all, the Sun family lurked below, watching them with hungry eyes. Huang Xiaolong's interest in the new owner stemmed from rumors that this individual had casually shelled out 200,000 yuan in cash to acquire the entire chain of hot pot restaurants. Such a massive cash outlay would make even the Huang family wince, let alone for purchasing a struggling chain. Thus, the Huang family concluded this hot pot owner must be a major figure. Befriending such a person would undoubtedly benefit their family. In recent days, numerous wealthy young men shared Huang Xiaolong's perspective. Yet despite their persistent pestering, Meng Meng remained tight-lipped about the new owner's identity. Observing the scene, Huang Xiaolong was suddenly struck by a terrifying realization. He stared at Lu Feng in disbelief. Spotting Lu Feng, Meng Meng hurried over and greeted him respectfully, "My apologies, boss, for keeping you waiting. Manager Meng, what's going on with this store? Didn't I tell you to cancel the VIP membership system? Why is there still a VIP program now?" Lu Feng began to reprimand Meng Meng. "I'm sorry, boss. The thing is, there's still quite a bit of money left in the accounts of those previous VIP members. If we suddenly cancelled it, they'd definitely be unhappy. Plus, these members are some of the most influential figures in Menchang.
It's not wise to offend them, so we just haven't gotten around to it yet.
Meng Meng replied with a troubled expression.
I said cancel the membership system.
Starting tomorrow, wipe out every single one of those VIP accounts. Lu Feng said discontentedly. Having been cut in line twice in a row at the hot pot restaurant left him extremely annoyed. Clearly, the other people waiting in line wouldn't be happy either, so he felt it was better to just cancel the system. Boss, but deleting all these member accounts will cause immeasurable losses. What about the money already in those accounts? Meng Meng hurriedly asked. Double their refunds immediately.
The money comes out of my pocket.
As he spoke, Lu Feng pulled out 50 yuan in cash from his pocket and handed it to Meng Meng.
Seeing the 50 yuan note in Lu Feng's hand, everyone present stared wide-eyed. Many stared intently at the 50 yuan note. After all, such a large sum of cash was something most people might only ever see on TV.
For many, this was their first time encountering it in real life.
Even Huang Xiaolong had never seen 50 yuan notes before, let alone the others. Lu Feng calmly took the ticket number from Huang Xiaolong's hand and said, "Sorry, but you'll have to go to the end of the line now.
And just so you know, this place really is mine." Hearing Lu Feng's words, Huang Xiaolong's face flushed with embarrassment.
He wanted to explode, but remembering his purpose for coming to this hot pot restaurant and the Huang family's current predicament, he forced himself to swallow his anger. After all, based on the information they'd obtained from the Huang family, the owner of this hot pot restaurant was clearly no ordinary person. It wasn't worth antagonizing him over such a trivial matter. Lu Feng thus led Su Chaoqiao and Feng Yuqing into the hot pot restaurant. Meng Meng immediately stepped forward and apologized to everyone. "My apologies for the minor hiccup and the inconvenience caused.
Everyone will receive a 10% discount."
At the mention of a discount, everyone's mood instantly lifted.
Once inside the restaurant, Su Chaoqiao gazed at Lu Feng with admiration. "Brother Feng, you were so cool just now.
You totally shut that guy down. He didn't even dare speak up. Seeing him get humiliated felt so satisfying."
"Chaoqiao, just shut up."
"But Fengde, I never expected you to be the owner of this hot pot restaurant."
"Was it really you who bought it for 200 yuan, like that mysterious owner mentioned online?"
Feng Yuqing asked, staring at Lu Feng in surprise.
I guess that's me."
Lu Feng nodded. "Brother Feng, you're so impressive.
$200 just like that? And that 50 yuan bill earlier, that's a fortune. I've never seen anything like it."
Su Chaoqiao gazed at Lu Feng with stars in her eyes, completely captivated by his aura.
Chapter 58, The Useless System.
Seeing Su Chaoqiao's expression, Feng Yuqing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The girl seemed utterly smitten, to the point of being completely infatuated. If Lu Feng genuinely liked her and had feelings for Su Chaoqiao, Feng Yuqing wouldn't be upset. After all, as long as Lu Feng was happy, that was what mattered most.
The main issue was that Feng Yuqing simply couldn't handle Lu Feng's stamina in bed.
Without a sister to share the burden, she feared she might not be able to keep up in the long run. After all, she was her best friend. Better her than some random stranger. Feng Yuqing had already considered whether she should try to bring Lu Feng and Su Chaoqiao together. While the three of them ate hot pot, Feng Yuqing and Su Chaoqiao kept serving Lu Feng dishes. "Brother Feng, I specially blanched this tripe for you, it's delicious.
Try some."
"Brother Feng, I specially cooked these lamb slices for you.
Try some."
Meng Meng watched Lu Feng with the two girls from a distance and felt a pang of envy. If she weren't worried about affecting the boss, she'd love to join them at the table. After all, which girl wasn't a little starry-eyed?
A young man as handsome and wealthy as Lu Feng who wouldn't be drawn to him?
"Oh, right, Brother Feng. Actually, I don't think this restaurant needs to scrap its VIP system. Since it's a business, having VIP and non-VIP tiers is natural. If you're worried about affecting regular customers' experience, I've got an idea." Feng Yuqing suddenly spoke up while eating, addressing Lu Feng.
"Oh? Tell me more."
Lu Feng smiled. "It's just like flying on a plane. There's a VIP lane and a regular lane. We could totally adopt that model for the hot pot restaurant. Set up 2 entrances, one for regular customers and another dedicated VIP entrance. That way, there'd be no more waiting in line." Feng Yuqing said calmly. "But have you considered this? The hot pot restaurant has limited space. Once it's full, VIPs will still have to wait in line. Those VIP customers will definitely be very dissatisfied. Why go through all this trouble? It's unnecessary. Why not just make everything the same?" Lu Feng pondered before speaking. "Brother Feng, VIP customers are bound to be fewer than regular ones. We just need to track the approximate daily VIP foot traffic each week, then set aside specific areas for them. That solves the problem, right? Besides, the queue problem boils down to limited space. Why not just expand? We could renovate and dedicate an entire floor or private rooms exclusively for VIPs. That solves both the regular customers' issue and the VIPs' problem. Many affluent individuals today are pressed for time they'd gladly pay to save it. So it's perfectly reasonable for VIP members to seek priority access." Feng Yuqing said calmly. Hearing Feng Yuqing's words, Lu Feng's eyes lit up.
Her solution was excellent and entirely feasible.
Previously, Lu Feng's perspective had been limited to regular customers, unaware that VIPs, those affluent patrons, also required attentive service. Feng Yuqing came from a reasonably well-off family, not wealthy, but comfortable enough to notice such nuances.
Yuling, you're absolutely right. Who knew your little brain could be so sharp? How about you manage this hot pot restaurant from now on?
Lu Feng asked Feng Yuqing as he looked at her.
Ha? Me? I can't do it. I have no experience whatsoever. How could I possibly manage such a large chain hot pot restaurant? No way.
Feng Yuqing hastily refused.
It's fine, Yuqing.
Brother Feng said he wants you to manage it.
What are you afraid of? You're usually idle anyway. Why not help Brother Feng lighten his load?
Su Qiao urged Feng Yuqing impatiently.
But, is this really okay?
Feng Yuqing looked at Lu Feng before her, asking hesitantly.
Of course it's fine.
I'm handing this hot pot restaurant over to you.
I never have time to manage these things anyway, and I can't be bothered.
With you overseeing it, I'll have much more free time. Lu Feng said indifferently.
As long as I can help Brother Feng, I'm happy.
Feng Yuqing lowered her head shyly, her heart racing with excitement. This way, she could offer Lu Feng greater support and stay closer to him. Su Qiao happily pulled out her phone, snapping photo after photo of herself, Lu Feng, and Feng Yuqing. The three of them were in high spirits, getting along exceptionally well. Over the next day or two, Lu Feng spent his time learning piano techniques from Feng Yuqing and Su Qiao. Though both girls praised his rapid progress, calling him a piano prodigy, Lu Feng remained unsatisfied. He felt these skills wouldn't impress Sun Shiqing enough. He needed to make a profound impression on her that day, otherwise, the next phase of his plan would be difficult to execute. After all, Lu Feng had only 10 short days. Winning a woman's heart in 10 days was an incredibly difficult task, especially when that woman was exceptionally hard to impress. If she were an ordinary materialistic woman, it would be easy, just shower her with money. But a woman like Sun Shiqing simply wouldn't fall for that. That's why Lu Feng had racked his brain endlessly these past few days, considering countless possibilities to ensure absolute success. After playing another piano piece, Lu Feng's frustration boiled over.
He shouted inwardly, "System! System! Get out here! Esteemed host, what might I do for you today? System, do you have any secret manuals? Like for piano, just give me a piano manual, and I'll instantly become a master. Apologies, this system lacks such functionality. What about learning a skill? Like skill points? Could you max out my piano skill points? Sorry, this system still doesn't have that kind of function. Damn it, what the hell use is this system then?
After completing tasks, the host will receive task rewards, including the ability to manipulate market prices.
Chapter 59, System Abilities? Damn it, can't you be a little more reliable?
You start me off with a hell-level difficulty task and don't even give me a damn bit of help.
Do you really want to screw me over and replace me with the next host? Lu Feng couldn't help but start complaining.
But not a single word echoed in his mind for half a day, infuriating Lu Feng to the point of cursing.
During mission completion, the host may temporarily utilize system abilities. System abilities? What? Depreciating prices? Lu Feng couldn't help but snark. What good was using price deflation to complete a mission? Give me something useful that's the real deal.
Please do not question this system, host.
Its capabilities are formidable.
However, due to your current low level and abilities, you are temporarily unable to access further system functions.
Hearing this prompt, Lu Feng suddenly felt a surge of excitement. If that was the case, wouldn't completing his next tasks become much easier? 2 days passed quickly.
Lu Feng, Feng Yuqing, and Su Qiao were preparing to head to school, as today was the day of the school's music festival. As they approached the school gates, Lu Feng felt a flutter of nerves. After all, he'd never performed on stage before. Not only that, but even giving a speech in front of his classmates made him tremble with anxiety. Seeing his state, Feng Yuqing immediately grabbed Lu Feng's hand and reassured him, "It's okay, you play really well. Be confident, Brother Feng is the best."
That's right, Feng Ge, you really played that well. After all, you're not a professional, and you only learned for 2 days. Playing like that is nothing short of genius. Su Qiao chimed in with her own words of encouragement. Thanks. I believe I can do this.
Lu Feng gave himself a pep talk. This performance wasn't just any show, it was his chance to make a lasting impression on Sun Shiqing. If he messed this up, his chances at happiness for the rest of his life would be ruined. No matter what, he couldn't afford a single mistake. Today was a special day at Mencheng University. The campus concert, specially organized by the student union, was taking place today, making it incredibly lively. This was the first time Mencheng University had ever hosted a student-organized concert. Not only had students from Mencheng University come to watch, but even students from nearby universities had come to observe. Fortunately, Sun Shiqing had been sufficiently thoughtful in choosing the university's large sports field as the venue. Had they opted for a hall or similar space, it would likely have been packed to bursting.
The sports field proved much more convenient.
Lu Feng's generous sponsorship was also crucial. Without sufficient funds, procuring all the outdoor equipment, instruments, and lighting would have been nearly impossible.
But with ample resources, these challenges were easily overcome.
Sun Shiqing had spent a considerable amount of time planning this concert, anticipating every possible issue to ensure its flawless execution.
Oh, Yuling, are you going to perform later too? Lu Feng asked Feng Yuqing.
Yes, President's son invited me too. Honestly, with the student union being so busy these past few days, I haven't been able to attend, and I feel terribly bad about it. If I don't perform today, it would be hard to justify.
Feng Yuqing replied with a smile.
No worries, just play your best up there, don't embarrass your Feng brother. Lu Feng said with a smile.
Don't worry, I definitely won't embarrass brother Feng. I'll make him proud.
Feng Yuqing replied with a playful smile.
Then let's head backstage to prepare. It's probably about to start. To avoid any mishaps, we should get there early.
Feng Yuqing saw the playground already packed with people and quickly said.
Yeah, but I didn't expect so many people to show up this time. I bet even students from other schools came. Is it really that popular? Lu Feng couldn't help but remark upon seeing the sea of people covering the field.
After all, it's the first time anyone's organized a campus concert, so naturally many people want to come watch. I heard quite a few teachers and principals from neighboring schools came to observe. They say they're here to learn from us.
If we can pull off a perfect finale this time, who knows? Other schools might start organizing their own concerts too. Feng Yuqing explained.
As they spoke, they had already reached the backstage area, where a crowd had gathered, mostly performers preparing for their musical acts.
Lu Feng immediately spotted Sun Shiqing in the crowd.
She was directing the proceedings. After all, a flawless concert finale required seamless coordination throughout. Thinking of how Sun Shiqing not only performed but also planned, organized, and secured sponsors for the entire event, he realized she poured immense effort into this concert. Sun Shiqing spotted Lu Feng, exchanged a few words with someone nearby, then hurried over. Grateful, she said to Lu Feng, this concert could only happen smoothly because of you.
Thank you so much. No problem, don't mention it. I was really looking forward to seeing this concert too.
Lu Feng replied with a smile.
By the way, Lu Feng, how's your performance coming along?
I reserved some time especially for you. After all, you're the main sponsor.
I think it's best everyone knows about it. If you're not ready, don't worry, just go up and make an appearance. Chapter 60, The Huang Family? Are they that impressive?
Sun Shiqing asked delicately.
Truthfully, Sun Shiqing wasn't sure if Lu Feng actually had any talents.
She'd only heard him mention learning piano before, so she wanted to see him perform. Mostly, she wanted to know if he was genuinely skilled or if he'd just been bragging to impress her.
If he couldn't deliver or seemed nervous, she'd be disappointed. No problem. If it's empty, then it's empty. Since President's son has invited me so warmly, it would be awkward if I didn't go up.
I'll just make a fool of myself then.
I hope President's son won't mind.
Lu Feng smiled faintly as he spoke.
Not at all. How could I possibly look down on you? If it weren't for your help, this concert might not even have happened.
Sun Shiqing smiled as she replied. Not far away, Huang Xiaotian frowned and asked the person beside him, who's that idiot talking to Sun Shiqing?
I've never seen him before. That guy. I think his name is Lu Feng. I recall he had some connection with Chun Ziyu, that art department beauty. Then why is he with my Shiqing now? What's their relationship? I've never heard Shiqing mention knowing any guys.
Well, I'm not entirely sure either. Useless piece of trash.
Get moving and find out.
Huang Xiaotian, the fourth young master of the Huang family, one of Menqing's four prominent clans, had been pursuing Sun Shiqing for quite some time. Ever since their first meeting, he'd been utterly captivated by her. Though his advances had been repeatedly rebuffed, he refused to give up. As the fourth young master of the Huang family, he believed winning over a woman should be effortless. But there was another crucial reason. Sun Shiqing was actually the eldest daughter of the Sun family of Menqing. The Suns had emerged as a rapidly rising new power in recent years, their ascent so swift they were on the verge of joining the ranks of Menqing's four great families. Most importantly, Sun Shiqing was the Sun family's only daughter. Marrying her would mean gaining control over the entire Sun family. That would catapult his standing within the Huang family. Even the Huang family wouldn't have to worry about being pushed out of the top four. After all, they'd be family.
At that moment, Huang Xiaotian feigned familiarity as he approached Sun Shiqing with a smile. Shiqing, how come I've never heard you mention having a male friend? Might I ask who this gentleman is?
Sun Shiqing immediately frowned and turned to Lu Feng. I'll notify you when it's time to go on stage.
Make sure you're prepared.
Sun Shiqing had initially intended to ask about the relationship between Feng Yuqing and Su Qiaoqiao, who were standing beside Lu Feng. However, with Huang Xiaotian's appearance, she simply walked away. With that, Sun Shiqing turned and walked away, completely ignoring Huang Xiaotian. Seeing this, Huang Xiaotian cleared his throat awkwardly before snorting coldly at Lu Feng.
Kid, you're going on stage to perform? What can you even do? What I can do is none of your business. Lu Feng gave Huang Xiaotian absolutely no face.
Faced with Lu Feng's attitude, Huang Xiaotian boiled over.
As the fourth young master of the prestigious Huang family, when had he ever endured such disrespect? No one in the entire school dared to ignore him. Yet this lowly nobody dared to snub him. How could he possibly tolerate it? Do you even know who the hell I am?
I'm the fourth young master of the Huang family, one of the four great families of Menchang.
Got that? You think I can't make your life miserable in Menchang in a heartbeat? Huang Xiaotian shouted furiously at Lu Feng. The Huang family, one of Menchang's four great families? So what? Lu Feng asked doubtfully.
Truthfully, Lu Feng had no idea how powerful the so-called four great families of Menchang really were. He'd always been just a penniless nobody, never having any contact with Menchang's upper echelons. Naturally, he had no fear of the Huang family of Menchang.
Brother Feng, isn't the Huang family that guy we ran into at the hot pot place the other day? The so-called second young master of the Huang family?
I remember he claimed to be the second young master of one of Menchang's four great families.
Could it really be that Huang family? But they're no big deal.
Back then, they were so scared of our brother Feng they couldn't even speak.
Su Qiaoqiao, standing behind Lu Feng, suddenly remembered something and blurted out. Huang Xiaotian froze upon hearing Su Qiaoqiao's words, the second young master of the Huang family? My second brother? Impossible. He's such a show-off, how could he ever be humiliated? You're definitely putting on an act.
But if you dare speak ill of my brother, mark my words, you're dead meat.
Oh my, the Huang family is so formidable. I'm absolutely terrified. Brother Feng, you must protect me. Su Qiaoqiao feigned extreme terror, hiding behind Lu Feng.
Seeing the situation unfold, Huang Xiaotian was so furious he pointed directly at Lu Feng and roared, "You little punk, you're finished. Just you wait." With that, Huang Xiaotian stormed off to the side. But to be safe, he still called Huang Xiaolong. He wanted to confirm if what the other guy said was true, because the confidence in their voices didn't sound like they were lying, it seemed like there really was something to it. But after 2 attempts, Huang Xiaolong didn't pick up. Huang Xiaotian gave up. He figured the other guy was just putting on airs. How could anyone intimidate the Huang family in Menchang? Plus, that guy's surname was Lu, not one of the other 3 major clans. If that was the case, there was nothing to fear. Huang Xiaotian summoned one of his henchmen and ordered, "Find out when that brat is scheduled to perform on stage and what his act is. I'll make him look like a fool in front of everyone. Then we'll see how sure Qing still likes him." Chapter 61, Humiliation. The school concert proceeded as scheduled. Though not as professional as a real concert, most performers were from the vocal and art departments. Combined with Menchang University's focus on the arts, the program was quite decent. The stage was dominated by beautiful performers, sending the student audience into a frenzy of cheers and shouts, creating an incredibly lively atmosphere. Still, most found it rather dull. After all, many weren't particularly fond of music, they were just there for the novelty, to listen to some tunes. Unless the performer was a stunning beauty, they might show some interest. This wasn't a concert, lacking that kind of atmosphere. Before long, Sun Shiqing approached Lu Feng and said, "Your performance is scheduled after Yuqing's. You'll go on right after she finishes. Since your performance is also piano, we can just use Yuqing's piano. That way, we won't have to move it around." "Alright, no problem." Lu Feng nodded. "Oh, Lu, if I may ask, what's your relationship with Yuqing? She seems really into you. The way she looks at you is different." Sun Shiqing asked curiously. She'd actually wanted to ask about Su Qiaoqiao, but seeing how completely starstruck Su Qiaoqiao looked, she decided against it. Besides, having 2 women hanging around one guy was definitely a bit odd. Add in the uncertainty surrounding Chen Ziyu, and Sun Shiqing couldn't help but wonder if Lu Feng was actually a player. "Oh, her? She's just a good friend. She actually taught me piano when I was learning online." Lu Feng chuckled. His words were half truth, half lie, not entirely false, yet not completely accurate either. "Oh, I see. Yuqing really is an excellent pianist. Learning from her must have been very beneficial. I'm looking forward to your performance later. Better not get your hopes up. I'm afraid I'll make a complete fool of myself." Lu Feng laughed heartily. Sun Shiqing also gave a rare smile. Sun Shiqing's smile left everyone around her stunned. Holy crap, did I just see that right? Did our president's son actually smile? I saw it too, President's son actually smiled. And she was chatting and laughing with a guy. Holy crap. Who the hell is that guy? To make our president's son the top campus beauty of Menchang University smile? It's nothing short of a miracle. Could it be that the perpetually aloof son has finally blossomed? Damn, I'm impressed by this guy. I'd kill to learn his pickup skills. Hell, I even saw Phone, the campus beauty, laughing and chatting with him earlier. What? He's actually joking around with both of our top campus beauties?
Damn, that's enough to make anyone's dick ache with envy. And that's not all. Earlier I saw Chun Ziyu, the art department's queen, bringing him breakfast downstairs. What really pisses me off is that this guy seems to look right past her. Holy, I'm blown away. This is the real deal. Don't try to stop me. I'm going up to grab his leg and beg him to share his legendary secrets. Huang Xiaotian, meanwhile, glared at Lu Feng with a cold, venomous look. He was seething with rage inside. Then he couldn't help but snap at his sidekick beside him. Damn it! That useless fool has been checking for ages. Why the hell isn't he here yet? Hurry up and get him the over here. Yes. Wow, it's the pure and innocent campus beauty Feng Yuqing. She's about to take the stage. I hear her piano skills are unmatched. We're in for a real treat this time. Shoo, quiet everyone. Listen carefully. Shoo. In an instant, the once chaotic scene fell silent, as if the entire world had stopped. The equipment was specially rented, though not professional grade. It was more than sufficient to fill the entire playground with sound. The moment Feng Yuqing sat down at the piano and the first notes sounded, everyone present was captivated by her performance. Feng Yuqing possessed considerable skill at the piano. With over a decade of training since childhood, she had attained grade 8 proficiency at a young age and won numerous awards. She was a rare talent and campus beauty at Mencheng University, often praised even by her teachers. Feng Yuqing played a piece that wasn't often heard. It sounded exceptionally cheerful and beautiful, as if mirroring her mood. She must have been in a very good and happy state of mind. As the piece concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, lingering long after the final note faded. At that moment, Sun Shiqing slowly stepped forward and addressed the crowd. Today's concert was made possible thanks to the sponsorship of a fellow student from our Mencheng University. Let's welcome him to the stage for a few words and a special performance. Please give him a warm round of applause. Hearing Sun Shiqing's words, the audience looked puzzled, curious about who this person might be. Lu Feng felt an unusual nervousness wash over him. He took a deep breath, then strode confidently onto the stage. In the past, he might not have possessed such self-assurance, but he was no longer the person he once was. Lu Feng stepped onto the stage, took the microphone, and smiled as he addressed the sea of people below. First, I'd like to thank all the teachers and students for coming today. Personally, I'm deeply passionate about music and have always been fascinated by the idea of a campus concert. This event wouldn't have been possible without the tireless efforts of Senior Sunday. While I'm not particularly skilled at performing, I couldn't refuse President Sun's repeated invitations. So, I'll just have to put on a show here. After speaking, Lu Feng slowly walked over to the piano, set down the microphone, and prepared to begin. Seeing this, Huang Xiaotian below the stage sneered, "Looks like I won't even need to step in. Playing piano after Feng Yuqing? What a joke. Seems Shiqing doesn't have any other intentions toward him. Otherwise, why would she let him make a fool of himself right after Feng Yuqing? Humph." Chapter 62, The Piano Master. Playing piano after Feng Yuqing? This guy's got some nerve. Isn't he just setting himself up for embarrassment? Who could disagree? Even the teacher praised Feng Yuqing as a prodigy. Her piano skills were beyond reproach, honed since childhood. This guy going up there was bound to be a joke. Boring. Just some rich patron showing off, huh? Money really does let you do whatever you want. Lu Feng paid little heed to the murmurs from the audience below. Truth be told, he was feeling a bit flustered inside. After all, he was playing piano right after Feng Yuqing. He knew that if he just played at his usual level, it would be incredibly difficult to impress Sun Shiqing. The thought made him inwardly scream, System! Give me a cheat code. Quick! Possess me with the spirit of a piano master so I can impress Sun Shiqing. Detecting excessively high mission difficulty for the host, 2 identity experience cards are hereby granted. Identity experience cards allow you to select a corresponding identity and acquire the skills and attributes associated with that identity card. Hearing this prompt, Lu Feng instantly rejoiced and immediately shouted in his mind, "Use identity experience card. Please select an identity to transform into Piano Master." Lu Feng decisively chose Piano Master. Now was the perfect moment to show off. If not now, then when? Identity experience card activated. Valid for 10 minutes. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Feng was utterly speechless inside. After all that trouble, this crappy experience card actually had a time limit. The instant the card activated, Lu Feng felt his entire aura transform. Mysterious musical knowledge flooded his mind. He immediately became completely immersed in that state. The moment Lu Feng began playing the piano, Feng Yuqing, who had been watching anxiously from the audience, suddenly saw him in a different light. Wait, isn't this the piano piece I taught Brother Feng? What on earth is Feng doing? Why isn't he playing the piece we taught him? Su Qiaoqiao grew anxious and blurted out, "Don't say a word." Feng Yuqing scolded Su Qiaoqiao beside her, then closed her eyes to immerse herself in Lu Feng's performance. Su Qiaoqiao froze for a moment, then looked at Lu Feng on stage, her face filled with shock. It wasn't just Su Qiaoqiao. Everyone who heard Lu Feng's piano piece was plunged into astonishment. The once noisy playground gradually fell silent. Everyone listened intently to Lu Feng's piano.
The piece he played was deeply melancholic and heart-wrenching. In that moment, it felt as though the crowd could hear Lu Feng's inner voice. A boy who had once been so innocent and pure met the woman he loved, pursued her for 2 whole years, only to be crushed by helplessness and the harsh reality that finally forced him to face the truth. Heartache was the shared emotion. They felt such deep sorrow for the man playing the piano that some couldn't hold back their tears. It even stirred memories of their own most beautiful first loves. As Lu Feng played the final note, every person in the room shed tears. Only after 5 or 6 seconds did they snap back to reality, erupting into enthusiastic applause. So beautiful. So beautiful. This is truly the most beautiful piano piece I've ever heard. Even those famous pianists online never moved me like this. It's just so beautiful. Oh, I miss my mom so much. Mom! Such a beautiful piano piece, and I completely forgot to record it just now. No worries, I recorded it just now. I feel like if I post this on Douyin, it's going to go viral for sure. I can already feel myself becoming famous, ha! So handsome. Who knew our school had such a hottie? How did I never notice him before? I think I'm falling in love again. My idol. This is my idol. I want to have your baby. The piano prince certainly holds his own. Feng Yuqing wiped the tears from her eyes, suddenly smiling as she said, You're such a liar, Feng Gu. You play the piano so well, yet you come tease me like this. You're so mean. Feng Yuqing had been playing piano since childhood, so she knew exactly how skilled Lu Feng was just now. Thinking back to how he deliberately pretended not to know how to play, even acting like he was terrible in front of her, she felt a mix of anger and sweetness. Sun Shiqing also wiped tears from her eyes. Though she'd never been in a relationship, she felt inexplicably moved to cry. She even wanted to rush forward and give this man a hug. She sensed Lu Feng might truly need it right now. Sun Shiqing slowly walked onto the stage and, under the gaze of the entire audience, took the initiative to embrace Lu Feng. The scene sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Holy, my dreams are shattered. The goddess actually initiated a hug with a guy? Damn it, I'm dying. That damn Sun Shiqing desecrated my idol. I'm going crazy. The esteemed Sun, the campus beauty queen, acting so shamelessly openly hugging my idol on stage. I'm going to expose her on the forum. This infuriates me. The female students below reacted even more intensely than the men, each one seething with indignation. At that moment, Lu Feng suddenly noticed that Sun Shiqing's task progress bar had already reached 70%. She was only 30% away from completing the mission. Senior Sun, President Sun, could you let go of me now? Chapter 63, Birthday Present. Lu Feng saw Sun Shiqing's task progress bar suddenly jump to 70%. It seemed this show of bravado had hit the sweet spot. All the effort and brainpower he'd poured into orchestrating this hadn't been wasted. Thankfully, the system had provided an ID card at the last minute. Otherwise, who knew how things might have turned out? But seeing Sun Shiqing still holding him, Lu Feng felt a bit awkward. Mainly, there were still many people watching below. While he himself didn't mind the embarrassment, he couldn't risk it negatively impacting Sun Shiqing and, consequently, his own mission progress. That would be a loss rather than a gain. So, Lu Feng quickly reminded Sun Shiqing. Senior Sun, President Sun, could you let go of me now? Sun Shiqing snapped out of it upon hearing Lu Feng's words. She released him and slowly returned to center stage. Grabbing the microphone, she addressed the entire audience. My apologies for the embarrassment, everyone. My junior and I often discuss music together. Lu Feng truly possesses the most exceptional piano talent I've ever encountered. Hearing his playing just now stirred something within me, hence the momentary distraction. Now, let's continue with the concert. Despite her inner turmoil, Sun Shiqing drew upon years of stage presence and experience as student council president. She calmly explained the situation to the audience before stepping off stage with composed poise. Lu Feng also stood up, bowed to the audience, and then calmly walked off stage. My idol, what exactly is his relationship with Sun Shiqing? Probably nothing, right? Didn't Sun Shiqing say they were just discussing music? No connection? How could that be? Didn't you see the way Sun Shiqing looked at Lu Feng just now? She even initiated the hug. Why bother explaining? Then it must be Sun Shiqing who's been flirting with my idol. My idol didn't even acknowledge her earlier. Nonsense. Our campus beauty Sun Shiqing isn't like that. She's always kept her distance from guys. That jerk Lu Feng must have played some dirty trick. You're the one talking nonsense. My idol isn't like that. Sun Shiqing was the one who made the first move just now. Everyone saw it clearly. Exactly. Yet in a corner of the playground, a woman sat weeping bitterly, consumed by regret. Wu Si stared at Lu Feng on stage, wiping tears from her face as she sobbed. He still loves me. He must still love me. For days, Wu Si had bombarded Lu Feng with messages, but he never replied. She'd assumed he'd given up on her completely, that there was no chance left. But hearing that piano piece today, hope surged back. After all, Lu Feng had pursued her for 2 whole years. How could he just forget that? If Lu Feng ever found out that his piano performance had caused such a change in Wu Xi's heart, he would surely want to die. After stepping off the stage, Lu Feng walked over to Feng Yuqing with a smile. But seeing the displeasure on her face, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Yuqing? You don't seem very happy." Feng Yuqing glared at Lu Feng and snapped, "Why did you lie to me?" "Ha? I didn't." Lu Feng asked, his face full of confusion. "You say you didn't? You play the piano so well, yet you came to me to learn and toy with me. Thinking about how I pretended to be an expert and gave you lessons just 2 days ago, you must have been laughing at me inside. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Feng, you've really made me so angry I could die." Feng Yuqing was furious, her expression turning slightly embarrassed. "Oh, Yuqing, I'm truly sorry. I really wasn't lying to you. Those days, I genuinely couldn't play the piano. And don't be fooled by how well I played on stage just now. I've completely forgotten how to play now." Hearing Lu Feng's words, Feng Yuqing grew even more furious. "You lied to me? How could you possibly know how to play on stage but not off? Can't you ever tell the truth? And what was going on between you and President's son just now? Have you and President's son been secretly involved for a long time? I swear, there's absolutely nothing going on between me and Sun Shiqing right now." Lu Feng hurriedly explained. "Really nothing?" Feng Yuqing stared at Lu Feng skeptically, clearly unwilling to believe him. "Honestly, nothing. At least not right now," Lu Feng said nervously. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Feng Yuqing snorted coldly, though she didn't seem angry. Good for you for knowing your place. I saw through your schemes toward President's son long ago. But don't blame me for not warning you. President's son isn't your average girl. She's not as easy to fool as I am. If you're after her, your usual tricks won't work on her." Lu Feng looked at Feng Yuqing in surprise, then smiled. "So, Yuqing, are you offering to help me out here?" "I'm not helping you strategize. Just because I said I didn't mind what Brother Feng did before doesn't mean I won't get jealous. I have my little temper too, you know. Help you strategize to find me a love rival? Do I look like a big dummy?" Feng Yuqing was furious, unleashing a torrent of scolding at Lu Feng. "Yes, I'm sorry, Yuqing. It's all Feng's fault. But I promise, I still like you very much." Hearing Lu Feng's confession, Feng Yuqing's expression finally softened a bit. She then turned to Lu Feng and said, "That's more like it." Immediately, Feng Yuqing leaned close and whispered softly into Lu Feng's ear, "Brother Feng, President's son actually loves music. You could connect with her more through music that should help you achieve what you want quickly." Lu Feng stared at Feng Yuqing in disbelief. Despite her earlier confession of jealousy, she had still come up with a solution for him. This truly touched his heart deeply. Lu Feng pulled out a contract he'd prepared earlier and handed it to Feng Yuqing. "Yuqing, this is my birthday gift to you today." "Ha?" Feng Yuqing covered her mouth, unable to believe her ears. "Brother Feng, how did you know today was Yuqing's birthday?" Chapter 64, Girlfriends Heart to Heart. Feng Yuqing covered her mouth, overcome with excitement. She never imagined Lu Feng would know her birthday, let alone prepare a special gift. "Of course I know. From now on, I'll celebrate Yuqing's birthday every single year," Lu Feng said with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng." Feng Yuqing covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. She hadn't even looked at what Lu Feng had handed her yet, because she felt that since it was from Lu Feng, whatever it was must be wonderful. "Open the contract and take a look. Thank me and get excited after you see it." Lu Feng looked at Feng Yuqing before him and said affectionately. Feng Yuqing took the contract from Lu Feng's hand and glanced at it. When she saw the contents of the contract, Feng Yuqing rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She then looked up at Lu Feng, her expression filled with astonishment. "Brother Feng, you're transferring the entire chain to me?" "Yes. I noticed earlier that Yuqing has a knack for managing companies. Might as well hand it all over to you, that way I can rest easy." Lu Feng smiled as he replied. "No way, Feng Gu. How could you possibly give me such a huge chain hotpot restaurant? I can't accept this. This gift is far too valuable, I simply can't take it." Feng Yuqing was deeply touched, but she simply couldn't bring herself to accept such a gift. Though her family was fairly well off, she'd never seen anything this extravagant, a hot pot restaurant worth 200,000 yuan. "This is my first gift to Yuqing, and it's her birthday present. Is she really going to refuse it?" Lu Feng said sadly. "No, Brother Feng, it's just, this is far too extravagant." I. Feng Yuqing stammered nervously, unable to find the words. "What's the big deal? Yuqing, you're the person I trust most. I'd feel perfectly at ease handing over such a large hot pot restaurant to you. Just think of it as you collecting the money for me," Lu Feng said calmly. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Feng Yuqing no longer refused. Instead, she nodded excitedly and said, "Okay, Brother Feng, rest assured. I'll study hard and work diligently to run this hot pot restaurant well. I absolutely won't let you down."
Being entrusted with such a large hot pot restaurant clearly showed Brother Feng's trust and regard for her. Whether there were other women no longer mattered. What mattered was that she was unique and most trusted in Brother Feng's heart. Feng Yuqing's gaze hardened with resolve, her heart overflowing with gratitude. Today truly brought her immense joy. Just then, Su Qiaoqiao, who had just stepped down from the performance stage nearby, rushed excitedly toward Lu Feng and the others. She threw herself into Lu Feng's arms in one breath. Brother Feng, you were so handsome just now. I'm completely captivated. From now on, I'm your biggest fan. Brother Feng, please give me an autograph. Xiaoqiao, stop fooling around. Feng Yuqing tried to pull Su Qiaoqiao away with an exasperated tone. No, I won't leave Brother Feng. Brother Feng, please give me an autograph. Please, please, Xiaoqiao begs you. Hearing Su Qiaoqiao's whining, Lu Feng was utterly exasperated by her tone. He could only beg for mercy. Fine, I'll give you one. Just let go of me already. Can't you see all these people around us? What kind of scene is this? Let them stare. I heard plenty of girls down there just now saying how much they adore Brother Feng. If they saw me in his arms, they'd probably go crazy with envy. Ha! Su Qiaoqiao said excitedly, her face beaming with joy. Shut up, Xiaoqiao. Let go of Brother Feng. The concert's almost over, and we should start getting ready to leave. Feng Yuqing glanced at the concert schedule and said. Ha? Leave? Where are we going? Dorm? But we can't go back to the music store, right? The rental time's up. Su Qiaoqiao asked in confusion. Well, you go back to the dorm. Feng and I have some things to take care of later. Feng Yuqing flushed with embarrassment at the thought of what was to come. Seeing this, Su Qiaoqiao frowned, then snapped at Feng Yuqing with a sour expression. Fine then, Yuqing. Are you trying to ditch your best friend now? You're actually going to leave me behind and go hang out with Brother Feng alone? No way. I'm coming with you. Feng Yuqing was furious at Su Qiaoqiao's unreasonable behavior, but she also felt puzzled. What was her best friend thinking? Was she really willing to be Brother Feng's mistress without any official recognition? After all, even she, the first woman to be intimate with Brother Feng, might not have a proper status. How could her best friend possibly accept that? With that thought, Feng Yuqing resolved to have a serious talk with Su Qiaoqiao. She couldn't let her best friend sink deeper into this mess. Only a harsh wake-up call could bring her to her senses. Without further ado, Feng Yuqing grabbed Su Qiaoqiao's arm and declared, "Come with me." Seeing this, Lu Feng wisely didn't follow. He could guess what Feng Yuqing wanted to discuss with Su Qiaoqiao. Truthfully, he found the girl quite adorable with her petite frame and cute face. She was incredibly kawaii. Her personality was also very likable, aside from being a bit clingy. Feng Yuqing pulled Su Qiaoqiao to a secluded spot and confronted her. Qiaoqiao, I'm being serious here. Do you genuinely like Brother Feng? Or are you just infatuated with him? You need to understand infatuation, liking, and love are entirely different things. Hearing Feng Yuqing's words, Su Qiaoqiao froze in place. It took several seconds before she looked back at Feng Yuqing. Su Qiaoqiao lowered her head apologetically, her mind wrestling with conflict. After all, Lu Feng was Feng Yuqing's boyfriend. For her to meddle like this felt downright unethical. Seeing Su Qiaoqiao's reaction, Feng Yuqing seemed to grasp the situation. She turned to Su Qiaoqiao and said, "Qiaoqiao, you don't need to feel guilty towards me. Everyone has the right to love. If you truly like Brother Feng, I don't mind." Chapter 65, Understanding. Ha? You don't mind? Su Qiaoqiao stared at Feng Yuqing in disbelief. To say she didn't mind at all was impossible. After all, every woman wants the man she loves to have eyes only for her. But I know someone as exceptional as Brother Feng will inevitably have more than one confidant. And based on what you said earlier, rather than letting someone else have him, it's better to give him to a sister. Feng Yuqing sighed. No, Yuqing, back then, Su Qiaoqiao tried to explain urgently. It's fine, you don't need to explain so much. We've been sisters for so many years, don't you know me by now? I'll just ask you one thing, do you truly like Brother Feng? Feng Yuqing asked earnestly. Seeing Feng Yuqing's gaze, Su Qiaoqiao lowered her head and cried, I'm sorry, Yuqing. I don't even know what's wrong with me. I've been trying so hard to control myself, but these past few days, I realized I've slowly fallen for Brother Feng. I just can't suppress these feelings anymore. I didn't know if you were really okay with him having other women, so I kept testing you. I'm truly sorry. It's okay, Xiaoqiao. I understand. But I need to warn you, if you follow Brother Feng, you might never have a proper place in his life. A man like him will always have many women around him. He can't possibly focus solely on you. There will be many challenges ahead. Are you sure you can handle them? Feng Yuqing asked. I can handle it. As long as I can be with Brother Feng and stay by Yuqing's side, I can overcome anything. Su Qiaoqiao nodded eagerly. Alright, I understand. Then we'll be true sisters from now on, real sisters. Feng really hit the jackpot. Feng Yuqing said with a hint of sarcasm. Yuqing, you really don't blame me? Seeing Feng Yuqing wasn't angry, Su Qiaoqiao quickly asked. Silly girl, you're my best friend, why would I be angry? I bet it won't be long before President's son becomes our best friend too. Who knows if Brother Feng has other best friends we don't know about right now? Feng Yuqing said with a laugh. Ah, so many good sisters? Then won't our lives be incredibly interesting from now on? Su Qiaoqiao said with a laugh. You bet. But will President's son really end up with Brother Feng? Didn't we hear she dislikes men? How could that be? That was other men. Who could resist our Feng Ge being so outstanding and charming? Exactly. Alright, let's hurry back. The concert must be almost over, and Brother Feng is probably waiting impatiently. Chatting and laughing, the two sisters made their way back to Lu Feng. Seeing the sisters chatting and laughing, Lu Feng knew the issue must be resolved. He smiled and said to them, "What's up? Did you two come to an agreement? Are we hanging out tonight?" "Ah, Brother Feng, you're so naughty. You're not allowed to tease Qiao Qiao. If you must tease anyone, it can only be me." Feng Yuqing covered her face, seemingly overcome with shyness. "Ha? Why can you only tease Yuqing? I want Finga to tease me too. Finga, I really adore you. You can't just pamper the main wife and neglect the little wife needs attention too." Su Qiaoqiao couldn't help but retort. "Shut up, Qiao Qiao. How dare you talk about main wives and secondary wives? I'll tear your mouth off. Ah, the main wife is bullying the secondary wife. The secondary wife has no rights. She's going to be bullied to death." The concert ended just then. Sun Shiqing hurried over to Lu Feng and thanked him earnestly. "Lu Feng, this concert was such a success entirely because of you. I can't thank you enough." "No problem, it was the least I could do." Lu Feng smiled and nodded. Are you going to be busy later?" Sun Shiqing looked at Feng Yuqing and Su Qiaoqiao beside Lu Feng and asked with a puzzled expression. "Ha? No, not really." Lu Feng quickly replied. But as soon as Lu Feng said that, Su Qiaoqiao and Feng Yuqing both pouted in annoyance. "Then could I treat you to dinner later? Ziyu will be joining us, and we'll go to her family's food stall." "What do you think? Her family's food stall? Is it still open? Didn't her mom get hospitalized? She came back a couple days ago, and the food stall's open again." "Oh, sure, that's fine. No problem." Lu Feng nodded in agreement. "Are Yuqing and her friends with you? Why not invite them to join us for dinner?" Sun Shiqing glanced at the two women pouting beside Lu Feng and said. Sure. Su Qiaoqiao happily nodded eagerly. Feng Yuqing, however, grabbed Su Qiaoqiao's arm and apologetically said to Lu Feng and Sun Shiqing, "President's son, let's skip it. We have things to do later and need to head back to the dorm. We won't be joining you for dinner, you two enjoy it." With that, Feng Yuqing pulled Su Qiaoqiao away. Seeing Feng Yuqing act so sensibly, Lu Feng felt a bit relieved. Indeed, having four women sit together later would be awkward and wouldn't help his mission progress at all. Chapter 66, Sun Shiqing's Anger. Su Qiaoqiao turned back with lingering reluctance to watch Lu Feng and Sun Shiqing in the distance. She couldn't help but snap at Feng Yuqing beside her. "Yuqing, why do we have to leave? Look at them going out to eat this late? They're definitely up to no good. Are we just going to let them get away with it?" "Enough, Qiao. We can't delay Brother Feng's important business. Though I don't know what exactly Brother Feng and President's son are discussing, I sense he takes it very seriously. Staying there would only upset him." Feng Yuqing explained. "Yuqing, you're way too soft-hearted. That Sun Shiqing is trying to steal Brother Feng from us, how can we let that happen?" Su Qiaoqiao retorted indignantly. "Look, this isn't about being soft. We can't cause trouble for Brother Feng. If we stay and disrupt things, he'll get angry. Besides, if it weren't for this, would we have become such good sisters?" Feng Yuqing smiled as she replied. Hearing Feng Yuqing's reasoning, Su Qiaoqiao nodded. "True. Fine, if the main wife isn't worried, why should I, the side wife, be?" Sun Shiqing watched Feng Yuqing and Su Qiaoqiao walk away, feeling a bit puzzled. Could it be that those two girls really have nothing to do with Lu Feng? Am I overthinking this? Otherwise, why would they show no reaction at all when asked to take Lu Feng out for dinner so late? Seeing Sun Shiqing fall silent, seemingly deep in thought, Lu Feng smiled and asked, "President's son, what are you thinking about?" Sun Shiqing snapped out of her thoughts and smiled at Lu Feng. Nothing. Since that's the case, let's go out for dinner." Lu Feng glanced at his phone and frowned. "It's so late already. Maybe we should skip it. If we go out to eat and come back to the dorm, it'll probably be locked by then. It won't be convenient for you to get back." "No problem. Worst case, I'll stay with Ziyu. You helped me fulfill a lifelong wish today. I owe you big time," Sun Shiqing said with a smile. President's son really looked beautiful when she smiled. If only she could smile more often. Lu Feng marveled at the Sun Shiqing before him, utterly captivated by her smile. They say a woman is most beautiful when she smiles. Even an average-looking girl can radiate charm when she smiles with confidence.
Sun Shiqing, however, was the pinnacle of beauty, arguably the most stunning woman Lu Feng had ever seen. A woman of such extraordinary beauty, when she smiled, resembled a celestial being.
Such a woman could only exist in heaven. How many could there be on earth? Oh, really?
Sun Shiqing didn't take offense at Lu Feng's words. After all, few women would get upset hearing compliments about their beauty, and Sun Shiqing was no exception.
Shiqing, boss, are you two done? Are we still going out to eat later? At that moment, Chen Ziyu approached and asked the two. Let's eat. I'm starving after a long day. Let's go.
Sun Shiqing nodded. The three headed to the street food stall near the school where Chen Ziyu lived. Truthfully, seeing old Chen's food stall again made Lu Feng feel awkward. Mainly, he really didn't want to see Chen Ziyu's mother or old Chen himself, for that matter. What Lu Feng couldn't understand was why Sun Shiqing and Chen Ziyu insisted on inviting him here for dinner.
Didn't they consider his situation at all? Honestly, if it weren't for the system's mission, he really disliked this side of Sun Shiqing despite her undeniable beauty. But bound by the mission, Lu Feng held his tongue and endured. Ziyu, you're here. Find a seat quickly. Things are a bit hectic tonight, so please make yourselves at home. I won't be able to attend to you properly. Old Chen hurriedly greeted Chen Ziyu upon his arrival. Due to today's concert, the place was exceptionally crowded. After the concert ended, many came out to eat, and now the food stalls were nearly full. Chen Ziyu found a spot herself and pulled over a table. Mr. Sun, President Sun, please take a seat. It seems a bit crowded today. This is the first time we've had so many guests. You two can chat later. I might need to help my parents. Chen Ziyu hurriedly said, watching her parents bustling about. After all, her mother had just been discharged from the hospital and wasn't fully recovered yet. If she got tired, it wouldn't be worth the trouble. It's fine, go ahead and focus on your work. Don't worry about us. Lu Feng quickly interjected. Sun Shiqing nodded as well, returning to her usual cool composure. Wow, isn't that the heartthrob? The guy playing piano on stage earlier? It really is him. Isn't that Sun Shiqing next to him? It has to be him. As they spoke, several people nearby began secretly taking photos of Lu Feng and Sun Shiqing with their phones. But Sun Shiqing, sensing the people around her were taking pictures, stood up abruptly and snapped, "What are you snapping at? Don't you know to respect people's privacy?" Hearing Sun Shiqing's angry outburst, the people nearby quickly stashed their phones away. Seriously, why get so mad? It's not like they were taking pictures of her. Look at her freaking out. What a drama queen. Not only is she hogging my idol, but she won't even let us take pictures. How bossy. I wonder how my idol can stand a woman like that. The surrounding murmurs made Sun Shiqing's face darken. It sounded like they were implying she was taking advantage of Lu Feng. Shiqing, what a coincidence. I never expected you'd enjoy street food stalls too? The sudden voice made Sun Shiqing frown. The speaker was none other than Huang Xiaotian, the man who had clashed with Lu Feng earlier. Huang Xiaotian had come here precisely because his people had spotted Sun Shiqing here and reported it to him. Huang Xiaotian, furious upon learning Sun Shiqing was out eating with a man, had rushed over immediately. Seeing it was that same guy again, Huang Xiaotian was furious. He'd originally planned to humiliate Lu Feng, but not only had Lu Feng avoided embarrassment, he'd actually pulled off an incredibly impressive stunt on stage. This left Huang Xiaotian feeling extremely displeased. Chapter 67, Sun Shiqing's terrifying power. Sun Shiqing completely ignored Huang Xiaotian. But Huang Xiaotian shamelessly dragged over a chair, plopped down beside the table, and grinned at her. Shiqing, the Wu family's underground auction opens in a couple days. I happen to have 2 tickets. If you see anything you like, just tell me. I'll make sure to bid it down for you. Sorry, not interested. Sun Shiqing replied coldly. Underground auction? Lu Feng gasped in surprise. He'd never heard that term in real life before, only in novels or on TV. He'd never actually witnessed one, though. Seeing one would be pretty cool. Heh, kid, never heard of it, huh? People like you could never get involved in this kind of thing. Shiqing and you aren't even from the same world. So I'd advise you to know your place. Huang Xiaotian shot Lu Feng a disdainful glance as he issued his warning. Huang Xiaotian, mind your own business. And did I invite you to sit at this table? You're not welcome here. Please leave. Sun Shiqing snapped coldly. Shiqing, stop rejecting me. I genuinely like you. Besides, our Huang family has expressed interest in a marriage alliance with your Sun family. The elders are already discussing it. It's only a matter of time. Wouldn't it be good to get to know each other beforehand? Shut up. Who said we're marrying into your family? Don't think I don't know what your Huang family is really up to. Let me tell you, I refuse. Sun Shiqing said coldly. Hearing Sun Shiqing's words, Lu Feng froze. From the looks of it, it seemed the elders of Sun Shiqing's family were acquainted with those of Huang Xiaotian's family. Lu Feng recalled that Huang Xiaotian belonged to the Huang family, one of the 4 great families of Menchang. For someone connected to the Huangs to seek an alliance with the Sun family and bearing the Sun surname, could Sun Shiqing possibly be from that newly risen branch of the Sun clan? If that were the case, it would explain why the Huang family was so eager to form an alliance with the Sun family. Shiqing, whether you agree or not, your family patriarch is about to give in. Once he does, even if you refuse, it won't matter. Huang Xiaotian hurriedly interjected. As he spoke, Huang Xiaotian abruptly stood up. Before leaving, he didn't forget to warn Lu Feng once more. Kid, I'm warning you, don't get ahead of yourself. If you know what's good for you, you might just keep your life. Otherwise, humph. With that, Huang Xiaotian strode away, laughing loudly and swaggering. President's son, I never expected you to be from a prominent family? Lu Feng chuckled as he addressed Sun Shiqing. What noble family? They're all just a bunch of self-serving bastards. If I had a choice, I'd rather not be part of any noble family. Sun Shiqing couldn't help but retort. Regarding her situation, Lu Feng could tell that Sun Shiqing was extremely reluctant, but the family didn't seem to care much about her feelings. Since you're a rich kid, why did you bother soliciting sponsorships before? That amount of money shouldn't be a big deal for you, right? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. This has been my lifelong dream. I refuse to use my family's money. Sun Shiqing replied coldly. I see. By the way, President's son, do you have tickets for the auction in a couple of days? Lu Feng turned to ask Sun Shiqing. Oh? You want an invitation? Sun Shiqing asked in surprise. Mainly because I've never seen a real auction before. I want to go and broaden my horizons. Lu Feng replied casually. Our Sun family did receive an invitation. As for tickets, no problem. My family actually asked me to attend the auction, but I wasn't keen on going. If Lu Feng is going, then I'll accompany him. Sun Shiqing pondered for a moment before replying. Hearing Sun Shiqing's words, Lu Feng nodded, feeling a flicker of excitement. The upcoming auction would surely be a prime opportunity to show off. With the mission already 70% complete, only 30% remained. If things went well, this might just be the moment he finished the task. Lu Feng glanced at the timer. Only 4 days remained until the mission deadline. If he couldn't reach 100% completion within those 4 days, he'd be screwed. But he dared not push too hard now. Rushing things and backfiring would be a loss greater than the gain. Then, thank you, Chairman's son. Lu Feng thanked Sun Shiqing. Lu Feng, you don't have to keep calling me President's son all the time. Just call me Shiqing. Ziyu calls me that too. Sun Shiqing smiled at his formality. After all, Sun Shiqing's mission progress had already reached 70%, so naturally, her attitude toward Lu Feng was different from how she treated ordinary men. Then you don't have to keep calling me Lu Feng, classmate, either. Just call me Lu Feng. Lu Feng said indifferently. Lu Feng, may I ask you a question? Sure, Shiqing, go ahead. You seem to get along pretty well with Ziyu and Yuqing. Are they your girlfriends? Faced with this question, Lu Feng nearly spit out the water he'd just taken a sip of. He coughed twice, wiped his mouth, then hurriedly replied, Shiqing, you're giving me too much credit. Both of them my girlfriends? That's impossible. So does that mean one of them is your girlfriend? Sun Shiqing asked doubtfully. How could that be? They're both top-tier beauties. How could they possibly fancy someone as worthless as me? Lu Feng retorted hastily. Useless? Lu Feng, you really know how to talk. If you're useless, then what about all the other men? Wouldn't that make them all worthless too? Sun Shiqing shot Lu Feng a disapproving look. You're really flattering me, Shiqing. I'm just an ordinary guy. They really have nothing to do with you? I want your honest answer. Sun Shiqing looked at Lu Feng with a serious expression, her eyes sharp and perceptive. Lu Feng felt a chill run down his spine under Sun Shiqing's gaze, as if she could see right through him. Chapter 68, Open Admission. Lu Feng felt that even if he lied now, he couldn't escape Sun Shiqing's gaze. Yuqing and I do have a connection. Lu Feng stammered out. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Sun Shiqing smiled and said, Oh, I thought so too. The way Yuqing looks at you is definitely off. So, even knowing that, you still want to pursue me? Lu Feng hadn't expected Sun Shiqing to be so direct, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, Lu Feng nodded. He figured lying was pointless now, so he might as well be upfront. Seeing Lu Feng admit it so readily, Sun Shiqing was a bit surprised. I didn't expect you to admit it so quickly. I thought you'd play it up a bit. How could I lie to you? Lu Feng said awkwardly. You know full well Yuqing likes you, yet you still pursue me and you even admit it so openly. Your face is thick enough to be a wall. Sun Shiqing couldn't resist the sarcastic remark. Lu Feng was inwardly tense as hell. Was he screwed? But he noticed the mission progress hadn't dropped, it had actually climbed to 75%, a 5-point increase. This astonished Lu Feng. It seemed Sun Shiqing wasn't angry at all, perhaps she even admired him more? Sorry, I'm not great at flattery, but I genuinely want to pursue you. Lu Feng declared firmly. You want to pursue me that badly? How badly?
Sun Shishing asked, puzzled.
At any cost. Lu Feng declared firmly.
Seeing the look in Lu Feng's eyes, Sun Shishing was taken aback.
What exactly did he mean? At any cost? Could I really be that important to him?
Sun Shishing was puzzled inside, unable to grasp the true meaning behind Lu Feng's at any cost.
But Sun Shishing wasn't stupid.
She wouldn't just trust him based on a few words.
And you say you're not good with words? You're more eloquent than anyone else.
Sun Shishing retorted irritably. I can help you solve your current problem. Lu Feng suddenly seemed to think of something and addressed Sun Shishing.
My problem? What problem do I have? It's the marriage alliance between your Sun family and the Huang family. I can help you. You can help me?
Why should I trust you? That's the Huang family, one of the 4 great families of Mencheng, the most powerful clans in the city.
You say you can help me? Are you sure you're not joking?
Sun Shishing stared at Lu Feng before her and demanded.
How could I possibly joke in front of Shishing?
Lu Feng replied with a smile.
I hope you're not joking.
If you can truly solve my problem, I might consider accepting your advances. Sun Shishing pondered before replying.
The two chatted and laughed, discussing many shared interests. Truthfully, Sun Shishing didn't particularly dislike Lu Feng.
Regardless of his motives, she sensed he wasn't a bad person. They had plenty of common ground, and most importantly, he played the piano well and was handsome. If forced to choose, she'd definitely pick Lu Feng. He was certainly better than Huang Xiaotian from the Huang family. As for Chen Ziyu, he was constantly helping his parents serve dishes and clear tables, too busy to pay any attention to Sun Shishing and Lu Feng. After some time, most of the customers at the food stall had left, and only then did Chen Ziyu get a chance to rest. Old Chen and Chen's mother were also exhausted, especially Chen's mother. Having just recovered, she was pushed to her limits by the relentless work.
Mom, are you okay? Chen Ziyu asked urgently, watching his mother panting for breath. I'm fine, just a bit tired. But why did you bring that guy here? Didn't I tell you before? Didn't I tell you not to associate with him? Why won't you listen to me?
Mrs. Chen glared at Lu Feng, who was seated at a nearby table. Old Chen interjected from the side, trying to smooth things over. All right, honey.
Ziyu still has to work under that guy. We can't afford to alienate him completely. Otherwise, how difficult would Ziyu's situation become?
For the child's sake, we should just endure it.
Besides, I think that young man is actually quite decent, a rare gem. Fine, with your judgment. If you were good at reading people, would you still gamble? You're lucky you can manage yourself. Forget it, I'm done meddling. Ziyu, I'm warning you, you'd better be careful. Don't let that guy get his way. Got it, Mom. Chapter 69, Wu Si gets blocked. Why don't we go apologize to that young man? After all, we did overreact earlier.
Old Chen pondered for a moment before turning to his mother. Mrs. Chen frowned and shook her head.
I'm not going. If you want to, you go yourself.
Seeing this, Old Chen had no choice but to approach Lu Feng alone.
He offered an awkward, apologetic smile. Mr. Lu, right? I'm truly sorry about earlier.
My wife has some old grudges with wealthy people, so she harbors resentment toward them. She mistakenly thought you had improper intentions toward Ziyu, which made her act irrationally.
I, an old man, apologize to you here. Please don't hold it against her. Oh, it's fine. Ziyu already apologized to me. I might have overreacted at the time, I was partly at fault. Actually, I should be the one apologizing to you both.
Lu Feng stood up and bowed deeply to Old Chen and Chen's mother, who stood nearby. Seeing this, Old Chen was startled and hurriedly supported Lu Feng, saying, Young Master Lu, how could we possibly accept your apology? You're putting us in such an awkward position.
We're just an old couple. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have become of our family. It's the least I could do.
Lu Feng said indifferently. The old man may not be skilled in much, but his street food craft is something to be proud of.
If young Master Lu ever craves it, feel free to drop by anytime. I promise not to charge you a penny.
Old Chen hurriedly replied.
No charge? I'd rather not accept that. After all, you're running a small business, how could I possibly let you do that? I'll definitely come by often when I have time. Lu Feng chuckled.
Sun Shishing observed Lu Feng before her, finding his attitude toward Old Chen somewhat peculiar. After all, Old Chen and his mother were just ordinary common folk. Given Lu Feng's status, there was absolutely no need for him to be so humble toward such people. If it were that Huang Xiaotian guy, he'd probably have already started throwing his temper tantrums and bullying Old Chen's family by now.
This made Sun Shishing regard Lu Feng with renewed respect. After all, a rich kid who was polite, well-mannered, handsome, and talented like this was truly a rare find. Suddenly, Sun Shishing realized something. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she remembered, given how awkward and complicated Lu Feng's relationship with Chen Ziyu's family was, yet she'd brought him to Chen Ziyu's family's food stall to eat. Wasn't that kind of putting Lu Feng in an awkward position? But Lu Feng hadn't said a word about it, nor had he blamed her. This touched her deeply. Lu Feng, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot about your situation with Ziyu's family. I really feel awful.
Sun Shiqing hurriedly apologized to Lu Feng.
Why are you apologizing?
Lu Feng asked, puzzled.
Sorry, I know things are awkward between you and Ziyu's family, and I still invited you here to eat. I really feel bad, it was my oversight.
Sun Shiqing hastily explained.
Oh, it's just about that? No problem. Actually, I should thank you. If you hadn't invited me, Ziyu's parents and I wouldn't have been able to put our differences aside and laugh it off.
Lu Feng smiled reassuringly. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Sun Shiqing chuckled. Is that how you use forgive and forget?
Ha! Isn't that right? Did I say it wrong? Lu Feng asked, flustered.
No, you're not wrong.
If you used it that way, it'd still be correct, ha!
Sun Shiqing burst into a rare hearty laugh. Chen Ziyu, who had just finished her work, heard Sun Shiqing's laughter and approached in surprise.
Shiqing, what are you two talking about? You seem so happy. Nothing, really. Just thinking about something happy.
Sun Shiqing replied awkwardly. After all, this matter was a bit embarrassing for Chen Ziyu too, so it was best not to mention it.
It's so late now. Can you guys still make it back to the dorm? Lu Feng glanced at his phone and saw it was already 11 p.m. There's no way we can go back to the dorm now.
But don't get any funny ideas, I haven't agreed to your advances yet. Sun Shiqing said coolly.
Hearing Sun Shiqing's words, Chen Ziyu was taken aback.
He looked at her in confusion, thinking, I was just away for a moment, and they've already made such progress?
Judging by Shiqing's attitude, it seems like agreeing is only a matter of time. Is the boss really that impressive? Chen Ziyu was genuinely shocked. He knew Sun Shiqing very well and understood her personality and habits.
He couldn't fathom how the usually aloof president's son, who never gave men the time of day, could be charmed so quickly by Lu Feng.
Why would I have any ulterior motives? I can't go back to the dorm either. If you want to stay with Ziyu, that's fine.
I'll just find a hotel room somewhere. Lu Feng thought for a moment before saying.
You have nowhere to stay?
Sun Shiqing found it hard to believe. Though she didn't know Lu Feng's family background or wealth, his casual gesture of giving Chen Ziyu 70 or 80 yuan showed he was undoubtedly a genuine rich kid. His family's assets might even surpass the Sun family's, since even they wouldn't casually hand out 70 or 80 yuan like that. After all, that kind of money was working capital. For such a wealthy second-generation heir to have nowhere to stay and resort to a hotel was simply unbelievable. One would expect someone like him to have his own place or even a villa near campus.
Right now, I really don't have a place to stay. Lu Feng admitted honestly. Alright, then we'll talk about it later.
I'll find you when the auction starts in a couple of days. Sun Shiqing nodded.
Alright, I'll head out then.
And so they parted ways. Lu Feng randomly picked a hotel, then glanced at his phone to find it flooded with new messages. The most frequent messages came from Wu Si, nothing but apologies and nostalgic talk about past affection, even including several voice calls. Others like Xian Xiaoning, Chang Li, and Meng Meng had sent various greetings. Lu Feng had intended to go straight to sleep, but then a WeChat video call rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Wu Si again. Frustrated, Lu Feng immediately blocked her on WeChat.
He genuinely felt no affection for her whatsoever now.
Wu Si had been carefully getting ready in her dorm room, intending to video call Lu Feng to apologize. But the next second, when she tried to message him again, she discovered she'd been blocked.
I've been blocked? Chapter 70, Women's War.
Wu Si stared at the notification on her phone in disbelief, even suspecting her phone was malfunctioning. She restarted it and checked again, only to confirm she really had been blocked.
Impossible. Impossible. Lu Feng liked me so much before, how could he block me? I don't believe it. He must have clicked the wrong button.
I'll go see him in person tomorrow.
If I go see him myself, he'll definitely forgive me. Wu Si nodded firmly. See, what's going on? Did the piano prince reply? You didn't get dumped, did you? Her roommate Lu Qingqing couldn't help but ask.
Today, Lu Feng had dazzled the audience at the campus concert, instantly earning the titles of heartthrob and piano prince, making countless young women swoon.
Wu Si's roommates were no exception, all pestering her for updates. Who said I got dumped?
It's clearly Lu Feng who wants to pursue me, and I haven't even agreed yet.
Wu Si blurted out. See, if you don't say yes, I'm going to make my move.
Such a great guy, so handsome, if you don't want him, you might as well let your best friend have him.
Lu Qingqing teased. I never said I wouldn't agree. I've just been thinking it over.
He's been pursuing me for 2 whole years.
Honestly, I'm actually kind of touched. Maybe I should just say yes.
Wu Si quickly replied.
But didn't you already agree to be that one guy's girlfriend? And then there was that Joe guy the other day? Seriously, you've got so many fish in your pond, can't you spare a few for your sisters?
Hoarding all these great resources without using them is such a waste.
Lu Qingqing couldn't resist teasing. What, Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhou? Stop making things up. I have absolutely nothing to do with either of them. What fish pond? The truth is, I've always had pretty good feelings about Lu Feng. Don't go spreading rumors. Wu Si couldn't help but warn. Who's spreading rumors? It's common knowledge. Everyone saw it, people aren't blind. Since Lu Feng isn't yours anymore, we're going to compete fairly. A guy this handsome and talented is a hot commodity. I won't give up easily. Lu Qingqing retorted defiantly. Shut up, Lu Qingqing. Lu Feng would never go for you. I suggest you give up on that fantasy. Seeing Lu Qingqing trying to snatch Lu Feng, Wu Si couldn't hold back any longer and snapped. Why wouldn't Lu Feng like me? Lu Qingqing retorted defiantly. Lu Feng has been chasing me for 2 years. He must still like me, so you can give up on that idea. It's true he chased you for 2 years. Back then, Lu Feng would come deliver breakfast to you every single morning. But now? Now he's the hottest guy on campus. I saw on the school forum that the art department's campus beauty even bought breakfast for Lu Feng, but he didn't even acknowledge her. Tonight, our school's top campus beauty ended up in Lu Feng's arms. Which woman around Lu Feng now isn't better than you? Do you really think Lu Feng is the same guy he used to be? That he can't live without you? To me, she's the campus beauty, but you, Wu Si, are just a joke. Lu Qingqing launched into a tirade of mockery. Hearing this, Wu Si couldn't hold back any longer. She lunged onto Lu Qingqing's bed and started wrestling with her. Lu Qingqing, I'll tear your mouth off. I'll make you shut your filthy mouth. Lu Feng is mine, and no one can take him away. Not you, not anyone. Her eyes gleamed with a savage glint, clearly on the verge of losing her mind. The other 2 roommates in the dorm watched the scene unfold with cold smirks, making no move to intervene. They simply sat back and watched the show. As night fell, Sun Shiqing and Chen Ziyu lay in bed, both tossing and turning. Both lay awake because of Lu Feng. Chen Ziyu stared at Sun Shiqing beside her, hesitating for a long time before deciding to tell her. Shiqing, are you asleep? Chen Ziyu asked cautiously. Not yet. What's up? Well, there's something I need to apologize to you about. Huh? What is it? Sun Shiqing looked at Chen Ziyu in confusion. Well, I'm sorry I lied to you earlier. You lied to me? What do you mean? Chen Ziyu gritted her teeth and finally confessed about the scheme she and Lu Feng had pulled on Sun Shiqing. She felt it would be utterly unfair to Sun Shiqing if she never knew the truth. If Sun Shiqing ended up deceived by Lu Feng losing her body, or worse, Chen Ziyu would be the one to blame. After hearing Chen Ziyu's explanation, Sun Shiqing smiled and said, so that's what you were talking about? Seeing Sun Shiqing's reaction, Chen Ziyu asked in confusion, aren't you angry? Angry? Why would I be angry? Sun Shiqing replied with a smile. But didn't I and the boss deceive you together? Chen Ziyu couldn't help but blurt out. So what if he deceived me? At least it proves how important I am to him. He went to such lengths to win me over. And from what you've said, he went out of his way to learn my habits, interests, and hobbies. That level of effort only confirms my significance to him. Besides, he hasn't done anything to hurt me. What exactly am I supposed to be angry about? Sun Shiqing said indifferently. Hearing Sun Shiqing's words, Chen Ziyu felt like she'd been meddling in something that wasn't her business. Moreover, she found herself increasingly unable to figure Sun Shiqing out. 2 days later, Lu Feng hadn't bothered Sun Shiqing during that time. Aside from occasionally sending her messages, he'd kept a low profile and avoided drawing attention. Because of his recent spotlight at school, wherever Lu Feng went these past 2 days, fangirls swarmed him asking for contact info, autographs, and photos, making him incredibly awkward. He could only try to stay hidden. Hiding in his dorm room, Lu Feng suddenly received a call from Sun Shiqing. Seeing her name light up his phone, he instantly broke into a smile. It's here! For today's auction, Lu Feng had made extensive preparations, researching the event thoroughly. Chapter 71, Reunion with Huang Xiaotian. Lu Feng, where are you? I'm at school. Is it time to head out? Sorry, I was planning to pick you up at school, but something came up at home. I might not be able to make it. I'll send you the auction location coordinates. I'll contact you once I arrive. Alright, no problem. We'll connect once I arrive. Lu Feng hung up and got out of bed to leave. He'd considered driving, but remembering his previous driving skills, he worried about the embarrassment of getting into a fender bender. It wasn't the cost of repairs he feared, it was the time lost. Arriving late would damage his image with Sun Shiqing, and if that caused the mission to fail, he'd be a complete idiot. With only 2 days left until his mission deadline, Sun Shiqing's progress remained stuck at 75%. If he couldn't make any further headway today, he might truly be screwed. Lu Feng hurried to the school entrance. Checking his phone's location, he realized he was near the city center of Mencheng. Traffic was horrendous at this hour. Calling a cab might still leave him late. He mentally cursed his luck. Why hadn't Sun Shiqing called earlier to give him time to prepare? Now, stuck in traffic, he was screwed. Spotting a shared bike parked by the roadside near the school, Lu Feng hopped on without a second thought. Rushing as fast as he could, Lu Feng finally arrived at the entrance of the auction house. The sight of luxury cars lining the entrance left Lu Feng in awe. No wonder not a single person here was poor. After parking the shared bike, Lu Feng prepared to enter. But just as he was about to enter, a jarring voice suddenly rang out from the side. "Hey, you little punk, what are you doing here again?" Lu Feng turned to see none other than Huang Xiaotian, the guy he'd clashed with before. The Huang family really was like a persistent ghost. Huang Xiaotian eyed Lu Feng's freshly parked shared bike and sneered, "You little punk, riding a shared bike to a place like this? You've got some nerve. Let me tell you, this isn't somewhere someone like you can just waltz into. What I ride here is none of your business." Lu Feng retorted defiantly. "Damn it, you little punk. You've got some nerve. Looks like I was too easy on you before, huh? Guess I need to teach you a lesson so you know what pain feels like." Huang Xiaotian snarled. "Asshole." Lu Feng didn't mince words either, expressing his attitude with just 2 words. With that, Lu Feng started walking toward the auction hall. But as soon as he reached the entrance, 2 security guards suddenly blocked his path. "Sir, please present your admission ticket." "Admission ticket? I left mine with someone else." Lu Feng explained. "If you don't have one, just say so." "Left with someone else? Who are you trying to fool?" "Let me tell you, only tycoons with assets over 20 grand get in here." "You? Get lost." The guards, having seen Lu Feng arrive on a shared bike earlier, gave him a cold shoulder. They probably suspected he was trying to sneak in for a quick look, snap some photos, and brag about it later. But this wasn't a place where you could just take pictures freely. "Stop looking down on me. I told you my ticket is with someone else." Lu Feng snapped back, fuming. "Cut the crap and get out of here. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for getting physical." The 2 security guards brandished their batons at Lu Feng, their expressions fierce. Sorry, I'm late. His ticket is with me." Just as the 2 security guards were about to act, a girl suddenly came running over from a short distance away. It was Sun Shiqing. Her face filled with apology, she said to Lu Feng, "Sorry, Lu Feng, traffic was terrible. I'm late." Chapter 72, Can you afford to pay? "No problem, I just got here myself." Lu Feng replied indifferently. "Here's my admission ticket." "What? Is there a problem?" Sun Shiqing pulled 2 tickets from her bag and placed them before the security guard, saying abruptly, No problem." The security guard, seeing this, was visibly shaken, his voice trembling slightly. After all, he'd seen Sun Shiqing arrive in a Rolls-Royce. A luxury car of that caliber meant she came from a family with serious clout. He knew better than to mess with someone like that. "You little punk, never thought you'd be so good at living off others. But even if you get into the auction, what then? Any random item in here would cost you over a decade of backbreaking labor. Can you even afford it?" "Whether I can afford it or not is none of your business, Huang Xiaotian. Stop stirring up trouble." Sun Shiqing immediately stepped in to defend Lu Feng. While she didn't know his background, she suspected he was no less influential than her own Sun family. If he turned out to be from a truly powerful clan, he might just help her resolve the marriage alliance with the Huang family. Huang Xiaotian couldn't help but snap at Sun Shiqing. "Shiqing, don't forget we're about to be betrothed. What's the meaning of inviting this little punk to an auction like this? Are you trying to humiliate our Huang family? Who said we're getting engaged? Let me tell you, neither I nor my grandfather have agreed to anything." Sun Shiqing retorted coldly. "What difference does your refusal make? Your father has already agreed. In a few days, you'll be part of the Huang family. Mark my words, if you do anything out of line, the Sun family will be utterly disgraced." Huang Xiaotian snorted coldly. "My father agreed? Go ask him to arrange the engagement then." "Humph." Sun Shiqing grabbed Lu Feng's hand and strode straight into the auction. "Lu Feng, let's go." Sun Shiqing dragged Lu Feng right into the auction hall. Once inside, Lu Feng glanced around. It wasn't as awe-inspiring as he'd imagined, just ordinary, really. "Lu Feng, this underground auction has drawn quite a few people from other cities. I've heard even families from the Magic Capital and Imperial Capital have sent representatives. So let's try to keep a low profile and avoid any trouble." Sun Shiqing cautioned Lu Feng. "Don't worry, I've got this." Lu Feng replied with a smile. "Normally, given our Sun family's standing, we'd definitely be seated in an upstairs private room. But with so many bigwigs here this time, even our family has to settle for the first floor hall." Sun Shiqing explained. "I see. Well, it must mean this auction has some real treasures up for grabs, otherwise how else would it draw such a crowd?" Lu Feng pondered for a moment before replying. "Yeah, you're right. I heard there are quite a few antique pieces this time, even some Qin and Tang dynasty artifacts and paintings. Naturally, that draws a crowd." Sun Shiqing explained. "Antiques and paintings from the Qin and Tang dynasties? Is that for real?" Lu Feng was taken aback. "I don't know the specifics, but it probably isn't just a rumor. Otherwise, why would all these people travel so far to our little place, Mencheng?" "I see. Never mind, let's not dwell on it. These pieces are beyond our means anyway. We'll just browse some smaller items.
Sun Shicheng chuckled. So Sun Shicheng and Lu Feng found a corner seat in the main hall. The auction commenced with a craft item starting at a mere 1 yuan.
Bids increased in increments of mere cents, leaving Lu Feng somewhat disappointed. He'd expected a high-caliber event given the presence of so many wealthy families, but this was all it amounted to. After browsing through many items, nothing particularly caught Lu Feng's interest. Consequently, neither he nor Sun Shicheng placed any bids during the first half of the auction. During the mid-auction break, Lu Feng got up to use the restroom. In his haste, he collided with someone carrying a newly acquired artifact. The person lost their grip, and the item crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. Stunned by the situation, Lu Feng thought, "My luck is just terrible." Huang Xiaohua, seeing his newly acquired piece shattered before it had even cooled, flew into a rage. He stormed over to Lu Feng and bellowed, "Damn it! Can't you watch where you're going? You just smashed my stuff. Do you have any idea how much I paid for this? 30 whole bucks. 30 bucks. Can you even afford to pay for this?" Huang Xiaohua was furious. He had been extremely fond of this piece, having fought over it several times before finally securing it at the high price of 30 yuan. Little did he expect it would be smashed to pieces the moment he brought it home from the auction. Before Lu Feng could respond, another voice chimed in. "Bro, don't even bother asking him. He can't afford it. This guy's just a deadbeat, totally broke." The speaker was Huang Xiaotian. Seeing Huang Xiaotian address the man before him as big brother, Lu Feng finally understood. He stumbled right into the Huang family's den. Talk about bad luck, he managed to cross the first, second, and third sons of the Huang family all at once. "How dare you speak like that? Is this how you insult people?" Sun Shicheng retorted defiantly. "Well, if it isn't the Sun family's eldest daughter. What's this? Do you know each other?" Huang Xiaohua looked puzzled as he turned to Huang Xiaotian beside him. "Bro, don't worry. This little punk's just a freeloader trying to latch onto the Sun family. Shicheng thinks she can use him as a shield? She's being way too naive," Huang Xiaotian said with utter disdain. Hearing Huang Xiaotian's explanation, Huang Xiaohua turned to Lu Feng with a cold stare. "So he's just a freeloader. But what's the deal with this auction? Didn't they say only those with assets over 50 yuan could enter? Who let him in? Are you trying to get fired?" Chapter 73, Supreme VIP Black Card. Hearing Huang Xiaohua's words, the two security guards who had let Lu Feng in were now trembling in their boots. "Where are the auction staff? Where the hell did everyone go? Didn't you see my item get smashed by someone? Get someone here immediately!" Huang Xiaohua roared in fury. With such a major incident occurring, numerous security guards immediately surrounded the area, as if afraid Lu Feng might flee. Seeing this commotion, Sun Shicheng couldn't help but speak up. "What's all this about? It's just a 30 yuan item. I'll cover the cost myself. Is this really necessary?" Saying this, Sun Shicheng reached into her purse to retrieve money. After all, as the only daughter of the Sun family, she certainly had funds on hand. 30 yuan in cash, though a relatively large sum, wasn't a significant burden for her. Before arriving, Sun Shicheng had anticipated the need for money for bidding and such and had deliberately brought a 50 yuan bill. Inside the auction house manager's office, Hu Xinyue was admiring the view outside the window. This auction had been executed flawlessly. Thanks to her meticulous planning and the high-end Qin and Han Dynasty antiques she'd specially sourced from all corners of the country, today's event had truly shown. She imagined the headquarters would reward her handsomely for this success, perhaps even with a promotion. Just then, the office door burst open in a flurry of panic. "Ms. Hu! It's terrible, Ms. Hu!" It was Hu Xinyue's secretary who had burst in. "What is it? Why the panic?" Hu Xinyue asked impatiently. "I saw someone you know. I used to work at Li Group. They'd already declared bankruptcy, but when I went downstairs, I noticed a man going up. Then Li Group came back to life. And judging by their current momentum, they're clearly planning to expand and grow stronger. That man must have saved the Li family." "What? Is he at the auction today?" Hu Xinyue asked, puzzled. "Yeah, he's here. And he just got into a fight with young Master Huang at the venue." "What? He clashed with young Master Huang? This won't do, I must go see for myself." Hu Xinyue hurried out of the office, her high heels clicking on the floor. Just as Sun Shicheng reached into her purse to pay for Huang Xiaohua, Huang Xiaotian couldn't help but interject, "Having a woman pay for you? That's pretty pathetic. You're the ultimate freeloader. Don't you feel ashamed?" Just then, Hu Xinyue hurried over and respectfully addressed Lu Feng. "My apologies, Mr. Lu. I didn't recognize you earlier. As a premium user of our auction house, we've just issued you this Supreme VIP Black Card. Please accept it." "What? A Supreme VIP Black Card from the auction house? Good heavens. I heard only super rich people with assets over 1,000 yuan get this honor. Could it be that this guy's assets have already surpassed 1,000 yuan? Impossible. He just broke someone's 30 yuan item and couldn't even afford to pay for it. But surely the auction house wouldn't make such a low-level mistake? The onlookers gasped in astonishment upon seeing the supreme VIP black card, murmuring among themselves. Even Sun Shiqing was utterly astonished. After all, across the entire Yanxia region, young heirs with assets exceeding 1,000 yuan were few and far between. Who would have thought Lu Feng was one of them? Huang Xiaohua's face darkened when he saw the supreme VIP black card. Even he didn't possess such a card. In the entire Huang family, only 2 people held this black card, his father, Huang Feng, and his second uncle, Huang Shou. Hu Xinyue then explained to Lu Feng, Mr. Lu, the supreme VIP black card is an exclusive card for our auction house. It requires a net worth exceeding 1,000 yuan to qualify for this supreme card. Holding this card entitles you to a 10% discount on all auction items at our house, priority bidding rights, and the privilege of receiving goods before payment. Hearing Hu Xinyue's explanation, Lu Feng was taken aback. He hadn't imagined this VIP card could be so outrageously expensive. Huang Xiaohua, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject, Manager Hu, you must be mistaken. This man reeks of poverty and clearly lives off others. How could he possibly have a net worth of 1,000 yuan? Exactly. How could you possibly give him a black VIP card? Huang Xiaotian chimed in from the side. Do I need to explain my actions to you? Hu Xinyue snapped at the 2 men before her. Hu Xinyue was certain her secretary hadn't spoken. Besides, she had just happened to catch sight of the 100 yuan bill on Lu Feng's person. Someone who casually carried around 100 yuan bills couldn't be just any ordinary rich kid. He might very well be the offspring of some super wealthy tycoon. Manager Hu, issuing this supreme VIP black card seems rather irregular, doesn't it? Have you forgotten the auction house's rules? Did you verify his assets? Just then, a man couldn't help but speak up. Huang Xiaohua's face lit up upon seeing the man. Second uncle, he exclaimed. The man who arrived was none other than Huang Xiaohua's second uncle, Huang Shou. Moreover, Huang Shou held another position, he was the deputy manager of this very auction house. Huang Shou harbored deep resentment toward Hu Xinyue. This woman, by means unknown, always managed to outmaneuver him, a source of immense irritation. Though she possessed extraordinary beauty, she refused to indulge in any pleasures. Huang Shou had spared no effort in his attempts to win her favor, yet all his efforts proved futile. Hu Xinyue had risen to become the general manager of this auction house at the age of 30, proving she possessed considerable skill. Huang Shou's tricks were mere child's play in her eyes. What annoyed Hu Xinyue most was that a man approaching 50 still harbored designs on her. Chapter 74, Asset Verification. It must be noted that Hu Xinyue remained unmarried to this day, a highly capable career woman. Though she firmly believed in Lu Feng's identity, bound by auction house protocol, Hu Xinyue addressed him respectfully, Mr. Lu, would you kindly undergo an asset verification? Hearing this, Lu Feng hesitated. His main concern was not knowing how his modest sum of over 10,000 yuan would be perceived in Yanxia. If he turned out to be a super wealthy individual, having his status made public could jeopardize his safety. After all, standing out attracts unwanted attention. Noticing his hesitation, Hu Xinyue quickly reassured him, rest assured, Mr. Lu. Our auction house's verification process is strictly confidential. It's only to confirm your eligibility to use this supreme VIP black card. Fine, verify it then. Lu Feng felt as though Hu Xinyue could read his mind, so he didn't refuse. If confidentiality was guaranteed, that was the best outcome possible. With that, Hu Xinyue led Lu Feng, Sun Shiqing, and the Huang family members out of the main hall toward the manager's office. Once in the manager's office, Hu Xinyue instructed the secretary to serve tea to everyone. She then addressed Lu Feng, Mr. Lu, the first step of the verification process requires confirming your cash reserves. Would you mind handing over all the cash you have on you? Without further ado, Lu Feng produced all the cash he carried. There were 400 yuan notes, 1 10 yuan note, 2 5 yuan notes, and several coins. The total came to 424 yuan. Seeing Lu Feng produce such a large sum of cash, the Huang family members were stunned, seemingly unable to believe he could actually come up with that much money. Huang Shou's face turned ashen. He had intended to use this incident to bring down Hu Xinyue. If Lu Feng couldn't prove he had 1,000 yuan in assets, Hu Xinyue would be guilty of abuse of power. Then the position of manager at the auction house would naturally fall to him. Once Hu Xinyue was demoted to his subordinate, she would be easy to control. But Huang Shou hadn't anticipated Lu Feng producing over 400,000 yuan in cash. After all, even some major corporations today couldn't muster that much in liquid assets. No problem, no problem. This guy probably doesn't have much more than that. Huang Shou reassured himself. Hu Xinyue jotted down the amount before addressing Lu Feng again. Mr. Lu, the next step of the verification process requires us to check your Alipay and WeChat balances. I don't use Alipay, and as for WeChat, there's not much in there, just some loose change. Lu Feng replied indifferently.
He had already spent most of the balance in his WeChat wallet earlier, leaving him with less than 200 yuan now.
Lu Feng pulled out his phone and handed it to Hu Xinyue to check.
Hu Xinyue glanced at it and discovered Lu Feng's WeChat balance was a full 186 yuan in 5 jiao. Such a large sum, and yet Lu Feng called it pocket change.
Huangshou's expression darkened upon seeing Lu Feng's WeChat balance. He immediately tried to reassure himself, it's fine. That's probably all he has. Combined, it's just over 600 yuan. It won't reach 1,000. If it doesn't reach 1,000, then Hu Xinyue is still abusing her authority. Hu Xinyue took a deep breath and addressed Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, we're now entering the third step of the capital verification process. We need to review your bank statements. Lu Feng nodded and opened the mobile app client. However, when he tapped to view his bank statements, his phone suddenly froze. It seemed to have crashed, unable to navigate to the next screen. Seeing this, Lu Feng was puzzled. Manager Hu, is this the kind of client you handpick? He doesn't even have bank statements, and his total assets barely exceed 600 yuan. Yet you issued him a Supreme VIP black card? That's abuse of authority, you know. If I report this to headquarters, you'll be in serious trouble. Huangshou coldly threatened Hu Xinyue. Hu Xinyue felt a pang of worry. If Lu Feng truly had no bank statements, her unilateral decision today could backfire badly. Lu Feng, however, responded impatiently, what's the big rush? Can't you see it's a card? Will you die waiting a few more minutes? Fine. We'll see how long you can keep this up. Huangshou looked at Lu Feng with disdain. He was now certain Lu Feng was all show and no substance. While he did have a bit of money, it was nothing to write home about. Compared to their prestigious family of the Gate City, it was practically nothing. But not long after, the office door suddenly rattled. To their surprise, it was Qian Xiaoning, the bank's lobby manager from earlier. Qian Xiaoning hurriedly approached Lu Feng with deference and said, Mr. Lu, our bank detected that you need to review your account's transaction history, correct? Yes, that's correct. The auction house needs to verify my assets and review my bank account statements, so... Chapter 75, The Terrifying Bank Statements. Qian Xiaoning nodded upon hearing Lu Feng's explanation, then addressed him, Mr. Lu, regarding your bank statements, we've specially arranged for staff to print them out for you. Please wait a moment. Then Qian Xiaoning called out to the outside, everyone, come in. 2 bank staff members entered, notebooks in hand. Qian Xiaoning turned to Hu Xinyue, I'll need to use your printer. It's fine. Go ahead and use it. Hu Xinyue said indifferently. Lu Feng, however, picked up on something from this exchange. It seemed Qian Xiaoning and Hu Xinyue knew each other. But Lu Feng didn't dwell on it. Hu Xinyue instructed 2 bank employees to connect the printer linked to her office, then began preparing the documents for printing. Huangshou watched the scene unfold, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. Judging by this setup, could it be that this guy really had substantial bank transactions? Before long, 2 sheets of A4 paper emerged from the printer. Seeing only 2 sheets, Huangshou laughed, seriously? Just 2 A4 pages of bank statements? Come on, that's pitiful. You've got assets worth 1,000 yuan at most? Ha! Hu Xinyue, you won't escape charges of abuse of power this time. Saying this, Huangshou took the 2 sheets to glance at them. But upon seeing the actual bank statements, he froze in place. Seeing Huangshou's reaction, Hu Xinyue walked over in confusion and picked up the papers to take a look. What she saw left her stunned. The record showed monthly deposits, though only covering half a year. Each transaction was substantial, with nearly 1,000 yuan deposited almost every month. It was utterly shocking. This was only because Qian Xiaoning, wanting to protect Lu Feng's privacy, had specifically instructed his subordinates to print only Lu Feng's 6-month statement. Otherwise, the figures would have been even more staggering. Such massive cash flows were unheard of even across the entire province. Few individuals possessed such financial resources. This was far beyond the means of ordinary families or clans. Huangshou immediately conceived the idea of winning Lu Feng over. Lu Feng expressed his gratitude to Qian Xiaoning, Manager Qian, I owe you today. Otherwise, some people might have really taken me for a small fry. It's nothing, Mr. Lu. It's simply our bank's duty. Qian Xiaoning hastened to reply. Lu Feng pulled out a 10 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to Qian Xiaoning. You've been such a tremendous help today, even dispatching staff specifically for this matter. I feel terribly indebted. Please accept this small token of appreciation. Let me treat you all to some tea and properly reward your efforts. Seeing Lu Feng's 10 yuan note, Qian Xiaoning stared in disbelief at the fortune in her hand. After all, her annual income was barely 2 mao. 10 yuan was more than enough to cover her earnings for decades. Overwhelmed by the sight of so much money, Qian Xiaoning beamed with delight as she thanked Lu Feng. Thank you so much, Mr. Lu. If you ever need anything from me in the future, just let me know. I'll do whatever you ask. She even flashed Lu Feng a flirtatious glance as she spoke. Then, turning to the 2 bank employees, Qian Xiaoning announced cheerfully, tonight, invite every single employee in the bank.
I'm picking up the tab for everyone. Let's party. The two employees rushed out in a frenzy of excitement, and Xianxianing also left the office.
Deputy Manager Huang, I suppose you have nothing more to say now.
Hu Xinyue said with a cold snort.
Huang Shou's expression instantly shifted.
His previously icy face broke into a smile as he hurriedly addressed Lu Feng, esteemed VIP Black Gold client, our deepest apologies for the earlier inconvenience. We were merely verifying the identity of each of our valued VIP clients.
We hope you won't hold it against us. Lu Feng hadn't expected Huang Shou's transformation to be so swift.
Just moments ago, he'd been mocking him, and now he was suddenly showering him with flattery.
The real reason was Lu Feng's staggering bank transaction history.
Such a record clearly marked him as a super-rich second-generation heir someone Huang Shou, or even the entire Huang family, couldn't afford to offend. Faced with such a powerful young tycoon, Huang Shou naturally wanted to curry favor. Lu Feng ignored Huang Shou's words. Instead, he pulled out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket, slapped it down on the table, and addressed Huang Xiaohua. I just smashed your bottle, right?
$30, correct? Here's 100. Give me back 50, and consider the remaining 20 as compensation for your emotional distress.
Hearing Lu Feng's words, Huang Xiaohua momentarily hesitated, unsure whether to accept or refuse. Huang Shou immediately stood up and apologized to Lu Feng. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu.
How could I let you spend money on such a small matter?
It was only worth $30.
Broken is broken. It's fine. No need to compensate. That won't do. After all, I did break something. Not compensating would be unseemly. Better to settle this clearly now. Otherwise, if you use this against me later, I'd be in deep trouble. Lu Feng chuckled. Hearing Lu Feng's sarcastic words, the three members of the Huang family felt extremely awkward.
For a moment, none of them knew what to do, especially Huang Xiaotian and Huang Xiaohua. Both pairs of eyes turned to Huang Shou, waiting for his decision.
Seeing Lu Feng's resolute expression, Huang Shou knew he had to accept the money.
He pulled 70 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Lu Feng.
Seeing the 70 yuan in his hand, Lu Feng remarked, "What about the compensation for emotional distress?" No, Mr. Lu, you're joking. What emotional distress? We've become acquainted through this incident. Should you ever need the Huang family or yours truly in the future, just say the word. I'll do everything in my power. Huang Shou hurriedly replied. But inside, Huang Shou was seething. That little punk dared to disrespect me and the Huang family like this? Fine, you've got guts. I'll have those big shots above play with you. Chapter 76, What Women Can't Refuse. Hu Xinyue respectfully handed the Supreme VIP black card to Lu Feng, then smiled and said, Mr. Lu, here is your black card. Please keep it safe. Yes, thank you very much, Manager Hu. Lu Feng smiled at Hu Xinyue. You're too kind, Mr. Lu. I never imagined someone so young could have tens of thousands in savings, truly astonishing. May I ask, are you originally from Mencheng? Hu Xinyue asked tentatively. Lu Feng reflected that he indeed wasn't from Mencheng. His parents had fled after falling out with their elders, though he was very young at the time and didn't remember much. Still, he was certain he wasn't from Mencheng. That's right, I'm definitely not from Mencheng. Lu Feng nodded. Hearing his confirmation, Hu Xinyue nodded in understanding, her expression saying I knew it. After all, when had Mencheng ever had such a super wealthy family? Currently, the most powerful entities in Mencheng were the four great families. Even if you combined all their assets, they might not reach 10,000 yuan. Yet Lu Feng alone possessed savings exceeding 10,000 yuan, utterly terrifying. Sun Shiqing, who had been watching from the sidelines, was also startled. Only now did she begin to come to terms with it. So Lu Feng hadn't been joking when he said he could resolve her family's arranged marriage issue. He genuinely had the means to do so. Sun Shiqing now understood why so many women swarmed around Lu Feng. A wealthy young tycoon this handsome, talented, and charismatic, what woman wouldn't be captivated? Even she felt a flutter in her heart at that moment. Lu Feng suddenly noticed that Sun Shiqing's task progress had already reached 85%, leaving only 15% remaining to complete it. Seeing this, Lu Feng's face lit up with delight. It seemed his casual display of dominance had truly impressed Sun Shiqing, causing her task progress to surge so dramatically. At this moment, Lu Feng even felt a bit grateful toward the Huang family members. Without their help, his task progress wouldn't have advanced this far. Alright, the second half of the auction was about to begin. Let's continue watching. Lu Feng stood up, glanced at the time, and said. Hu Xinyue nodded, then whispered to Lu Feng, Mr. Lu, now that we've met, I can give you a heads up, the second half of the auction has some real gems coming up. Oh? Really? Seeing Hu Xinyue's mysterious expression piqued Lu Feng's curiosity. Absolutely. And that item should be right up Miss Sun's alley. No woman could resist something like that. Hu Xinyue said with a smile. Seeing this, Lu Feng chuckled and replied, so you mean Manager Hu would also love it? Why don't I bid on it and give it to Manager Hu? Young Master Lu, don't joke like that. If you really gave it to me, I absolutely couldn't refuse any of your requests.
Hu Xinyue's face radiated an alluring charm. This wasn't the kind of seductiveness found in courtesans, but a unique, unforgettable allure that left men spellbound.
This woman was truly exceptional. Though already 30, her aura and allure were unmatched by anyone Lu Feng had ever encountered. Others like Sun Shiqing and Feng Yuqing seemed slightly immature in comparison. They possessed entirely different styles. Sun Shiqing was undeniably beautiful, yet her aura and allure paled in comparison to Hu Xinyue's. If Sun Shiqing captivated men's eyes, Hu Xinyue stole their very souls. No wonder that 50-something-old codger Huangshou couldn't take his eyes off her.
She's a vixen. Lu Feng couldn't help muttering under his breath, then immediately distanced himself from Hu Xinyue.
After all, Sun Shiqing was the priority right now. Fortunately, Sun Shiqing hadn't paid much attention to this side of things earlier. Otherwise, Lu Feng would have genuinely worried whether it might affect the progress of the mission. Lu Feng led Sun Shiqing back to the auction venue.
However, this time they didn't enter the main auction hall. Instead, they headed straight for the exclusive private box on the second floor.
The exclusive VIP boxes on the second floor were reserved for auction house's supreme VIP black card holders. Having just earned this privilege, Lu Feng naturally headed to the box upon returning to the auction venue. The second floor boxes formed a circle around the main hall, offering a clear view of the entire space below. However, curtains separated each box from its neighbors, preventing visibility into adjacent areas.
Lu Feng could read the characters above his booth. His was the Cosmos booth. Heaven and Earth, Mysterious and Yellow Cosmos, Primordial Chaos? Interesting. These upstairs boxes are quite intriguing.
Lu Feng smiled as he read the characters above the box. There are only 8 private boxes on the entire second floor of the auction hall, Sun Shiqing explained. Even when our Sun family could access the second floor before, we only had seats, never a dedicated box. These second floor boxes are symbols of wealth, reserved for the auction's most esteemed patrons. Sun Shiqing explained.
So that's how it is. Well, this box must be pretty impressive then. Your Sun family doesn't have one? Do other families in the city have them? Lu Feng inquired.
As far as I know, among the families of Mencheng, only one has the privilege to occupy one of these 8 boxes, the Hu family, the foremost family of Mencheng.
The Hu family? Lu Feng furrowed his brow.
This top family of Mencheng was news to him. Even though he'd heard of the so-called 4 great families before, he'd never known which one was considered number 1. This top family seemed exceptionally mysterious, unlike the other 3 major families. They kept a low profile, yet their power was undeniably substantial. Just then, the auction below had already sold 2 items.
Lu Feng had little interest in either of them.
But when the third item came up, Sun Shiqing beside him stared wide-eyed.
Chapter 77, Starting Bid of 100 Yuan?
Lu Feng glanced over and saw that the third item appeared to be a necklace. It was exceptionally beautiful, and when it was brought out, a faint white mist seemed to linger around it. The mist lent the necklace an air of profound mystery.
Its entire body glowed blue, crystal clear and translucent, resembling the form of a crystal. Seeing this, Lu Feng wondered, could this be the very thing Hu Xinyue mentioned earlier?
This necklace, called the Crystal Heart, was crafted from ice crystals sourced from the frozen wastes. A faint chill emanated from it, yet it was breathtakingly beautiful. Though made from ice crystals, wearing it brought no cold sensation.
This was because the necklace had been forged under intense heat during its creation.
The crystal had absorbed the intense warmth, neutralizing its inherent coldness. Such a stunning necklace, it was said, only 2 existed in the world. One was worn by the Queen of Y country, and the other was the very piece up for auction today. It's said that when the Queen of Y purchased this necklace, she spent a colossal sum, a staggering 800 pieces of currency.
$800 back then equates to 800 million before inflation. Spending 800 million on a necklace was truly unheard of. Every woman present stared intently at the necklace on the stage. Just as Hu Xinyue had said, no woman could resist its allure. This was the very same necklace worn by the Queen of Y country. If they wore it, wouldn't they be just like the Queen? Honey, I want it. I want this necklace. You have to buy it for me. Darling, this necklace is absolutely stunning. I want it.
Please, if you can win it for me, I'll do anything you ask afterward.
In an instant, countless women below began pleading with their men.
Sun Shiqing glanced at her phone, then checked her WeChat balance, and immediately sighed, looking somewhat helpless.
Seeing her reaction, Lu Feng asked, Shiqing, do you really like this necklace?
Of course.
I doubt any woman could resist this necklace. Sun Shiqing couldn't help but say. Then should I buy it for you? Lu Feng smiled as he suggested. What? That's not right. It's far too expensive.
This necklace will probably go for over 1,000.
I can't accept such a costly gift.
Sun Shiqing shook her head hastily, genuinely stunned by Lu Feng's generosity. An item worth over 1,000 yuan, given away so casually. 1,000 yuan could nearly buy the entire Sun family. That Lu Feng would pay such a high price just to pursue her, just to win her over, was almost too much for Sun Shiqing to believe.
Wait, are you kidding me? You're buying me something that costs 1,000 yuan? Are you out of your mind?
Sun Shiqing thought for a moment before blurting out to Lu Feng.
She was convinced Lu Feng was pulling her leg. Lu Feng remained silent, instead smiling as he glanced at the auction below. The crowd below was already stirring with anticipation.
The starting bid was 100 yuan, with each increment required to be at least 1 yuan. Such a starting price effectively deterred a large number of people. 100 yuan starting bid was truly absurd. Previous items had all started at 1 yuan, and even some more valuable pieces had only a 10 yuan starting bid.
But this thing actually had 100 yuan starting bid? That was downright ruthless. I bid 150. 160. 200. Everyone started bidding in rapid succession.
In no time, the price had soared to 500 yuan.
Enough. Let's just settle this in one go. No more haggling over a few bucks. I'll take it for 1,000.
Lu Feng suddenly stood up, slamming his hand on the table and bellowing.
Lu Feng's outburst stunned everyone present. Holy, 1,000? Who's this big shot? Is this some kind of joke? It was just 500 a moment ago, and now it's double? How the hell are we supposed to compete with this? Are rich people always this reckless? Damn, it seems like someone from the Z VIP room. No wonder they can afford 1,000.
Damn, I heard the minimum for those VIP boxes is $1,000 tycoon.
But bidding 1,000 for this? That's ridiculous. Even the Queen of Y country only has one worth 800. Rich people are insane. Who the hell is this person in the Z box? Never heard of anyone owning the Z box before. Wasn't it always unclaimed? How did someone suddenly pop up today? What kind of god-tier figure is this? Chapter 78, The Li Family of Magic City.
I'd only heard that the highest tier VIP box at this auction reached the U level. The Hu family, Menqing's foremost clan, occupies the U box.
But I've never heard of anyone claiming the Zhou box before. Wait, didn't T Manager Hu hand out a Supreme VIP black card to someone in the hall earlier? Could it be that guy? What exactly is a Supreme VIP black card? Does possessing one grant access to the Supreme VIP box? Is this your first time at an auction house? You don't even know about the Supreme VIP black card?
The minimum requirement for a Supreme VIP black card is assets exceeding 1,000 yuan. Moreover, the screening criteria for these cards are extremely stringent. Let me put it this way, anyone in this auction house holding a Supreme VIP black card is, individually, far more formidable than any of the 4 major families of Menqing excluding the Hu family. Even now, the auction house has only 5 black cards in total. But judging by today's events, it seems a 6th has been issued.
Holy crap, is it that powerful? What kind of background does that person have to actually get the 6th black card? Who knows?
But just now, someone from the Huang family seemed to clash with that big shot.
What? The Huang family clashed with that big shot?
That means the Huang family is finished.
Probably.
The Huang family's already on the verge of being kicked out of the 4 great families.
Now they've offended a big shot like that? They're dead meat.
Damn it, I gotta tell my old man to cut ties with the Huang family ASAP. If we get dragged into this, we're finished. Lu Feng paid no heed to the chatter below, but Sun Shiqing beside him was utterly horrified.
She never imagined that a minor incident would bring such ruin upon the Huang family.
Judging by the situation, their stocks and businesses would likely plummet all because of a small friction with Lu Feng just now. The VIP in the Zhou character private room offered 1,000 yuan.
Are there any other bidders?
The buzz in the hall gradually died down. This was the very same necklace worn by the Queen of Y Nation, the only unclaimed piece in the world, every woman's dream.
Was no one going to bid higher? The auctioneer couldn't help but call out again. 1,050.
Suddenly, from a private box not far from Lu Feng's side, a voice rang out.
1,050. The distinguished guest in the yellow-lettered box bids 1,050. Any other bids? Does the VIP guest in the Zhou character box wish to raise the bid? 1,050? Good heavens! Even the Chang family, ranked first among the 4 great families of Menqing, probably couldn't come up with that much in liquid assets. What the hell kind of people are these? This is like gods battling each other. Lu Feng frowned. He only had a little over 10,000 yuan saved up. He'd already spent over 1,000 helping Li Wei's family. Though he still had about 10,000 left, shelling out a large sum all at once would be painful. But for the mission, for his future happiness, and for the system's rewards, the money had to be spent. With the system in place, maybe it could even make up for the loss later. With that thought, Lu Feng didn't hesitate. He immediately spoke up again, 1,100. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Sun Shiqing beside him hurriedly said, Lu Feng, I really don't need it. This thing is way too expensive. There's absolutely no need to waste so much money on this. It's fine. Money isn't the issue, what matters is that you like it. Besides, it's not that much anyway. Lu Feng replied casually. But Sun Shiqing was momentarily at a loss for words. She had never experienced anything like this before.
While people had given her gifts, nothing had ever been this extravagant. The most valuable gift Sun Shirching had ever received growing up was an antique piano her grandfather had specially bought for her. That piano was an exceptional piece from the 1980s, currently ranked 8th in the world, valued at over 100,000 yuan, equivalent to over 100 million yuan before inflation.
A gift costing over 1,000 yuan?
Not only had no one ever given her one, she'd barely even seen one in her life. At that moment, Lu Feng suddenly noticed Sun Shirching's task progress had surged to 95%, leaving only 5% remaining until completion.
Seeing this change, Lu Feng was overjoyed.
It seemed the money hadn't been spent in vain after all.
1,100. The VIP in the Zhou class private room bids 1,100. Any other bids? 1,150.
Before the auctioneer could finish, someone from the yellow-lettered box shouted again.
12,000. Lu Feng followed suit. 1,250. 1,300. After Lu Feng bid 1,300, the bidding from the yellow box fell silent. Then, a voice directly came from the yellow character box. Friends in the Cosmos character box, I am Li Fengchun of the Li family from the Demon City. My beloved wife is deeply fond of this crystal heart. I hope you'll do me the honor of making friends. Should you ever need assistance from our Li family in the Demon City, you may contact me anytime.
Hearing this, the entire hall was stunned.
Holy crap, the Li family of the Demon City? Is this the same Li family I know? Good heavens! It's actually someone from the Li family of the Demon City. The Li family of the Demon City is even more formidable than the 4 great families of Men City. Even if the 4 great families of Men City were combined, they probably couldn't compare to the Li family of the Demon City. But who is Li Fengchun? Which branch of the Shanghai Li family does he belong to? Seems like he's from a collateral branch, but even a collateral branch of the Shanghai Li family is probably way more powerful than the 4 great families of Men City. Looks like we'll have to give up this Zhou-numbered private room. After all, it's the Li family from the Demon City, few dare cross them. Lu Feng instantly grew displeased upon hearing the other party's words. The Li family of the Magic City? What the hell is that? Why should I give in to you? Chapter 79, The Li family's humiliation.
But Lu Feng's voice was low. He didn't shout directly at the yellow character private room with such brazen arrogance. Sun Shirching wanted to continue persuading Lu Feng, but she paused upon reflection.
This wasn't just about giving a gift anymore.
The other party had brought their family name into it, clearly bullying him with their status. Backing down now would be a matter of face, and wealthy people valued their face above all else. Lu Feng cleared his throat before declaring loudly, sorry, my girlfriend really likes this too. Since you're from a prominent family, there's no need for formalities. We'll go with the highest bidder. Lu Feng's words stunned everyone present. Holy crap, the guy in the Zhou suite is tough. He's not giving the Li family of Magic City any face. Looks like he's a big shot too. Anyone who holds a supreme VIP black card can't be a weakling. They must be a big shot. Now it was Li Fengchun's turn to feel awkward. Even the prestige of the Li family from Magic City couldn't intimidate this guy. If he couldn't win the item now, he'd lose face big time, and it would be the Li family's reputation on the line. Li Fengchun must be seething inside. He should have kept his identity hidden. Without revealing himself, failing to secure the item wouldn't have been so humiliating. Now he's stuck in this mess. At that moment, a middle-aged man in the yellow-lettered box seat spoke with a cold expression. Find out who's in the Zhou-lettered box seat. I want to see who dares to disrespect the Li family of the Magic City. Honey, maybe we should just drop it. 13,000 is simply too much. Besides, they clearly aren't afraid of the Li family, obviously not someone to mess with. It wouldn't be good to make enemies. A seductive young woman beside him couldn't help but interject. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting our Li family is afraid? But what but? Shut your mouth. This isn't about you anymore, it's about the Li family's reputation in the Demon City. Li Fengchun roared angrily. Without further ado, Li Fengchun shouted 1,350. Lu Feng countered just as bluntly, 1,400. 1,401. 1,450. 1,406. 1,500. Li Fengchun was so furious he was trembling. Such a large sum of cash flow hurt even him, and the budget had already exceeded his wildest expectations. He even secretly dipped into company funds. So when bidding, he couldn't afford to raise the stakes by 50 or 50 like before. He could only add 10 yuan at a time. Yet Lu Feng kept going up by 50, and it was really getting to him. Damn it, is he out of his mind? Nearly 1,500? 1,500 for this crappy necklace? Has he lost his mind? Li Fengchun was furious. Fengchun, why don't you? Before the woman beside him could say anything else, Li Fengchun slapped her across the face. Shut the up. Li Fengchun wasn't actually an idiot. His earlier willingness to pay 1,000 yuan for the necklace was purely to make a grand gesture and pass it on to someone else. The person sitting right in front of him? How could he possibly be worthy of something worth 1,000 yuan?
What was he, diamond studded or something? 1500. 1500. The VIP in the Zhou box has bid 1500. Will the VIP in the Huang box raise their bid? But after the auctioneer asked twice, the yellow box remained silent. What? Has the Li family of Magic City backed down? Unbelievable. The Li family of Magic City has actually backed down. 1500 for a necklace like this?
While it is indeed precious and one of a kind, that price is outrageous.
Even the one owned by the Queen of Y Country only cost 800. 1500 is double that. After all, the Li family of Magic City aren't pushovers.
But this was a matter of face. It seemed the Li family of Magic City really had backed down.
Still, who wouldn't back down?
After all, 1500 yuan was a significant sum.
Even for the Li family, parting with that much working capital would sting for a long time, especially for a useless necklace.
Facing the murmurs, Li Fengchuan's face trembled with anger.
Yet the price truly exceeded his limits. Even if he drained the company's funds, it wouldn't suffice.
He had no choice but to concede.
Just then, the person who had gone out to investigate returned. Mr. Li, we've identified him. He's a young senior student named Lu Feng.
His family appears to be ordinary, with no particularly notable background. But recently, he's changed dramatically. Not only has his spending become extravagant, but he's also become unusually wealthy.
The exact reason remains unclear for now. An ordinary family? How could that be? How could an ordinary family possibly come up with 15,000 yuan? And possess a supreme VIP black card for the auction? Clearly, his background information is fake. Someone like this must have terrifying connections. Forget it, better not antagonize him for now. Once we return to Shanghai, we'll use family connections to dig into his background.
Li Fengchun frowned as he spoke.
Crystal Heart, currently at 1,500 yuan. Are there any further bids? Very well. With no further bids, the hammer goes down at 1,500 yuan. 1,500 yuan, second bid. 1,500 yuan, going once, going twice, sold.
The auctioneer brought down the hammer, sealing the deal. The Crystal Heart was now Lu Feng's. Seeing this, Lu Feng smiled, quite satisfied. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in Box Z for securing this exquisite Crystal Heart. The next few items up for auction didn't particularly interest Lu Feng. While there were some fine pieces, he had nothing else he needed to buy. Truthfully, Lu Feng yearned to bid on a piece of jewelry akin to the Crystal Heart to gift Feng Yuqing. After all, she was the first woman he'd truly been intimate with, and he hadn't yet given her anything meaningful.
Chapter 80, Heart-to-Heart Chain.
Just as Lu Feng was pondering what to buy for Feng Yuqing, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the next item up for auction. It was a pair of bracelets. Yes, a pair, 2 pieces. They were called Heart to Heart, one named Heart and the other named Imprint. These bracelets were special. Rumor had it they contained a pair of poisonous insects, one male, one female, called love bugs. If one died, the other would never survive alone. These bracelets could be said to perfectly read their owner's thoughts. If the 2 people wearing them did not truly love each other, it was said the bracelets would turn against them, causing a sensation of being torn apart when worn. Therefore, unless worn by 2 people who truly love each other, these bracelets will definitely cause trouble.
The starting bid is 10 yuan.
But after a long while, no one bid. Even when wives urged their husbands to bid, the men all refused, the reason being crystal clear to them all. Seeing this, Lu Feng immediately shouted, 10 yuan.
The auctioneer was overjoyed to hear a bid.
After all, the auction house had purchased this heart-to-heart chain for just 9 yuan.
With a starting price of 10 yuan, their profit margin was already slim.
Previous attempts to auction it had all ended unsold, and they assumed this would be no different. To their surprise, it had actually sold.
Congratulations to the distinguished guest in Box Z for winning the heart-to-heart necklace. The auctioneer skipped the usual going once, going twice, going 3 times and declared Lu Feng the winner outright.
After all, this item had been completely ignored by bidders. Sun Shiqing beside Lu Feng was also somewhat surprised.
She couldn't fathom why Lu Feng would buy such an item.
Wealthy people were notoriously superstitious about this sort of thing, especially someone as young and handsome as Lu Feng, who surely had many women around him. This was an awkward gift impossible to wear if presented.
But Sun Shiqing didn't ask. Such matters weren't easily broached. The auction finally concluded successfully. Lu Feng's haul was quite decent. His biggest gain was the Crystal Heart, which advanced Sun Shiqing's quest progress. Now only 5% remained to fully complete it. As for the heart-to-heart necklace, Lu Feng intended to buy it for Feng Yuqing. Though he wasn't entirely sure how he felt about Feng Yuqing, he believed he must like her quite a lot. He decided to buy it to make her happy if need be. He could simply choose not to wear it himself. After the auction concluded, Lu Feng collected the 2 items he'd won, feeling exceptionally pleased. Hu Xinyue beamed at him. Thank you for supporting our auction house, Mr. Lu. If you wouldn't mind, how about I treat you to dinner in a couple of days? Ha? Treat me to dinner? Sure. Lu Feng didn't refuse. Honestly, with a woman like Hu Xinyue, he simply didn't know how to say no.
Lu Feng and Hu Xinyue exchanged WeChat contacts, chatted briefly with smiles, then parted ways. Lu Feng handed the crystal heart he'd won to Sun Shiqing. Here, the crystal heart, it's yours.
What? Are you really giving this to me? Sun Shiqing couldn't quite believe it.
After all, the price of this crystal heart was nearly enough to buy out her entire Sun family. Such an invaluable item was being given to her so easily.
Of course. Didn't I say so earlier? I bought it to give to you.
Lu Feng smiled as he said.
Thank you. Sun Shiqing didn't refuse outright but accepted the gift.
Lu Feng carefully examined the task progress displayed above Sun Shiqing's head. He noticed her progress hadn't advanced at all, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. He thought giving this gift would complete the quest, but that final 5% stubbornly refused to budge. It seemed finishing the quest wasn't going to be so straightforward after all. Sun Shiqing carefully tucked away the crystal heart. After all, this item was worth more than their entire Sun family.
Damaging it by accident would be utterly foolish. Since you've accepted my gift, what about what we discussed earlier?
Lu Feng chuckled, his face full of playful teasing as he looked at Sun Shiqing.
Sun Shiqing's face flushed red, and she retorted irritably, Fine. I get it. I'll accept your pursuit.
But let me make this clear beforehand, I'm only agreeing to your pursuit, nothing else.
And you promised to help me resolve my family's arranged marriage situation. You haven't forgotten that, have you?
Don't worry, I remember.
Of course I won't forget.
Lu Feng nodded.
He understood why Sun Shiqing's task progress had stalled. It was tied to her family's arranged marriage. It seemed the task couldn't be completed until this matter was thoroughly resolved.
Chapter 81, Su Qiaoqiao's Disappointment.
The arranged marriage issue with Sun Shiqing must be resolved.
I should remind you that tomorrow is my engagement day. Have you figured out how you're going to help me? Sun Shiqing asked Lu Feng.
Huh?
Tomorrow's the engagement already? Lu Feng was taken aback inside.
He hadn't expected it to happen so soon.
Yes, tomorrow.
Sun Shiqing nodded.
Tomorrow? I guess that's fine. I'll come find you then. Lu Feng thought it over.
Tomorrow sounded fine after all. He only had 2 days left to complete his mission. If he didn't finish it, he was done for.
Alright, I'll call you tomorrow.
Sun Shiqing nodded.
Thanks so much for the gift today.
Sun Shiqing expressed her gratitude once more. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, they parted ways.
Back at school, Lu Feng checked the time, 7:30 p.m.
After a moment's thought, he called Feng Yuqing.
Yuqing, are you at school right now? Brother Feng, I'm in the dorm. What's up? Haven't eaten yet? Then come out, I'll treat you to dinner. Sure thing, I'll be right there. Lu Feng also heard another voice on the phone. Ha? Is Brother Feng here? I'm coming too, don't even think about leaving me behind.
You're such a tag-along.
Can't you just let me spend some time alone with Brother Feng?
I don't care, I want to be with Brother Feng. You've already done that with him, but I haven't.
Ah. You're going to die. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll tear your mouth off.
Hearing the playful banter between the two women, Lu Feng chuckled. It was clear the two girls got along well. He'd worried his presence might strain their friendship, but it seemed he'd overthought things.
Lu Feng waited at the school gate for a while.
Before long, the two women arrived.
Sure enough, Su Qiaoqiao had come with Feng Yuqing. Let's go. I'm treating you both to dinner.
Lu Feng led the two women to a random restaurant nearby and ordered Feng Yuqing's favorite dishes.
However, Feng Yuqing didn't eat much.
Seeing Feng Yuqing and Su Qiaoqiao barely touching their food, Lu Feng asked, "What's wrong?
Don't you like it?"
No, I'm just not very hungry right now,"
Feng Yuqing hurriedly replied.
In truth, they weren't just not very hungry, they were absolutely stuffed. They had eaten not long ago, but to be able to dine out with Lu Feng, they had to pretend they hadn't eaten.
Seeing the girls barely touching their food, Lu Feng didn't press them further.
Instead, he took out the heart-to-heart necklace he'd bought at the auction earlier and handed it to Feng Yuqing.
This is a gift for you. Open it and see. Ha? A gift for me? Really? What is it?
Feng Yuqing gazed at the box in Lu Feng's hand with delight.
Just open it and see.
Lu Feng smiled as he said.
Feng Yuqing took the box and carefully opened it.
Seeing the exquisite pair of bracelets inside, she exclaimed with delight, "These bracelets are so beautiful."
Are they really for me?
Of course.
Try them on.
Lu Feng said casually. Feng Yuqing picked up one of the bracelets, slipped it onto her wrist, and happily fiddled with it for a while. Meanwhile, Su Qiaoqiao watched the scene with envy, then turned her gaze to the other bracelet.
Brother Feng, it seems like there are 2 bracelets. Is the other one for me?
Lu Feng shook his head and explained, "This bracelet is called the heart-to-heart chain. I heard it's meant for couples who truly love each other."
There's a male and female version. If they're not a couple, the charm inside the bracelet will bite them.
Ha?
Is that true?
Brother Feng, you're not just making up these lies to avoid giving it to me, are you?
Su Qiaoqiao clearly didn't believe Lu Feng's words. I'm not lying. That's what they say, but I don't know if it's true. Why don't you try it on? If nothing happens, it's yours. Lu Feng said. Really? Then I'll try it. Su Qiaoqiao's face lit up with delight as she slipped the bracelet onto her wrist.
But the moment Su Qiaoqiao slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, both she and Feng Yuqing let out a startled cry.
They couldn't help but quickly pull the bracelet off. Holy crap, this bracelet really bites. I think it just bit me. Su Qiaoqiao stared in disbelief at her wrist and the bracelet on the table, utterly bewildered. I think I got bitten too.
Feng Yuqing rubbed her wrist as she spoke.
Looks like they were telling the truth. Yuqing, try putting it back on now. Lu Feng took Su Qiaoqiao's bracelet, slipped it onto his own wrist, then motioned for Feng Yuqing to put it on.
Feng Yuqing nervously slipped the bracelet back onto her wrist. Just as she closed her eyes expecting pain, she was surprised to find nothing seemed to happen.
Ha! Brother Feng, it seems like nothing happened?
Feng Yuqing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the bracelet on her wrist. Brother Feng, you said these bracelets are called heart-to-heart bracelets and they come as a pair. Only two people who truly love each other can wear them together.
Is that really true? Feng Yuqing couldn't help but ask excitedly.
Of course it's true.
Didn't you just experience it yourself? Lu Feng smiled and said. But what if Brother Feng likes another woman? It shouldn't matter, right? As long as both people like each other, isn't that enough? Lu Feng replied calmly. Oh, I see. That's good then. Thank you, Brother Feng. I absolutely love this gift. Feng Yuqing was overjoyed.
This bracelet symbolized Lu Feng's love for her. Feng Yuqing had been worried that if Lu Feng fell for someone else, she wouldn't be able to wear it anymore. But now she understood as long as Lu Feng cherished her and loved her, it didn't matter if he had feelings for others. Watching Lu Feng and Feng Yuqing so affectionate, Su Qiaoqiao felt a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. For a moment, she felt like a third wheel. Chapter 82, Huang Xiaotian's Triumph. After dinner, the three parted ways and returned to their dorms. Though Lu Feng had hoped for something more, tomorrow held important matters that couldn't be delayed. Su Qiaoqiao followed Feng Yuqing back to the dormitory, barely speaking. The usually lively and talkative girl had grown noticeably quieter after dinner. Feng Yuqing clearly noticed Su Qiaoqiao's unease and asked, Qiaoqiao, what's wrong? You seem a bit upset. I'm sorry, Yuqing. Am I being too selfish? Feng clearly likes you so much, and you're my best friend. Yet I still want to compete with you for him. Isn't that incredibly disloyal? As she spoke, tears welled up in Su Qiaoqiao's eyes. Seeing this, Feng Yuqing hurriedly comforted her. Qiaoqiao, what are you saying? Didn't I already agree to you pursuing Brother Feng? What you said before was absolutely right. A man as wonderful as Brother Feng couldn't possibly have just one woman by his side. If someone else is going to benefit, why not let it be a sister? Why let the water flow to strangers when it could be shared among family? Didn't you say that yourself? What? Are you backing out now? But seeing how much Feng Ge likes you, how affectionate you two were at the restaurant earlier, I feel like I'm just in the way. You're such a good sister to me, even willing to share Feng Ge with me, yet here I am competing with you for a man. I just sigh. After thinking it over, I think I'll pass. Before I'm completely swept away, I should pull back now. Back out? Xiaoqiao, do you really think you can just walk away? Are you planning to cut all ties with me from now on? No, of course not. We're still best friends, right? If we're good sisters, we'll definitely hang out whenever we can, right? And when you see Brother Feng, won't you still be drawn to him? After all, my Brother Feng is so handsome and charming, what woman could resist? You'll just get more and more hooked. This? Xiaoqiao, don't overthink it or feel guilty toward me. If Brother Feng likes you, I truly don't mind. It just depends on whether you can win his heart. But Brother Feng doesn't seem to like me at all? No one falls for someone instantly. Feelings need time to grow. Besides, these past few days, Brother Feng's focus has been on Chairman's son, so naturally he hasn't paid much attention to you. Don't worry. Just spend these days learning about company management with me. I'll need your help soon. Company management? Yuqing, why would you need to learn that? To run the company, of course. Remember that hot pot place we went to earlier? That's Feng's. On my birthday, he gifted me the entire chain. Now I need to manage all these locations. I can't handle it alone. So Qiaoqiao, I'm counting on you. What? You mean Brother Feng gave you the entire chain? That place was worth about 200 million, right? Brother Feng is so incredibly generous to you. Su Qiaoqiao couldn't help but exclaim. Only by learning corporate management can we truly support Brother Feng. Otherwise, even if we're with him now, our position will inevitably become unstable later. To stay by Brother Feng's side forever, we must be able to genuinely help him. Feng Yuqing declared firmly. Yuqing, you're so sharp. You think ahead. I'll follow your lead from now on. You're my best sister. No matter how many women show up later, I'll always stand by your side. Su Xiaoxiao said with a smile. The next day, Lu Feng stayed in his dorm room, skipping the first 2 morning classes to wait for news from Sun Shiqing. Before long, Lu Feng received Sun Shiqing's message. Seeing the location she sent, he hopped into his Mercedes and headed straight there. Sun Shiqing's location was the largest hotel in Mencheng, named Fengqian Hotel.
Fengqian Hotel was a national chain under the Fengqian Group.
As the largest, most luxurious, and most prestigious hotel in Mencheng, Sun Shiqing's presence there clearly signaled something serious. Recalling Sun Shiqing's earlier mention of an engagement, it was possible that the Huang and Sun family's betrothal was being arranged here. But if he showed up to snatch the bride on the very day of the Sun Huang engagement ceremony, wouldn't that be a bit too overbearing? Lu Feng's heart was pounding with anxiety. He knew the people he was facing today were all members of Mencheng's high society figures he had once looked up to as unreachable. Yet here he was, marching straight in, likely offending many. But things had already reached this point. There was no turning back now. After all, this was a system quest, and he was already at the final 5%. Moreover, Lu Feng believed that such a challenging task would surely yield an exceptionally high reward. The system had previously transformed him into an instant tycoon, so this reward couldn't possibly be any less. With that in mind, he naturally had no reason to fear the Huang and Sun families. When Lu Feng arrived at the hotel in his Mercedes, the security guards at the entrance didn't stop him. After entering the Fengqian Hotel, Lu Feng checked the location Sun Shiqing had sent. It appeared to be on the 8th floor. At that moment, in a private room on the 8th floor, members of both the Sun and Huang families had gathered. The man engaged to Sun Shiqing was none other than the third young master of the Huang family, Huang Xiaotian, who was beaming with joy. Huang Xiaotian walked up to Sun Shiqing, unable to suppress his laughter as he said, "Shiqing, what was the point of all that drama? In the end, you're still marrying me. Did you really think that little punk could come to your rescue? Someone already investigated his background yesterday. That guy's just an ordinary person, not from any wealthy family at all. I'd bet 80% that you and Hu Xinyue teamed up yesterday to put on a show for me. Don't think I don't know you and Hu Xinyue are pretty close. Too bad I didn't fall for it, ha." Chapter 83, was the auction just a show? Facing Huang Xiaotian's smug expression, Sun Shiqing remained silent. What? Stumped now that I've called you out? Huang Xiaotian chuckled. Boring. Whether it was a show or not, you'll find out soon enough. Sun Shiqing retorted unexpectedly. Still talking tough? We're about to be betrothed. You're practically my wife already. Let's see how tough you can be then. Huang Xiaotian retorted with a cold snort. All members of the Huang and Sun families were already in place, and both sides began exchanging polite pleasantries. Sun Shiqing's father, Sun Dishing, was the head of the Sun family. Truthfully, the Sun family had 2 motivations for this marriage alliance. One was Sun Dishing's own desire to forge the union, while the other stemmed from his father, the former head of the Sun family, the venerable Sun Fubiao. Sun Dishing sought the alliance to leverage the Huang and Sun family's business connections for mutual prosperity, pursuing strategic collaborations to secure profits and hasten their entry into the ranks of the 4 great families of Men City. Sun Fubiao, however, believed that joining the ranks of the 4 great families of Mencheng was merely a matter of time. He saw the Huang family as all bark and no bite, convinced that the Sun family would surpass them eventually. He saw no need for an alliance, especially since the Huang family's motives for this marriage were clear to everyone. There was no reason to let them succeed. Sun Dishing, head of the Sun family, and Huang Lingtao, head of the Huang family, raised their cups first, exchanging mutual compliments. This time, it's all thanks to Brother Dishing that our 2 families could forge this powerful alliance. Let me raise a toast to you first. Brother Lingtao, now that we're in-laws, why still call me Brother Dishing? You should change your address, call me father-in-law. Right, ha! Look at me, my mind's gone blank. Just as the 2 men were engaged in cheerful small talk, Sun Shiqing couldn't help but blurt out, "Who said we're in-laws? I haven't agreed to anything yet." Sun Shiqing's words sent shockwaves through the room. Today was the grand engagement ceremony between the Suns and the Huangs. For her to speak so openly in front of everyone was a direct affront to the Huang family's dignity. "Shiqing, who gave you permission to speak? Do you even have a say in this? The Sun family's affairs aren't for you to decide. My consent is all that matters." Sun Dishing retorted coldly. "If my granddaughter has no say in the Sun family, does this old man have any say at all?" A voice suddenly echoed from outside. Though slightly aged, it carried remarkable vigor. The newcomer was none other than Sun Shiqing's grandfather, Sun Fubiao, the former head of the Sun family. Seeing Sun Fubiao, Sun Dishing hurriedly exclaimed, "Father, why are you here?" "What? Am I not allowed to come? Is this Fengqian Hotel your family's business? You good-for-nothing brat, I'll deal with you later." Sun Fubiao's face was cold and stern. Though advanced in years, his imposing presence remained utterly intimidating. Sun Fubiao strode up to Sun Shiqing and declared, "Shiqing, don't be afraid. Grandfather's got your back. Let's see who dares force you into an engagement today." "Dad, please stop this. I've already settled everything with the Huang family.
If you make a scene now, how will our Sun family ever hold its head up in Mencheng again?
Sun Dishing replied with obvious distress. He knew his father's stubborn nature well. Once he made up his mind, nothing could sway him.
Since we've come to this point, there's no need for me to hide anything anymore.
Dad, I told you before I won't agree to an engagement.
The reason is simple, I already have a boyfriend.
Sun Shiqing stated calmly. Sun Shiqing's words sent shockwaves through the room, especially to her grandfather, Sun Fubiao.
What? Shiqing, you have a boyfriend? Whose family is he from? Why haven't you ever mentioned this to me? Well, Shiqing, are you keeping secrets from your own grandfather now?
Sun Fubiao confronted Sun Shiqing with displeasure etched across his face.
No, Grandpa. This is a relationship I only recently confirmed.
It's mainly because of what he gave me yesterday. It truly moved me so deeply that I decided I won't marry anyone but him. Sun Shiqing declared firmly.
What did he give you that made you so certain? Did he pluck a star from the sky or something? Sun Fubiao asked skeptically. Dad, Grandpa, you must have heard about yesterday's auction house incident. Someone spent 1500 yuan to win the crystal heart. Yes, I heard about it from old Chen. What's the matter?
At that moment, Sun Shiqing carefully took a necklace from her bag and placed it on the table.
This is the crystal heart. Hearing Sun Shiqing's words, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath.
Even the heads of the Huang and Sun families couldn't help but be stunned. After all, an item worth 1,500 yuan was something even they couldn't just buy on a whim.
Chapter 84, Threat. The crystal heart? How did it end up in your possession? Sun Dishing asked incredulously.
Naturally, it was a gift from my boyfriend. Sun Shiqing replied calmly.
Hearing Sun Shiqing's words, Sun Fubiao exclaimed in astonishment, Shiqing? What did you say? That mysterious person in the zone-numbered private room yesterday was your boyfriend?
Yes. Sun Shiqing nodded.
Holy crap, Shiqing. When did you snag such an amazing boyfriend? He just casually gives away a crystal heart worth 1,500 bucks? Sun Fubiao asked in astonishment.
Uncle Huang, my boyfriend treats me so well he casually gives me gifts worth 1,500 yuan.
How could I possibly let someone like that go?
If your Huang family could also casually give me gifts worth 1,500 yuan, then I wouldn't have anything to say. Sun Shiqing smiled as she replied. Hearing Sun Shiqing's words, the entire Huang family turned ashen-faced.
Huang Lingtao couldn't contain his fury and snapped, Brother Dishing, is this the fine daughter you've raised? Demanding 1,500 yuan without hesitation, how dare she even utter such words? Is this how you've taught your daughter all these years? Brother Lingtao, don't be angry. My daughter has been spoiled since childhood. You know she's my only precious daughter, so she's bound to be a bit headstrong. Please bear with her.
Sun Dishing hurriedly explained.
He then turned to Sun Shiqing and snapped, Shiqing, are you telling the truth?
Don't try to fool me with some made-up excuse just because you don't want to get engaged.
Let me tell you, I'm not that easy to fool.
Before Sun Shiqing could respond, Huang Xiaotian blurted out, she's lying.
That so-called boyfriend of hers? I had someone investigate him yesterday. He's not some rich kid at all, just a penniless loser.
His parents are ordinary company employees, and their family assets don't even add up to a single yuan.
What? Xiaotian, is that true?
Sun Dishing's expression turned serious upon hearing Huang Xiaotian's words.
Of course it's true. Here's the evidence I gathered yesterday. Take a look.
Saying this, Huang Xiaotian pulled out his phone and laid the prepared investigation materials on the table for Sun Dishing and Huang Lingtao to see.
The phone displayed Lu Feng's complete background, every detail from his childhood to university years.
Seeing the information on the phone, Sun Dishing's face turned ashen as he stared at Sun Shiqing and demanded, Shiqing, what's going on here?
Dad, you don't trust me? Even if I did hire someone to put on a show, this crystal heart can't be fake, right? It has the Fengxian auction house's logo and seal on it, along with the price. That can't possibly be forged, can it? Or did I really buy it myself for 1,500 yuan?
Sun Shiqing pulled out all the documentation for the crystal heart.
Maybe you and that Hu Xinyue woman colluded together?
You two are so close it wouldn't be impossible for her to help you pull off a scam.
Huang Xiaotian snorted coldly. Hoof. What do you take Fengxian auction house for? A place where lies can be spun at will?
Sun Shiqing retorted coldly. Sun Shiqing's words caused Sun Dishing to fall into deep thought. Indeed, Fengxian auction house had a solid reputation. It was simply impossible for them to fabricate something so casually. After all, their reputation was at stake. Hu Xinyue also didn't seem like the type to do something like this. If this crystal heart were genuine, how could Sun Shiqing possibly afford such a sum? If it were all an act, the stakes would be far too high. Even if the entire Sun family pooled their resources, their combined assets wouldn't reach 3,000 yuan. They simply couldn't afford something like the crystal heart. Forget the Sun family. Among the four major families of Mencheng, only the Hu family could possibly have the funds to purchase this crystal heart.
I think you all should stop arguing.
I've seen through it. My granddaughter has no intention of marrying into your Huang family. Besides, she already has a man she truly loves. If your family can afford such a large sum of 1500 yuan, then consider it never said. I think it's best we just let this matter drop. Sun Fubiao stepped forward and addressed the Huang family members.
Seeing Sun Fubiao's stance, Huang Lingtao's face darkened. He looked at Sun Dishing before him and said, "Brother Dishing, is this also your opinion?"
Sun Dishing gave an awkward smile and said, "Brother Lingtao, since Shirqing already has someone she likes, why don't we just drop this matter?" Sun Dishing had been weighing this himself. If Shirqing's story held true, her boyfriend was clearly far more powerful than the Huang family, possibly some wealthy heir. Even if Shirqing was putting on an act, the crystal heart alone proved her worth. There was no way he'd let her go to the Huang family.
But Huang Lingtao was displeased.
To secure Sun Dishing's consent for this marriage, the Huang family had offered substantial concessions, even relinquishing their entire East China regional interests to the Sun family.
Now, to simply call it off?
In the Huang family's eyes, the Sun family had always been a threat. Regardless of whether Sun Shirqing's claims were true, they couldn't simply let her walk away so easily.
If Sun Shirqing's boyfriend was real, the Sun family's rise would be inevitable. The Huang family's expulsion from the four great families would be a certainty.
Under such circumstances, the Huang family would be even less likely to allow the Sun family and Sun Shirqing's mysterious boyfriend to be together.
Brother Dishing, don't forget we signed a contract. If you breach it, you'll face substantial compensation. Have you considered the consequences? And let me tell you this, if word gets out today that the Sun family went back on their word, do you really think anyone will want to do business with you Sun family afterward?
Huang Lingtao sneered coldly. Chapter 85, Where do you get your guts?
Hearing Huang Lingtao's words, Sun Dishing was at a loss, unsure how to proceed. Just then, the door to their private room burst open. Lu Feng rushed in, panting heavily. Spotting Sun Shirqing, he hurried over to her side, gasping for breath as he said, sorry about that.
This Fengqian hotel is just so huge. It took me forever to find this place.
I even ended up in the wrong private rooms a few times.
I'm really sorry. I'm not too late, am I?
Seeing Lu Feng's face covered in sweat from exhaustion, Sun Shirqing felt a slight tinge of emotion. She hadn't expected him to go to such lengths for her sake.
No, not at all. You're right on time.
Sun Shirqing quickly replied.
Good, I was worried I might be late.
Lu Feng gasped for breath, parched with thirst. Spotting the glass in front of Sun Shirqing, he grabbed it without hesitation regardless of whether she'd taken a sip and began gulping water down in large mouthfuls. After finishing, Lu Feng remarked contentedly, no wonder it's a luxury hotel, even the drinks taste different from outside.
So good.
Seeing Lu Feng's country bumpkin behavior, Sun Shirqing was utterly speechless. If she hadn't witnessed his extravagant spending firsthand, she'd seriously doubted whether he was actually a bumpkin.
You little punk! Who let you in here? What the hell is the security at the door doing? Have you forgotten the rules of Fengqian Grand Hotel? Anyone with assets worth less than $10 isn't allowed inside. Where the hell did you crawl out from?
Huang Xiaotian, seeing Lu Feng's anger, quickly interjected.
It's you again, young Master Huang. Talk about running into the wrong person at the wrong time.
I've realized my feng shui just doesn't mesh with your Huang family.
I've practically met every member of your clan these past few days. And these people around you, are they also from the Huang family?
Lu Feng stared at Huang Xiaotian, speechless.
Lu Feng, don't get cocky pretending to be some big shot. Let me tell you, it's useless. Yesterday I had people dig up your entire background. You're nothing but a bootlicker. Really think you're some hidden rich kid? Huang Xiaotian sneered with utter contempt.
Lu Feng ignored the guy's rant and turned to Huang Lingtao instead. You mentioned earlier that the contract with the Sun family has a penalty clause, right?
How much is the penalty? What? Are you implying you're going to pay it? Huang Lingtao eyed Lu Feng suspiciously, his heart skipping a beat. Lu Feng's demeanor was too calm, utterly devoid of panic. It didn't feel like an act at all. Cut the crap. Spit it out, how much? Lu Feng snapped impatiently. Kid, I'd advise you not to get too cocky. That penalty clause is astronomical, you'll probably get weak in the knees when you hear it. Seeing Lu Feng's brazen attitude, Huang Lingtao's expression darkened. Oof. I'd love to see just how much money could make me tremble in fear. Lu Feng chuckled. Though he had barely 1,000 yuan left, what did it matter if he spent it all? Compared to spending the rest of his life as a eunuch, money was something you couldn't take with you when you died. If he had to, he'd just live off someone else and cling to Bao Sun Shirqing's coattails. Stand up straight and listen carefully. The penalty clause is 10 times the contract's value. Our Huang family granted the Sun family all business channels in East China. Combined, these channels generate 100,000 yuan in annual revenue. With a 3-year contract, that's 300,000 yuan. 10 times that is 3 million yuan. Do you even have the means to pay that? Huang Lingtao said with utter disdain. A 3,000 yuan penalty? Forget the Sun family, even the Huang family couldn't scrape that together.
Though the Huang family's assets were valued at a solid 4,000 yuan, most of it was tied up in fixed assets.
Their actual liquid funds were minuscule.
Given their current situation, coming up with 7 or 800 yuan would be a stretch, let alone 3,000. As for the Sun family, though they were a newly risen clan, their situation was even worse than the Huangs. The Huangs, after all, were one of the established 4 great families. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. They were still far superior to the Suns. As for 3,000 yuan in liquid assets, perhaps only the enigmatic Hu family could muster that sum in all of Mencheng.
Even that was uncertain, for the Hu family's presence in Mencheng was shrouded in mystery.
Their business interests spanned virtually every sector, and few knew the true extent of their holdings.
How much did I have back then? 3,000?
Sorry, but 3,000 isn't enough to make my legs go weak.
It's just 3,000.
I'll cover this penalty fee. Consider it my contribution as the Sun family's son-in-law.
Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Lu Feng's words left everyone present gaping in disbelief. Could they really hear what he said?
After all, 3,000 yuan was a substantial sum, especially as liquid cash. Yet Lu Feng spoke with such casual ease, as if he were discussing 3 yuan instead of 3,000.
Where did he get the nerve?
Without delay, Lu Feng pulled out his phone and dialed Qian Xiaoning's number.
Mr. Lu, I didn't know you were calling me.
Manager Qian, I need to access some funds. When the transfer goes through later, please expedite it for me.
Mr. Lu, you could handle these transfers yourself.
There's no need to involve me.
It's a rather large sum, 3,000 yuan. I'm concerned your bank might delay the processing time. 3,000 yuan? That much? Is that okay?
No, I'll have someone process it immediately.
Qian Xiaoning felt utterly helpless.
After all, the money belonged to Lu Feng. He could move it as he pleased. She had no grounds to interfere.
Xiaoning, what's wrong? You look a bit off.
Qian Boyi asked, puzzled.
Dad, Mr. Lu wants to transfer money 3,000 yuan.
Qian Xiaoning said awkwardly.
Hearing this, Qian Boyi's expression darkened immediately. He couldn't help but snap at Qian Xiaoning. Xiaoning, what's going on? Haven't you made any progress with Mr. Lu yet? He's burning through money way too fast.
At this rate, his deposits in our bank won't last long.
You need to step up your game. Chapter 86, Everyone's Thoughts.
I wish I could, but Mr. Lu has plenty of women around him.
How could I possibly compete?
Plus, I saw him chatting quite intimately with Hu Xinyue from Fengqian Auction House just the other day.
When it comes to seductively luring men, how could I possibly measure up to that Hu Xinyue? Qian Xiaoning couldn't help but blurt out. I see.
Well, Mr. Lu certainly moves in extraordinary circles, even knowing people from Fengqian Auction House.
Xiaoning, you'll need to step up your game.
If you can truly win Mr. Lu over, your future prospects are limitless. After hanging up, Lu Feng immediately turned to Huang Lingtao and said, alright, give me your card number.
I'll have someone transfer the funds to you right away. Huang Lingtao gave the company account number, half believing it. Seeing Lu Feng's demeanor, Huang Xiaotian burst out laughing.
Gotta admit, you've got some serious acting chops, you little punk. I'll be damned if you can pull this off.
You're actually going to transfer the money?
Before long, Huang Lingtao's phone rang.
Hello, this is Huang Lingtao. Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang. We've got a major issue.
A huge sum of 3,000 yuan suddenly transferred into our company account.
What on earth is going on?
The caller was the Huang family's finance manager.
Huang Lingtao was stunned upon hearing the voice on the line.
He never imagined that this young man before him could actually mobilize a massive sum of 3,000 yuan with just a casual request. It was downright terrifying.
So, did you get the money?
Seeing Huang Lingtao's expression, Lu Feng knew the funds were likely already in place. Huang Lingtao nodded, then respectfully bowed his hands toward Lu Feng and said, my apologies for my earlier lack of discernment. I never imagined such a hero could emerge from youth.
May I ask which family you represent, sir?
This would allow me to personally express my gratitude at a later date.
You needn't know. Since you've already received the penalty payment, what are you still doing here? Waiting for the betrothal?
Lu Feng retorted abruptly. Hearing this, Huang Lingtao could only exchange a helpless glance with his men before sighing, let's go.
But Dad. Huang Xiaotian was still reeling in disbelief at the unfolding situation. Shut up. Huang Lingtao snapped angrily. The Huang family had already suffered enough humiliation here today, why prolong the spectacle?
Once the Huang family had all exited the private room, Lu Feng finally turned to Sun Shiqing and offered reassurance, it's okay now.
Everything's been taken care of. Sun Dishing finally snapped out of it and hurriedly addressed Lu Feng, little Feng, right? Shiqing often mentioned you. She often mentioned me? Then why did you marry Shiqing into the Huang family? That's not treating me like a human being, is it? Lu Feng retorted bluntly.
He could tell Sun Shiqing held little sway within the Sun family, so he seized this chance to give the Sun relatives a proper warning. You. Sun Dishing hadn't expected Lu Feng to be so direct and blunt.
Ha! Good lad, you've got guts, I like that. With someone like you looking after Shirqing, this old man can finally rest easy. Sun Fubiao, however, took an instant liking to Lu Feng and said cheerfully. Sun Shirqing then introduced Lu Feng. Lu Feng, this is my grandfather. Hello, Grandpa. Lu Feng politely called out to Sun Fubiao. That's right, that's right. No need to be so formal. From now on, when you come to the Sun family, treat it like your own home. If anyone dares to disrespect you, just tell me. I'll see who has the guts to mess with my son-in-law. Sun Fubiao said with a smile. Thank you, grandfather. I came in such a rush that I didn't prepare any gifts. This is some tea that manager who gave me after the auction at Fengqian Auction House. I'm not much of a tea drinker myself, so I figured I'd pass it on to you. Lu Feng handed the item to Sun Fubiao. Sun Fubiao accepted the tea with a smile. Good lad, thoughtful of you. I imagine tea from the Hu family's daughter can't be too shabby. But when Sun Fubiao opened the package, he froze in shock. This is Wui Mountain de Hongpao? Holy crap! I've asked the Hu family for some several times before, even offered to buy it, but that old codger wouldn't part with it. Never imagined that little Hu girl would give you so much. Really, Shirqing, you'd better keep an eye on that Hu girl. My grandson-in-law is such a fine catch, don't let anyone with ulterior motives snatch him away. Sun Fubiao was a seasoned veteran after all, so he decided to give Sun Shirqing a gentle nudge. Grandpa, I know. I've got it under control. Sun Shirqing nodded, her face flushed. Alright, I don't want to meddle in young people's affairs. Just drop by my place more often when you have time. With that, Sun Fubiao picked up his tea leaves and, grinning like a child, left the private room. Alright, let's go. This engagement banquet isn't for me anyway. I'll take you somewhere else to eat. Lu Feng pulled Sun Shirqing along as they followed Sun Fubiao out of the private room, leaving only Sun Dishing and his group behind in the disarrayed room. Chapter 87, Mission Accomplished. Lu Feng led Sun Shirqing out of the hotel entrance, then chuckled, wasn't it a bit rude to just leave your family behind like that? Leaving them behind isn't a problem. But I really have to thank you today. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have escaped that trap the Huang family set. Sun Shirqing said gratefully. You escaped the Huang family's trap only to jump into mine. This time, you won't be able to get away. Lu Feng chuckled, his expression amused as he looked at Sun Shirqing. Sun Shirqing glanced at Lu Feng but said nothing. After a moment, she replied indifferently, yes, I'll keep my promise. I'm truly sorry for costing you an extra 3,000 yuan today. No problem, no problem. Since I promised to handle this for you, I'll see it through properly. Why don't you head back? Now that it's settled, I should be going too. Lu Feng noticed Sun Shirqing showed no particular joy, maintaining her usual demeanor. This instantly made him feel a bit unbearable. He thought, I've gone out of my way to help you, spending nearly 5,000 yuan, a huge sum that still stings my wallet. Yet Sun Shirqing remains as cold as ever, only occasionally offering a smile. Ha? You're leaving? Sun Shirqing asked, puzzled. Yeah, isn't the matter already resolved? Oh, right. Saying this, Lu Feng took out his phone, found Sun Shirqing's WeChat, and transferred her 1,000 yuan. Sun Shirqing was visibly startled by the money, unsure of Lu Feng's intentions. What's this? Even though I helped you break off the engagement with the Sun family today, it's not guaranteed. If your family doesn't get some benefits, they might still force you to marry someone else. So we definitely need to offer something in return, only then will they trust me as your fake boyfriend. But you've already spent so much. Well, since I've already spent so much, what's another 1,000? Take it. This way, you'll have some leverage with the Sun family. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Sun Shirqing felt a complex mix of emotions. She hadn't expected that even now, Lu Feng was still considering her situation with the Sun family. He could have demanded anything from her, even something intimate, but instead, he showed her genuine respect. Such a good man, who wouldn't like him? Sun Shirqing admitted to herself that she had already fallen for Lu Feng. Just then, a prompt echoed in Lu Feng's mind. Congratulations, host. The mission to win over Sun Shirqing has reached 100% completion. Mission accomplished. Rewards, 1 price decline card, piano mastery skill, 50,000 Yenxia coins, and 300 EXP. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to level 2. All your physical attributes have increased. Hearing these rewards, Lu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. His future happiness was secured. However, the rewards left him somewhat disappointed. Only 50,000 coins? And what was this devaluation card even for? Global prices had already dropped a millionfold, could they possibly plummet another 10 millionfold? Price devaluation card, use this card to either devalue one item or restore its original price. Seeing this function, Lu Feng genuinely couldn't fathom its purpose. Restore an item's original price? But then he wouldn't be able to afford it anymore. What was the point of that? But 50,000 yuan was another story. At current prices, 50,000 was a colossal sum, considering even Jack Ma, the current richest man in Yenxia, only had assets worth 300,000. While 50,000 wasn't as much as 300,000, it still put him firmly in the big spender category. Thank you so much. Alright, I'll be heading out now.
Lu Feng was so excited he grabbed Sun Shiqing's arm, his voice brimming with joy.
Seeing Lu Feng so worked up, Sun Shiqing asked curiously, what's going on? You seem really happy about something? Nothing. I'm just incredibly happy. I really can't thank you enough. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Whatever I can do to help, I will. Lu Feng had completely forgotten Sun Shiqing's earlier attitude.
After all, she'd helped him earn so much those minor issues didn't matter anymore.
I'm off now. Bye.
Lu Feng turned and drove off alone, leaving Sun Shiqing standing there utterly bewildered, her mind reeling. Completely baffled, Sun Shiqing could only head back upstairs. Back in the private room, she found Sun Dishing and the others still there.
Sun Dishing and the others, noticing her return, immediately pressed, Shiqing, what stage are you and that boyfriend of yours at? When are you two getting married?
Hearing her father's words, Sun Shiqing was utterly speechless. The speed at which her father changed his tune was truly unmatched.
Marriage? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Marriage is highly unlikely.
Sun Shiqing replied indifferently. She had already noticed the numerous women surrounding Lu Feng.
Moreover, for someone like him, a super rich second-generation heir, his family would naturally seek a spouse of equal standing.
Although the Sun family had prospered somewhat in recent years, compared to such an aristocratic clan, they were practically peasants. Therefore, it was simply out of the question.
This? Well, that makes sense.
Someone who casually throws around thousands like that must come from a background far beyond ours.
He could easily be the scion of some financial conglomerate.
But if he genuinely likes you, you should cultivate that relationship.
Who knows?
Our Sun family might just ride his coattails to the top.
Sun Dishing exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 88, Sun Shiqing's Tactics. So in your eyes, that's all I'm good for, huh?
Sun Shiqing sneered coldly.
Shiqing, what are you saying? I'm only thinking of your best interests.
At the very least, once you're with him, your status and standing will be far higher than they are now. And our Sun family won't be constantly held hostage by others anymore.
If it weren't for our family's weakness, would we have had to marry you off to the Huang family in the first place?
Sun Dishing said helplessly.
Say whatever you like.
Oh, and by the way, he just gave me 1,000 yuan earlier, saying it was to help me manage the Sun family better. Sun Shiqing replied coldly. She now felt that not a single person in this room was genuinely kind to her. Aside from her grandfather, who still cherished her, the rest of the family showed her no affection whatsoever. Since that was the case, she saw no reason to put on a friendly face.
What? 1,000? Only 1,000? He just gave the Huang family 3,000.
Someone voiced their discontent. Hearing this, Sun Shiqing's expression darkened. She stood up abruptly and snapped angrily that 3,000 was for the Sun family.
That means he's already given us 4,000. Second uncle, right? My cousin's company has plenty of bad debts, doesn't it? And what about all those years of losses at the branch office? Do I need to spell it all out for you?
The other person looked at Sun Shiqing in shock, disbelief written all over his face.
How is that possible? How do you know about these things?
Sun Dishing was equally stunned. Even he wasn't aware of these details, yet his own daughter knew them.
Shiqing, how dare you speak to your elders like that?
They are your elders, after all. You must show some respect. Sun Dishing suddenly snapped at Sun Shiqing.
What nonsense about elders? Dad, I think you're just senile.
It's precisely because of these so-called elders that our Sun family's profits have never risen.
If we'd maintained our company's previous profitability, we'd likely be among the 4 major families by now.
It's because you've filled the company with all these relatives and cronies that the entire organization is rotting from the inside out, and our performance is deteriorating day by day. Sun Shiqing retorted without restraint.
Sun Shiqing, I'm your second uncle. How dare you speak to me like this? You've climbed high enough to think you can spread your wings now, huh?
Remember, this family still bears the Sun name. You're not some upstart who can run wild.
This family may bear the Sun surname, but it's my son, not yours. What business is it of yours, second cousin uncle? You don't even carry the Sun name. What are you even talking about?
Sun Shiqing snorted coldly.
Sun Shiqing, what exactly are you trying to do?
Sun Dishing couldn't help but shout angrily.
Nothing, Dad.
If you want the Sun family to thrive in the future, I advise you to stay out of these matters.
Hearing Sun Shiqing's words, Sun Dishing stared at her in disbelief. Are you trying to seize power? It's not about seizing power.
It's just that you've made far too many mistakes over the years. When grandfather was in charge of the Sun family, there were never this many problems. Your methods won't work.
Is this your boyfriend's idea?
Sun Dishing asked, his face turning ashen.
Of course it is. You're still a girl. You'll inevitably marry someday. You taking charge of the Sun family? Who says I'm getting married? You don't seriously think I'd marry Lu Feng, do you?
Sun Shiqing said indifferently. At that moment, Sun Dishing seemed to grasp something.
Fine, fine. So that's how it is. If that's the case, then do whatever you want. Someone will cover for you anyway.
Sun Dishing snorted coldly before storming out of the private room in a rage. Seeing Sun Dishing leave, the remaining guests all looked stunned. They hadn't expected Sun Dishing to simply walk away like that. Sun Shiqing surveyed the assembled guests, her expression turning cold.
Uncles and elders present, I shan't see you off today. I will soon commence sweeping reforms across all company operations.
Should any of these measures offend any of you, I hope you won't take offense.
After all, this is all for the Sun family. With that, Sun Shiqing turned and walked away without a second glance. From tonight onward, Mencheng would have a decisive and efficient female CEO and one fewer senior at Mencheng University.
After parting ways with Lu Feng, Sun Shiqing had pondered long and hard. Her affairs at school were essentially concluded. Even the concert, her sole lingering regret, had concluded perfectly. She had no attachments left to campus. All her courses were finished. What remained was considering her career path. Given that, she might as well take over the entire Sun family.
Though managing the entire Sun family would be exhausting, it would at least provide valuable experience for future endeavors.
Moreover, Lu Feng had helped her immensely this time, and she was determined to repay him through her own hard work. She believed she was fully capable of doing so. Lu Feng returned to his dorm and was just about to lie down when Feng Yuqing's call came through.
What's up, Yuqing?
Brother Feng, I have some marketing reform ideas for the hot pot restaurant I want to discuss with you.
What kind of marketing? I want to add some new elements to the hot pot restaurant.
I feel the original hot pot experience is too monotonous, so I want to expand the restaurant's offerings.
How exactly would you expand it?
I'm thinking of adding ice cream to the hot pot menu.
What do you think?
Adding ice cream to a hot pot restaurant could work. Having an ice cream after hot pot, that actually sounds pretty exciting.
Ah, do you really think it'll work? No problem, go ahead and do it.
Lu Feng shrugged it off casually. He couldn't care less about this hot pot restaurant. It was only $200. Even if he lost it all, Lu Feng wouldn't bat an eye.
Chapter 89, Lu Feng's Dominance. With Lu Feng's approval, Feng Yuqing was overjoyed.
Next, she and Su Qiaoqiao focused entirely on the hot pot restaurant business. Just after hanging up with Feng Yuqing, Lu Feng suddenly received another call from Li Wei.
What's up, Miss Li? Lu Feng, where are you right now? I'm at school. Why? I'm at the school gate. How about I treat you to dinner? Sure, no problem. Lu Feng nodded.
Earlier, he had gone to the restaurant, but hadn't eaten a single bite.
He was still hungry now. Li Wei was waiting at the school gate right now. Damn, isn't that Li Wei? The heiress of the Li Group. I heard the Li Group was on the verge of bankruptcy before, but then it mysteriously turned around. Now it even seems to be expanding.
Wow, those legs, she's the classic rich, beautiful girl. If I could win her over, I'd be set for life. But why does she look like she's waiting for someone? Who on earth could keep such a rich beauty waiting this long? What a jerk! Chao Xiaohu pulled out his phone and scrutinized his own features through the selfie camera. Satisfied that his looks were indeed handsome, he strode confidently toward Li Wei and smiled, saying, "Hey, classmate, are you waiting for someone?"
None of your business. Li Wei snapped back without a hint of politeness.
No, classmate, you just look so much like an old classmate of mine.
Is your surname Li? So cliché. Can't people come up with anything original when hitting on someone these days? Li Wei snorted coldly. Add me on WeChat? Sorry, I'm not interested in younger guys. Li Wei rejected him without mercy.
Seeing this, Chao Xiaohu could only walk away awkwardly.
Then he watched as a slouching guy wearing flip-flops approached Li Wei. Chao Xiaohu couldn't help but chuckle. Are people this bold when hitting on others nowadays? At least make an effort to look presentable coming out in flip-flops?
If he actually manages to strike up a conversation, I'll eat my flip-flops. But the next moment, he froze in his tracks. Lu Feng, still in his slippers, strolled lazily up to Li Wei and said, "I haven't eaten yet. Let's just grab a bite somewhere nearby."
Sure.
Li Wei nodded, her cheeks flushing slightly. Seeing this, Chao Xiaohu felt like his world had collapsed.
Holy crap, she actually let him strike up a conversation? Could it be that goddesses these days actually like this kind of vibe? Chao Xiaohu was plunged into self-doubt.
Then, Chao Xiaohu quickly returned to the dorm, changed into a pair of worn-out slippers, deliberately messed up his hair, and walked up to a beautiful girl with a smile. "Hey, beautiful, how about I treat you to dinner tonight?"
"You're crazy."
Seeing this reaction, Chao Xiaohu was speechless. Damn it, they were all lying. Li Wei and Lu Feng arrived at a small restaurant near campus and casually ordered some food. Once the food arrived, Lu Feng didn't care about his image at all and started chowing down in front of Li Wei. After hesitating for a moment, Li Wei turned to Lu Feng and said, "Lu Feng, there's something I want to discuss with you."
"What is it?"
Lu Feng asked, still munching on his chicken drumstick.
"Well, you know how our Li family used to be in the cold food business? Since the cold food industry is struggling now, I want to focus on one thing. I plan to shift all our production channels to ice cream. I've researched it. Ice cream sales have been strong these years, and the profit margins are staggering. Especially that legendary Zhong Gao Gao. Its production costs are ridiculously low, but the retail price is absurdly high. I aim to capture 60-70% of the sales channels in Mencheng, and even across the entire Yanxia region. Li Wei's tone was bold, her ambitions vast. 60-70% of the entire Yanxia market? It's amazing she could even say that. Clearly, Li Wei is very ambitious. Oh, is that so? Then go for it. Why even bother consulting me? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. But the company was originally funded by you, and many shareholders opposed this decision. I'm at a loss for what to do. Li Wei said helplessly. Oh, I see. No problem. Ignore the dissenters. If anyone objects, just buy out their shares. Then you'll be the sole decision maker. I think your plan is sound, but do you have enough production facilities? With 60-70% of the summer market sales channels, you'll need quite a few production lines, right? Our Li family already owns quite a few production facilities, and I've acquired several more recently. Right now, it's safe to say that across the entire city, our Li family is absolutely the main production force in the ice cream industry. Li Wei stated earnestly. Hearing Li Wei's words, Lu Feng was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected this girl to actually go through with it, even acquiring so many workshops. Alright, since you've already made up your mind, go for it. Do exactly as I said. If anyone objects to your proposal, just buy out their shares outright. If you need money, come to me anytime. Lu Feng declared generously. Chapter 90, The Li Family's Ambition. Lu Feng figured he still had the 5,000 yuan bonus he'd just received. Combined with his remaining savings, he was practically a millionaire now. He didn't care about the money at all. Besides, in his view, this venture wasn't necessarily a losing proposition. Didn't that movie say it? As long as you have enough money, anything you do turns a profit. Besides, your family's company probably doesn't have many shareholders left. It was nearly bankrupt before. Could anyone still be holding onto their shares? Lu Feng suddenly realized. Because the company expanded aggressively before, it attracted quite a few investors. Besides me, there are 4 or 5 major shareholders now, each holding nearly 7-8% of the shares. Together, they control over 40%. Li Wei explained. Hearing this, Lu Feng frowned and immediately said, why sell off shares? If you're short on funds, just tell me. Diluting shares for investment isn't worth it. It puts pressure on every decision you make. Don't casually dilute shares anymore. I'm sorry, Lu Feng. Li Wei wanted to explain, but hesitated. Truthfully, the idea to dilute shares originated from her father. His ambition was simply too grand. He aimed to capture 60-70% of the Yanxia market share. This aggressive strategy led to not only acquiring numerous production facilities in Mencheng but also expanding into other regions, ultimately straining their capital chain. Although Lu Feng had provided Li Wei with substantial funds earlier, it wasn't enough to sustain the Li family's aggressive market expansion. Naturally, they needed to attract investment. No problem. I'll transfer you 3,000 yuan. That should be enough to buy back your shares. Don't let those shareholders talk you out of it. Just reclaim all your shares outright. Lu Feng said casually. What? No. You've already helped my family so much. I can't possibly take any more money from you. Li Wei panicked at Lu Feng's offer. She'd never encountered such generosity before. While she'd met many wealthy young men, none had ever been as lavish as Lu Feng. Those rich kids were all shrewd as hell. They wouldn't part with a dime without expecting something in return. And Lu Feng was handing out thousands of yuan at a time. His spending was downright terrifying. Keep in mind, thousands of yuan back then equaled billions before inflation hit. This wasn't some rich kid. He was practically a walking bank. No worries. I've already taken so much before, so this doesn't matter. Who knows, you might even make me money. You have to believe in yourself. Lu Feng chuckled as he gnawed on his chicken drumstick. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Wei was momentarily speechless, her eyes brimming with tears as if she were about to cry. Seeing her expression, Lu Feng panicked and dropped his chicken leg. Hey, don't cry. I didn't mean it like that. You. Lu Feng saw Li Wei on the verge of tears and panicked, not knowing what to do. He dreaded women's tears more than anything. The moment a woman cried in front of him, his scalp would tingle. No, I'm just so overwhelmed. It feels like a dream. Why would you be so kind to me? Li Wei couldn't help but wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Lu Feng was taken aback by Li Wei's reaction. He hadn't expected her to act coy, and she actually had a certain charm when she did. Don't you know why I'm being nice to you? Lu Feng deliberately looked at Li Wei with a playful expression. Seeing his expression, Li Wei flushed slightly before blurting out, "Ugh, you're so annoying. So, are we going to the hotel later?" Li Wei pondered for a moment before blurting out the question to Lu Feng. The sip of water Lu Feng had just taken shot out of his mouth the moment he heard Li Wei's words. What?
Lu Feng never expected the class beauty, who was always shy and quiet, to say something so bold.
Caught completely off guard, the entire stream of water landed squarely on Li Wei's face.
Li Wei was momentarily dazed by the spray, taking a while to recover. Lu Feng quickly grabbed a tissue from the desk to wipe her face.
Sorry, I'm really sorry. I was just so shocked by what you said.
Li Wei took the tissues from Lu Feng's hand with a sour expression and wiped the droplets from her face herself, unable to resist complaining. It's all for you, you know.
Alright, I'm not trying to get anything out of you. I genuinely want to help. Don't put so much pressure on yourself.
Just focus on taking care of things at home.
I believe in you,
Lu Feng said with a smile.
Li Wei nodded but felt a pang of disappointment.
Lu Feng hadn't made a move on her, which made her doubt herself. These past few days, though Li Wei had been busy with company matters, she still kept an eye on Lu Feng's activities whenever she had free time.
The piano prince who'd recently gone viral on Douyin? That was Lu Feng.
Seeing him play such beautiful piano pieces on stage, Li Wei admitted she was genuinely stunned. She never imagined Lu Feng had hidden this talent. Back in class, she hadn't really noticed, but now she realized Lu Feng was actually a pretty low-key hidden ace. Yet Li Wei also noticed the swarm of admirers surrounding Lu Feng. Sun Shiqing had even embraced him on stage, and school forums were flooded with photos of him with Feng Yuqing.
Rumors spread like wildfire. There was even talk of Chen Ziyu, the department's beauty, waiting for him outside the boys' dormitory.
Faced with such formidable rivals, each stunningly beautiful, a wave of insecurity washed over her. After all, compared to a flawless beauty like Sun Shiqing, no woman could help but feel inadequate. But the more she felt this way, the more it ignited Li Wei's competitive spirit. She began scheming in her mind, calculating exactly how she could win Lu Feng over.
Chapter 91, Wu Si regrets starting to chase him.
Li Wei resolved that once the company stabilized, she would focus on nurturing her relationship with Lu Feng. A man of such exceptional quality was simply too good to let slip away. After their meal, Lu Feng headed back to campus. As soon as Lu Feng reached his dormitory entrance, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, none other than Wu Si. Seeing her, Lu Feng felt a headache coming on and turned to slip away. But as he turned, he heard a voice calling from behind, Lu Feng.
Lu Feng! Don't go! Wait a moment! With no choice, Lu Feng turned back to face Wu Si and couldn't help but ask, what are you doing here? Lu Feng, I'm so sorry. It was all my fault before. I was deceived by someone else back then. I never meant to leave you. I'm truly sorry. Wu Si put on a pitifully helpless act. Seeing this, Lu Feng looked utterly helpless. He knew Wu Si all too well. Her acting was textbook level. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes or experienced it firsthand, you'd never know she was putting on a show. Alright, if you have something to say, spit it out. If not, I'm heading upstairs. Lu Feng said impatiently. Lu Feng. Actually, it wasn't until I was away from you that I realized how much I truly care about you. You've always been in my heart. Seeing you play the piano on stage, so captivating, made me certain of my feelings. But when I saw you being held by Chairman Sun, it felt like my heart was shattering. Now I finally understand how you must have felt back then. So, Lu Feng, I want to sincerely apologize. I'm so sorry. As Wu Si spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes. You have to admit, she really is a drama queen. Oh, I see. Well, now that you've apologized, can you leave? Lu Feng said indifferently. Wait, Lu Feng, can you forgive me? Can we go back to how things were? Wu Si looked at Lu Feng with eyes full of sincerity and anticipation. Go back to the past? Wu Si, are you kidding me? Who was it that treated me like a dog back then? In the dead of winter, at midnight, below freezing, you made me go buy you a heating pad. Do you have any idea how many stores I had to run to? I froze my ass off like a damn dog, and what did you do? After you got the heating pad, you didn't even say thanks. You just turned around and went upstairs. The funniest part? A few days later, I found the damn heating pad in your best friend's hands. I was like, yeah, right. Lu Feng couldn't help but start speaking in a cold tone. I'm sorry, Lu Feng. I know I was wrong now. Can you forgive me? I'll definitely change. I swear it'll never happen again. Wu Si said tearfully. Forget it. It's over. We're done. Oh, wait, we were never together to begin with. You never agreed to be my girlfriend, and you never acknowledged our relationship. It was all just my one-sided delusion. Lu Feng said with self-mockery. Lu Feng, I know you still love me, don't you? You must love me. Please, I beg you, forgive me. I swear I'll treat you well from now on. Wu Si pleaded. Love? I did love you deeply once. But that love has been completely worn away by you over these past 2 or 3 years. So, Wu Si, don't even think about it. I might have many women in my life from now on, and I might fall for many women, but you will absolutely never be one of them. With that, Lu Feng turned and headed straight back to the dorm. Seeing Lu Feng's utter coldness, Wu Si was filled with regret.
Only now did Wu Si recall how incredibly kind Lu Feng had once been to her. He practically laid his heart bare for her.
Yet she never cherished it, leading to this very outcome. Wu Si wiped her tears away and hurried back to the dormitory.
Lu Feng must be upset because I gave away the gift he gave me. After all, he still remembers this little thing, so it must mean a lot to him.
No, I have to get that heating pad back. Once I have it back, my Lu Feng will come back too. Returning to the dorm, Wu Si rushed straight to her best friend He Zixian and asked anxiously, Zixian, that heating pad I gave you before, do you still have it?
It's still here.
Why? He Zixian asked Wu Si with a puzzled look.
Well, give it back to me.
Wu Si demanded immediately.
Ha? Didn't you give it to me as a gift? You don't take back things you've given away. Besides, I really like that heating pad now, especially since it was bought for me by my piano prince.
He Zixian said dreamily. What do you mean, your piano prince? He's mine. Lu Feng is mine, and no one can take him away. Wu Si declared, clearly losing her mind.
What do you mean yours? Didn't Qingqing say it before? You were the one who rejected him, how could he possibly be yours?
He Zixian retorted defiantly.
You, I don't care. Give me back my things. That's a gift Lu Feng gave me. Hand it over now.
Wu Si shouted angrily.
What's yours?
It's in my hands now, so it's mine.
Do you still think you're that pampered little princess from before? Why should I give it to you?
He Zixian snapped back angrily. Truthfully, He Zixian usually had a mild temper.
In the past, if Wu Si had said such things, He Zixian would have handed over the item immediately. But when it came to anything related to Lu Feng, He Zixian would never give it up. Truthfully, He Zixian had harbored feelings for Lu Feng since a year ago. It was when Lu Feng bought Wu Si a heating pad at midnight, and that was when she first realized how deeply moving this man could be. She truly adored such an exceptional man, but since Lu Feng was in love with her best friend, she had kept her feelings hidden all this time.
He Zixian, I treated you like my best friend, and now you're trying to steal my man too?
You bastard!
Wu Si was so furious she was practically crying.
Chapter 92, The Scheming Wu Si.
Just days ago, Wu Si had gotten into a fight with her close friend Lu Qingqing. Due to their strained relationship, Lu Qingqing had even requested a dorm transfer. Now, to her shock, another of her so-called best friends was secretly harboring ulterior motives, also interested in her Lu Feng.
This left her feeling deeply wronged and furious.
Seeing Wu Si on the verge of tears, He Zixian suddenly realized her words had been too harsh. She quickly apologized to Wu Si. I'm sorry, Si.
I didn't mean it that way. I've told you more than once that Lu Feng is truly a good man, but you never listened to me. You've even gradually distanced yourself from me.
Sigh.
Could you hand me the heating pad? Wu Si asked urgently, her eyes fixed on He Zixian.
Seeing Wu Si's state, He Zixian had no choice but to stand up, walk over to her cabinet, and hand Wu Si the precious heating pad she had been saving.
Wu Si accepted it with delight, then exclaimed excitedly, Zixian, thank you. Truly, thank you. Only now do I realize who genuinely cares for me.
You're still my best friend, my confidant.
Once I win Lu Feng back, I'll repay you handsomely.
Wu Si clutched the heating pad to her chest as if it were Lu Feng himself. Seeing this, He Zixian felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She even looked at Wu Si with genuine envy, a feeling that came straight from her heart.
Oh, Zixian, I remember you and Lu Feng got along pretty well, right? You're from the same hometown and used to chat a lot. Could you put in a good word for me? He's blocked my WeChat and phone number now.
When I try to reach out, he mostly ignores me.
I've really come to terms with it, I truly like him.
Wu Si grabbed He Zixian's arm, her face pleading. Hearing this, He Zixian felt as if needles were piercing her heart. She looked at Wu Si with obvious distress and said, See, while Lu Feng and I are from the same hometown, our relationship is just casual.
We don't really talk much. I'm not sure I can actually reach him. It's fine.
Or you could just let me borrow your WeChat.
I'll send him a message using your account.
That should work, right?
Wu Si quickly said.
This. He Zixian's face was filled with distress and hesitation.
Zixian, are you still my best friend?
Please help me, I'm begging you.
Wu Si pleaded earnestly.
Seeing this, He Zixian had no choice but to reluctantly hand her phone to Wu Si, warning, don't you dare send anything reckless.
Don't worry, I've got this. Wu Si smiled and said. Seeing this, He Zixian couldn't help but inwardly rant, you've got it under control?
Yeah, right. You turned down a great guy like Lu Feng back then. Now that he's got money, you suddenly want him back.
What do you really like, the money or the man?
Back in his dorm room, Lu Feng lay on his bed preparing to rest when his phone suddenly buzzed with a WeChat notification.
Lu Feng glanced at it in confusion and discovered it was actually He Zixian. He Zixian was someone Lu Feng remembered, a quiet girl who wore glasses and was quite pretty. She was Wu Si's roommate.
Lu Feng had often asked He Zixian to deliver things to Wu Si, making her the bridge between him and Wu Si back then.
He Zixian, Lu Feng, why has Wu Si been crying non-stop since she got back? Did something happen? I heard she went to find you earlier. Did something happen between you two?
If she upset you in any way, please don't be angry with her. She's kind-hearted but awkward with words sometimes and can't express herself clearly.
Honestly, it's obvious she really likes you. Why don't you try to talk to her? It seems like you deleted her WeChat. Should you add her back?
Reading these messages, Lu Feng froze. Something felt off about them, just odd. Then he scrutinized the message and suddenly felt it might not have been sent by He Zixian.
He remembered He Zixian always referred to Wu Si as Si before.
And the name Wu Si seemed to reveal something.
More importantly, this message was clearly defending Wu Si.
Although He Zixian had acted as a bridge between Lu Feng and Wu Si before, she had never once taken the initiative to do anything for Wu Si or speak up for her. Even when Lu Feng was dumped by Wu Si, He Zixian hadn't defended her.
She'd only consoled Lu Feng, telling him to move on, that the world was full of women, and he didn't need Wu Si. Chapter 93, How will you explain this? Yet now He Zixian was actually urging Lu Feng to go back to her. This was completely out of character for He Zixian.
Lu Feng instantly concluded that either He Zixian's phone had been used by someone else, or she'd been forced to send these messages.
Either way, it was definitely related to Wu Si. Lu Feng thought for a moment.
Since Wu Si was nearby, he might as well put an end to her hopes once and for all.
He began composing a reply. Lu Feng, there's no way we could ever get back together. Whether she cries or not, what does it have to do with me?
He Zixian, but I know you still care about her deep down. I've seen her crying these past few days. She looks so pitiful, like she's finally come to her senses.
Why don't you try forgiving her? Reading this, Lu Feng frowned. He Zixian had never urged him like this before.
Today, she seemed unusually off. Lu Feng decided to tease her back. Whether she was He Zixian or Wu Si didn't matter.
Lu Feng, I'm not forgiving her. Besides, I already have someone I like now. I don't like her anymore. He Zixian, huh? You have someone you like? Who is it? Could it be that Sun Shiqing? Wu Si's face darkened. She couldn't tell if Lu Feng was being serious or joking.
But recalling the scene on stage where Sun Shiqing had hugged him, she suspected he was indeed talking about her. After all, Sun Shiqing was undeniably beautiful. Even women found her enviable.
Lu Feng, no, the person I like doesn't even know I like her. He Zixian, huh? Is it Wu Si? Lu Feng, what are you talking about? I already said I don't like Wu Si anymore. Are you stupid or something? He Zixian, if it's not Wu Si or Sun Shiqing, then who do you like? Lu Feng, you idiot. He Zixian? Wu Si was utterly baffled. Lu Feng's tone when talking to her was downright strange, almost flirtatious. But if Lu Feng were flirting with her, that would be one thing.
The problem was, she was using He Zixian's account.
Could it be that He Zixian and Lu Feng had been secretly involved all along?
The thought made Wu Si's face flush with anger.
She glared at He Zixian, who was busy preparing instant noodles, and demanded, He Zixian, did you secretly seduce my Lu Feng?
He Zixian looked utterly confused, seemingly unable to comprehend why Wu Si would say such a thing.
Wu Si, have you lost your mind? When did I ever seduce Lu Feng? If it wasn't you, then why does Lu Feng talk to you in such a suggestive way? Could it be that he likes you? What? You're saying Lu Feng likes me? Is that true?
He Zixian felt a wave of shock wash over her, mixed with a hint of secret delight.
Yet it all seemed utterly unbelievable.
After all, she and Lu Feng had barely exchanged a few words. Even when they did chat, it was always about Wu Si. She admitted she liked Lu Feng, but there was no way he could possibly like her back.
You're still playing dumb, huh? He Zixian, if you don't explain this clearly today, this isn't over.
Wu Si stormed to her feet and shouted at He Zixian.
What the hell, Wu Si? Have you lost your mind today? I have absolutely no relationship with Lu Feng. Stop being ridiculous, okay?
He Zixian was at a loss for words. She'd always been easygoing, but she wasn't someone to be pushed around.
Such a false accusation was unbearable. I'm being ridiculous? Ha! Look for yourself.
Wu Si was so furious she flung her phone aside and yelled. The phone landed on the floor with a thud.
He Zixian, heartbroken, quickly picked it up and couldn't help but say, Why did you throw my phone? You broke it.
He Zixian stared at the crack on her phone, heartbroken. She'd saved up for months to buy it. Coming from a modest family with a younger brother, she wasn't exactly spoiled at home.
This phone was the result of months of scrimping and part-time jobs. And now, Wu Si had cracked it. It's just a phone. What's the big deal? If it's broken, we can buy another one. I'll replace it for you if you insist. But first, explain to me what exactly is going on between you and Lu Feng? Wu Si snapped angrily.
Seeing Wu Si so unconcerned, He Zixian felt tears welling up in her eyes from the injustice. You, Wu Si. You'll end up with no friends if you keep this up.
He Zixian looked at her phone with heartache and couldn't help but vent. It's just a phone. Are you really that upset? Look at how upset you are, aren't you just trying to change the subject? Wu Si couldn't help but sneer.
She couldn't understand why He Zixian was acting like a family member had died over a cracked phone screen.
Little did she know that He Zixian's family situation was completely different from her own.
He Zixian forced herself to swallow her hurt and glanced at her chat history. Just then, her phone buzzed again, a new message from Lu Feng.
Lu Feng, Zixian, honestly, you're way better than Wu Si. I remember you don't have a boyfriend yet, right? You're so pretty, doesn't anyone like you?
Reading this message, He Zixian's face flushed with embarrassment. She hadn't expected Lu Feng to send her such a message, and now she understood why Wu Si had blown up. But He Zixian was certain she and Lu Feng had absolutely no relationship. When had he ever acted like this toward her? When Wu Si heard He Zixian's phone ring, she immediately leaned over to take a peek. Seeing the message, Wu Si nearly exploded with rage. Pointing at the screen, she demanded, "Explain yourself."
I'll be damned if I don't hear your explanation. Chapter 94, Fake Love Turns Real.
He Zixian felt flustered, mainly because she was utterly shocked by this incident. She felt like Lu Feng was joking, but she remembered he never joked with her. It wasn't April Fool's Day today, so why was he teasing her?
I don't know. He Zixian was momentarily at a loss. You don't know? How could you not know? He Zixian, turns out you're the most scheming one of all. Lu Qingqing doesn't even come close to you.
Now I finally understand why you kept trying to set me up with Lu Feng all this time.
Turns out it was just an excuse to go out and build a relationship with him, right?
Wu Si pointed at He Zixian, clearly furious.
I didn't. I was just passing messages between you two.
I never developed any feelings for Lu Feng. He Zixian protested, looking hurt as she hurried to explain.
So that's why you were always volunteering to do this, and that for Lu Feng you were already plotting to make a move on him, weren't you? Wu Si snapped angrily. He Zixian felt utterly wronged.
Seeing that Wu Si wouldn't listen to her explanations, coupled with the phone incident, she couldn't hold back any longer.
Yes.
I did have my sights set on Lu Feng from the start.
So what? You've never been with Lu Feng. He's always been single. What's wrong with me pursuing him?
He Zixian exploded, unable to hold back as she shouted furiously at Wu Si.
Great. You finally admit it, don't you?
You've liked Lu Feng all along. You've been trying to steal him from me.
I never imagined you'd be such a shameless little person. Shameless? Who's shameless?
You're the one stringing Lu Feng along while dating some rich playboys like Zhao and Wang.
You're the shameless one. Lu Feng was blind to have ever liked you. I admit I like Lu Feng, but I'm not shameless. You're the shameless one. You bastard. I'll beat you to death. Wu Si was so furious she lunged to grab He Zixian's face. But He Zixian was slightly taller. She pinned Wu Si down and roared, "Wu Si, do you think I'm as easy to bully as Lu Qingqing?
Wu Si, Lu Feng adored you before, but now he doesn't.
Can't you see why? It must be you stirring up trouble between us. You seduced Lu Feng, you shameless. You bastard, let me go." Wu Si yelled back.
You're beyond redemption. Since you call me shameless and accuse me of stealing Lu Feng, I'll steal him right in front of you. Remember, you brought this all upon yourself. With that, He Zixian shoved Wu Si aside and grabbed her phone, ready to storm out of the dorm. Wu Si tried to chase after her, but He Zixian turned back, her gaze icy as she stared at Wu Si. The look sent a chill down Wu Si's spine, freezing her in place.
You broke my phone. Remember to pay for it, or else I'm calling the police. Stop trying to scare me. It's just a crappy phone. Calling the police? Who are you trying to intimidate? Wu Si forced herself to muster courage and retorted at He Zixian. You've broken someone else's personal property, which is against the law. If you don't pay for the damage, we'll see what happens. Just wait and see if I dare to call the police. With that, He Zixian gave her glasses a confident push and turned away with a cold expression. After stepping out of the dormitory, He Zixian glanced at her chat history with Lu Feng and clenched her teeth. She couldn't tell if Lu Feng was joking or serious. But if it was real, she knew she had to seize this chance, otherwise, she might never get another opportunity in her lifetime. He Zixian composed a message and sent it to Lu Feng. He Zixian, Lu Feng, where are you now? Can you come out for a walk with me? Lu Feng was taken aback by He Zixian's message. The tone had shifted abruptly. Go for a walk? If this were Wu Si, she wouldn't be this naive. If he saw Wu Si out, he'd turn tail and leave immediately. Besides, she'd witnessed his attitude before, so why would she want to go for a walk? Could it be that she's now become He Zixian? Or had he been chatting with He Zixian all along? The thought sent a chill down Lu Feng's spine. He felt like he'd gotten himself into trouble. But upon reflection, He Zixian was actually a decent girl, a quiet, bespectacled type. That sort of girl was actually quite to Lu Feng's liking. Since he had nothing better to do anyway, he might as well go check her out. Lu Feng, alright, where are you? I'll come find you. He Zixian, I'm at the bottom of your dorm building. Reading this message, Lu Feng froze in awkwardness. He actually managed to get her interested. She even come to the dorm building entrance. He quickly composed himself and headed downstairs. Downstairs, he immediately spotted He Zixian standing beside a tree. "Hey, what's up? You seem a bit down,"
Lu Feng asked, puzzled by He Zixian's deep and thought expression.
"Thank you, Lu Feng. I never expected you'd actually come down to walk with me." "Don't mention it. You've helped me so many times before, and I never properly thanked you. Besides, you're so pretty and cute, any guy would want to walk with you." Lu Feng chuckled. "You've gotten a bit stingy lately."
"It's not that I've gotten cheap, I only get cheap with people who are really important to me.
Like you."
Seeing He Zixian's face flush bright red with embarrassment, Lu Feng felt a secret thrill. He hadn't expected teasing a shy, quiet girl to be this satisfying. "By the way, you seem preoccupied.
Did something happen?" Lu Feng asked He Zixian.
"I just had a huge fight with C."
"Had a huge fight? Could it be because of me?" Lu Feng suddenly realized that the messages he'd sent earlier were bound to cause misunderstandings.
Maybe those messages were exactly what made Wu Si explode. Realizing this, Lu Feng quickly apologized. "Sorry, I really didn't expect to cause you so much trouble."
"If it's too much, should I go talk to Wu Si?"
Chapter 95, The Beauty Hidden Behind Glasses.
"It's fine, no need. Aren't you really annoyed at seeing her right now?" He Zixian replied.
"But if I don't talk to her, won't your relationship with her?"
Lu Feng asked anxiously. "Forget it. I've seen through her. She never treated me as a friend. If we can't be besties, then so be it." He Zixian sighed. "I see. Well, I'm truly sorry. How about I treat you to a meal? I'll take you out this afternoon to help you clear your head?" Lu Feng said apologetically.
Originally, Lu Feng had only intended to provoke Wu Si, hoping she'd finally give up.
He hadn't anticipated that his actions would end up hurting someone else.
"Sure." He Zixian nodded without refusal.
Just then, Lu Feng's phone suddenly rang. "Excuse me, I need to take this call." Lu Feng pulled out his phone and answered the call.
"Mr. Lu, the Mercedes-Benz SLR 722 you ordered from our dealership has arrived.
Shall we deliver it to you now?" "Sure. I'm at Mencheng University. Why don't you deliver it to the school entrance?" "I'll be right over." "Understood, Mr. Lu. We'll have it delivered to you in 10 minutes. The caller was none other than the Mercedes salesperson from earlier. Lu Feng hung up and immediately said to He Zixian, I might need you to wait a bit. The car I bought earlier has arrived, and I need to go pick it up at the school entrance." "Sure, no problem." He Zixian nodded. Lu Feng casually strolled around campus with He Zixian.
Truthfully, Lu Feng noticed that He Zixian was actually more beautiful than he'd realized. Her glasses had simply masked her looks. Yet those glasses also lent her a unique, refined charm. If he had to compare, Lu Feng even thought He Zixian could rival Feng Yuqing in looks. He never imagined the school was hiding such a stunning beauty.
"Lu Feng, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face?"
He Zixian noticed Lu Feng's persistent gaze and grew puzzled, her face flushing with nervousness as she asked.
Nothing. I just realized you're a stunning beauty who's been underestimated all along. How did I never notice how gorgeous you are before?"
Lu Feng replied with a smile. "Before, your eyes were always on Wu Si, how could you even notice anyone else?"
He Zixian couldn't help but retort. "Oh, really? Then I really was a total idiot back then,"
Lu Feng said with a self-deprecating laugh.
Just then, He Zixian's phone rang.
He Zixian pulled it out and saw it was Wu Si calling.
Furious, she hung up immediately. "Is your phone broken?" "Ah, it's fine.
CE threw it during our argument earlier, but luckily it still works. The touchscreen and everything else are still functional."
"Oh, I see."
Just as Lu Feng was about to say something, his own phone rang again.
"Mr. Lu, we've arrived at the school gate." "Got it, I'll be right there." Lu Feng hung up and headed toward the school entrance with He Zixian.
Parked at the school entrance was an incredibly flashy Mercedes-Benz SLR 722, naturally drawing plenty of attention.
"Holy crap, that car is so sleek. Looks like a Mercedes, but I've never seen a Mercedes like this before. Could it be a fake license plate? You country bumpkin, what do you know? This is a Mercedes SLR 722, a limited edition model nationwide. Ordinary people can't even get their hands on one. And even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy it. You need connections. Anyone who can afford to drive this kind of car is definitely not just some ordinary rich person. Holy crap, it's that impressive? Then why is it parked right outside our school? Could it belong to some big shot from our school? I've never heard of anyone that influential at our school. You know, a Mercedes-Benz SLR 722?
In Mencheng, only the Hu family from the 4 great families of Mencheng could afford something like this.
But I've never heard of the Hu family owning this particular car either. Who cares? We'll find out who the owner is soon enough. Judging by the car's condition, it looks brand new, probably just bought. These people must be here to deliver it. Hearing the chatter, Wu Si stared in disbelief at the car parked not far away. Wu Si had been in a foul mood after arguing with He Zixian earlier and wanted to go out for a bite. But after searching around, she realized He Zixian was now her only friend left. After much thought, Wu Si decided to have a proper talk with He Zixian. After all, she'd need He Zixian's help later to win Lu Feng back. But when she called He Zixian just now, the call was hung up probably because He Zixian was still fuming. So Wu Si stepped out to see if she could find her and unexpectedly spotted this car right at the school gate. Wu Si figured anyone who could afford such a car must be a major player. If she could curry favor with them, who cared about Lu Feng? Chapter 96, Wu Si's Relentless Pursuit. Just then, Lu Feng arrived at the school gate with He Zixian. Not far away, Wu Si spotted Lu Feng and He Zixian walking together. She instantly boiled over with rage. That. She really did seduce my Lu Feng. No wonder she didn't answer my call earlier. I was right to curse her that. Just as Wu Si was about to confront He Zixian, she suddenly saw Lu Feng and He Zixian walking toward the Mercedes-Benz SLR 722. Seeing this, Wu Si froze. A terrifying possibility suddenly dawned on her. Two beautiful sales assistants standing before the car respectfully addressed Lu Feng. "Mr. Lu, we've completed all the necessary paperwork for this vehicle. You can drive it with confidence. Should any issues arise afterward, feel free to contact me anytime." Chang Li had intended to tag along with Lu Feng for some fun, but seeing another girl already attached to him, she reluctantly gave up. Wealthy men never lacked female companions, especially someone like Lu Feng who was still in school with plenty of beauties around campus. She could only hope for another chance later. "Alright, thanks for your help. Here, take this to grab something to eat." Lu Feng rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a 1 yuan note, handing it to Chang Li. Chang Li stared in disbelief at the 1 yuan note Lu Feng handed her, then asked incredulously, "Mr. Lu, is this for me?" After all, Chang Li's annual salary was barely a dime. A whole dollar would take her at least 10 years to earn. Yet Lu Feng had casually handed it over. His generosity was downright outrageous. "Exactly. You two have been running around non-stop for my car and handling all sorts of things. Consider this my way of covering your expenses. Go out tonight and treat yourselves to a relaxing night out," Lu Feng said casually. But when the people around us saw the 1 yuan coin, they all stared in disbelief. Holy, who the hell is this big shot? Starting his tips at a whole yuan? Damn it! Does this big shot need more accessories on his legs? Or a personal chauffeur? I want tips too, damn it! Damn it, a $1 tip? Who the hell would believe that? Damn, why does this guy look so familiar? Isn't this Lu Feng, the one who performed piano on stage earlier? Wow, my piano prince. Who knew my piano prince was also such a rich second-generation heir? No wonder that Sun Shirqing chick was all over him. I should have seen it coming. Who's that woman next to Lu Feng? She looks pretty hot. Damn, rich people are so lucky they get to switch chicks daily. I bet all the school beauties are into him. Now he's got this glasses chick? I'm so jealous my dick hurts. What's so great about having a few stinking bucks? If I had money, I'd be way cooler than him. At this point, Wu Si couldn't hold back any longer. She stormed right up to Lu Feng and He Zixian. He Zixian, is this the Lu Feng you claimed never seduced me? Now that I've caught him red-handed, what more can you say? Wu Si pointed at He Zixian and shouted angrily. The crowd around them, hearing the sudden outburst, all looked on with the air of spectators waiting for a show. Damn, more drama. I always knew Lu Feng was no good. He's been messing around with all these girls. Got him red-handed now. Quick, film this. I'm gonna ruin his reputation. Bull. My piano prince isn't like that. I know that woman, she's Wu Si. She's been involved with several rich second-generation brats before. A woman like that accusing my prince brother? Put. Exactly. I know that woman too. She's disgusting, a total gold digger. Probably saw prince brother has money now and decided to suck up to him. Wu Si, please watch your language. What do you mean you're Lu Feng? Since when did Lu Feng belong to you? You and Lu Feng were never together, never even dated. Lu Feng has always been single. What's wrong with me pursuing him? Acting like you're his wife and you caught me? Do you think this is a cheating scandal? Who do you think you are, catching someone cheating? He Zixian couldn't help but retort. In the past, He Zixian would have been too intimidated to speak up. But now, her heart had been utterly shattered by Wu Si. A woman like this wasn't worth her genuine feelings, nor was she fit to be Lu Feng's girlfriend. You must be spreading lies about me to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, don't listen to her nonsense. I've always liked you. She's a bad woman with no good intentions. She's deceiving you. Wu Si desperately rushed to explain to Lu Feng. Who the hell are you? What business is it of yours? Whether I get deceived or not, what's it to you? I like being deceived by her, is that a problem? Lu Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. Lu Feng, I truly made a mistake. Please forgive me. I've already retrieved that heating pad. I'll bring it over right now so you can see. Wu Si pleaded tearfully. Wu Si, will you ever stop? Get out of my way. Lu Feng shouted angrily. Lu Feng, you can't treat me like this. Don't you remember? When you were starving and had no money for food, I gave you that steamed bun. You promised to treat me well for the rest of your life. Wu Si hurriedly retorted. Oh, now that you mention it, I do remember. Well, I suppose I should thank you for that charity steamed bun. Lu Feng sneered coldly. He Zixian, standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. She lashed out at Wu Si. Wu Si, do you have any conscience left? Why did Lu Feng have no money for food back then? It was because he spent every last penny buying things for you. And now you show up with this attitude? Have some shame. Chapter 97, The Sky-High Breakup Fee. He Zixian vividly recalled how Lu Feng had scrimped and saved, working day and night at part-time jobs just to buy Wu Si a birthday gift. And now Wu Si was actually using that as an excuse to try and keep Lu Feng? It was laughable. He Zixian, what business is it of yours what happens between me and Lu Feng? You shameless vixen. Stealing your best friend's boyfriend? You're nothing but a manipulative, shameless, and despicable. Wu Si couldn't hold back any longer and started hurling insults at He Zixian. Forget it, ignore her. Let's get in the car. Lu Feng didn't want to argue with Wu Si any longer. This woman was completely unreasonable, she'd lost her mind. He Zixian nodded and followed Lu Feng toward the car. But Wu Si wasn't about to let them go. She rushed over, wrapped her arms around Lu Feng's leg, and wailed, Lu Feng, you can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. Wah! Seeing this, Lu Feng frowned. He then rummaged through his pockets, pulled out a 20 yuan bill, and flung it right into Wu Si's face. Back then, you gave me a steamed bun. Now I'm giving you this much back. Should be enough, right? Don't bother me anymore. The crowd around them was stunned by Lu Feng's generous gesture. Damn it, another scumbag who messes with women and then dumps them. What a piece of work. Holy, 20 bucks? Hell yeah. That's more than the average family earns in a lifetime. Damn it, he tips $1 but gives 20 for a breakup? Holy, I kinda wish I were a woman so this big shot could dump me. Holy crap, Prince Charming's money throwing move was so damn cool. Love it. 20 bucks for a breakup? Prince Charming, please dump me too. I'm begging you. Please dump me. I want Prince Charming to dump me too. Wu Si was utterly stunned by Lu Feng's generosity. She instinctively caught the 20 yuan note. Holding it in her hand, she felt a surge of secret delight. After all, the rich second-generation guys who chased her before were all stingy as hell, buying her gifts worth a few cents at most. None had ever been as generous as Lu Feng. This 20 yuan note was easily the largest sum of money Wu Si had ever seen. How could she not be thrilled? But just as Wu Si clutched her fortune, Lu Feng had already gotten into the car with He Zixian. By the time Wu Si snapped back to reality, the car had driven away. Seeing this, Wu Si was filled with regret. After all, compared to Lu Feng, 20 yuan was practically a drop in the bucket, not even worth a dime. I knew brother Lu Feng still cared about me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given me so much money. He must have heard about my family's troubles and deliberately gave me this sum to help us through. I knew brother Lu Feng loved me, he was just all talk and no action. Wu Si wiped the tears from her face, overcome with emotion. The truth was, her recent pursuit of wealthy second-generation kids and rich men stemmed from her family's crisis. Her father had racked up a mountain of gambling debts, and debt collectors constantly hounded them at home, leaving them no peace. That's why during breaks, Wu Si preferred staying in the dorm over going home. Even so, the debt collectors sometimes tracked her down at school. Wu Si dreaded others at school discovering her situation and looking down on her. She often tried to milk guys for money, but those rich kids were all stingy as hell, not nearly as generous as Lu Feng had been. Back when he was broke, he still gave her some money every month. Though it wasn't too much, it at least helped her scrape together enough to fend off the debt collectors. Honestly, these past 2 years, if not for Lu Feng consistently giving her money to fend off the debt collectors, her family's situation would have been exposed long ago. But lately, those collectors' demands had grown insatiable, from demanding tens of yuan at first, then just a few yuan, now demanding pennies at a time. Wu Si simply didn't have that kind of money. That's why she had to completely cut ties with Lu Feng and hook up with that Wang guy. To get Wang's money, she even gave up her precious virginity. But even then, that Wang Chengtian only gave her 2 cents. This 20 yuan was more than enough to cover all her family's debts, with some left over. It could completely resolve her family's predicament. If Lu Feng knew that giving her this 20 yuan would only make Wu Si more grateful and eager to offer herself to him, he'd probably wish he were dead. Lu Feng was currently driving around with He Zixian. He Zixian gazed at the luxury car before them. Recalling Lu Feng's generous gesture earlier, she asked him in confusion, I remember you seemed to be struggling financially before. How come now? If I said it's because my family was testing me by withholding money, and now that the test is over, I naturally have money. Lu Feng said with a playful expression. Oh? Is that so? Alright then. Seeing Lu Feng didn't want to elaborate, He Zixian didn't press further. Where are we going next? He Zixian asked, puzzled. Let's go look at a place. Lu Feng pondered for a moment before saying. Now that he had so much money, he still didn't have a place of his own. Besides, if he went out with Feng Yuqing later, his beloved girl, he couldn't keep staying in hotels forever. It would be better to have his own nest. Ha? Look at a place? You want to buy a place? He Zixian asked in surprise. Yeah. Lu Feng nodded. Lu Feng brought He Zixian to a small villa community near the university. He figured that since he was now so wealthy, why not buy a villa for fun? He certainly had the capital for it. The main reason he chose a location close to campus was for convenience. Once he had his own place, Lu Feng wouldn't have to live in the dorms anymore. If he could get Feng Yuqing to move in with him, that would be perfect. The thought alone sent a thrill through him. Chapter 98, House Hunting. Lu Feng brought He Zixian to the sales office of Shenyang Tianchang, arguably the most expensive residential complex near Mencheng University. Sales agent Chao Xiao at the sales office was utterly frustrated. It was her second month interning there. She'd assumed selling houses would be easy after all. She'd been a smooth talker in school, a student council officer who'd organized countless events and persuaded many people. But now, her internship was nearly over, and she hadn't sold a single unit. Reality had shattered Chao Xiao's illusions. Today was her final day of the internship. If she failed to make a sale, she would be fired. Her supervisor had hinted many times that she should leverage her strengths to sell properties. Chao Xiao was exceptionally attractive, and if she was willing to offer customers some perks, selling homes would be no problem at all. Yet she simply couldn't take that step. The upbringing she'd received since childhood didn't support such actions. She desperately wanted to tell those people, "You've misjudged me." But losing this internship meant returning to school utterly humiliating. As a senior nearing graduation, she'd bragged endlessly about landing a glamorous job. Getting fired and going back? That would be a massive embarrassment. Just as Chao Xiao was agonizing over this dilemma, a car pulled up to the sales office entrance. Seeing it, her face lit up with delight. Over the past 2 months, she studied car models extensively, all to gauge client status and target wealthy prospects. The car that pulled up was one she'd seen online before, apparently a limited edition Mercedes, extremely expensive, and not easily obtainable even with money. Clearly, the owner was no ordinary person. Such individuals usually made transactions smoothly, but they also often had certain expectations of the sales staff. If she refused, closing the deal would be difficult. Chao Xiao hesitated over whether to agree to those so-called unspoken rules. After all, today was her last day of internship. If she got fired and had to return to school, she feared she'd be laughed to death. She didn't want that humiliation. Compared to that, she'd rather endure the unspoken rules. If the big shot buying the house paid a high price, the commission would be substantial. She was willing to push her own boundaries. After all, the commissions for properties here were incredibly lucrative. Chao Xiao clenched her jaw, seemingly making up her mind. She quickly tidied her appearance and hurried to open the door, ready to welcome the VIP client. But when she saw a man and a woman stepping out, her heart sank instantly. Such situations were usually tough to close deals. With a man and a woman together, the woman typically held the deciding power, making it tricky to make a move. Yet when Chao Xiao saw the two approaching figures, she visibly froze. Pointing at Lu Feng before her, she gasped, You're the piano prince?" Lu Feng looked back at Chao Xiao, equally puzzled. "Piano prince? What's that?" He Zixian, standing beside Lu Feng, also looked at Chao Xiao in surprise. "Senior Xiao? You're interning here?" Clearly, He Zixian and Chao Xiao knew each other. Chao Xiao was equally stunned to see He Zixian, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Zixian? What are you doing here?" "I'm here with him to look at apartments." He Zixian pointed to Lu Feng beside her and said. Chao Xiao was stunned. She knew He Zixian well and was fully aware of her family background. The car definitely wasn't He Zixian's. Who would have thought that such a talented piano prince was also a super-rich second-generation heir? Not only did he drive such an impressive car, but now he was actually bringing He Zixian to buy a house. Chao Xiao stared at He Zixian with envy, yet her heart was filled with disdain. She had always thought He Zixian was quiet and reserved, but now she realized she was just another gold digger. "Wait a minute, piano prince? What's that about? My nickname?" Lu Feng looked utterly confused. He Zixian turned to Lu Feng and explained, "You didn't know? Someone recorded your piano performance at the campus concert and posted it on a short video platform. It's gone viral. Now tons of people are calling you the piano prince." "Oh, I see. But wait, do you two know each other?" Lu Feng looked at Chao Xiao and He Zixian with confusion. "Senior Xiao is from Shucheng, just like us. She was 2 years ahead of us in high school. In college, she's been really supportive of me," He Zixian explained. Upon hearing He Zixian's explanation, Chao Xiao stared at Lu Feng in astonishment. So the piano prince is actually from Shucheng too? That's incredible. Could you sign something for me? Chapter 99, Lu Feng's changing mindset. Ha? An autograph? Are you serious? Lu Feng stared at Chao Shiyao in disbelief. Of course I'm serious. Please, just sign one for me. Saying this, Chao Shiyao hurried back to fetch a piece of paper and handed it to Lu Feng. Seeing this, Lu Feng didn't think twice. He casually picked up a pen and scribbled his signature for Chao Shiyao. Seeing the signature, Chao Shiyao was overjoyed. After tucking it away, she immediately turned to Lu Feng and asked, "Piano Prince, what kind of house are you looking to buy?" Hearing that title, Lu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Piano Prince was genuinely creepy. He quickly protested, No, please don't call me that. Since you're my senior, you can call me junior or just Lu Feng, either is fine. But please, no Piano Prince. I can't handle it. Oh, is that okay? Then I'll call you Junior Lu Feng. Chao Shiyao seemed flattered and surprised. She hadn't expected Lu Feng to be so easygoing. After all, in her sales role lately, she'd encountered plenty of wealthy clients, each one arrogantly haughty. None had been as good-natured as Lu Feng. What's more, he was young, handsome, and incredibly talented, a perfect male idol. This undoubtedly made Chao Shiyao's heart flutter. If He Zixian hadn't been standing beside him, she might have thrown herself at Lu Feng to seduce him. Fine. Just don't call him the Piano Prince. Lu Feng nodded, not paying it much mind. Alright, Junior Lu Feng, what type of property are you interested in viewing? We have various layouts here, all designed to meet most people's needs. Chao Shiyao led Lu Feng to the property and began her pitch. After all, selling homes was the priority. Let's buy a villa. Lu Feng said casually. He'd already decided before coming buying a villa would be spacious and convenient for future guests. After all, he was currently involved with several women, and if there weren't enough rooms, that wouldn't work. Currently, only Feng Yuqing had a relationship with Lu Feng. But if he wanted, Li Wei, Chen Ziyu, and Feng Yuqing's best friend that Su Qiao probably wouldn't refuse him either. And that wasn't all. There was also Qian Xiaoning from the bank, Chang Li from the 4S store, and Meng Meng from the hot pot restaurant. Putting it all together, Lu Feng suddenly realized just how many resources he had at his disposal. It was true, once you had money, people naturally gravitated toward you. Compared to before, Lu Feng's mindset had shifted dramatically. The old Lu Feng would have insisted on exclusive, soul-stirring love. But after being utterly broken by Wu Si, his perspective had changed profoundly. Now, armed with the system, such a powerful tool, it felt downright foolish to stake everything on one person. As the saying goes, would you rather live 20 years of freedom and excitement, or a lifetime of mediocrity and stagnation? Compared to that, living freely and boldly was undoubtedly the more thrilling choice. Heaven had finally bestowed good fortune upon him. If he didn't seize it, he'd truly be doing himself a disservice. So Lu Feng no longer cared how many women surrounded him. As long as the harem remained peaceful, everything was manageable. And judging by the current situation, Feng Yuqing didn't mind him having other women. Moving forward, he just needed to explain the situation to any new women he met. If they chose to come, great. If not, Lu Feng wouldn't force the issue. Ha? A villa? Chao Shiyao exclaimed in surprise. After all, villas in their neighborhood weren't cheap. While property prices in Mencheng weren't as astronomical as in the capital or Shanghai, they were still steep. Especially since their complex was located in the university town's prime school district and was considered one of the best developments. Even a smaller villa unit would set you back around 600,000 or 700,000 yuan. For larger, more spacious layouts, the price would easily surpass $1 million. What's more, villa transactions in this complex rarely succeeded. She'd been working here for nearly 2 months and hadn't seen a single villa listed for sale. Those who came to view them were invariably eyeing high-end properties they couldn't afford. But if she could sell a villa, the commission would cover her living expenses for a year. The asking prices for these villas were astronomical, meaning the commissions were incredibly lucrative. Chao Shiyao had learned that in this sales office, selling a villa often meant selling the saleswoman along with it. Whether a villa sold usually depended on whether the saleswoman was sensible and attractive enough. Once a client purchased a villa, the saleswoman essentially became the client's property. It had almost become an unspoken rule. At this thought, Chao Shiyao flushed. Could it be that her junior classmate Lu Feng intended to buy her? What's wrong? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. No, Junior Lu Feng. Our community has the highest property prices in this area. If you're considering purchasing a villa, I recommend this one in the center. It has a good layout and offers excellent value for money. The total area is 413 square meters, priced at around 10 million. Chao Shiyao explained to Lu Feng. Only 10 million? That's not expensive at all. Which villa here is the most expensive? Lu Feng asked casually. Ha? Lu Feng's remark left Chao Shiyao momentarily speechless. What did he mean by only 10 million? That only was downright pretentious. Junior Lu Feng, the most expensive villa here is the one right in the center of the entire complex.
It's over 1,000 square meters, incredibly spacious, ranked third largest in Menchang.
It has 5 floors above ground and 2 basement levels, plus an outdoor terrace and a courtyard perfect for planting greenery. But the price is steep, 28 million, and that's non-negotiable. 28 million? That's not unreasonable, but you should take me to see it in person. Your description alone doesn't do it justice. Chapter 100, The Wrong Chao Xiao.
Lu Feng said indifferently.
Chao Xiao was utterly baffled. What did he mean? 28 yuan wasn't expensive. Just how wealthy was this junior classmate Lu Feng? He actually considered 28 yuan affordable. How had she never noticed such a rich and handsome guy on campus before? Alright, Lu Feng, I'll take you there. Chao Xiao nodded.
Indeed, with something like a villa, you couldn't truly appreciate it without seeing it in person.
Oh, and bring the contract. If it's suitable, we'll sign it right there.
Lu Feng's words stunned Chao Xiao.
Signing on the spot? That was downright bold.
It felt less like buying a house and more like shopping at the market, seeing something you liked, not even haggling, just buying it outright.
This sent Chao Xiao's mind racing.
After all, buying a villa wasn't something done so casually.
Could it be that Lu Feng's real target wasn't the house at all? Was she his true objective? Most people knew about the unspoken rules in sales offices.
The thought made Chao Xiao blush. Even though Lu Feng had He Zixuan by his side, the idea of being his mistress given his good looks and wealth suddenly seemed like a tempting prospect.
Alright, Junior Lu Feng, I'll go get the contract right away.
With that, Chao Xiao hurried off to the manager's office to fetch the contract.
Zhang Chang was currently negotiating the sale of a villa with a client.
They'd been haggling over this property for weeks, the buyer relentlessly driving down the price until Zhang Chang felt utterly helpless. But he couldn't do much about it. In a place like Mencheng, few could truly afford villas, especially the prime ones in the city center, where prices easily exceeded 10 million.
Manager Zhang! Manager Zhang! Chao Xiao's shout drew an annoyed look from Zhang Chang. Chao Xiao, what's wrong with you? Can't you see I'm in the middle of a client meeting? You walk in without knocking? How inconsiderate. You've been here 2 months and haven't sold a single property. I suggest you quit tomorrow, don't bother coming back.
Hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Chao Xiao's face instantly drained of color.
Manager Zhang, I came for an urgent matter. I didn't mean to. Chao Xiao tried to explain. What could possibly be more urgent than my business? Get out of here immediately. Pack your things and prepare to leave. Zhang Chang snapped angrily.
Zhang Chang had once harbored quite a few thoughts about Chao Xiao, but she hadn't played along at all. He'd hinted at her many times, only for her to even consider reporting him. Zhang Chang had long been annoyed with her.
Chao Xiao looked utterly wronged, knowing this was Zhang Chang's revenge. As a lowly employee, how could she stand up to him?
But thinking of her junior classmate Lu Feng waiting outside to buy a house, she had no choice but to endure and explain to Zhang Chang.
Manager Zhang, the client wants to buy that villa in the center. They asked me to bring the contract.
If they like it, they'll sign on the spot.
Zhang Chang's angry expression instantly turned to shock at Chao Xiao's words. What did you say? Someone wants to buy the villa in the center? And they want to sign on the spot? Yes, that's right. Chao Xiao nodded. Hearing this, Zhang Chang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement.
After all, that central villa had been vacant for quite some time. Selling it would significantly improve his cash flow. Zhang Chang immediately dismissed the client in front of him, turned around, grabbed a contract, and handed it to Chao Xiao. Chao Xiao, if you can actually sign this contract, I promise to make you a full-time employee tomorrow.
Oh. Chao Xiao no longer cared much about the promotion.
She had long seen through Zhang Chang's true colors. Even if she were promoted, she'd still face his oppression. Besides, since her junior classmate Lu Feng had taken a liking to her, she saw no reason to stay here any longer.
Fine, I'll go with you.
Zhang Chang stood up and followed Chao Xiao out. The client behind them stared blankly at Zhang Chang and asked, Manager Zhang, what's going on?
We had everything agreed upon earlier. You?
Sorry, I have urgent business to attend to.
As for the discount you mentioned earlier, no longer available.
Zhang Chang said abruptly.
Now that he had a major client outside, who would bother with this minor customer? The client who had been negotiating with Zhang Chang looked equally displeased.
He followed Zhang Chang outside to see for himself. He was curious to find out who this person was who wanted to buy the villa in the center, and who was willing to sign immediately without haggling. Could it be that they had taken a liking to the saleswoman they had just seen? It must be said, that saleswoman was quite attractive. The group approached Lu Feng. Lu Feng noticed Chao Xiao's expression, which seemed rather aggrieved, and he frowned momentarily.
Xiao, what's wrong? You look like you're about to cry. Did someone bully you? Lu Feng asked with concern. No, it's nothing. The contract is here.
This is Manager Zhang from our company. Chao Xiao pointed to Zhang Chang behind her and introduced him.
Hello, Mr. Lu.
I'm Zhang Chang, manager of the sales office.
Xia mentioned you're interested in the villa at the center of our complex. I'll take you to see it right away.
Seeing Zhang Chang, Lu Feng frowned, then gave a cold, indifferent without offering him a friendly look.
Zhang Chang's heart skipped a beat at Lu Feng's reaction, panic rising within him.
It was clear Lu Feng cared deeply about Cao Xiao.
Fear gripped him. What if Lu Feng took this matter personally and made his life miserable?
After all, if Lu Feng could truly afford that central villa so casually, his family background must be substantial. Such a person was no one to mess with. If he really decided to stand up for Cao Xiao, Zhang Chang would be in serious trouble.
Chapter 101, Forced Apology.
At the same time, Zhang Chang found it odd that he Zixian was by Lu Feng's side.
But he quickly dismissed it. Wasn't it perfectly normal for rich second-generation types to have multiple women? And as long as the cash flowed, what harm was there in having 2 women serve him? Zhang Chang was on edge the entire journey, dreading Lu Feng's wrath and fearing Cao Xiao might report him. Fortunately, Cao Xiao remained silent the entire journey.
Zhang Chang and Cao Xiao took Lu Feng to view the central villa. It was indeed impressive, grand and spacious, almost like a small estate. Securing such a property in Menchang was no small feat.
The villa itself is decent.
I could buy it, but I have one condition. Hearing this, Zhang Chang felt both nervous and elated, his emotions a tangled mess. Nervous that Lu Feng had seen through something and would confront him, yet elated that if Lu Feng bought the property, his own cash flow would be secure afterward.
Mr. Lu, what are your conditions? Please state them freely.
If they're feasible, I'll certainly fulfill them. Zhang Chang hurriedly replied. My condition is simple, you apologize to her. Lu Feng pointed at Zhang Chang and said abruptly.
Ha? Apologize to her?
Zhang Chang stared at Cao Xiao before him, utterly shocked.
Cao Xiao was just a junior intern, he was the boss. Apologizing to a junior intern would be utterly humiliating. Yet he desperately needed this funding. Do you think I didn't notice?
I heard you yelling non-stop in your office earlier.
Senior Cao Xiao is my senior.
I bought this villa solely for her sake. If you want to sell it, you'll have to apologize to her. Lu Feng said coldly. Hearing this, Cao Xiao felt a surge of emotion. Covering her mouth, she was overcome with excitement.
She never imagined Lu Feng would actually stand up for her.
In Cao Xiao's view, even if Lu Feng bought this villa, it was merely to toy with her and get her body.
There was absolutely no real affection involved. Talking about feelings with rich people was just plain stupid. Wasn't there a saying circulating online?
Talking money with the poor, talking feelings with the rich, it's all bull. But Lu Feng standing up for her like this truly moved Cao Xiao to the core.
Who said the rich had no feelings?
But she was just an intern.
I was her boss.
Scolding her was perfectly normal. Why should I apologize to her?
Mr. Lu was really asking too much.
Zhang Chang muttered resentfully.
No apology, huh? Fine. Then I won't buy the house. Let's go. With that, Lu Feng turned to leave. No, Mr. Lu. If you buy the house, everything can be worked out.
Zhang Chang gritted his teeth. If Zhang Chang hadn't been backed into a corner with no other choice, he would never have apologized to Cao Xiao. But now, for the sake of the company's cash flow, he had no choice but to bow his head. Besides, a true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. There's no shame in that.
Fine.
Since that's the case, apologize. Once you've apologized, I'll sign the contract immediately. Lu Feng said indifferently.
No, it's fine, Junior Lu Feng. I don't need to apologize. It's only right for a boss to discipline their employees. Cao Xiao hurriedly interjected.
She didn't want her actions to create bad blood between Lu Feng and Zhang Chang. She knew Zhang Chang wasn't someone to be trifled with. He had connections and resources. If he ended up on Lu Feng's bad side, she'd be the one to blame.
Mostly, she was worried about Lu Feng. It's fine. Don't worry. I'm not afraid of anything. Lu Feng declared with unshakable confidence. Seeing Lu Feng's unwavering confidence, Zhang Chang felt uneasy inside, realizing there was no way out. Zhang Chang steeled himself, bowing apologetically to Cao Xiao. I'm sorry. My attitude was poor earlier. I hope you won't hold it against me.
Seeing Zhang Chang actually apologize to her, Cao Xiao felt as if she were dreaming. After all, Zhang Chang was the boss of a major company with countless employees under him. Now he was apologizing to someone like her, a nobody. For a moment, she felt secretly thrilled. She realized that these big shots weren't so special after all. When faced with someone more formidable than them, they naturally softened.
And no, it's fine. Cao Xiao stammered, her voice trembling.
Seeing Zhang Chang apologize, Lu Feng didn't say much either. He simply stated, all right, bring the contract over. Despite the considerable humiliation Lu Feng had inflicted, Zhang Chang maintained a polite demeanor as he addressed him. Mr. Lu, this villa is priced at 28 million yuan, normally non-negotiable. But since we've become acquainted through this altercation, I'll offer you a 20% discount as my apology. I look forward to your continued patronage in the future. The prospective buyer who had been trailing them all along was furious upon hearing this. He had argued himself hoarse with Zhang Cheng earlier, who had refused any discount.
Yet now, this guy didn't even ask for a discount, and Zhang Cheng offered one voluntarily. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. Chapter 102, Not That Kind of Person. Zhang Cheng's unexpected politeness and willingness to offer a discount earned him Lu Feng's newfound respect.
A man who could bend and stretch like that was definitely no ordinary person.
Alright then, thank you very much, Manager Zhang. Lu Feng accepted without hesitation. Why refuse when someone was showing him favor and offering a discount? You're too kind, Mr. Lu. It's only right. Let's collaborate more in the future. Here's my card, keep it handy.
If you ever need anything, just reach out. Zhang Cheng handed his business card to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the card, tucked it into his pocket, and nodded.
Lu Feng swiftly signed the contract and completed the necessary paperwork.
Zhang Cheng was overjoyed. Making connections with such a wealthy second-generation heir might prove beneficial for him down the line, making the temporary humiliation seem insignificant. After swiping his card, Lu Feng felt a wave of emotion. He never imagined he'd be buying a large villa one day, let alone having so many beautiful women interested in him. It felt like a dream. Xiao, congratulations on closing your first deal and a villa at that.
The company is awarding you 3 days off.
Use this time to thoroughly introduce the property to Mr. Lu.
If he needs any assistance, let me know immediately. Zhang Cheng had noticed Lu Feng's unusual regard for Cao Xiao.
Men's thoughts were often predictable, so Zhang Cheng decided to simply grant Cao Xiao time off, allowing her to accompany Lu Feng properly during these days.
Yes, Manager Zhang. Cao Xiao quickly replied.
Cao Xiao was overjoyed inside.
This villa was priced at 28 million yuan.
Even after an 80% discount, it still came to 22 million. Even if she only got a 2% commission, that meant over 400,000 yuan in earnings. For a college graduate just starting an internship, 400,000 yuan was a huge sum. Consider this, even the most successful people around her, those who leveraged family connections to land jobs at big companies, only earned a little over 10 yuan a year. Yet today, she sold a villa and earned over 40 yuan in commission, equivalent to several years' income for those people.
Money came in so fast, it was almost unbelievable.
Cao Xiao realized that if she could truly climb onto Lu Feng's tree, her future would be set for life. These 2 months of internship had opened her eyes to many things: the landlord's daily rent demands, her family's complaints, her friends' mockery. Everything stemmed from money. With money, all that would vanish. So Cao Xiao was determined to give it her all. He was young, handsome, and the kind of super-rich second-generation heir she'd always admired. Even if it meant becoming Lu Feng's mistress, his other woman, she was willing.
He Zixian, standing beside Lu Feng, frowned deeply at Cao Xiao.
She could see right through her intentions, they were painfully obvious.
He Zixian felt deeply unsettled. Though Lu Feng wasn't hers yet, this undoubtedly added another layer of difficulty to her upcoming competition.
After solidifying her resolve, He Zixian decided she must follow her heart.
Mr. Lu, I'll be at your service for the next few days.
If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask.
Cao Xiao addressed Lu Feng.
Her words were crystal clear, only a fool wouldn't understand.
She'd said it right in front of He Zixian, because Cao Xiao could see that Lu Feng and He Zixian weren't particularly close.
Perhaps He Zixian, like herself, was merely one of Lu Feng's mistresses.
Since she wasn't the main wife, Cao Xiao had nothing to fear.
Hearing Cao Xiao's words, Lu Feng smiled with a hint of amusement as he looked at her.
Really? Anything at all? Cao Xiao flushed slightly, then nodded firmly. Whatever Mr. Lu needs, I'll do anything.
A 4-cent commission was equivalent to someone else's income over several years. This was something Lu Feng had brought her, so even if she gave it to him, it wouldn't be inappropriate. Besides, she had no reason to be coy. Facing such a super-rich second-generation heir, coyness was pointless anyway.
But I already have someone today. If you don't mind, how about we go together?
Lu Feng smiled at He Zixian beside him before turning to Cao Xiao.
Ha? Together?
Well, if Sister Zixian and Mr. Lu don't mind, I'm up for it. After a moment's hesitation, Cao Xiao blurted it out. Hearing this, He Zixian beside Lu Feng froze for a second before turning to him with a pained expression.
Lu Feng, I'm feeling a bit under the weather. Let Senior Cao accompany you. I'll head back to campus.
Though He Zixian deeply liked Lu Feng, the idea of sharing her beloved man with another woman and serving him together was truly hard for her to accept.
You're not feeling well? What's wrong? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Lu Feng asked urgently. It's nothing, probably just a bit dizzy. I'll be fine after resting at school.
He Zixian hastily replied.
Are you sure? You look really pale. Maybe we should get you checked out at the hospital.
Lu Feng grabbed He Zixian's arm, ready to take her to the hospital.
I'm really fine. No need to go. He Zixian refused once more. Seeing He Zixian so adamant, Lu Feng didn't press the issue.
Then find somewhere to rest first. Or I can book you a room at the nearby hotel so you can get some proper rest.
Lu Feng thought for a moment before addressing He Zixian. Lu Feng, what do you take me for? I'm not the kind of person you think I am. He Zixian glared angrily at Lu Feng.
Lu Feng was momentarily stunned, completely baffled as to why He Zixian, who had been perfectly fine moments ago, had suddenly exploded like this.
Lu Feng, I admit I like you, there's no denying that. And I've liked you for over a year now. But that doesn't give you the right to insult me like this. He Zixian declared angrily, her emotions clearly on the verge of collapse. Xiao Xiao, who had been watching the scene unfold, rushed over to explain to He Zixian, Zixian, please calm down. Xiao Xiao looked like a guilty mistress, feeling intensely remorseful toward He Zixian.
After all, they were fellow townspeople and had known each other before. Stealing He Zixian's man was indeed rather shameless. No, Senior Xiao, you don't need to apologize.
You did nothing wrong. You simply chose the path you wanted to walk. This has nothing to do with you. Chapter 103, Ice Cream at Sky-High Prices?
He Zixian's words made Lu Feng feel a pang of guilt too.
He hadn't realized someone had actually liked him for so long. So that's what He Zixian had been?
With that thought, Lu Feng apologetically turned to He Zixian. I'm sorry. I had no idea you felt this way about me. I'm truly sorry, but I can't deceive you.
I can't give you the kind of love you want. I can't offer you the status or commitment you need. Someone like me isn't worthy of your genuine affection. Hearing Lu Feng's words, He Zixian couldn't help but burst into tears.
All the courage and resolve she'd painstakingly gathered had been shattered by him.
But, I just can't help it. I really like you, Lu Feng. I like you so much. Whether it was before or now, I truly like you. He Zixian cried out. Zixian, if you like him, why are you backing down?
If you don't pursue him, other women will fight over him and not just one.
Are you really willing to step aside and give up, watching a crowd of women swarm around Lu Feng?
As your fellow countrywoman, I urge you to think this through carefully. I don't consider myself shameless or anything, and besides, you like Lu Feng so much.
If you don't make an effort, are you really willing to just accept this? Xiao Xiao urged He Zixian.
Seeing this, Lu Feng was utterly speechless. He couldn't help but say to the two women in front of him, seriously, are you two pretending I don't exist? How direct can you get? He Zixian seemed deep in thought, wrestling with her emotions. She wiped away her tears and appeared to regain her composure.
Seeing this, Lu Feng tentatively looked at He Zixian and asked, so, are we going together tonight? Dream on. He Zixian blurted out.
Although she no longer felt the urge to back out, the idea of two women serving him together was still something she couldn't accept. These past 2 days, He Zixian and Xiao Xiao had both been accompanying Lu Feng to oversee the villa's layout and design. After all, such a large villa was bound to be far more complicated than the smaller homes they were used to. Lu Feng had purchased some essential furniture for the villa, and most of the furnishings were now in place. The remaining tasks were major projects that required professional assistance. Just then, a system notification sounded in Lu Feng's mind.
System notice, the host's price devaluation card will expire in 1 hour. If not used promptly, it will become invalid.
Hearing this, Lu Feng felt a chill run down his spine.
What kind of crappy system is this? Giving something with an expiration date? If you don't use it, it just expires?
This is ridiculous.
With no other choice, Lu Feng had to activate it.
Host may select an item to either continue its price depreciation or restore it to its original price.
Please select an item. Lu Feng thought for a moment and decisively declared, ice cream. Host has selected ice cream. Would the host prefer to continue devaluing its price by 1 million times or restore its original price? Restore original price.
Having previously instructed Li Wei's company to produce such large quantities of ice cream, Lu Feng had undoubtedly captured a significant share of the ice cream market in recent days. If the value of ice cream returned to its original price, the value of Li Wei's company would absolutely increase a millionfold. Congratulations, host. Your price devaluation card has been successfully activated. The price of ice cream has now returned to its original value.
Hearing the system prompt, Lu Feng looked around in confusion. Nothing seemed different. Could it really be that successful? Not long after, Lu Feng's phone suddenly rang. It was Li Wei calling. What's wrong, Li Wei?
Lu Feng, something huge has happened, a major crisis.
What on earth could be making you react like this? Ice cream. Ice cream. For some reason, ice cream prices just skyrocketed. They shot up over 1 million yuan.
Now even the cheapest Snow Lotus costs 50 cents.
Lu Feng, we're going to get rich. I see.
That's great news, but we'll need to adjust our sales strategy. Instead of bulk sales, we should sell only small batches around 1,000 units each time. Don't sell too much at once, and don't sell too frequently.
Once every month or two should be enough. Ha? Why? We've stockpiled so many ice creams already. All our cold chain warehouses are completely full. If we don't sell them, what are we going to do with all this inventory? Li Wei was puzzled. With ice cream prices skyrocketing now, selling immediately would mean huge profits.
Yet Lu Feng chose this approach, selling only 1,000 units every few months.
With their massive inventory, when would they ever clear it? Ice cream is so expensive now, it's bound to become a luxury item soon. And when even the cheapest Snow Lotus costs 50 cents, how many people can actually afford this?
So even if you sold in bulk, it wouldn't matter. Those who can afford it will always buy it.
For those who can't, discounts or promotions won't make a difference.
Unless you sold at the original price, but that's clearly impossible. Better to use scarcity marketing that'll make the ice cream seem rare and encourage the wealthy to buy.
Oh, I see. Brother Lu Feng, you're so clever to think of all this. Alright, I'm signing off. Maybe another day, I'll come find you to hang out. Alright, Brother Lu Feng. Lu Feng hung up the phone and thought for a moment. He hadn't been back to school in 2 days.
He should head back soon, or else his counselor would probably start bombarding him with messages. Besides, the residential complex was very close to campus, just a 10-minute walk away. As he left the complex, Lu Feng casually grabbed a zhonggao cake and 2 bags of Snow Lotus ice cream. He really loved Snow Lotus ice cream mainly because it was cheap. Back when he was strapped for cash, Snow Lotus was the only ice cream he could afford. On the way, Lu Feng casually unwrapped a zhonggao and took a few bites. For a moment, he felt it wasn't as tasty as he'd imagined. It wasn't even as good as Snow Lotus. But the price difference was huge. Holy, zhonggao? What the hell am I seeing? Holy crap, it really is zhonggao, the legendary 20 yuan zhonggao? The one bite that could bankrupt you? Chapter 104, Snow Lotus. Holy, who's this big shot? Some rich kid who can actually afford zhonggao. Damn, look, he's got 2 bags of Snow Lotus in his hand too. Holy crap, total baller. You don't even know him? He's the piano prince who played at the Mencheng University concert earlier. Ha! It's him? No wonder he's so handsome and dashing. Especially the way he eats zhonggao, it's absolutely mesmerizing. Love it. Love it. When did Mencheng University get such a rich second-generation heir? Why haven't we heard about him before? Seems like a low-key rich kid. He even ate at the cafeteria back in the day. Holy crap, so talented, good-looking, rich, and still so low-key? Damn, no comparison, no comparison.
I admit I'm no match for him. Students along the way were buzzing with astonishment.
Since his neighborhood was surrounded by schools, this was Mencheng's university district, home to 8 institutions. Most people they passed were students. When they entered the classroom, everyone stared at Lu Feng in shock, their eyes glued to zhonggao and Xu Elian in his hands.
Damn it, how did I never realize Lu Feng was a hidden rich kid?
I thought he was just a suck-up, but turns out he's got hidden potential.
I'm so regretful. And honestly, now that I see him, Lu Feng is seriously handsome. Zhonggao, I'm so jealous.
Not just her, even if I could just take 1 bite of that Snow Lotus, I'd feel my life was worth it.
Just then, Lu Feng's roommates walked into the classroom. Zhang Cheng walked in, spotted Lu Feng, and exclaimed in surprise, "Bro Feng, what brings you here?
You have no idea the counselor has been looking for you non-stop these past 2 days.
Thank God you showed up today, or you'd be dead meat." Holy crap, Snow Lotus? Damn, you're the real deal, Brother Feng, and you've got 2 whole bags of it.
Seeing how excited you guys are, I'll give you 1 bag. Lu Feng handed one of the bags of Snow Lotus to Zhang Cheng with a casual tone. Zhang Cheng and the others stared wide-eyed at the Snow Lotus in their hands, their excitement spilling out in shouts.
Holy, boss. Snow Lotus. We get to eat Snow Lotus too. Boss, don't hog it all, give me one. Damn it, hold it, don't fight over it. I'll give you each one, okay? There's plenty in the Snow Lotus, enough for all of us.
Even classmates who usually got along well with Zhang Cheng rushed over to him.
Brother Chang, can I try one? We've always gotten along well. If you let me taste just 1 Snow Lotus, I'll do anything you ask.
Zhang Cheng, I've got a dime right here, sell me a Snow Lotus.
Brother Chang.
Zhang Cheng was now surrounded by a crowd, while Lu Feng stood completely alone. Mainly because Lu Feng didn't have many friends to begin with, and his current aura was so commanding that some people were afraid to approach him.
Brother Feng, I heard you saved Li Wei's family earlier?
Zheng Xiaoyu suddenly sat down beside Lu Feng, trying to strike up a conversation.
Saving? That's putting it too strongly. It was just an investment.
Lu Feng replied indifferently.
I heard Li Wei's family runs an ice cream business. With prices skyrocketing now, aren't Li Wei and Brother Feng about to strike it rich? Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise.
The price of the ice cream had skyrocketed a millionfold, effectively multiplying Li Wei's family fortune by 1,000,000 times. Li Wei's family assets had been around 1,000 yuan. Multiplying that by 1,000,000 meant they now amounted to 100 million yuan, an astronomical figure.
Zhang Xiaoyu could scarcely believe it. Who would have thought that Lu Feng's casual investment could turn 1,000 yuan into over 1,000,000 times its value? Such an investment return was utterly unprecedented, shattering all known records. This left Zhang Xiaoyu utterly in awe of Lu Feng.
She had once thought Li Wei's judgment was lacking, but now she realized it was her own perspective that had been shallow. This was nothing short of a golden match.
Chapter 105, Not Enough.
Few knew about Lu Feng helping the Li family through their crisis, but Zhang Xiaoyu, being close friends with Li Wei, learned the story from her.
This left Zhang Xiaoyu utterly stunned.
That Lu Feng could casually hand over thousands of yuan to help Li Wei made her heart flutter even more.
Lu Feng's lavish generosity clearly showed he didn't care about money. He was undoubtedly a super rich heir.
Today, he'd even pulled out 2 bags of Snow Lotus ice cream, munching on Zhong Gaogao while handing 1 bag away.
That was 50 cents per bag.
An ordinary family couldn't earn that much in a year, yet Lu Feng tossed it out casually, as if it were nothing.
Moreover, a trending topic had exploded just days prior: Lu Feng's 20 yuan breakup fee for Wu Si. A whopping 20 yuan for a breakup? That's 20 yuan.
An amount most people might never earn in a lifetime, and he just handed it over like that for a split. As far as Zhang Xiaoyu knew, Lu Feng and that Wu Si had never even been boyfriend and girlfriend.
Lu Feng was just a total suck-up back then.
Wu Si hadn't agreed to any of his requests, and they probably hadn't even held hands. Yet he still got 20 yuan out of it, which made her feel pretty excited.
Seeing Lu Feng ignore her, Zhang Xiaoyu felt awkward.
She thought she wasn't bad looking, maybe not as stunning as Li Wei or Feng Yuqing, but certainly not ugly. If Sun Shiqing was a 100-point standard, she was at least an 85.
Yet Lu Feng was completely dismissing her. Lu Feng, this weekend is my birthday. I've invited a bunch of classmates. Will you come too?
Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but stare enviously at the Snow Lotus in Lu Feng's hand as she spoke.
Weekend? I might not be free. We'll see then.
Lu Feng replied indifferently.
Then when are you free? I'll make arrangements.
Hearing this, Lu Feng was utterly speechless.
Arrange it, he retorted. Is your birthday suddenly reschedulable? No, of course not.
I'm asking when you're free this weekend, daytime or evening, so I can make arrangements.
Oh, I see. Then let's do it in the evening.
Lu Feng replied indifferently. After all, they were classmates, and since many others were going, attending wouldn't hurt.
Really? That's great. Thank you so much, Lu Feng. It's really wonderful that you can come. Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly.
Her gaze immediately fixed on the remaining bag of Snow Lotus in Lu Feng's hand. Noticing several people eyeing the Snow Lotus in his hand, Lu Feng opened the bag, pinched 2 pieces, and popped them into his mouth. The sweetness of the Snow Lotus filled his mouth, giving him an instant rush of pleasure.
That's the taste I remember. Lu Feng, could I try some of that Snow Lotus? I've never tasted anything like it before.
Zhang Xiaoyu gazed at the Snow Lotus in Lu Feng's hand with eager anticipation.
Never had it? Seriously?
Lu Feng was skeptical. After all, this stuff used to be so cheap, how could she not have tried it?
Well, back then it was so cheap that nobody really paid attention to it. Who would have thought it had become so expensive now?
Plus, I heard it's incredibly delicious these days, so... Hearing this explanation, Lu Feng nodded in agreement. It was true, before the ice cream returned to its original price, few people actually ate Snow Lotus. Especially those who valued appearances and considered themselves superior would never touch it. But now, Snow Lotus had transformed into a luxury item, a very luxurious, high-end luxury item.
Even the wealthy couldn't just eat it whenever they wanted. Fine, here you go.
Lu Feng handed the remaining Snow Lotus, bag and all, directly to Zhang Xiaoyu.
Zhang Xiaoyu looked utterly stunned. Staring at the Snow Lotus in her hands, she asked in disbelief, "You're really giving all this to me? You've never tried it, have you? My family has plenty of this stuff. Go ahead and eat it."
Lu Feng said indifferently.
Hearing Lu Feng's words, Zhang Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement.
The remaining Snow Lotus was worth at least 3 or 4 cents.
Could Lu Feng giving her such a precious thing mean he had feelings for her?
The thought made Zhang Xiaoyu's back straighten instantly. After all, her appearance was her greatest source of confidence, and this moment certainly didn't disappoint her.
Those who were usually friendly with Zhang Xiaoyu immediately gathered around, eyes gleaming, hoping she'd let 1 or 2 of them try some. Zhang Xiaoyu shot them a displeased look and snapped, "What's the deal? Want some? Buy your own. Think you're robbing the rich? I don't even have enough for myself."
Just then, Zhang Chang nudged Lu Feng with his elbow.
Brother Feng, look outside."
Lu Feng looked up in confusion and saw a woman standing outside the classroom who was a constant headache for him.
That woman was none other than Wu Si. Seeing the headache etched on Lu Feng's face, Zhang Xiaoyu piped up from the side, "Brother Feng, is something troubling you? Need a hand? Help? How exactly would you help?"
Lu Feng stared at Zhang Xiaoyu beside him, utterly speechless.
"Brother Feng, just watch me. But you'll need to cooperate with me."
Saying this, Zhang Xiaoyu grabbed Lu Feng's arm and started pulling him toward the classroom exit. As for the classmates in the classroom, seeing Zhang Xiaoyu so proactively tugging Lu Feng along, they all started whispering among themselves.
Especially the girls, they couldn't help but start gossiping.
"That shameless Zhang Xiaoyu, trying to seduce my piano prince.
Exactly. I've never seen such a shameless woman. He clearly didn't want anything to do with her, but she kept pushing herself on him. Disgusting. Zhang Xiaoyu dragged Lu Feng outside the classroom and immediately confronted Wu Si. What are you doing here again? Think the breakup money wasn't enough? You took the cash, can't you have some dignity? Stop bothering my finger. Chapter 106, The Teacher. Wu Si hadn't expected to be confronted by a woman dragging Lu Feng out and unleashing a tirade before she could even speak. This was more than the usually arrogant and domineering Wu Si could bear. Who the hell are you? What business is it of yours what happens between me and Lu Feng? You're not his girlfriend, so what are you pretending to be? Let go of Lu Feng's arm. Wu Si couldn't help but yell at Zhang Xiaoyu. I won't let go. What business is it of yours? So what if I'm not Lu Feng's girlfriend? I'm his mistress, his kept lover. Is that a problem? You two are already broken up. Why don't you just get lost? Zhang Xiaoyu looked down her nose at Wu Si, as if staking her claim. But to actually announce herself as the mistress and lover so loudly? That was just ridiculous. Lu Feng wanted to retort, but Zhang Xiaoyu quickly whispered to him, Brother Feng, don't say anything. Listen to me. I promise I'll make her leave right now. Hearing this, Lu Feng fell silent. You've got some nerve saying that. What business is it of yours, you mistress? Mind your own business. Wu Si yelled at Zhang Xiaoyu. You took the money, which means you accepted the breakup fee and agreed to end things. So why are you back now? Did you suddenly regret it because you saw how rich my finger is? If you want to get back with Funga, fine, just hand over that 20 yuan breakup fee, and maybe he'll give you another chance. Hearing this, Lu Feng immediately whispered urgently to Zhang Xiaoyu, What are you doing? When did I say I'd give her a chance? Don't mess things up for me. I don't want to give her any chance at all right now. Brother Feng, don't worry. She absolutely can't come up with that money. Zhang Xiaoyu declared with absolute certainty. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhang Xiaoyu's words, Wu Si's face fell. After Wu Si received her 20 yuan, that exorbitant breakup fee went viral online. Someone even snapped photos of her, exposing the incident to her family and creditors. Now she had no choice but to use that 20 yuan to plug her family's financial holes. She should have had some left over, since they'd agreed only the principal needed repayment. But now that everyone knew she had that 20 yuan breakup fee, the creditors wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip. They took every last penny, leaving her completely broke, just enough to cover her immediate debts. What? Can't come up with it? I bet you blew it all already. You spent it so shamelessly, what else is there to say? Get out of here. Everyone online knows you broke up with Brother Feng. Watch out, I'll expose you on the internet. Just wait for the online backlash. Zhang Xiaoyu sneered coldly. Hearing this, Wu Si's face darkened. Gritting her teeth, she pleaded with Lu Feng, Brother Lu Feng, I'm so sorry. I really can't repay you now, but trust me, I will later. I truly like you so much. She then pulled out a heating pad from her pocket and showed it to Lu Feng. Look, Lu Feng. This is the heating pad you bought for me before. I got it back. Please forgive me. Seeing this, Lu Feng looked utterly helpless and couldn't help but speak up. Wu Si, it's not about the heating pad. Don't you understand? You never cared about me from the very beginning. It's true I did like you at first, but your constant blows have left me with absolutely no feelings for you now. So please, don't persist. If you think the money is too little, just name your price. After that, don't come see me again. Hearing this, Wu Si froze in place, tears streaming down her face. Get out. Lu Feng snapped at Wu Si. Wu Si could only leave, her heart heavy with sorrow. Watching her lonely figure fade away, Lu Feng finally exhaled in relief. Just then, the class counselor happened to walk over. Spotting Lu Feng, she couldn't help but exclaim, Lu Feng, what are you doing? Mind your behavior on campus. Ha? What did I do? Where did I fail to maintain decorum? Lu Feng shrugged helplessly. Cut the nonsense. Come with me. I have questions for you. Lu Feng's counselor was Ji Shuiying. Rumor had it she was only 25, having joined Mencheng University as a teacher and counselor right after graduating from college. Normally, a recent graduate wouldn't be able to secure a teaching or counseling position at a university, but rumor had it that the university president was Ji Shuiying's father. Both shared the surname Ji. Lu Feng reluctantly followed Ji Shuiying to her office. Once inside, Lu Feng scrutinized Ji Shuiying closely. Only now did he notice her truly stunning figure. If she hadn't become a teacher, she'd easily make it as a model. But what really caught his eye was her outfit, instantly reminding him of those OL-style teachers from certain foreign films. Catching Lu Feng's blatant stare, Ji Shuiying snapped angrily, Lu Feng. What are you looking at? Ha? No, I wasn't looking at anything. Lu Feng felt a pang of guilt and hurriedly explained. You're always so irresponsible, never striving to improve, skipping classes. Don't you want to graduate? Ji Shuiying snapped out of nowhere. No, of course not. I definitely want to graduate, Teacher Ji. Lu Feng flashed a hurried smile. I won't beat around the bush. You know our school situation, it's getting worse every year. So we want to strengthen our faculty, purchase equipment, and boost our publicity. I know you're well off, so I'm wondering if you'd consider investing in our school. After all, it is your alma mater. Please help us out.
Ji Shuiying's tone grew increasingly deferential as she spoke. After all, her father had sent her to solicit investments.
When seeking funding, a poor attitude would only drive potential investors away. Ms. Ji, is this how you approach fundraising?
Lu Feng smirked smugly, then plopped down onto a nearby chair, casually propping his legs up on the table, looking utterly cocky.
Chapter 107, Investment. Lu Feng had endured no shortage of scoldings from Ji Shuiying in the past.
He harbored genuine fear toward her. But now, with Ji Shuiying needing his help, if he didn't take this chance to show off, he'd be doing himself a disservice.
What are you doing? Have some manners. Take your feet off the table.
Ji Shuiying was furious when she saw Lu Feng had actually put his smelly feet on her desk, and she immediately snapped at him. Startled by Ji Shuiying's roar, Lu Feng jumped to his feet, thoroughly shaken.
Ms. Ji, is this how you ask for help? Lu Feng couldn't help but retort. Shut up and stop talking nonsense. Just answer, are you in or out?
Ji Shuiying snapped.
I'll invest. Whatever amount you say, I'll invest. Isn't that good enough? Lu Feng nodded hastily. Don't make it sound like I'm bullying you. Since you're interested in investing, I'll take you to see the principal.
Ji Shuiying stood up and led Lu Feng toward the principal's office. All the way there, Lu Feng trailed behind Ji Shuiying like a child who'd done something wrong, looking nothing like an investor. Upon arriving at the principal's office, Principal Ji Hongwei hurried out to greet them. Mr. Lu, I've been waiting for you. Seeing this, Lu Feng didn't stand on ceremony.
He nodded to Ji Hongwei. Yes, Principal. Shuiying, go brew some tea. Mr. Lu, please, have a seat. Ji Hongwei instructed Ji Shuiying. Principal Ji, no need for such formality. I'll get straight to the point. The school wants to make an investment, correct?
Lu Feng didn't mince words either, sitting down on the chair and crossing his legs.
Lu Feng, what kind of posture is that? Sit properly. Ji Shuiying scolded upon seeing Lu Feng's posture after brewing the tea.
Startled, Lu Feng immediately jumped to his feet.
Shuiying, how dare you speak to him like that? Apologize to Mr. Lu immediately.
Ji Hongwei, startled, immediately turned to scold Ji Shuiying. After all, Lu Feng was currently the only person who could help the university. The school's situation was dire. Although the recent campus concert had been a success, boosting its reputation somewhat, compared to the surrounding universities, Mencheng University lagged behind in both faculty strength and campus facilities. It was only thanks to the prestige of its long-established name that it hadn't collapsed years ago. Ji Hongwei had secured substantial sponsorships through the concert, but each sponsor's demands were increasingly difficult to meet.
Complying with all these requests would likely jeopardize the university's future. Ji Hongwei refused to let his university become like most institutions in today's society. What? Apologize? Why should I? He's my student, isn't it my right to criticize him? Ji Shuiying couldn't help but retort. I told you to apologize. Mr. Lu isn't here as a student now, he's speaking to us in another capacity. Apologize immediately. Ji Hongwei urgently interjected. I'm sorry.
Seeing her father so agitated, Ji Shuiying had no choice but to apologize to Lu Feng.
No need, no need. Teacher Ji was just looking out for me. I'm actually very grateful to her. Lu Feng quickly interjected.
Over the past 2 years, Ji Shuiying had indeed helped Lu Feng tremendously. When Lu Feng faced financial hardship and was scrambling for part-time jobs, Ji Shuiying had connected him with numerous opportunities. Without her help, Lu Feng would have struggled to make ends meet.
It's nothing.
It's only natural for a teacher to care about their students.
So, what are your thoughts on our school, Mr. Lu? Ji Hongwei asked Lu Feng respectfully. Opinion isn't quite the right word. Actually, I think our school is quite good. It just lacks funding. But as it happens, I have that. Investing isn't out of the question, but I have conditions. Hearing this, Ji Hongwei was filled with excitement. What conditions? Just say them. My conditions are simple. First, I'll be quite busy afterward and may not be able to attend classes conveniently. The leave of absence process is too cumbersome. I'll just inform you directly and request a single, lump sum leave at the end. Oh, and you must guarantee I receive my diploma without issue. Rest assured, that's guaranteed. Chapter 108, Lu Feng's background. As for the second condition, I want Teacher Ji.
At this point, Lu Feng abruptly stopped, fixing Ji Shuiying with a mischievous grin.
Ji Shuiying's expression darkened instantly. Furious, she snapped at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, you dare? Do you want to die?
Startled, Lu Feng immediately jumped back up from his chair. Ji Hongwei, however, turned to Ji Shuiying and shouted angrily, Shuiying, what are you doing?
Who gave you permission to speak to Mr. Lu like that? And nothing. It's fine. Lu Feng quickly interjected. Mr. Lu, please don't worry. Continue stating your terms. Ji Hongwei said. My second condition.
Before Lu Feng could voice it, Ji Shuiying interrupted again, shut up. Hearing Ji Shuiying's words, Lu Feng could only awkwardly say, forget it then.
I'll mention the second condition when I think of it later. Mr. Lu, how much are you planning to invest in our school? Ji Hongwei looked at Lu Feng with eager anticipation. How much do you want? Lu Feng asked calmly. Well.
Ji Hongwei hadn't expected Lu Feng to let him name his own price. He'd assumed Lu Feng was just a student, someone he could easily handle, and had planned to ask for a hefty investment. But now it seemed he'd completely misjudged the situation. After all, Lu Feng was the son of wealthy parents. Having been raised and educated differently from the start, his perspective was bound to be different. Ji Hongwei even suspected that Lu Feng had already calculated the school's value long ago. For a moment, Ji Hongwei dared not ask for more and could only quote a reasonable price. Well, Mr. Lu, since we're both part of the school, how about this, you put up 50 yuan, and I'll give you a 10% stake in the school. What do you think? Ji Hongwei proposed after a moment's thought. 10%? Principal, even though I'm a student here, you can't rip me off like this. I suggest you go find one of those Wang family brats instead. Lu Feng blurted out, turning to leave. Wait, Mr. Lu, please don't leave. Seeing Lu Feng leave, Ji Hongwei hurried after him, but Lu Feng was moving too fast, he couldn't catch up. Seeing this, Ji Hongwei could only sigh helplessly. Shuiying, this matter depends on you.
It seems he has some interest in you. What do you say? Dad, shut up. If you want to go, you go. I'm not going. Ji Shuiying stormed out of the principal's office in equal anger. After Lu Feng disrupted the arranged marriage between the Huang and Sun families, two of Manqing's 4 great clans, the city's elite, were stunned. They were all trying to find out who this Lu Feng was, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Although the Huang family received compensation from Lu Feng's previous contract, news of his confrontation with them at the underground auction had spread throughout Mencheng. Upon hearing this, several upper-tier families severed ties with the Huang family. Already struggling financially, the Huang family found themselves in a precarious business position. Even offering significant concessions, other families remained reluctant to partner with them. After all, the Huang family's standing in Mencheng was now precarious, and having offended a major player essentially sealed their fate. The most critical factor was the Sun family deliberately spreading the news that the influential figure from the previous auction had taken a liking to them. Now, with the backing of this powerful ally and the Sun-Huang marriage alliance sabotaged by Lu Feng, the Sun family's ascent into the ranks of Manqing's 4 great families seemed all but certain. Naturally, the other families are now aligning themselves more closely with the Suns. At the Hu family residence in Mencheng, Hui Wan, as the family head, was naturally well informed about external developments. Hui Wan sipped tea in his office, facing his daughter, Hu Xinyue. Xinyue, I recall you've had some contact with that Lu Feng fellow, haven't you? But not extensively. He seems to be quite close with Shiqing. Oh, that girl from the Sun family? She is quite pretty, and she certainly has better taste than her father. Right. By the way, Xinyue, what do you think of this Lu Feng who suddenly appeared? It's hard to say. I've already had someone look into his family background, but it's too simple to be true. A family that poor couldn't possibly raise someone so talented at piano. So his family background info must be fake. You're absolutely right. This Lu Feng suddenly emerging from Mencheng could potentially disrupt the current upper-class dynamics here. To be safe, Xinyue, you should make contact with him and probe his background. If he truly is the scion of a hidden aristocratic family, we'll need to prepare thoroughly for what comes next. Yeah, I was planning to do just that. That's why I specially gave him that Supreme VIP black card. Truth be told, I'm quite intrigued by him myself, though that Xi Jingai beat me to it. No worries. As long as he's unmarried, there's still a chance. Besides, I heard he compensated the Sun family for the Huang family's contract fee 3,000 yuan. All told, he spent over 4,000 yuan at the Sun residence, and that's just the visible expenses. This guy's financial resources are truly staggering. Even our Hu family wouldn't be able to casually fork over 4 or 5,000 yuan to someone else. It's downright absurd. I even had someone investigate his funding sources are all perfectly legitimate, no irregularities whatsoever. But among the upper-class Lu families I know, there's only the Lu family from Shangjing City. And I've never heard of anyone named Lu Feng in the Shangjing Lu family. The Lu family is vast, and their patriarch was notoriously promiscuous in his youth. He had 3 or 4 illegitimate children alone. Could this Lu Feng be one of them? If that's the case, does this mean the Lu family intends to meddle in Menqing's business circles? Chapter 109, The Imperial Capital's Lu Clan. If the Lu family truly intends to enter Menqing's business world, we must prepare in advance. How should we approach the Lu family? That depends entirely on Lu Feng's capabilities and the extent of resources the Lu family allocates to him. Significant resource allocation indicates his high standing within the family. In that case, we could certainly explore more cooperation and communication with Lu Feng.
But father, the Huang family is in a dire situation now due to the incident with the Sun family and the auction. Several of the Huang sons have approached me, hoping our Hu family could lend them business support.
What do you think?
Just a few simple words, and the Huang family is plunged into such difficulty.
This Lu Feng is truly formidable.
From our previous investigations, it seems the Huang family and Lu Feng have some history. I think we should still observe the situation for now. The Huang family was now in a state of utter desperation. Huang Lingtao, the family patriarch, frowned as he glared at his three unfortunate sons kneeling before him, nearly boiling with rage. He never imagined all three sons would clash with Lu Feng. Judging by Lu Feng's demonstrated strength, wealth, and composure, he clearly wasn't from an ordinary family, likely a scion of a super elite clan. Such a figure was untouchable, far beyond the reach of a minor family like theirs. To outsiders, the Huang family appeared prestigious as one of Manchung's four great families. Yet Huang Lingtao knew the truth: among the four, his family possessed the least heritage and backing. Any of the other three clans far surpassed the Huangs in strength. Originally, the Huang family had hoped to solidify their standing through a marriage alliance with the Sun family. After all, the Sun family had only one daughter. Once married into the Huang family, the Suns and Huangs would become inseparable, allowing the Huangs to at least hold their heads high among the four great families of Menchang. Yet now, all this had been shattered by a single individual, a figure who appeared out of nowhere, whose background remained unknown, a man shrouded in mystery.
The Huang family's standing had plummeted.
Though they had received Lu Feng's 3,000 yuan compensation earlier, all other business ventures had ground to a halt. They barely scraped by on a few channels outside the province, but this was clearly unsustainable.
Dad, we never imagined that guy would be so formidable.
Before, he seemed like nothing more than a lowlife, that's what everyone at school said. I don't know how it happened, but suddenly,
Huang Xiaotian knelt trembling on the floor.
The Huang sons, though arrogant to the extreme outside, were exceptionally docile at home. Especially before their father, Huang Lingtao, they were more timid than little bunnies.
Are you stupid? Didn't expect it? Do you have any idea how much damage you've caused the Huang family?
If this doesn't go well, the Huang family might be forced off the stage of Manchung's four great families.
Huang Lingtao roared angrily. But that guy gave us 3,000 yuan, right? Why don't we just liquidate our family assets and move elsewhere to start over? Huang Xiaotian couldn't help but interject. Damn it! How did I end up with such a spineless son? What business did the Huang family build its empire on? What propelled our rise? Don't you know? Huang Lingtao has dominated Mencheng for decades. If we run away now, how can we ever hold our heads up again? Huang Lingtao clearly couldn't swallow his pride.
But that guy seems to have some serious clout. One word from him cost us a fortune.
If he really came after us, I'm scared.
Huang Xiaotian muttered, head bowed.
Scared of what?
I seriously doubt you're my son, you coward.
The Huang family has always bullied others, no one bullies us. This Lu Feng and the Sun family? Fine, very well. This time, I won't let them off the hook. Huang Lingtao snorted coldly, a hint of viciousness flickering in his eyes.
But, Mr. Huang, I heard this Lu Feng is connected to the Lu family of the imperial capital. The secretary beside Huang Lingtao interjected.
The Lu family? So what if they're the Lu family? They're far away in the capital. This place is remote.
I don't believe the Lu family can turn Mencheng upside down.
As the saying goes, a mighty dragon can't suppress a local snake.
The Lu family can't stir up much trouble here in Mencheng. Besides, it's just some unknown brat who came here.
What can he do besides having a bit of money? So what's your plan, Mr. Huang?
This time, we'll seize the opportunity to let all of Mencheng know that the Huang family is still the same Huang family as back in the day. Hearing Huang Lingtao's words, those around him fell silent with respect, realizing he meant business this time. Yet neither the Sun family nor Lu Feng had any inkling that they had already been targeted. Rumors had been circulating among Mencity's elite circles lately. Lu Feng, the only son of the Lu family from the capital, had set his sights on Sun Shiqing, the Sun family's only daughter. He had disrupted the arranged marriage between the Suns and the Huangs, suppressed the Huang family's businesses, and now the Huang family was teetering on the brink. The Suns would replace the Huangs as one of Mencity's four great families.
Feng! Feng!
Feng Yuqing shouted excitedly at Lu Feng from below the dormitory building. Lu Feng was currently packing his belongings in the dorm, preparing to move. After all, he had purchased a new home. It would be a waste not to live there.
He also no longer wished to stay in the school dormitory.
Hearing the shouts below, Lu Feng stepped to the window and looked down at the two excited little cuties.
He asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why the rush? Why didn't you just call? Fengge, come down. Come down. Yuqing has something important to tell you."
Feng Yuqing seemed to have some incredibly joyful news to share with Lu Feng. She was absolutely thrilled.
The others in the dorm room all looked at Lu Feng with envy. Brother Feng really isn't like us anymore.
Sigh, surrounded by campus beauties everywhere, I'm so jealous.
Chapter 110, Moving. Lu Feng could only sigh and head downstairs.
Once they reached the ground floor, Feng Yuqing, overcome with emotion, threw her arms around Lu Feng.
Brother Feng, I've missed you so much.
Not seeing you these past few days has been torture.
Feng Yuqing looked utterly spoiled.
Beside her, Su Qiao also wrapped her arms around Lu Feng, cooing in a similarly sweet tone, Brother Feng, I missed you so much too. The roommates upstairs, seeing Lu Feng being hugged by two beauties at once, nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets.
Holy, two girls hugging him at once? Damn, that guy must be so damn lucky he'll die happy.
Forget two, just one girl of that caliber would make me smile in my sleep.
I'm so jealous it hurts. How the hell did he pull this off with two women?
Lu Feng patted Feng Yuqing and Su Qiao on the back reassuringly.
It's okay, it's okay. You're here now, right?
But you were in such a rush to find me, something must be up.
Brother Feng, I've got great news.
Feng Yuqing let go of Lu Feng and quickly pulled a stack of documents from her bag, handing them to him. Seeing the dense forest of text on the papers, Lu Feng felt a headache coming on. He snapped at Feng Yuqing, just spit it out already.
Well, Feng, remember how you handed over that hot pot restaurant to me?
I followed my original plan and incorporated Lu Feng's suggestions, adding lots of new things to the restaurant. Plus, there's that ice cream you mentioned earlier, Feng.
You're absolutely brilliant. Not long after you suggested I get the ice cream, its price skyrocketed to astronomical levels.
I made thousands of yuan and profit thousands of yuan.
Brother Feng. Feng Yuqing exclaimed excitedly. Oh, I see. You're quite the entrepreneur.
Lu Feng smiled, playfully flicking Feng Yuqing's forehead affectionately. No, it's all thanks to Brother Feng's great insight. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have made this much money. With what we have now, we could open hot pot restaurants all over the country. Feng Yuqing knew that making money this time was mainly thanks to Lu Feng. If he hadn't specifically mentioned the ice cream to her, she wouldn't have made any money at all, or at least not much.
Well, that's great. If you want to, you can keep opening hot pot restaurants after this. Hot pot restaurants? Ha! But I don't really want to do that. Feng Yuqing pouted. Oh? You don't want to run a hot pot restaurant? Then what do you want to do?
Lu Feng asked, puzzled.
I want to do live streaming and start a streaming agency. Feng, you know I used to be a streamer. Nowadays, the internet offers huge advantages, and streaming has become a hot money-making industry. Not only can you get gifts during streams, but there are also constant commercial ads, product promotions, and more. The profits are really substantial, and the future looks very promising.
Feng Yuqing said earnestly. You make a good point. If that's what you want to do, go for it. If you need money, you can always come to me. Lu Feng nodded in agreement, finding Feng Yuqing's reasoning sound. Really? Brother Feng, do you think I could do it?
Feng Yuqing asked, her voice tinged with self-doubt.
Of course it's true. My Yuqing can absolutely do it.
Lu Feng replied with a smile.
Alright, thanks, Brother Feng. With your support, I'll go for it boldly.
Feng Yuqing nodded firmly, her expression resolute. It seemed she'd made up her mind long ago.
Oh, Yuling, I forgot to tell you I bought a house and am about to move in. Why don't you two come check it out with me? Really? Brother Feng bought a house? That's wonderful. Feng Yuqing nodded happily.
Alright, I'll go upstairs and pack a few things.
Wait for me. Sure thing, Brother Feng.
After saying that, Lu Feng headed back to the dorm.
Back in the dorm, the others looked at Lu Feng with envy and exclaimed, Brother Feng. Seeing several people with pleading expressions, Lu Feng was startled. What the hell are you guys doing?
Brother Feng, please take me as your disciple. They all looked at Lu Feng with pleading eyes.
Take you as disciples? Me? What are you talking about? What could I possibly teach you?
Lu Feng stared at them, utterly speechless. The ultimate technique for picking up girls, of course.
Pick up lines? Honestly, I don't have any secret manuals for that.
Maybe it's just that I'm naturally good looking. There's no way to learn that.
If you want to learn it, I suggest you get plastic surgery.
Lu Feng said with a laugh.
Damn it, Brother Feng, that's not fair personal attacks. Bro Feng, aren't you coming back to the dorm after this? Are you kidding? Who'd go back to the dorm when there's a big place outside?
Well then, Brother Feng, we gotta stay in touch and hang out more often.
Just cause we're not roommates anymore doesn't mean we can let our friendship fade. Exactly. Brother Feng, once you're gone from the dorm, I'm really going to miss you. Yeah, Brother Feng, we'll miss you too.
Brother Feng, we'll miss you. Seeing the others staring at Lu Feng with such reluctance, Lu Feng just chuckled and scolded them playfully. Damn it, why are you all being so sappy?
It's totally gross.
Take care, Brother Feng. Watching Lu Feng carry his luggage out of the dorm, the others waved after him. Lu Feng carried his luggage downstairs. Seeing Lu Feng carrying his luggage, Su Qiao hurried over and said, Brother Feng, let me help you carry it.
It's fine, no need. How could I let a beauty carry things?
I'll manage myself.
Ha? Are you complimenting me, Brother Feng? Oh my, I'm so embarrassed. Su Qiao's face flushed bright red as she acted all coy and embarrassed. Chapter 111, Just kidding.
Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's reaction, Feng Yuqing beside her couldn't help but say, Xiaoxiao, act normal.
What's so unnatural about that? This is perfectly normal, okay? After all, Brother Feng is being so considerate and even complimented me as a beauty.
Su Xiaoxiao said with a smile.
Oh, right, Brother Feng, where did you buy your house? Don't you need a taxi?
Feng Yuqing watched Lu Feng carrying his things out of the school gate and continuing to walk forward, asking curiously.
The apartment's right next door in Shangyang Tiancheng.
It's so close, I don't need a taxi at all. Lu Feng replied casually.
What? Shangyang Tiancheng? The most expensive neighborhood around our school? Brother Feng, you bought there?
Su Xiaoxiao asked, her face full of surprise.
Yeah, it's conveniently close to campus.
The place itself is decent, but it's just too big.
Living alone, it feels kind of empty. Lu Feng explained. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Xiaoxiao and Feng Yuqing both froze for a moment before exchanging glances. Lu Feng's words clearly carried a certain implication. Neither of them was stupid, how could they not understand? Su Xiaoxiao spoke up first. Huh? It's big? Really? Can I stay at Brother Feng's place then? I'm so sick of living in the school dorms all the time. That crappy dorm has no AC in summer, it's unbearably hot and it's freezing in winter. They cut off the power and water after 10 p.m. It's pure torture. I've wanted to get out of there forever.
Sure, if you're not afraid of what I might do to you, staying at my place is no problem. Lu Feng said with a smile.
Ha? Brother Feng wants to do something to me? Really? I'm so weak, I couldn't possibly resist. What should I do? I just have to let Brother Feng do whatever he wants.
Su Xiaoxiao flushed, batting her eyelashes at Lu Feng. Lu Feng hadn't expected Su Xiaoxiao to be so uninhibited now, joking around freely as if he weren't an outsider at all.
Though Su Xiaoxiao was usually lively, she'd never been this blatant before jumping into suggestive territory at the drop of a hat.
Mainly, she'd realized Lu Feng wasn't particularly interested in her. With no other options, Su Xiaoxiao could only try harder to figure things out.
Oh, really?
Well then, you'd better wash up properly.
After all, I'm a bit of a neat freak.
Lu Feng said with a straight face.
Feng Yuqing looked utterly bewildered. Huh? Brother Feng has a cleanliness obsession? Feng Yuqing was taken aback.
After all, she and Lu Feng had already been intimate, and this had never come up before. Su Xiaoxiao, however, quickly caught on and chuckled. Ah, if Brother Feng needs it, Xiaoxiao can do it.
Brother Feng? I don't recall you having any cleanliness issues?
Feng Yuqing asked, her face full of confusion.
It's a partial cleanliness obsession.
Lu Feng said with a mischievous grin. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao instantly got the picture and gave a mischievous smile. No problem, Brother Feng. Xiaoxiao can handle all of that. Seeing this, Lu Feng burst into laughter, thoroughly amused. But Feng Yuqing's next words left Lu Feng completely speechless. If Brother Feng wants to, Yuqing can do it too. Lu Feng never imagined the usually pure and well-behaved Feng Yuqing would play along like this.
Wait, I just remembered we need to find one more person.
Saying this, Lu Feng pulled out his phone and started dialing.
Boss. I'm moving out now. Since you're my personal assistant, you'll definitely need to know where I'm staying. Come to the school gate right away, I'll take you there. Got it.
After hanging up, Feng Yuqing beside him asked curiously, Brother Feng, who are you calling? My personal assistant, he handles all my daily affairs.
Oh, I see.
But Feng Yuqing had clearly heard a woman's voice on the other end. She didn't press further, though after all, it was normal for Lu Feng to have many women around him.
Still, this personal assistant made her a bit uneasy.
After all, a personal assistant handled every aspect of Lu Feng's daily life, meaning they'd be extremely close to him.
Not long after, Chen Ziyu emerged from the school. Chen Ziyu approached Lu Feng with a respectful expression and said, Boss, let me handle this.
Saying this, Chen Ziyu took the luggage from Lu Feng's hands. This time, Lu Feng didn't refuse. It wasn't that he looked down on Chen Ziyu or anything, it was mainly because he felt that if he didn't let Chen Ziyu carry it, Chen Ziyu might feel uneasy about taking his money. Upon arriving, Chen Ziyu took Lu Feng's luggage without uttering a single unnecessary word, nor did he greet Su Xiaoxiao or Feng Yuqing. Su Xiaoxiao, however, was intrigued. Staring at Chen Ziyu before her, she blurted out, Wait, isn't she Chen Ziyu, the art department's campus beauty? You know her? Feng Yuqing looked at Su Xiaoxiao with confusion.
Well, now I do.
With that, Su Xiaoxiao smiled at Chen Ziyu and said, Hello, Chen Ziyu.
I'm Su Xiaoxiao, Feng's little sweetheart. Chapter 112, A Few Women Make a Play. Ha!
Chen Ziyu stared at Su Xiaoxiao with a completely bewildered expression, genuinely stunned by her words.
Don't listen to Xiaoxiao's nonsense, she's just joking around. Hello, I'm Feng Yuqing, Feng's good friend.
Feng Yuqing extended her hand politely to Chen Ziyu with a smile.
Chen Ziyu quickly nodded. Hello, I'm Chen Ziyu. I'm the boss's personal assistant, handling his daily affairs. Alright, now that we've all met, let's get moving quickly.
I'm afraid if we don't leave soon, I'll become the public enemy #1.
Lu Feng couldn't help but blurt out. Ha? Public enemy? What's going on? Feng Yuqing looked utterly confused. Three stunning beauties suddenly appearing here, just look at the stares from everyone around us. Lu Feng gestured toward Feng Yuqing with a subtle head tilt. Only then did Feng Yuqing notice that most of the men nearby were staring at them. Feng Yuqing quickly cleared her throat twice and said, "We should get out of here fast." The group headed to Lu Feng's newly purchased apartment. Seeing Lu Feng's new place, they were all utterly astonished. "Brother Feng, this place is way too big. Not just for us, but even if a dozen more people came, it could easily fit them all. This isn't just a house, it's practically a mansion." Su Qiao exclaimed, her face aglow with excitement as she surveyed the vast space. Feng Yuqing stood beside her, equally astonished. It was the first time she'd ever seen such a grand residence. As for Chen Ziyu, she was utterly speechless. While Su Qiao and Feng Yuqing came from relatively well-off families, Chen Ziyu's background was quite poor. Without some extraordinary opportunity, a house like this would likely be beyond her means for the rest of her life. "Oh, and Chen Ziyu, this house is yours now. You'll be responsible for cleaning and cooking," Lu Feng said indifferently. "Ha? This? Alright." Chen Ziyu had been working as Chen Feng's personal assistant for a while now, but there hadn't been much to do. She'd thought this would be easy money, but seeing this estate-like courtyard now, she felt a pang of resignation. Money really wasn't that easy to come by after all. A place this big would be exhausting to maintain. "Yuqing, what do you think of this house?" "It's amazing, Brother Feng. I never imagined we'd have a swimming pool and a KTV room at home. This place is absolutely fantastic," Feng Yuqing exclaimed, her face beaming with excitement. "The locks are smart locks. Go ahead and register your fingerprints. If you like it, feel free to stay anytime," Lu Feng said with a smile. "Ha? Really? Can I too, Feng?" Su Qiao asked, her face beaming with excitement. "Of course you can. I remember what you said earlier, don't even think about backing out." Lu Feng grinned mischievously at Su Qiao. Su Qiao's face lit up with delight, and she shyly hid behind Feng Yuqing, saying, "Brother Feng, you're so mean. You have to be gentle with me later. If I can't take it anymore, let Sister Yuqing take over. Qiao, if you say another word, I'll tear your mouth off." Feng Yuqing snapped angrily at Su Qiao. Chen Ziyu, however, stared at Feng Yuqing and Su Qiao in utter shock. She never imagined these two women would be so completely uninhibited about being with Lu Feng. It was utterly mind-blowing. But as just an employee of Lu Feng, she had no say in these matters. Still, she couldn't help but worry about Sun Shiqing. After all, she and Sun Shiqing had a pretty good relationship. Judging from Sun Shiqing's previous behavior, she clearly sensed that Sun Shiqing had feelings for Lu Feng. With that thought, Chen Ziyu slipped away to the restroom and sent Sun Shiqing a few messages on her phone. Before long, Sun Shiqing arrived outside the villa. Soon after, Chen Ziyu emerged from the villa and hurried to the entrance to meet Sun Shiqing. Seeing Chen Ziyu, Sun Shiqing couldn't help but ask, "Ziyu, what's going on? Why did you rush me over here?" "Shiqing, you have no idea. That jerk Lu Feng bought a new house and is hiding two girls there. He's keeping a secret mistress behind your back. It's infuriating. Just because he has a few stinking bucks, what's he so full of himself for?" Chen Ziyu couldn't help but vent. "Ziyu, you called me over in such a hurry just to tell me this?" Sun Shiqing stared at Chen Ziyu, utterly speechless. "Ha? Shiqing, isn't this important? You don't seem to care at all. Could it be you never liked Lu Feng and were just pretending all along?" Chen Ziyu was puzzled by Sun Shiqing's reaction. She'd expected Shiqing to at least fly into a rage upon hearing the news, but Shiqing didn't seem to care at all. She wasn't even angry. It was completely irrational. "Faking it? Not exactly. It's just not worth getting worked up over. But since I'm already here, I'd love to meet those two women." Though Sun Shiqing wasn't particularly angry, she did feel a bit uncomfortable inside. After all, she had her pride. She didn't consider herself the most beautiful woman in the world, but she was certainly very pretty. She was curious to see what kind of women could compare to her. "Ha? Shiqing, what are you planning to do?" Chen Ziyu asked in confusion, seeing Sun Shiqing's reaction. "Go inside and see." Sun Shiqing walked straight inside. The moment Sun Shiqing entered, the room instantly came alive. Feng Yuqing was happily discussing the room's decorations with Su Qiao when she suddenly saw Sun Shiqing walk in. "Ah, President Sun, what brings you here? Come, please sit down, please sit down." Feng Yuqing hurriedly gestured for President Sun to sit on the nearby sofa. Sun Shiqing frowned slightly. Feng Yuqing's gesture seemed innocuous, but it was actually a declaration of ownership, signaling that she was the true master of the room. Chapter 113, Sun Shiqing and Feng Yuqing's confrontation. Having grown up in a prestigious family, Sun Shiqing could easily discern Feng Yuqing's intentions. With a cold expression, she retorted indifferently, "Yuqing, you really don't consider yourself an outsider, do you? I thought this was Lu Feng's home. What's wrong with Brother Feng's home? Sister Yuqing is Brother Feng's main wife. Isn't Brother Feng's home also Sister Yuqing's home?
Seeing this, Su Qiao immediately backed Feng Yuqing.
Is that so? The main wife? Then that must mean there are concubines, right?
Sun Shiqing asked indifferently.
Naturally. I'm Brother Feng's concubine.
It seems you have designs on our brother Feng too, but unfortunately, you'll have to take a back seat.
If you end up behind Sister Ziyu, then you'll be the concubine.
Su Qiao looked down her nose at Sun Shiqing, as if she herself were the main wife. Seeing this, Sun Shiqing offered a cold smile, a little wife acting so bold.
But I'm afraid you won't be the main wife either. Haven't you heard of marrying within one's social class?
The more prestigious the family, the more they value matching social status.
And your family background compared to mine?
You just got lucky with your birth.
What's there to be so arrogant about? What equals social standing?
Let me tell you, Brother Feng really likes Sister Yuqing and me.
Sister Yuqing is definitely the main wife, don't even think about it.
Plus, Sister Yuqing earns several thousand yuan on her own, which isn't any worse than your Sun family. And she did it by herself, you just rely on your dad.
What kind of skill is that? Su Qiao retorted indignantly. Earned it herself? Are you sure she earned it herself? Not off some guy?
Sun Shiqing was well aware of Feng Yuqing's situation. Over the past 2 days, while handling the Sun family affairs, she'd also investigated everyone around Lu Feng.
Naturally, she knew about Feng Yuqing. Still, she had to admit Feng Yuqing did possess some ability. So what if she relied on a man? It's not like she relied on her dad. Su Qiao was furious. She realized she simply couldn't win an argument against Sun Shiqing.
Alright, Qiao, stop arguing.
Chairwoman's son is older than us, it's only natural she acts like an elder sister. As for being the main wife, Yuling wouldn't even dare to dream of such things. Feng Yuqing interceded with Su Qiao.
This remark struck Sun Shiqing right where it hurt. The older part was something no woman wanted to hear. Lu Feng hadn't expected the usually gentle and docile Feng Yuqing to be so sharp. You really know your place and when to back off.
No wonder I like you so much.
Sun Shiqing remarked admiringly.
What are you all doing? Can't you speak properly? By the way, Shiqing, how did you end up here?
Lu Feng looked puzzled, his gaze drifting toward Chen Ziyu nearby.
Chen Ziyu looked tense and somewhat guilty.
Sun Shiqing replied casually, things at home are mostly settled.
I realized it's been a while since we last met. I heard you bought a house, so I came to see it. I see. Looks like you're well connected. Why don't you go ahead and get your fingerprints recorded too? Then you can come anytime you want. Lu Feng said.
Sun Shiqing nodded and went out to set up the fingerprint lock. Meanwhile, Feng Yuqing stood in the room, her face filled with apology as she turned to Lu Feng.
I'm sorry, Brother Feng. I've caused you trouble. What trouble? What nonsense are you talking about?
But I never expected my little Yuqing to be so fiercely protective when jealous, standing up to the Sun family's eldest daughter without flinching.
You've really made me look at you in a new light. Brother Feng, please don't tease Yuqing. It's all because I'm so immature. But I really...
Feng Yuqing looked deeply remorseful. She was usually very sensible and knew when to act appropriately. But just now, facing Sun Shiqing, she simply couldn't control herself. Sun Shiqing was so stunningly beautiful, and as the eldest daughter of the Sun family, she had received such excellent upbringing and education since childhood. She was so much more accomplished than Yuqing. That's why Yuqing felt so intimidated. It's okay, no need to apologize. I understand. If anyone should apologize, it's me. If not for me, why would you have to endure all this? Lu Feng sighed as he spoke. No, it's not Feng's fault at all. It's just that Yuqing is immature. Alright, stop talking about it. If you keep going, I'm going to get angry. Brother Feng isn't angry, so Yuqing won't say another word. You two are so sickeningly sweet, I can't stand it. I need to get out and cool off. Su Qiao, standing nearby, instantly felt goosebumps all over. She hugged her arms and shivered as she walked out. Of the women present, only Chen Ziyu remained uninvolved. The other three each harbored their own thoughts and schemes. Women weren't like men. When men fought over something, they relied on fists and force. But when women competed, they used tactics, cunning, and scheming. After getting her fingerprints taken, Sun Shiqing returned to the house. Once back, Sun Shiqing addressed Lu Feng directly. Lu Feng, I want to discuss serious matters with you, family matters. No problem. Talk right here. Yuqing isn't an outsider. Let her listen in too, it'll broaden her horizons. Lu Feng replied indifferently. Hearing this, Feng Yuqing felt deeply moved. Sun Shiqing nodded and continued, recently, due to your actions at the auction and the rumors about you and our family, the Sun family has indeed gained significant business advantages. Our operations have expanded considerably. The Huang family, having offended you before, now finds itself in an extremely awkward position. Nearly all the major family businesses in Menchang have terminated their cooperation with them.
But the Huang family certainly won't let this go easily. My father knows the Huang family patriarch well. Retaliation is inevitable. Chapter 114, The Mission. Retaliation? Against whom? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. It's hard to say. In any case, you should keep a low profile for now.
Our Sun family will also maintain a low profile during this period.
Avoid appearing alone in isolated places.
Sun Shiqing said solemnly.
What do you mean? Could the Huang family be planning to strike again? This is a society governed by law. How could they possibly act like that? Don't they want to survive? Lu Feng couldn't help but interject. The Huang family's business dealings have never been above board.
I heard they were bandits even before the founding of the Republic of Yanxia. They gradually transformed into the Huang family we know today, but they still resort to some shady tactics. Sun Shiqing explained.
Oh, that's really quite a hassle. Lu Feng frowned.
Although Lu Feng's physical constitution was slightly stronger than before, if he were to actually get into a fight or face a life or death situation, he wouldn't stand a chance.
He simply couldn't go up against those people. If the Huang family really got desperate, they might actually come after him. By the way, there's a rumor going around outside that you're the illegitimate son of the Lu family head in the capital. Is that?
Sun Shiqing asked doubtfully.
What? The illegitimate son of the imperial capital Lu family? Me? Where did this rumor come from? And what even is the imperial capital Lu family? Lu Feng looked utterly dumbfounded. When had he become the illegitimate son of the imperial capital Lu family? His father was just some old peasant from the countryside. What the hell was this imperial capital Lu family nonsense? These people really had a vivid imagination. Ha? Isn't that you?
Seeing Lu Feng's reaction, Sun Shiqing felt a bit puzzled herself.
Truthfully, her visit today wasn't solely because Chen Ziyu had sought her out. Primarily, she wanted to verify Lu Feng's true identity.
Sun Shiqing had already investigated Lu Feng's background. That story about some Lu Tingxi from the countryside was highly unreliable, clearly fake information meant to be shown to others as a cover.
Sun Shiqing was convinced Lu Feng couldn't possibly come from an ordinary family. How could an ordinary family afford such extravagant spending? How could an ordinary child possess such advanced piano skills? How could an ordinary child remain so unflappable in every situation? She concluded that Lu Feng's entire identity and background were fabricated.
Many shared Sun Shiqing's suspicions. In fact, most within Menqing's upper-class circles held this view. But the fact that his background was fake only underscored how astonishing his true identity must be.
When did I become someone's illegitimate child? Don't listen to the nonsense people spread. I didn't even know myself.
My father is Lu Tingxi, my mother is Chen Fongting, and I have a younger sister named Lu Zixuan.
We're all ordinary country folk. When did we become the Lu family of the capital? Lu Feng said, utterly speechless.
Observing Lu Feng's expression, Sun Shiqing detected not a single crack. Yet the more flawless his composure appeared, the deeper her shock grew. Such unwavering poise could only stem from extraordinary mental fortitude, a mindset far beyond the reach of ordinary people. If Lu Feng knew what Sun Shiqing was thinking, he'd probably be speechless with exasperation.
But if you're just an ordinary country bumpkin, how did you get so much money?
Sun Shiqing cut to the chase.
This. Lu Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Could he possibly tell them he had a system? No one would ever believe that. But without that explanation, how could he account for his wealth?
Seeing Lu Feng's hesitation, Sun Shiqing said, "Fine, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask." Sun Shiqing knew pressing further would only upset Lu Feng.
But based on their investigation, they could confirm his funds were entirely legitimate and compliant, perfectly normal, with no issues whatsoever. Oh, by the way, do you remember who Xin Yue from the auction earlier? Sun Shiqing asked. Manager who? Oh, her? Of course I remember. Lu Feng had a vivid impression of who Xin Yue.
A woman with that kind of aura was practically impossible for men to forget.
Few could resist her charm. Xin Yue has something to discuss with you.
She tried contacting you on WeChat earlier, but you didn't seem to reply.
At the very least, she helped you before. Could you try responding to her?
Sun Shiqing said.
Ha! I didn't notice.
Sorry about that, my WeChat messages just pile up so fast.
I'll get back to her right away. Okay. By the way, do you know what she wants to talk to me about?
Not sure, but she sounded pretty urgent.
Alright then. Just then, a notification flashed through Lu Feng's mind once more.
Mission activated. Within 15 days, earn Hu Xinyue's favor. Rewards include a price decrease card, a skill card, and a hidden reward.
Hearing this prompt, Lu Feng was taken aback.
This was his second mission. The last one had really screwed him over.
Hidden reward? What exactly was a hidden reward? Lu Feng was thoroughly puzzled.
Reminder, hidden rewards are mysterious bonuses offering substantial benefits, but they are randomly determined.
Chapter 115, The Li family's retribution in the Demon City. Hidden reward? A big prize? This sounded genuinely tempting to Lu Feng. Moreover, it seemed there was no mention of punishment this time. That meant even if he failed the mission, he'd likely be fine.
Such a good deal had Lu Feng doubting his own ears. It sounded like a charity system.
Congratulations, host. The system has upgraded. A dedicated point-based lottery feature will now be available. Points can be earned through corresponding mission progress. Point-based lottery? Lu Feng's interest was instantly piqued. He'd always had decent luck with lotteries since childhood. With a system lottery like this, the grand prize was practically his for the taking. After all, there was no one else to compete with. What's up? You look kinda excited. Sun Shiqing looked at Lu Feng with a puzzled expression. No, nothing. I just suddenly remembered something happy.
Lu Feng replied awkwardly.
What happy thing? My wife had a baby.
Sun Shiqing looked utterly speechless.
Your wife? Having a baby? You're married? No, my future wife is having a baby. Lu Feng stammered awkwardly, spouting nonsense even he didn't understand. Never mind.
If you have time, just reply to her. What I need to remind you is, although the Hu family is only one of the 4 major families in Mencheng, they are the largest family in the city, mysterious and powerful. Rumor has it the Hu family is an ancient lineage passed down for hundreds of years, with profound family heritage that the other 3 families simply can't compare to. To put it bluntly, even if the other 3 families join forces, they could barely match the Hu family, and that's only on the surface. Sun Shiqing cautioned Lu Feng.
That powerful? Lu Feng was utterly astonished, never having imagined the Hu family could be so formidable. Well, I'm only sharing what I know.
Their true strength might be far beyond that. Outsiders have no clue about the real power of the Hu family. Sun Shiqing said.
Then, since I ignored Hu Xinyue earlier, will she be furious and seek revenge on me? Lu Feng asked, his face filled with dread. Do you think everyone's as petty as you? Xinu isn't that kind of person.
That's good to hear.
But calling me petty really rubs me the wrong way. When did I become that kind of person? Lu Feng couldn't help but retort. You tell me. Sun Shiqing shot Lu Feng a withering look, leaving him utterly baffled. After dismissing these women, Lu Feng pulled out his phone and searched for Hu Xinyue's WeChat.
He discovered she had indeed contacted him 2 or 3 times before, but he hadn't noticed. The main reason was that Lu Feng had been inundated with messages lately. Ever since he gained fame at school, people had been reaching out to him non-stop. He felt awkward deleting all the WeChat contacts he'd added earlier, so he simply chose to ignore them.
Lu Feng pulled out his phone and called Hu Xinyue back. Wow, young Master Lu actually called me back. I'm truly flattered.
The moment the call connected, Hu Xinyue's voice came through.
Sorry, Manager Hu. I'm really sorry.
I've been so busy these past few days that I haven't been checking my phone much and didn't get back to you in time.
My apologies. No problem, Mr. Lu is a busy man. I understand. So, what did you need, Manager Hu?
Nothing major, just wanted to introduce you to some wealthy young men in Mencheng.
See if you're free? Meet people? When?
Lu Feng frowned as he asked.
How about tonight? Tonight? Sure, no problem. Lu Feng thought for a moment before nodding. He figured meeting these wealthy second-generation kids from Mencheng couldn't hurt. After all, the more connections you have, the better. More people means more opportunities. Looks like it's getting late. Give me your address, and I'll pick you up. Sure, no problem. Lu Feng sent his address to Hu Xinyue.
Before long, Hu Xinyue pulled up in her car beneath Lu Feng's apartment building. She drove a Porsche Panamera, not an extravagantly expensive car, and certainly understated compared to her status.
Lu Feng quickly descended from upstairs. Without hesitation, he got into Hu Xinyue's car.
Although Lu Feng's driving skills had improved considerably, he still preferred being driven rather than driving himself. Once seated, Hu Xinyue smiled at Lu Feng and remarked, "Young Master Lu, I never imagined you lived here. Just the other day, I heard rumors about a mysterious tycoon purchasing this villa, and now I see that mysterious tycoon is you.
Mainly because it's close to school.
I'm pretty lazy and don't like driving, so having it nearby is convenient."
Lu Feng chuckled. Oh, I see. If you don't like driving, young Master Lu, how about I be your driver from now on?
Hu Xinyue flashed Lu Feng a seductive smile. The sight sent a wave of tingling sensation through Lu Feng's entire body, nearly overwhelming him. This woman was truly a seductive temptress.
No way.
Having Manager Hu be my driver would be a complete waste of her talents.
Lu Xiao, you're joking. Driving for anyone else might be a waste of talent, but driving for you? Absolutely no problem.
Stop calling me young Master Lu all the time, just call me Lu Feng.
Lu Feng? I'm older than you, how about I call you Brother Feng? You don't mind, do you?
No, Sister Xinyue, you're doing me a favor, and I'll gladly go along with it. After all, everyone knows the Hu family is the real boss around Mencheng.
We're not really the top dogs, it's just everyone else giving us face. Oh, right, Figdi, I need to remind you about something. What is it?
Lu Feng saw the serious look on Hu Xinyue's face and felt a pang of worry.
Remember that incident at the auction?
That guy Li Fengchun in the private box, the one who tried to snatch the crystal heart from you.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
He was pretty cocky back then, throwing around that Magic City Li family nonsense. Who was he trying to scare?
Chapter 116, The Heaven Class Private Box. Lu Feng recalled the incident, his face darkening with resentment.
You really need to be careful lately. The Li family of Magic City lost face, and they'll definitely take it out on you.
I heard someone from the Li family is coming to Men's City soon. I'd bet it's mostly because of you.
Hearing this, Lu Feng was utterly speechless.
Damn it, misfortune never comes singly. The Huang family wants revenge, and now the Li family from the Magic City wants it too.
Just great.
Can't fight back?
Just run home and cry to daddy.
What a joke, this so-called Li family from the Demon City.
They're nothing special.
Lu Feng spat angrily. Shanghai isn't like our Menchun.
It's one of the world's top-tier metropolises. While the Li family there isn't among Shanghai's absolute elite, they still rank within the city's top 10. Let me put it this way, take the Wang family, ranked second in Menchun. If they tried to establish themselves in the Demon City, they probably wouldn't even crack the top 100. Just imagine how terrifying the top 10 families in the Demon City really are.
Hu Xinyue said solemnly. That powerful? Holy, then I'm totally screwed this time. Lu Feng exclaimed in shock. Brother Feng, you've got some nerve joking like that.
While the Li family in the Magic City is indeed powerful, I'd say they're not even in the same league as the Lu family in the imperial capital.
Hu Xinyue replied with a smile. Hu Xinyue deliberately mentioned the imperial capital Lu family to gauge Lu Feng's reaction. But Lu Feng looked utterly confused. The imperial capital Lu family? What family is that? What does it have to do with me? Do you actually know someone there?
Seeing Lu Feng feigning ignorance, Hu Xinyue chuckled.
Looks like you don't quite trust me yet, Feng. Sister Xinyue, you're misunderstanding me. Of course I trust you completely. But what exactly is this imperial capital Lu family you're talking about?
Shirqing mentioned it to me before, but when I asked her, she wouldn't say.
Lu Feng feigned complete ignorance.
Hu Xinyue, however, began to regard Lu Feng with renewed respect. From start to finish, he showed almost no cracks in his defense, his words watertight. Very few men could endure her questioning without revealing anything, and Lu Feng was one of the rare exceptions.
Congratulations, host, on earning Hu Xinyue's admiration. Task progress 5 points 5, current task progress 5. Hearing the notification in his mind, Lu Feng felt a surge of delight. He hadn't expected the system to transform like this, and it even awarded points. It seemed he could draw a prize soon. Host's current points 5, lottery requires 20 points.
Hearing this prompt, Lu Feng found it somewhat acceptable.
As long as the mission progress reached 20, he'd also gain 20 points, allowing him to draw a prize then.
Since Brother Feng doesn't know, never mind.
Anyway, try to stay safe during this period. If anything happens, I'll be heartbroken.
Hu Xinyue wore a seductive expression, every movement radiating irresistible allure. She was practically a fox spirit incarnate. Lu Feng blushed awkwardly, finding it hard to handle. Thankfully, he was seated in the back, otherwise, Hu Xinyue would have witnessed his embarrassing reaction. Little did Lu Feng know, Hu Xinyue had already caught his flustered expression in the rearview mirror. She couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, never expecting to find such an innocent young man. After getting out of the car, Hu Xinyue led Lu Feng to the Fengqian Hotel. Hu Xinyue led Lu Feng to the Tianzi Suite at the Fengqian Grand Hotel. The Tianzi Suite at Fengqian Grand Hotel was arguably the most prestigious suite in the entire establishment. Those who could book this suite possessed status far beyond mere wealth. It was a symbol of prestige and standing. Several young scions of wealthy families had already arrived in the Tianzi Suite. Among them were Wang Chenglong, the eldest son of the Wang family Cheng Hongliang, the eldest son of the Cheng family Hu Tianling, the eldest son of the Hu family, and Huang Xiaohua, the eldest son of the Huang family. Huang Xiaohua now addressed Hu Tianling with an obsequious expression. You truly live up to your reputation, young Master Hu. To have secured the Fengqian Tianzi private room, we've all benefited immensely from your connections today.
You're absolutely right. We're all here in this Fengqi Anshan VIP room thanks to young Master Hu. Exactly. Exactly. Young Master Hu is the man.
The others echoed his words, their faces equally plastered with flattery. After all, compared to the Hu family, the other three major clans simply couldn't hold a candle. The combined assets of the three clans weren't even in the same league as the Hu family's publicly acknowledged capabilities.
Naturally, they showed Hu Tianling extraordinary deference. Hu Tianling humbly replied, "You needn't flatter me so.
Securing this private room was all thanks to my sister. As the manager of the Fengqian auction house, she naturally has connections. I'm merely riding her coattails."
Oh, young Master Hu, what nonsense are you talking?
The glory of Miss Hu is the glory of the Hu family, and that is the glory of young Master Hu himself.
Exactly.
Among them, young Master Huang Xiaohua was the most eager to curry favor. After all, the Huang family was currently in the most awkward position. Their business faced numerous obstacles, and their stocks had hit consecutive daily lows.
And things couldn't get any worse.
All the wealthy young masters were distancing themselves from the Huang family. Only Hu Tianling invited him to dinner today, and that too in Fuxian's top-tier Tian class private room. This deeply touched him.
But speaking of that, young master who are we waiting for? My sister. Ah, Miss Xinyue is coming too?
If I'd known, I would have had the stylist design a special look just for me.
Quick, check the mirror. Everyone scrambled to fix their appearances.
After all, winning Hu Xinyue's favor meant securing the Hu family's backing. Most importantly, Hu Xinyue was exceptionally alluring. They were all utterly smitten.
Unfortunately, she showed them no interest whatsoever.
Just then, Lu Feng opened the door to the VIP suite first. Hearing the door open, they all thought Hu Xinyue had arrived. Excitedly, they jumped up to greet her. But when they looked closely, they realized it was Lu Feng.
Chapter 117, What's your deal? Huang Xiaohua froze upon seeing Lu Feng, pointing at him in disbelief. What are you doing here? Why wouldn't I be here? I never expected it to be you.
Your Huang family really is like a persistent ghost. I run into you everywhere.
Lu Feng couldn't help but vent. Mr. Lu, don't get too cocky. This private room was reserved by young Master Hu. What business do you have here?
Huang Xiaohua snapped.
Meanwhile, Wang Changlong and Chang Honliang both looked utterly confused, completely in the dark about the situation. What's going on, young Master Huang? Do you know this guy?
Humph.
Know him? I don't know him at all.
Huang Xiaohua snapped angrily.
Huang Xiao, isn't this guy your friend?
Hu Tianling asked doubtfully.
No.
Oh, since he's not your friend, Huang, then I'm afraid you're in the wrong place, buddy. Please leave.
Hu Tianling said coolly to Lu Feng.
Exactly.
Don't you know who you are? Thinking you could walk in here?
This is the Tianzi private room at Fengqian Grand Hotel. Look at your cheapskate appearance. I can't believe security let you in.
Wang Changlong, seeing Lu Feng wasn't anyone's friend, began sneering with obvious displeasure.
What status?
Why can't I enter this Tianzi suite?
Lu Feng retorted defiantly.
What status? You're asking me? Are you kidding me? Get lost. Don't bother us while we're entertaining important guests. Wang Changlong couldn't help but snap.
Just then, Hu Xinyue happened to walk over. Spotting her, the men all rushed over excitedly to fawn over her. Xinyue, you've grown even more beautiful since we last met. I recently acquired a rare jade pendant. Please come by my place sometime to see it.
Xinyue, I recently acquired an ancient painting rumored to be a genuine Tanging masterpiece.
Knowing Hu Xinyue's fondness for antiques, each man offered various excuses to invite her out. What they didn't know was that Hu Xinyue had no real interest in these things at all. It was mainly her daily work that made her pay attention to them.
Sorry, I'm not working these days.
If you have questions, just go straight to Fengqian Auction House and ask the appraiser. Hu Xinyue said coldly. Spotting Lu Feng still standing at the doorway, Hu Xinyue asked in confusion, Brother Feng, why haven't you come in yet? Hearing Hu Xinyue's words, the men all stared at Lu Feng with blank expressions, their jaws practically dropping in astonishment.
Little brother Feng? When did you take on a younger brother, Xinyue? Hu Tianling asked, his face filled with astonishment. Just now? Is there a problem? No. But Xinyue, you didn't even tell the family about such a big decision as adopting a brother? Who is this brother anyway? Why don't you introduce him?
Oh, his name is Lu Feng. I'm sure you've heard of him.
I just met my younger brother.
Hu Xinyue said indifferently. Huang Xiaohua's face darkened upon hearing Hu Xinyue's words. Recently, the Huang family had been plotting to cause trouble for Lu Feng. After all, they considered the notion that Lu Feng was the illegitimate son of the Lu family from the capital to be utter nonsense. They had specifically sent people to investigate and discovered that while the head of the Lu family did have numerous illegitimate children, there was absolutely no one named Lu Feng among them. Moreover, they had checked numerous connections and found that the Lu family had no financial dealings whatsoever with Lu Feng. This directly proved that Lu Feng had not a single penny's worth of connection to the Lu family in the capital. Naturally, the Huang family kept this information strictly confidential. Their unique intelligence channels remained a closely guarded secret, something they never shared with outsiders. Xinyue, you know full well what this man means to our Huang family. How could you still acknowledge him as your younger brother? Huang Xiaohua couldn't help but confront her. Before Hu Xinyue could respond, Hu Tianling erupted in anger. Huang Xiaohua, what kind of attitude is that? Are you questioning my sister? No, brother Hu, don't misunderstand. I was just asking out of confusion. What business is it of yours what our Hu family does? Are you suggesting my sister must report every friend she makes to you from now on? Hu Tianling snapped coldly. Hu Tianling had always cherished this younger sister, so naturally he couldn't tolerate Huang Xiaohua's attitude. Young Master Hu, please don't misunderstand. It's just that our Huang family has had some friction with him, so.
So what? What does that have to do with the Hu family? Chapter 118, Clash at the Dinner Table.
Hu Tianling's icy tone sent a chill through Huang Xiaohua's heart. He knew the Hu family clearly had no intention of helping them now. Still, he understood given the Hu family's current predicament, it was already fortunate that others weren't kicking them while they were down.
Young Master Hu, what exactly are you implying? Did you invite me to dinner today just to use me as a stepping stone to curry favor with others? Huang Xiaohua retorted with a cold snort. Young Master Huang, how could you say such a thing? I would never do such a thing.
I invited everyone here today primarily so we could all get to know each other. We're all friends, no need to make things so unpleasant.
Harmony brings prosperity, harmony brings prosperity,
Hu Tianling said with a smile. Facing this response, Lu Feng frowned, unsure what the Hu family was really up to. Seeing Lu Feng's silence, Hu Xinyue quickly explained, Brother Feng, don't misunderstand.
Bringing you here today was simply to introduce you to these friends.
They're all from prominent families in Menchang. Getting acquainted now will inevitably lead to mutual support in business dealings in the future.
Hearing Hu Xinyue's explanation, Lu Feng said nothing further and merely nodded.
Huang Xiaohua, however, was seething with rage.
He slammed his fist on the table and roared, befriend him? Impossible. He's insulted the Huang family and openly defied us. The Huang family won't let this slide. Openly opposed? You've got me wrong there. When exactly have I openly opposed you? Lu Feng asked innocently. You openly interfered to destroy the alliance between our Huang family and the Sun family.
You caused our Huang family to lose massive business opportunities, obstructing our operations.
And you claim you're not opposing our Huang family?
Huang Xiaohua declared, his face flushed with anger.
Honestly, I didn't.
The only reason I interfered with your family's marriage was because I genuinely cared deeply for Sun Shiqing. If pursuing love is a crime, then your Huang family is being downright unreasonable. As for your business matters, that has nothing to do with me. I never said I'd harm your Huang family. Those people choosing not to do business with you, I didn't instigate that. Lu Feng spread his hands helplessly, feeling like he'd been made the scapegoat. You. Just as Huang Xiaohua was about to say more, Hu Tianling cut in with a plea, alright, young Master Huang, Lu Feng truly never said any of that. He's telling the truth. We're here today to enjoy a meal. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's eat. Exactly. Exactly. Young Master who's treating us, and in the top-tier private room, how many people in all of Mencheng get this kind of treatment? Young Master Huang, don't be so ungrateful. Cheng Hongliang chimed in with similar persuasion. Exactly. The top-tier private room. Young Master Huang, if you don't want to stay, you should leave now. I've heard the service in the top-tier private room is the best in all of Mencheng's restaurants. I've been dying to experience it myself. Wang Changlong couldn't help but interject. Seeing everyone urging him to stay, young Master Huang could only snort coldly and sit down, swallowing his anger. After all, he too wanted to experience the famed service of the Tianzi suite. Such opportunities were rare. In all of Mencheng, only the Hu family possessed the privilege to enter the Fengqian Grand Hotel's Tianzi suite. Xinyue, you and your brother shouldn't be standing either, sit down quickly. Hu Tianling beckoned to Hu Xinyue and Lu Feng. Hu Xinyue smiled at Lu Feng and said, Brother Feng, come sit down. Let me introduce you. Then, Hu Xinyue began introducing Lu Feng. This is my brother, Hu Tianling. He's not much of anything, just runs a small company and still needs dad to clean up his messes every day. Don't bother getting too close to him, he's got no real talent. How can you talk about your own brother like that? I'm a company owner with assets exceeding 500 bucks, how can you make me sound worthless? Humph. Is 500 yuan really that impressive? You're puffing yourself up over a measly 500 yuan. If dad found out, he'd definitely say you're not ambitious. Hu Tianling was speechless. Compared to Hu Xinyue, Hu Tianling truly fell short in every aspect. Xinyue was simply too brilliant, her brilliance so overwhelming it overshadowed her brother, making Tianling seem utterly incompetent. Yet, if placed within any prominent family, Tianling would still be quite capable. I'm Wang Changlong, the eldest son of the Wang family from Mencheng. Our assets exceed 300 million. We're in the building materials business, supplying nearly 80% of Mencheng's construction materials. If Brother Feng ever needs building materials in the future, he can absolutely contact young Master Wang. Wang Changlong declared proudly to Lu Feng, Young Master Lu, I won't make bold claims elsewhere, but when it comes to building materials, no other family in Mencheng matches our quality. Great. I'll definitely need your support in the future, young Master Wang. Lu Feng replied with a smile, then suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, Oh, Mr. Wang, what's your relationship with Wang Chengtian? Ha? Chengtian? He's my younger brother. Why? Do you know him, young Master Lu? Wang Changlong asked in confusion. We've met before, but we're not particularly close. Lu Feng replied with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Changlong frowned and quickly said, He didn't offend young Master Lu, did he? If he did, I'll have him come apologize immediately.
It's fine, it's fine. Just a minor thing, nothing to worry about.
Lu Feng said indifferently.
Are you sure it's nothing? Wang Chenglong couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Feng's earlier expression didn't suggest it was trivial, and he couldn't help but feel deeply concerned. It's genuinely nothing, young Master Wang. Don't give it a second thought, just some friendly banter between buddies. Lu Feng chuckled.
Oh. Hu Xinyue stepped in to smooth things over. It's nothing, young Master Wang.
Feng said it was just a minor thing. Don't let this little incident affect our future relationship and cooperation.
Next up is Chen Hongliang, the young master of the Cheng family from Mencheng. The Cheng family primarily operates offline department stores and supermarkets. That renowned Shanghua supermarket chain belongs to them, with an astonishing number of outlets.
Chapter 119, covering up only makes it more obvious. Xinyue, you're flattering me.
The physical economy has been hit so hard by the internet that our family is practically starving. Chen Hongliang chuckled awkwardly.
It's true, online shopping has severely impacted brick-and-mortar businesses. If we stay complacent, we'll be phased out sooner or later.
I suggest exploring both online and offline channels.
Focus on enhancing the in-store shopping experience at your physical supermarkets. Let customers browse online and experience products offline.
After all, online services can never match the warmth of face-to-face interactions. Lu Feng nodded in strong agreement. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Chen Hongliang felt as if a light bulb had gone off in his head.
He exclaimed excitedly, young Master Lu, that's very feasible. Why didn't I think of that before? Your business acumen is truly far superior to mine. Not at all, not at all. I just thought of it off the cuff. Whether it'll work or not is still up in the air. After all, the required costs and resources are enormous.
Lu Feng replied modestly.
You're too modest, young Master Lu. Let's exchange contact details. I'll learn a lot from you going forward. Chen Hongliang promptly pulled out his phone, displaying his WeChat QR code to add Lu Feng as a contact. Sure, no problem. But I might not always be on WeChat.
If you need help, just give me a call directly.
Alright, Chen Hongliang said happily. Next was the final person.
Hu Xinyue introduced him to Lu Feng. You've probably met him already. Huang Xiaohua, the eldest son of the Huang family. Their main business is in the entertainment industry, and young Master Huang also has assets exceeding 300 million.
Oh.
Lu Feng nodded, clearly not fond of Huang Xiaohua. As for Huang Xiaohua, he disliked Lu Feng even more. Just then, the door to the private room opened.
Hu Tianling smiled and said, here they come.
Hu Tianling clapped her hands, and immediately the door swung open. A line of stunningly beautiful women entered, each carrying various platters. Seeing this, Lu Feng was somewhat taken aback.
Wow, even the waitresses serving the food are this beautiful?
These were all top-tier delicacies, rarely found in ordinary places.
This was the genuine Manchu Han Imperial Feast.
Just this table alone would cost close to 100 yuan, not including other service fees. After all, the most expensive part of the Tianzi private room was the service charge. In short, without at least 10 yuan for the night, this private room was simply unaffordable.
Hu Tianling remarked casually. Hearing Hu Tianling's explanation, the others all sucked in a sharp breath.
Lu Feng was equally stunned. 10 yuan was equivalent to 10 million before inflation. 10 million for a single meal was sheer extravagance.
No wonder only the Hu family of Mencheng could book this private room. It wasn't just about status. 10 million for a meal was unaffordable for anyone. Young Master who is truly splurging today. 10 million for a single meal? That's beyond my comprehension. Chen Hongliang exclaimed in awe. $10? That's nothing.
I remember someone once paid 20 grand in breakup fees.
Huang Xiaohua chuckled.
Upon hearing this, Lu Feng and Hu Tianling both frowned. Huang Xiaohua's words were clearly meant to sow discord, driving a wedge between Lu Feng and the Hu family.
Hu Tianling wasn't stupid. He could easily discern the underlying meaning.
He smiled and said, $10 really isn't much.
How about Huang Xiao treats us to this meal today? I'll pass.
After all, we have a big shot here who casually spends hundreds or even thousands.
He didn't even blink when he gave our Huang family 3,000 yuan earlier. What's a single meal to him? Huang Xiaohua's words were clearly aimed at Lu Feng.
Lu Feng just chuckled and said, true, this meal is nothing to me.
I could easily treat everyone, but why should I treat you? What's our relationship? Me treating you to dinner? You.
Huang Xiaohua's face turned ashen with anger.
Alright. It's just a meal. Why are you both so worked up? Let's talk about something else. Hu Tianling quickly stepped in to smooth things over.
Speaking of which, young Master Lu, I heard from people outside that you're from the Lu family of the imperial capital.
Is that true?
Hu Tianling's question piqued the interest of the other wealthy young masters, as they were all curious about Lu Feng's true identity.
The imperial capital Lu family? What imperial capital Lu family? I don't know.
Lu Feng replied indifferently.
Really?
But as far as I know, there aren't many prominent Lu families in Yanxia nowadays.
Which Lu family might you be from? Hu Tianling asked doubtfully. Why must it be the Lu family? You really are something.
Lu Feng said with feigned mystery.
Hearing this, the others present all had an epiphany. Hu Tianling instantly slapped his thigh. They had all fixated on Lu Feng's surname, vaguely suspecting his background story was fabricated. But why couldn't the surname itself be fake? The Lu surname might not even be his original one.
They had been led down a dead-end path by fixating on the Lu surname, falling into a misconception. Now, stepping back, the picture suddenly became much clearer. But this only broadened the scope, making Lu Feng's true identity even harder to pin down.
Lu Xiao's words jolted them awake. But if he wasn't from the imperial capital's Lu family, then who was he?
Hu Tianling studied Lu Feng again, probing for a response.
Does it really matter? Family or no family, it's irrelevant. Just treat me as an ordinary person with no family or background.
Lu Feng spoke truthfully. He truly had no family or connections. Everything he possessed was granted by the system.
Young Master Lu is quite cautious, isn't he?
Well, if that's the case, I won't ask any further.
Hu Tianling chuckled awkwardly.
Hiding the truth, all bluff and bluster.
Huang Xiaohua looked at Lu Feng with utter disdain. The Huang family had thoroughly investigated Lu Feng's background. The imperial capital Lu family was completely out of the question. Otherwise, the Huang family wouldn't dare challenge them. Chapter 120, The Li family's retaliation in the Magic City. Lu Feng couldn't be bothered with Huang Xiaotian's taunts. He believed it was wiser to keep a low profile.
After all, Sun Shiqing had previously mentioned that the Huang family primarily operated in the entertainment industry, backed by a group of ruthless individuals. Over a century ago, the clan had been bandits. Crossing such people would bring nothing but trouble. Though Lu Feng now possessed the system and still had an unused identity experience card, the unknown dangers remained the most terrifying.
He even began considering hiring bodyguards.
After serving the dishes, the group of beautiful waitresses stood beside the table, pouring wine for Lu Feng and his companions. After portioning the dishes, these waitresses set up several small tables nearby, laid out rugs, and respectfully knelt on the floor. They then addressed Lu Feng and his companions. Gentlemen and ladies, please take your seats. Seeing this, the group looked puzzled, except for the Hu siblings who remained calm, seemingly already familiar with this style of service.
Hu Tianling smiled and explained to the others, "It's fine, just go ahead and sit down. This is how the service works here. You'll be seated on the mats, just like in ancient palaces. Sit together and enjoy imperial-level service and treatment." Is that even allowed? Cheng Hongliang was utterly astonished. Overwhelmed with excitement, he walked over and sat down.
Immediately, the beauty beside him began massaging his back, while another beauty knelt nearby, pouring wine and serving dishes for him.
Truly imperial-level enjoyment and treatment. No wonder this Tian-level private room was so expensive and hard to book. The wealthy really know how to indulge. The others also found places to sit. Each man was attended by two beautiful female attendants, one massaging his back, the other serving his food. Let me tell you a secret: the service in this private room goes far beyond that. Unfortunately, with women present today, it's not appropriate to demonstrate everything. Hu Tianling grinned mischievously at the group. The men immediately caught on, understanding instantly. After all, men understand each other's jokes. Hu Xinyue frowned, her face flushed with anger as she snapped at Hu Tianling. "So you're saying I'm the one holding you guys up here?" No. I was just joking. Xinu, don't be angry."
Hu Tianling scrambled to make amends.
Just then, Hu Tianling suddenly received a phone call. "Excuse me, I need to take this call."
After taking the call, Hu Tianling's expression changed dramatically, as if he'd learned something utterly shocking.
Seeing Hu Tianling's expression, Cheng Hongliang asked in confusion, "Young Master Hu, what's wrong? Your face looks like something major just happened."
"Just got word the Li family from Magic City is moving into Menchang."
"What? The Li family from Magic City?" Cheng Hongliang exclaimed in astonishment. Haven't the Li family's businesses always been concentrated in Magic City and Jiangnan?
Why would they target our small city of Mencheng?
Cheng Hongliang couldn't quite grasp it. It's all because someone didn't give the Shanghai Li family face at the auction. Looks like they're here for revenge. Huang Xiaohua wore a look of schadenfreude. "Young Master Lu, the Li family from Magic City is clearly targeting you. What are you going to do?" Hu Tianling asked Lu Feng with a look of concern. "What can they do to me? I don't have any business interests. Even if they enter Jinfeng City, what does that have to do with me?" Lu Feng said nonchalantly. "Young Master Lu, you jest.
Everyone knows the Li and Sun families of Mencheng survived only because of your support.
Especially the Li family. They used to make ice cream, but now its value has skyrocketed. Their current worth might even surpass ours, the Hu family.
One must admit, young Master Lu, your foresight is truly remarkable,"
Hu Tianling said with admiration. "Insightful?
More like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat."
Huang Xiaohua couldn't help but interject.
"I was classmates with Li Wei, the Li family's daughter.
Out of school ties, I gave them a helping hand. Who could have predicted they'd skyrocket like this? Pure luck. Lu Feng chuckled. Come on, Lu, no need to be modest. Sometimes luck is part of your strength. But I heard you don't own a single share in the Li family's company. All that money they've made, it's got nothing to do with you, right? Huang Xiaohua looked at Lu Feng with a broad smile. Your sources are remarkably well informed. It's true I assisted the Li family, but I hold no shares in their company. Chapter 121, Never Lose Your Edge. Lu Feng answered honestly. Regarding Li Wei's family situation earlier, Lu Feng had genuinely helped out on a whim, never expecting any investment returns or favors in return. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the others looked at him with puzzled expressions, clearly baffled by his approach. Young Master Lu, you spent so much money helping the Li family without taking any shares. What exactly are you after? Cheng Hongliang asked in bewilderment. The others also looked at Lu Feng with puzzled expressions. I think he's just showing off. He spent all that money just to pick up a girl. Who'd have thought ice cream prices would skyrocket? Now he's probably lost his shirt. Hilarious. Huang Xiaohua sneered. Just to pick up girls? That sounds unlikely. Someone like Lu Xiao wouldn't do something meaningless. He must have his own reasons. Cheng Hongliang thought for a moment before stepping forward to defend Lu Feng. Ha! What plans? I'll tell you, it's all an act. I've got his background covered. If you don't believe me, just watch. Huang Xiaohua declared with absolute confidence. Seeing Huang Xiaohua's utterly convinced expression, both Hu Tianling and Wang Changlong began to harbor doubts about Lu Feng. His identity was indeed shrouded in mystery, making it hard to tell whether he was genuinely formidable or just bluffing. Huang Xiao, do you have any concrete evidence to back up these claims? Hu Tianling tentatively asked Huang Xiaohua. Hu, don't try to draw me out. Suffice it to say, this guy won't get far. Even if he has some connections, so what? He's crossed our Huang family and the Li family of Magic City. Do you really think he'll survive? Huang Xiaohua sneered coldly. Hearing Huang Xiaohua's words, both Hu Tianling and Wang Changlong agreed he had a point. Indeed, the Li family of Magic City was in a league of its own. To put it plainly, even the combined might of Mencheng's four major families couldn't shake the Li family's position. Add to that the Huang family's hostility, and Lu Feng would find it extremely difficult to survive under the pressure of these two powerful enemies. Even Cheng Hongliang, who had consistently supported Lu Feng, now felt uneasy. After all, the name Shanghai's Li family carried an intimidating weight. Enough talk, everyone, let's eat. Hu Tianling, sensing the awkward tension, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Lu Feng rose with an expression of utter indifference. I don't seek trouble, he declared. But if anyone insists on coming after me, I won't let them off the hook. The Li family of the Demon City, the Huang family, whatever you want. If you want to take me on, go ahead and try. Lu Feng knew that regardless of his actual capabilities, he couldn't afford to show weakness now. If he faltered in his stance, he'd be forced into a defensive position. A weak front would only make the onlookers think he was easy prey, lacking real power. Then, inevitably, they'd all come to test him, hoping to grab a piece of the pie. Thus, Lu Feng radiated unyielding resolve. With nothing to lose, he feared no corporate ambush from the Li family of Magic City. After all, he had nothing to lose. Detected admiration from Hu Xinyue. Task progress, 10 points, 10. Current task progress, 15 points, 15. Hearing this notification, Lu Feng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that just putting on airs could yield such significant task benefits. It seemed that to complete this mission, he'd need to make a stronger impression in front of Hu Xinyue. Seeing Lu Feng's reaction, the others felt a sudden sense of unease. Throughout the dinner, the various factions probed each other cautiously. Yet each was a shrewd operator, and not a single word was drawn from anyone. After the meal, Hu Xinyue came out to see Lu Feng off. She turned to him and said, "It's only 9 o'clock now. We could grab a late-night snack or some bubble tea. Would you be interested, Brother Feng? Sister Xinyue invites me? I'd be delighted to accompany you." Lu Feng smiled and nodded. After all, anything was enjoyable when accompanied by a beauty. Brother Feng, are you truly confident you can handle the Li family of Magic City? Hu Xinyue asked doubtfully. Honestly, saying I'm completely confident would be a lie. But I figure the Li family's main businesses are concentrated in Shanghai and the Jiangnan region. Even if they expand into Mencheng, what can they really do? I don't own any businesses here. What could they possibly threaten me with? The Huang family, though, is a different story. They started out as bandits. Who knows what dirty tricks they might pull? So I need to be prepared. If Brother Feng needs anything, just let me know. I'll definitely help you. Actually, there is something I need Sister Xinyue's help with. Lu Feng thought for a moment before turning to Hu Xinyue. What is it? I'm worried the Huang family might play dirty tricks on me. I'd like to ask Sister Xinyue to help me find a bodyguard, preferably one who's skilled in everything. Now that you mention it, I actually have someone in mind. though his background might be a bit.
Hu Xinyue hesitated, as if troubled by something.
It's fine, Sister Xinyue. I don't care about their background. As long as they're genuinely capable and can protect me and those around me well. Lu Feng considered for a moment before replying. Alright, I'll ask around for you. Hu Xinyue nodded.
The two then strolled down the street. As Hu Xinyue passed a street stall, she suddenly stopped. Her gaze was drawn to a cracked clay pot on the stall. The stall owner was a man with a crooked face and twisted mouth, extremely unattractive. Noticing Hu Xinyue's pause, the vendor immediately sensed her interest in his wares.
With a smile, he addressed her, "You have such a keen eye, young lady. Spotting a treasure like this right away.
This is a real gem, an ancient piece from the Xianmeng period, over 1,000 years old."
Chapter 122, All Tactics. Hearing the vendor's words, Hu Xinyue frowned and asked doubtfully, "An ancient piece from the Xianmeng period? How could something like that end up on your little stall? Hey, don't talk down to my little stall like that. Who says a small stall can't have great finds? I'm known as the street's treasure hunter, luck's always on my side." The vendor chuckled.
I recall that pottery techniques during the Xianmeng period primarily focused on Ming-style ceramics.
This doesn't look like Ming-style pottery to me. You're telling me it's from the Xianmeng period? Do you think I don't know my stuff? Hu Xinyue retorted irritably. Wow, beautiful lady, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Alright, I'll chalk it up to my good luck today for meeting such a gorgeous woman. Name your price. If it's right, this thing is yours. The street vendor said with a broad smile.
Hu Xinyue hesitated as she examined the old clay pot before her. She picked it up, studied it closely, and then declared, 10 cents.
1 dime? Seriously?
Beautiful lady, no one bids like that.
I'm not doing business with you.
The vendor put on a cold expression.
Then name your price.
Hu Xinyue asked, frowning.
Final offer, 5 yuan. The owner said coldly. What? 5 yuan? You might as well be robbing people. Hu Xinyue said, speechless. Miss, I truly haven't overpriced this. You've seen its quality, though not from the Xianmeng period. It's undoubtedly an antique in excellent condition. $5 is a steal. I'm selling it to you because we have a connection. To anyone else, I wouldn't even consider parting with it.
The shopkeeper said with a look of grievance. Hearing this, Hu Xinyue hesitated, then gritted her teeth and said, 2 yuan.
Oh no, sweetheart. How am I supposed to run my business at that price? At least let me make a little profit. How about 4 yuan? Just 4. The shopkeeper couldn't help but plead. Forget it then. Hu Xinyue stood up, ready to leave. Fine, 3 yuan then. I'll sell it to you for 3. Consider it a loss on my part. The owner said helplessly. 3 yuan? I guess that's fine.
Hu Xinyue thought for a moment, then prepared to pay. Lu Feng knew this was his moment to show off, so he decisively used his ID card.
Host using identity card. Please confirm the identity selected. Appraiser. Lu Feng silently confirmed in his mind.
Congratulations, host. You have temporarily acquired the abilities of a top-tier appraiser for 20 minutes. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lu Feng's brain instantly filled with a flood of knowledge. Just as Hu Xinyue pulled out 3 coins to pay the shopkeeper, Lu Feng grabbed her hand and exclaimed, Sis Xinyue, wait.
What is it, Feng? Hu Xinyue looked at Lu Feng with confusion. Xinyue, you can't buy this. The shopkeeper is trying to trick you.
This thing isn't worth anything, it's just a plain old broken pot. Lu Feng hurriedly explained.
Hey, young man. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. Who do you think you're trying to trick? Explain yourself. The shopkeeper roared angrily at Lu Feng. First you used the Xianmeng dynasty as a front to deceive us. When you realized we were experts too, you switched tactics, started talking about the pot's age, then used all kinds of psychological tricks to force us into buying it. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Hu Xinyue now realized something was off too.
I admit I played tricks, but this pottery jar is genuinely exceptional.
That much is undeniable, right?
The shopkeeper suddenly interjected.
A genuine piece? Lu Feng scoffed coldly. You've got some nerve saying that.
I told you before, this thing is nothing but a worthless piece of junk.
Lu Feng retorted coldly. Do you even know what you're talking about? If you can't tell, then get lost. This is clearly a valuable piece.
I can tell you're just looking for trouble.
I'm not doing business with you anymore, get out of here. The shopkeeper shouted angrily. First off, judging by the firing technique, if I'm not mistaken, this pottery jar is huakai.
The huakai firing method only emerged in modern times.
Second, the surface color is too dark, clearly caused by excessive impurities.
Both the workmanship and craftsmanship are extremely poor.
As for you claiming this jar is antique, right? Then let me ask you, why does an antique piece have modern simplified Chinese characters on its bottom?
Lu Feng flipped the pot over, pointing to its base as he spoke calmly. Hu Xinyue followed his gaze and saw the 4 characters Mencheng Production boldly inscribed on the base.
Seeing those characters, Hu Xinyue was furious.
She never imagined that as the manager of a prestigious auction house, she would one day be completely outmaneuvered and misjudge an item. If Lu Feng hadn't been present today, she truly would have been duped.
Truthfully, the monetary loss didn't bother Hu Xinyue.
What truly mattered was her reputation as the auction house manager. If word got out, she'd surely be laughed at.
You. The boss pointed at Lu Feng, momentarily speechless. What? Got nothing to say now? Lu Feng smiled and said.
Young man, your discernment and integrity truly impress me.
I've no words to counter. The boss sighed helplessly. Alright, we won't push you.
This piece may be modern craftsmanship, but my sister adores it.
How about this? I'll take a single penny for it. Lu Feng said. Are you sure?
The shopkeeper stared at Lu Feng in disbelief. After all, this particular jar was part of a bulk shipment he'd bought by the stack over 100 pieces for a single penny.
Lu Feng clearly recognized the jar's significance and knew its true value, yet he was still offering just a penny for it. That would mean a hefty profit for the shopkeeper. Cut the chatter. Sell it or not?
Lu Feng said impatiently.
Sell, of course we'll sell.
The shopkeeper hurriedly replied.
Brother Feng, didn't you just say this is fake? Why are you buying it?
Hu Xinyue asked with a puzzled look. Lu Feng shot Hu Xinyue a meaningful look, signaling her to keep quiet.
Chapter 123, A Treasure Found. After paying, Lu Feng took the clay pot and quickly left with Hu Xinyue. Only when they reached another alleyway did Hu Xinyue turn to ask Lu Feng, Brother Feng, what was that look you gave me earlier? Could it be that this pot has some hidden story?
Lu Feng nodded excitedly.
Xinyue, sis, I think we've struck gold this time. Hit the jackpot? But you said this thing was fake.
And that modern simplified character on the bottom was obvious.
What do you mean by hit the jackpot? Hu Xinyue looked utterly perplexed.
Xinyue, have you heard of double-layered jars?
A double-layered jar? You mean that ceramic technique?
I heard it's a method people use to conceal the original age and craftsmanship of treasures.
Could this jar be a double-layered one? Hu Xinyue stared at the jar in disbelief. Lu Feng nodded, then gently dabbed some saliva onto his finger.
He wiped the bottom of the ceramic jar, and suddenly, the 4 simplified characters made from door-shaped patterns vanished.
Witnessing this, Hu Xinyue's face contorted with disbelief. Staring at the intricate patterns and craftsmanship on the base, she gasped, is this an inkstone?
Lu Feng nodded.
Good heavens, it really is an ink jar. We've struck gold. Hu Xinyue's mind was reeling with shock.
Ink jars were virtually extinct in the market. Pottery jars said to have been made during the pre-ink period, over 3,000 years ago.
Their value was astronomical. Even a tiny ink bowl could fetch a staggering sum.
At an auction in the imperial capital, a cracked and badly worn ink bowl had sold for tens of thousands of coins. 10,000 yuan represented nearly the entire assets of a clan, underscoring its immense worth. Moreover, the ink jar they now held was several times larger than that bowl, and its condition was impeccable, not a single crack or chip. If auctioned today, it would fetch an astronomical price, likely commanding no less than 40 or 50,000 yuan. 40 or 50,000 yuan before inflation, that would have equated to 4 or 500 billion in value.
Detected Hu Xinyue's admiration and shock. Task progress, 20 points, 20. Current task progress, 35 points, 35. Hearing the notification in his mind, Lu Feng's heart leapt with joy.
He hadn't expected this show-off move to boost his mission progress so much. Most importantly, he now had points, and with points, he could enter the lottery. Just then, a crowd suddenly gathered around them. Lu Feng focused his gaze and recognized the previous street vendor. The vendor stared excitedly at the object in Hu Xinyue's hand, blurting out, it's an inkwell.
Ha! Never thought I'd see such a prosperous day. I'm rich. Truly rich. What are you doing? This belongs to us now. You already sold it, what do you think you're doing? Hu Xinyue couldn't help but retort. Are you stupid? Would I sell an ink jar for a single penny? Hand it over now, or don't blame us for being rude.
The stall owner snapped coldly.
Since you helped me find the inkwell, I'll let you off easy. Keep the inkwell and get the hell out of here. No way. Hu Xinyue clutched the ink jar tightly and declared firmly.
It wasn't that Hu Xinyue loved money, she loved treasures.
These guys clearly weren't good people. If this thing fell into their hands, who knew where it would end up?
Countless precious items from Yanxia had been lost over the years, all because of greedy scoundrels like them.
Damn it, UES won't take a hint. Don't blame me then. Get M.
At the stall owner's command, several people nearby rushed forward, ready to attack Hu Xinyue.
Lu Feng was frantic.
The problem was, he no longer had an identity experience card. If he still possessed one, he could switch to the identity of a kung fu master or even the kung fu king and easily beat up this crowd. But the awkward truth was, he didn't have one now, and even if he tried to draw one through points, there was no guarantee he'd get an identity card. Just then, a stunningly fierce beauty suddenly descended from above, delivering a high-heeled kick straight to the leader's face. The sight of that high-heeled boot connecting with the face made Lu Feng wince in pain just watching. This fierce beauty descended like a celestial being, swiftly defeating every last one of the attackers in mere moments.
Chapter 124, The Huang Family Again. Seeing the sudden arrival of the beauty, Hu Xinyue's face lit up with delight. "Thank goodness you came in time," she exclaimed excitedly. Lu Feng, however, looked at the suddenly appearing, sharp-looking beauty with a puzzled expression. Noticing his confusion, Hu Xinyue smiled and introduced, "Brother Feng, let me introduce you. This is my personal bodyguard, Shen Yuan."
"Oh, hello."
Lu Feng politely extended his hand toward the beautiful bodyguard.
However, she completely ignored him, leaving Lu Feng feeling awkward.
"It's okay, Feng.
She's just like that, doesn't like to talk much,"
Hu Xinyue explained with a smile.
"Oh, I see.
That's fine."
Lu Feng nodded in agreement.
"Stop right there.
Listen up, we're from the Huang family.
If you cross us, you'll regret it."
The street vendor, seeing Lu Feng and Hu Xinyue about to leave with the inkstone, flew into a rage and shouted at them.
Hearing this, Lu Feng froze. "The Huang family? The Huang family of the 4 great families of Min City? That's right. Scared now? Listen up, hand over that inkwell immediately. The Huang family isn't someone you can afford to cross." "The Huang family again? Damn, what bad luck. I really do have a connection with the Huang family, how did I end up running into them again?" Lu Feng muttered, utterly speechless. "You've crossed paths with the Huang family? Who are you?"
The street vendor frowned as he stared at Lu Feng.
"Who I am is none of your business. What's wrong with the Huang family?"
"I'm going after the Huang family. If you don't like it, tell those Huang brothers Huang Xiaohua and his crew to come talk to me themselves," Lu Feng retorted coldly. He then turned to Hu Xinyue beside him. "Xinyue, let's go."
"Brother Feng, you actually showed a bit of swagger just now. If I weren't so much older than you, I'd seriously consider pursuing you,"
Hu Xinyue said with a playful look on her face.
"Sis Xinyue, stop teasing me. How much older are you, really? Chasing? If anyone's chasing, it'd be me chasing you. A beauty like you, whoever marries you would be blessed for 8 lifetimes,"
Lu Feng said with flattery.
"Brother Feng, I never would have guessed you could be so smooth talking. But I like it. Oh, and Sister Xinyue, could you help me find a bodyguard?"
Faced with this sudden situation today, Lu Feng felt a surge of anxiety. If the Huang family and the Li family from Magic City really came after him without regard for martial ethics, he wouldn't stand a chance without a few bodyguards by his side. Ordinary bodyguards could be found easily enough, but close protection guards were another matter. They needed formidable combat skills and keen observational abilities. Such individuals were rare. Most bodyguards on the market were just ordinary people with some martial arts training. They wouldn't stand a chance against assassination attempts or sudden emergencies, Hu Xinyue said with a troubled expression.
"So there's no solution?" Lu Feng asked in confusion. "Qingxin Street."
Chen Yuan, who had remained mostly silent, suddenly spoke up.
"Qingxin Street? Where is that?" Lu Feng asked with a puzzled look.
He'd lived in Menqing for quite some time, yet he'd never heard of this Qingxin Street.
"Qingxin Street. Chen Yuan, are you suggesting we take Brother Feng to Qingxin Street to try our luck?" Hu Xinyue asked doubtfully. Chen Yuan nodded. Seeing this, Hu Xinyue frowned briefly before nodding. "Guess that's our only option."
Hu Xinyue then explained to Lu Feng, "Brother Feng, Qingxin Street is an underground marketplace in Mencheng. You can find almost anything there, but whether you get what you want depends on luck. You might even find some skilled bodyguards looking for work."
"There's a place like that? Is it reliable?" Lu Feng asked with a puzzled look. "It's okay. Generally, the transactions there are fine." Hu Xinyue nodded. "Alright, when should we go check it out?" Lu Feng asked doubtfully. "Right now. Qingxin Street usually opens in the evening and closes in the morning. Going now would be perfect,"
Hu Xinyue said with a smile.
"Alright, let's go now. Thanks for leading the way, Sister Xinyue."
"Brother Feng, you're still so polite with me.
"But what about this ink jar we have now? Are you planning to auction it off at my auction, or?"
Hu Xinyue stared at the ink jar in her hands, feeling an indescribable fondness for it. "I see Sister Xinyue's pretty interested in this thing, why not just give it to her?"
"Ha? Just give it to me? How could that be? This thing's worth over 40 or 50,000 yuan, you're just handing it over to me? Are you out of your mind?"
Hu Xinyue stared at Lu Feng in utter disbelief, completely stunned by his move.
"Anyway, I only paid a penny for this thing. I didn't spend much on it. What's wrong with giving it to Sister Xinyue?"
Lu Feng said with a calm expression.
This, Feng, you've left me speechless. I'm starting to wonder, could you actually have feelings for me? Why else would you give me such an extravagant gift?"
Even Hu Xinyue, who'd seen it all, was thrown off balance by Lu Feng's words.
Detected admiration and affection from Hu Xinyue. Task progress 15.
Points added 15.
Current task progress 50.
Points 50. Hearing the notification in his mind, Lu Feng's face lit up with excitement.
What do you think, Sister Xinyue?
Lu Feng beamed, his eyes sparkling as he studied Hu Xinyue. If Brother Feng truly desires it, then this sister wouldn't mind an older man with a younger woman.
A little puppy like you, Feng, is exactly what my heart craves.
Hu Xinyue blushed coyly, radiating that most pure, feminine allure. Lu Feng was so mesmerized he nearly drooled.
What man could resist a woman like this? Not even the most potent tonic could help him resist. Ahem.
Chen Yuan cleared her throat a few times beside them.
Lu Feng chuckled and said to Hu Xinyue, Sis Xinyue, let's hurry to Qingxin Street. Otherwise, I'm afraid your little brother might really lose control. Chapter 125, The Rules of Qingxin Street.
Brother Feng, just hold on a bit longer. We'll deal with your lack of restraint after we've taken care of business. Hu Xinyue gazed at Lu Feng with an alluring look. Lu Feng was genuinely struggling to resist the teasing. He could feel the blood surging through his veins, certain parts of his body already stirring with excitement. Hu Xinyue led Lu Feng to Qingxin Street.
Lu Feng discovered that the so-called Qingxin Street was actually an underground passageway in the western part of the city.
This subterranean street was extremely hidden without a local guide, ordinary people would never find it. It used to be called West City Street, but over time, people started calling it Qingxin Street.
Hu Xinyue explained.
Entering the underground street, Lu Feng found it bustling with activity, selling practically everything imaginable.
Lu Feng's gaze suddenly lingered on a little girl.
She looked pitiful, as if she hadn't eaten in days, her face dirty, yet unable to hide her stunning beauty. Beside her sat a bald man, alone, gnawing on a chicken leg. His face was fierce and menacing, clearly not someone to be trusted. Before them lay a dozen small items, still caked with dirt as if freshly dug from somewhere. Seeing this, Lu Feng felt compelled to intervene.
Hu Xinyue quickly grabbed Lu Feng's arm. Don't get involved in other people's business here. It'll only bring you a lot of trouble.
But,
Lu Feng hesitated. Don't forget, we're here for business. Let's deal with this after we've finished our main task. Hu Xinyue couldn't help but urge him. All right.
Lu Feng could only nod, then his gaze fell once more upon the little girl. The little girl seemed to sense Lu Feng's gaze. She lifted her head to look at him expressionlessly, a peculiar look in her eyes. They had been browsing for a while, and just as they were about to give up hope, Chen Yuan, who was behind Hu Xinyue, suddenly narrowed her eyes sharply. She glanced at a stall not far away and whispered, "That woman isn't ordinary." Hearing Chen Yuan's words, both Lu Feng and Hu Xinyue turned their gaze in that direction. Lu Feng saw a woman at a nearby stall, looking rather downtrodden. She was dressed simply, her clothes clearly second-hand finds, yet her makeup was remarkably refined. However, that meticulous makeup seemed deliberately intended to conceal her naturally stunning beauty.
What a beautiful woman! Hu Xinyue exclaimed in admiration.
Even though she's hiding part of her looks with makeup, you can still tell she's gorgeous. But there's nothing on her stall. I wonder what she's actually selling.
Hu Xinyue remarked casually. Why don't we go take a look?
Lu Feng said impatiently. Be careful, that guy has a heavy aura of killing intent.
Chen Yuan warned Lu Feng and Hu Xinyue. Lu Feng was startled by Chen Yuan's words and quickly asked, heavy killing intent? What do you mean?
She must have taken at least 10 lives. Otherwise, her killing intent wouldn't be this intense.
What? 10 people? You mean that woman killed 10 people? Is that even possible?
Lu Feng asked, utterly astonished. I said no fewer than 10 people, possibly more.
Hearing Chen Yuan's words, Lu Feng sucked in a sharp breath.
He never imagined such a ruthless woman existed. Lu Feng and his two companions slowly approached the woman. Before her lay a blank sheet of paper, upon which a single number was written in bold, 10,000.
What does this mean? Lu Feng looked utterly perplexed. The woman before him looked at Lu Feng and coldly declared, if you can afford 10,000 yuan, I'll go with you. What? 10,000 yuan? Has this woman lost her mind over money? She was certainly attractive, but 10,000 yuan? That was way too much to ask.
No wonder no one had approached her all this time.
Lu Feng frowned, looking at the woman before him and asking, what do you need so much money for?
My mother has a serious illness and has to stay in the ICU every day. The daily medical expenses alone cost 10,000 yuan. Lu Feng studied the woman before him.
She didn't seem to be lying. He turned to her and asked, can you protect me? I happen to need a personal bodyguard.
If you're truly capable, I'll pay you 10,000 yuan.
Brother Feng, have you lost your mind? 10,000 yuan for a bodyguard?
Even the king's guards wouldn't cost that much.
Hu Xinyue blurted out. It's fine. She's very devoted.
If she's truly capable, I'll consider it helping her out.
Lu Feng replied calmly. All right. As long as I'm still alive, I'll protect you no matter what. The street vendor girl stood up abruptly, gazing at Lu Feng with unwavering resolve. By the way, what's your name?
Lu Feng asked, looking at her.
My name is Aya. Aya? What's your last name? No surname. No surname? Fine, but I need to make sure you really have this ability.
Lu Feng said indifferently.
How do you verify it? Aya asked. Follow me for now. Whether you're up to it depends on how you perform from here on out. Lu Feng paused briefly before rising to his feet. And so, Lu Feng led Aya and Hu Xinyue back. Just as they passed the little girl's stall again, the child suddenly rushed toward Lu Feng like a madwoman, threw her arms around him, and cried out, Big brother! Big brother! Please help Nan Nan! Help her! Damn it, are you trying to get yourself killed? Who gave you permission to go out? Get your ass back here right now!
The bald man yelled angrily.
No, no! I don't want to go back!
The little girl cried, burying her face in Lu Feng's lap.
Chapter 126, The Backer of Qingxin Street.
Seeing this, Lu Feng frowned slightly before turning to the bald man in front of him.
Is this girl your daughter?
Of course she's my daughter. Who else would she be?
The bald man couldn't help but snap. No! He's not my dad. My dad died a year ago. He's not my dad.
The little girl exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, the bald man hurriedly explained, she's just talking nonsense. She's being rebellious again.
Don't mind her. Come back here, sweetie. Daddy will buy you some candied hawthorn later. No, no. You're not my daddy. You're not.
Seeing this, the bald man grew annoyed and shouted at the little girl, come back here this instant, or I'll beat you senseless.
No, no, don't.
The girl's sobs grew more frantic. Clearly, she was no stranger to beatings.
The bald man lunged forward, trying to drag the little girl back.
As she was about to be pulled away, the girl looked at Lu Feng with utter despair.
Catching her gaze, Lu Feng grabbed the bald man's arm and snapped coldly, she said you're not her dad. So let go. Who the hell do you think you are, meddling in my business? You think I won't kill you? The bald man snarled threateningly at Lu Feng.
But at that moment, Aya beside Lu Feng grabbed the bald man's arm and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. The force was immense. The bald man looked away at least 170-180 pounds, yet Aya's single kick sent him flying 7 or 8 meters. It was utterly absurd. You bastards are asking for death. Causing trouble on Qingxin Street? Don't you want to live anymore? Someone! The bald man yelled. Seeing this, Hu Xinyue beside him couldn't help but exclaim, oh no! We have to get out of here fast. If the boss of Qingxin Street shows up, none of us will get away. What's going on? Why do we have to leave? Lu Feng clearly didn't understand Hu Xinyue's meaning. Stop messing around. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Hu Xinyue was frantic. Lu Feng remained puzzled. Just then, he noticed a large group of people suddenly approaching from behind, at least 20 or 30 of them. Seeing this, Lu Feng scooped up Nan Nan and turned to run. But just as they started to run, another dozen or so people appeared ahead. Damn it, what's going on? Lu Feng stared speechlessly at the scene unfolding before him. The new group didn't bother negotiating. They charged straight at Lu Feng's group, clearly ready to fight. At that very moment, Aya charged forward like a bullet, taking the lead. Within moments, she had dispatched the dozen or so attackers in front. The 20 or 30 others behind them didn't last more than a few minutes against her either. Holy, she's good. Lu Feng's face was filled with astonishment. A woman with such killing intent was truly formidable. Stop gawking and let's get out of here. More people will just keep showing up. Hu Xinyue snapped at Lu Feng impatiently. The group quickly left Qingxin Street. After leaving Qingxin Street, they walked a while longer before finally stopping to rest. Lu Feng looked utterly confused. What's going on? Why did we have to run? You don't get it. The reason Qingxin Street has never had any fraudulent transactions all these years is because it has strict rules. Most importantly, there are powerful people protecting it. Rumor has it the backers are bigwigs from Shanghai and Beijing. This involves several major families, none of which are people like us can afford to mess with. That's why no one dares cause trouble here. What just happened was way too dangerous. Luckily we all had some makeup on. Otherwise, we'd have been dead meat. Hu Xinyue couldn't help but exclaim. Holy crap, that was terrifying. Lu Feng said, still visibly shaken. That's why you shouldn't meddle in others' business on Qingxin Street. Trouble will find you. Hu Xinyue couldn't help but lecture Lu Feng. I'm sorry, big brother. It's all Nanan's fault. I'm the one who got you into trouble. Nan Nan looked at Lu Feng pitifully. It's okay. What does this have to do with you? It's clearly those scoundrels. Lu Feng reassured her. Master, may I continue to stay by your side? Auntie asked Lu Feng at that moment. Sure. But since you'll be with me from now on, I'm your master. You'll take my surname. You'll be Lu from now on. How about Luya?
Upon hearing this, I looked at Lu Feng with gratitude and said, "Thank you, master." "What about the money?" Luya asked awkwardly.
Chapter 127, Lu Feng's True Strength.
"Don't worry. Give me your account details and I'll transfer it to you right now,"
Lu Feng said indifferently.
Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Luya promptly provided her bank account details.
Lu Feng took out his phone to initiate the transfer, though such a large sum wouldn't clear immediately.
Just as Lu Feng was transferring the funds, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Qian Xiaoning. Seeing Qian Xiaoning's name, Lu Feng answered the call immediately. "What's up, Manager Qian?"
Mr. Lu, I noticed you initiated a large transfer to withdraw all funds from your account.
"Didn't we agree earlier that you'd deposit money with our bank and we provide you with a fixed return? Why are you closing your account now? Is there something our bank hasn't done well enough?" Sorry about that. I just suddenly needed to make a transfer. It's not that your bank did anything wrong. I'll deposit another 50,000 yuan into your bank. Is that okay?" Hearing Lu Feng's words, Qian Xiaoning froze in shock. Then, with disbelief, she exclaimed, "Mr. Lu, did I hear that correctly? Are you serious?" It wasn't just Qian Xiaoning who was shocked. Hu Xinyuan and Luya, standing beside Lu Feng, couldn't believe their ears either.
Hu Xinyua especially, though she'd harbored doubts about Lu Feng's background, the Huang family's words and the Li family's situation in Magic City had previously made her skeptical. But witnessing this scene instantly restored her unwavering belief in his status. The Lu family of the imperial capital, no less. If it weren't for the Lu family of the imperial capital, what other family could be so incredibly powerful that they could casually pull out 50,000 yuan without even batting an eye? No wonder Lu Feng had given her the inkwell. Apparently, he didn't even consider it worth his time.
This only deepened Hu Xinyue's curiosity about Lu Feng. Detected curiosity from Hu Xinyue. Task progress 5 points, 5, current task progress 55. Current points 55. Hearing these prompts, Lu Feng was somewhat surprised.
He hadn't expected curiosity alone could increase task progress in points. It truly proved that saying, when a woman begins to feel curious about a man, it means she's already hooked.
Mr. Lu?
Seeing Lu Feng silent for so long, Qian Xiaoning hurriedly asked, inwardly wondering if he'd changed his mind or was just putting on airs.
"It's fine. Of course I meant it. I'll transfer it to your bank right now,"
Lu Feng hastily replied.
The 50,000 yuan reward from the system was still there. Rewards could be deposited directly into a bank account, extremely convenient, but only into his own card.
To transfer it to Luya, he did need to use his own funds. There was no way to deposit it directly from the system into her account.
A thought flashed through Lu Feng's mind, and he promptly deposited the entire 50,000 yuan into Qian Xiaoning's bank account.
Shen Boyi was leisurely sipping tea at home when he suddenly received a call from his subordinate.
"Director Qian, it's a major emergency." "What kind of big trouble? Why the panic?" "Our bank suddenly has a large deposit of 50,000 yuan. This is absolutely terrifying. I'm wondering if someone is using our bank for some kind of illegal scheme." "What? A 50,000 yuan deposit? Who made the deposit?" "It's someone named Lu Feng." "What? Lu Feng? Alright, I've got it. You don't need to handle this matter."
"Understood, President." After hanging up, Shen Boyi was utterly stunned. Though he'd speculated about Lu Feng's background and heard rumors circulating in Menqing's high society circles, he never imagined Lu Feng would be this bold.
He'd clearly overestimated Lu Feng's influence.
But now it was clear he had underestimated Lu Feng's background and power.
Without the backing of a powerful family, how could he possibly have access to such vast amounts of cash? And this family was likely a financial conglomerate. Qian Boyi immediately called Qian Xiaoning. "Xiaoning, what's up with Lu Feng? He suddenly deposited 50,000 yuan in the bank? Did something big happen with your relationship?" "What? He really deposited 50,000 yuan? I thought he was joking." Qian Xiaoning exclaimed in surprise. "Xiaoning, I never expected you to be so impressive. You've already won Lu Feng over so quickly. I thought you'd have to wait a while longer. When are you planning to bring him to meet the parents?" "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? It's not what you think. Mr. Lu wanted to transfer 10,000 yuan out of his account. I thought he was closing it, which scared me. Who knew he'd deposit another 50,000 yuan? Oh, that makes sense. He's a big-time tycoon with powerful connections. I heard both the Li family and the Huang family in Shanghai are targeting him. Moving such a large sum makes perfect sense. I was worried he'd be in trouble, but now it seems the Huang family and the Shanghai Lis should be the ones watching their backs." "Dad, is Lu Feng really that formidable?"
"We're talking about the Li family of Shanghai, a lineage spanning centuries.
Could they possibly be outmatched by one Lu Feng? You're being naive. The fact that Lu Feng can mobilize such massive funds proves his background is anything but ordinary.
I doubt even the main branch's eldest son from the Li family in Shanghai could easily secure 50,000 yuan like that. And this guy who came to Mencheng is just a peripheral figure from Shanghai, merely using the Li family's name as a front.
He's no match for someone like Mr. Liu. Got it, Dad.
Don't just acknowledge it, you need to build a solid relationship with Mr. Liu ASAP and secure him for us. Before Qian Boyi could finish speaking, Qian Xiaoning hung up.
Shortly after, Qian Xiaoning swiftly approved Lu Feng's transfer request. Standing beside Lu Feng, Lu Yan knew such a large transfer wouldn't clear instantly.
Yet, mere moments after Lu Feng finished his call, her phone buzzed with a notification. The 10,000 yuan had indeed arrived.
Could it really be that simple? Chapter 128, The Little Girl's Identity. It's already credited? That fast?
Luya stared at the text message in disbelief, even questioning whether it was fake. But when she logged into her mobile banking app and saw the balance confirmed, she was once again astonished by Lu Feng's capabilities. Such a large transfer arriving instantly spoke volumes about his influence.
Luya wasn't some naive woman. The things she'd been through could easily fill a novel.
Luya was a professionally trained mercenary who had completed numerous missions abroad. Had it not been for extraordinary circumstances, she would never have ended up in her current predicament. Yet she harbored no resentment toward anyone, every choice had been her own. Little Nan Nan, standing nearby, gazed at Lu Feng with admiration.
Big brother is so amazing. You know quite a lot, don't you, Nan Nan? How did you learn all this? Lu Feng smiled as he ruffled little Nan Nan's hair.
Little Nan Nan looked utterly content under Lu Feng's touch, clearly relishing the gentle pat on her head.
Brother Feng, this is great. Not only did you gain a skilled bodyguard, but you also got a little cutie. But what are you planning to do with this little cutie? Little one, where are your parents? Who was that person inside earlier? Why were you with him? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask the little girl. I don't know anything.
The little girl seemed frightened, shaking her head quickly as she spoke. Seeing this, Lu Feng realized the little girl before him clearly still didn't trust them.
Having a little girl along was indeed a hassle.
Then I think we should take the child to the orphanage. After all, it's inconvenient for a grown man like me to be taking care of a little girl alone. Lu Feng pondered for a moment before suggesting.
True. What would a grown man like you know about raising a girl? Sending her to the orphanage is definitely the better choice. Hu Xinyue nodded in agreement, thinking Lu Feng had a point. But little Nan Nan, overhearing their conversation, immediately burst into tears and wailed, Nan Nan won't go to the orphanage. Nan Nan won't go to the orphanage. If not the orphanage, where do you want to go? Lu Feng asked coldly. Nan Nan wants to stay with Big Brother. Stay right by Big Brother's side. Nan Nan clung to Lu Feng's leg, sobbing. Follow me? How am I supposed to take care of a little girl like you? And you haven't told me anything. How am I supposed to take care of you? Lu Feng snapped irritably. But Nan Nan really doesn't know anything. Nan Nan cried.
Seeing this, Lu Feng was at a loss for words. The sight of this pitiful little girl did indeed soften his heart somewhat. Yet, faced with a girl of such unknown origin, he felt genuinely uneasy. Moreover, his current situation was rather awkward. Both the Huang family and the Li family of Magic City were watching him. Even though he now had bodyguards, he couldn't constantly keep an eye on everyone around him. Lu Feng looked troubled as he addressed the little girl before him. But I really can't take you with me. I won't cause any trouble for my big brother. I'll take care of myself.
Nan Nan pleaded pitifully.
Seeing this, Luya beside him suggested to Lu Feng, Master, why not let me take care of her? She seems quite pitiful. Seeing Nan Nan now reminded Luya of her own past self, and she decided to take her in.
You take her? Fine. Better than her staying with me. She'll be with you from now on. If anything happens, I'll hold you responsible. Lu Feng said to Luya with a smile. Rest assured, Master. Luya nodded firmly in assurance. Since Brother Feng has taken care of this matter, I'll be heading back now. It's already quite late. Hu Xinyue glanced at the time and said with a smile. Alright, Sister Xinyue, thank you so much for today. Lu Feng said gratefully to Hu Xinyue.
Brother Feng, thank you for the inkwell earlier.
But don't worry, I won't take this thing for free.
Hu Xinyue said with a smile.
No need to thank me, Sister Xinyue. It's just an inkwell, nothing to make a fuss about. Lu Feng said nonchalantly. Alright, then we'll head back first. We can all ride in my car, it's big enough for everyone. Hu Xinyue said calmly.
Lu Feng and the others all got into Hu Xinyue's car and were driven to Lu Feng's house. After dropping Lu Feng and the others off at his villa, Hu Xinyue headed back.
Lu Feng then brought Luya and Xiananan to his own residence.
Feel free to pick any room to stay in, any that's unoccupied will do.
Aya, does your place need any help? It's fine. My master has already helped me so much. I can handle everything from here on out. Luya nodded in agreement.
Just then, someone emerged from one of the villa's rooms.
Boss, when did you get back? And who are they?
Chen Ziyu, who had been serving as Lu Feng's personal assistant during this period, was responsible for his daily needs and naturally resided in the villa.
Seeing Chen Ziyu mopping the floor with a rag, Lu Feng asked her in confusion, Ziyu, what's going on here? You didn't clean the entire villa by yourself, did you? Chen Ziyu looked at Lu Feng with an exhausted expression, as if she'd been working for ages. What else? No, seriously? How can you be so honest? I hired you as my personal assistant, do you understand? Not a maid. You're an assistant. You could hire a maid. Cleaning this entire mansion by yourself? You're something else. Lu Feng stared at Chen Ziyu, speechless. Ha? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm almost done cleaning. This is absolutely exhausting. Chen Ziyu sighed helplessly. Who knew you'd be like this? Oh, right, Ziyu, her name is Luya. You can call her Aya. She's my personal bodyguard. And this is Xianananan. Lu Feng introduced to Chen Ziyu. Luya? Surname Lu? Chen Ziyu looked puzzled. Yes, Lu. Find them 2 rooms, they'll be staying here from now on. Lu Feng said indifferently. Ha? Who is it? Is Brother Feng back? Feng Yuqing emerged from her room, rubbing her eyes sleepily as she asked. Chapter 129, Several Women Gather. Feng Yuqing was currently wearing a bear-patterned pajama set, her eyes still heavy with sleep, barefoot, and utterly captivating. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but swallow hard before saying, Yuqing, why are you barefoot? That's so unsafe. Ha? It's fine. I'm always barefoot at home. Besides, Ziyu keeps this place spotless. Nothing will happen. But Feng, no offense, but this place is huge. How can you make Ziyu clean it all by herself? She's your employee, you can't overwork her like this. At least hire a couple more maids. Feng Yuqing retorted irritably. So what if the floor is clean? It's cold. Walking barefoot will let the chill seep into your body. Women should take better care to stay warm. No more bare feet next time, or don't blame me for getting angry. Lu Feng couldn't help but scold. Got it, Brother Feng. Feng Yuqing slowly descended the stairs. Only then did she notice Luya and the little girl beside Lu Feng. Surprised, she asked, Brother Feng, who are this sister and little girl? Her name is Luya. I hired her as my personal bodyguard, and she'll be protecting me from now on. As for this little girl, I found her on the road. She insisted on following me no matter what. Lu Feng replied with a sigh. Ah. This lady is Brother Feng's personal bodyguard? Is she that skilled? Feng Yuqing stared at Luya in astonishment. Big brother, how come you have so many pretty sisters at home? Little Nan Nan peeked out from behind Lu Feng, her curiosity evident. Kids, mind your own business. Lu Feng snapped curtly. I'm not a little kid. I'm already 12 years old. In another 6 or 7 years, I'll be an adult. Then I'll be able to be just like these big sisters and become Big Brother's wife. Little Nan Nan blurted out. Hearing the little girl's words, Lu Feng was so annoyed he flicked her forehead and snapped, You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm not talking nonsense. Nan Nan knows perfectly well that all the women living in this house are Big Brother's wives. Little Nan Nan declared with utmost seriousness. That's right, that's right. Little sister, you're absolutely correct. I'm also Brother Feng's wife, hee hee. Suddenly appearing was Feng Yuqing's best friend, Su Chao Chao. Ah, another big sister. Big brother, how many sisters do you have? The little girl stared at Su Chao Chao in surprise. What nonsense. Don't talk rubbish. Lu Feng couldn't help but interject. Alright, it's already late. Enough chatter, everyone go to bed. Lu Feng addressed the women. So, Feng, whose turn is it tonight? Su Chao Chao said to Lu Feng with a seductive look. What card? If you keep slandering my reputation like this, I won't let you off the hook. Lu Feng glared at Su Chao Chao. Oh, how exactly would Brother Feng not forgive me? I'll be waiting for you in bed. Su Chao Chao flashed a playful smile, stuck her tongue out at Lu Feng, then turned and scampered back to her room. As Lu Feng finished speaking, the others bid him good night. Just as Luya was about to head to her room, Lu Feng suddenly called out to her. Luya, wait a moment. Luya turned back, puzzled, and asked, What is it, master? Aya, I know you might have had a complicated past. I don't really want to pry into the details of your history. If you ever feel ready to tell me, you can do so anytime. I only ask this, are you truly committed to protecting me? Seeing Lu Feng's seriousness, Luya stood up respectfully and declared solemnly, I'm sorry, master. I truly can't discuss my past, it's for your own good. But regarding protecting you, rest assured. You helped me when I needed it most. I promise, unless I die, no one will ever harm you. It's fine, no need for such solemnity. Protecting me is certainly necessary, but you must protect yourself too. Lu Feng said indifferently. Hearing his words, Luya gazed at him with profound gratitude. Thank you, master. It's fine. Get some rest now. Don't be too tense. Lu Feng patted Luya's shoulder before returning to his room. However, the room he returned to was Feng Yuqing's. Feng Yuqing hadn't been able to sleep since returning to her room.
She felt a bit nervous. 2 new people had moved into the villa today, and it would be a lie to say she didn't feel a sense of crisis.
At the same time, Su Chaoqiao's earlier words had stirred some anticipation within her.
Perhaps Brother Feng would choose her tonight. Yet after waiting for ages with no sign of him, disappointment began to creep in.
Could it be that Brother Feng no longer liked her?
Surely not. She could feel his affection for her was still strong.
Lu Feng was currently sneaking into Feng Yuqing's room.
He quietly opened the door and saw the woman covered by the quilt on the bed, his heart racing with excitement. Overcome with excitement, Lu Feng lunged toward the bed, yanked back the covers, and wrapped his arms around the delicate form beneath. The woman trembled beneath the covers, seeming timid. Seeing this, Lu Feng felt puzzled. Feng Yuqing had grown familiar with him over these days and rarely reacted like this. Moreover, the figure before him seemed to have a different build and proportions than Feng Yuqing. Could it be?
Brother Feng, you're so naughty. Hearing that voice, Lu Feng's mind went completely blank.
He hadn't expected the woman in bed to be Su Chaoqiao, not Feng Yuqing.
Recognizing Su Chaoqiao, Lu Feng was startled and blurted out, "Holy crap, Su Chaoqiao? How come it's you? Brother Feng, don't you like Chaoqiao?"
Su Chaoqiao looked utterly dejected, her expression on the verge of tears.
"Of course I do. Xiao is so adorable, how could I not like you?" Lu Feng reassured her.
He dreaded seeing women cry, so he could only offer comfort first.
Chapter 130, Feng Yuqing's Shyness. Really? Does Brother Feng truly like me?
Su Chaoqiao asked, her face flushed with excitement as she looked at Lu Feng.
Of course. But you know I like Yuqing too, and there might be more than one woman in the future.
Think it through carefully.
Once you're on my ship, there's no turning back. I'm the most jealous person you'll ever meet. If you commit to me, you won't be able to leave. Lu Feng smiled as he gently stroked Su Chaoqiao's hair.
Lu Feng thought to himself, since they'd already crossed that line, he'd kissed and hugged Su Chaoqiao earlier, might as well go all the way.
Seeing Su Chaoqiao remain silent for a long while, Lu Feng inquired again, "Have you made up your mind? If you have, I'll continue.
But if you refuse, you still have a chance now." Instead of answering, Su Chaoqiao wrapped her arms around Lu Feng's neck and pulled the blanket over them. In the next room, Feng Yuqing suddenly heard a woman's cries. The voice sounded like Chaoqiao's, and the kind of moans she recognized all too well. Clearly, they were doing that kind of intimate thing. Instantly, Feng Yuqing felt a pang of pain in her heart. She had believed she could accept her sister's actions, but now that it was actually happening, the pain was unbearable. As the sounds from across the hall grew louder, Feng Yuqing grew increasingly agitated, her face flushing all the way to her neck.
That damn Chaoqiao. Not only did she steal my Feng brother, but she's screaming like that too? It's infuriating. Feng Yuqing couldn't help but climb off the bed.
She quietly opened her door and tiptoed over to Su Chaoqiao's room. She pressed her ear to the door, straining to hear what was happening inside. But in a moment of carelessness, she accidentally pushed the door open. The 2 people inside, lost in the heat of passion, heard the door creak and turned around in a panic. Su Chaoqiao saw Feng Yuqing standing in the doorway and was instantly overcome with embarrassment. As if she'd done something shameful, she buried her head deep in the pillow, too scared to come out. Sorry. Carry on. Feng Yuqing, feeling awkward, quickly stood up and turned to leave. But just as she was about to leave, she suddenly found herself being pulled back. Startled, Feng Yuqing whirled around to find Lu Feng grinning mischievously behind her. She gasped, unable to hold back, "Brother Feng, what are you doing? What do you think? You came here, and now you want to run?" With that, Lu Feng pulled Feng Yuqing onto the bed. Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of passion once more, their cries growing louder and more intense with each passing moment. The next morning, Lu Feng woke up to find breakfast already prepared. Smiling, he said to Chen Ziyu, "Ziyu, you've worked hard. But you could hire more people. I transferred some more money to that card I gave you earlier, you can use it." "Hard work? I doubt I worked as hard as you did last night," Chen Ziyu retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Last night? What are you talking about? I don't understand." Lu Feng immediately played dumb. Just then, Lu Ye emerged, flashing a rare smile at Lu Feng. "Master, you're quite the fighter." Lu Feng was utterly baffled. Even the little girl Nan Nan teased him, "Big brother, last night was embarrassing." Hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but complain, "What kind of crappy house is this? When they sold it to me, they kept bragging about how great the soundproofing was. Turns out it was all bull. Damn it." Feng Yuqing and Su Chaoqiao, who had been hiding in their room, were just about to head downstairs. But upon hearing the commotion below, they both blushed fiercely. They hid back in their room, too embarrassed to come out, terrified of running into those women. "It's all your fault, you stinky Chaoqiao. You've made me look like such a fool. How am I ever supposed to face these people again? What does this have to do with me? You were the one screaming the loudest last night." Su Chaoqiao couldn't help but retort. "Stupid Chaoqiao, you're asking for it, aren't you? Just wait till I punish you properly." Feng Yuqing immediately started tickling Su Chaoqiao. Yuqing, I'm sorry.
My body still hurts. Please stop, please stop. Su Chow Chow immediately started begging for mercy. Humph. Now you know pain? I heard you screaming pretty loud yesterday. I'd only learned it from you. You admit it, don't you? Go ahead, say it. Ah, help. Help. The main wife is bullying the concubine. There's no justice in the world. The concubine has no rights. The commotion inside naturally didn't escape Lu Feng's notice.
Lu Feng noticed that since completing his previous mission, his physical condition had improved significantly, even his hearing and vision had sharpened considerably.
Chapter 131, The Arrival of the Li Family from the Demon City.
He never imagined the system could grant him such immense benefits. Having a cheat code really does make a difference. This time, all these women had moved into his large villa. Fortunately, no conflicts or awkward situations had arisen. Most importantly, last night he had been with 2 women at the same time, 2 exceptionally beautiful women, the kind of campus queens he had never dared to dream of before. For the old Lu Feng, even if you gave him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't have dared to dream of such a thing.
Yet now, it was all real.
Not long after Lu Feng finished breakfast, his phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to see it was Hu Xinyue.
Sis Xinyue, what's up?
The Li family from Shanghai has arrived in Menchang.
They've also met with the 4 major families here. It's highly likely they're coming for you.
They sure got here fast.
Brother Feng, what are you planning to do? What else can we do?
We'll meet force with force, and water with earth.
You seem surprisingly calm. Knowing you have that mindset puts my mind at ease.
Hu Xinyue had already arrived at the entrance of the Fengqian Grand Hotel.
Early that morning, she received an invitation from the Li family of Magic City.
In truth, the visitor was merely a wealthy young heir from a branch family hardly worth her time. The Hu family possessed considerable depth and resources. Even facing the Li family of Magic City, they held little fear.
If the Li family of Magic City wanted to take on the Hu family, they'd need the main branch's backing.
Otherwise, the Hu family had nothing to fear.
Moreover, Hu Xinyue's primary purpose in attending was to observe the current state of the other major families. In the Tianzi suite of the Fengqian Grand Hotel, the wealthy young masters from the 4 major families of the city were all present except for the young master of the Hu family. Wang Chenglong of the Wang family, Cheng Hongliang of the Cheng family, and Huang Xiaohua of the Huang family were seated. Naturally, the head seat in the private room belonged to the Li family of the Demon City.
This man was named Li Qingli, a member of a branch family of the Li clan. Though not part of the main lineage, Li Qingli was nonetheless a super wealthy tycoon whose assets exceeded 10,000 yuan. In today's world, families with assets exceeding 10,000 yuan are given a special nickname, the so-called 10,000 yuan households.
Such families are rare in Yanxia, each one a formidable force.
As a branch of the Li family, Li Qingli naturally leveraged the prestige of the Shanghai Li clan to put on airs everywhere. Other families, intimidated by the Shanghai Li name, naturally gave Li Qingli face and favors in every aspect, which is why he achieved such remarkable success in business. The Li Fengchun who appeared at the auction house earlier was Li Qingli's father. Having suffered such a significant loss of face in public, Li Qingli was determined to restore it. He proved far more capable than his father in business and other endeavors, earning praise even from the head of the Li family. The patriarch promised that if Li Qingli could break through the 20,000 barrier, their branch would be admitted into the main family.
Li Qingli did not disappoint the family patriarch.
Within just a year or two, he had increased his personal assets to 17,000 yuan, leaving only 3,000 yuan short of qualifying for clan membership. This time, his father had brought shame upon the Li family over this matter. He seized the opportunity to come to Mencheng and teach that arrogant young upstart a lesson.
Moreover, Li Qingli had specifically inquired about Lu Feng and learned he was quite capable.
His sudden rise to prominence, coupled with his assistance to both the Li and Sun families of Mencheng, had involved wealth contributions of at least 5,000 yuan. Such a reckless rich second-generation heir was naturally the perfect target for Li Qingli's hunt. Li Qingli's rapid accumulation of 7,000 yuan in assets over just a year or two stemmed precisely from hunting down such rich second-generation individuals who relied on their privileged family backgrounds and were oblivious to their own limitations. These heirs knew nothing of business, relying solely on their family's resources and influence. They were no match for Li Qingli, who had successfully targeted and seized significant portions of their fortunes. This time, Li Qingli set his sights on Mencheng. Though a small town, it had risen rapidly in recent years. Soon it would join the ranks of major cities. If he could reshuffle the family dynamics in Mencheng at this juncture, he would undoubtedly become a prominent figure there. This would also lay the groundwork for his entry into the Li family's main branch. Otherwise, even if they joined the main branch, they would inevitably face disfavor from its members. Is the Hu family really this extravagant? Why haven't they arrived yet? Li Qingli sat on the throne-like seat in the private room, clearly displeased. The Hu family is the foremost clan in our Mencheng. A bit of pomp is only natural. Huang Xiaohua remarked with a smile. Hoof. The foremost family in Mencheng? What? Do they think they're the top now, looking down on even us, the Li family of Magic City?
Li Chengli snorted coldly. Not at all, young master Li, young master who must have been delayed by something on the way. Chung Hongliang quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Just then, Hu Xinyue was escorted inside. Seeing Hu Xinyue, Li Chengli's expression darkened considerably. He glared at her coldly and said, "The Hu family certainly has a lot of nerve. My family, the Li family of Magic City, extends an invitation, and you send a woman? Is this how you show contempt for the Li family? Young Master Li, you've misunderstood. We certainly don't mean to disrespect the Li family of Magic City. It's just that my brother had something come up, so he sent me instead. If we're talking about showing face, I think our Hu family has given you plenty." "Oh? How so?" "You're merely a branch of the Li family, while I am the direct descendant of the Hu family, the eldest daughter of the Hu family patriarch. My presence here to meet with you, is that not showing you ample respect?" Hu Xinyue's expression remained impassive, her face showing no hint of emotion. "You're asking for death." Chapter 132, Li Chengli's Ambition. Li Chengli hadn't expected Hu Xinyue to show such utter disregard for the Li family's face. To publicly humiliate him by highlighting his status as a branch family member struck directly at his most painful vulnerability. For years, the phrase Li Chengli detested most was the Li family split. He considered it an insult. With his abilities, he could certainly make a name for himself in the main branch. Moreover, among the younger generation of the main Li family in the Demon City, few could compare to him. Young Master Li, please don't get angry. We're all friends here. Peace brings prosperity, peace brings prosperity. Chung Hongliang immediately stepped forward to mediate. Li Chengli calmed himself somewhat. After all, he had come to Mencheng for important business. Moreover, the Hu family wasn't as simple as they appeared on the surface. They had every reason to be so arrogant. Confronting them now would be rather irrational. For young Master Cheng's sake, I'll let this slide. Li Chengli snorted coldly. Heh, who knew young Master Cheng's influence was so great? Hu Xinyue smiled and said no more. Miss Hu truly is unlike ordinary women. My apologies, I was testing you earlier. As expected, Miss Hu proves women are every bit as capable as men. They say the Hu family's daughters surpass their sons, and now I see that reputation is well deserved. It seems the Hu family holds Mr. Li in high regard indeed, sending Miss Hu herself to greet me. Facing Li Chengli's sudden change in demeanor, Hu Xinyue responded calmly, Young Master Li, you jest. Our Hu family has always hoped to collaborate with the Li family. Might I ask what business the Li family intends to pursue in Mencheng this time? Perhaps we could explore a partnership. Li Chengli's abrupt change in demeanor stemmed primarily from his need for the Hu family's future assistance. Moreover, he found Hu Xinyue possessed an astonishingly feminine allure. As he gazed at her, his eyes betrayed a hint of greed and lechery. Li Chengli had seen his share of beauty's celebrities, campus queens, you name it, yet Hu Xinyue made him realize all those women were mere commonplace beauties, utterly incomparable to her. What's more, her business acumen was exceptionally sharp. A woman of such beauty and talent was precisely what Li Chengli needed. To establish himself within the Li family's main branch, he required the backing of both a woman and a powerful family. Undoubtedly, the Hu family and Hu Xinyue represented his best possible support. Collaboration is certainly on the table. It would be my honor to partner with Miss Hu. My primary purpose in visiting Mencheng is to explore the ice cream business. As you know, ice cream prices are skyrocketing right now, ridiculously high, and the profit margins are staggering. Even though production costs have multiplied several times over, there's still substantial profit to be made. Li Chengli smiled as he addressed the group. Ice cream? But the entire summer ice cream market is already saturated. Moreover, over 70% of Mencheng's ice cream market is controlled by the Li family. They likely have substantial production capacity. Without manufacturing facilities of our own, entering this market recklessly could lead to significant losses, couldn't it? Chung Hongliang frowned, momentarily doubting Li Chengli's business acumen. Humph. A minor family that rose through underhanded means they don't deserve the namely. They only exist because of Lu Feng's backing. Now that their net worth has skyrocketed a millionfold, I doubt they even look at Lu Feng the same way anymore. Crucially, I've learned Lu Feng doesn't hold any shares in their company. That means we can still carve out a niche in the ice cream market. Li Chengli said with utter disdain, clearly holding no regard for the Li family from the neighboring city. So what does young Master Li plan to do? Wang Changlong asked, puzzled. This Li family is just a small company. They lack real experience running a major corporation. They're overreaching and bound to screw things up. Problems will inevitably arise. With a little maneuvering on our part, taking over the ice cream market will be a piece of cake. Very well. The Huang family will offer our full support. Huang Xiaohua was the first to speak up. Young Master Huang, no need to rush. Let me explain slowly. Li Chengli smiled at Huang Xiaohua's impatience. You've all heard of or encountered Lu Feng, who suddenly appeared in Mencheng recently, right? This Lu Feng seems incredibly arrogant. He doesn't even give our Li family any face. He is already meddling in the affairs of the Sun and Li families in Menchang. Judging by his attitude, I'd say he has 80% intent on disrupting the current balance among Menchang's four major families. Don't you feel even a hint of crisis?
Hearing Li Chengli's words, everyone present except Hu Xinyue felt a heavy sense of crisis. Indeed, whether compared to the Li family of Magic City or standing before Lu Feng, they were simply not on the same level. Noticing their expressions, Li Chengli smiled and continued. This time, we just need to set a trap together and lure Lu Feng into it. Once he's hooked, we'll have him completely at our mercy. Even if we can't bankrupt him, we can still strip him bare. Then, each of us will surely come out with a hefty profit. What scheme? Huang Xiaohua asked, puzzled.
Don't worry about that. I'll handle the trap personally. All you need to do is chip in some money. Naturally, the more you contribute, the bigger your share later. I guarantee, if you're bold enough this time, every single one of you will become a 10,000 yuan household.
Li Chengli said with a smile.
10,000 yuan households? Young Master Li, are you serious? Wang Changlong asked, sounding skeptical. Think about it, just the Li family's ice cream market alone is a huge pie for us to share.
Add in Lu Feng's assets, and saying 10,000 yuan per person is actually an understatement.
But let's be clear, taking over the Li family's ice cream market won't be easy. You know how expensive ice cream is these days. To get a return, we'll have to make an initial investment. Chapter 133, The Madness of the Huang Family. Everyone understood Li Chengli's meaning upon hearing his words.
So, young Master Li, how much capital do you estimate will need to completely devour the Li family of Mencheng and Lu Feng this juicy morsel in one go? Young Master Huang Hua frowned as he asked. I've made a rough estimate to fully take over this operation. We'll need at least 400,000 or 500,000 in capital.
Li Chengli stated calmly. What? 40 to 50,000? Young Master Li, you're not joking, are you? Where on earth are we supposed to get that kind of money? Chen Hongliang instantly felt his resolve waver upon hearing this.
Yeah, Li Xiao, even if we pooled all our family resources, we couldn't come up with that much.
Wang Changlong added helplessly.
As for Huang Xiaohua, he frowned, looking equally helpless.
Why the rush? It's not just us.
To take on such a massive market share, I've naturally made preparations.
I've contacted 2 ice cream giants.
They've both been eyeing the Li family's ice cream market and will definitely get involved. The bulk of the investment will come from me and those 2 ice cream giants, while you guys cover the smaller portion.
Li Chengli said with a hint of irritation. But how much exactly is this small portion you're referring to, young Master Li?
Wang Changlong asked tentatively.
Me and those 2 ice cream giants are each putting up 10,000.
As for the remaining 10,000, you 4 major families will have to chip in. Li Chengli stated flatly. What? We're still short 10,000? That much? Cheng Hongliang exclaimed in shock.
Huang Xiaohua's face also darkened with worry.
Due to the Lu Feng incident, their Huang family stock had plummeted significantly. The bank had already come demanding repayment twice.
If not for the several thousand yuan in cash Lu Feng had given them earlier, the Huang family might not even have a few hundred yuan in cash to spare.
The 4 major families can't you 4 scrape together 10,000? Li Chengli retorted impatiently. Young Master Li, you jest. Truthfully, our Hu family has little interest in the ice cream market. As you know, our primary focus lies in antiques, jade, and such. The ice cream market will pass. Hu Xinyue spoke up first. Miss Hu, you're mistaken.
While your market primarily focuses on antiques and jade, that doesn't preclude investing in other sectors. If you're unfamiliar with other industries, you can simply have experts handle them. All you need to do is wait for your dividends.
And I can assure you, this venture is absolutely profitable.
Li Chengli declared with solemn conviction.
Well, I'll need to go home and discuss this with my brother and father first.
Hu Xinyue promptly shifted the responsibility onto her family.
Alright then, I'll await Miss Hu's decision. What about the other 3 parties?
Li Chengli's gaze shifted to the remaining 3 families.
Young Master Li, our Huang family's current situation isn't favorable.
Our stocks have plummeted severely, and we've already used up a portion of our cash reserves to cover loans.
The funds we can contribute now are limited. However, if this concerns Lu Feng, our Huang family is willing to spare no effort. Therefore, we offer 4,000.
Young Master Huang Shihua gritted his teeth as he spoke. The Huang family now harbored a seething hatred toward Lu Feng. They knew the Li family from Magic City had come to Mencheng specifically to exact revenge on him. They had long made up their minds to act. After all, if things continued this way, the Huang family would have no foothold left in Mencheng.
Better to burn their boats and go all in.
Besides, with the 4 major families plus the Li family from Magic City united against him, even with Lu Feng's formidable background and connections, he was bound to lose. Young Master Huang truly has guts.
Young Master Huang, you'll be proud of your decision today.
Li Chengli remarked with a smile, though he was genuinely surprised. He had calculated each family's strength and estimated the Huang family could manage 2,000 at best. Never did he expect them to go all in, likely draining the family's entire funds.
It was nothing short of a desperate gamble. What about your two families?
Li Chengli turned his gaze toward Wang Changlong and Chang Hongliang.
Well, young Master Li, I can't make that call on my own.
This is far too significant. I need to go home and discuss it with my old man.
Chang Hongliang replied with a look of genuine difficulty.
Fine, acceptable. But I need a decision tonight,
Li Chengli said abruptly.
All eyes now turned to Wang Changlong.
Wang Changlong gritted his teeth, pondered for a moment, then addressed Li Chengli. Young Master Li, our Wang family can come up with 2,000. Anything more is truly beyond our means.
After all, our family's liquid assets aren't particularly substantial.
Securing this 2,000 will likely require mortgaging some assets for a loan.
Chapter 134, Cooperation.
Hearing Wang Changlong's words, Li Chengli's expression darkened slightly, though he said nothing. 2,000 yuan was indeed the maximum amount of liquid assets the Wang family could muster. After all, unlike the Huang family, they didn't have the several thousand yuan in cash Lu Feng had given them earlier.
Very well.
The Wang and Huang families have collectively contributed 6,000 yuan. As for the remaining 4,000, I trust it poses no difficulty whatsoever for the Hu and Sheng families. With that settled, our partnership is officially established.
Come, let's toast to a fruitful collaboration.
Li Chengli raised his wine glass and smiled at the assembled group. Though each harbored their own thoughts, they all returned the smile and raised their glasses. After Chang Hongliang and his group departed, only Huang Xiaohua and Li Chengli remained in the Tianzi private room. Huang Xiaohua turned to Li Chengli and asked, "Young Master Li, why didn't you keep Chang Hongliang and Hu Xinyue here? They were clearly just beating around the bush."
I doubt they'll actually come up with much money once they get home, especially Hu Xinyue. That woman is very close to Lu Feng. She probably won't help us at all. Whether they help or not doesn't really matter. As long as the Hu family doesn't support Lu Feng, the rest is manageable.
But that woman Hu Xinyue is quite a talent. If she could assist me, it would indeed be a huge help for my future endeavors.
Li Chengli frowned as he pondered. But it seems like Hu Xinyue doesn't have any interest in you? No problem. What woman would show interest in you right off the bat?
Women always judge a man by his demonstrated strength. Perhaps the Hu family won't help us initially, but they won't help Lu Feng either. Old foxes like the Hu family will definitely watch the winds of change. Once they see which side holds the advantage, they'll join the stronger faction. As long as we can gain the upper hand, the Hu family will absolutely side with us. But without the Hu family's support, can we really gain the upper hand with just our current numbers?
The Li family of Mencheng isn't what it used to be. Their assets now far exceed those of our four major families.
Aside from the unpredictable Hu family, the other three families simply can't compete.
Don't worry. I've investigated their ice cream sales. They don't actually have much working capital, just the ice cream itself.
Their previous scarcity marketing strategy delayed cash flow, so their accounts hold less than 20,000 yuan in liquid assets at most.
Dealing with them will be simple. I have plenty of ways to handle it. What? Less than 20,000?
I thought they had 40 or 50,000 already. Between me and the other two ice cream giants, we can easily put up 30,000 yuan in working capital.
Taking down the Li family is no big deal. The real goal is to lure Lu Feng into the trap and squeeze every last penny out of him. That's our ultimate objective.
Li Chengli sneered coldly. Young Master Li truly lives up to his name, so brilliant. I can practically see Lu Feng's downfall already. Huang Xiaohua exclaimed excitedly.
But we still need an undercover agent. I hear Lu Feng has quite the appetite for women, right? We could use that to our advantage. Li Chengli couldn't help but add.
Within the next 2 days, Chengli Food Company Limited emerged in Mencheng. Specializing in frozen foods like ice cream, the company swiftly began encroaching on Mencheng's ice cream market. Li Qinghao, father of Li Wei from the Li family of Mencheng, had previously been in the steel business. But recently, due to Li Wei's ideas, nearly all of the Li family's steel operations had ground to a halt. Now they were venturing into the food and ice cream business. Although the Li family had dabbled in ice cream before, their core business remained steel.
Their channels and resources in the ice cream industry were severely limited.
Yet, to everyone's surprise, Li Wei had made a bold, all-or-nothing move to pivot entirely into ice cream. She had even acquired numerous production plants in one fell swoop. This infuriated Li Qinghao, who went so far as to incite the shareholders to oppose her. But then Li Wei unexpectedly bought out all the shareholders' shares in one fell swoop. Suddenly, Li Wei became the company's largest shareholder, and no one could challenge her decisions. Li Qinghao was left with a look of helplessness. He knew all this must have been orchestrated by Lu Feng, otherwise, where would Li Wei have gotten the money to buy those shares? What Li Qinghao never anticipated was that within mere weeks, the ice cream produced by those acquired factories skyrocketed to astronomical prices. He couldn't fathom how the cost of a single product could surge so abnormally. It was utterly unbelievable. Yet this windfall made the Li family rich beyond measure, instantly elevating them to the ranks of the wealthy. Their net worth now easily exceeded 20,000 yuan, not counting future valuations. Their company wasn't publicly listed yet, but once it went public, it would be a game changer. Word had it that outside experts had already begun valuing their company. Upon listing, the Li family would ascend to super wealthy status, with family assets conservatively estimated to surpass 100,000 yuan. Li Chenghao was leisurely sipping red wine in his office when his secretary urgently knocked and rushed in.
Mr. Li. Mr. Li. It's bad. It's bad. What's the matter? Why the panic?
Li Chenghao asked, his face clouding with displeasure.
The food production companies we acquired earlier are all suing us now.
They claim we coerced them into signing contracts through improper means.
Now they're all trying to break away from our company.
Hearing this, Li Chenghao's face turned ashen. Furious, he snapped, those bastards.
They're probably eyeing the huge profits in the ice cream market and want to go solo. But the contracts are ironclad. Even if they sue, what can they do? Hire the best lawyers in Mencheng to defend us. I refuse to believe they can win.
Mr. Li, there's also this new company that suddenly appeared in Mencheng Chengli Food Company, Limited. In just 2 days, they've snatched over 10% of our ice cream market share. If we let them keep this up, I'm afraid our market share will only shrink further.
Chapter 135, Li Wei's situation. What? Chengli Food Company, Limited? Who are they? How dare they rashly enter the ice cream market? Li Chenghao exclaimed in surprise. Rumor has it they're backed by the Li family from Magic City.
Some even say the Li family came to Mencheng specifically to intimidate us and young master Lu Feng. Our company might become the sacrificial pawn in this battle between the Li family and Lu Feng.
The Li family from the Magic City? That complicates things. What about Xiao Wei? What does she say? Li Chenghao couldn't help but ask.
Chairman Li is already investigating their background. We've also lowered our prices again, but this can't be a long-term solution. Our company's resources are nowhere near as deep as the Shanghai Li families.
And I hear they've even rallied the 2 ice cream giants and the 4 major families of Mencheng. It seems they want to crush us completely. Hearing this, Li Chenghao's expression darkened considerably. Discounting isn't the solution. These people are clearly targeting young Master Lu and us. To resolve these issues, we must seek out young Master Lu. But we have no idea how to contact young Master Lu. Only Chairman Li has his contact information.
Go fetch Xiao Wei.
No, never mind, I'll go myself.
Li Chenghao set down his glass of red wine in haste and hurried to Li Wei's office.
Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei. Li Chenghao burst into Li Wei's office.
She was on the phone and, upon hearing her father's shout, immediately gestured for him to hold his tongue.
Okay, I got it. Alright, that's settled. I have visitors in my office now. Gotta go. After hanging up, Li Wei looked at her father's frantic expression and asked in confusion, Dad, what's the rush? Xiao Wei, you know exactly what I mean.
They've already started encroaching on our market. If this continues, I fear we'll be carved up by the 4 great families and Li Qingli's people.
The only one who can save us now is Lu Feng. Have you contacted him?
Li Wei shook her head coldly.
Why haven't you contacted him yet?
Besides Lu Feng, we have no way to deal with these people.
Li Chenghao stared at Li Wei, speechless.
Dad, I recall you didn't hold this view before. Just days ago, you told me the Li family had risen to prominence, and since Lu Feng holds no shares in our company, we should sever ties with him and go it alone.
Now you suddenly remember Lu Feng?
Dad, you really are something.
Li Wei didn't give Li Chenghao a friendly look.
Her father was truly unethical, and the things he did made her feel disgusted.
Xiao Wei, how can you speak to your father like this? Haven't I done everything for the good of the Li family? You don't want the Li family to be constantly overshadowed by others, do you?
Besides, this whole mess was started by Lu Feng. They clearly came looking for trouble with him. We're just collateral damage.
Li Chenghao couldn't help but lecture Li Wei.
Oof.
I'm not making that call. If you want to call, do it yourself. Li Wei retorted coldly. If I had a phone, would I be asking you for help? Li Chenghao was furious.
He couldn't fathom how he ended up with such a stubborn daughter.
Fine, you won't make the call?
Then just wait for the company to go bankrupt and get carved up by those people.
Li Chenghao flung his hands in exasperation and stormed out of the office. Li Wei sat at her desk, sighing wearily.
She had thought managing the company would be simple. She wanted to help Lu Feng. But now that she was running it herself, she found every little detail, big or small, overwhelming.
She was constantly swamped, practically living at the office. She didn't even have time to attend classes at school.
Her advisor had contacted her 2 or 3 times already, but there was nothing she could do.
Li Wei pulled out her phone, debating whether to call Lu Feng.
Though she disapproved of her father's actions, he was now the only one who could save the Li family. Yet she recalled all the favors Lu Feng had done for her before even declining a stake in the company. If she sought his help again now, who knew how much more she'd have to pay? She'd learned a lot lately. With the Shanghai Li family and the 4 great families involved, this wasn't something a little money could fix. They were clearly after Lu Feng. While she couldn't help him directly, at least she could avoid causing him trouble. By stepping forward as cannon fodder, she could buy him some time. After all, she knew Lu Feng was probably going through a tough time himself right now. If she went to ask him for help, it would only make things harder for him. These past few days, Feng Yuqing had also started her own live streaming company. She'd sold the hot pot restaurant at a premium to someone else. After all, she preferred more innovative industries. The internet was undoubtedly the mainstream trend of the future, with immense potential. Ever since Feng Yuqing and Su Qiaoqiao had laid bare their hearts to each other in bed, their bond had deepened considerably. They now shared almost everything, and Su Qiaoqiao felt profound gratitude toward Feng Yuqing. After all, stealing another woman's man was a truly shameless act, yet Feng Yuqing not only held no grudge but had become her close confidant.
Naturally, Su Qiaoqiao now prioritized Feng Yuqing's interests. Yuqing, our company registration is finally complete. Next step is hiring staff and streamers. Since you have streaming experience, recruiting operations managers from your previous company shouldn't be hard. But for streamers, which platforms should we target? Douyin seems dominant now, right? Its user base is undoubtedly the largest among major platforms. Su Qiaoqiao addressed Feng Yuqing.
But given Brother Feng's standing and trajectory, I worry that just launching a streaming company alone might not keep pace with his ambitions. That's why I want to build our own platform.
Chapter 136, Retribution arrives. Feng Yuqing declared firmly.
Feng Yuqing felt that to truly support Lu Feng, a small, ordinary live streaming company wouldn't cut it. She wanted to build her own live streaming platform.
Holy crap, Yuqing, you're not joking, right? We've only just registered a company. You're taking such a huge leap, aren't you afraid?
Su Qiaoqiao stared speechlessly at Feng Yuqing.
She never imagined Feng Yuqing's ambitions could be so grand.
After all, the live streaming industry was practically a done deal now. The market was nearly saturated, with Tencent, Douyin, and Kuaishou forming a three-way stalemate.
Platforms like Bilibili and Bilibili were essentially Tencent's subsidiaries, so the real competition remained between those three giants. Breaking into this landscape is incredibly difficult. Times have changed.
A decade ago, when the internet was just taking off, starting something like this would have been a brilliant move.
But now, competing against these three giants? It's impossible.
Unless you're willing to burn through cash endlessly.
And let's be real, trying to outspend them is suicide. Their scale is simply unattainable. Xiao, if we want to catch up to Brother Feng, we have to take giant leaps. I know we can't do it right away. After all, we only have a little over 1,000 yuan in startup funds. But I believe that with both of us working hard, we'll achieve our goal someday. Feng Yuqing declared with unwavering conviction.
Seeing Feng Yuqing's determination, Su Qiaoqiao was speechless. I have no idea where you get your confidence from. But since you're set on this, I'll stick with you. It's not my money anyway.
What should we do next? Just jump straight into building the platform? Su Qiaoqiao pressed. Absolutely not.
We should start as a basic live streaming company first, then gradually transition into a platform.
I need to rethink that part. Feng Yuqing nodded in agreement.
Outside the villa, Lu Feng basked comfortably in the sun, while Luya returned to his side.
Lu Feng looked at Luya as she returned and asked curiously. Finished with your business? Luya nodded. Is Auntie okay? Is the money enough? Is there anything I can do to help? No, thank you, master. Luya nodded gratefully at Lu Feng. Just then, Lu Feng's phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Feng? This is he.
Mr. Lu Feng, the package you ordered online has arrived.
Please come out to pick it up. Package? What package? I didn't order anything.
But the phone number listed is yours.
It must have been purchased by a friend on your behalf. Alright, hold on a moment. I'll go get it.
Lu Feng didn't think much of it and headed to the community gate to collect the package.
The delivery guy at the gate spotted Lu Feng coming out and excitedly called out, Mr. Lu, right? Here's your package.
The delivery guy handed the package to Lu Feng.
Just as Lu Feng was about to take it, Luya suddenly grabbed his arm and warned, Master, don't move. Let me handle this.
Her gaze locked onto the delivery guy. Suddenly, she lunged forward, slashing her hand blade toward his throat. The delivery guy reacted swiftly, dodging the attack. He then drew a dagger hidden beneath the parcel and lunged at Luya. Seeing this, Lu Feng was startled. The security guard at the community entrance froze for a moment before snapping into action. He frantically shouted, resident in danger. Help! Help! Grab your gear! Several security guards, each wielding a baton, rushed out. But when they arrived, they found the delivery guy had already been subdued by Luya. Luya stood with a grim expression, her foot planted firmly on the delivery guy as she demanded coldly, Who sent you?
I don't know. I just got paid by someone to scare people. It's got nothing to do with me. Please spare me, ma'am. Please spare me.
The delivery guy lay on the ground, begging for mercy.
Just scare them? Not kill them? Luya demanded coldly. Honestly,
I never intended to hurt anyone from the start.
It was just a scare tactic. How could I possibly kill someone?
The delivery guy hurriedly explained.
No. It hurts, sis. It hurts. Chapter 137, The Girl Named Huang.
Luya observed the delivery guy's condition and then turned to Lu Feng. Master, this guy's telling the truth.
Then tell me, besides receiving the task to scare me, what else do you know? Lu Feng asked indifferently. I really don't know.
I was just about to play a couple of hands at the casino this morning when someone suddenly approached me. They said there was a big deal, then offered me a penny to scare someone. I didn't think much of it and just went along. The delivery guy said helplessly.
Nothing else? Lu Feng pressed again.
The delivery guy thought carefully, then suddenly slapped his thigh.
I remember now.
That guy also told us to go grab someone. But since it was a girl, old you, and those perverts went instead. That's why I came to you.
What? Grab a girl? What kind of girl? What's her name? Lu Feng asked urgently.
I forgot her name, but I think her surname was Huang.
Huang? Lu Feng looked utterly confused. He couldn't recall any woman named Huang in his circle. Could this be some internal matter within the Huang family? Where did they go to grab someone? I'm not sure about that either.
I only remember they seemed to be heading to some place called Qingxin Street.
Hearing this, Lu Feng frowned. Qingxin Street? That's going to be tricky. Don't worry, master.
Although the forces in Qingxi Street are rather complicated, if it's just the two of us going, I'm confident I can protect your safety.
Luya declared with unwavering conviction. Lu Feng nodded and replied, I doubt we'll get anything more out of him anyway, and it's unnecessary to press further.
Those who want to take me down now are either the Huang family or the Li family from the Demon City. There's no one else besides those two families.
Master, shall I go eliminate both families? Luya blurted out unexpectedly.
Hearing this, Lu Feng was startled, and the delivery guy beside him turned pale with fright. Lu Feng hadn't expected Luya to be so ruthless, ready to kill at the drop of a hat. Clearly, her past work had been utterly extreme. Maybe she really was some kind of assassin or something.
No.
This is a society governed by law, don't do that. Lu Feng stared at Luya, speechless.
It's fine, master.
Rest assured, I have 100 ways to make them die in accidents.
Luya declared with dead seriousness. No. You're freaking me out. We should keep a low profile. Lu Feng quickly interjected.
Luya looked slightly disappointed, then turned to the subdued delivery guy before her.
Master, shouldn't we kill this guy now?
After all, he overheard our conversation earlier.
If we let him live, he might expose my identity. No, please spare me, ma'am. I don't know anything. I didn't hear a thing just now. Please let me go.
I swear I won't say a word outside. The delivery guy's face had turned green with fear. He'd only intended to make a quick buck and had merely brandished the dagger to intimidate, never planning to actually harm anyone. Who knew he'd encounter such ruthless people, ready to kill at the slightest provocation? He now regretted it infinitely. If only he hadn't gotten involved in this mess. Only the dead keep secrets. Who knows if your promise is real or fake? Luya snorted coldly, then picked up the knife the delivery guy had been holding and slowly approached him. The delivery guy was already scared out of his wits. He was just a small-time thug, no experience with serious situations.
Instantly, a foul stench wafted from between his legs.
Seeing this, Lu Feng frowned and quickly stepped aside, covering his nose. Luya, equally disgusted, covered her nose as she approached Lu Feng. Master, she said, looking at him like this, he probably won't talk.
Let's spare his life. MHM. Lu Feng nodded.
The delivery guy was already scared out of his wits. Seeing Lu Feng and Luya spare him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He weakly tried to get up from the ground, only to realize his legs had gone completely limp. Just as he attempted to stand, he collapsed back onto the floor. Luya's presence had been so intimidating earlier that it had genuinely shaken him to his core. He couldn't shake the feeling that this woman had actually killed quite a few people. After much hesitation, Lu Feng decided to head to Qingxin Street. He was determined to uncover the identity of the woman those men were targeting. Perhaps through her, he could trace the mastermind behind it all. Lu Feng brought only Luya to Qingxi Street, leaving the others behind. Primarily, Luya was the only one he could take with him right now. If the others came along and danger arose, Luya alone wouldn't be able to handle it. Besides, Lu Feng had his special abilities. Even if something unexpected happened, he could handle it at any moment. When they arrived at Qingxin Street, just as Lu Feng was about to enter, Luya stopped him. Master, I think we should disguise ourselves a bit. We already caused quite a stir last time we were here. If we get targeted, it'll be trouble. Fine, but how do we disguise ourselves now? We're already here. Are we supposed to go back? Lu Feng asked in confusion. No worries, master. I brought everything with me. Luya promptly produced some basic makeup tools from her belongings. Being a woman herself, coupled with her previous work habits, carrying such items wasn't unusual.
After lightly applying makeup to both of them, they entered the neighborhood. Once they entered Qingxin Street, Lu Feng couldn't help but ask, but where do we find that woman surnamed Huang?
Since they came to Qingxin District to arrest someone, it means this person is likely a long-term resident here. If she's been here long-term, then it's easy, just find the district manager and ask.
Luya replied calmly. Chapter 138, You don't look like a good person. Luya knew Qingxin Street far better than Lu Feng.
She had spent considerable time there before and frequently conducted business transactions in the area, making her extremely familiar with it.
Lu Feng followed Luya to the office of the person in charge of the new city district. Uncle Gong, sorry to bother you.
Luya greeted the middle-aged man before her politely. The man before them, Uncle Gong, wore glasses and a full beard.
He glanced up at Luya and said indifferently, Aya, what brings you here? Uncle Gong, I'm looking for someone. Is there a young girl surnamed Huang here on Qingxin Street? She should be younger than me and looks quite youthful.
Luya recalled the delivery guy's description and asked.
A young girl named Huang? You must mean the one on the west side who sells lanterns, right? She's over there. Uncle Gong replied casually. Alright, thank you, Uncle Gong. Luya nodded.
But if you're looking for her, you'd better hurry.
Just a little while ago, a few people seemed to be heading there too. Uncle Gong said indifferently.
Hearing this, Lu Feng and Luya immediately started walking over.
But just as they were about to leave, Uncle Gong suddenly blurted out, That little girl who was with Bald Lu earlier, you took her away, didn't you?
Hearing this, Luya and Lu Feng both froze for a moment, halting their steps.
They quickly regained their composure, and Luya even smiled at Uncle Gong, saying, How could that be, Uncle Gong? We don't even know that little girl.
Why would we take her?
Uncle Gong glanced at Lu Feng and Luya before turning away, his expression impassive. You two sure know how to pick people. That little girl isn't ordinary. Ha?
Luya looked at Uncle Gong with confusion.
Uncle Gong, what do you mean she's not ordinary?
Don't try to pry more out of me.
That's all I'm saying.
And I'm warning you, keeping that little girl around will only bring trouble. You'd be wise to send her away as soon as possible. Gongshu turned away, no longer acknowledging Luya. Seeing this, Luya remarked calmly, while she may bring trouble, she also brings certain benefits. Whether you reap those benefits depends on whether you can endure. One misstep, and you might even lose your lives.
Uncle Gong retorted without mincing words. It's not that serious. With me, Aya, around, I dare anyone to try. Luya retorted with a cold snort. Enough talk. We should hurry and find people.
Lu Feng urged impatiently.
Gongshu remained silent.
Lu Feng listened to their exchange with a completely bewildered expression, utterly clueless about what they were discussing.
Yet he could vaguely guess the gist, likely that little Nan Nan's background was rather complicated.
Keeping her around might spell trouble down the line. From Aya's tone, it seemed she intended to leverage little Nan Nan's connections for some advantage or favor.
But Lu Feng didn't press for answers now.
Their immediate task was to find that woman surnamed Huang.
Following Uncle Gong's directions, the two headed to the western part of the city.
When they arrived, they found the lantern shop's doors tightly shut, as if it hadn't opened for business.
Luya immediately knocked on the door without hesitation and called out, Anyone there?
Yet there was no response from inside for a long while. Seeing this, Luya wasted no time.
She kicked the door open with a single powerful blow.
After the door burst open, Lu Feng and Luya saw several men carrying a sack toward the back door.
Quick, chase them!
Lu Feng decisively gave chase. Luya reacted swiftly, catching up to the men in just a few strides and disabling them with 2 or 3 moves. Lu Feng hurried over, untied the sack, and discovered a young, unmarried woman bound inside. Her name was Huang Sini, the illegitimate daughter of the Huang family, technically the younger sister of Huang Xiaohua.
Huang Sini's mouth was stuffed with a sock, muffling her cries to mere whimpers. Her body was bound tightly with ropes.
Seeing Huang Sini before him, Lu Feng froze momentarily. She wore 2 pigtails, her appearance exceptionally pure and adorable, her eyes filled with a pitiful look that left Lu Feng momentarily stunned.
Moments later, Lu Feng snapped back to reality.
He swiftly removed the sock from Huang Sini's mouth and began untangling the ropes binding her body.
Are you okay? Lu Feng asked first. Who are you? Huang Sini asked fearfully, staring at Lu Feng and Luya. Don't be afraid, we're not bad people.
Lu Feng hurriedly reassured her.
Master, what should we do with these people? Luya couldn't help but ask, looking at the defeated figures before them. Forget it. They were just doing their job for money. It's not really their fault.
Let's just get out of here first.
Lu Feng said quickly. Follow me.
Lu Feng grabbed Huang Sini and started pulling her toward the exit.
Huang Sini tried to say something but held back. Once they were out of Qingxin Street, Huang Sini couldn't hold back any longer and asked Lu Feng, Who exactly are you guys? Shouldn't you thank us first? We saved your life. Lu Feng snapped irritably.
Why should I trust you?
Who knows if you're in cahoots with those guys, playing some kind of mind games? Huang Xini couldn't help but retort. Playing hard to get? Come on, do I really need to do that? What would I even gain from it?
Lu Feng said, speechless.
Who knows what secrets you're hiding?
My mom always said, no good deed goes unpunished.
We don't even know each other, why would you go out of your way to save me? Huang Xini stared at Lu Feng with obvious suspicion, clearly distrusting him to the core. Seriously, sis, are you paranoid or something? We saved your life, okay? Not only are you not grateful, but you're accusing me of ulterior motives? You've got some nerve. Lu Feng was thoroughly exasperated. Humph. You don't look like a good person at all. You must have ulterior motives. Me. I'm so damn. Chapter 139, The Huang Family's Bastard Daughter. Lu Feng was so frustrated he couldn't even speak anymore.
Luya, standing nearby, was quietly chuckling. She never imagined this woman could leave her master so thoroughly flustered.
Why did those people capture you? Luya turned to ask Huang Xini. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Weren't you the ones who sent them to capture me, only to play this game of feigning disinterest? Huang Xini couldn't help but retort.
Hearing this, Lu Feng instantly wished he could die.
Forget it, forget it. Don't ask her. This girl's got issues. Let's just get out of here. Lu Feng was furious and didn't want to waste any more time on Huang Xini. Who do you call crazy? Explain yourself clearly. If you don't, I'm calling the police. Huang Xini glared at Lu Feng as she spoke. What? Call the cops? Lady, are you kidding me? Go ahead, call them if you want. I haven't broken any laws, so what's it got to do with me? Lu Feng snorted coldly.
Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Huang Xini immediately withdrew her suspicious gaze and asked him, are you really not playing hard to get?
What? What are you talking about?
Keep saying that, and don't blame me for losing my temper.
Lu Feng was truly about to explode with anger. Huang Xini now seemed to believe Lu Feng and his companion.
She turned to them apologetically, sorry, I didn't know you two before.
It's natural to have doubts. My apologies.
Seeing Huang Xini apologize, Lu Feng merely turned his head away, clearly still fuming.
You're a grown man, surely you won't hold a grudge against a young woman like me? Huang Xini couldn't help but say. Fine, I'll take the blame. But tell me, why did those people try to capture you? Lu Feng turned back angrily and demanded of Huang Xini. Probably those people from the family. Huang Xini pondered for a moment before sighing weakly. The family? The Huang family?
What's your relationship with Huang Lingtao? Lu Feng pondered before asking. Huang Lingtao, he's technically my father, but I don't acknowledge him as such, and he doesn't recognize me as his daughter either. A trace of resentment flickered in Huang Xini's eyes.
You're Huang Lingtao's daughter? That's strange. Then why did they try to capture you? If I'm not mistaken, those people were likely sent by the Huang family.
Lu Feng looked at Huang Xini, puzzled.
I'm Huang Lingtao's stain. Naturally, the Huang family would send people to capture me. What exactly happened? Could you tell us about it? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask. This story goes back a long way.
My father, Huang Lingtao, met my mother when he was young. My mother adored Huang Lingtao, but what she didn't know was that Huang Lingtao was already betrothed. He could never marry her. After he used her, he callously discarded her. When she realized she'd been deceived, she was devastated. Later, she discovered to her shock that she was pregnant. But she dared not tell Huang Lingtao, knowing his temperament and that of the Huang family, they would never tolerate my existence. To protect me, she returned alone to the countryside and gave birth to me in secret. After giving birth to me, she hid for many years. But for some reason, not long ago, Huang Lingtao's current wife suddenly found out about us. She hired people to try to eliminate both my mother and me. To protect me, my mother. At this point, Huang Xini's voice broke as tears streamed down her face. Don't cry, please don't cry. At least you're still here. Your mother would want you to live well. Lu Feng hurriedly comforted her. Huang Xini nodded firmly. So you're saying Huang Lingtao's current wife couldn't tolerate you and your mom existing, which is why she sent people after you? Lu Feng asked doubtfully. Huang Xini nodded. But if that's the case, why were you in Qingxin Street? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask. After all, most people don't even know about Qingxin Street. My aunt told me about it. She said the Huang family's influence was vast, and no matter where I hid in Menchang, I could still be captured. Only by hiding in Qingxin Street would I have a sliver of chance. This lantern shop was arranged for me by my aunt through her connections. But I hadn't even settled here for a few days before they found me again. Huang Xini wiped her tears as she spoke. I see. That's truly awful. How about this, come back with me? With you by my side, I'm sure the Huang family won't dare touch you. Lu Feng nodded in agreement. But Luya immediately interjected, Master, we can't. Before Luya could finish, Lu Feng shot her a stern look, signaling her to be quiet. Chapter 140, The Little Girl's Question. Ha? You? Huang Xini stared at Lu Feng with suspicion, her gaze still filled with distrust.
After all, they'd only just met. Huang Xini didn't even know his name, yet Lu Feng wanted to take her home. Anyone would be suspicious. What? Don't want to go?
Lu Feng smiled as he looked at Huang Xini.
I know, Huang Xini stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Let me tell you, this is your only chance.
If you miss it now, don't even think about coming back to my place later. You should know there are plenty of girls who want to get in here.
Lu Feng couldn't help but add. Huang Xini hesitated for a moment, then looked at Lu Feng before her.
Her gaze hardened slightly as she nodded.
Fine. But don't even think about doing anything to me.
If you do, I'll never let you off, even if it kills me.
It's not that scary. What do you take me for? Relax, I'm a genuinely good person. Lu Feng chuckled. At that moment, Luya couldn't hold back any longer.
She pulled Lu Feng aside and whispered urgently, Master, this woman's background is unclear, and she's connected to the Huang family.
You're keeping her by your side? It's fine.
I know exactly why I'm keeping her close. If she truly was sent by the Huang family, they'd send someone else anyway, even if I didn't take her. Besides, she seems decent, probably not a bad person, likely coerced or something.
If we can save her, it's not a bad thing.
But with her among us, we'll constantly have to guard against her.
It's like being under enemy surveillance all the time, we'd be at a huge disadvantage. Luya couldn't help but interject. It's fine.
Having her around has both advantages and disadvantages.
If she really is an enemy spy, we can use her to feed them false information.
Lu Feng said calmly.
Hearing Lu Feng's words, Luya looked at him with admiration. Master's thinking is far more astute than mine. It seems I was overthinking things. Huang Xini watched nervously as Luya and Lu Feng discussed something nearby.
Her anxiety was overwhelming. She feared Lu Feng and Luya might uncover something about her, and she dreaded the possibility they wouldn't take her back. If she couldn't return with Lu Feng, she couldn't bear to imagine the fate and consequences awaiting her. The story Huang Xini had told Lu Feng about her background was half truth, half fiction. While she was indeed deeply disliked by the Huang family, failing to complete her mission and stay by Lu Feng's side would lead to a truly miserable fate. Watching Lu Feng and Luya return, Huang Xini couldn't help but stare at the two figures before her, waiting for their verdict.
Alright, we should get moving quickly. Otherwise, once the Huang family's people discover us, we won't be able to leave.
Lu Feng hurried over and urged.
Huang Xini looked at Lu Feng and couldn't help asking, so am I going with you guys? Ha? What's the matter? Don't want to come with me anymore?
Lu Feng smiled at Huang Xini, who stood frozen in place.
No, that's not it. Huang Xini hurriedly followed behind him.
Seeing Huang Xini following behind him, Lu Feng gave a knowing smile and walked straight ahead. But not long after they left, several people approached the spot where Lu Feng and Huang Xini had been standing. The leader pulled out his phone and suddenly said, Young Master Huang, everything's been handled exactly as you instructed.
Lu Feng brought Huang Xini into the villa.
Inside, Feng Yuqing and Su Qiaoqiao were busy with their laptops, handling matters for the live streaming company. Hearing the commotion from the room, the sisters looked up and saw Lu Feng had brought another girl inside. For a moment, both Feng Yuqing and Su Qiaoqiao froze in surprise.
Little Nan Nan, playing in the living room, couldn't help but blurt out, Oh! Big brother brought another lady home. You little brat, stop talking nonsense. If you keep it up, I'll throw you out.
Lu Feng snapped coldly.
Terrified, little Nan Nan immediately ran to Feng Yuqing, crying and shouting, Sister Yuqing, Big brother is so mean. I'm scared. It's okay, Nan Nan. Big brother was just trying to scare you. Don't worry, he won't throw you out.
Feng Yuqing said with a smile.
Really?
Little Nan Nan looked at Feng Yuqing excitedly.
Of course it's true.
Your big brother is a good person, he wouldn't do such things.
Feng Yuqing patted little Nan Nan's head reassuringly. Yuqing, I'm not as good as you make me out to be. This girl's background is unclear, and she won't say anything when questioned. We'll have to kick her out sooner or later.
Lu Feng said irritably. Lu Feng hadn't just been trying to scare the little girl earlier. He'd recalled what that Uncle Gong guy had said back in Xingxin Street. Judging by the situation back then, that Uncle Gong probably wasn't lying to them. There was nothing to gain from deceiving them.
Don't go out, Nan Nan. I want to stay with Big Brother.
Little Nan couldn't help but run to Lu Feng, tugging at his sleeve and whining. Seeing this, Lu Feng frowned in feigned anger.
Don't play games with me. It won't work. If you don't tell me the truth and keep pretending to be clueless, I'll still throw you out. Hearing this, little Nan Nan pouted, her face twisted in obvious distress.
I told you, these tricks won't work on me.
Ziyu, pack her things and throw her out. Lu Feng ordered Chen Ziyu, who was washing fruit. Chen Ziyu looked at Lu Feng with a troubled expression. Are we really going to throw her out? Seeing the little girl still unwilling to speak, Lu Feng couldn't help but nod. Chapter 141, User Brother returns to the scene. Big brother, don't go. Little one, don't go out. Little one won't go out.
The little girl clung to Lu Feng's leg, sobbing and refusing to let go.
Lu Feng ruthlessly pulled the girl away, then barked at Chen Ziyu, who was still standing dazed nearby. "What are you standing there for?
Hurry up and pack her things." Chen Ziyu hurried back to pack her things. Little Nan Nan cried incessantly, wailing at Lu Feng, but he remained unmoved.
Huang Xini, watching the scene, wanted to say something but held her tongue.
As for Luya, standing beside Lu Feng, she recalled Uncle Gong's earlier words and remained silent, letting Lu Feng handle things.
She had realized Lu Feng wasn't lacking in intelligence, he might even surpass her intellect.
There was no need for her to tell him what to do, perhaps he knew better than she did.
Su Qiao, hiding close to Feng Yuqing, couldn't help but ask, "Yuqing, what should we do now? Shouldn't we save that little girl?" "It's fine.
Brother Feng has his own plans.
And he's right, that girl's background is unclear.
She doesn't seem like a bad person, but her identity is unknown.
She's bound to cause trouble," Feng Yuqing whispered.
"But that little girl looks so pitiful.
"Is it really okay if we don't help her?" Su Qiao voiced her concern. "It's fine.
Brother Feng has it under control.
Besides, he's not the heartless type." Feng Yuqing couldn't help but interject.
Chen Ziyu emerged carrying Xiao Nanan's luggage, then walked over to the little girl and handed it to her. Little Nan Nan stubbornly refused to take the luggage, clinging to Lu Feng's leg and refusing to let go.
Lu Feng turned to Luya beside him and said, "Quickly pull her away from me and take her outside."
Luya nodded, then forcibly picked up little Nan Nan and tossed her out along with the luggage. The poor little girl clutched her luggage, trying to get back in, but Luya slammed the door shut. Little Nan Nan could only pound frantically on the door, screaming outside.
Hearing Xiao Nanan's cries outside, the girls inside the room felt a pang of sympathy. But mindful of Lu Feng's condition, none of them spoke up. "I'm going back to my room.
This noise is getting on my nerves."
Lu Feng couldn't help but mutter. Back in his room, Lu Feng opened his phone to browse live streams.
He noticed his Douyin account seemed to have gained more privileges. Douyin had even assigned him a dedicated customer service representative earlier, and the limits for large gifts and top-up amounts had significantly increased.
Things were much more convenient now than before. Lu Feng clicked into the live streams of several popular female hosts.
Since his account was now prominent and featured exclusive status, the hosts immediately spotted him upon entering their rooms.
"Wow, user brother. Welcome, user brother. What a rare guest." Female streamer Anshi covered her mouth in disbelief. "Holy crap, user brother? User brother has actually returned to the scene? Haven't seen you in so long, I thought user bro had gone broke. Is he showing off after getting paid again? The guy above is hilarious. Salary? What kind of salary lets you casually drop tens of bucks? User brother's back in action, ready to dominate the charts. Do you think user brother's reappearance might affect the carnival rankings? It's possible, totally possible. The carnival is every streamer's dream. If any streamer gets user bro's support, they'd probably skyrocket instantly. User brother came to our little stream livestream, aren't you going to drop some nice gifts?"
Seeing all the comments, Lu Feng chuckled. He opened his account, saw he had a few dozen yuan left, and then sent a few custom gifts he'd just made. After Lu Feng sent the gifts, the live stream instantly emitted unique special effects. The entire screen was filled with a wave-like pattern, and then a figure on a skateboard charged straight in. That person's head clearly displayed Lu Feng's username, user brother.
This kind of high-end gift really showed how much thought the streaming platform put into its design.
Lu Feng couldn't help but give Douyin a thumbs up.
"Holy, what kind of gift is this? These effects? Damn, this is so freaking cool. Holy crap, is this a custom gift? User brother's exclusive gift? An exclusive gift called Ride the Waves? Holy, this is so damn cool. Damn impressive.
I heard there are only a handful of exclusive custom gifts on the entire Douyin platform.
Mainly, these exclusive custom gifts are only for big shots and wealthy patrons. If it were a guild spammer, they'd never have such a custom gift.
This proves it for sure, user brother is definitely a top-tier spender. All those people who claimed user brother was a union booster just got called out. Holy crap, I just found out this custom gift costs a whole dime to send? I'm freaking stunned. What? A gift costing 10 cents? Holy crap, is that even real? Damn, 10 cents? That's like 2 or 3 years of my salary. Rich people are terrifying. Holy crap, user brother has already sent 20 Ride the Wind and Break the Waves gifts. That's 2 whole bucks gone in one go. Seriously, does he just have money blowing in from the wind? Female streamer Anshi covered her mouth in disbelief, tears streaming down her face as she cried with sheer excitement. Though she was a fairly popular streamer, she was still new to live streaming and didn't have any big spenders. The people on her leaderboard were all union-affiliated boosters, and she didn't receive a single penny from their donations. But this user brother, this big spender, was giving her real, hard cash and 2 yuan at that. Even after deducting commissions and splits, she'd still get close to a full yuan. 1 yuan could buy a house in some third-tier cities. How could Anshi not be thrilled?
Thank you, user brother, for your 20 exclusive gifts. Thank you, user brother. Heartfelt thanks. User brother, Whoa! Chapter 142, The Viral Explosion of Short Videos.
Anchi was crying uncontrollably, she was just too overwhelmed.
User brother is amazing, he's made another streamer cry. Xiaoxi, seeing you cry like this is truly breaking my heart. Streamers have really fallen from grace, sigh.
But I'm still willing to tip them my entire monthly salary minus what I need for instant noodles just so they'll call me bro666 during stream.
Then I can brag about it later. User brother's girl even called me bro and gave me a 666. Bro, you're the real deal.
I wouldn't even help an old lady, but you've got my respect.
Anchi covered her mouth,
wiped away tears, and forced herself to calm down before saying, thank you so much, user brother.
Whatever dance you wanna see, whatever song you wanna hear, I can sing and dance to anything. Can that streamer rap too? Basketball.
Lu Feng suddenly typed the question.
Seeing this, the chat exploded with laughter. Who knew user brother was a little troll too? User bro is a little troll too, damn little troll, get lost. What are you doing? Ouch. You haters, trying to trash our brother again, huh? Anchi saw Lu Feng's comment and felt incredibly awkward. She could only awkwardly say, sorry, user brother.
I'm not great at basketball, but user brother, you're openly stirring the pot here.
It's really.
Seeing this, Lu Feng typed again.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Who's stirring the pot? I'm a true fan, I'm a true Koan, don't bash me.
Seeing Lu Feng's comment, the chat exploded with activity.
I'm a true fan too. Exactly.
We're all true fans here.
Damn it, we're all on the same side. What's the point of this? What are you doing? Ouch.
Seeing the uncontrollable flood of comments, Anchi felt a twinge of worry. After all, if the stream got heated, it could get dangerous. But as a user-supported streamer, she dared not speak up. Besides, this kind of thing couldn't be addressed, taking sides could spell disaster. So she pretended not to notice. But Anchi noticed her stream's popularity skyrocketed instantly, catapulting her to the top of the hourly rankings. Earlier, Lu Feng had sent her 20 exclusive gifts, naturally drawing a crowd of onlookers. After all, user brother's exclusive gift was something few had ever seen. Anchi's phone was also buzzing non-stop with messages, some from her guild's operations team, others from her sisters, all urging her to seize this opportunity. Anchi slowly rose to her feet and announced, I'll dance with user brother and everyone here. This is a traditional Chinese-style dance I recently learned, still a bit rusty, so please be kind.
Holy crap, Xiaoxi is going to do that Chinese-style dance? Is it the one that went viral in that short video?
Yeah. That traditional Chinese dance went viral on short videos, even rivaling the Piano Prince in popularity at one point.
Piano Prince? What Piano Prince? Never heard of him.
Bro, you're seriously out of the loop if you don't know the Piano Prince.
Exactly. That super popular guy on short videos, I think he's from Mencheng University.
Even though most of his fans are girls, after hearing that piano piece, I gotta say that guy's got some serious skills.
What do you mean talented? You upstairs are really something. That video's even gone viral overseas.
Renowned pianists have said it's absolutely masterful piano music, truly worthy of the title Piano Master or Piano Prince.
Holy crap, is that for real? That good? I gotta check it out. Alright, enough already.
This is Xiaoxi's livestream, let's just watch her dance. Anchi slowly began her dance. The melodious, ancient-style song paired with the classical dance movements, combined with the hanfu she'd specially changed into, Anchi herself looks like one of those noble ladies from ancient times. If she ever auditioned for a period drama, she'd definitely be a goddess in ancient costumes. With all these elements coming together, Lu Feng had to admit this classical dance had real substance.
No wonder it went viral on short video platforms, this must be Anchi's secret weapon.
Immediately after, Lu Feng hit the Ride the Wind and Break the Waves button 20 more times.
Holy crap, another 20 Ride the Wind and Break the Waves, this user is insane. Damn, another $2. Seriously, I'm genuinely jealous. I keep wondering why I wasn't born a woman. Dude, even if you were a woman, nobody would watch you. All I wanna ask is, does user bro need any more charms hanging from his thigh? I just wanna ask, is user brother still looking for a godson? Glancing at the time, Lu Feng realized over 2 hours had already passed.
Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Lu Feng put down his phone, opened the door, and found it was Chen Ziyu.
What's up? Lu Feng asked indifferently. Well, little Nan Nan is still at the door and doesn't want to leave. She's been lying there for 2 whole hours now. It's really pitiful. Chapter 143, Exposed. Hearing this, Lu Feng was momentarily speechless. He hadn't expected the little girl to be so stubborn. He'd assumed that if he just ignored her and left her outside, she'd give up after a few hours at most. Fine, I'll go check on her. Lu Feng set down his phone, his voice softening. Lu Feng walked to the villa's front gate.
After opening it, he found little Nan lying pitifully on the ground, her eyes red as if she'd been crying for a long time. Hearing the door open, Xiao Nan lifted her head excitedly. Spotting Lu Feng, she clung to his leg, sobbing and pleading, "Please, big brother, don't send me away. If you don't send me away, I'll do anything you ask. Cut the nonsense. Just tell me who your parents are so I can send you back." Lu Feng said impatiently. Nan has no parents. Nan is so pitiful. "Please, big brother, just let me follow you." Little Nan's tearful plea tugged at the heartstrings of all the girls in the room. Feng Yuqing couldn't hold back any longer and pleaded with Lu Feng, "Brother Feng, little Nan is truly pitiful. I think we should just take her in." "Yuqing, you don't understand. Don't say anything." Lu Feng shot Feng Yuqing a disapproving look. Feng Yuqing, like a frightened rabbit, quickly hid behind Su Qiao, looking like a child who had done something wrong. "Listen to me," Feng Yuling said sternly. "Playing the victim with me won't work. If you don't leave now, I'll call the police. They'll take you to the authorities, and they'll find your parents and send you back home." Lu Feng snorted coldly as he addressed the little girl. No, I don't want to go back. I don't want to." The little girl cried incessantly, looking utterly pitiful, softening Lu Feng's heart. At last, Lu Feng relented. All right. Stop crying. Fine, I give in. You can stay here." Hearing Lu Feng's words, little Nan jumped up excitedly, hugged him tightly, and cried out, "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother." But just as she stood up, she suddenly staggered backward, about to collapse. Fortunately, Lu Feng reacted quickly, catching her in his arms. "Hey, what's wrong? Stop pretending." Lu Feng couldn't help but pat Nan as he asked. Luya walked over to check on her, then turned to Lu Feng and said, "She's fine. She just cried for too long and got tired. She'll be okay after resting a bit." "All right, glad to hear it. Ziyu, take her back to rest. Cook her something nourishing later to help her recover." Lu Feng addressed Chen Ziyu. Meanwhile, Luya couldn't help but ask Lu Feng, "Master, are we really going to keep her here? If we keep her, we keep her. What other choice do we have?" Lu Feng sighed with utter resignation. "This little girl is so clever at such a young age. She must have bet that I'd be too soft-hearted to truly abandon her, which is why she dared to say nothing. Judging by her demeanor, she doesn't seem to harbor ill will toward us. If we're keeping her, then so be it." Lu Feng said indifferently. "Master, your kindness and soft-heartedness are your greatest weaknesses. If exploited by enemies, we'll find ourselves at a severe disadvantage." Luya said to Lu Feng. "People always have weaknesses. Without them, we wouldn't be human. As the saying goes, no one is perfect. If we abandon so-called kindness and humanity for the sake of our goals, that's something I don't want to see." Lu Feng replied with a smile to Luya. Hearing this, Luya felt a sudden surge of deep respect for Lu Feng. The other women in the room also gazed at Lu Feng with admiration. Faced with so many admiring gazes, Lu Feng quickly said, "Don't look at me like that, it makes me blush." Over the next 2 days, the ice cream market dominated by the Li family of Menchang was aggressively encroached upon by the Li family of Magic City and several other players. The Li family of Menchang, which had held an 80% market share, now found themselves with only 40%. A full 40% had been forcibly seized by others. But that wasn't the worst of it. The worst was that the ice cream factories under the Menchang Li family had all filed lawsuits against them. These factories were now suing the Menchang Li family for using improper means to threaten them into forcibly transferring their shares. This development left Li Wei's situation dire. It wasn't merely a matter of asset shrinkage. If the circumstances were severe enough, she could face imprisonment. At the Fengqian Grand Hotel, in the Tian-numbered private room, all 4 of Mencheng's major families except for the Hu family were now gathered. Li Qingli, smug and triumphant, addressed the assembled figures, "Gentlemen, you will be proud of the wise decisions you've made. In just 4 short days, we've seized 40% of their market share. Moreover, their contract manufacturers are now embroiled in lawsuits, with all facilities under seizure. Production is impossible, their collapse is inevitable. This is all thanks to young Master Li. It's a pity Lu Feng hasn't joined the game yet. Who would have thought he could keep such composure? Or does he truly consider the Li family of Mencheng worthless? Impossible. An asset worth tens of thousands is a major project even for our Shanghai Li family. How could we ignore it? I suspect he simply hasn't found a viable solution yet. I must admit, Lu Feng is quite clever. He knows that rushing in recklessly could mean losing everything. But even if he doesn't intervene, this situation will still allow us to feast. But the Hu family hasn't gotten involved yet. Could it be they suspect Lu Feng has some hidden card up his sleeve? Huang Xiaohua chuckled, deliberately sowing discord with the Hu family. Chapter 144, Huang Xinyi's probe. Hidden tricks? If he had any, he'd have used them long ago. Why wait until now? Li Chengli sneered with utter disdain. Exactly. The Hu family really isn't giving young Master Li any face. They think they're the top family in Mencheng and act all high and mighty. I say the top family in Mencheng will belong to young Master Li sooner or later.
Wang Chenglong chimed in, fawning over Li Chengli. The top family in Mencheng?
I couldn't care less about that title.
What I want is to be the top family in the Magic City, Li Chengli declared with utter disdain.
Indeed, young Master Li's vision is worlds apart from ours. Your foresight is extraordinary, while we remain confined to this tiny Mencheng. But if the Wu family really doesn't know a good thing when they see it, I wouldn't mind letting someone else take the top spot in Mencheng.
Li Chengli snorted coldly.
Though Li Chengli held Hu Xinyue in high regard, he'd made several attempts to meet her over the past 2 days only to be rebuffed each time with various excuses. This rankled him deeply. When had he, Li Chengli, ever been turned down by a girl before? Yet now the Hu family dared to be so disrespectful, repeatedly making excuses and refusing to join his campaign against Lu Feng. This left Li Chengli thoroughly annoyed. Young Master Li is formidable.
Everyone marveled at Li Chengli's audacity.
After all, the Wu family, the foremost clan in Mencheng, was notoriously mysterious and formidable. Their assets were shrouded in secrecy, though some estimated their wealth at no less than 2 million yuan, and that was just a preliminary figure.
Countless unreported businesses remained hidden. Moreover, the Hus boasted extensive connections in the imperial capital, the Magic City, and Jiangnan, with associates everywhere.
Their background was equally shrouded in mystery. Some even claimed the family had existed since the Ming dynasty, possessing such profound heritage that it rivaled even the most prominent families of the Magic City. Yet the Hus had always maintained an exceptionally low profile.
Oh, right, young Master Huang. How's that matter I mentioned earlier coming along?
Suddenly, Li Chengli turned to ask Huang Xiaohua.
Rest assured, young Master Li. I've already planted our man inside.
Every move Lu Feng makes is now under my surveillance.
Huang Xiaohua replied smugly. Is that person reliable?
Rest assured, Li Xiao, she's absolutely dependable. Her mother and younger sister are both in my custody. If she doesn't cooperate, neither of them will end well.
Very well.
Keep a close watch on Lu Feng's movements.
If he makes any moves or takes action, report it immediately. Understood, young Master Li. Come, let's toast to the success of our operation.
Li Chengli raised his glass with a smile.
Cheers to you, young Master Li. Cheers, young Master Li. Same to you.
At the banquet table, only Chen Hongliang looked deeply troubled. Chen Hongliang had no desire to be involved in these affairs, but he had no choice but to comply due to the Li family's influence in the Magic City. After all, crushing the Cheng family would be a simple matter for them.
At that moment, Lu Feng was discussing matters with Huang Xini.
After 2 days of interaction, Lu Feng had come to realize that Huang Xini seemed to have had a pretty rough life. Whether she was putting on an act or not, Lu Feng felt that based on the circumstances, some of what Huang Xini said was likely true. Lu Feng hadn't exposed Huang Xini's motives these past days. Like Chen Ziyu, she came from humble beginnings and often helped clean the villa. Chen Ziyu had previously considered hiring a maid, as maintaining such a large villa alone proved exhausting. But with Huang Xini's assistance, the burden eased considerably. Occasional help from the other women further lightened the load, effectively saving the expense of hiring professional help.
Xini, you've been here for 2 days now. Don't you have anything you want to ask?
Lu Feng suddenly asked Huang Xini, who was peeling an apple.
Ha? No, I don't. Huang Xini flustered, quickly responding. Oh. Lu Feng continued cracking sunflower seeds without saying another word.
Huang Xini set down her apple, her face clouding over as if something deeply troubling weighed on her mind.
Xini. What's wrong? You look like you're troubled by something. Lu Feng smiled and asked Huang Xini. And no, nothing. Huang Xini shook her head hastily. Alright then, since you're fine, I'll head out. Saying this, Lu Feng prepared to leave. Wait a minute, boss.
Since Huang Xini was also working at the villa, doing tasks akin to a housekeeper's, she addressed Lu Feng as boss just like Chen Ziyu did.
What is it? Lu Feng turned to ask. Boss, I've noticed you've been staying home a lot lately. Is everything okay at the company? Huang Xini couldn't help but ask. Company? I don't have a company. Lu Feng replied indifferently. Ha? No company? How is that possible? Huang Xini stared at Lu Feng in disbelief. Really, I truly don't have a company.
But I have invested in some companies, like the ice cream group owned by the Li family in Mencheng, and the Sun family's company. I invested in both, though I'm too lazy to manage them. I just let them run things themselves.
Ah, the largest ice cream group in Mencheng? That one was invested in by the boss? Boss, you're truly amazing. Huang Xini exclaimed, feigning astonishment. It's nothing special.
I just had some spare cash. When I saw they needed help, I lent a hand.
Who knew they'd turn out so capable? Lu Feng chuckled. But I heard that ice cream company is in serious trouble now. The news reported just the other day that the Li family from Magic City teamed up with the 4 major families of Mencheng to launch a hostile takeover against them.
In just a few days, the company suffered massive losses, and all their contract manufacturers were shut down.
What? That happened?
Lu Feng frowned.
He hadn't been following the news lately and hadn't paid attention. Though he knew the Li family from Magic City had arrived, he hadn't expected them to target Li Wei. He'd assumed the Li family would come after him instead.
Chapter 145, Bubbles in the Ice Cream? The boss didn't know, someone asked.
I heard the Shanghai Li family had their pride hurt over that auction incident, so they came to Mencheng specifically for revenge. So it was the boss who embarrassed the Shanghai Li family all along.
Huang Xini exclaimed in surprise. Hold on, I'll make a call. Lu Feng pulled out his phone and found Li Wei's number. At that moment, in Li Wei's office, Li Qinghao was frantic with worry. Their losses over the past few days were incalculable. Yet that stubborn girl still hadn't called Lu Feng, driving him to the brink of fury.
Xiao Wei, if you don't call him now, your old man is going to jail.
Can you really bear to see your father go to prison? Li Qinghao couldn't help but shout at Li Wei.
But, Li Wei was also deeply conflicted inside. Before, she believed she could shoulder the family's responsibilities and be Lu Feng's capable right-hand person. But now, faced with such setbacks, she felt utterly helpless. She could only turn to Lu Feng for help. She felt truly miserable, hating herself for being so useless. Just then, Li Wei's phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was Lu Feng calling.
Hello? Hello what? Li Wei, don't you consider me family? You didn't tell me about such a major incident in your family? Hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Wei was so overcome with emotion that she burst into tears. I'm sorry, Lu Feng. I thought I could handle it, but I never imagined things would turn out like this. I'm sorry, it's all because I'm useless. Why are you crying? It's just the Li family of Magic City, what's there to be afraid of? And it's only an ice cream factory. Is it really worth crying over? Lu Feng couldn't help but retort.
Li Qinghao, standing nearby, was utterly shocked by Lu Feng's words.
It's just the Li family from the metropolis?
Those words seemed to imply Lu Feng didn't hold the Li family of the metropolis in any regard at all.
What kind of confidence and background could possibly allow someone to say something like that? And just an ice cream factory? After all, their family's ice cream factory had been appraised before.
If it went public, its valuation could soar to 100,000 yuan.
100,000 yuan company, and Lu Feng still looked down on it?
Li Qinghao was utterly stunned.
No, I just feel like I've let you down. I'm sorry.
Li Wei wiped her tears as she spoke.
It's fine. An ice cream factory? If need be, we'll just let it go. They want to dominate the ice cream market? Let them try. Sell off every last piece of inventory your company has right now. After that, we'll just move on to other ventures.
Lu Feng said indifferently. But that would mean immeasurable losses for us. And this ice cream factory, you poured so much effort into it before.
Li Wei protested frantically. What effort? When did I ever put in any effort? Haven't you been handling everything all along?
And let me tell you, ice cream prices are just experiencing a short-term spike.
They'll return to normal soon. Just sell off all the ice cream now while you can, then switch to another business.
Ha?
Really? Li Wei exclaimed in surprise. Trust me. Even though we're losing a lot now, you guys didn't have much capital to begin with.
This is just the effect of a short-term surge, it's all fake, just like a real estate bubble.
Once something goes wrong, it'll crash. So sell everything quickly. Listen to me, you won't regret it.
Lu Feng said calmly.
Got it.
After hanging up, Li Wei immediately summoned her secretary and ordered, instruct all our distribution channels to start liquidating inventory. Dump everything at rock-bottom prices. If anyone undercuts us, we undercut them harder. Clear out every last item within days. Understood, Ms. Li?
Li Qinghao frowned, looking at Li Wei before him, and couldn't help but say, Xiao Wei, is what young Master Lu saying really reliable? The ice cream market is booming right now. Clearing inventory at this moment seems a bit irrational. Doing this will cost us at least tens of thousands of yuan. I trust Lu Feng. When he predicted ice cream prices would rise, they did. Now that he says a bubble economy is coming, it will happen. We must cut our losses now. If we wait for the bubble, our losses will only grow, we might even go bankrupt. What about the ice cream contract manufacturers? Forget about them. They want to go back anyway? Give it all to them.
Li Wei declared decisively. Meanwhile, after Lu Feng hung up, Huang Xini beside him was utterly shocked.
Chapter 146, The Confrontation. Though Huang Xini wasn't deeply involved in company affairs, she knew about the Li family's ice cream factory in Mencheng. Such a huge sum, nearly tens of thousands, and Lu Feng was giving it all away?
For a moment, she couldn't believe her own ears. Huang Xini even feared that if she relayed this news back, the Huang family might dismiss her as a liar.
Could it be that Lu Feng had discovered her true identity? Was everything he was saying now a lie? Huang Xini was deeply conflicted, unsure whether to relay this news back to her family.
The ice cream market was booming right now, with many companies eyeing a piece of the pie.
Numerous large enterprises had begun acquiring processing plants to start production. To claim an ice cream bubble was forming seemed utterly absurd. Actually, Lu Feng's argument wasn't entirely without merit. He believed that while his system could temporarily restore an item's price to its pre-depreciation level, it remained just a system unaware of human nature and genuine human needs. Such a sudden price surge must be problematic. Moreover, Lu Feng saw the current ice cream prices as inflated. Originally meant for all consumers, ice cream had now become a luxury item. Not only could ordinary families not afford it, but even moderately well-off households found it unaffordable. Only the children of wealthy families could afford ice cream now. It had become utterly out of reach for ordinary people. Even the raw materials for making ice cream had skyrocketed in price. Milk, ice cream makers, and all the ingredients had all increased in cost. But this is merely temporary euphoria. As ice cream production increases, unsold inventory will inevitably pile up. Relying on the wealthy to consume it all is unrealistic, so prices will gradually return to normal. This was Lu Feng's assessment, and he was certain it would happen. Previously, when prices fell, money also lost value. Everyone's money depreciated alongside the prices, so it didn't cause any fundamental change. But now, with money losing value while ice cream prices rise, this will definitely spark a strong reaction. Lu Feng believed that before long, an ice cream bubble would likely burst. When that happened, ice cream would probably become extremely cheap, perhaps even dropping to rock-bottom prices. Cindy? What's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Lu Feng noticed Huang Cindy sitting there lost in thought and asked with a smile. And no. Huang Cindy snapped back to reality and quickly replied. Right. Cindy, is your mother your only family? No other relatives or anything? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask. No. I'm the only one in my family. Huang Cindy replied nervously. Oh? Is that so? Cindy, you should be able to tell that I'm no less than the Huang family. So if I wanted to look into your background, it wouldn't be difficult. I'll ask you again, are you absolutely certain you have no other family? Lu Feng pressed again. Huang Cindy looked utterly tense now, her two index fingers twirling nervously in circles. She was clearly panicking, her guilt showing through. No. Huang Cindy blurted out. Seeing her state, Lu Feng stopped talking. He stood up and addressed her. Since you say so, I won't press you further. But if you ever need help, you can come to me anytime. Whatever I can do, I'll definitely assist you. Thank you, boss. Huang Cindy said, her head bowed. Over the next few days, the Li family and Mencheng began aggressively slashing prices to clear their ice cream inventory, even engaging in a price war with Chengli Food Company, Limited. Both sides drove the price of ice cream down to rock-bottom levels. Yet even so, ice cream remained unaffordable for ordinary people. Previously, a bag of Snow Lotus cost 50 cents, but now the price had plummeted to 5 cents per bag, a tenfold reduction. Yet 5 cents was equivalent to 50,000 yuan before the currency devaluation. Spending 50,000 yuan on a Snow Lotus was still unaffordable for most ordinary families. Nevertheless, this price war had significantly reduced the Li family's inventory in Mencheng. Half of the massive stockpile of ice cream had now been sold. Li Qingli stared at the financial reports from the past few days, his face turning ashen. He couldn't help but slam the reports onto the table and roar, has that Li Qinghao lost his mind? He wants to wage a price war against me? Ha! How naive. Doesn't he know I have several major families backing me, not to mention the two ice cream giants? Fine, if you want a price war, you'll get one. I'll see just how long you can keep losing money. Mr. Li, our daily cash burn is enormous. At this rate, our losses will be substantial. The secretary couldn't help but interject. Don't worry. Our capital reserves are substantial. We've nothing to fear. Even if Lu Feng joins the fray, we still have the strength to fight. If he dares to enter the market, I'll devour him until there's nothing left. Li Chengli snorted coldly. Besides, their ice cream factories have completely shut down. All they're selling now is old stock, while our supply is endless. Once their inventory runs out, we'll set the price for ice cream in Mencheng and across all of Yanxia. Then we can raise prices whenever we want. By the way, any updates from Huang Xiaohua? Nothing. Nothing? That shouldn't be possible. Could Lu Feng really have backed down like such a coward? If that's the case, then this so-called Lu Feng is nothing special. Li Chengli wore a look of utter contempt. Still, just to be safe, he called Huang Xiaohua. Huang Xiao, how's it going? Has the mole you planted near Lu Feng reported anything useful yet? Sorry, Li Xiao, nothing yet. Nothing yet? After all this time, not a single useful lead? Chapter 147, The Drunken Huang Cindy. Huang Xiaohua clearly sensed Li Chengli's displeasure and quickly replied, Young Master Li, please hold on. I'll call and check right now. With that, Huang Xiaohua hung up and immediately dialed Huang Cindy's number. Huang Cindy was in her room at that moment. These past few days, her emotions had been incredibly complicated, and she didn't know what to do. Just then, her phone rang. Huang Cindy glanced at the number displayed and her expression instantly darkened.
After hesitating for a long while, Huang Sini finally decided to answer the call.
Huang Sini, what's the meaning of this? Why did it take you so long to answer?
No, it's just that I was with Lu Feng earlier and couldn't answer conveniently.
Huang Sini hurriedly explained. Don't make excuses. I'm asking you, what intelligence have you gathered from Lu Feng these past few days? This. What? You haven't gotten any information at all? Lu Feng seems extremely wary of me and keeps me out of many things, so far, I haven't managed to uncover any useful information. Ha? Not including you? How is that possible? Didn't I tell you to do everything in your power to get close to Lu Feng? I've truly exhausted every option.
I've tried everything I can think of, but Lu Feng simply won't warm up to me.
He doesn't like you? Impossible. If he truly disliked you, he wouldn't keep you by his side.
Anyway, I don't care what methods you use within one day, I need to get some information I don't already have.
Ha? One day? I really don't know what to do. Huang Sini was frantic. Isn't he a womanizer? Crawl into his bed. I refuse to believe he could resist. Men are all the same.
Play to your strengths. Otherwise, your sister and your poor mother will suffer.
No. Don't threaten my sister and my mom. I'll go. Huang Sini cried out. Huang Sini, remember just one day. With that, Huang Xiaohua hung up the phone. Huang Sini stared at the disconnected phone, an overwhelming wave of injustice flooding her heart.
After spending these past few days with him, she knew Lu Feng wasn't truly a bad person. Asking her to betray him felt utterly impossible. Most importantly, Lu Feng had saved her life. Betraying him would be repaying kindness with betrayal. But her sister and mother were still in Huang Xiaohua's hands. If she didn't do this, they would surely be in danger. Hesitating for a moment, Huang Sini clenched her teeth, then dashed into the kitchen. She found a bottle of cocktail and gulped it down in large swallows. After drinking some of the cocktail, Huang Sini suddenly felt emboldened. She then quietly slipped into Lu Feng's room. Lu Feng was currently in his room scrolling through videos, sending gifts to female streamers. After all, Feng Yuqing planned to start a live streaming company soon. By familiarizing himself with these platforms now, he might be able to assist her later. Just then, Lu Feng suddenly heard movement at the door. Ever since obtaining the system, he'd noticed his senses had sharpened, sounds he'd previously missed were now audible. Lu Feng looked up from the bed in confusion and was startled to see a pure-looking woman standing there, her face flushed crimson and glowing with a rosy hue. Before Lu Feng could say anything, the next moment, the drunken woman suddenly threw herself onto the bed, pinning him down. Holy, Huang Sini, what the hell are you doing? Ha? Huang Sini? Who's Huang Sini? That name sounds familiar. Huang Sini was dazed, then tilted her head back, poking her chin with her finger as she asked curiously. Damn it, you don't know Huang Sini? How much did you drink? Did you black out? Ha? Drink? I didn't drink much, just a little bit. Huang Sini chuckled, her face breaking into a mischievous grin as she stared intently at Lu Feng. Lu Feng jolted awake, a chill running down his spine. He shoved Huang Sini away. You wanna die? I'm warning you, don't think I won't do anything to you just cause you're drunk. Get the hell back to your room, or don't blame me if something happens. Do what to me? What could you possibly do? Huang Sini grabbed Lu Feng's hand and pulled him toward her. Damn, she's strong. Lu Feng couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Big melon, haha, big melon. Huang Sini grabbed Lu Feng's head and kept tugging at it. Lu Feng was practically going crazy, but he couldn't bring himself to lay into Huang Sini. I'm warning you, get the hell out of here before I lose my temper. Lu Feng feigned anger and shouted at Huang Sini. Big watermelon, eat watermelon, hee hee. Huang Sini, drunk and disoriented, wrapped her arms around Lu Feng's head and pressed her lips directly against his. Lu Feng felt only the hot, fragrant lips pressed against his own, mingled with a hint of grape flavor. Could this be that grape cocktail I bought earlier? Lu Feng wondered in confusion. Before he could finish the thought, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his lips. The metallic taste of blood flooded his mouth. The pain made Lu Feng yell out loud. He shoved Huang Sini away and couldn't help but curse, damn it. Are you a dog or something? Hee hee, big watermelon, eat watermelon. Huang Sini, still dazed, lunged toward Lu Feng. The loud shouts in the room drew the attention of the other women in the villa. The group of women who witnessed the scene inside the room were all left speechless. Feng Yuqing quickly covered the eyes of Xiao Nannan, who was just about to enter. Not suitable for children. Not suitable for children. Holy crap, sis Yuqing, the battle's getting intense, blood's even spilled. Su Qiaoqiao peeked out cautiously to observe the room's chaos, unable to contain her exclamation. Chapter 148, Beyond Defense. Are you all just standing there watching the show? Get someone to drag her out of here. Lu Feng shouted angrily at the women by the door. Luya and Shen Ziyu were the first to respond. As Lu Feng's subordinates, they naturally stepped in to help. Luya pulled Huang Sini away, but Huang Sini stubbornly clung to Lu Feng, refusing to let go.
She kept muttering, "Big watermelon, eat watermelon, hee hee." Luya forcibly dragged Huang Xini back into her own room. Feng Yuqing walked over, seeing Lu Feng's mouth covered in blood. She couldn't help but ask, "Brother Feng, are you okay?" "How could I be fine? My mouth's been bitten open, you tell me if I'm fine. Poor me, wasting days of nutrition." "Ziyu, make sure to get me some good food later, I need to replenish properly," Lu Feng said irritably. "Brother Feng, really? With me and sister Yuqing right here, why did you have to make things so dramatic? Now you've overdone it, failed at being mischievous and got bitten in the process." Su Chao grinned mischievously at Lu Feng. "What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean, me being naughty? That crazy woman barged into my room herself, acting like a lunatic. She drinks a little and loses all restraint, doesn't even know who she is anymore," Lu Feng retorted angrily. "Really? But it feels like Brother Feng tried to pull a fast one and got bitten instead." Su Chao couldn't help but give Lu Feng a suspicious look. "I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense. That's slander, you're slandering me." Lu Feng glared at Su Chao as he spoke. "Slander? I don't think so. More like someone messed up." Feng Yuqing couldn't help but interject. "Yuqing, you don't believe me either?" Lu Feng looked at Feng Yuqing with an innocent expression. "Humph. Brother Feng already has so many women and still isn't satisfied. He even thinks about these nonsense things. Serves him right to get bitten. I say they should have bitten him to death." With that, Feng Yuqing stomped back to her room, fuming. This was the first time Feng Yuqing had shown a little temper since being with Lu Feng. Though Feng Yuqing was exceptionally understanding and never caused Lu Feng any trouble even when he pursued other women, she never said a word. But today, Feng Yuqing simply couldn't take it anymore. Clearly, he already had plenty of beautiful women around him, yet her Feng Gus still harbored such lustful desires. She wasn't saying she didn't care at all after all. What woman could truly be indifferent to her beloved man having so many other women? Watching Feng Yuqing storm off angrily, Su Chao covered her mouth before turning to Lu Feng. "Brother Feng, Yuqing seems genuinely upset. Though as a little wife, I have no say here, I still can't help but speak up. What you did today was truly over the line. She refused, yet you forced yourself on her? Getting bitten? Serves you right. Humph." With that, Su Chao turned and stormed back to her room, fuming. Lu Feng stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. "Damn it, I'm so unfairly treated. What did I ever do to deserve this?" Lu Feng felt deeply wronged, then clutched his mouth in pain. He could only find some iodine to roughly treat the wound. The next morning, Huang Xini woke up groggily, clutching her head. She felt unbearably headache. After getting up, she glanced outside and frowned in confusion. What the hell happened? Why am I suddenly in my own room? I remember drinking to build up my courage and going to find Lu Feng. Could it be that I was? Huang Xini anxiously pulled back the covers to check herself. She sighed in relief, patting her chest and muttering, "Thank goodness, nothing happened." Wait, why did nothing happen? This isn't right. It's not how the script went. Shouldn't I be lying in Lu Feng's bed? Why am I in my own bed? Huang Xini clutched her head, struggling to recall yesterday's events. Huang Xini covered her mouth, unable to believe it. She had pieced together yesterday's events. She'd intended to drink to build her courage and get closer to Lu Feng, but it had backfired spectacularly. She'd only had a tiny bit to drink. How could she have gotten that drunk? She'd been like a completely different person. She couldn't believe she'd walked there on her own. And that big watermelon? She'd acted like a complete fool. The most embarrassing part was that she'd actually kissed Lu Feng and even bitten his lip until it bled. How could this happen? Huang Xini's face twisted in despair. She glanced at her phone and saw Huang Xiaohua had already left 4 or 5 missed calls. Just then, Huang Xiaohua's call came through again. Instantly, her nerves were on edge once more. Chapter 149, Leaking Information. Hesitating for a moment, Huang Xini mustered her courage and answered the call. "Huang Xini, what's your problem? Ignoring my calls for so long? Looks like you don't care about your sister or your mom anymore, huh?" No, I'm sorry. I drank too much last night and didn't hear it ring." "Too drunk? So you've made progress with Lu Feng? Did you get any information out of him?" Huang Xini was at a loss for words. She truly didn't know how to respond. "You haven't slept with Lu Feng yet and still haven't gotten any information out of him? Then what use are your sister and your mom to me?" Just then, Huang Xini suddenly heard her sister's sobs coming from across the room. Huang Xini panicked and shouted, "Don't touch my sister. I'll talk. A few days ago, Lu Feng spoke on the phone with that Li Wei from Mencheng. He said the ice cream market would soon experience a bubble, advising Li Wei to liquidate all her ice cream inventory and pivot to other businesses." What? Lu Feng actually said that? Yes. Huang Xiaohua frowned slightly and asked Huang Xini on the phone, "Did Lu Feng discover your identity? Is he deliberately spreading false information through you?" "I don't know, but Lu Feng definitely doesn't trust me very much.
Huang Sini could only admit the truth helplessly. Useless piece of trash. You can't even find out anything. What good are you?
I told you before, I can't do these things, but you insisted.
Shut up and stop talking nonsense.
I'm warning you, if Lu Feng makes any moves, you better notify me immediately.
Otherwise, I can't guarantee the safety of your sister and mother here. With that, Huang Xiaohua hung up the phone.
After hanging up, Huang Xiaohua pulled out his phone and called Li Chengli.
Huang Xiao? Didn't expect you to call me first. Got news?
I do have news, but it's a bit strange.
I'm not sure if it's true.
I suspect Lu Feng has discovered my people.
Oh? Is that so? Tell me what the news is first.
My people report that Lu Feng ordered the Li family in Mencheng to sell off all their ice cream inventory at rock-bottom prices and switch to another business.
What? Switch to other businesses? Is he showing weakness, preparing to take a loss and pull out?
Li Chengli frowned, finding the situation too suspicious. The losses were substantial, nearly tens of thousands of yuan at once.
That SA hit no one could stomach. Yet Lu Feng abandoned it so decisively. Could he really be intimidated by the Li family of Magic City? Was he giving them face? Who knows?
Lu Feng claimed the ice cream market would soon bubble over and crash, that it was only a matter of time. He urged the Li family of Mencheng to cut their losses and pull out.
Ice cream bubble? Was Lu Feng joking? The ice cream market was booming right now.
Not just us, but even major domestic companies were diving into this pie, like Tencent, Tmall, JD, all investing in ice cream businesses.
If a bubble were truly forming, wouldn't these big players know? Lu Feng was just here to make a fool of himself. Which makes me wonder, did Lu Feng uncover my people? Is he deliberately spreading false rumors to make us think he's pulling out, then seize the opportunity to reclaim the market while we're off guard?
No need to doubt it, your people have definitely been discovered by Lu Feng. Since he wants to play the weak card first, let's just seize all the ice cream in his hands. Without ice cream inventory and with factories halting production, I'll see how he plans to reclaim the market afterward.
Young Master Li, you're brilliant.
Subsequently, Li Chengli's ice cream company aggressively bought up Li Jia's clearance inventory.
Li Wei didn't interfere, she was just trying to offload her own stock anyway. What were once adversaries now seemed to be collaborating. With Li Chengli's company driving the push, Li Wei's inventory began to shrink dramatically. Reviewing the financial reports from recent days, Li Wei nodded with satisfaction.
Though we've been selling at discounted prices these past 2 days, we've recouped a considerable amount of capital. We now hold nearly 10,000 yuan in cash on hand. Even if we switch to another business venture, we'll have substantial capital to work with.
But those items were worth far more than 10,000 yuan.
To end up with just this much money is such a waste. Li Chenghao lamented with a pained expression.
It's fine. We didn't invest much in acquiring those items to begin with.
Besides, Lu Feng mentioned that the ice cream market is heading toward a bubble economy. It could very well crash.
By exiting early, we might actually come out ahead. Bubble economy? Collapse? You've got to be kidding me. The ice cream market is booming right now, how could that happen?
If a bubble really bursts, people would be jumping off buildings. I bet that Lu Feng guy is scared of the Li family in Shanghai, so he's sacrificing us to save his own skin.
What a coward.
Li Chenghao snorted coldly. Right now, he harbored deep resentment toward Lu Feng, even blaming him for the Li family's massive losses. Little did he realize that without Lu Feng, the Li family would have been finished long ago.
No, Lu Feng isn't that kind of person. Besides, I think he has a point.
The value of something must be determined by corresponding market demand.
Nowadays, very few people can afford ice cream.
Add to that the fact that many companies are heavily investing in it, so the supply of ice cream will only increase. With more and more ice cream available, but fewer and fewer people buying it, this situation is unsustainable.
Li Wei explained.
You've been brainwashed by that Lu Feng.
In my opinion, he's just a nouveau riche upstart. Taking on the Li family of Magic City? How could that ever work? Chapter 150, Ice Cream Prices Collapse.
Ice cream prices have driven up the costs of ice water, sugar, milk, dairy products, freezers, and refrigerators. Everything related to ice cream has seen substantial price hikes, and the increases are absurdly excessive.
These price hikes sparked widespread discontent among ordinary citizens. Complaints flooded in, online discussions erupted, and protests began in some areas.
Then, suddenly, rumors spread that the government would soon impose strict price controls on ice cream, potentially restoring prices to their original levels. This news instantly sent shockwaves through the market, particularly among those who had recently invested in the ice cream industry. These individuals grew extremely anxious, scrambling to verify the rumors' authenticity. While the government offered no explicit confirmation, it also did not deny the claims. In the blink of an eye, numerous ice cream manufacturers began dumping their inventory en masse, driving prices to rock-bottom levels. At Chengli Ice Cream Food Company, Limited, Li Chengli stared at the company's financial reports, his expression darkening considerably.
Mr. Lee, due to these rumors, many ice cream companies have started dumping their inventory. Prices have been driven down to rock bottom, even dozens of times lower than before. And this isn't over yet. Prices drop almost daily.
If this continues, our company's ice cream could suffer catastrophic losses.
Why panic?
This is merely temporary market panic.
The first to collapse will inevitably be the smaller companies. Large corporations have nothing to fear. Have you seen any major players considering a fire sale?
This is nothing more than someone maliciously spreading rumors to cause market panic.
We simply need to ignore it. Who would spread rumors? What's in it for them? No need to ask, it's definitely Lu Feng's doing.
I thought he'd genuinely back down, scared of us Lee family from Shanghai. Turns out it was all a smokescreen.
Should we still buy up the rest of the ice cream on the market like before? Absolutely. Since they're selling low, we'll buy.
Once the rumors debunk themselves and ice cream prices rebound, we'll make a killing.
But the authorities haven't denied adjusting prices before. Isn't this a bit too risky for us? What's there to fear?
My people checked with the authorities, and they haven't explicitly signaled any intention to regulate prices.
Besides, business inherently involves risk. It's like a gamble. If we win, we'll come out ahead. But Cheng Hongliang from the Cheng family, our partner, approached us earlier wanting to pull out his investment.
Wang Changlong from the Wang family asked the same thing.
Humph. A bunch of opportunists. They smell trouble and want to bail? Ridiculous. Once they're on my ship, they can't just walk off. If they come back later, just brush them off with any excuse. Got it. But as time went on, more and more companies couldn't hold out.
They started pulling out of the ice cream market en masse, flooding it with countless ice cream bars at rock-bottom prices.
Li Chengli bought them all up without hesitation.
Leveraging the capital of 2 ice cream giants and the 4 major families, Li Chengli wasn't afraid of burning through money. But with such a massive influx of ice cream flooding the market, his financial pressure became enormous. Since the Hu family hadn't invested earlier, their total investment amounted to less than 40,000 yuan, and now 2/3 of that had already been spent.
The aggressive market expansion, price wars, and continuous ice cream acquisitions had already drained considerable funds.
If more ice cream flooded the market, they might not survive. The biggest problem was that the factories producing these ice creams were still churning them out. If any major companies started selling at low prices, Li Chengli would be in serious trouble. Li Chengli never imagined that a single rumor could make his situation so unbearable.
Bad news, Mr. Li. Bad news.
Just as Li Chengli was contemplating countermeasures, his secretary rushed into the office in a panic.
What is it? Why the panic?
Li Chengli asked, his face clouded with displeasure.
Bad news, Mr. Li. Major corporations are dumping ice cream en masse. Those giants who invested in the ice cream market earlier are now pulling out completely. Prices have plummeted to absurdly low levels, basically reverting to the earliest prices. Compared to before, they've dropped a millionfold. Upon hearing this news, Li Chengli instantly slumped into his chair. How could this be? Why is this happening? Because far too few people are buying ice cream, while factories keep churning it out.
Production surged, but sales didn't follow.
No one could afford it, leading to massive consumer backlash. Only a tiny fraction could actually buy it. Now, nobody is buying.
Even the big factories can't give their ice cream away, so naturally, prices have plummeted to rock bottom.
No, these things can't be ruined on my watch. If they really collapse under my leadership, the Li family will be finished.
Lu Feng, this is all Lu Feng's fault. He predicted this situation would happen, and now it's all come true.
That bastard must be behind it. He has to take responsibility. But how do we make him accountable? Right. Didn't that Huang Xiaohua plant an informant close to Lu Feng? Call Huang Xiaohua. Tell him I want to see him. Arrange a meeting.
I'll confront him face to face.
Li Chengli thought for a moment and quickly said. Got it.
Not long after, in the Tianzi suite of the Fengshan Grand Hotel, Li Chengli waited for Huang Xiaohua, who arrived as promised. Huang Xiaohua was also in a great hurry. While he desperately wanted Lu Feng destroyed, he certainly didn't want the Huang family ruined. Ice cream prices had now completely collapsed, much like the real estate bubble in a certain country years ago. The ice cream market had become a bubble economy. The Huang family had invested 4,000 yuan, nearly all their liquid assets, essentially betting everything on this one venture.
Chapter 151, Li Chengli's Scheme.
Huang Xiaohua had been relentlessly contacting Li Chengli these past few days. After all, this involved the Huang family's entire fortune. Yet Li Chengli consistently avoided him, leaving Huang Xiaohua furious. The same frustration was shared by the Wang and Cheng families. After all, such a large sum of liquid capital represented a massive blow to any family. To Huang Xiaohua's surprise, Li Chengli had actually invited him today.
He eagerly accepted the invitation. Li Chengli's situation was dire.
The 2 ice cream giants and several major families were all clamoring to see him, their intentions clear.
To make matters worse, bank representatives were hounding him for repayment, leaving him utterly overwhelmed.
Earlier, to secure the majority of the ice cream Li Wei was offloading, Li Qingli had taken out several thousand in bank loans. Now, with the current market trend, the banks were relentlessly demanding repayment.
Li Qingli, you finally agreed to meet me. I thought you'd absconded with the money.
Huang Xiaohua said coldly. Given how things had escalated, Huang Xiaohua no longer cared about Li Qingli's status as a member of the Li family of Magic City. After all, he had staked the Huang family's entire fortune on this venture. The Huang family's predicament wasn't much better than Li Qingli's. In fact, it was even more dire. At least Li Qingli had the backing of the Li family of Magic City. Outsiders would give him some face, and the bank wouldn't push too hard. But the Huang family was different. Now, they were like a fallen wall everyone kicked. They had already offended Lu Feng, drawing the collective wrath of the upper-class families in Menchang. Their situation was already unbearable.
Why must you be so relentless, young Master Huang? Do you think I'm having an easy time of it? Li Qingli retorted with a cold snort. Is it because of me that you're suffering?
The esteemed young master of the Li family in the Demon City, being played like a puppet.
And you still talk about luring Lu Feng into the trap? What was the result?
Young Master Huang Xiaohua wore utter contempt on his face.
Humph. Who says we've lost yet? Li Qingli snorted coldly. What? At this point, young Master Li still thinks he can pull the wool over my eyes? Let me tell you, I'm no fool. The Huang family isn't as wealthy and powerful as yours. All I need now is to get my own money back. Huang Xiaohua laid out his intentions plainly. Young Master Huang, do you really think I have any money left to give you? The esteemed young master of the Li family, what do you mean by that? Trying to renege on the debt?
Huang Xiaohua was furious. I may not have the money myself, but someone else does. We just need to find him to resolve this predicament.
Li Qingli couldn't help but blurt out. Who? Lu Feng.
As Li Qingli spoke, Huang Xiaohua froze for a moment before bursting into laughter.
Li Qingli, I told you I'm not stupid. Do you really think Lu Feng would just hand over his money? Are you taking him for a fool? If Lu Feng won't give us money, we can find a way to make him. I recall you planted an undercover agent close to him, didn't you? What do you mean? I've investigated.
Lu Feng has a woman he adores named Feng Yuqing.
If we capture her and use her to blackmail Lu Feng, we can get whatever amount of money we want. Are you out of your mind? Do you know what you're doing? Huang Xiaohua couldn't help but curse. Ha! The young master of the esteemed Huang family is afraid of this? Do you think I don't know what your Huang family does? Isn't this kind of thing child's play for you? Lu Feng's background isn't confirmed yet, but he's clearly no ordinary man.
If we mess with him and it turns out he's got powerful connections, forget me, the entire Huang family won't survive.
Is the young master of the Huang family really such a coward?
Don't forget, your family's downfall was all because of Lu Feng.
Are you seriously planning to swallow your pride?
Besides, this isn't the first time your family has pulled such shady deals.
Surely you know how to cover your tracks.
Huang Xiaohua's face turned ashen at Li Qingli's words. Li Qingli, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You're just trying to use our Huang family to handle this mess for you.
Calm down, young Master Huang. This benefits your family too.
I'm sure your current situation isn't rosy. Without someone to take over, all your years of hard work could go down the drain. Li Qingli said with a broad smile, his eyes fixed on Huang Xiaohua.
Huang Xiaohua's face darkened.
After a moment's hesitation, he stood up and declared, well, I've seen the true colors of the Li family of the Demon City. With that, he turned and stormed out of the private room.
Shortly after, a woman emerged from the room and sat on Li Qingli's lap. Young Master Li, she purred, do you think young Master Huang would actually do such things?
Of course he would. He has no other choice now. We just need to wait for his good news.
Young Master Li is so insightful.
Meanwhile, Huang Xini had been deliberately avoiding Lu Feng these past 2 days. Primarily, she felt unbearably embarrassed whenever she recalled what she'd done while drunk. Another reason was that 2 days prior, to prevent Huang Xiaohua from harming her mother and sister, she had betrayed Lu Feng by revealing his whereabouts to Huang Xiaohua. This made her feel even more guilty toward Lu Feng, and she didn't know how to face him.
Just then, Huang Xini's phone rang.
Seeing the caller ID, Huang Xini tensed up again. She cautiously glanced around, then, after confirming no one was nearby, answered the call.
Hello? So, you've been living pretty comfortably with Lu Feng all these days, huh? No, not at all. Stop playing dumb with me. I have something for you to do right now. What? What is it? Huang Xini asked nervously, knowing that Huang Xiaohua contacting her at this hour couldn't mean anything good. Chapter 152, Huang Xini's Betrayal.
Huang Xini had also been monitoring market trends these past days and understood the Huang family's current predicament. The Huang family was practically finished, and truthfully, Huang Xini felt quite relieved. After all, she had no emotional attachment whatsoever to this family. But now, as the Huang family was about to collapse, Huang Xiaohua's call clearly meant nothing good. When Huang Xini heard Huang Xiaohua's demand, her expression darkened instantly.
She refused vehemently, no, absolutely not. I can't do this. Huang Xini, do you want to die? Or do you want your mother and sister to die?
Mark my words, if you refuse, you'll be burying them both.
No, Huang Xini was frantic, tears welling up in her eyes.
Please, spare my sister and my mother.
Cut the nonsense. You have 1 hour. If you don't comply, you'll be burying them. Huang Xiaohua snorted coldly before hanging up the phone.
Seeing the call end abruptly, Huang Xini immediately tried calling back, but Huang Xiaohua's phone was now unreachable. Faced with this situation, Huang Xini felt utterly torn. After waiting 10 minutes, she clenched her teeth, wiped away her tears, and said, I'm sorry, Lu Feng.
I really had no choice. If there's a next life, I'll be your servant forever.
After speaking, Huang Xini did her best to calm her emotions before stepping out of the room. She approached Lu Feng's door and knocked lightly.
Lu Feng was currently streaming live in his room.
Hearing the knock outside, he immediately set down his phone, stood up, and opened the door.
Seeing Huang Xini standing there with an odd expression, he blurted out, Holy crap, you didn't go drinking again, did you?
Recalling the earlier incident, Lu Feng still felt a chill run down his spine. The wound on his lip hadn't healed yet, and over the past 2 days, the other women in the villa had been giving him strange looks, making him extremely uncomfortable.
What was most unbearable for Lu Feng was Feng Yuqing's misunderstanding. No, I haven't. Huang Xini blurted out in a rush.
Her face flushed slightly as she spoke. Recalling the events of the past few days, Huang Xini felt profoundly embarrassed.
Then what's the matter?
Lu Feng looked at Huang Xini with confusion.
Would you mind going for a walk with me?
Ha?
Just go for a walk?
Yeah, you saved me before, and I haven't properly thanked you yet. I know a newly opened hot pot place that's really delicious.
My treat. Alright, since you're treating, let's go.
Lu Feng smiled and said.
Huang Xini looked flustered, feeling a bit nervous. These reactions didn't escape Lu Feng's notice. Lu Feng called out directly, Aya. Aya. Soon, Aya appeared behind Lu Feng and asked, What is it, boss? I need to step out for a bit.
The place is yours while I'm gone. Lu Feng said indifferently.
Boss, aren't you taking me with you?
Luya asked in confusion. Just wait for my word.
Lu Feng then gave Luya a knowing glance. Luya understood and nodded to Lu Feng. Lu Feng drove Huang Xini to a location.
After parking and stepping inside, he noticed the mall seemed newly open. Few shops had moved in yet, and it was almost deserted.
There doesn't seem to be anyone here? Lu Feng asked in confusion.
Yeah, it just opened, so there aren't many people yet.
Huang Xini replied, feeling a bit uneasy.
By the way, Xini, do you remember what I told you earlier?
What did you say?
Huang Xini paused, looking puzzled. I told you before that if you ever need any help, you can come to me anytime, I'll assist you. Lu Feng said indifferently. Hearing this, Huang Xini's heart stirred, and for a moment, her expression crumbled. I'm sorry, boss. I really can't help it, there's no time left.
I'm so sorry. Why are you apologizing to me?
Lu Feng smiled as he looked at Huang Xini.
Haha, because she betrayed you.
Who would have thought, Lu Feng, that you'd fall into my hands? The sudden voice startled Lu Feng. Turning his head, Lu Feng saw it was Huang Xiaohua.
Huang Xiaohua? I never expected it to be you.
Lu Feng smiled, seemingly not overly surprised.
What? Judging by your expression, you don't seem worried at all?
Worried?
Why should I be worried?
Lu Feng shrugged his shoulders in puzzlement.
Humph. You're trapped in my hands now, don't even think about leaving.
Lu Feng, our Huang family has fallen to this state entirely because of you. If not for you, how could our family have ended up like this today?
Chapter 153, Identity Experience Card. Huang Xiaohua glared at Lu Feng with a cold snort, as if everything was under his control. Huang Xini, standing behind Lu Feng, looked utterly remorseful.
Unable to hold back, she said, I'm sorry, boss.
I really had no choice.
My sister and my mother are both in his hands.
I'm so sorry.
Seeing Huang Xini's tear-streaked face filled with remorse, Lu Feng felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. I told you before, if you ever needed my help, you could come to me anytime.
But it's too late now. Huang Xini cried out. It's not too late. I'm asking you, do you need my help? Lu Feng looked at Huang Xini with complete sincerity. Huang Xini looked at Lu Feng's earnest expression.
For some reason, she suddenly felt he was incredibly reliable. Without thinking, she nodded.
All right.
Since you need my help, I'll take care of everything for you. Lu Feng said with a smile.
Damn it, Lu Feng, you idiot. You're already in my hands, and you're still trying to impress and flirt with girls? And it's one of the Huang family's illegitimate daughters you're flirting with, ha! Are you sure it's me who's fallen into your hands, and not you into mine?
Lu Feng said with a light smile.
Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Get out here.
As Huang Xiaohua's words fell, 7 or 8 burly men emerged from the surrounding area. They charged forward aggressively, clearly not the kind of people you'd want to cross.
Seeing the group charging toward her, Huang Xini was terrified. She immediately pleaded with Huang Xiaohua, he's already in your custody. Just tell me what you want, please don't hurt him, okay? Who the hell do you think you are to talk back? What, suddenly feeling a twinge of conscience? Let me tell you, once you've done this, you're in the same boat as me. Trying to cling to your pathetic conscience? Don't you find that laughable?
Huang Xiaohua sneered at Huang Xini.
Is this all you've got?
Lu Feng surveyed the 7 or 8 people surrounding him, showing little fear. Instead, he smiled with utter disdain. Seeing Lu Feng's confident expression, Huang Xiaohua chuckled lightly.
What? Looks like you've got some hidden cards up your sleeve, huh? What do you think? Lu Feng smiled faintly, taking 2 leisurely steps forward. Huang Xiaohua frowned.
I'll be damned if I can't tell if you're genuinely confident or just putting on airs.
All of you, attack.
At Huang Xiaohua's command, the 7 or 8 men surrounding him charged toward Lu Feng.
Huang Xini stood frozen, unsure what to do.
With her sister and mother still in Huang Xiaohua's grasp, she dared not make a move. Just as the group closed in on Lu Feng, his eyes sharpened.
Instantly, he mentally commanded, use the experience card. Please select the identity to experience. Martial Arts Master. Lu Feng declared decisively.
Earlier, Lu Feng had obtained 2 experience cards from the system. He'd already used one to impress everyone by playing the piano, and the remaining card had been sitting unused. The very reason Lu Feng dared to come alone with Huang Xini was precisely because of this card, and now was the moment to use it.
Experience card activated.
Host has acquired the identity of martial arts master for 3 days. Hearing the notification in his mind, Lu Feng instantly felt a warm current surge through his entire body. He then realized that the movements of the people before him had slowed dramatically, as if in slow-motion film. Countless combat techniques flooded his mind, and his body suddenly felt incredibly light.
Lu Feng threw a punch that produced a sonic boom.
The man charging at the front was sent flying by the blow, colliding with the 2 behind him. All 3 were hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Feng stared at his fist in surprise. Having just gained the experience of a martial arts master, he hadn't known how to control his power. He hadn't held back, and the frontmost man had clearly suffered terribly. The strength of a martial arts master was something ordinary people simply couldn't withstand. Fortunately, the men Huang Xiaohua had summoned were specially trained. Even so, the frontmost man Lu Feng had knocked down lay unconscious on the ground.
Had they not possessed professional training, Lu Feng's single punch might have ended their lives outright.
The others were also startled by Lu Feng's methods. They knew each other's capabilities while their strengths were roughly equal. Yet Lu Feng had managed to knock one of them flying with a single punch, sending him straight into unconsciousness.
It was truly terrifying.
Seeing this, the group exchanged glances, then signaled to each other before scattering. They were all very familiar with each other, having frequently worked together on missions. Their understanding was almost telepathic. A single glance was enough to convey their shared intent. Despite their seamless coordination, they couldn't withstand a single move from a martial arts master like Lu Feng. None of them lasted even one exchange. Lu Feng swiftly disposed of them all. Huang Xiaohua stared at Lu Feng in utter disbelief, stammering, You know martial arts?
This was truly Huang Xiaohua's miscalculation.
He never imagined Lu Feng possessed martial arts skills, and by the looks of it, he was exceptionally skilled. Huang knew the capabilities of the men he'd brought with him. Even against foreign mercenaries without firearms, they could hold their own.
Yet, these men couldn't last a single move against Lu Feng.
I told you before, you've fallen into my hands. Lu Feng smiled indifferently.
Lu Feng, I admit I underestimated you. But luckily, I came prepared. Let me tell you this, Feng Yuqing is in my hands now. If you want her to live, you'd better do exactly as I say. Chapter 154, Everything Under Lu Feng's Control. Huang Xini stared at Huang Xiaohua in utter disbelief. What did you say? Sister Yuqing is in your hands? How is that possible? I owe it all to you for luring Lu Feng out. Thankfully I had a backup plan, otherwise, I might have really stumbled here today. Huang Xiaohua was bursting with smug satisfaction. What do you want? Lu Feng frowned and asked. You orchestrated the ice cream price scheme that nearly bankrupted the Huang family. What do you think I should do? Huang Xiaohua retorted coldly. Cut the nonsense. Name your price. Lu Feng said indifferently. As expected, young Master Lu is straightforward. Talking to someone like him is so much simpler. Huang Xiaohua chuckled upon hearing Lu Feng's words and quickly added. So, young Master Lu, how much do you think this woman is worth? Hearing Huang Xiaohua's question, Lu Feng frowned. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. I just wanted to see how much weight women hold in young Master Lu's heart. Huang Xiaohua said with a cold laugh. I'm not wasting my breath on you. If you don't want to name a price, fine. She's just a woman. With our current status, do you really think threatening me with her will work? If you won't name a price, I'm leaving. Lu Feng said indifferently. Boss, Sister Yuqing really likes you. You can't do this. Shut up. I haven't even addressed your problem yet.
Lu Feng snapped at Huang Xini. Huang Xini was so frightened she could only lower her head and fall silent.
Mr. Lu, don't get so worked up. It's just a matter of price, right? I came here with my demands already prepared. My request isn't unreasonable, 50,000 yuan. That's the total investment for our ice cream market this time. What do you think?
Huang Xiaohua considered for a moment before speaking. Hearing Huang Xiaohua's words, Lu Feng sneered coldly, "Young Master Huang, you really know how to joke.
50,000 yuan? Sorry, I won't give you a single penny. Lu Feng, you messing with me? You think I won't have someone kill your beloved woman right now?"
Huang Xiaohua was furious.
"Oh? Is that so? Then I'd like to see how you'd do that,"
Lu Feng said with a calm expression.
Seeing Lu Feng's reaction, Huang Xiaohua was furious.
He immediately pulled out his phone and started dialing. But after ringing endlessly, he realized he couldn't get through to the other party.
Huang Xiaohua was frantic. "Huang Xiao, you're wasting your effort. When Xine suddenly asked me to go out alone, I sensed something was off. That's why I specifically left my bodyguard at home. Your people have probably already been taken care of by my security,"
Lu Feng said with a smile as he looked at Huang Xiaohua.
"How is that possible? How could you have anticipated this?" Huang Xiaohua exclaimed in disbelief. "Do you think everyone's as dumb as you?"
Lu Feng sneered at Huang Xiaohua. Huang Xiaohua was frantic with panic. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on Huang Xini, and he immediately roared at her, "Huang Xini! If you want your sister and mother to live, kill him."
I. Huang Xini was utterly bewildered. She had witnessed Lu Feng's earlier tactics. She stood no chance against him. Huang Xiaohua actually wanted her to kill Lu Feng? Had he lost his mind? "It's fine. Don't worry about him. Your sister and mother are already safe,"
Lu Feng said indifferently.
"Ha? Really?" Huang Xini asked, her face filled with disbelief.
"Of course it's true.
"When have I ever lied to you?" Lu Feng replied. "Impossible.
Lu Feng, stop trying to scare me.
Only I know the whereabouts of her mother and sister. How could you possibly have found them? You don't believe me, huh? Fine.
Since that's the case, let's go with you to the Huang residence and see for ourselves." Lu Feng finished speaking, pulled out his phone, and made a call.
"Come over here."
Before long, Luya hurried over. Upon arriving, Luya froze for a moment at the sight of 7 or 8 men sprawled on the ground.
She then looked at Lu Feng with confusion and asked, "Boss?
Who are these people?"
"No big deal, just some low-level thugs. Call an ambulance, then we'll head to the Huang family."
"Got it."
Luya nodded, then helped Huang Xiaohua into the car.
The group arrived at the Huang residence. The Huang family villa sat in a secluded area west of Menching City. The entire estate was almost entirely owned by the Huang family, but due to recent events, the family was on the verge of bankruptcy. Now, there weren't even any security guards left.
Lu Feng drove straight into the inner courtyard of the Huang estate.
Once inside, Luya immediately dragged Huang Xiaohua out.
As the group entered the inner courtyard, Huang Xini spotted the two figures and rushed over excitedly.
"Mom, sister, you're both safe.
That's such a relief." Huang Xini embraced the two women in her excitement.
The two women, the younger one bore an almost uncanny resemblance to Huang Xini, except she lacked the mole beneath her eyebrow, whereas Huang Xini had one. The older woman looked somewhat haggard, her frame thin and frail, clearly having endured hardship. Yet her grace remained undeniable, revealing she must have been a rare beauty in her youth.
This can't be possible." Huang Xiaohua stared at the two women before him in disbelief. "How did you two get out? This can't be. Only I knew about that place. That person wouldn't betray me. Why did this happen?"
Huang Xiaohua felt his entire world crumbling. Young Master Huang, you're still too naive.
No one is completely incapable of betraying you.
Everyone in Mencheng knows the Huang family's current predicament.
Naturally, these people were looking for a new place to go. I just happened to give them a new place and an offer they couldn't refuse.
So?
Lu Feng chuckled.
Chapter 155, The Downfall of the Huang Family.
At this point, Huang Xiaohua finally understood.
The Huang family's situation was like a wall collapsing. Everyone rushed to kick it. Not only the servants, but even the relatives who had once been close to Huang Xiaohua's household were now scrambling to distance themselves, terrified of being dragged down.
"Why are you in my house? Where are my father and my brother?" Huang Xiaohua blurted out. Lu Feng then gave Luya a meaningful glance.
Luya nodded and clapped her hands.
Soon, several people were brought in. Seeing his father and younger brother, Huang Xiaohua's face contorted with rage. He glared at Lu Feng and shouted, "Lu Feng, what do you want?" "What do I want? Simple.
I don't think the Huang family is suited to run things anymore. But I don't want to disrupt the 4 great families of Mencheng. So let's just have someone else take over the Huang family's business," Lu Feng said indifferently.
"Replace us? Impossible. Outsiders have no right to meddle in the Huang family's business. Huang Xiaohua retorted coldly. An outsider? Of course not. It won't be an outsider taking over, it will be someone from your own Huang family. Lu Feng smiled as he turned his gaze toward Huang Xini. Seeing this, Huang Xiaohua couldn't help but interject, her? With her? She couldn't possibly manage the people under the Huang family. If you want her to try, go ahead. This isn't your concern. I'm giving you two choices: hand over all of the Huang family's business operations and walk away with 1,000 yuan. And the other? Huang Xiaohua's face turned ashen as he blurted out. The other option is to get the hell out. Lu Feng stated bluntly. Hearing this, Huang Xiaohua had no choice, while the other members of the Huang family all looked helpless. They knew the Huang family was finished, at least, their own chances were gone. All because of that stubborn pride back then. If they hadn't joined Li Qingli in hunting down Lu Feng, things wouldn't have ended up like this. At the very least, they still had 4,000 yuan in cash back then. What business couldn't they have started with that? Huang Lingtao, the head of the Huang family, now looked at Huang Xini and pleaded, Xini, I am your biological father. How can you bear to see your father cast out? Please, help your father and plead for mercy. Before Huang Xini could speak, her younger sister, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, spoke first with a cold expression. Father? You've never been our father. We have no father. Without me, the Huang family's channels and business connections would never have been able to control these two little girls. Young Master Lu, if you can keep us, I'm willing to properly assist the sisters. Huang Lingtao hurriedly interjected. Not necessary. I, Huang Xinhua, can handle those people. Her younger sister declared with unmistakable authority. Such bold words genuinely stunned Lu Feng. He hadn't expected Huang Xini's younger sister to be so fierce and commanding. Ah Feng, don't you remember our bond from back in the day? Seeing that reason wouldn't sway the sisters, Huang Lingtao pinned his hopes on their mother. But before she could speak, Huang Xinhua stepped in front of her mother and declared, Mom, don't believe him. If he truly valued our past, would we be suffering like this? Don't forget, if it weren't for brother Lu Feng, we'd be finished. Huang Xinhua's mother, who had been swayed by Huang Lingtao's words, immediately retreated upon hearing this. Seeing this, Lu Feng decisively addressed Huang Lingtao, two paths. Choose quickly. If you don't choose, I'll choose for you. In the end, the Huang family chose the first option. They signed a series of contracts and then slunk away. After that, the vast Huang family and all its business holdings were placed into the hands of a young girl. Lu Feng turned to Huang Xini before him and said, Xini, come here. Huang Xini hurried over, her gratitude evident as she addressed Lu Feng. Boss, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Even though I betrayed you before, you're still so kind to me. I'm so sorry. It's fine. Don't dwell on it. What I want to ask now is, with the Huang family's affairs in your hands, do you have confidence you can manage them well? Ha? Me? I can't do it. I really can't. Huang Xini frowned and shook her head hastily. Seeing this, Lu Feng felt a bit helpless. He then turned his gaze to his sister. You're Huang Xinhua, right? Yes, brother Lu Feng. Huang Xinhua politely nodded at Lu Feng. Then I'm placing the Huang family in your hands. Do you have the confidence to manage it well? I do. Determination shone in Huang Xinhua's eyes. All right, then. From now on, all of the Huang family's business affairs will be entrusted to you. If you ever need my help, you can come to me anytime. Understood. Just then, Lu Feng's phone suddenly rang. Lu Feng pulled out his phone and saw it was Feng Yuqing calling. What's up, Yuqing? Lu Feng answered the call and said casually. Young Master Lu, you really have some skills. I never imagined you'd manage to thwart the Huang family's entire series of schemes. Recognizing the voice, Lu Feng froze for a moment before his expression shifted. He couldn't help but blurt out, You're Li Qingli? Chapter 156, Li Qingli's Tactics. Heh, I didn't expect young Master Lu to know me. That's right, it's me. Hearing this, Lu Feng's expression darkened. Though Lu Feng had never met Li Qingli directly, he'd gathered intelligence about him through various channels over recent days. With no enemies besides the Huang family, Lu Feng naturally suspected the caller was Li Qingli. I want to hear her voice. Lu Feng declared decisively. Fine. Come chat with your sweetheart. Li Qingli chuckled. Yet, after a long while, there was no response from the other end. Damn it, not saying anything, huh? See what you get for staying silent. Suddenly, Lu Feng heard a girl's agonized scream from the other end. Lu Feng was certain it was Feng Yuqing's voice. She'd likely been holding back to spare him worry, but the pain had finally broken her. Stop. Don't say another word. Lu Feng hurriedly shouted. What? Believe me now? What do you want? Talking to young Master Lu is refreshingly straightforward. Get yourself to the moat on the west side of the city alone. Once you reach the moat, wait for my call. Remember, come alone. Don't even think about calling the police or bringing anyone else. Otherwise, you know the consequences. I warn you, if you lay a finger on her, you won't get a single cent of what you want. Lu Feng roared angrily. Rest assured, young Master Lu. I know how to play by the rules. With that, the other party hung up immediately. Hearing this, Luya beside him immediately turned to Lu Feng and said, I'm sorry, boss. I truly didn't expect anyone besides the Huang family would be involved. This isn't your fault. It was my oversight. I too assumed safety was assured beyond the Huang family. Never did I imagine the esteemed Li family of the Demon City would stoop to such underhanded schemes. Lu Feng sighed helplessly. Huang Xini, standing nearby, looked at Lu Feng with a puzzled expression. She could tell he was extremely tense. Clearly, Feng Yuqing held a very important place in Lu Feng's heart. Earlier, when Lu Feng had pretended not to care, it was because he had confidence he knew Feng Yuqing was safe. But now that Feng Yuqing was in danger, Lu Feng was panicking. This realization struck Huang Xini. Lu Feng was a man of deep loyalty and compassion, sharp intelligence, and strategic cunning, not to mention, he was actually quite handsome. System alert, detected extreme admiration from Huang Xini. System upgrade acquired. New functionality derived. Hearing the notification in his mind, Lu Feng froze for a moment. He hadn't expected a system upgrade, let alone new features. But now was no time for such thoughts. He had to hurry and rescue Feng Yuqing. Lu Feng addressed Luya before him, leave this place to you. Master, let me come with you. I'll hide in the shadows, they'll never spot me. Luya said anxiously. It's fine. I can handle it. Lu Feng replied calmly. Alright then. Luya could only nod in agreement. Lu Feng walked out, got into his Mercedes, and immediately drove toward the moat in the western part of the city as Li Qingli had requested. Upon reaching the moat, Lu Feng stopped the car. The reason Lu Feng dared to go alone was that the identity experience card for the martial arts master hadn't expired yet. Currently, Lu Feng was still a martial arts master. But just to be safe, Lu Feng decided to use his points. He recalled that the points in the system could be used for a lottery draw. He had earned 55 points through Hu Xinyue's mission progress, and now was the perfect time to use them. System, use points for a lottery draw. The lottery requires 20 points. Do you confirm the draw? Confirm. Spinning now. Immediately, a lottery page appeared before Lu Feng's consciousness, just like a lottery machine in a game, beginning to spin. Before long, the wheel came to a stop, revealing the words "Thank you for playing" in bold letters on the screen. Seeing this, Lu Feng was so furious he blurted out a curse. Damn it, how the hell can it say thank you for your patronage? Is this crappy system even human? It's so damn unfair. Host has 35 points remaining. Proceed with another draw? Continue. Lu Feng gritted his teeth. At this point, survival was paramount. Even though he now held the title of martial arts master, Feng Yuqing was still in the enemy's hands. With so many uncontrollable factors, having more trump cards significantly improved his odds. The wheel began spinning once more. Before long, it came to a stop. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a traditional Chinese medicine skill book. What good is a traditional Chinese medicine skill book? Lu Feng asked with a skeptical look on his face. Simply use the skill book, and you will acquire the corresponding skill. The system explained. Upon hearing this prompt, Lu Feng nodded in understanding. This traditional Chinese medicine skill book seemed quite useful after all, who could guarantee they'd never fall ill? Using the skill book. Success! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the traditional Chinese medicine skill. Host's remaining points, 15. Current mission progress, 55%. Reminder, only 3 days remain for the mission. Lu Feng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now he realized he only had 3 days left to win over Hu Xinyue. It seemed that after saving Feng Yuqing, he'd have to figure out how to properly capture Hu Xinyue's heart. Just then, Lu Feng's phone rang again. Lu Feng picked up his phone and saw it was Feng Yuqing calling again. Young Master Lu got here pretty fast. Seems this girl really matters to him. Cut the crap. What do you want? How can I get her released? Don't get ahead of yourself, young Master Lu. Our little game has only just begun. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Feng clenched his teeth in fury. I'll play whatever game you want, but you have to release her first. That won't do. What if I let her go and you run off, leaving me to play alone? How boring would that be? Chapter 157, A Major Weakness. Hearing the other's words, Lu Feng's face turned ashen with rage. He'd never been this furious before, and the feeling was utterly repulsive. This sense of his fate being held in someone else's hands made him deeply uncomfortable. What the hell do you want? Lu Feng roared furiously. Young Master Lu, get out of the car. Walk across the bridge to the other side. Wait for my call there. Before Lu Feng could respond, the other party hung up again. Lu Feng had no choice but to comply with the demands, stepping out of the car and beginning his walk across. The moat in the western part of the city was quite wide, making the bridge exceptionally long, nearly 2 kilometers. Upon reaching the bridge's far end, Lu Feng surveyed his surroundings. The area was dominated by old factory buildings, remote and sparsely populated. The main road was deserted, a perfect spot for murder and disposal, especially with the river right beside it. Rumor had it that hundreds of thousands, if not millions, had perished in these moat waters. This waterway once marked the border between Mencheng and Shucheng. Given Shucheng's strategic importance, it was frequently embroiled in conflict, resulting in countless deaths in the river. Even today, deaths in the river remained common. Marginalized individuals from Mencheng, those overwhelmed by depression, despair, or the weight of existence, often came to this bridge. They would leap directly into the moat, choosing to bid farewell to the world. Shortly after Lu Feng arrived, his phone rang again. Lu Feng frowned. The fact that the other party knew his whereabouts so quickly meant someone had been following him all along, or else that person had access to all the surveillance cameras. Lu Feng answered the call. "Where are you?" Lu Feng scanned his surroundings, searching for any signs of surveillance. After a thorough look, he found no clues. With his current martial arts mastery and heightened senses, he would have easily detected someone nearby or observing him. But complete lack of detection meant the other party was likely using roadside surveillance cameras. Realizing this, Lu Feng wasn't overly surprised. After all, it was the Li family of the Demon City. Having connections and channels was perfectly normal. No wonder the guy knew about his relationship with Feng Yuqing and could pinpoint her location to capture her. "Young Master Lu, head northwest. See that factory building with the big smokestack? Yeah, I see it. I'll wait for you here. Remember, no tricks. No worries." With that, Lu Feng hung up the phone. He immediately set off swiftly in the northwest direction and soon arrived at the factory building Li Qingli had mentioned. At the factory entrance, Lu Feng glanced around warily before shouting inside, "Li Qingli, I'm here." But there was no response for a long time. Lu Feng could only slowly walk inside. When he reached the farthest point, he faintly heard the sounds of someone struggling. Following the sounds, he found Feng Yuqing in a workshop. Feng Yuqing was bound to a stool, her entire body restrained with ropes. A towel stuffed in her mouth prevented any sound from escaping. Spotting Lu Feng, Feng Yuqing's eyes filled with desperation. She struggled frantically, trying to make a sound. Lu Feng carefully assessed Feng Yuqing's condition and confirmed she hadn't suffered any major injuries, letting out a sigh of relief. His gaze then shifted to the people beside Feng Yuqing. The leader sat on a stool, his brow still carrying a hint of arrogance, though his expression was visibly haggard. Clearly, the events of recent days had left him overwhelmed. "You're Li Qingli?" Lu Feng couldn't help but say as he looked at Li Qingli before him. "Lu Feng, you really make me look at you with new eyes. To actually dare stroll in here alone like this. I wonder if it's because you're hopelessly devoted, or just plain stupid." Li Qingli chuckled. "Cut the crap. What do you want? Spit it out." Lu Feng snapped impatiently. He had no time to chat and joke with Li Qingli now. "Young Master Lu is in a hurry. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush with you either. First you humiliated my father, Li Fengchun, at that auction. Now you've got me running around like a chicken with its head cut off. I have to admit, your tactics and strategy are superior to mine. But unfortunately for you, you have a weakness. And wouldn't you know it, that weakness just happened to be exposed. Truly, even the wisest man makes a mistake once in 1,000 thoughts. It's precisely because of this weakness that I now have the leverage to negotiate with you. Spare me the flattery. Just tell me what you want, no more of this useless talk." Lu Feng said with a cold snort. It seems young Master Lu had anticipated this all along. "What puzzles me is why you came alone and walked straight into my territory. Are you truly fearless?" Li Qingli observed Lu Feng with keen interest. "If you wanted me dead, you wouldn't be wasting your breath. Besides, I know you well, you're merely a branch family scion of the Li clan of the Demon City. Your visit to Mencheng is nothing more than a face-saving mission, followed by plundering some wealth to prepare for your eventual entry into the main branch of the Li clan, right? And then what? After what you've done in Mencheng, joining the main branch of the Li family in the Demon City is practically impossible now. And I'd wager that all the money you've invested so far is your entire fortune. That's why you've burned your bridges now, resorting to these low-life tactics hoping to win back what you've lost. Since you want to win back, it all boils down to money. Kill me, and you get nothing. Only a fool would act on impulse like that. You have what you want, so you won't kill me. And I'm not afraid of you killing me." Lu Feng said indifferently. "You've got guts. I have to admit, your courage, resolve, and intellect far surpass mine. If I'd known this would happen, I never should have come to Mencheng to stir up this mess." Chapter 158. Has Lu Feng lost everything? Even now, Li Qingli couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for Lu Feng. "After all that talk, aren't you going to name your price?" Lu Feng said indifferently. "Fair enough. Since young Master Lu puts it that way, I'll be straightforward. How much do you think this woman is worth to you?" Li Qingli said with a smile. "Cut the crap. Either name your price or just kill her and me outright. Don't expect me to give you one." Lu Feng snapped coldly. Young Master Lu sure has a fiery temper.
But honestly, compared to your intelligence and courage, it pales in comparison.
Since young Master Lu insists I name a price, fine. 50,000 yuan. How about it?
As long as young Master Lu produces 50,000 yuan, I'll release this woman immediately. Hearing this, the bound Feng Yuqing whimpered in desperation, but her mouth was stuffed, leaving no way to know what she wanted to say.
But Lu Feng knew Feng Yuqing clearly didn't want him to pay this money.
50,000 yuan was truly astronomical enough to buy out some major domestic listed companies, even well-known brands. Consider that even the wealthiest individuals in the country were only worth a few 100,000 yuan.
Lu Feng's entire savings amounted to just 50,000 yuan.
Handing over that sum would leave him practically penniless. Yet Feng Yuqing held immense importance in Lu Feng's heart. Besides, this money had come from the system anyway, he didn't feel attached to it.
Who knew? Another mission might bring more.
With that thought, Lu Feng decisively addressed Li Qingli. Fine, 50,000 it is. Give me your account details, and I'll transfer the money over. Hearing Lu Feng agree so decisively, without even haggling, left Li Qingli feeling utterly bewildered. Had he asked for too little? Or did this 50,000 mean absolutely nothing to Lu Feng? The thought sent a chill down Li Qingli's spine.
If 50,000 truly held no value for Lu Feng, then his background must be terrifyingly powerful, likely even a match for the Li family of Magic City.
It was crucial to understand that having 50,000 yuan in liquid assets was entirely different from being worth 50,000 yuan. While the Li family of Shanghai could certainly produce that sum casually, such a large amount required multiple levels of approval even within their ranks. Only the family head and a few direct descendants held the authority to privately authorize spending that much money. Viewed this way, Lu Feng's status was undoubtedly on par with the head of the Li family of the Magic City and the few direct descendants.
At this realization, Li Qingli's expression darkened considerably. He seemed to have hit a brick wall. Having offended someone of such standing, his future prospects would undoubtedly grow bleak. For a moment, Li Qingli considered backing down.
But with matters having progressed this far, he found himself in a precarious position. Even if he sought reconciliation now, Lu Feng would likely refuse. After all, he had kidnapped the woman Lu Feng cherished, a woman he was willing to pay 50,000 yuan for. One could only imagine how deeply she mattered to him. Gritting his teeth, Li Qingli had no choice but to provide Lu Feng with an account number. He had no other options left. Having already offended Lu Feng, there was simply no room for reconciliation. Upon receiving the account details, Lu Feng immediately initiated the transfer via mobile banking. Xian Xiaoning had previously arranged for him to have access to large-sum mobile transfers. Soon, Lu Feng's phone rang. Seeing this, Li Qingli panicked and urgently shouted at Lu Feng, "Don't answer it. It's the bank manager calling. If you don't answer, the funds might not go through. You know, with a transfer this large, the bank will definitely ask questions." Lu Feng replied calmly. Li Qingli thought about it and realized he was right. He then said to Lu Feng, "Fine, answer it, but put it on speaker." "Fine." Lu Feng didn't mind and answered the call on speakerphone. "Mr. Lu, what's going on? Why did you suddenly transfer 50,000 yuan? Are you trying to close your account?" "Manager Qian, what's the big deal? I need this 50,000 urgently for a cash flow issue. Approve it immediately." "May I ask what purpose Lu Xiao has for such a large sum of money?" "I can't say." "Well, okay, but I might need to check with my dad." "Cut the formalities. Approve it now. I don't have time for your procedures. I said it's urgent, got it?" Lu Feng barked angrily. "Young Master Lu, please don't be angry. I'll handle it immediately." Xian Xiaoning was also startled by Lu Feng's outburst, realizing he must have encountered some serious issue. After hanging up, Li Qingli chuckled and said to Lu Feng, "Young Master Lu, surely it's not just 5,000 yuan? So what if I am?" Lu Feng said nonchalantly, "If that's all you've got, young Master Lu, I'd actually have to admire you willing to go broke for a woman." Li Qingli chuckled, clearly skeptical of Lu Feng's claim. After all, he couldn't imagine any man being foolish enough to squander his entire fortune for a woman. Chapter 159, Li Qingli plots murder. Cut the crap. What's it got to do with you? Lu Feng snorted coldly as he glared at Li Qingli. Meanwhile, the bound Feng Yuqing wept uncontrollably, struggling frantically. But the ropes were tied too tightly, and her mouth was stuffed shut, leaving her utterly unable to speak. Very well, very well. Young Master Lu, you're truly devoted and loyal. Willing to sacrifice everything for a woman, I admire that. Once the money is transferred, I'll release her. Li Qingli said indifferently. Suddenly, Lu Feng felt his phone vibrate. He glanced at it, then coldly addressed Li Qingli, "The money's already in. You can check it. Will you release her now?" "The money's in? That fast?" Li Qingli said incredulously. After all, this was a transfer of 50,000 yuan. Even if one knew the bank manager personally, such a large sum would still require multiple layers of approval. Even under the fastest circumstances, it would likely take 1 or 2 business days.
That was the speed reserved for special urgent requests from large corporations. Yet here was Lu Feng's personal transfer funds credited in under 5 minutes? Li Qingli pulled out his phone to check his bank account.
Seeing the extra 50,000 yuan deposited, he finally believed Lu Feng's words.
For a moment, Li Qingli felt even more apprehensive about Lu Feng's identity and background.
Li Qingli thought, no, this guy's status and connections are terrifying.
I've already crossed him.
If I let him walk free today, my situation could become extremely difficult later.
As this thought crossed his mind, a fierce glint flashed in Li Qingli's eyes.
He immediately put down his phone and addressed Lu Feng. Young Master Lu, you certainly work efficiently.
In that case, you may take her back with you.
With that, Li Qingli untied the ropes binding Feng Yuqing.
Once freed, Feng Yuqing hastily pulled the towel from her mouth and hurried toward Lu Feng.
But as Feng Yuqing approached Lu Feng, Li Qingli seized the moment. He signaled to the men beside him with a glance, then made a throat-slitting gesture with his hand.
The others understood immediately and charged toward Feng Yuqing and Lu Feng. Some even drew daggers, clearly intending to kill them. Lu Feng reacted instantly. Spotting the attackers, he yanked Feng Yuqing behind him and swiftly delivered a powerful kick.
The attacker who had charged closest to Lu Feng was sent flying backward by the force of the kick.
Without hesitation, Lu Feng charged forward, swiftly taking down the remaining attackers with a few powerful strikes.
Li Qingli watched the scene unfold in utter disbelief, unable to process what he was seeing. He had considered countless possibilities and prepared numerous contingencies, but he never imagined that Lu Feng, this rich kid, possessed such formidable combat skills. The men Li Qingli had brought were hand-picked bodyguards, each a top-tier fighter. Together, they could hold their own against even elite soldiers. Yet here they were, unable to land a single blow against Lu Feng, all taken down in an instant. This left Li Qingli utterly terrified.
It's all a misunderstanding, young Master Lu.
Li Qingli frantically explained to Lu Feng, his voice trembling with panic. Simultaneously, his eyes darted behind him, and he turned to flee. But Lu Feng was now a martial arts master.
How could Li Qingli possibly outrun him?
Before Li Qingli could take a few steps, Lu Feng had already appeared before him.
With a single kick, Lu Feng sent Li Qingli flying.
Li Qingli flew through the air like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Feng then slowly approached Li Qingli.
With each step Lu Feng took, Li Qingli's heart trembled. It's a misunderstanding, young Master Lu. Truly a misunderstanding.
I have no idea why those men suddenly attacked you just now.
Probably because they saw your money and thought they could threaten and extort you.
Li Qingli frantically explained.
Young Master Li, we're all intelligent people. Do you really think I'd believe such an excuse?
Lu Feng said coldly. Young Master Lu, I swear, I'm not lying.
I've already taken your money. How could something like this happen? Please believe me. Li Qingli was frantic.
He staggered to his feet, trying to flee, but the pain from Lu Feng's earlier kick was excruciating. He couldn't get up.
Honestly, I wouldn't even bother getting my hands dirty killing you. With that, Lu Feng turned back to Feng Yuqing and hurriedly asked, Yuqing, how are you? Are you okay?
Tears welled up in Feng Yuqing's eyes. Unable to hold herself back any longer, she threw herself into Lu Feng's arms, sobbing, I'm sorry, brother Feng.
It's all my fault.
I've caused you so much trouble.
Silly girl, why say such things?
As long as you're okay, that's all that matters.
Let's go.
Lu Feng patted Feng Yuqing's back reassuringly. Feng Yuqing nodded, her face flushing slightly with embarrassment. After all, there were still quite a few people around. Feng Yuqing followed closely behind Lu Feng as they made their way back. As Lu Feng stepped out of the factory building, he suddenly sensed something.
His gaze shifted to a spot not far away, and he smiled faintly to himself. Who'd have thought that Aya actually followed us? Disobedient, but kinda cute.
Not far away, Aya, hiding in the shadows, was startled by Lu Feng's sudden glance. She clearly sensed his gaze directed her way. Lu Feng had undoubtedly spotted her. This left her utterly disheartened. She had received professional training since childhood and possessed highly skilled concealment techniques. Yet despite all that, Lu Feng had still spotted her. It was downright terrifying. Now, Luya finally understood why Lu Feng had forbidden her from following him. It was utterly unnecessary. By her estimation, Lu Feng's skills were likely on par with her own. After exiting the factory building, Feng Yuqing glanced back at Li Qingli before addressing Lu Feng. Brother Feng, are we just going to let him keep that 50,000 yuan we transferred to him earlier? Chapter 160, the 50,000 is gone. Hearing this, Lu Feng suddenly remembered he'd completely forgotten about it earlier.
50,000 yuan was no small sum.
Lu Feng turned to Li Qingli, who was already making a run for it, and shouted urgently, Mr. Li.
Mr. Li. Don't leave yet.
Li Qingli had barely managed to crawl up despite the excruciating pain. Hearing Lu Feng's words, he instantly panicked and collapsed back onto the ground.
Mr. Li, what about the 50,000 I just transferred to you?
Lu Feng slowly walked up to Li Qingli and said with a smile.
I'll transfer it right now. I'll transfer it to you immediately.
Li Qingli begged desperately. Hearing this, Lu Feng finally nodded in satisfaction, standing his ground and saying, "Fine, I'll be waiting for you." Seeing this, Li Qingli had no choice but to pull out his phone and initiate the transfer. The 50,000 yuan hadn't even had time to warm his hands before it was gone again, but compared to everything else, his own life was the most important thing. Money could be earned again, but once life was gone, it was truly gone. After fumbling with the transaction for a while, Li Qingli hurriedly announced, "Young Master Lu, the money has been transferred back." Lu Feng nodded without checking, then suddenly snapped at Li Qingli, "I expect you to transfer it to me with the same efficiency I transferred it to you. Otherwise." As he spoke, Lu Feng looked down at Li Qingli, who was crouched on the floor, and gave him a faint smile. Yet that smile exerted immense pressure on Li Qingli, instantly sending cold sweat trickling down his back. After all, Lu Feng was now a martial arts master, and the aura and intimidation radiating from him were markedly different from before. Li Qingli hurriedly replied, "It's already been transferred. I'll call someone to approve it immediately." With that, Li Qingli began dialing. "Hello, Manager Chen? The transfer I just sent, approve it immediately. I need this remittance processed urgently." "What? My account's frozen? What do you mean by that? You're not giving face to the Li family of Magic City? What? The Li family disowned me? Then why can't I get my own money back? What? Those people sued me? Damn it, you all just wait." With that, Li Qingli hung up the phone, cursing under his breath. After hanging up, Li Qingli hurriedly explained to Lu Feng, "Young Master Lu, don't worry. My account is frozen, but I'll call others right now to help sort this out." He then made numerous calls to others. But the results were all the same, most calls were useless, and some didn't even pick up. Seeing this, Li Qingli trembled with rage. He knew he'd been abandoned by the Li family of Shanghai. Now he was like a rat in the street, everyone feared him. Even those who had once been his closest friends were now revealing their true colors. Without the Li family's backing, Li Qingli felt utterly powerless. "Sorry, young Master Lu, this money might not be available anytime soon." Li Qingli was utterly embarrassed. He hadn't anticipated this outcome. "You have 3 days. You'd better figure out a way to get this money back. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Don't even think about other methods," Lu Feng said coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Qingli could only nod helplessly. The Li family of the Magic City. Li Chengtian, the young master of the Li family, was seated in his office within the skyscraper. A secretary with an impeccable figure and dressed in business attire entered. Her name was Qin Yulu, one of Li Chengtian's most trusted right-hand women. Qin Yulu approached Li Chengtian and respectfully reported, "Young master, we've discovered a sudden influx of 50,000 yuan into Li Qingli's account." "What? 50,000 yuan? I never expected that even at this stage, he could still manage to secure such a large sum. That's quite impressive. What's the source of these funds?" Li Chengtian inquired with keen interest. "It was transferred by Lu Feng." "What? Lu Feng? Interesting. It seems Li Qingli must have resorted to some underhanded means. Otherwise, given Lu Feng's current advantage, he wouldn't need this 50,000 yuan at all." Yes, our mole embedded with Li Qingli reported that Li Qingli kidnapped one of Lu Feng's women. To rescue her, Lu Feng was forced to transfer 50,000 yuan to Li Qingli. However, just moments ago, Li Qingli suddenly attempted to return the money to Lu Feng's account, but I intercepted it. "Young master, how should we handle this money? Li Qingli has been disowned by the Li family. He is unworthy of bearing the Li name. This 50,000 yuan will be transferred directly into my personal account. Remember, keep it discreet." "Understood, young master. Send a few men to take care of Li Qingli." "Ha? Are we really going through with this? After all, Li Qingli is still blood of the Li family. What if the old master finds out? If we don't eliminate him, how else can we get the 50 grand? 50,000 isn't a small sum. This Lu Feng sure is generous. Who knows what his real background is, casually throwing out 50 grand to save a woman. Too bad he's opposing our Li family. Let Lu Feng keep jumping around in Mencheng for a while longer. Once we secure the Shucheng project, we'll deal with him." Li Chengtian's face was twisted with greed. Though Li Chengtian was the young master of the Li family of Magic City, 50,000 yuan was still a massive sum to him. After all, his personal stash wasn't exactly overflowing. The Li family of Magic City was indeed wealthy, but none of that money was his to touch just yet. "Understood, young master." Though Qin Yulu felt deeply reluctant, she was, after all, a member of the Li family and naturally had to obey the young master's orders. Chapter 161, Li Qingli is dead. Oh, and young master, our men close to Li Qingli reported something else. They believe this 50,000 in cash is likely all the funds Lu Feng can currently access. It's practically his entire fortune. Hearing this, Li Qingli instantly beamed. So there really are men willing to go bankrupt for a woman. Such men are truly rare indeed. Li Qingdi's tone dripped with sarcasm. Indeed, a rare find. Who would have thought such a devoted man still existed in this world? Qin Yulu nodded in agreement. Qin Yulu genuinely admired Lu Feng. Few people in the world would go bankrupt for a woman, especially when that bankruptcy meant losing a full 50,000 yuan. If it were just a few pennies or dimes, countless men would go bankrupt for a woman. But once someone possesses great wealth, letting it go becomes incredibly difficult. It perfectly embodied that saying, you can share hardship, but not prosperity.
Money has a way of turning hearts utterly pragmatic. If it truly is his entire fortune, that makes things interesting.
Go investigate the Wang family in Mencheng on your own and probe Lu Feng. If it really is his entire fortune, then seize this moment to crush him completely, sparing us future trouble.
Li Changtian remarked calmly. Understood, young master.
After Feng Yuqing and Lu Feng returned to the car, Feng Yuqing felt utterly heartbroken. Feng Yuqing apologized to Lu Feng. I'm sorry, brother Feng. It's all because of me that you lost such a large sum of money. Silly girl, it's only 50,000 yuan. It's nothing. The most important thing is that you're okay. Lu Feng comforted her. Brother Feng, I'm so sorry. You've been so good to me. I was foolish to get angry with you before. I'd been so selfish. From now on, no matter how many women brother Feng has, I won't mind. Because I know deep down, brother Feng truly cares for me. Feng Yuqing buried her face in Lu Feng's chest, sobbing uncontrollably, utterly overwhelmed with emotion. This whole incident had truly moved Feng Yuqing to the core, especially when she heard Li Chengli say Lu Feng only had 50,000 yuan. Even with only 50,000 yuan, Lu Feng was still willing to risk everything to save her. It clearly showed how much he cared for her. She had been so foolish to doubt him before, suspecting he was some heartless playboy who loved one woman after another. How could a scumbag possibly risk everything for one woman? Brother Feng, is that 50,000 really all you have? Feng Yuqing couldn't help but ask again. It's fine, Yuqing. Don't dwell on such things. Money will always come back somehow. Not just 50,000, even 100,000 or 1,000,000 couldn't compare to my Yuqing. Lu Feng said with genuine sincerity. Today had truly shaken Lu Feng to his core. He thought the pain of his previous breakup had cured him of love forever. Now that he had money, he believed he could focus solely on wealth, not emotions. But when he learned Feng Yuqing had been kidnapped, panic gripped him. It felt like the world was collapsing around him. Brother Feng, you're being so incredibly kind to me. I don't even know what to say. Feng Yuqing was overcome with emotion. Feeling the deep affection in Lu Feng's embrace, she was so happy she felt faint. Alright, let's get ready to head home. Sure, Feng Gu. Don't worry, I'll earn this money back for you. The live streaming company Chow Chow and I started is slowly taking shape. We've hired quite a few employees, and soon it'll surpass any existing platform. Feng Yuqing declared with unwavering conviction. Rainy, you're truly amazing. I'll be counting on you to support me from now on. I'm done with everything else. Lu Feng chuckled. Sure thing, Feng. I'll support you for the rest of your life. After returning home, both of them had been startled by the events, so they went to bed early. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Lu Feng's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw it was actually Hu Xinyue calling. Seeing Hu Xinyue's name, Lu Feng suddenly remembered the system's task. With only 2 days left until the deadline, if he didn't figure out a way to win Hu Xinyue over, he'd miss out on the reward. Xinyue, so early? Is there an emergency? Little Feng, I'm downstairs at your place right now. You need to come out immediately, it's urgent. What kind of big news? And it has to be in person? Li Chengli is dead. Chapter 162, where's the 50,000? What? Li Chengli is dead? Is that for real? Lu Feng asked, looking completely dumbfounded, as if he couldn't believe his ears. How could I possibly lie about this? It happened last night. Apparently he was in a car accident and died on the road. Hearing this, Lu Feng frowned slightly. A car accident? That's way too convenient. Brother Feng, don't talk about this now. You need to come down immediately. Alright, I got it. I'll come down right away. Lu Feng nodded, quickly dressed, and headed downstairs. Hearing the commotion, Luya rushed out after him and called out, Master, are you going out? Yeah, I'm just heading out for a bit. Lu Feng nodded. Then I'll come with you. Luya quickly said. It's fine, no need to follow. Just stick with Yuqing these next couple of days. Lu Feng couldn't help but say. Li Chengli's death had left Lu Feng feeling uneasy, especially about the safety of those close to him. His martial arts master experience card hadn't expired yet, so he didn't need Luya's protection for now. Okay. Luya nodded without further comment. She had witnessed Lu Feng's formidable abilities and understood he didn't need personal protection. As long as she safeguarded those he cared about and his vulnerabilities, Lu Feng would naturally be fine. After leaving the villa, Lu Feng spotted Hu Xinyue's car parked at the entrance. Glancing inside, he saw only Hu Xinyue and her bodyguard. Without hesitation, he slid into the back seat beside her. Xinyue, what the hell is going on? How did Li Chengli suddenly die? That bastard still owes me 50 grand. Lu Feng was furious. He'd finally gotten Li Qingli to promise to pay back the 50 grand within a couple of days, but before he could settle the debt, the guy just dropped dead. Earlier, I heard Li Qingli mysteriously came into 50,000 yuan.
I thought it was from the Li family in Shanghai, but I never imagined it was from you? Hu Xinyue looked taken aback. How did that guy die? Was it really a car accident? How coincidental. Just 2 or 3 days? Lu Feng couldn't help but blurt out. They say it was an accident, but through special channels, I learned it might not be that simple. It's probably connected to the Li family from Shanghai. Hu Xinyue blurted out. The Li family from the Magic City? What's going on? Lu Feng was puzzled. Wasn't it because of that incident where Li Qingli came to Menqing to handle things? He teamed up with the 2 ice cream giants and several major families to try and lure you into a trap. I have to say, you handled that situation brilliantly. Even I'm stunned by your maneuvering. Appreciation from Hu Xinyue. Task progress, 10. Current task progress, 65. Points, 10. Remaining points, 25. Sis, you're too kind.
I didn't do much, it was Li Qingli who got too greedy. The sudden price fluctuation in ice cream was already a major risk.
His reckless entry meant he was bound to lose everything. Lu Feng chuckled. That's all thanks to your keen insight, little brother.
You managed to offload all the ice cream in time.
You must have made a killing this time, right?
Hu Xinyue asked with keen interest.
Sis Xinyue, don't even go there. It's not like I made any profit, I actually lost 50 grand. Lu Feng couldn't help but interject. Wait, why would you give Li Qingli 50,000 yuan? 50,000, that's a huge sum. What's going on? Hu Xinyue couldn't help but ask. It's nothing.
That jerk Li Qingli suddenly kidnapped someone to threaten me, forcing me to transfer him 50,000 yuan. But it all got resolved later, and he was going to transfer it back to me.
Who knew the money hadn't even come through yet when he disappeared?
Lu Feng said helplessly.
What? Li Qingli kidnapped someone?
He must have been cornered into desperation.
Still, you handled it pretty well. Hu Xinyue remarked coolly. What's impressive about it? If I hadn't been prepared, I probably would have ended up dead at that bastard's hands.
These people will stop at nothing to get what they want. Thankfully, I was one step ahead. Lu Feng said with a laugh. By the way, Sister Xinyue, do you think Li Qingli's death was orchestrated by the Li family from Magic City? Hearing this, Hu Xinyue smiled and replied, You've asked the right person. I actually managed to uncover some information. Though the Li family covered their tracks flawlessly, I still found a few things. The driver responsible for the accident had no direct ties to the Li family. However, I discovered that this individual had an unexpected influx of several hundred yuan deposited into his bank account just yesterday. It's obvious that this money came from Li Qingli. Li Qingli had caused the Li family considerable trouble before, so it's only natural they would expel him. Though eliminating him outright was indeed ruthless, it's not uncommon within certain families. Lu Feng frowned upon hearing this. Then what about the 50,000 yuan in Li Qingli's account? I honestly don't know about that money. But if you're curious, I can have someone look into it for you. Chapter 163, Bankrupt. Alright, I'll leave that to you, Sister Xinyue. Lu Feng nodded, cutting straight to the point.
Alright, I'll keep you posted. Hu Xinyue nodded.
Oh, right, Brother Feng, that inkstone jar you gave me earlier has been auctioned off. It sold for exactly 50,000 yuan, and we also scored a huge favor in the process, all thanks to you. Plus, the buyer specifically requested to meet with you alone.
A private meeting? Who is it? A big shot from the capital. He's into antiques and calligraphy, and he's a serious collector. A big shot? How big? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. Suffice it to say, he's extremely influential. This guy has few hobbies besides collecting.
If you can connect with him, I guarantee you'll have smooth sailing in every aspect afterward.
That impressive? Lu Feng exclaimed in surprise. Anyway, come with me to meet him. He's a good guy and we're close. Even if you don't establish a connection, just getting his attention won't hurt. And with your treasure appraisal skills, you'll definitely be able to connect with him.
Hu Xinyue said with a smile.
Alright, meeting him is fine. I've got nothing else planned today anyway.
Lu Feng thought this was a perfect chance to make progress on his quest with Hu Xinyue. Hu Xinyue led Lu Feng to a place called Fengqian Treasure House. Seeing this, Lu Feng was somewhat surprised. This Fengqian was quite formidable, with interests spanning nearly every industry and almost always at the top tier. It was clear the owner behind it had some serious clout. This was Lu Feng's first time visiting the so-called Fengqian Treasure House. He had no idea what purpose this place served. As Lu Feng followed Hu Xinyue inside the treasure vault, a wave of nervousness washed over him. His treasure appraisal ability was currently inactive, the previous one had expired, and he didn't possess any experience cards or similar items. All he had were some points. Lu Feng recalled having roughly 25 points left. Should he gamble on luck? Try his hand at a lottery draw for a trial card or something? But such an unreliable endeavor was far too risky. For a moment, Lu Feng felt utterly stumped.
System, can you give me an experience card? I'm going to fail my quest. Sorry, host. Please refrain from making unreasonable demands. Damn it. How is asking for a trial card unreasonable? You crappy system. Other systems and hacks have everything you could want, but what do you have? You won't even give me a trial card. Believe me or not, I'll uninstall you right now.
But Lu Feng received no response from the system for a long time, which puzzled him.
System? System. Stop playing dumb. Get me that trial card now. I'm about to start showing off, and without that damn card, what the hell am I supposed to do? Host, you may consider exchanging 25 points for a trial card. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? What? 25 points? That's a lot. Can you knock it down? How about 20?
Lu Feng felt a pang of regret. Points weren't easy to come by, they could only be earned through mission progress, and missions themselves were infrequent, making points exceptionally valuable. And since the trial card only granted temporary abilities, not permanent ones, Lu Feng felt it was a bit of a rip-off. Would the host like to proceed with the exchange? No way. Can't you knock off just 5 points? I've never seen anyone like you. At least give me a discount, how about 10% off? But the system completely ignored Lu Feng. Faced with this, Lu Feng sighed in resignation. Fine, 25 points it is. Redeem the trial card. Exchange successful. Host's remaining points, 0, 1 trial card acquired. Hearing the cold notification in his mind, Lu Feng couldn't help but complain, so stingy.
Not a single point left. Huh? What? What's stingy? Hu Xinyue asked in confusion. Nothing. I was just talking to myself. Lu Feng explained awkwardly. Oh, right, Feng, didn't you hire a female bodyguard before? Why didn't you bring her along this time?
Hu Xinyue recalled Aya, whom Lu Feng had hired on New City Street, and asked with a puzzled look.
She went bankrupt. I can't even afford to pay her wages anymore. I've already shelled out 50 grand.
I'm so broke now I'd practically beg for free meals.
How could I possibly bring a bodyguard? That girl's appearance fee isn't cheap. Lu Feng joked. Brother Feng, are you serious? If you're really broke, I can lend you some cash for now.
Hu Xinyue looked at Lu Feng in surprise. Though 50,000 yuan was indeed a substantial sum, Hu Xinyue didn't believe it could bankrupt Lu Feng. After all, he hadn't batted an eye at spending 40 or 50,000 on that inkwell earlier. She was convinced Lu Feng must be incredibly wealthy to be so unconcerned. No need for that. How could I take Sister Xinyue's money? There's a way to get by even without cash. I've been broke before. I used to survive on steamed buns for a whole week. Lu Feng chuckled. Eating steamed buns? Are you joking, Feng? Hu Xinyue said, speechless. Hu Xinyue was now certain Lu Feng was joking. If he were truly bankrupt, he'd be scrambling to borrow money right now. Earlier, she'd deliberately tried to offer him a loan, but he'd refused, proof he wasn't short on cash. Talking about eating steamed buns was clearly a joke. What wealthy person would survive on nothing but steamed buns month after month? I'll go find Elder Qian. Feng, wait here for me. Don't wander off. If you get bored, feel free to look around, there are plenty of interesting things here. Hu Xinyue said indifferently before heading toward a group of elderly people nearby. She probably figured someone among them might know the so-called Old Master Qian. Lu Feng idly scanned his surroundings when his gaze suddenly landed on a painting. Chapter 164, Barking Like a Dog. The painting bore a resemblance to Tang Yin's Snow Falling in Cold Wind. Lu Feng had encountered this work in a book before, so it was somewhat familiar to him. However, Lu Feng noticed something amiss with this Snow Mountain Autumn Wind painting before him. It seemed significanttly different from the book's description. According to the records, Tang Yin's Snow Falling in Cold Wind had fallen into Li Zicheng's hands after he entered the capital. Later, when the Qing forces crossed the pass, the painting vanished without a trace. Some claimed it was buried with Li Zicheng, while others suggested he gifted it to Chen Yuan. Its true whereabouts, however, remained unknown. To this day, the painting's location remains a mystery. Though not Tang Yin's most renowned work, Snow Falling in Cold Wind is undoubtedly a superb treasure. Its connection to Chen Yuan made it particularly intriguing to treasure hunters after the Qing dynasty, yet no one has ever seen it. This absence only deepens the painting's mystique. Written records about snow falling in the cold wind are sparse, offering only brief descriptions and lacking even a single reproduction. Consequently, few truly know what the painting actually looks like. Lu Feng stared at the painting before him with curiosity for quite some time, yet he couldn't make head nor tail of it. After all, he wasn't an expert appraiser, so he couldn't discern much. Still, Lu Feng was merely looking out of interest, with no intention of appraising it. Just then, an elderly man approached and smiled at Lu Feng. "Young friend, are you interested in this painting?" Lu Feng turned to see a man in his 50s, already graying but remarkably spry, with a strong presence. Beside him stood a girl roughly Lu Feng's age. "Grandpa, what are you telling him?
Look at him, what could he possibly understand? The young girl couldn't help but interject. Fei Xue, mind your manners.
The old man frowned and said sternly.
Hearing this, Lu Feng instantly lost his temper.
Since he'd need to use his appraisal ability soon anyway, he might as well use it right here.
Being looked down upon by that little girl was something Lu Feng simply couldn't tolerate. System, activate the experience card. Please select your identity. Appraisal Master.
Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Appraisal Master Identity experience.
Experience duration, 1 day.
Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lu Feng instantly felt his mind flooded with vast knowledge. My apologies, young friend.
My granddaughter is spoiled and doesn't know her manners. Could you tell me what's wrong with this painting? The elderly man asked Lu Feng with genuine humility.
Seeing the old man's attitude, Lu Feng's mood instantly improved.
He replied, this painting isn't anything special.
It just reminded me of Tang Yin's snow falling in the cold wind, so I couldn't help but take a look.
Snow falling in cold wind? You're really something. That painting vanished after the Qing forces entered the pass. If it were genuine, would it be displayed here?
The little girl shot Lu Feng a dismissive look.
The old man then smiled and addressed Lu Feng, young friend, my granddaughter is quite right about that. If this painting were truly snow falling in cold wind, how could it possibly be displayed here? This is merely an ordinary collection exhibit, nothing special at all.
Besides, look at the artist attributed to this work, Shinda of the Qing dynasty. It's certainly not Tang Yin's snow falling in cold wind.
Since you don't believe me, how about we make a bet?
Lu Feng chuckled smugly.
A bet? Humph, you'll lose big time. What do you propose?
The little girl said with a carefree expression.
The painting itself.
If this is truly Tang Yin's snow falling in the cold wind, I win.
If not, you win. Deal? You're bound to lose.
If you lose, you have to kneel on the ground and bark like a dog, then crawl around the entire place twice.
How about it?
Hearing this, Lu Feng was speechless.
This little girl was ruthless indeed, making him crawl on the ground barking like a dog? She clearly didn't treat him like a human being.
We'll see who ends up kneeling on the ground barking like a dog.
And what if you lose? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask. Me lose? I won't lose. How could this possibly be Tang Yin's genuine work?
What's this snow falling in the cold wind nonsense?
Impossible. The little girl said nonchalantly.
If you lose, you'll have to kneel on the ground and bark like a dog too.
Lu Feng retorted without mercy. Fine, deal. I've got my phone ready to record the screen. Let's see how cocky you'll be then.
The little girl pulled out her phone and snorted coldly. For a moment, the old man's gaze turned slightly puzzled as he looked at Lu Feng.
The old man sensed that Lu Feng's confidence didn't seem feigned. Could it be that he had truly misjudged this item today? Lu Feng summoned the shop owner and asked, how much is this painting? 20. The owner replied indifferently. Lu Feng nodded. Thankfully, the price wasn't steep.
He still had some cash on him, otherwise, he might not have been able to afford it.
After all, the balance in his bank account was pitifully low. Lu Feng pulled out 20 yuan and handed it to the owner.
I'll take this painting.
Could you get it out for me?
The owner took the money and quickly retrieved the painting, handing it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng carefully examined the painting. After studying it for a while, he wore a satisfied look and turned to the little girl in front of him, saying, have you figured out how to bark like a dog yet?
Who's barking like a dog?
I think you're the one barking like a dog. This is clearly a Qing dynasty painting, and the paper quality is distinctly Qing dynasty.
Do you think I don't know my stuff? I understand ancient paintings too, okay? The little girl retorted defiantly. Chapter 165, Showing Off. Hearing the girl's words, Lu Feng chuckled and said, true, you're right.
The paper material of this painting is indeed from the Qing dynasty. But this painting is also undoubtedly Tang Yin's snow falling in the cold wind.
As he spoke, Lu Feng fully unfolded the painting.
The shop owner nearby extended the table length for him.
Once the painting was fully displayed, Lu Feng turned to the shop owner and asked, sir, do you happen to have a craft knife here? Craft knife? Yes, we have one.
The shopkeeper nodded and promptly fetched a craft knife. Lu Feng took the craft knife and slowly traced the texture of the painting before him, carefully feeling its surface. He then paused at the end of the painting. The elderly man beside him observed Lu Feng's actions and seemed to suddenly recall something. He then exclaimed in disbelief, could this be a double-layered painting? Hearing the old man's words, Lu Feng smiled and nodded. It seems you're quite the connoisseur yourself, sir. He then began explaining to the others, the paper material of this painting is indeed authentic Qing dynasty. I've studied Shinda's works, his painting style differs significantly from this piece. The date inscribed at the bottom indicates it was created in the 32nd year of the Qianlong reign. By the Qianlong 32nd year, Shinda was already 89 years old. Moreover, historical records indicate that in his later years, Shinda suffered from a strange illness that caused his right hand to frequently twitch, rendering him unable to paint. Therefore, this painting clearly could not have been created by Shi Xinda in the Qianlong 32nd year. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, everyone nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning utterly compelling.
Now look here.
The painting style here clearly bears some resemblance to Tang Yin's wild and unrestrained style.
Though subtle, careful observation reveals it.
While it doesn't match the exact appearance of Tang Yin's snow falling in cold wind, Ming Dynasty texts describe its general form.
Here and here, too, show similarities to those textual descriptions.
To be honest, when I first saw this painting, I was only suspicious. I wasn't certain it was truly snow falling in cold wind. Lu Feng began pointing out specific areas of the painting as he explained to the group. But when I saw the signature at the bottom Shi Xinda, my suspicions were already aroused.
Besides, don't you find the paper used for this painting uncommonly thick?
Lu Feng remarked with a smile.
Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, the others finally understood.
They then carefully examined the paper's thickness and nodded in agreement. Indeed, this paper is unusually thick. It doesn't feel like a single painting at all, but more like two paintings.
This is a double-layered painting, an ancient technique developed to protect the original artwork. The purpose was to conceal the original painting while preserving it.
The elderly man began to explain.
Precisely, the old gentleman's explanation is spot on. Now let's uncover the secrets hidden within this painting.
Saying this, Lu Feng took a craft knife and began to carefully make a small cut at the edge of the painting.
Observing Lu Feng's technique, the old man was somewhat astonished, his eyes filled with admiration.
As Lu Feng gradually peeled back the layers of the painting, he pulled out another painting from within. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, a hidden world within. Impressive.
It was indeed a double-layered painting, but could this truly be Tang Yin's snow falling in the cold wind?
I don't know, but with Master Qian here, he should be able to authenticate the painting.
Master Qian? Who's that? You don't know Master Qian?
He's the leading authority in the antique world today.
Holy crap, that's impressive. Could this old man before us be Master Qian?
That's right. Lu Feng placed the painting he'd pulled out onto another table and carefully unfolded it. The old man hurried over to examine the painting closely. The more he looked, the more his heart raced and his excitement grew.
Grandfather, what's wrong? Could this painting truly be Tang Yin's snow falling in the cold wind?
The old man exclaimed excitedly. It's highly likely. The brushwork and the paper quality both resemble Tang Yin's style. The signature at the bottom bears his private seal, something no one else could possibly forge.
This is an absolutely monumental discovery.
If this truly is snow falling in cold wind, its value would be immense. But Grandpa, Tang Yin was just a painter from the Ming Dynasty.
How much could a Ming Dynasty painting possibly be worth?
The little girl replied dismissively.
What do you know? A painting's value isn't determined by its dynasty, but by the artist who created it. Old master, do you believe this painting is by Tang Yin? Lu Feng asked with a smile.
The old man gazed at Lu Feng with admiration.
Since you've already reached your conclusion, young friend, I shan't show off.
This painting is undoubtedly an authentic Tang Yin. It is indeed his snow falling in the cold wind.
Chapter 166, stunning the entire audience.
The old man's words left everyone present utterly stunned. Holy crap, it really is Tang Yin's snow falling in the cold wind.
This painting must be worth a fortune, right? It'll probably cost tens of thousands, and this is a masterpiece. If it went to auction, the price would be even higher.
Master Qian must be right. This is definitely snow falling in the cold wind.
The shop owner who just sold the painting was utterly dumbfounded, stammering in disbelief. Holy, I actually sold snow falling in cold wind for $20?
At that thought, the shop owner fainted from sheer excitement. The little girl beside the old man stared wide-eyed in disbelief, looking at her grandfather and saying, Grandpa, you're joking, right? How could this possibly be Tang Yin's snow falling in cold wind? That piece isn't even documented anywhere. How can you be so sure this is it? The old man looked at his granddaughter with displeasure. Fei Shui, you may not trust me, but please trust my expertise. His expression turned solemn as he continued, the snow falling in the cold wind painting is indeed rarely documented in books, but there are clues to follow. A scholar from the late Ming Dynasty recorded having the privilege of viewing the snow falling in the cold wind painting, and his description matches this painting exactly. Additionally, there's a brief mention in the history of the Ming Dynasty. I've studied many of Tang Yin's works, and this painting in its style, brushwork, and every aspect is unmistakably his handiwork. Hearing the old man's words, the little girl beside him grew frantic, blurting out, Grandpa, why are you undermining me? You know I made a bet with that guy. You're siding with him instead of me. You could have at least said you couldn't tell the difference. Fei Shui, losing is losing. Denying defeat or cheating is unacceptable. I've taught you many times not to be blindly confident. Remember, there are always people more skilled than you, and the sky has no limits. Today's lesson is a lesson for you. The old man snorted coldly. Grandpa, whose grandpa are you anyway? You're really pissing me off. The little girl was furious. Lu Feng, however, watched the little girl before him with a smile and said calmly, So? You lost.
Shouldn't you be lying on the ground barking like a dog now?
Hearing Lu Feng's words, the little girl was furious and couldn't help but snap back. Just because you say you won doesn't mean it's true.
I refuse to admit it. Now you're just being a sore loser. You're the one who made the bet.
I only wanted you to apologize, but you insisted on kneeling and barking like a dog.
Who's to blame?
Lu Feng shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. You. She stammered 3 times, her face turning green with fury. You made the bet, so you have to accept the consequences.
Why can't you handle losing? Exactly.
If that guy had lost, this woman definitely wouldn't have let him off the hook.
Alright, just admit it. You set the bet yourself, and now you're trying to back out? Don't you feel ashamed? And she's Master Qian's granddaughter? What a disgrace to Master Qian.
Hearing the surrounding voices of condemnation, the little girl was so furious she felt like she might explode.
What business is it of yours? I refuse to bark like a dog. What are you going to do about it?
The little girl snapped angrily at the crowd.
Come on, Feng, do me a favor and don't take Fei Xue seriously.
She's sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. She didn't mean any harm. Hu Xinyue suddenly appeared from nowhere and urged Lu Feng.
You know her?
Lu Feng looked at Hu Xinyue questioningly.
Hu Xinyue nodded and introduced them. Let me introduce you.
After saying this, Hu Xinyue respectfully approached the elderly man and said, Master Qian, I was just about to come find you.
I didn't expect you to be here. Master Qian smiled at Hu Xinyue. Xinyue, so this must be the young man you mentioned earlier? Hu Xinyue nodded and introduced Lu Feng to Elder Qian. Elder Qian, allow me to introduce you.
This is Lu Feng, whom I mentioned earlier. You've witnessed his treasure appraisal skills. He possesses remarkable insight and discernment regarding artifacts. This young man is indeed quite impressive.
Old Master Qian nodded in agreement. Hu Xinyue then introduced Lu Feng. Brother Feng, this is the renowned Elder Qian Hongjian from the imperial capital. Hello, Master Qian. Lu Feng politely nodded to Qian Hongjian and extended his hand. Master Qian nodded, shook Lu Feng's hand, and smiled. Young friend, you're quite impressive. Your insights today have truly broadened my horizons and left me in admiration.
I never imagined our country still had such young yet seasoned treasure appraisers. You flatter me, Master Qian. I simply enjoy reading books and have read a bit more than most. Compared to your experience, mine is nothing. Lu Feng replied modestly.
You're too modest. Some of the things you mentioned today were even new to me.
If you have time, let's exchange ideas more often. I wouldn't call it an exchange. I simply hope Master Qian will kindly offer me some guidance.
Lu Feng smiled and replied.
You're quite the smooth talker, young man.
Not bad at all. Master Qian looked at Lu Feng with admiration. What's so good about it? Good? Grandpa, don't let this guy fool you. He's cunning as hell.
Just now, he clearly knew this painting was Tang Yin's snow falling in the cold wind, yet he still bet with me just to see me make a fool of myself.
What a scheming man, humph. The little girl couldn't help but complain from the side. Fei Xue, if you weren't so arrogant, thinking you could win for sure, would you have agreed?
And you were the one who set the stakes. Apologize to Brother Feng, and let's just let this go.
Hu Xinyue couldn't help but interject. Xinyue? You want me to apologize? Why are you siding with him too? Why should I apologize to him? I refuse.
The little girl retorted, her voice brimming with resentment.
Chapter 167, Making Friends. Hearing the little girl's words, a flicker of anger crossed Qian Hongjian's face as he glared at her.
Fei Xue, apologize.
Grandpa,
The little girl tried to explain, but before she could finish, Qian Hongjian barked again, apologize. The little girl could only reluctantly walk up to Lu Feng, pouting as she muttered under her breath, sorry.
It's fine. I was just joking around earlier. No need to take it seriously.
Lu Feng hurriedly interjected.
You look down on me? Do you think I can't take a loss? Seeing Lu Feng's reaction and attitude, the little girl was instantly furious.
She felt Lu Feng was looking down on her, which made her extremely upset.
No, I never said that. Lu Feng quickly denied. You think that, huh? Humph. Losing is losing.
I, Qian Fei Xue, am not someone who can't handle losing.
It's just barking like a dog who's afraid of who?
Qian Fei Xue retorted angrily. As she prepared to crouch down, she suddenly noticed the stares of the surrounding crowd.
Some people were even pulling out their phones.
The awkwardness hit her instantly.
Fei Xue, don't do this. Brother Feng isn't that kind of person. Just apologize and let it go.
Hu Xinyue hurried over to smooth things over. Hearing this, Qian Fei Xue turned to Lu Feng and declared, this isn't me being a sore loser. I'm letting this slide for Sister Xinyue's sake.
Lu Feng was utterly speechless at Han Fei Xue's words. What did she mean, settle it with me? She was the one who lost,
yet she made it sound like he was the one at fault.
Still, Lu Feng didn't bother arguing with her.
He just smiled faintly and said, exactly.
It really was just a small matter.
Young friend, not only are you well-traveled, but your character and temperament are first-rate. You're destined for greatness far superior to my own daughter. Qian Hongjiang said with genuine admiration.
Grandpa, is this how you speak of your own granddaughter? Qian Feishue retorted, clearly annoyed by her grandfather's words. I'm stating the truth.
If you had even half of young master Lu's knowledge and manners, I'd be burning incense in gratitude. Qian Hongjiang retorted with a cold snort.
Grandpa.
Qian Feishue shot her grandfather a displeased look. By the way, Xiaoyu, what do you plan to do with this snow falling in the cold wind painting? Qian Hongjiang's gaze fell upon the painting in Lu Feng's hands.
Only then did those around them react. Exactly.
That's a genuine Tangyin masterpiece, snow falling in the cold wind.
It's an absolute gem.
Brother, sell me this painting, I'll give you 20,000. Don't listen to him, young man. I'll give you 25,000. I'll give you 30,000.
You idiots. Didn't you hear what old Qian said?
If this really is snow falling in the cold wind, it's worth at least 40 or 50,000.
You're all offering 20 or 30,000? How can you even be serious?
I'll take it for 50 grand flat. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline approached Lu Feng and declared. Seeing this, Lu Feng remained impassive, showing no reaction whatsoever.
Meanwhile, Qian Hongjiang beside him addressed Lu Feng. Young friend Lu Feng, would you consider parting with this painting? I'm willing to pay 60,000.
Lu Feng smiled at Qian Hongjiang's offer.
Mr. Qian, you're too kind. Since you want it, how about I just give it to you as a gift?
That won't do.
I appreciate your kindness, Lu Feng, but I must pay you.
Give me your account details, and I'll transfer the money to you.
Qian Hongjiang insisted. Seeing Qian Lao's persistence, Lu Feng didn't refuse.
After all, these elders placed great importance on face. Insisting on refusing everything outright would make them feel you were deliberately trying to do them a favor, which could give them the impression you were calculating.
Lu Feng provided Qian Lao with a bank account.
Old Qian smiled as he took the painting and said, Young friend Lu Feng, I've already instructed my people to transfer the money to you. It should arrive within a few days. I'm truly grateful to you this time. With this snow falling in the cold wind by Tang Yin, I can hold my head high again in front of those old fools. Ha! Old Qian's laughter bore no resemblance to the dignified demeanor of a renowned art connoisseur. Instead, he resembled a child who had just received a precious gift. His reaction left those around him visibly startled. Beside him, Qian Feishue hurriedly called out to Qian Hongjiang, Grandfather, what are you doing? Only then did Qian Hongjiang snap back to reality. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he pulled out a business card and handed it to Lu Feng. Young friend Lu Feng, you've done me an immense favor this time.
I won't forget it. Here's my card. Should you ever need anything in the future, feel free to call me anytime. Whatever I can manage, I'll help you with. Thank you, Elder Qian.
Lu Feng respectfully accepted Qian Hongjiang's card. Lu Feng examined the card in his hand. It was a plain business card with no fancy titles, just the name Qian Hongjiang followed by a string of phone numbers. This was typical for upper-class circles, especially among influential figures. No frills, just the essentials. Young friend Lu Feng, we'll meet again when the opportunity arises. I have matters to attend to now. With that, Qian Hongjiang turned to leave. But just as Qian Hongjiang was about to leave, Lu Feng suddenly called out to him. Master Qian, if I may ask, have you been feeling chest tightness lately, and have you been coughing frequently? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Qian Hongjiang paused to think, then nodded in surprise. That's right. How did you know? Old Chen, I'm not trying to alarm you, but I think you should get checked out at the hospital if you have time, preferably within the next couple of days. I'm afraid it might be harder to treat if we wait too long.
Lu Feng frowned, unable to hold back his concern. You brat! How dare you speak like that? After my grandfather helped you so much, you actually curse him? Have you no conscience?
Qian Feishue couldn't help but scold.
Chapter 168, Do you know medicine?
Whether I'm cursing him or not, you'll find out once you get checked at the hospital. Lu Feng said indifferently.
Oh? So you know a thing or two about medicine, young friend Lu Feng?
Qian Hongjiang asked with a smile.
I know a little about traditional Chinese medicine.
Lu Feng replied.
Traditional Chinese medicine? What good is that?
Qian Feishue couldn't help but retort. Thank you for your concern, but I'm perfectly healthy. I've just been giving a lot of speeches lately, which is why my throat is a bit scratchy. Qian Hongjiang replied indifferently before turning and walking away.
Qian Hongjiang's expression clearly showed he didn't believe Lu Feng's explanation.
Lu Feng felt somewhat helpless at this turn of events. He had acquired the skill of traditional Chinese medicine from the system, and his medical expertise was now truly master level. Earlier, he had clearly noticed something amiss with Qian Hongjiang's body. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Through observation alone, Lu Feng had detected that something was wrong with Qian Hongjiang. If he had gone to the hospital sooner, there might still be hope. If it was too late, it might be too late.
But if Qian Hongjiang refused to believe him, Lu Feng was powerless. He had already issued his warning. Besides, if the man was actually ill, he'd likely just be dismissed as a lunatic. After watching Qian Hongjiang and his companion leave, Hu Xinyue couldn't help but confront Lu Feng. Brother Feng, what was that all about? You've upset Elder Qian. This was a golden opportunity to build rapport with him. Why did you have to do that? I only warned him out of goodwill because he's always been kind to me. Lu Feng couldn't help but retort. Remind? What did you remind him about? Hu Xinyue couldn't help but ask. It's old Qian. He's sick, very seriously ill. Lung cancer. If he goes to the hospital now for tests and treatment, it can still be cured. But if the cancer cells spread, it'll be too late. Lu Feng said calmly. What? Cancer? How do you know? Feng, you're not joking, right? Hu Xinyue stared at Lu Feng in disbelief. Do you really think I'd joke about something like this? Lu Feng retorted irritably. You know medicine?
Hu Xinyue stared at Lu Feng with a skeptical look, clearly not convinced.
I know a little. Lu Feng nodded. Really? You're so young. Even if you've studied a bit of medicine, what could you possibly diagnose? Maybe you just misread it? Hu Xinyue couldn't help but blurt out. Lu Feng looked utterly speechless, then turned to Hu Xinyue and said calmly, have you been having trouble sleeping lately? Even when you do fall asleep, you wake up after just a short while. You've also been getting irritable more often, and your menstrual cycle has changed? This. How did you know? Hu Xinyue stared at Lu Feng in utter disbelief. Of course I could tell. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Just by looking at your complexion, I could identify your issue. This is classic endocrine disorder causing menstrual irregularities. You've been burning the midnight oil too often lately. Just cut back on the late nights and get more rest. Lu Feng said with a smile. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Hu Xinyue stared at him in astonishment. Then, unable to contain herself, Hu Xinyue blurted out, are your medical skills really that advanced? You can diagnose cancer without any equipment? Without exaggeration, my medical skills are absolutely top-notch. Lu Feng declared with full confidence. How could the Chinese medicine skills granted by the system possibly be low? Then hurry up and come with me. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Hu Xinyue's face lit up with delight. She promptly grabbed Lu Feng's arm and pulled him toward the exit. Wait, why are you running so fast? What's going on? Come with me to save someone. Hu Xinyue exclaimed urgently. Who? You'll see when we get there. Hu Xinyue didn't wait for answers. She pulled Lu Feng into the car and sped back to her home. Hu Xinyue brought Lu Feng to the Hu family's private villa. Seeing the Hu family's villa, Lu Feng was utterly stunned. He had thought his own villa estate was already quite large, with its luxurious decor and all, but seeing the Hu family's property made him realize how narrow his perspective had been. The Hu family estate before him was the true embodiment of a wealthy, prominent clan. This compound was easily 2 or 3 times larger than Lu Feng's own estate, boasting every conceivable amenity. He even spotted a horse ranch and a golf course. It was nothing short of mind-blowing. Indeed, the world of the wealthy remained incomprehensible to him. Compared to these elite families, he was still far inferior. This wasn't Lu Feng's fault. The Hu family's background was such that even if they weren't in Menchang, they would easily rank among the top 10 in the metropolis. Hu Xinyue led Lu Feng to an elderly man in a wheelchair. Though advanced in years, the sharpness in the old man's eyes and the imposing aura radiating from him commanded Lu Feng's respect. One could only imagine what kind of figure this man had been in his prime. Chapter 169, The Elder of the Hu Family. This elderly man was none other than Hu Sivan, the former patriarch of the Hu family. Spotting Hu Xinyue's return, Hu Sivan smiled and said, Xinyue, you're back. And you brought a man with you. Is this your little boyfriend? Grandpa, you're teasing me again. What little boyfriend? He's my sworn younger brother. Hu Xinyue retorted with a hint of annoyance. What? Not your boyfriend? Xinyue, no offense, but you're nearly 30. If you don't find someone soon, will you even be able to get married? Hu Sivan couldn't help but interject. Young man, you seem like a decent fellow. Would you consider our Xinyue? Hu Sivan addressed Lu Feng. Ha? Lu Feng was startled by old master Hu's words. He hadn't expected that after just one glance, the old man would already be suggesting he court his granddaughter. That was downright bold. Grandpa, stop joking around with him. I invited him here to examine your leg. Hu Xinyue retorted irritably. What? A doctor? My leg has been like this for years. I've seen countless doctors. If there were a solution, it would have been found long ago. Why wait until now? Besides, he's so young. Don't try to cheer me up. I appreciate the thought. Hu Sivan replied indifferently. Grandpa, it's been years anyway. What's one more try? Just let Lu Feng take a look. What if he actually has a solution? Hu Xinyue couldn't help but plead. Fine, fine. Unable to resist Hu Xinyue's pleas, Hu Sivan finally agreed.
Hu Xinyue then turned to Lu Feng and said, "Brother Feng, thank you for your help." Hu Xinyue looked at Lu Feng with hopeful eyes. After all, her grandfather's legs had been like this for over 20 years, and she desperately wanted to see him walk again.
Lu Feng nodded. I'll give it a try. No worries, young man. Go ahead and try.
These legs of mine have had no feeling for ages,
Hu Sivan said with a smile. Lu Feng approached Hu Sivan and said, Old Master Hu, would you mind giving me your hand? Young man, you're practicing traditional Chinese medicine? How interesting.
Hu Sivan chuckled, offering his wrist without hesitation. Lu Feng slowly felt Hu Sivan's pulse, then examined the condition of his legs. Lu Feng released Hu Sivan's pulse and tested the tendons in his legs, asking, Master Hu, do you have no sensation in these areas? From the waist down, both legs have been completely numb for many years now.
Hu Sivan replied calmly. If I may ask, were your legs crippled by poisoning? What poisoning? Brother Feng, don't talk nonsense. My grandfather's legs were crippled years ago while covering his comrade's retreat.
Before Hu Suan could respond, Hu Xinyue beside him couldn't help but interject.
Is that really the case? Lu Feng looked at Huswan before him with a puzzled expression. Looks like you really do have some skills.
You're right, the main reason for my legs back then was indeed poisoning. Seeing Lu Feng's resolute gaze, Hu Sivan knew he couldn't hide it anymore. He smiled and said, What? It really was poisoning? But Grandpa, you told me it was to cover for your comrades.
Hu Xinyue stared at Hu Sivan in disbelief. It was indeed to cover for my comrades.
Back then, I was poisoned, but to protect them, I forced myself to stay and hold off the enemy.
Because of that, the poison spread, and I ended up like this. Hu Sivan said helplessly.
If I'm not mistaken, old Hu must have practiced some form of qigong. After the incident, he channeled all the toxins in his body down into his legs. That's why all the meridians below his waist became blocked, leaving him completely numb.
Am I right, old Hu? Lu Feng frowned as he looked at Hu Sivan. Correct. Everything you said is correct.
The situation was urgent, and I truly had no other choice but to suppress the poison. But above my legs lie the vital organs. I knew that if the toxins invaded them, I'd likely lose my life.
That's why I did it. All these years, I've tried countless methods and consulted many doctors, traditional Chinese medicine, Western medicine, even Miao and Tibetan medicine. But there's simply no solution. Hu Sivan said helplessly. Brother Feng, since you can diagnose my grandfather's condition, do you have a way to save him?
Hu Xinyue looked at Lu Feng with hopeful eyes.
Well, it's hard to say. We can only try. Sister Xinyue, could you help me buy a set of silver needles? Sure, no problem. Any specific requirements? Like size or material? No special requirements. Just standard silver needles used in traditional Chinese medicine will do.
Lu Feng replied casually.
Alright, I'll go get them right away.
Hu Xinyue returned shortly with the silver needles. Lu Feng took the needles and proceeded to insert them into Huswan's legs several times.
Watching Lu Feng's technique, Huswan was somewhat surprised.
Young man, your technique is impressive, more skilled than some veteran TCM practitioners I've seen.
How many years have you studied medicine? Who was your master? Huang Qishan from the capital, or Li Zhongyang from Chanbai Mountain? I'm just starting out. No master, I taught myself.
Lu Feng replied casually. Seems you don't quite trust me, young man. But that's understandable, true masters rarely reveal their names.
Your teacher must be a reclusive sage. Hu Sivan chuckled.
Suddenly, Hu Sivan furrowed his brow, his expression shifting noticeably.
Seeing this, Lu Feng quickly asked, Master Hu, did you just feel pain in your leg? Pain in my leg? I'm not sure. Try pricking me again. Hu Sivan seemed visibly agitated.
The pain that had just shot through his leg felt like a dream, the first time in years he'd felt any sensation in his legs.
Chapter 170, I can cure it. Rip.
Hu Sivan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, as if savoring the sensation or perhaps the pain.
This sensation hadn't touched him in so many years. Young man, why not give me a few more? Huswan exclaimed excitedly. That's enough.
Just now, I was merely using silver needles to stimulate your acupoints, trying to awaken the response in your legs' tendons and meridians.
It seems to have had some effect.
Lu Feng slowly withdrew the silver needles as he spoke.
Brother Feng, is there any way to cure my grandfather's legs?
Hu Xinyue stared at Lu Feng, her face brimming with excitement. Hu Sivan, too, gazed at Lu Feng with hopeful eyes. After so many years of repeated disappointments, he felt like he was finally seeing a glimmer of hope again.
Lu Feng frowned and said, there is indeed a way, but it's extremely complicated. Brother Feng, if you can cure my grandfather's legs, I'll agree to anything you ask. Hu Xinyue gripped Lu Feng's arm fervently. Sister Xinyue, please don't say that. I will certainly do my utmost to treat old Master Hu.
Lu Feng hurriedly replied. Young man, you mentioned it would be troublesome.
Could you elaborate on the situation? Hu Sivan also pressed urgently.
Master Hu's legs have been like this for years. The meridians below his knees have long been destroyed by toxins. Earlier, I tentatively used golden needles to test whether his main veins were still functional. It's clear his primary meridians still retain sensation.
I must say, Master Hu's physical constitution and cultivation are truly extraordinary.
If this were an ordinary person, they would have perished long ago. Since the main veins are intact, we have a way forward. First, we must purge the toxins from Master Hu's body. Then, we must completely remove all the capillaries in his legs. Those are dead capillaries.
Unless they're cleared out, his legs will never regain function. After removing the necrotic capillaries, I must perform daily silver needle acupuncture on Master Hu.
This will stimulate the major veins and arteries in his legs, promoting the growth of new capillaries. Once the leg's blood vessels are fully restored, combining this with massage and acupuncture techniques will enable Master Hu to stand and walk upright once more.
Hearing Lu Feng's words, Hu Xinyue was taken aback. What? Remove all the capillaries? Does that require surgery? Cutting out all the blood vessels? Lu Feng nodded. Is that really possible? Hu Xinyue couldn't help but ask.
The network of veins is incredibly complex, so I can't guarantee a 100% success rate.
Lu Feng replied calmly. Then how confident are you? Hu Sivan inquired. 60%. Lu Feng replied calmly. All right, let's do it.
Husband slammed his hand on the table.
Wait a moment, Lu Feng. I must ask, if this fails, what might happen to my grandfather? Hu Xinyue asked anxiously. Lu Feng shook his head. Nothing. Grandpa Hu's current condition stems from capillary necrosis in his legs. But if this attempt fails, it could lead to necrosis in all the major veins and arteries in his legs. If that happens, there might be no way to cure his legs afterward. It's fine. No one could ever cure these legs anyway. Since you have a solution, go ahead with confidence. If you need any help, just tell Xinyue anytime. From now on, these legs are entirely in your hands. Hu Sivan couldn't help but say. Grandfather, shouldn't we reconsider? Hu Xinyue hurriedly interjected. What's there to think about? A 60% success rate, wouldn't you take that gamble? With odds this good, am I really that unlucky? Xinyue, why are you more worried than this old man? Hu Sivan retorted irritably. Alright, Feng, I'm counting on you for everything from here on out.
Hu Xinyue looked at Lu Feng and couldn't help but say.
Don't worry, Sister Xinyue.
I'll do my absolute best to ensure Grandpa Hu's leg is fully healed.
Yes.
If you can heal my grandfather's leg, I'll agree to any condition.
And the Hu family will do everything in our power to support you from now on. Hu Xinyue declared with unwavering resolve. Detected goodwill from Hu Xinyue. Task progress, 25%. Points, 25. Current task progress, 90%. Remaining points, 25. Hearing the notification in his mind, Lu Feng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Hu Xinyue's progress to jump by 25% in one go.
Now, only the final 10% remained before the task was complete.
First, I'll write you a prescription.
The toxins in old Master Hu's body have been accumulating for years.
To completely eliminate them, acupuncture alone won't suffice. We need some strong medicine.
With that, Lu Feng picked up paper and pen and began carefully listing the ingredients. After finishing, he handed it to Hu Xinyue. She glanced at the prescription and her face immediately filled with astonishment.
Brother Feng, what's the deal with these live centipedes?
The toxins in old Master Hu's body have accumulated in his legs.
To eradicate them completely, we must use potent medicine. Centipedes serve as the catalyst. They are essential.
Centipedes aged 10 to 20 years, or even over 100 years, are best. However, those over 100 years old may have developed spiritual awareness and are difficult to capture. If they are truly unavailable, ordinary 6 or 7-year-old ones will suffice.
Lu Feng said calmly. It's fine, Xinyue.
Since you trust him, don't worry about anything else. Just do as he says.
Hu Sivan said indifferently. All right. Hu Xinyue nodded. I'll have someone prepare it right away.
Hu Xinyue hurriedly said, holding the prescription. Before long, Hu Xinyue returned with the herbs and other items. It must be said, the Hu family's efficiency was truly first-rate. In less than an hour, Hu Xinyue had managed to gather everything. Lu Feng, we didn't find any century-old centipedes, but we got 2 50-year-old ones and some that are over 10 years old.
Will these do? If not, I'll send someone to other cities to look for them. Chapter 171, The Terrifying Treatment Method. 50-year-old ones? That's more than enough.
I'll use these 2 50-year-old ones to help old Master Hu expel some of the accumulated toxins in his body. Lu Feng said indifferently. Lu Feng took the herbs from Hu Xinyue's hands, sorted them out, and then said to her, Sis Xinyue, go ahead and simmer these.
An hour should do it. Alright, I'll have someone take care of it right away. Hu Xinyue nodded and instructed her attendants to carry out the task. Lu Feng took several jars from Hu Xinyue's hands. Inside these jars were centipedes. These two darker jars contain 50-year-old centipedes. They were specially bred-fed pig's blood daily. I paid a hefty price to acquire them. Hu Xinyue pointed to the two jars nearby, her face filled with fear. These jars had been delivered by the Hu household servants, and Hu Xinyue was too terrified to touch them herself. Centipedes truly inspired fear not just in women, but even some men found them deeply unsettling. Lu Feng walked over, placed the two jars before Hu Sivan, then drew out his silver needles. Master Hu, he said, I'm about to release the toxins accumulated in your body. The process may be painful, bear with it. No problem. Go ahead. Hu Sivan said nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by any impending pain. Lu Feng began inserting needles into Hu Sivan's legs. Soon, his legs were almost entirely covered in silver needles, densely packed in a sight that was extremely unsettling. At that moment, Lu Feng stopped the acupuncture. Instead, he took out a small knife and abruptly made a slight incision on one of Hu Sivan's tendons. Immediately, blood began to flow from Hu Sivan's thigh. The blood was strangely tinged with black, looking extremely peculiar. Simultaneously, Lu Feng opened the clay jar containing two centipedes. After inspecting them, he remarked, these two centipedes are quite good. One is indeed 50 years old, no mistake. The other is only 30 years old, but still decent. Perfect for detoxification. As he spoke, Lu Feng released the 30-year-old centipede. The creature crawled out of the jar and headed straight for Hu Sivan's thigh. Hu Xinyue, standing nearby, was so frightened she closed her eyes, unable to bear watching. Lu Feng turned to Hu Sivan and instructed, Old Hu, don't move a muscle when this happens. Rest assured, this centipede won't harm you. It might be a bit painful, but bear with it. It's fine, it's fine. Go ahead without worry. If it hurts, Old Hu, you can yell out. Yet the moment Hu Sivan finished speaking, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his body. They watched as the centipede crawled directly into Hu Sivan's meridians, moving visibly within his thigh. Sweat poured down Hu Sivan's forehead. He was clearly in agony, yet he didn't utter a single word. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Hu Sivan. Such agony was not something just anyone could endure. The centipede continued to wander through both of Huswan's legs until, 20 minutes later, it finally slowed its movements. As the centipede crawled out of Huswan's body, Lu Feng swiftly grabbed it with tweezers and tossed it onto the ground. The once lively centipede, after entering Hu Sivan's veins, had become listless and motionless. Hu Xinyue couldn't help but open her eyes and asked, what's going on? Is it dead? Lu Feng nodded. What's going on? Hu Xinyue asked, her face filled with confusion. The toxins in Old Hu's body are quite potent. The centipede couldn't handle it and naturally died. That terrifying? Hu Xinyue exclaimed in disbelief. Hu Sivan finally let out a sigh of relief. His entire body was already drenched in sweat, so much so that pools of it pooled on the ground, a clear testament to the agony he had endured. Old master who truly commands my deepest respect. To endure such agony without uttering a single sound, that's impressive. Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. This pain? What's that? Back in the day on the battlefield, I endured every kind of agony imaginable. Compared to that, this is nothing, just a piece of cake. Hu Sivan couldn't help but say proudly. Old Hu, try moving your legs. Move my legs? Can I? Hu Sivan couldn't help but ask. Old man Hu, just try it and you'll see. Lu Feng said with a smile. Chapter 172, The Whereabouts of 50,000 Yuan. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Hu Sivan couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, really? I can? Beside him, Hu Xinyue also exclaimed excitedly to Lu Feng, can my grandfather really stand up? Hu Sivan braced himself against the wheelchair with both hands and slowly began to try. Suddenly, his legs started to move gradually. Though the movements were small, all three of them saw it. Hu Xinyue, overcome with emotion, threw her arms around Lu Feng. Is this real? What am I seeing? Yes, it's real. It's real. Lu Feng hurriedly confirmed. My legs, they're actually moving. After all these years, For a moment, Hu Sivan was so overcome with emotion he couldn't speak. The tough guy's eyes welled up with tears he couldn't hold back. For years, Hu Sivan had fantasized countless times about his legs responding. Today, that dream had finally come true. Beside him, Hu Xinyue was also overcome with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. She embraced Lu Feng tightly and exclaimed, Lu Feng, thank you so much. Truly, thank you. From Hu Xinyue's gratitude, task progress plus 10, points plus 10, task completion 100%, remaining points, 35. Congratulations, host, on completing Hu Xinyue's mission. You have obtained 1 priced evaluation card and 1 skill card. Triggered hidden reward, the reward system has upgraded again. Host can now freely view all personnel information and their affinity bonds with the host. Hearing the notification in his mind, Lu Feng was speechless. This hidden reward was downright useless, it seemed completely pointless. What he needed right now was money. Lu Feng was practically bankrupt, with barely any assets to his name.
His bank account was empty, his WeChat and mobile wallets held no balance, only a few dozen yuan remained in his pocket. If he couldn't get money from the system soon, he'd have to scrimp and save. Fortunately, the snowfall and cold wind painting had earned him some money from old Xian earlier. Otherwise, he'd truly be left to eat the northwest wind. Just then, Lu Feng suddenly noticed the information displayed before him about Hu Xinyue.
Name, Hu Xinyue. Weight, 52 kilograms. Height, 173 centimeters. Age, 28 years old. Appearance, 97 points. Likability, 100. Skills, hotel management, business administration, guzheng, painting.
Seeing the information before him, Lu Feng suddenly found it quite intriguing. He glanced at Huswan again, only to discover no information displayed on her.
Could this feature only work on women? Lu Feng felt a bit disappointed.
He thought it would work on anyone, but it didn't matter.
Being able to check women was fine after all. What man would be interested in other men? Alright, old man Hu, the fact that you can feel sensation is progress. This is just the initial treatment. From now on, I'll come weekly to perform acupuncture detoxification.
After about 4 or 5 sessions, the toxins in your body should be mostly cleared. Then we'll proceed with surgery to remove all the capillaries in your legs.
Later on, they'll regenerate naturally. Alright, Xiao Feng, may I call you that?
Sure, absolutely. And please stop calling me old Hu, just call me Grandpa Hu.
From what I can tell, you're not married yet, are you? No, I haven't. Lu Feng replied with a puzzled expression, unsure what Hu Sivan was getting at. Since you're not married, why not consider our family's Xinyue?
I see you two are already quite familiar. Once you enter the Hu family, you can do whatever you want in our household.
Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? Why does it sound like no one wants your granddaughter? Hu Xinyue couldn't help but interject. She's 28 and doesn't even have a boyfriend. Isn't that exactly what nobody wants her means? Hu Sivan couldn't help but retort. Grandpa.
Xiao Feng, don't get the wrong idea, I was just joking. Actually, our Xinyue is really wonderful. She's such a great person. If you get the chance, you two should really spend more time together.
Lu
Feng hadn't expected Hu Sivan to be so blunt, leaving him completely at a loss for words.
Brother Feng, don't mind him. My grandpa's always up to no good.
He never means what he says.
Hu Xinyue explained to Lu Feng. Who says that?
Xiao Feng, I genuinely hope you become our Hu family's son-in-law.
Come visit often, no need to be so formal. Treat this place like your own home. If you need anything, just ask.
Hu Sivan said with a smile. Lu Feng could only nod awkwardly.
Yes. Grandpa Hu, let's start by removing the silver needles from your body first. Lu Feng began slowly removing the needles from Hu Sivan.
After finishing, he turned to Hu Xinyue and said, those pools of black blood on the floor in this dead centipede, make sure whoever cleans them doesn't touch them directly with their hands.
These things are highly poisonous. They must be disposed of properly, or it could cause serious trouble. Understood. Hu Xinyue nodded. Follow the prescription I'll give you later. Administer it to Grandpa Hu 3 times daily. Since we're done here, I'll take my leave. I'll return next week. Lu Feng saw that the cleanup was nearly complete and hurriedly added. Little Feng, why the rush to leave? Stay for a meal with us? Hu Sivan hurriedly tried to keep him. It's fine, no need. I've got plenty to do. Lu Feng quickly replied. Alright then. Since that's the case, Xinyue, you go see Xiao Feng off. Hu Xinyue nodded.
After leaving the Hu residence, Hu Xinyue looked at Lu Feng gratefully and said, Brother Feng, thank you so much today. I never imagined your medical skills were so incredible.
No problem.
Sister Xinyue has helped me so much, it's only right that I return the favor. Oh, Feng, I have news about that matter you asked me to look into earlier.
Hearing this, Lu Feng immediately perked up.
It must be about Li Qingli's death and where his 50,000 yuan had ended up.
Chapter 173, Taking on the Li family of the Demon City. Who? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask.
The Li family of Magic City, more precisely, Li Chengtian, the current young master of the Li family and chairman of Tianwang Entertainment.
Li Chengtian? Damn it, I never crossed him. Why's he messing with my money? And what exactly does Tianwang Entertainment do? Tianwang Entertainment is an entertainment agency, the largest in the country. They control over 60% of the resources in the entertainment industry.
Let me put it this way, if any star crosses the Li family of the Demon City, they can kiss their career goodbye.
That powerful? Damn, if they're that powerful, why the hell are they stealing my money? Fine, Li Chengtian, huh? I'll remember that. I'll get those 50 grand back, no matter what. Lu Feng snorted coldly.
Brother Feng, Li Chengtian isn't as easy to deal with as Li Changli.
He's ruthless and cunning, and most importantly, he's backed by the Li family of the Magic City. He's no pushover. Screw the Li family of Shanghai.
If he took my money, he should pay it back. Who cares about his family? Lu Feng retorted unexpectedly.
Hearing Lu Feng's words, Hu Xinyue couldn't help but be startled.
She knew full well the power of the Shanghai Li family, yet Lu Feng seemed to hold them in utter contempt.
Could it be that Lu Feng was truly a member of the imperial capital Lu family?
But she had researched extensively and found no records of the Lu family patriarch having any so-called illegitimate children outside the family.
Yet seeing Lu Feng's confident, composed expression, Hu Xinyue couldn't help but doubt again. Lu Feng must truly have some special background.
If he had no connections, he would have seized the many opportunities before to ask for money or build relationships, but he never did.
Brother Feng, the Li family of the Demon City ranks third in the city. Their businesses span the globe. Li Qingtian's King Entertainment alone is worth hundreds of millions, far beyond what we could ever handle. And King Entertainment is just one of the Li family's ventures in the Demon City, not counting all their other holdings. Hu Xinyue tried to persuade him again. Hundreds of thousands? That's a lot, sure. But it's manageable. Just hundreds of thousands. I'll earn it by completing more missions. Lu Feng couldn't help but interject.
Now that Lu Feng had the system, along with his devaluation card, skill cards, and other resources, not to mention the system's recent upgrade, he possessed ample means. With these tools, it wasn't entirely impossible for him to rapidly establish a company and rise to prominence in a short time.
Tasks? What tasks?
Hu Xinyue asked, her face full of confusion.
Nothing.
I was just saying I'll get to it once I'm done with this busy period. Lu Feng said with a smile. But Hu Xinyue had clearly heard the word task just now.
Task? Could Lu Feng be a disciple of some hidden clan, sent to the secular world for training? Would he return to his clan once his training and tasks were complete? It was entirely possible.
Hu Xinyue had heard her family mention that many clans existed in this world, hidden from public view. They were mysterious and powerful, occasionally sending their heirs into the secular world for training. This thought made Hu Xinyue even more astonished by Lu Feng.
She never imagined he could be from a hidden clan.
Lu Feng, Li Qingtian seems to have approached the Wang family to deal with you.
You should be extra careful lately. The Wang family? I didn't go looking for trouble with them, yet they came after me. Fine. Since that's the case, I won't hold back with the Wang family either.
Lu Feng declared abruptly. Just as Lu Feng was pondering what business to pursue and how to prepare for a showdown with the Li family of the Demon City, the Wang family had practically handed themselves over.
It was like a timely rain.
Lu Feng recalled the Wang family primarily dealt in construction materials. Since that was the case, he might as well start by targeting their building materials business.
Brother Feng, what are you planning? Hu Xinyue noticed Lu Feng's rising anger and cautiously inquired. If the Wang family wants to provoke me, why shouldn't I fight back? They deal in building materials, right? Fine. Then I'll make sure the Wang family can't do business anymore.
Lu Feng declared abruptly. Brother Feng, if you need any help, the Hu family is at your beck and call. You've done our family such a tremendous favor this time. Not just the Hu family, even if one day you really need to take on the Li family of Magic City, our Hu family would be honored to offer whatever modest assistance we can.
Hu Xinyue couldn't help but interject. Really? Then thank you, Sister Xinyue. Why be so formal with your sister?
Hu Xinyue retorted with a hint of annoyance.
Oh, and Sister Xinyue, Grandpa who mentioned earlier, is it true that no one's ever asked for your hand in marriage all these years? Lu Feng suddenly blurted out the gossipy question. How could that be?
I've had plenty of suitors, but I've never found any of them worthy.
Hu Xinyue retorted defiantly. But sis, you're already 28. If you don't find someone soon, you might end up an older single woman.
Lu Feng teased with a smile.
What, you want to help your sister out?
Hu Xinyue said with a seductive smile, her hand gently hooking Lu Feng's chin.
Sis, you're playing with fire.
You're such a beautiful and elegant woman. Do you realize how much your flirting just now stirred up a man?
Lu Feng swallowed hard, unable to hold back. Well then, my dear little brother, do you want your big sister?
Hu Xinyue pressed close to Lu Feng's face, her breath tickling his neck as they stood in an intensely intimate embrace at the Hu family's doorway. In that instant, Lu Feng nearly lost control. He scrambled back 2 steps, biting down hard on his tongue to force himself to regain his senses.
Sis, you're making this impossible for me. Seeing Lu Feng retreat, Hu Xinyue murmured with feigned hurt, already backing down, little brother?
I was ready to give myself completely to you.
No, let's do it another day.
Lu Feng swallowed hard, staring at Hu Xinyue, who looked like a fox spirit before him, unable to hold back his words.
Chapter 174, The Wang family moves against Lu Feng. Watching Lu Feng slink away, Hu Xinyue couldn't help but chuckle.
Back in the room, the servants had already cleaned up the black blood and centipedes scattered on the floor. Hu Sivan, confined to his wheelchair, kept trying to move his legs.
Grandfather, you've just received your first treatment. Don't get so worked up. Didn't Lu Feng tell you to rest properly? He'll definitely cure you. Hu Xinyue hurriedly interjected. I know. I'm just a little too excited. In all these years, I've never been this happy before. Hu Sivan said with a smile. By the way, Xin Yue, have you managed to find out that kid's identity yet? Hu Sivan's smile vanished, his expression turning serious.
Though confined to his wheelchair and rarely leaving home, he remained well informed about the outside world. He knew everything happening beyond his doorstep. Hu Xinyue shook her head helplessly. No, but I overheard him mention some mission. He seemed to be from some hidden clan, though I can't be certain. He's still wary of me, especially about his background. From what I've uncovered, none of his friends know his true identity or origins.
Even his classmates and buddies think he's just a broke loser, a total suck-up.
I have to admit, he's incredibly skilled at hiding his true self. It's entirely possible he comes from a hidden clan. His medical skills, techniques, and perspective are top-notch. Even powerful families couldn't cultivate such talent. Only a hidden clan could produce someone like him.
So if Lu Feng truly is the heir to a hidden clan, what should we do?
Naturally, we must support him wholeheartedly.
If possible, Xin Yue, it would be best for you to be with him.
Even if you cannot become his primary wife, simply gaining access to that hidden family would elevate our Hu family to new heights.
But he wants to take on the Li family of the Demon City. You know the Li family's influence.
If we get involved and they direct their wrath toward us, our Hu family could suffer significant losses.
What are these losses compared to befriending the heir of a hidden clan?
Besides, the Li family isn't invincible. They may have immense influence in the Demon City, but in Min City, they'd have to think twice before touching the Hu family.
Hu Sivan stated confidently. So grandfather means to fully support Lu Feng? Hu Xinyue couldn't help but ask. You've already made up your mind, haven't you? Why are you still testing my stance? Do you think grandfather is some old stick in the mud? Let's not even discuss it. If Lu Feng truly cures my leg, that favor alone warrants our full support. Hu Sivan shot Hu Xinyue a disapproving look. Hu Xinyue chuckled, Grandpa caught me, hee hee. But honestly, I'm quite curious to see how he'll handle the Wang family. If all goes as expected, the Wang family should have already made their move. I want to see how Lu Feng will respond. The Wang family may be Mincheng's second-ranked clan on the surface, but they're all bark and no bite.
Their business has barely scraped by all these years. Maybe they're passable locally, but outside Mencheng, they're utterly insignificant, barely worth mentioning. They probably won't affect Lu Feng much. At the end of the day, the Wang family still holds assets nearing 10,000 yuan. While they pose no real threat to Lu Feng, most of his liquid assets have already been siphoned off by Li Chengtian.
Without substantial funds at his disposal, what moves could Lu Feng possibly make now? We'll just watch and see.
If that kid Lu Feng is truly from a hidden clan, the Wang family would likely be nothing more than a minor nuisance in his eyes, an easily eliminated threat.
Hu Xinyue nodded. The Wang family's business hadn't been particularly thriving these past years.
It could only be described as passable within Mencheng. They hadn't expanded beyond the city walls, not because they hadn't tried. They had attempted numerous times, but every effort had ended in failure. But this time was different.
The Wang family had secured the backing of the Li family from the Magic City.
Although Li Chengli had previously swindled the Wang family out of over 1,000 yuan in Mencheng, this time they were negotiating with none other than Li Chengtian, the young master of the Li family from the Magic City. Li Chengtian was entirely different from Li Chengli. He was the true decision-maker of the Shanghai Li family.
Forging ties with them would provide immense assistance to the Wang family's business expansion into other provinces.
Moreover, the Shanghai Li family had provided substantial support this time, meaning the Wang family only needed to deal with Lu Feng in a straightforward manner.
Originally, the Wang family dared not move against Lu Feng.
After all, Li Qingli had previously suffered defeat at Lu Feng's hands when he allied with the two ice cream giants and the four major families. But this time was different. They had reliable intelligence that Lu Feng had little remaining liquidity.
Moreover, with the backing of the Shanghai Li family, the Wang family's confidence was substantially bolstered. Chapter 175, The Wang Family's Bold Move. With the Li family of the Demon City's powerful backing, the Wang family instantly turned their guns on Lu Feng.
Since Lu Feng possessed no substantial assets, they naturally directed their attacks toward Li Wei and Feng Yuqing, whom Lu Feng had previously aided. Both Li Wei and Feng Yuqing owned companies, and Feng Yuqing's venture became the primary target.
Feng Yuqing's venture was still in its infancy, barely taking shape and just beginning to gain traction when it came under attack from the Wang family. Though the Wang family had no involvement in the internet live streaming industry, they were unafraid, bolstered by the backing of the Li family of the Magic City.
Moreover, Feng Yuqing's company was small, making it an easy target.
In Feng Yuqing's office, Su Qiaoqiao rushed in breathlessly. Yuqing, it's bad. It's bad. Qiaoqiao, when will you ever stop being so jumpy? No, Yuling, it's serious. What is it? All the employees we just hired quit today. And the streamers we recruited earlier have all backed out. Worst of all, a high-stakes partnership we secured with X has completely fallen through.
Hearing this, Feng Yuqing was utterly stunned.
What's going on? How could so many things happen at once? I don't know either.
It all started early this morning, one bad piece of news after another.
Basically, we're screwed. No, something's definitely off here. Someone must be targeting us. Feng Yuqing was sharp, she immediately sensed something was amiss. But we're just a small startup. Who would target us? Su Qiaoqiao said, speechless. We're a brand new company. We haven't really connected with anyone yet, and we haven't made any enemies. So the only possibility is that these people aren't actually targeting us. Yuling, I don't get what you're saying. 1 minute they're targeting us, the next they're not. You've got me all confused.
Su Qiaoqiao looked at Feng Yuqing with a puzzled expression.
I get it now. These people are probably after Brother Feng.
Not many people know about my relationship with him, so I think this is most likely connected to that Li Qingli guy from before.
Feng Yuqing immediately pieced together the truth. Li Qingli? But didn't the news say he died in a car accident just a couple days ago? He can't have come back to life, can he? Yuqing, don't scare me. Xiaoqiao, what's going on in your head? It definitely can't be Li Qingli himself. It must be someone connected to him. I remember Li Qingli was part of the Li family from Magic City, right? This whole thing must be related to the Li family from Magic City. What should we do next?
We've lost all our staff, all our partnerships have fallen through, and we still have to pay a hefty monthly rent for this huge office.
At this rate, our money just won't hold out. I don't know either. Feng Yuqing said weakly.
After all, facing a family as powerful as the Shanghai Li family, they were just ordinary people. How could they possibly fight back?
Why don't we ask Brother Feng for help? Suggested Su Qiaoqiao. No way.
Brother Feng already spent every last penny he had because of me. He's broke now, I can't burden him any further.
Feng Yuqing couldn't help but interject. Ha? Then what are we supposed to do? We'll just have to take it one step at a time. I doubt we're the only ones affected. Brother Feng's other businesses will probably get hit too.
If things get really bad, we can sell off everything we own, turn it into cash, and give all the money we have to Brother Feng. It won't be much, but every little bit helps.
Feng Yuqing said helplessly. But this company took us so many days and so much effort to build.
If it just disappears like this, it's such a waste.
Su Qiaoqiao said with a heavy heart. It's okay. We'll rebuild all this later.
Right now, our priority is helping Brother Feng weather this immediate crisis. Since Feng Yuqing's company was relatively small and easier to handle, she quickly decided to shut it down. She stayed at home and began trying to sell off her belongings. However, no matter what method she tried or how low she priced her items, people simply refused to deal with her.
This left Feng Yuqing feeling extremely frustrated.
As for Li Wei's company, after liquidating all their ice cream inventory, they returned to their core business, the steel factory.
Li Wei's father was exceptionally adept at navigating the steel market.
Yet just as Li Qinghao prepared to make his mark in this industry, the Wang family suddenly launched a relentless campaign to undermine them. All of Li Qinghao's former partners had now distanced themselves from him, leaving him utterly baffled. It took considerable effort for Li Qinghao to uncover the truth.
Dad, what's going on? Why did you rush me here like this? Li Wei snapped as soon as she entered the office. You're telling me?
It's all because of your classmate Lu Feng.
What about Lu Feng?
Dad, don't pin everything that goes wrong with the company on him. He's done so much for our family, why are you always picking on him?
What? Blaming him? I specifically had people look into it. The Wang family is targeting us because of Lu Feng. He offended the Li family of Magic City.
Word is the Li family is getting serious this time, which is why the Wang family feels so emboldened.
And I heard Lu Feng is completely broke now. What did you say? Lu Feng is broke? Is that true? Li Wei couldn't quite believe it. How could this be false? I paid a hefty price for this information, it's absolutely accurate.
You must immediately distance yourself from that Lu Feng. Simultaneously, our Li family must publicly declare we have no connection to him whatsoever.
Otherwise, we're finished. Chapter 176, Lu Feng's plan. What? You want to publicly disassociate ourselves from Lu Feng? No way. I won't agree to that. Li Wei declared decisively. Xiao Wei, what are you thinking? You can't seriously believe Lu Feng still has a chance, can you? He's now under the scrutiny of the Li family of Magic City.
There's absolutely no way he can turn things around.
And he's completely broke now.
So what if he's broke? Don't forget, if it weren't for Lu Feng, our Li family would have been finished. People should know how to repay kindness. He just helped you, and now you're abandoning him? Do you have any conscience left? Li Wei couldn't help but snap at Li Qinghao, no longer caring whether he was her father or not.
You insolent brat! How dare you speak to me like that? I'm your father. How dare you talk to me this way? Do you even act like a father? I'm the company's largest shareholder now. If I don't agree, it's not happening. Li Wei retorted coldly. Hearing this, Li Qinghao was furious. He couldn't help but curse. Fine. You won't rest until you've ruined the Li family, will you? Think you've grown wings now? Think I can't control you anymore? You think I won't slap you right now? Go ahead and hit me if you dare. You think I'm afraid? Li Wei retorted coldly. What are you two up to? Anyone watching would think you have some deep-seated grudge. Can't you just talk things out? Must you fight like you're trying to kill each other?
Li Wei's mother, Miao Jianghong, entered from outside and spoke irritably. I heard you arguing all the way from downstairs.
What? Do you want the whole company to know about this?
Miao Jianghong began lecturing the two people before her.
Li Qinghao, what about you? Do you even have any dignity as a father? Now that the company has been handed over to Xiao Wei, you still have to stick your nose in? Wouldn't it be better to just enjoy your retirement? Do you think I want to interfere?
I'm just afraid this child will squander the entire Li family fortune. As her father, I can't stand by and watch her go down the wrong path.
Li Qinghao couldn't help but explain. Cut the crap. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking.
Since the company is already fully in Xiao Wei's hands, you should trust her. And Xiao Wei is right, if it weren't for that Lu young master, our Li family would have been finished long ago.
How could we be living this good life now? Miao Jianghong retorted irritably.
But now he's crossed the Li family of Magic City, the Li family with assets worth hundreds of thousands, even millions. If we don't cut ties with him, our Li family will be finished too.
So what if we're ruined? What's the big deal? At worst, we'll just sell the entire company.
We still have nearly 10,000 yuan left. Let's use that 10,000 to repay Lu Feng and help him through this crisis first.
Li Wei suddenly interjected. Are you out of your mind? That's our Li family's money. Why should we hand it over to help Lu Feng? Isn't he some rich kid? A spoiled heir? He must have his own ways to handle it.
Li Qinghao retorted immediately.
Our family's money? That money belongs to Lu Feng in the first place. If it weren't for his help and advice earlier, we wouldn't have this money. Returning it to him is only fair. No way. Absolutely not. I'm firmly against it. What good does your objection do? I said it, I'm the company's largest shareholder. My word is final. Li Wei couldn't help but snap. I'll beat the hell out of you.
Li Qinghao was so furious he nearly stood up to attack Li Wei.
But Miao Jianghong quickly stepped in to restrain him, snapping, What are you doing? Get out. Wait, honey, that's our Li family's money. Why give it to an outsider? Li Qinghao blurted out in frustration. I said get out.
Miao Jianghong gave Li Qinghao a meaningful look, signaling him to step outside first. Li Qinghao had no choice but to storm out of the office in frustration. After Li Qinghao left, Miao Jianghong slowly sat down in front of Li Wei and spoke earnestly. Xiao Wei, I know you're anxious now that young Master Lu is in trouble, but the more critical the situation, the calmer you must be.
Mom, you don't need to try to talk me out of it. My mind is made up. Li Wei couldn't help but retort. I'm not trying to dissuade you. I'm telling you this situation isn't what it seems on the surface.
You told me before that Lu Feng has excellent judgment.
It was Lu Feng who informed you about the ice cream price hike and the market bubble, right? Yes. Well then, think about it. Lu Feng is such a smart guy. Why would he let himself get into such a passive situation? With his intelligence and big picture perspective, do you really think he could end up with nothing? Miao Jianghong's question left Li Wei speechless.
Li Wei pondered for a moment, then shook her head.
It does seem unlikely. Lu Feng has always been exceptionally clever.
This situation is indeed strange.
Exactly. That's the point.
Lu Feng is so clever, he must have a reason for doing this.
Maybe he's deliberately playing weak to achieve some goal.
If you rashly sell the company and hand over all the money to Lu Feng, you might disrupt his plan. Then it would be a case of losing more than you gain.
Ha? Is that really the case?
What else could it be? Think about it, if Lu Feng were truly facing bankruptcy, and he knew we had the money, why wouldn't he come asking you for it? Clearly, he hasn't reached that point. Even if he were to ask you for money now, it would only be a deliberate setup for others to witness. So you don't need to concern yourself with this matter at all. As for the Li family affair in Shanghai, Lu Feng will handle it himself. There's no need for you to worry. Battles at their level are far beyond our reach. Even if we tried to intervene, we couldn't help much, we'd only become a liability to young Master Lu. Understand? Chapter 177, Li Wei's Decision. Li Wei's eyes widened as Miao Jianghong's words clicked into place. Mom, I get it now. All this time, it was Lu Feng's plan all along. I almost ruined everything. Thank goodness you reminded me. Li Wei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, grateful she hadn't rushed into a decision. So, we just need to focus on our own affairs. As for your father's suggestion to publicly distance ourselves from Lu Feng, I think it's not a bad idea. That way, outsiders will believe our family has fallen out with young Master Lu. This might actually be a huge help to his grand scheme. Miao Jianghong urged once more. This. Li Wei still hesitated, mainly because she felt it was wrong to do such things openly. Don't worry about it.
After all, you're not truly cutting ties with Lu Feng, it's just for appearances. Behind the scenes, you can still support him. Miao Jianghong said. Li Wei hesitated upon hearing this, then blurted out, I'll think it over. If you need to think it over, better do it quickly. Otherwise, if the Wang family and the Li family of Magic City come after us later, our losses will be even greater. Alright, I understand. Li Wei nodded helplessly. Seeing Li Wei's expression, Miao Jianhong nodded and said, then think it through carefully. I'll take your father back first. That way he won't bother you. Okay. With that, Miao Jianhong exited Li Wei's office. Outside the office, Li Qinghao, who had been waiting at the door, immediately rushed over to Miao Jianhong and asked, So? Honey, what did that little Wei say? From what I know of Xiao Wei, it should be fine. Miao Jianhong nodded in agreement. Earlier in Li Wei's office, the two of them had played the roles of the good cop and the bad cop, both aiming to get Li Wei to distance herself from Lu Feng and refrain from using the Li family's money to help him. But this can't go on. The company has always been in Xiao Wei's hands, and it just doesn't feel right. I don't know what's gotten into that brat, she always seems to be siding with outsiders. Don't worry. I've already had people quietly making moves behind the scenes. Before long, the company shares will be back in my hands. You wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics, would you? I'm warning you, Xiao Wei is still our own flesh and blood. Don't even think about playing dirty tricks. Of course not. Do I look like that kind of person? Rest assured, this won't affect Xiao Wei in the slightest. That's good. Just hope Xiao Wei doesn't end up resenting us later. At that moment, Li Wei sat in her office, hesitating for a long time before pulling out her phone and dialing Lu Feng. Lu Feng, have you been okay lately? Lu Feng was idly scrolling through his phone when Li Wei's sudden question caught him off guard. Seriously, sis? What could possibly be wrong with me? I don't even know how to respond to that. Hearing Lu Feng's playful tone, Li Wei concluded he must be fine, so relaxed and carefree. Probably just laying some kind of groundwork, just like her mother had said. Lu Feng, I heard you went bankrupt and are broke. Is that true? Who told you that? Me, broke? No way. Lu Feng replied exasperatedly. While he didn't have much cash on hand right now, the money old Qian had promised should be transferred within days. With tens of thousands coming in, how could he possibly be broke? People are saying you've offended the Li family in Magic City, that you're completely broke and at the end of your rope. My dad told me to cut ties with you and publicly distance myself from you. Oh, the Li family from Magic City? What's your dad playing at? Did that Li family make a move against your family? Lu Feng suddenly recalled something. Hu Xinyue had mentioned earlier that the Li family of Magic City would use the Wang family as a proxy to attack him. But since he didn't own any companies under his name, the target of their attack would naturally be someone connected to Lu Feng. Lu Feng had been puzzled. The Wang family's move should have made waves by now. Turns out it was happening here. This was quite unexpected. Well, the Wang family, relying on their huge market share in Mencheng and backed by the Li family of Magic City, has started aggressively suppressing the raw materials for our steel mill. Li Wei couldn't help but blurt out. Steel mill? Alright, Li Wei, you're going to dump all your family's steel inventory at rock-bottom prices, even below cost, and preferably sell it all to the Wang family. Chapter 178, Ex-Girlfriend. Ha? Sell everything to the Wang family? Why would we do that? Li Wei asked, utterly baffled. Don't ask so many questions for now. Just follow your parents' instructions, publicly announce you're severing ties with me, then sell off all the steel your company currently holds. Lu Feng said indifferently. Though not entirely clear on the details, Li Wei felt Lu Feng's words held truth. She nodded and replied, alright, I understand. Following Lu Feng's instructions, Li Wei publicly severed ties with him and announced a partnership with the Wang family, selling the relevant steel to them. Upon hearing this news, the elite families of Mencheng all believed Lu Feng was utterly finished. After all, compared to the Li family of Magic City, Lu Feng was merely a minor rich kid with a background so obscure it was practically non-existent. How could he possibly go toe-to-toe with the Li family? Then, someone suddenly revealed that the online user brother who had gone on a gift-spending spree was none other than Lu Feng himself. The moment this news broke, both User God and Lu Feng shot to the top of the trending searches. Netizens erupted in heated discussion. No wonder User God stopped gifting recently, turns out he'd already been finished off. Who is Lu Feng anyway? Is he really that big of a deal? Never heard of him. All I know is there's some suck-up at our Mencheng University named Lu Feng, no clue if it's the same guy. You're an idiot, right? How could a suck-up be a rich kid? Well, guess what? Rich kids can totally be suck-ups. Haven't you seen the news? Rich kids suck-ups aren't exactly unheard of. Whoa, you guys dare call him a rich kid? Watch out, he might come after you through the internet. Pfft, it's just some rich kid. If he's got the guts, let him come. Think I'm scared of him? I'll trash talk him to death. Bunch of keyboard warriors. Speaking of which, what's this Magic City Li family business? Are they really that big of a deal? How'd they manage to bankrupt User Brother? You don't know the Li family from Shanghai? Honestly, neither do I. You guys have no clue if you don't know the Li family of Shanghai? All I can say is, I don't know either. Any big shots out there willing to enlighten us?
The Li family of Shanghai ranks among the city's top 10 clans.
Their holdings are countless, spanning multiple industries.
Just one of their subsidiaries, Tianwang Entertainment, is worth hundreds of millions, and that's just one branch of the Li Empire.
Tianwang Entertainment? Holy crap! Is that for real?
I've heard of that company. They represent Joey, who's all over the TV and film scene right now, plus the popular young star Lin Han.
Several of the hottest celebrities in the entertainment industry today are signed to Tianwang Entertainment. Holy crap, they're that powerful? You could say Tianwang Entertainment controls 60% of the entertainment industry's resources.
I heard that innocent-looking actress Tong Yaoyao got blacklisted because she crossed the Shanghai Li family scion.
Isn't Tong Yaoyao rumored to be a promiscuous? Her image is already ruined. What pure and innocent idle nonsense. People who know nothing should just shut up and stop making wild comments. Tong Yaoyao's acting was actually pretty solid. She had a breakout hit right after debuting as a newcomer. What a waste. Lu Feng's face turned ashen as he read the online comments.
It wasn't about anything else, it was all because of Tong Yaoyao.
Tong Yaoyao was Lu Feng's former classmate and even his high school girlfriend.
Unfortunately, due to certain circumstances, they ended up not being together.
After their breakup, Tong Yaoyao pursued stardom.
Whether by luck or skill, her innocent looks and solid acting propelled her to fame with just one hit project. But her glory was short-lived. Soon after rising to stardom, she was embroiled in a group sex scandal and rumored to have a promiscuous private life of full-blown.
When the news broke, Lu Feng was frantic. Though they'd broken up some time ago, Tong Yaoyao was his first love, and he couldn't help but care. Lu Feng messaged Tong Yaoyao and even asked mutual classmates for information, desperate to find her.
Later, he heard she had moved away and changed her phone number, making contact impossible. Lu Feng felt lost and worried for a long time. Eventually, he received a text message from someone claiming to be Tong Yaoyao, assuring him she was fine and asking him to stop looking for her. Looking back on those days, Lu Feng felt a sense of helplessness. If only he had been as he was today, with all this money, he and Tong Yaoyao might have been a perfect match. It's not that Tong Yaoyao was materialistic, they were still young back then, hardly old enough to grasp such concepts.
Both he and Tong Yaoyao were just discovering love for the first time.
Both harbored feelings for each other, but unfortunately, their relationship was soon discovered by their school teachers. In the end, Tong Yaoyao's parents came over and gave him a thorough scolding, insulting Lu Feng as a good-for-nothing poor kid. To separate them, they even moved Tong Yaoyao away and transferred her to another school.
Hey, Feng, you're looking at Tong Yaoyao? What? You know her?
Lu Feng looked at Feng Yuqing in surprise.
Of course I know Tong Yaoyao.
That wildly popular show Love Through the Millennium was a huge hit 2 years ago.
I still rewatch it whenever I get the chance. The acting was truly outstanding. What a shame. Feng Yuqing sighed. Who wouldn't agree? I adore Tong Yaoyao too. How could those online trolls call her a with a messy private life? Absolutely ridiculous. I refuse to believe it. I heard it's because she refused to play the game, that's why they blacklisted her. Su Chaochao chimed in, leaning forward eagerly. Refused to play the game? What does that mean? Did someone try to force her into it? Lu Feng asked in confusion. Of course. With Yaoyao being so beautiful, it's only natural that some sleazy directors and investors would want to take advantage of her. Chapter 179, Luya's skill. But the fact that she dares to stand up to power and bravely say no to those people, I admire her for that. I'll be her fan for life. Su Chaochao exclaimed excitedly. Oh, I see. So do you know where she is now? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask. How would we know? After she was blacklisted, rumors spread that she attempted suicide, even talk of her jumping off a building or slitting her wrists. Then she vanished completely. Who knows what happened to her? What? Slit her wrists and jumped off a building? Is that even true? Lu Feng asked, utterly stunned. I don't know, just rumors. But Feng, why are you so worked up? Do you like Yaoyao too? Su Chaochao asked curiously. Feng Yuqing also looked at Lu Feng with some confusion, feeling his reaction seemed a bit too intense. Lu Feng stared at the photo on the computer, his emotions tangled. He couldn't help but nod. Really? Feng Ge, you believe Yaoyao too, right? She's definitely not the kind of person they say she is online. Someone's deliberately smearing her, it's clearly just to make enemies. Su Chaochao exclaimed indignantly. I've always believed in her. I wonder how she's doing now. Lu Feng sighed, seeming somewhat helpless. Just then, Luya walked over, looking puzzled at the group. What are you all looking at? Nothing much, just that Tong Yaoyao who went viral earlier. Feng Yuqing said indifferently. Is the boss interested in her? Luya looked at Lu Feng questioningly. Lu Feng looked at Luya before him and suddenly recalled the system's functionality. It seemed he could now view people's attributes.
Curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to examine Luya. After all, she was far more mysterious than the others. He shouldn't have looked. The moment he did, he was startled.
Name, Luya. Age, 27. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 92 points.
Proficient skills: assassination, espionage, hand-to-hand combat, violin, hacking, disguise, firearms.
Affinity with host, 70. These mastered skills left Lu Feng utterly dumbfounded.
He never imagined Luya possessed such a wide array of abilities. Trigger the mission for Luya, reach 100 affinity to obtain a devaluation card. Hearing the notification in his mind, Lu Feng was so furious he nearly cursed.
Damn it, another devaluation card.
However, this mission had no time limit. It seemed to be a long-term task.
Boss, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?
Luya looked at Lu Feng questioningly.
Nothing. Right, Aya, do you have any way to find Tong Yao Yao?
Lu Feng suddenly turned to ask Luya. Lu Feng recalled that Luya possessed hacking skills, and perhaps she could use those abilities to track down information about Tong Yao Yao.
What? Brother Feng, why are you asking Aya? How could she possibly find Yao Yao?
She's vanished from public view. Who knows where she is now? She might have even changed her identity and started a new life.
Su Chaoqiao blurted out. Feng Yuqing nodded in agreement. Exactly. After all this time, how could we possibly find her? She was hard to track down even when she was a big star, let alone now that she's vanished completely. It's okay, maybe Aya has a way.
Lu Feng smiled as he looked at Luya. Lu Feng's gaze instantly made Luya feel as if he could see right through her. This sensation left her deeply shaken. Even back when she was a mercenary abroad, facing some big shots, she'd never felt this way. I do have ways to find people, but I need her information like a phone number or WeChat ID. But she was a big star.
How could you possibly have that?
Luya said helplessly.
Phone number, WeChat ID? Would an old one work? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask.
Hearing Lu Feng's words, the others present all stared at him with expressions of utter disbelief.
What? Brother Feng? You're not joking, right? You have Yao Yao's old contact info? Seriously?
Su Chaoqiao stared at Lu Feng, her face filled with disbelief. Lu Feng said nothing. Instead, he pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and scrolled to the very bottom of his contacts.
This was Lu Feng's personal contact note. His last chat with Tong Yao Yao had been frozen 4 years ago. Lu Feng handed his phone to Luya and asked, "So? Can you do anything?"
"If that's not enough, I've got her phone number and ID number too."
"Alright, that's enough. But I need to check if this WeChat account is still active first. What if she switched phones and someone else logged in? That'd make it tricky to trace." Luya nodded in agreement.
Beside them, Su Chaoqiao couldn't believe her ears and quickly snatched Lu Feng's phone.
"Holy crap, Feng, is this real? You actually have Yao Yao's phone number, WeChat ID, and even her ID number? Honestly, what's your deal with her?" "Nothing much. That's all in the past.
If I hadn't seen it online today, I probably would have forgotten about it entirely."
Lu Feng sighed as he gazed out the window, seemingly reluctant to revisit the past.
But Su Chaoqiao was like she discovered a new continent, staring at Lu Feng's old chat history with Tong Yao Yao.
"Brother Feng, is this really Yao Yao's WeChat ID? You're not just messing with me, are you? Were you two a couple?" Su Chaoqiao noticed the chat history between Lu Feng and Tong Yao Yao was far too intimate. It clearly wasn't just a casual relationship, they were obviously a couple. That's all in the past.
"I haven't contacted her in ages.
By the way, Yuqing, has your company been targeted by the Wang family?"
Lu Feng seemed eager to change the subject, unwilling to continue discussing this.
"Ah, it's nothing, Brother Feng. Our company is just starting out. We're being targeted, but it's no big loss, just some rent money. Feng, don't change the subject. Be honest, were you and Yao Yao really a couple?" Chapter 180, The Wang Family Comes Calling. Su Chaoqiao pressed relentlessly.
"I told you, that was all in the past. After she broke up with me, I never contacted her again. Even when she got into trouble last year, I didn't reach out."
"We've long been people from two different worlds, no overlap whatsoever."
Lu Feng replied indifferently. "But Feng, I can tell you're still worried about her."
Feng Yuqing couldn't help but remark, observing Lu Feng's expression. "It's not really worry.
I just suddenly remembered her, and it stirred up mixed feelings.
I do genuinely want to know if she's doing okay now."
Lu Feng replied indifferently.
"Well, if you want to, Fenggu, then go find her. It's fine. Honestly, I'm worried about her too. After all, facing all that gossip, I have no idea if she can handle it." Feng Yuqing seemed genuinely sympathetic. "Boss, this WeChat account was logged into just the day before yesterday.
The account definitely belongs to her. The device used hasn't changed, so it's definitely the same person from 4 years ago."
Luya had used her special hacking skills to track Tong Yao Yao's device login history. "Oh, really? It hasn't changed?" Lu Feng frowned.
Earlier, Lu Feng had tried calling and messaging Tong Yaoyao, but all attempts failed. It seemed she hadn't changed her contact info, she simply didn't want to deal with him.
Brother Feng, why don't you send her a message and ask? Feng Yuqing asked tentatively.
Lu Feng held his phone, feeling conflicted. After hesitating for a while, he finally said, "Forget it. I've tried reaching out to her before, but she won't take my calls.
Sending her a WeChat message feels awkward too. Alright." Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Feng Yuqing didn't press further. "Oh, about what I asked you earlier, I heard you want to sell the company and give me some money? I'm warning you, don't pull any stunts. Either put the company on hold for now or wait until this storm blows over." Lu Feng addressed Feng Yuqing. "But Feng Good, you really don't need any help? Everyone's saying you've already."
Feng Yuqing said guiltily.
"It's fine. Don't listen to those rumors, and don't overthink it. If I say it's fine, then it's fine," Lu Feng declared with conviction. Hearing Lu Feng's words and seeing his expression, Feng Yuqing nodded.
A day later, Li Wei called Lu Feng again.
"Lu Feng, I've already delivered all my steel to the Wang family. What should I do next?" "It's fine. You don't need to do anything. Just keep operating normally. The funds you have now should be enough to safely get you through the next phase.
Remember, no matter what happens from now on, don't get involved.
Just focus on producing your steel." "Got it." Li Wei nodded.
Though she didn't know why, she felt certain that following Lu Feng's instructions would lead to no problems. The reason Lu Feng had instructed Li Wei to sell all the steel to the Wang family was because he possessed a devaluation card obtained as a reward from a previous mission. Since the Wang family wanted to mess with him, he saw no reason to be polite to them. Their relationship had always been strained, and the Wang family's young masters had caused him no end of friction.
After finishing the call, Lu Feng headed back to school.
His counselor had specifically instructed him today that no matter what excuse or reason he had, he absolutely had to attend. Lu Feng still felt a bit intimidated by his counselor, and since the counselor had actually been quite decent to him before, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Upon returning to campus and stepping into his classroom, Lu Feng noticed that the students who had previously fawned over him had suddenly turned their backs on him with disdain. He didn't need to guess why it was all because of the recent rumors.
Lu Feng paid them no mind.
People with such narrow horizons were destined to amount to nothing.
"Oh, isn't this young Master Lu? What brings you to campus? Had enough of ice cream? Or are you so broke you came to beg for money? Let me tell you, if you're here to borrow money, you've come to the wrong place, we don't have much to spare." Exactly. You crossed the Li family of Magic City. No one would dare help you. I advise you to give up that hope.
But if you could beg young Master Wang for help, you might just have a chance.
After all, the Wang family has a special relationship with the Li family of Magic City.
Maybe if young Master Wang puts in a good word for you with young Master Li, they might just let you off the hook.
Exactly. Wang Xiao is probably your only hope now. Chapter 181, The Confrontation with Wang Defu. As the second son of the Wang family, Wang Defu now enjoyed immense prestige.
With the Wang family riding high and forging ties with the Li family of Magic City, Wang Defu's status had naturally soared.
He practically ruled the school with an iron fist.
Facing Lu Feng, who had previously humiliated him, Wang Defu showed no courtesy.
With utter contempt, he declared, "Exactly, Lu Feng.
If you kneel before me now and beg respectfully, I might be in a generous mood.
I could put in a good word for you, and who knows? The Li family might even let you off." "Oh? Is the second young master of the esteemed Wang family really that influential? Can he sway the Li family? Is there such a thing as a dog making its master do its bidding?"
Facing Wang Defu's taunts, Lu Feng fired back just as bluntly.
"Who the hell do you think you're calling a dog?" Wang Defu roared in fury. "I know exactly who I'm talking about. The second-ranked family in Mensheng?
I see it's nothing special after all, still needing to rely on other families."
"Humph. Without the Li family, the Wang family is nothing."
Lu Feng sneered coldly.
You're broke as hell now, yet you still talk so big? You think I can't have someone take you out anytime I want?" Wang Defu blared threateningly at Lu Feng. "Kill me? I've got this recorded. This is a society governed by law. If anything happens to me later, it'll all be young Master Wang's doing. You'll rot in prison for it."
Lu Feng said with a sinister look.
"You, trying to screw me over? You idiot, I'm the one setting you up. If you've got the balls, go ahead and get someone to take me out. If anything happens to me afterward, even a scratch, it'll be all on you, Wang Defu."
Lu Feng sneered coldly.
"Lu Feng, you're something else. I'll see just how long you can keep up this tough act," Wang Defu retorted coldly.
Just then, Ji Shuiying entered the classroom.
Ji Shuiying called out to Lu Feng, "Lu Feng, come with me to the office."
Seeing this, the students in the classroom began murmuring among themselves.
"What's going on? Why is the counselor calling Lu Feng? What else could it be? She's definitely picking a fight. Lu Feng hasn't been coming to class for so long. Before, they didn't bother him because he had money. Now that Lu Feng is finished, of course they're coming after him. But Lu Feng suddenly becoming so rich was suspicious in itself. Could he have gotten rich through some illegal means? Exactly, that's highly likely. Look at Lu Feng before he was just a broke loser, skimping on food and drink to save money to be Wu Xi's lapdog. If he really were a rich kid, how could he have started out without spending any money? I'd bet 80% it's true Lu Feng probably acquired his wealth through shady deals. Too bad he didn't know his place and crossed young Master Wang and the Li family of Shanghai. Now he's definitely finished. Lu Feng followed Ji Shuiying into the office. Lu Feng couldn't hold back and blurted out first, "Ms. Ji, what's going on? Why did you call me here? What do you mean, what's going on? How many days have you skipped class? The conditions you agreed to with the principal haven't been met yet, and I haven't approved them. If you keep skipping class, I'll make sure you can't graduate." Ji Shuiying threatened Lu Feng. Ms. Ji seems pretty down. Could it be because my collaboration with the principal fell through? Lu Feng said with a mischievous grin. Lu Feng, are you trying to get yourself expelled? How dare you mock your teacher? Believe me or not, I can get you disciplined right this instant. Ji Shuiying glared at Lu Feng warningly. No, Teacher Ji, I'm sorry. Look, I'm back in class now, aren't I? Lu Feng quickly offered a sheepish smile. Anyway, he didn't have much else going on lately, so coming back to class was a decent way to pass the time. Just glad you're back. By the way, I heard you've been having some trouble lately. Are you okay? Ji Shuiying asked with concern. Nothing. Such a minor issue doesn't warrant Teacher Ji's concern. Lu Feng replied with a smile. You don't seem like someone who's been through anything major. Are you really okay? I heard it involved the Wang family and the Li family from Magic City. Ji Shuiying said with concern. Are you worried about me, Teacher Ji? Lu Feng looked at Ji Shuiying with a playful smile. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You better believe I'll beat the crap out of you. Ji Shuiying warned Lu Feng angrily. No, Teacher Ji, don't worry. The Wang family is just a minor clan, they can't stir up much trouble. As for the Li family in the Demon City, they're so far away. What could they possibly do to our city? Lu Feng said nonchalantly. Seeing Lu Feng's relaxed and carefree expression, Ji Shuiying was somewhat taken aback, a hint of skepticism appearing on her face. Fine, you can go back then. Oh, and there's a basketball game in the department this afternoon. I recall you were pretty good at basketball before. Might as well go relax your nerves. Ji Shuiying said to Lu Feng. A basketball game? Can I skip it? Lu Feng asked with a troubled look. No, you have to go. Ji Shuiying snapped. Fine. Lu Feng sighed in resignation and agreed. The afternoon basketball game was an internal school competition, with teams representing different departments. Lu Feng's art department had plenty of male students, but most of them were rather introverted. There weren't many who could actually play basketball. On the basketball court, Lu Feng changed into his uniform but resigned himself to sitting in the reserve area. The old Lu Feng had indeed known how to play basketball back in high school. He'd specifically learned to play basketball to impress Tong Yaoyao, all for the sake of looking cool. But after breaking up with her, he'd barely touched the game. He had no idea how Ji Shuiying had found out he could play. Not far away, Wang Defu eyed Lu Feng sitting in the bench area in his basketball uniform, sneering, What? You think a loser like you can join the game? Humph. You think I wanted to come? If it weren't for Teacher Ji worrying you'd lose too badly and asking me to help out, do you think I'd bother showing up? Lu Feng retorted coldly. So cocky. Anyone watching would think you're some basketball god. Let me tell you, we're playing against the civil engineering department next. They're way out of your league. With your half-assed skills, you'd be better off watching the game from the sidelines. Chapter 182, not the slightest bit of a hindrance to my showboating. Wang Defu sneered with utter disdain. But a teammate whispered to Wang Defu, Young Master Wang, we have almost no chance against civil engineering. Why let him play and embarrass himself? Upon hearing this, Wang Defu's face lit up with delight, and he couldn't help but exclaim, You're a sharp one, kid. Exactly, if we can't beat him, why not let him go out there and make a fool of himself? With that, Wang Defu turned to Lu Feng, who was sitting in the lounge, and declared, Since you want to fight, I'll hand over my starting forward position to you. Lu Feng watched Wang Defu suddenly run over and say this, his guard immediately up. There was no way Wang Defu would let him show off his skills in front of so many classmates. The only possibility was that the upcoming opponent was exceptionally strong, and Wang Defu wanted him to go up and make a fool of himself. What? Could it be that little Lu is afraid? Wang Defu deliberately used reverse psychology to bait Lu Feng. Lu Feng wasn't stupid. Hearing Wang Defu's words, he chuckled and said, Provocation doesn't work on me. But since you don't want to play, I'll go have some fun. Lu Feng slowly rose to his feet, preparing to enter the ring. Seeing Lu Feng about to enter the ring, Wang Defu immediately wore a look of triumph. He then turned to his henchman beside him and said, Tell those guys to make sure this guy makes a fool of himself. The henchman nodded knowingly. Soon after, the basketball game began.
The opposing players were all big and burly, with some easily outmatching Lu Feng 2-1. Their heads were shockingly large, and Lu Feng feared that a single collision could send him flying. Seeing this, Wang Difu smirked smugly. Ha! With Lu Feng's scrawny frame, he won't even last 2 hits from those guys. The spectators around the court, seeing such a stark disparity, shook their heads helplessly.
Isn't that the piano prince? Shouldn't he be playing the piano? Why's he playing basketball? Can those piano-playing hands even handle basketball? Isn't it embarrassing for him to play? Look at the guys on the other team, each one weighs twice as much as him. One collision and he'd probably get knocked flying. Who let my prince brother go play basketball? He's out of his mind. I protest, my prince brother can't play basketball. Exactly.
Look at those guys over there, they're all fierce as hell.
If he gets hit, won't my piano prince get knocked out of commission?
Clearly, no one believed Lu Feng could win against the other team.
Lu Feng didn't pay much attention to the opposing team.
His physical condition was now even stronger than before, and he wasn't afraid of facing these guys. But right after tip-off, Lu Feng noticed something was off.
His teammates seemed completely disinterested, playing like they were out shopping.
They didn't defend when the other team drove to the basket, only Lu Feng was giving it his all. By halftime, Lu Feng's team had already conceded over 40 points. Their entire score came from a single three-pointer. Lu Feng had fought hard to secure 3 points to 43. With such a massive deficit, victory seemed virtually impossible.
Lu Feng couldn't hold back his anger as he shouted at his teammates, "What the hell are you doing? Defend! You can't beat them, so why blame us? You're the one who can't defend. Easy for you to talk when you're standing there.
If you're so capable, go guard them yourself." His teammates all replied with disdainful expressions. Seeing this, Lu Feng realized these guys had been bribed by Wang Difu, clearly trying to humiliate him.
How could they do this? Why make my piano prince fight alone? Exactly. Those guys are way out of line. Faced with the relentless criticism from outside, the teammates couldn't help but retort, "It's a clear difference in strength, okay?
If Lu Feng wants to go embarrass himself alone, then let him go embarrass himself." Lu Feng observed the scene but said nothing more. His original basketball skills were only on par with these opponents, but they had 5 players each physically more imposing than him. Going toe-to-toe was impossible, especially with his teammates acting like they weren't even there. Winning under these circumstances was practically impossible for Lu Feng.
Realizing this, Lu Feng knew the outcome was almost certain. Yet he refused to accept defeat. "System, can you get me a basketball skill or a basketball experience card or something?"
Due to system upgrades, the host may now exchange points for skills.
Acquiring basketball skills requires 10 points. Lu Feng thought for a moment.
He should still have 35 points left, more than enough. Exchange for basketball skills. Lu Feng decisively redeemed the skill. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the master-level basketball skill."
Hearing the system prompt, Lu Feng instantly perked up.
As the second half began, Lu Feng immediately stole the ball and launched a long-range jump shot.
A clean three-pointer swished through the net with pinpoint accuracy under everyone's gaze. Seeing this, several opponents froze in surprise. No big deal, probably just lucky. But then came a barrage of steals, blocks, and swats. His opponents were caught completely off guard, utterly unable to adapt to Lu Feng's sudden transformation. Holy, what's going on? How did he turn into a different person? He's so aggressive, how the hell are we supposed to play against him? It feels like he's on a whole different level.
Don't panic, guys. No matter how good he is, he's still just one person.
His teammates are useless.
You two block him, and the rest of us will score.
The opposing team quickly devised a defensive strategy.
But they soon realized it was useless. Lu Feng stole the ball again, stepped outside the three-point line, and faced 3 or 4 defenders closing in. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air and attempted a long-range dunk.
Holy, jumping from beyond the three-point line? Damn it, am I seeing things? How did he jump that high? Chapter 183, Lu Feng living off others? Everyone stared in disbelief.
Lu Feng used one defender's shoulder as leverage, propelling himself toward the rim for an impossibly long-range dunk.
The ball landed precisely in Lu Feng's hands, sinking into the hoop. This scene left everyone in the arena completely dumbfounded. Some even captured the moment on camera. Holy, that was so freaking awesome.
If this got posted on short video platforms, it'd go viral for sure.
Damn, I thought Basketball Fire was just TV impossible in real life. Turns out it was actually understated. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd swear I was watching a movie. Holy crap, Lu Feng is seriously so cool. Who knew he not only plays piano amazingly but also plays basketball this well? He's a basketball god, absolutely a basketball god. I'm in love, I'm in love. Lu Feng, I want to have your kids.
You love-struck fools, don't forget Lu Feng is broke now, just a penniless kid.
And I hear he's crossed the Wang family and the Li family of Magic City. Who'd dare be with him now? So what if he's broke? Money doesn't change the fact that Lu Feng is my Prince Charming. Exactly. If he's broke, I'll support him. Watching Lu Feng show off earlier really rubbed Wang Defu the wrong way.
He'd intended for Lu Feng to come up and embarrass himself, but instead, Lu Feng pulled off a show. Sensing things were going south, Wang Defu shot a meaningful glance at Lu Feng's teammates and gave them a subtle signal. His teammates nodded in understanding, then exchanged knowing glances among themselves.
From then on, Lu Feng started racking up points, slowly closing the gap.
Suddenly, Lu Feng sensed something was off. His teammates weren't defending or attacking, instead, they were surrounding him. To put it nicely, they were surrounding him. To put it bluntly, they were sabotaging him.
What was going on? Why were they all circling around Lu Feng? What was going on? I see it now, they're deliberately blocking Lu Feng.
Not only does he have to take on 5 opponents, but he also has to guard against his own 4 teammates.
It's practically a 1-on-9 situation. How disgusting. This is outrageous. Lu Feng's face turned ashen.
He hadn't expected Wang Defu to be so shameless, resorting to this trick just to humiliate him.
Fine.
If you want to play games, I'll play along.
So what if it's 1 against 9?
Lu Feng went all out, forcing his way through the defense. He nailed 3-pointers and slammed dunks with flawless precision.
Holy crap, so cool. So cool. Ah, seriously so cool. Lu Feng, I love you.
A group of starstruck fans couldn't help but scream out loud. Even some guys couldn't help but admire Lu Feng. After all, people naturally gravitate toward strength.
The final score ended at 67-56. The second half was nothing short of a one-sided rout by Lu Feng, a complete solo show.
After the game, a few bold girls rushed straight to Lu Feng, offering him water.
Lu Feng, you were so amazing just now. My name is Chen Xin. Can I add you on WeChat? Lu Feng, I'm Li Wen. Here's the water I bought for you. Can I add you on WeChat? Lu Feng thanked each of them politely but declined their requests.
The women who approached him were, frankly, not his type. None of them caught his eye.
But just then, a girl dressed in luxurious attire approached him and declared, Lu Feng, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lin Xie, the eldest daughter of the Lin family from Lianshui. My father is the wealthiest man in Lianshui. Oh. Lu Feng was taken aback for a moment before responding with a casual oh. He hadn't expected that the daughter of Lianshui's wealthiest man would actually attend his school.
Honestly, Mencheng University isn't exactly a top-tier or particularly renowned institution. Otherwise, Principal Ji Shuiying's father wouldn't be scrambling to secure investments.
Oh, really? Lin Xie seemed a bit puzzled by Lu Feng's reaction. What's up? You got something else to say? Lu Feng looked at Lin Xie with confusion. No, but isn't there something you wanted to tell me? Lin Xie was utterly baffled. Just then, a notification suddenly popped into Lu Feng's mind. Conquest mission initiated. Target, Lin Xie. Double points upon completion. Chapter 184, Countermeasures. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lu Feng was taken aback. Double points? That meant 200 points. Compared to previous rewards, these 200 points were absolutely worth it.
After all, the system points now had numerous functions. Not only could they be used for lottery draws, but they could also be exchanged for corresponding skills. They were practically universal.
Hello, my name is Lu Feng. Lin Xie, right? Pleased to meet you. Lu Feng greeted Lin Xie politely.
My piano prince, from now on, you're my boyfriend. As for the Wang family and the Li family of Magic City, don't worry about them. In Lianshui, even the Li family of Magic City can't touch our Lin family.
So you can relax and be my boyfriend. Lin Xie smiled at Lu Feng, already treating him as her boyfriend. Wait, is this really happening? We just met, isn't it a bit too fast to be boyfriend and girlfriend already?
Lu Feng said, speechless.
Cut the nonsense. Do you have any idea how many people dream of being my boyfriend?
And hitching your wagon to the Lin family will guarantee your future success.
Lin Xie snapped impatiently, clearly displeased by Lu Feng's hesitation.
Facing this version of Lin Xie, Lu Feng frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. This spoiled brat attitude was something Lu Feng found hard to stomach. Sorry, maybe others want to hitch a ride on the Lin family's ship, but I don't.
You've got the wrong guy. Lu Feng replied coldly, turning to leave. Stop right there, Lu Feng. If you dare leave today, do you know the consequences?
Lin Xie snapped at Lu Feng, clearly furious at his refusal to give her face.
You've already crossed the Wang family and the Li family of Magic City. If you add my Lin family to that list, do you really think you'll have any reason to survive? Lin Xie glared at Lu Feng menacingly.
Lu Feng chuckled, his voice dripping with contempt. Since I've already offended so many, adding your Lin family to the list won't make a difference.
If you want to deal with me, go ahead. With that, Lu Feng turned to leave. Seeing this, Xingyu, standing beside Lin Xie, couldn't help but speak up. Xie, this guy is way out of line. You've spoken to him like that, and he still won't give you face? What a character. He's exactly the kind of man I like. I've made up my mind, I absolutely must have him. Lu Feng's attitude ignited Lin Siye's competitive spirit.
But I heard that guy has quite a few women around him. The two most popular girls in school seem to have connections with him.
So yeah, are you really planning to pursue him? That just proves he's exceptional enough to attract so many women. And only a man of that caliber is worthy of someone like me, Lin Siye. Lin Siye said with a smile.
Lu Feng returned to the classroom that afternoon, but before he could settle in, Lin Siye came looking for him again. Seeing her, Lu Feng sighed helplessly.
Miss Lin, what exactly do you want? If you agree to be my boyfriend, I can help you. Help me? How exactly? Lu Feng smiled as he looked at Lin Siye. The Wang family and the Li family of Magic City are now heavily suppressing your businesses.
If you choose to join forces with me, the Lin family stepping in would make even the Li family think twice.
Protecting you then wouldn't be difficult. Lu Feng, you have no other options right now. I'm the only one who can help you. No one else would dare risk offending the Wang family and the Li family of Magic City for your sake. Lin Siye seemed utterly confident in Lu Feng's predicament.
To others, it might seem that way indeed. To everyone, I appear to have no chance of winning.
But I don't see it that way. Lu Feng chuckled. Seeing Lu Feng's relaxed, carefree expression, Lin Siye was taken aback. She watched him with interest and said, "Oh? Do you have some hidden trick up your sleeve? That's none of your business." Lu Feng retorted abruptly. Faced with Lu Feng's attitude, Lin Siye's face darkened with displeasure. She retorted, "Is this how you treat a woman? You have absolutely no gentlemanly manners.
If you could rein in your princess-like temper and tone down your arrogance, maybe I'd be nicer to you."
Lu Feng couldn't help but retort. "My attitude depends on your capability.
Since you claim to have the means to handle things yourself, I'll see just what those means are."
Lin Siye replied coolly. "Fine, then you wait and see." Lu Feng retorted. Just then, Lu Feng's phone suddenly rang.
Lu Feng picked up the phone and saw it was Hu Xinyue calling.
"What's up, Sister Xinyue? Little Feng, where are you now? I'll come pick you up." "Ha? What's going on that's so urgent? Remember old Qian from before?
You mentioned he had some health issues and suggested he get checked out, but he didn't take it seriously. Well, this morning he was diagnosed with lung cancer and it's already in the late stages.
This is partly my fault.
When you were treating my grandfather, I should have reminded old Qian about it, but I was so busy with Grandpa's situation that I completely forgot."
"It's okay. How could this be your fault? I had already warned him before. If they didn't take it seriously, that's not our problem. You called me, now they want to find me, right?" "Yes. I'm sorry, Feng.
I shouldn't have told others about your situation without your consent. But old Qian has a good relationship with our family, and Fei Xue is my close friend."
"My apologies. It's fine. Since it involves Sister Xinyue, it's naturally my concern too. I'm at school right now, just come pick me up."
Though leaving right after arriving showed disrespect to the counselor, Lu Feng had no other choice. The urgent matter took precedence.
Treating Elder Qian would greatly benefit him in the future. As for the threats from the Wang family and the Li family of Magic City, he didn't take them seriously at all. After all, he still held a trump card. If Lu Feng wanted to, he could easily defuse this crisis. It was just that he felt the timing wasn't right yet. Lu Feng wanted to see who would reveal their true colors during this period. Chapter 185, Old Master Qian's prediction comes true. Lu Feng didn't even bother asking Ji Shuiying for leave before striding straight out of the school gates. Hu Xinyue had been waiting at the school entrance for quite some time. Once in the car, Lu Feng couldn't help but ask Hu Xinyue, "Sis Xinyue, what exactly is going on? Old Master Qian wants to see you. Plus, I told them about how you saved my grandfather. They realize they wronged you, especially since I brought you here. They want to apologize personally." Hu Xinyue hurriedly explained. "Is this how they apologize? They even sent Sister Xinyue to pick me up, why didn't they come themselves?" Lu Feng retorted irritably. "Isn't it because we're close? They were worried you wouldn't come since they suspected you before, so they specifically asked me to find you." "Fine. For Sister Xinyue's sake, I'll let it slide," Lu Feng said with a smile. "You're such a smooth talker. My grandfather has been taking the herbal medicine you gave him these past few days, and his health is gradually improving. His complexion looks much better than before. Thank you so much. Sister Xinyue, you're being too formal. What kind of relationship do we have? You're my dear sister. Your grandfather is like my own. Treating him was only natural, I'd give it my all. Besides, Grandpa who is robust by nature. If it were anyone else, it might have been tougher." "Oh, Feng, are you free next weekend? My grandfather would love to invite you over for a meal." "Next weekend? Sure. Actually, I'll be giving Grandpa Hu another acupuncture session then," Lu Feng said casually. As they chatted and laughed, they had already arrived at their destination. Lu Feng followed Hu Xinyue into a high-end hospital suite. Upon entering the room, Lu Feng was profoundly stunned by the opulence of the wealthy. This private, high-end suite was more luxurious than a five-star hotel, equipped with nearly every conceivable amenity. There were 7 or 8 nurses on duty just for this room. Inside the room, old Qian lay on the hospital bed, his complexion looking rather grim, clearly showing signs of being on his last legs. Numerous doctors bustled around him, constantly attending to his needs. How is he? Is my grandfather okay? Qian Feishuai couldn't help but press urgently at the bedside. We're sorry, but the tumor cells in old Qian's body have deteriorated far too rapidly. They've already spread to other areas. Surgery is no longer an option, and given his current physical condition, chemotherapy would be almost unbearable for him to endure. So? The doctors looked utterly helpless. Did I come here to hear you say it's impossible? I don't care what methods you use, you must cure my grandfather. Otherwise, I'll tear this hospital apart. We'll do our best, we'll do our best. The doctors, startled, quickly wiped the cold sweat from their faces. Fei Shui, just let it go. Don't put them through this. Lying in bed, old Qian spoke weakly to Qian Feishuai. Hu Xinyue entered the ward at that moment, leading Lu Feng with her. Hu Xinyue approached the bedside with utmost respect and addressed old Master Qian. Grandfather Qian, I brought Lu Feng to see you. Seeing Lu Feng, Qian Feishuai's face twisted with fury. She shouted at him, you bastard. It's all because of you. You cursed my grandfather. You made him sick. What grudge do you hold against him? Why did you have to hurt him like this? Qian Feishuai was so agitated she grabbed Lu Feng's clothes and screamed wildly. Feishuai, stop this at once. Old Master Qian weakly called out to Qian Feishuai, coughing painfully twice. Grandfather, don't speak. It's all my fault. Seeing Qian Lao's state, Qian Feishuai hurriedly cried out. Old Qian gazed weakly at Lu Feng before slowly speaking. Xiao Feng, we were truly in the wrong before. I looked down on you. I apologize. I'm sorry. Seeing the frail old man in the hospital bed, Lu Feng felt a pang of sympathy and quickly replied, it's okay, old Qian. In that situation, anyone would have been skeptical. I understand. I'm truly grateful to you. I know you possess exceptional medical skills. I've even heard you could cure old Hu's leg. So, about my condition. Cough cough. Old Qian couldn't help but cough again, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, the doctors were startled and immediately shouted, everyone step back. The patient's condition is unstable. We need to act fast. Lu Feng intervened, it's useless. You can't cure him. I'll handle it. With that, Lu Feng pulled out silver needles from his robe, ready to act. Who the hell are you? Who gave you permission to enter? Do you even have a medical license? I'm warning you, don't you dare touch him. If something goes wrong, you won't be able to handle the consequences. The doctors shouted angrily at Lu Feng. Seeing this, Qian Feishuai, standing nearby, snapped at the doctors, shut up. If you have a solution, treat him. If you don't, get the hell out of here. But the patient's condition is critical. If we don't intervene immediately, he might. Before the doctor could finish, Qian Feishuai cut him off. Shut up. I'm asking you, can you cure my grandfather or not? Sorry, we'll do our best. Get out. All of you, get out. Qian Feishuai snapped angrily. Her gaze then fixed on Lu Feng, and she couldn't help but ask, can you save my grandfather? You didn't listen to me earlier when I told you to get checked sooner. If we'd intervened then, there was a 100% chance of a cure. But now, it's difficult. What are the chances of recovery now? Chapter 186, My Master? You're not worthy. It's hard to say right now. I don't know old Qian's condition yet. Let me take a look first. Lu Feng replied calmly. With that, Lu Feng swiftly picked up the silver needles and began inserting them into old Qian. After being treated with several silver needles, old Qian's complexion improved noticeably, and his coughing ceased almost instantly. Qian Feishuai, standing nearby, watched in astonishment. But Qian Feishuai still looked skeptical. You're going to save my grandfather with just these few silver needles? Is this some kind of Chinese medicine technique? Yes, it is. Lu Feng replied calmly, then extended his hand to take old Qian's pulse. After completing the pulse diagnosis, Lu Feng frowned and said, Old Master Qian's current condition is very poor. His cancer cells have already spread to his heart. Even if I intervene now, the success rate is only 40%. 40%? Really? Qian Feishuai found it hard to believe. Lu Feng nodded. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you're not convinced, you can just pretend I never said anything. Hearing this, Qian Feishuai hesitated. In her mind, traditional Chinese medicine wasn't particularly effective. It might help with minor ailments, but when it came to matters of life and death, it seemed to have little impact. Just as Qian Feishuai hesitated, someone rushed in from outside. Where is Elder Qian? Where is Elder Qian? The voice belonged to Zhang Xueling, a medical expert from the capital city specializing in pulmonary diseases with decades of experience. Seeing Zhang Xueling, the nurses at the door couldn't believe their eyes. Holy crap, it's Dr. Zhang? Who would have thought even Dr. Zhang would be called in? Expert Zhang? Could it be that Zhang Xuelin, the tumor slayer? That's right, it's him.
They say he's performed over 3,800 surgeries since starting his medical career, never once failing. The number of cancer patients he's saved is almost beyond counting. He's a true heavyweight. Upon seeing Zhang Xuelin, Qian Feishua rushed out excitedly. Dr. Zhang, hello.
My grandfather is on his last legs, please come examine him immediately.
Zhang Xuelin walked to the bedside, glanced at old Qian's condition, then noticed the silver needles on his body.
Who placed these needles? I did. Is there a problem? Lu Feng replied calmly. Zhang Xuelin was no quack, he had studied traditional Chinese medicine.
Observing the acupoints where the needles were inserted on old Qian, he was somewhat taken aback.
Isn't this a bit too risky? The slightest mistake could kill him instantly. We've reached this point, what choice do we have but to take risks? Lu Feng retorted impatiently. True. I never would have guessed someone so young could possess such profound medical knowledge. Would you be interested in becoming my apprentice? Zhang Xuelin looked at Lu Feng with genuine admiration.
Just judging by the placement of those few silver needles, Zhang Xuelin recognized Lu Feng as a doctor with original ideas far bolder than many conventional practitioners. He was undoubtedly a promising talent.
Your apprentice? Sorry, but you're not quite qualified yet. Lu Feng replied coolly. So young and already so arrogant. Do you even know who Dr. Zhang is? He's offering to take you on as an apprentice because he sees potential in you. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. The assistant who had entered with Zhang Xuelin couldn't help but retorted Lu Feng. Whatever. Lu Feng couldn't be bothered to explain to these people. After examining old Qian's condition, Zhang Xuelin also found himself at a loss.
He then turned to Qian Feishua and said, the patient's current situation is dire. It's safe to say there's almost no solution.
I don't have the ability to save him.
Surgery carries too great a risk, the success rate is probably less than 10%.
But without surgery, there's no better option. So what do you think? What? Only 10%? Qian Feishua stared at Zhang Xuelin in disbelief.
Earlier, Lu Feng had said there was at least a 40% success rate when treating him.
Qian Feishua looked at Lu Feng before her and couldn't help but ask, did you really mean it when you said there was a 40% success rate? Of course. I never tell lies. Lu Feng replied calmly. What? 40%? Kid, cut the crap. Even expert Zhang only has a 10% success rate. You claim 40%? Who do you think you are? Watch your tongue before it gets carried away. And let me tell you, this is about saving lives, not bragging. One misstep could cost someone their life. You'd better know your place. Chapter 187, Supernatural Skill.
Hearing Lu Feng's words, Zhang Xuelin beside him also sternly addressed Lu Feng. Young man, this isn't something to joke about.
40%?
Old Master Qian's cancer cells have already spread to his heart.
40%? Are you suggesting you'll just replace old Master Qian's heart? Of course not. My approach doesn't involve surgery. Neither surgery nor chemotherapy can solve this problem.
Only traditional Chinese medicine can, using silver needles to stimulate acupoints and inhibit the spread of cancer cells, while employing herbal remedies to dissolve them.
Lu Feng replied calmly.
Zhang Xueli listened, furrowing his brow before replying, all this is just theory.
Silver needles suppressing cancer cell spread? Are you planning to leave needles permanently embedded in old Qian? That seems unrealistic.
As for Chinese herbs dissolving cancer cells, that's downright far-fetched.
If such substances existed, cancer wouldn't be the world's most intractable disease. Are you actually capable of this? Don't exaggerate just to show off. My grandfather doesn't have the time to let you experiment on him. Qian Feishua couldn't help but snap at Lu Feng. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I've said it, I have a 40% success rate. Lu Feng shrugged indifferently. Seeing this, Hu Xinyu interjected, if there's no better solution, I think we should let Lu Feng try. My grandfather's chronic illness has been treated by nearly every renowned doctor, all saying there's no hope.
Yet Lu Feng managed to help him recover.
I believe he has some real ability.
Hearing this, Qian Feishua gritted her teeth and ultimately decided to take the gamble. After all, Zhang Xueli's success rate was far too low to even consider. Lu Feng's odds, however, were still quite high. Moreover, Hu Xinyu wouldn't harm her given their relationship, and she likely wasn't lying. I'm sorry, Dr. Zhang. My grandfather's condition is truly dire, less than a 10% success rate. That's why I've chosen to trust Lu Feng. I hope you won't hold it against me. Qian Feishua apologized to Zhang Xuelin.
Zhang Xuelin nodded understandingly. It's fine. I'm also curious to see how this guy manages to achieve a 40% success rate. Lu Feng, I'm counting on you. If you can cure my grandfather, whatever the Qian family can do, we'll grant you anything. For the first time, Qian Feishua lowered her stance before Lu Feng, all for her grandfather. All right. Remember what you said.
Lu Feng wasted no time, picking up the silver needles again and beginning to insert them into old Qian's body. Watching Lu Feng's technique, Zhang Xuelin was visibly stunned. The speed of his needle insertion was faster and steadier than that of some TCM practitioners with decades of experience. This young man had real skill. But how could someone so young have mastered such advanced techniques? It didn't seem right. Zhang Xueli found it hard to comprehend. In traditional Chinese medicine, the older the practitioner, the more refined their skills both in needle placement technique and clinical experience were supposed to become. Zhang Xueli had dabbled in TCM himself. From what he knew, Lu Feng's current speed was unmatched even by practitioners with 40 or 50 years of experience. It was utterly incomprehensible. Before long, old Qian's body was densely covered with silver needles, leaving scarcely any bare spot. This was the first time Zhang Xueli had witnessed such a scene, but he refrained from asking questions. After all, the greatest taboo during acupuncture treatment was to disturb the practitioner. Moreover, Zhang Xueli could clearly see that Lu Feng's body was beginning to weaken. Sweat was even beading on his forehead. After all, performing acupuncture at such high intensity for such a long period demanded tremendous physical coordination, concentration, and stamina. Watching old Qian covered in silver needles, Chen Feishue beside him grew increasingly anxious, clutching Hu Xinyue for a shred of comfort. Hu Xinyue kept reassuring Qian Feishue, insisting that Lu Feng knew what he was doing and everything would be fine. After completing the acupuncture, Lu Feng turned to Qian Feishue and said, "Master Qian's condition is now stable. These needles must remain in place. I'll write you a prescription, go get the herbs." With that, Lu Feng sat down on a nearby chair, wrote down some herbs on paper with a pen, and handed it to Chen Feishue. "This hospital happens to have a Chinese medicine warehouse. I'll have someone go get the herbs right away." Chen Feishue hurriedly replied. Zhang Xueli also came over to check on old Qian's condition. Although old Qian remains unconscious, all his vital signs have returned to normal, and he's out of danger. "It's truly remarkable," Zhang Xuelin exclaimed in astonishment. "I never imagined such advanced traditional Chinese medicine techniques still existed today. I had long believed that by the time this knowledge reached our generation, it would be largely lost. Yet here I am, witnessing the power of traditional Chinese medicine firsthand. It truly fills me with immense satisfaction. Indeed, it is the ancient heritage of our Yanxia that endures." Though Zhang Xueli studied Western medicine, he harbored deep aspirations for advancing Yanxia culture. Unfortunately, traditional Chinese medicine now languishes in decline. Truly skilled practitioners are scarce, and traditional curricula offer little substance. At this rate, it won't be long before TCM vanishes entirely, a prospect unbearable to countless Yanxia people. The primary reason for TCM's current predicament is capital. As is widely known, the cost of TCM treatment is worlds apart from Western medicine. TCM relies on simple, inexpensive herbs to heal, which naturally attracts more patients. With fewer people choosing Western medicine, capital inevitably fails to generate profits. Previously, some TCM practitioners chose to offer free classes, teaching others the art of TCM and vigorously promoting its benefits. Yet, before long, these efforts were suppressed. Chapter 188, The Supreme Card of the Chen Family. Since old Qian resided in a high-end private hospital, specialized staff handled the dispensing and decoction of his herbs. Soon, a pot of pungent herbal decoction was brought in. A nurse helped old Qian drink the herbal decoction. Lu Feng removed most of the silver needles, leaving only a small number in place. Observing the remaining needles, Zhang Xueli beside him inquired, "Brother Lu, what do you plan to do with these remaining needles? If you remove them, the cancer cells will inevitably continue spreading and worsen the condition." "Remove them? When did I ever say I'd remove them?" Lu Feng replied calmly. "But if we don't remove them, these needles will remain stuck in old Qian's body indefinitely. That won't be good either." Zhang Xueli couldn't help but interject. Lu Feng didn't respond to Zhang Xueli's words, but instead demonstrated his intent through action. He watched as Lu Feng forcefully thrust his hand downward, driving the entire silver needle deep into old Qian's body. Witnessing this, Zhang Xuelin was utterly dumbfounded. He immediately cried out in panic, "Have you lost your mind? Driving needles into his body? Have you considered the consequences? I don't need you to remind me of that. I'm well aware. But since I chose to insert it, I naturally have a way to remove it. It just requires regular visits." Lu Feng replied calmly. "This is incredibly reckless. Don't you realize these are vital acupoints? The slightest misstep could be fatal. Have you considered what happens if old Qian moves and the needles shift? The consequences could be catastrophic." Zhang Xueli couldn't help but interject. "I've considered all that. Rest assured, I've carefully selected the size of the silver needles. They're precisely within a specific range. Even if old Qian moves, as long as it's not violent or extreme motion, the needles inside his body won't be significantly affected." Lu Feng replied calmly. "Is that even possible?" But as far as I know, even the most experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners can't perform such procedures.
How did you manage it? And you're so young? This is naturally what my master taught me.
I have an exceptionally skilled master whose medical prowess far surpasses mine. He can even infuse qigong into the silver needles, though I'm not capable of that yet.
Lu Feng began to brag. Yet the people before him actually believed it. If I may ask, what is your master's name? Zhang Xueli inquired curiously. The Medicine King, Tian Hong.
Lu Feng replied casually.
Medicine King Tian Hong? The name alone sounds formidable.
If the opportunity arises, I hope Brother Lu could introduce me to him. Zhang Xuelin said respectfully.
That depends on luck.
My master roams the world year-round, elusive as a dragon seen only in glimpses.
Even I can't get in touch with him.
Lu Feng said with a smile.
Doesn't he have a cell phone or something? Zhang Xueli asked, unwilling to give up.
My venerable master lives like a free-roaming cloud or wild crane. He doesn't particularly care for mobile phones, nor is he very adept with them.
So, that makes sense.
Most elders don't use cell phones much, especially venerable masters like him.
Zhang Xueli nodded, suddenly finding this reasoning very convincing.
After Lu Feng had inserted all the silver needles into Old Master Qian's body, he pressed several points on his body. Soon after, Old Master Qian slowly regained consciousness.
Seeing the revived Elder Qian, Qian Feishue burst out in excitement. Grandpa! You're finally awake. You scared me to death. Old Master Qian opened his eyes and gazed at Qian Feishue with affection. Feishue, I'm perfectly fine. It's all my fault for making you worry. Don't say that, Grandpa. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in this state.
Qian Feishue said self-reproachfully. In truth, Old Master Qian had wanted to go to the hospital for a checkup a couple of days ago. But at the time, Qian Feishue was so furious with Lu Feng that she started bad-mouthing him, which made Old Master Qian abandon the idea of going to the hospital. Thinking of this, Qian Feishue felt a chill of dread. If Lu Feng hadn't been there today, she truly didn't know what she would have done.
Young brother Lu, I truly can't thank you enough for today. It's nothing, old Qian. No need to thank me. If you must thank someone, thank Xin Yue. If she hadn't kept pleading with me, I might not have come at all.
Lu Feng said indifferently.
Xin Yue, we really owe you this time. It's nothing, old Qian. Our families have always been close. Helping you is only natural. Hu Xin Yue replied politely. Feishue, bring me that VIP card from my bag. Old Qian instructed Qian Feishue. Qian Feishue nodded, then opened Old Master Qian's bag and retrieved the bank card inside. Young brother Lu, you saved my life this time.
Though I know no amount of money could ever repay my debt, gratitude is still in order. This is a token of my appreciation, no pin required, with 50,000 yuan inside.
I hope you won't look down on it. Old Qian said apologetically to Lu Feng. However, when Hu Xinyue saw the card in Qian Feishue's hand, she was utterly stunned. Could this be the Qian family's supreme card? Seeing Hu Xinyue's stunned expression, Lu Feng asked curiously, Supreme card? What's that?
The Qian family's supreme card is essentially a VIP pass to all their holdings.
It's far more than just a bank card. With this card, the holder could withdraw 3,000 yuan in cash from any Qian family-owned establishment, anywhere.
Possession of this card was extremely rare in all of Yanxia, only 2 or 3 direct descendants of the Qian family held one. It could be said that possessing this card meant you were practically a member of the Qian family.
Chapter 189, Counterattack against the Wang family. Hearing Hu Xinyue's explanation, Lu Feng was genuinely taken aback.
Elder Qian, you really didn't have to. This gift is far too valuable. Lu Feng hurriedly protested.
It's nothing, Lu Xiao.
You saved my life. Compared to that, these material possessions are nothing.
Master Qian said with utter indifference.
Seeing this, Lu Feng hesitated for a moment before accepting the bank card and saying, Then thank you, Elder Qian.
I should be thanking you. Old Qian said. Oh, Lu Feng, how is my grandfather doing now? Is he better? Qian Feishue hurriedly asked. It's not that simple. We've only stabilized old Master Qian's condition temporarily.
He still needs to take medicine daily. In a week, I'll come back to rearrange the silver needles in his body. Otherwise, if the needles fuse with his flesh, it'll be difficult to handle later. Repeating this process, it should take about a month before the silver needles are no longer needed. After that, he'll just need to take Chinese medicine for another 2 months.
Lu Feng replied calmly. Qian Feishue nodded in understanding upon hearing Lu Feng's explanation.
Beside them, Zhang Xuelin exclaimed in astonishment, I never imagined that even in the late stages of cancer, it could be cured without surgery.
Traditional Chinese medicine is truly miraculous.
The profound wisdom of Yanxia culture, cultivated over millennia, is indeed extraordinary. Lu Feng replied with a smile. Seeing Brother Lu's skills today has truly opened my eyes. Once we arrive in the capital, if Brother Lu ever needs any help, feel free to reach out anytime.
If I didn't have some unfinished business in the capital, I'd love to discuss traditional Chinese medicine with Brother Lu further. Zhang Xueli couldn't help but say. Old Zhang, you're too kind.
Lu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Han Feishui immediately turned to Zhang Xuelin and said, Master Zhang, thank you so much for coming all this way from the capital. I'm truly sorry to have caused you such trouble.
No problem, Feishui. Master Qian is also my honored guest. It's only right.
If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to reach out.
I'll be heading out now.
Zhang Xuelin said politely to Han Feishui. Watching Zhang Xueli depart, Lu Feng also stood up and addressed Old Qian, since you're all right now, I'll take my leave. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me anytime.
Young brother Lu, you truly astonish me.
Not only are you a master at appraising treasures, but your medical skills are equally remarkable.
Thank you so much for this time. If you ever have the chance, please do come visit me again. Absolutely. Lu Feng gave Han Feishui some instructions regarding old Master Qian before leaving the hospital.
Back in the car, Hu Xinyue turned to Lu Feng and asked, Brother Feng, it's been days now.
Aren't you going to retaliate against the Wang family and the Li family of Magic City? Of course I'll fight back. It's one thing for them to swindle me out of 50,000 yuan, but to actually come looking for trouble?
If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll think Lu Feng is someone to be trifled with. Lu Feng replied with a cold snort. Seeing Lu Feng's confident expression, Hu Xinyue asked with interest, judging by your attitude, you already have a plan, right?
Of course. Just watch my performance.
Lu Feng said with a smile.
Do you need my help?
Whatever the Hu family can do to assist, we'll give you our full support. Hu Xinyue asked with a hint of confusion.
Not for now. But if the need arises, I'll definitely come to you.
Lu Feng nodded.
Back home, Lu Feng pulled out his phone and called Li Wei.
Li Wei, have you finalized the sale of your family's steel?
Yes, all of it has been sold to the Wang family.
My parents were strongly opposed at first, but when I openly declared I was cutting ties with you and then sold it to the Wangs, they fully supported me. In fact, with their push, the company has now sold all its steel to the Wangs.
Good.
You should have a significant amount of funds now.
Wait for my instructions. Keep control of the funds yourself, don't let your parents handle them.
Got it.
After hanging up, Lu Feng began preparing for action.
Among his previous rewards was a depreciation card he hadn't used yet. Now was the perfect time.
System, activate the devaluation card. Please select the item you wish to devalue.
Steel. Lu Feng said indifferently. Please select whether to restore the steel price or devalue it by another 1,000,000 times. Continue devaluation by 1,000,000 times.
Lu Feng declared decisively. The devaluation card has been successfully used.
The value of steel has been devalued by another 1,000,000 times on top of its current value.
Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lu Feng wore a look of pure delight.
The value of steel must have plummeted to rock bottom, now probably so low you could buy millions of tons for less than a dime. This meant the Wang family's steel stockpile was likely to rot away in their hands.
Chapter 190, Steel Devaluation.
Within hours of Lu Feng activating the devaluation card, the entire steel market across Yanxia had collapsed. The impact extended beyond Yanxia, as the domestic market's collapse triggered ripple effects across international steel exchanges. Facing this market turmoil, steel company owners were the first to feel the shockwaves. The Wang family naturally owned the largest steel company in Menchang. When the Wang family learned of the steel market's price collapse, they could scarcely believe it.
What did you say? Prices just dropped a full 1,000,000 times compared to before? How is that possible? Wang Shidong, the head of the Wang family, exclaimed in disbelief. It's true, Chairman Wang.
I couldn't believe it at first either, but I've verified it multiple times. The steel market has indeed collapsed. Many distributors and small companies can't hold on anymore and are dumping their inventory, driving prices down to pitiful levels.
How could this happen?
Such a sudden price collapse must have a reason.
What is it? Wang Shidong couldn't help but ask. It's unclear at the moment.
This price collapse came without any warning signs or apparent cause. It's as if prices just plummeted out of nowhere.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Every price fluctuation has a cause. A crash this severe must be deliberate.
Wang Shidong stated earnestly. Well, Mr. Wang, what should we do now?
Our company's stock has hit the daily limit down 3 times in such a short period. If this continues, our company's stock might face forced delisting.
Why panic?
How much cash do we have in our account?
The company account currently holds 8,467.5 yuan in cash. Only 8,000 something?
Then we need to find a way to stabilize the company's stock price. Here's what we'll do: release a statement announcing that the Li family of Magic City will form a strategic partnership with the Wang family, with the Li family making substantial investments in the Wang family.
Wang Shidong declared decisively.
But we haven't actually formed a partnership with the Li family, and they haven't invested in us yet.
If the Li family asks about this, what will we say? No problem. The situation is urgent now. Even if the Li family asks, so what?
They previously agreed to invest in us.
We'll just say it was announced early. Anyway, Lu Feng can't stir up much trouble now. This investment is a done deal.
Once this news comes out, I'm sure our company's stock price will rebound.
Wang Shidong quickly interjected. When the Wang family partnered with the Li family of Magic City, they had reached an agreement. The Li family had promised that as long as Lu Feng was eliminated and rendered incapable of causing any further trouble, they would invest in the Wang family. Alright. The secretary could only nod before exiting. But reality diverged drastically from Wang Shidong's expectations.
Although the Wang family had spread word that the Li family of Magic City would make a large-scale investment in them, it could only temporarily prop up the Wang family's stock price. It still couldn't stem the tide of the stock price collapse.
The Wang family's company stock continued its steady decline. Before Wang Shidong could even react, Li Chengtian came to confront him. Seeing Li Chengtian's repeated missed calls, Wang Shidong felt a surge of anxiety.
When Li Chengtian called again, Wang Shidong had no choice but to answer. He knew that if he ignored it a third time, Li Chengtian might do something rash.
Wang Shidong, what the hell is your problem? Ignoring my calls, huh? Li Chengtian's curses blared straight from the phone. Wang Shidong immediately put on a flattering smile and said, "Young Master Li, please don't be angry. I was out at a meeting earlier and didn't have my phone with me. You know my situation right now, the company is swamped with work. I saw the call and rushed to answer it. Stop ing playing dumb with me. Forget that for now. I'm asking you, what the hell is the Wang family playing at? Are you spreading rumors out there trying to screw me over?
Mr. Li, please calm down.
Honestly, I'm at a loss right now. And when I said the Li family would form a strategic partnership with the Wang family, it wasn't a lie. You promised me before. Off. Wang Shidong, do you have any sense? Can you discuss these things openly? You've screwed me over big time.
Mark my words, clean up this mess yourself.
I ain't got time to bail you out. Young Master Li, you can't do this. You promised me once I got rid of Lu Feng, you'd invest 10,000 yuan in me. You're not going back on your word, are you? Wang Shidong asked, his face tense with anxiety. What are you thinking? How much is your entire Wang family worth? And you want 10,000 yuan in investment? You must be dreaming.
Li Chengtian sneered coldly.
Young Master Li, you're lying to me? Wang Shidong couldn't help but shout angrily. Only now do you get it? Ha, you really are thick-headed. No wonder the Wang family can only play second fiddle to the Hu family. With that, Li Chengtian hung up the phone.
Wang Shidong was so furious he smashed his phone to pieces. Damn it, Li Chengtian, you bastard. Subsequently, the Li family of Magic City publicly declared they had no cooperative agreements with the Wang family and stated they would pursue legal action against the Wang family's conduct.
This statement sent the Wang family's stock plummeting to its lowest point, resulting in its delisting.
But it didn't stop there. Businesses that had previously partnered with the Wang family now demanded payment, threatening lawsuits if their claims weren't settled.
This series of events left the Wang family in a state of utter chaos. Chairman Wang, what should we do now?
The secretary, seeing the growing crowd of debt collectors outside the company, was frantic. Companies that had lent money to the Wang family were now fearing they wouldn't be repaid, so they were all coming to demand their debts. What's there to fear? We still have over 8,000 yuan in working capital. Let's prioritize repaying the larger companies first and delay the smaller ones.
Chapter 191, The Wang Family's Plight. But Mr. Wang, there are simply too many creditors outside. I've calculated the company's total debt. Even if we repay all 8,000 yuan, it won't clear everything. Most importantly, we still owe the bank a huge sum, which is probably nearing its due date. If the bank comes to collect early, I'm afraid we'll. Hearing his secretary's words, Wang Shidong sank into a chair with a look of utter helplessness, his demeanor somewhat despondent. How much steel do we have left in the warehouse? Not much, only about 30 tons, all from the Li family in Mencheng. The Li family from Mencheng?
Wang Shidong suddenly perked up as if he'd grasped something crucial, springing upright from his seat.
The Li family from Mencheng? I recall they were the first to stockpile the ice cream earlier, right? That's right. Could it be that the Li family from Mencheng orchestrated all this?
Wang Shidong said incredulously.
But I know the Li family of Mencheng inside out. They couldn't possibly have the capability for this. So what's really going on? Could it really just be coincidence? But that's too much of a coincidence. Once might be luck, but twice? Something's definitely off here. Could it be Lu Feng? Is Lu Feng the one pulling the strings behind the scenes? Wang Shidong suddenly had an epiphany, his voice trembling with shock.
Reconnecting recent events with the circumstances, he felt it was highly plausible.
Wang Shidong immediately ordered his secretary beside him, go check Lu Feng's background immediately. Remember, I mean everything, every single detail from his birth to the present. Yes, sir. Shortly after, Wang Shidong studied Lu Feng's files on the desk, furrowing his brow. He couldn't help but mutter, the earlier records must be fake. Someone clearly wants to hide his true past. But anyone capable of covering up like this must have powerful connections. What the hell have I gotten myself into? I've actually been helping the Li family against Lu Feng? If Lu Feng were truly that easy to deal with, why would the Li family seek me out? Clearly, they intended to use me as a pawn. The Li family, what a clever move.
Since you show no mercy, don't blame me for returning the favor. Wang Shidong gritted his teeth, then made up his mind.
Lu Feng was currently at school.
Earlier, he'd abruptly left class mid-lecture, earning him a long scolding from Ji Shuiying. Bored in class, Lu Feng suddenly noticed a message from someone on WeChat. The sender surprised Lu Feng, as he hadn't been in touch with this person for ages.
It was Chen Ziyang, one of Lu Feng's former high school classmates.
They'd been fairly close back then and stayed in touch for a while after graduation.
But eventually, their connection faded mainly because Lu Feng kept asking Chen Ziyang for money.
Back when he was pursuing Wu Si, buying her gifts, his monthly income just wasn't enough. He had no choice but to turn to Chen Ziyang. Chen Ziyang came from a fairly well-off family, so lending Lu Feng money wasn't a big deal at first. But as Lu Feng's requests grew more frequent, Chen Ziyang eventually reached his limit and stopped replying to his messages altogether. Truth be told, Lu Feng felt deeply guilty toward Chen Ziyang. After all, Chen had helped him out many times. Now that he was financially stable, if Chen ever needed assistance, he would offer it without hesitation.
Lu Feng opened Chen Ziyang's message to take a look. Lu Feng, there's a high school reunion this weekend. Interested in coming?
Reading the message, Lu Feng felt conflicted. For one thing, he couldn't even remember most of those high school classmates anymore. Besides, class reunions were nothing but opportunities for people to show off and brag, something Lu Feng deeply disliked.
We'll see. I think I have plans this weekend. Chen Ziyang, if you have time later, I'll treat you to a meal. I've pretty much forgotten all those old classmates and can't be bothered to see them. But I heard Ton Lei will be there. Are you sure you don't want to come? Seeing Ton Lei's name, Lu Feng immediately fell into deep thought. Ton Lei was Ton Yaoyao's younger brother. If Ton Lei was going, Ton Yaoyao might show up too. Even if she didn't, he could probably find out her whereabouts through Ton Lei. With that thought, Lu Feng couldn't help but reply. Will Ton Yaoyao be there? I'm not entirely sure. Mainly because Ton Yaoyao's identity is too sensitive.
Plus, I heard rumors that she committed suicide. Who knows if that's true or not?
If you're that curious, why not just ask Ton Lei yourself? Alright, I'll see about it. Where's the gathering this weekend?
The gathering spot is right in Mencheng at the Fengqian Grand Hotel.
Fengqian Grand Hotel? That fancy? Lu Feng was a bit taken aback. No worries, class president Wang Changfeng is picking up the tab. Money's not an issue. Oh, alright then. Lu Feng nodded. Lu Feng recalled that this Wang Changfeng was apparently related to Wang Changlong. He couldn't help but feel exasperated.
It seemed fate had a cruel sense of humor, constantly bringing him into contact with members of the Wang family. They'd crossed paths in high school, and now they were meeting again in college. Even Wu Si, whom he'd pursued for years, had ultimately been snatched away by someone from the Wang family. Truly, fate was a cruel mistress. Lu Feng agreed to attend partly to check on news about Ton Yaoyao, and partly to see how Chen Ziyang was doing. After all, Chen Ziyang had done him such a huge favor before. On the weekend, Lu Feng drove his Mercedes to the Fengqian Grand Hotel, with Luya as his chauffeur. Feng Yuqing and the others already had dedicated bodyguards assigned to them, all hand-picked by Luya and utterly reliable. Originally, Lu Feng had intended to come alone, but he couldn't resist Luya's repeated insistence. Mainly, he no longer possessed his previous martial arts master experience card. Now, he was just an ordinary person with slightly better physical condition. Lu Feng deliberately instructed Luya to park the car a bit farther away to avoid being spotted by classmates, which would have been awkward.
Chapter 192, News about Ton Yaoyao.
Yet when Lu Feng stepped out of the Mercedes, he was spotted. A strikingly beautiful woman, dressed elegantly, approached him excitedly, unable to contain her surprise.
Lu Feng? Is that you? Hearing the voice, Lu Feng felt awkward and quickly replied, I'm Lu Feng. And you are?
Lu Feng stared at her for a long moment but couldn't place who this girl was.
I'm Yuan crybaby Yuan. You used to bully me all the time. Yuan quickly flicked her bangs aside and smiled. Yuan? I never imagined it would be you.
After all these years, I never expected you'd become so beautiful.
Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Flirting mission activated. Target, Yuan. Mission reward, double points. The notification echoed in Lu Feng's mind once more.
Hearing this notification, Lu Feng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the previous mission to still be active, yet now another one had appeared. Similarly, this mission, like the previous one, had no time limit, and the reward was double points. Seems these missions are long-term and can be done simultaneously. Bro Feng, you sure know how to talk. But honestly, I never imagined after all these years apart, you'd become so wealthy driving a Mercedes-Benz.
I recall this model is a limited edition. Must be incredibly expensive, right? Yuan couldn't help but express her envy as she looked at the Mercedes-Benz before her. No, this car isn't mine. It belongs to my sister. I'm just hitching a ride.
Lu Feng hurriedly explained.
Your sister's? I thought you were an only child. When did you get a sister? Yuan looked at Luya with confusion. Cousin. She's my cousin, right? Cousin. Lu Feng shot Luya a meaningful glance. That's right, I'm Lu Feng's cousin. My name is Luya. I just happened to be coming here to eat too.
You guys chat, I'll head upstairs first. Luya said indifferently, her high heels clicking on the floor.
Watching Luya leave, Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Feng, your cousin is so elegant.
She looks like a big boss, she's really impressive.
Impressive or not, she's still human. Come on, let's go. I bet the others have all arrived by now.
Lu Feng glanced at the time on his phone and hurriedly said.
Right. Yuan nodded. At that moment, Lu Feng took the chance to glance at Yuan's information. Name, Yuan. Age, 22. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 91 points. Skill, drawing. Affinity, 30 points.
Seeing the information before him, Lu Feng was quite surprised. He actually started with 30 points of favorability.
This would make completing the task much easier.
However, there was also a downside, he was missing 60 points. After all, it was double points. 30 points of favorability equaled 30 points, and double that would be 60.
Still, this clearly indicated Yuan held a favorable impression of Lu Feng.
Winning her over would likely be straightforward. Lu Feng and Yuan arrived at the lobby of the Fengqian Grand Hotel.
Hey, isn't this our beautiful Yuan?
I never imagined you'd become so stunning, you're even prettier than your photos.
If I hadn't seen your pictures beforehand, I wouldn't have recognized you. Zhou Qi couldn't help but exclaim. No, are you Zhou Qi? That's right, Yuan, the beauty, it's me. I never imagined the beauty Yuan would actually remember me.
Zhou Qi exclaimed, his face beaming with delight.
How could I forget? You sure made my life miserable back then. Yuan couldn't help but say.
Zhou Qi had been the class monitor back then, always looking for ways to get a free ride.
He'd constantly blackmail classmates for favors under various pretexts. Ah, that was just me being clueless back then. I hope Miss Yuan won't hold it against me. I'll start by drinking 3 cups to make amends.
Zhou Qi hurriedly stood up, raised his wine cup, and apologized. With that, he downed 3 cups in quick succession. Everyone around them started cheering him on.
All right.
Zhou Qi truly lives up to being the class monitor, what a heavy drinker.
All right, enough talk. Everyone, please sit down.
At that moment, Wang Chengfeng also stepped forward and spoke. Seeing Wang Chengfeng, Yuan politely addressed him, Thank you, class monitor Wang. If it weren't for you, I'd probably never have made it to the Fengqian Grand Hotel.
This time, I'm riding on your coattails. Chapter 193, Fierce Mockery.
Wang Chengfeng replied with a smug look, No problem.
We're all classmates, no need to be so formal. If you ever need help, just let me know. I can at least pull some strings around Mencheng.
That's our Wang young master for you, what a generous soul.
You bet. After all, he's our class monitor Wang. Wang Chengfeng glanced at Lu Feng, who was still standing, and asked curiously, Who's this guy? Is he from our class? Oh, that's Lu Feng. Earlier,
Before Yuan could finish, Lu Feng cleared his throat twice and quickly interjected, Yuan and I just happened to run into each other on the way, so we came in together. Hearing this, Zhou Qi chuckled and said, No wonder.
I was thinking, how could Lu Feng possibly be connected to Yuan? Lu Feng, you bastard, you actually dared to show up.
At that moment, a man abruptly stood up and shouted angrily.
This man was none other than Tong Yao's younger brother, Tong Lei.
Ever since Tong Yao and Lu Feng dated in high school, Tong Lei had harbored resentment toward Lu Feng after their breakup. Tong Yao cried for a long time afterward, and Tong Lei had vowed to beat Lu Feng up every single time he saw him. Seeing Tong Lei, Lu Feng felt a pang of guilt and remained silent.
Lu Feng? Is that really him? Hadn't he heard about that god-tier user brother who'd been active online lately? And that piano prince was also named Lu Feng, who looked strikingly similar to him. Could it really be him? What? He's the god-tier spender? Don't be ridiculous.
This guy's just a broke loser who can't do anything.
How could he possibly be a god-tier spender or a basketball prince? Exactly. If he's the Lu Feng everyone's talking about online, I'll eat my own on stream. You disgusting bastard. Everyone's eating here. If you keep this up, you'll get kicked out.
The crowd's murmurs once again dragged Lu Feng down.
Wang Chengfeng couldn't help but snap at Lu Feng, So it's you, Lu Feng. No wonder Tong Lei was so furious. You knew he was coming and still showed up? That's just blatantly disrespecting him.
Facing Wang Qingfeng's provocation, Lu Feng shrugged indifferently. Class monitor Wang, you sure do stick your nose into everything.
Speaking of which, isn't your Wang family in a real mess right now?
Heard your stocks are crashing, and creditors are lining up outside your company like a mountain. Yet you still invite us to dine at the Fengqian Grand Hotel. How generous.
Could it be you're here to ask your classmates for loans?
Hearing Lu Feng's words, the group's expressions darkened.
One of them stood up first and said, Class President Wang, surely Lu Feng isn't telling the truth?
I've heard the Wang family has faced some difficulties lately, but you know, Class President, none of us have any money.
Shut up. When did I ever say I was borrowing money from you? Don't listen to Lu Feng's nonsense.
Lu Feng, stop stirring up trouble.
If you don't want to be here, just leave. No one wants you here.
Shen Ziong, who had been seated, immediately stood up and interjected, calm down, everyone.
We're all classmates here. There's no need for such tension. Sit down, everyone. Shen Ziong quickly pulled Lu Feng back down and urged, calm down, man. Sit down and drink to make amends.
Saying this, Shen Ziong led the way by raising his cup and declaring to the classmates, I'll drink 3 cups on his behalf as punishment.
Shen Ziong downed his cup in one gulp, finishing all 3 cups. What are you doing? Pick up your cup and drink. Don't forget why you're here. Shen Ziong whispered to Lu Feng. Lu Feng had no choice. Thinking of Tong Yao Yao, he held back his anger. He stood up and addressed the group. Sorry, I got a little carried away just now. Please don't hold it against me.
I'll drink this one first. After downing it, Lu Feng poured another cup and offered it to Tong Lei apologetically. What happened earlier was definitely my fault.
I owe you an apology. Here's to you. If you ever need help in the future, you can come to me anytime. Help? What kind of help could you possibly offer? You're just a broke loser, what use are you? Before Tong Lei could respond, class monitor Zhou Qi couldn't resist the sarcastic remark. No, actually, Lu Feng.
Yuan, standing nearby, tried to speak up for Lu Feng, but he immediately pulled her back. Lu Feng shook his head at Yuan, signaling her to stay quiet.
Seeing this, Zhou Qi's expression darkened. He couldn't help but snap at Yuan. What? Could it be that Lu Feng has some identity we don't know about? Or is he the god-tier rich guy Lu Feng from the internet, the same Lu Feng targeted by the Li family of Shanghai? Hearing Zhou Qi's words, the surrounding classmates all burst into laughter. How could that be possible? Him making the Li family of Magic City target him? That's ridiculous. Exactly. Don't we all know what Lu Feng is like? Exactly. I heard Lu Feng borrowed money from Shen Ziong quite a few times before. Oh, really? Shen Ziong, tell us, does Lu Feng borrow money often? Hearing this, Shen Ziong's face turned beet red with embarrassment. He quickly interjected, no, it's not what you think. Actually, Lu Feng works really hard. All these years, he's been juggling part-time jobs and odd gigs. He's genuinely ambitious. What? Side gigs and odd jobs? That hard? Wonder if he even makes a dime a month, ha! The surrounding classmates laughed even louder. Facing this mockery and skepticism, Lu Feng offered no rebuttal, merely sipping his drink with a detached expression. That's right. This stuff isn't cheap. Drink up, Lu Feng, you never get to taste this kind of stuff normally. Zhou Qi watched Lu Feng with a smirk, his face dripping with contempt. Seeing himself getting dragged into the mockery just for drinking, Lu Feng couldn't take it anymore. Chapter 194, Lu Feng is heartless and unprincipled. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it. Arguing with these people was pointless. Just then, Lu Feng's phone rang. Lu Feng opened his phone and saw an unfamiliar number, though it was from Mencheng. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. Hello? May I speak with Mr. Lu Feng? Yes, it's me. Hello, I'm Wang Shidong from the Wang family. I'd like to discuss something regarding the Li family in Magic City. What could we possibly discuss? Do you think I'm unaware of your activities? All that happened before was under duress. If Mr. Lu Feng gives me a chance, I will make sure he is satisfied. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng glanced at Wang Chengfeng across from him and said, fine. I'm at the Fengqian Grand Hotel. If you're coming, make it quick. With that, Lu Feng hung up the phone with a cold expression. Wang Shidong was clearly displeased. Zhou Qi, standing beside him, immediately interjected, Lu Feng, what the hell do you think you're doing? This meal was hosted by young Master Wang. It's generous enough that he invited you. You want to bring others? Don't push your luck. The Fengqian Grand Hotel isn't a place just anyone can enter. And if you're trying to show off, you're doing it all wrong. The person I called isn't just anyone, he's actually acquainted with Captain Wang. Lu Feng chuckled. Oh? Acquaintances? How come I've never heard of any of my acquaintances knowing you? Wang Chengfeng couldn't help but retort. You'll see when they arrive. Lu Feng chuckled. Fine, I'll just have to see which one of my clueless acquaintances is actually friends with you. Wang Chengfeng couldn't help but retort. Alright, enough of that. We're here to eat and chat, not to start feuds. Everyone, dig in and let's talk about something else. Chen Ziong quickly stepped in to mediate. Lu Feng, you're only here because Chen Ziong is backing you. Otherwise, what gives you the right to show up? Don't you have the decency to look in the mirror and see what you really are? Tong Lei couldn't help but sneer at Lu Feng. Exactly. Exactly. Chen Ziong has helped you time and again, even lent you money. Don't you owe him some gratitude? How can you justify this?
The crowd around them joined in the jeering.
Lu Feng smiled coldly, then shot a dismissive glance at the students who had spoken before retorting, "What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs." Damn, how shameless can someone be? After all he's done for you, you won't even offer him a drink? You're heartless. Exactly. Chen Ziong helped a heartless bastard. Seeing so many people condemning Lu Feng, Yuan hurriedly interjected, No. Lu Feng isn't like that. There must be some misunderstanding. Yuan, have you lost your mind? Defending Lu Feng? Have you forgotten how much he used to bully you? No, he wasn't bullying me back then. He was actually protecting me. Yuan couldn't help but interject. Yuan only learned the truth later. Like the others, she once thought Lu Feng was bullying her.
But after an unexpected incident, she realized his actions were meant to shield her from bullies outside school and from other classes. Back in the day, Yuan was bullied quite a bit by kids from other classes and even outsiders. But after Lu Feng started picking on her, those outsiders and kids from other classes stopped coming around. And while Lu Feng seemed to be bullying her, he never actually did anything to Yuan, maybe raised his voice a bit, but that was it.
Enough, Yuan, shut up. Lu Feng couldn't help but snap at her. Back then, Lu Feng had mainly turned from a model student into a troublemaker after breaking up with Tong Yaoyao.
He became unmotivated in his studies and frequently got into fights outside school. One day, he happened to see Yuan being bullied off campus. Since they were in the same class, Lu Feng warned the bullies and told them that Yuan was only to be bullied by him. But
Yuan tried to explain further. Lu Feng stood up and declared, "It's just a glass of wine. I'll drink it." Lu Feng picked up the wine glass, looked at Chen Ziong before him, and said, "Chen Ziong, I admit you've helped me quite a bit over the years. But I never imagined I'd only discover your true colors today. This glass of wine is my toast to you, consider it repayment for all your help over the years." With that, Lu Feng downed the entire cup in one gulp. "Wait, Lu Feng, what do you mean by that? What did I do?" Chen Ziong stared at Lu Feng, utterly bewildered. Lu Feng glared at Chen Ziong's feigned ignorance, seething with anger. The fact that he'd borrowed money from Chen Ziong was known only to the two of them. Yet the moment they entered, these classmates were all saying he owed Chen Ziong money. Clearly, Chen Ziong had been spreading this story everywhere. Lu Feng wasn't opposed to people talking about it after all, he had indeed borrowed money from Chen Ziong, and there was no denying that. But having it broadcast to everyone, making him look so bad, was deeply painful for Lu Feng. True friends don't broadcast your troubles. Men value their pride, and Lu Feng was no exception. He was genuinely grateful to Chen Ziong for lending him the money. He'd come today hoping to see Chen and perhaps repay the favor, but things had turned out like this. Lu Feng, you're outrageous. Even I, just a middleman, can't stand watching this. Chen Ziong helps you like this, and this is the attitude you show him? Don't you remember how many times he lent you money when you couldn't even afford a meal? Your conscience must have been eaten by a dog. Lu Feng didn't waste words. He rummaged through his pockets and found a 50 yuan note and a 20 yuan note. He slammed the 70 yuan on the table and declared, "I've said it before, Chen Ziong, you've helped me more than I can count. I've got no words for that. Call me ungrateful if you want. The 70 yuan covers all the favors I owe you over the years. If you think it's not enough, we can talk." Chapter 195, He's the Fake Lu Feng. Seeing the 70 yuan on the table, the entire group of classmates was utterly stunned. Holy, is that really 70 yuan? Such a huge sum, I've never seen anything like it before. 50 yuan bills? Holy? Could it be fake? It must be fake. How could that jerk Lu Feng possibly have 70 bucks? Exactly. Could it be that the legendary god-tier user brother and piano prince from the internet are actually Lu Feng? No way. They just happen to look alike. Besides, Lu Feng's just a lowlife, how could he possibly have the aura of the piano prince? Don't insult my piano prince. Everyone was convinced Lu Feng's money was fake. Wait, Lu Feng, what's this about? Did you misunderstand me? Chen Ziong was genuinely taken aback, but hearing his classmates' comments, he too began to suspect the money might be counterfeit. I told you, if you think it's too little, just name your price. Lu Feng said indifferently. Lu Feng, I have to admit, your bluffing skills are impressive. If we didn't know you well, we might have fallen for it. Name your price? Are you kidding? Name a price you can actually afford? Zhou Qi said with a broad grin. Chen Ziong pushed the 70 yuan back across the table and addressed Lu Feng. Lu Feng, you've really misunderstood me. Besides, using counterfeit money is illegal. You should take this and burn it immediately. Counterfeit money? Ha! What a bunch of greenhorns. Lu Feng chuckled. Then he pulled out his phone and addressed Chen Zion directly. Fine, you don't want cash? I'll transfer it to you instead. 70 seems too little? How about 700? That way, you won't go around telling everyone I owe you a favor. Let's settle this once and for all, and we'll have nothing to do with each other from now on. Lu Feng, have you been drinking? Chen Ziyang's face darkened as he snapped back at Lu Feng. Holy, did you hear that? 700? Lu Feng actually said he could cough up 700? Ha! That's laughable. Lu Feng, I bet you couldn't even scrape together 7 cents, let alone 700. Lu Feng ignored their comments and proceeded to transfer the money to Chen Ziyang's phone. Moments later, Chen Ziyang's phone emitted a notification sound. WeChat received 700 yuan. Hearing the notification, everyone froze, their faces frozen in disbelief. But the most astonished of all was Chen Ziyang himself. He quickly pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and stared at the transferred amount. He counted it over and over before stammering in disbelief. It's really 700 yuan? Chen Ziyang, enough already. You're acting with Lu Feng to this extent? Do you think everyone here is stupid? Exactly. Chen Ziyang, I have to say, your acting skills are a waste not being in movies. If you were in films, you'd definitely win awards. It really is 700 yuan. I'm not lying to you. Chen Ziyang held up his phone for the surrounding classmates to see. The students stared at the WeChat transfer record, their faces frozen in shock. Holy, it's real. He actually transferred 700 bucks. Damn it, that's 700 bucks, not 700 cents. 700 bucks? Holy, that's enough to buy a building. My worldview just collapsed. Seeing this, Yuan immediately turned to Lu Feng with a smile. Lu Feng, I never imagined you were such a big shot. I told you were loaded, but you wouldn't admit it earlier. That limited edition Mercedes in the garage is yours too, right? What? A Mercedes? What limited edition Mercedes? A classmate nearby couldn't help but ask. It's a limited edition Mercedes-Benz. I think I saw it online before. It's super expensive, like the Mercedes SLR 722. Lu Feng, am I right? Yuan hurriedly asked. Mercedes-Benz SLR 722? Holy crap! That's a globally limited edition Mercedes. I heard only 500 were made worldwide, and you can't just buy one with money, you need serious connections too. Seriously? So that means Lu Feng has some seriously impressive connections? Could it be that the internet user nicknamed God-tier rich guy named Lu Feng is actually Lu Feng? Now that I think about it, it's definitely possible. Seeing everyone's reactions, Wang Chengfeng felt an intense wave of resentment. He had orchestrated this entire setup to be the center of attention today, yet Lu Feng had stolen his thunder. Impossible, impossible. He insisted it couldn't be the Lu Feng from the internet. Our family is at odds with Lu Feng. We know him far better than you do. I can guarantee that online god-tier spender Lu Feng isn't him, it's a fake. Chapter 196, Familiarity Breeds Contempt. Hearing Wang Chengfeng's words, Zhou Qi chimed in, exactly. Young Master Wang is right. How could he possibly be that Lu Feng from the internet? Young Master Wang is from the Wang family, he must know the real Lu Feng online. This guy is definitely an imposter. Hearing their explanations, everyone nodded in sudden realization. Right. How could a penniless nobody be the legendary online big spender, user brother? Seeing the group's renewed suspicion, Yuan interjected, but the 700 yuan he transferred was real. Who knows if he and Chen Ziyang are in cahoots? Maybe they're pulling a double act after all, everyone knows Chen Ziyang and he are pretty close. Exactly. I bet that 700 yuan transfer on my phone is just some fake software trick. Lu Feng, no offense, but being a broke loser is one thing, but you had to go and act all high and mighty, pretending to be some online big shot? Running into Wang Xiao was just your bad luck. Exactly. A broke loser is a broke loser, why try so hard to act like a big shot? You just don't know your place. Lu Feng ignored the crowd's mockery. Arguing with these people was pointless, they wouldn't believe him no matter what, so there was no use saying more. Just then, Lu Feng's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, it was Wang Shidong. Without hesitation, he answered. Mr. Lu Feng, I'm already at the Fengqian Grand Hotel. Which private room are you in? We're not in a private room. We're in the main hall. Lu Feng replied casually. The lobby? Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Wang Chengfeng suddenly smiled at Lu Feng and remarked, so my old friend is coming? I'm curious to see who this acquaintance is. Could be your father. Lu Feng chuckled, his gaze lingering on Wang Chengfeng with a hint of amusement. Lu Feng, you're asking for it. Before Wang Chengfeng could even get angry, Zhou Qi erupted in fury. You think you can joke about young Master Wang's father? He's the head of the Wang family, the second-ranked family among Mencheng's 4 great clans. You dare mock him? You must not be planning to stay in Mencheng. Heh, Lu Feng, you sure know how to talk big. Calling him my dad?
If it really was my father who came, I'd kneel down and kowtow to you 3 times without hesitation.
Wang Chengfeng couldn't help but interject. Oh? Is that so?
Lu Feng smiled as he looked at Wang Chengfeng. Just then, someone rushed down the stairs from upstairs. The person scanned the dining hall. Since Wang Qingfeng's table was the only one occupied today, spotting him was easy. The person who arrived was none other than Wang Qingfeng's father, Wang Shidong. Wang Shidong hurried to the table, spotted Lu Feng, and immediately said, "Mr. Lu Feng, correct?"
Yeah, I'm Lu Feng.
Lu Feng nodded. But before Wang Shidong could catch his breath to say anything, Wang Chengfeng across from him looked utterly stunned. Staring at Wang Shidong before him, he blurted out, "Dad, what are you doing here?"
Wang Shidong turned to look at Wang Chengfeng, then exclaimed in equal surprise, "Fourth brother, what are you doing here?" "I'm having dinner with my classmates. It's our reunion today."
Wang Chengfeng stammered, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him.
A class reunion? Are all these people here your classmates?
Wang Shidong looked around the table at the people seated there, his voice filled with confusion. Wang Chengfeng nodded instinctively. Seeing this, Wang Shidong smiled broadly at Lu Feng and said, "Mr. Lu Feng, what a coincidence.
Your son and I are classmates. Since we're so closely connected now, we're practically family. Could we step aside for a moment to talk?" "Family?" Lu Feng retorted sharply. "Whose family with you? Your son just finished mocking me." Lu Feng retorted coldly. Hearing Lu Feng's words and seeing the trembling expression on Wang Chengfeng's face, Wang Shidong instantly understood. "You good-for-nothing brat. Did you offend Mr. Lu Feng? Apologize to young Master Lu immediately." Wang Shidong showed Wang Chengfeng no mercy in front of his classmates. Because Wang Shidong knew that at this moment, only by giving Lu Feng ample face and pleasing him might the Wang family still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, the Wang family might be completely erased from Mencheng in the future, and the Wang family would no longer hold any status among the 4 great families of Mencheng. Given the Huang family's recent fate, Wang Shidong understood that mishandling this situation could lead to an even worse outcome for his own family. Though the Huang family still existed in name, its power had been seized by Lu Feng's loyalists, leaving it little more than a hollow shell. That illegitimate daughter had proven ruthlessly efficient. Upon seizing control of the Huang family, she swiftly purged all dissenters. Within mere days, she had consolidated absolute power over the clan. Her methods displayed a decisiveness and ferocity surpassing even some seasoned patriarchs. Former Huang family relatives and kin were now utterly finished. Presently, aside from that illegitimate daughter still bearing the Huang surname, every other position within the family had been replaced. Hearing Wang Shidong's words, Wang Qingfeng's face twisted with embarrassment. Feeling his pride wounded, he couldn't help but retort, "Dad, why should I apologize to him? He's just some penniless nobody. He's nothing like that internet tycoon." "I said apologize." Wang Shidong's expression darkened instantly. He slammed his hand down on the table, startling Wang Chengfeng so badly he slumped back into his chair, frozen in fear. Wang Chengfeng hurriedly grabbed the chair to steady himself as he slowly pulled himself up. Staring at Lu Feng before him, he stammered in disbelief, You really are that Lu Feng?" Lu Feng gave a cold smile as he looked at Wang Chengfeng. "What do you think?" Chapter 197, Even. Upon hearing the answer, Wang Chengfeng felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He collapsed onto the floor, too terrified to move. Wang Shidong, witnessing this, stormed over in a rage. He grabbed Wang Chengfeng by the collar and yanked him up like a small chicken. "Apologize to young Master Lu immediately." Wang Qingfeng's eyes were slightly vacant before he slowly snapped back to reality. Staring at Lu Feng before him, he finally uttered helplessly, "I'm sorry." Seeing this, Lu Feng snorted coldly. "Is an apology enough? Did young Master Wang forget what he just said? Do you need me to jog your memory?" Wang Qingfeng's expression was filled with regret. He wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to act so cocky just now? If he hadn't been showing off, none of this would have happened. "Zhou Qi, you remember what young Master Wang said earlier, right?" Lu Feng smiled as he addressed Zhou Qi standing beside Wang Chengfeng. Young Master Wang, he said that if the person who came really was his father, then young Master Wang would kneel down and kowtow to young Master Lu 3 loud kowtows." Zhou Qi was also terrified at that moment, stammering out his words. "You're our class monitor for a reason, great memory." "Young Master Wang, what should we do now?" Lu Feng looked at Wang Chengfeng before him with a cold expression. Wang Shidong kicked Wang Chengfeng hard in the leg and cursed, "Get your ass down on your knees and kowtow 3 times to young Master Lu. Apologize to him." "Dad, I'm a member of the Wang family. If I kneel, I'll bring shame upon the entire Wang family." Wang Chengfeng hurriedly protested. "I told you to get on your knees. Are you deaf? Do you want to destroy the Wang family completely? We've already suffered immense disgrace. What's a little more? Just saving the family is already a miracle. Get on your knees." Wang Shidong delivered another kick to Wang Qingfeng's leg.
The pain forced Wang Chengfeng to his knees.
Seeing his father's grave expression, Wang Chengfeng knew he wasn't joking. But would kneeling before Lu Feng really save the Wang family?
The thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. A wave of dread washed over him.
Who had he offended? Why had he courted disaster by provoking Lu Feng? Didn't the 700 yuan already spell it out? He'd refused to believe it, and now look at the mess he'd created. This was entirely his own doing. Helpless, Wang Chengfeng knelt on the ground and banged his head hard against the floor 3 times before shouting at Lu Feng in anguish, "Lu Feng, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize your true worth before. Please forgive me."
Forgive you? Not impossible. Here's the deal, Zhou Qi, you beat Wang Chengfeng up. If you do it well, I might even consider whatever terms your Wang family proposes. If you do it poorly, well, sorry, but no deal.
Lu Feng smiled as he turned to Zhou Qi beside him and made the suggestion. Zhou Qi and Wang Chengfeng had mocked Lu Feng relentlessly before.
Lu Feng wasn't one to let things slide. Revenge was his nature.
Hearing this, Wang Shidong turned to Zhou Qi beside him and said, "You're Zhou Qi, right?"
I am.
Zhou Qi was so terrified his whole body was drenched in sweat, his forehead covered in cold beads.
Panic gripped him. The thought of fighting Wang Chengfeng was utterly terrifying. He remembered Wang Chengfeng's brutal methods for bullying others.
If he fell into Wang Chengfeng's hands, his fate was obvious.
You hit him. Now. And hit him hard. If you don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Shidong snorted coldly. Ha? Young Master Wang? What about this? Zhou Qi stared at Wang Chengfeng kneeling on the ground, terrified and tense.
Wang Chengfeng barked at Zhou Qi, "When I tell you to hit him, you hit him.
Stop all this nonsense.
Hit him hard enough to kill him. If you don't hit hard enough, or if young Master Lu isn't satisfied, you'll regret it."
Hearing Wang Chengfeng's threat, Zhou Qi was so terrified he was at a complete loss. I'm giving you 2 minutes. If you haven't started by then, I might change my mind.
Lu Feng casually picked up a wine glass nearby, then raised it to toast Chen Xiang beside him.
Chen Xiang, this toast is for you. Let's drink. Ah, Lu Feng, no, young Master Lu, I. Chen Xiang was also terrified at that moment. Recalling Lu Feng's tone toward him earlier in the incident, he was now utterly frightened. He finally understood why Lu Feng had been so furious before. For a wealthy man like Lu Feng, what mattered most was face. When Lu Feng had asked him for a loan, Chen Xiang had made it common knowledge, leaving Lu Feng utterly humiliated and unable to save face. That was why Lu Feng couldn't help but lash out at him. It's fine, no need to be nervous. After all, you did help me before. Though it wasn't exactly honorable of you to tell so many people about my borrowing from you, I'm not one to hold grudges. I've already repaid the money, and I've repaid the favor I owed you. After this cup of wine, we're even. Lu Feng raised his wine glass and smiled at Chen Xiang. Young Master Lu, I'm sorry. That borrowing incident was truly unexpected. I. Chen Xiang stammered nervously, unable to find his words. What? We're brothers. You won't even drink this final toast I offer you? Lu Feng said coldly, holding his cup toward Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang could only nervously raise his cup and clink it against Lu Feng's. He knew that after today, he and Lu Feng would become complete strangers. He never imagined Lu Feng would rise to such a high position and status. Had he known things would turn out this way, he wouldn't have carelessly mentioned the money Lu Feng had lent him. Lu Feng glanced at his phone, then turned to Zhou Qi, who hadn't made a move yet, and said coldly, "It's been a minute already." Hearing this, Wang Chengfeng gritted his teeth and roared at Zhou Qi, I told you to hit him. If you don't do it now, you'll be waiting for death later. Chapter 198, Change of Attitude. Zhou Qi had no choice but to grit his teeth and strike. Immediately, Wang Chengfeng's agonized screams echoed through the room. Though Wang Shidong couldn't bear to watch, he had no choice. Everything the Wang family had now depended on Lu Feng. After Lu Feng finished Chen Xiang's cup of wine, Yuan beside him naturally poured him another. Lu Feng picked up his cup again, stood up, and walked over to Tong Lei. He addressed him, "What happened to your sister back then was indeed my fault. I know words are useless now. I sigh." Mid-sentence, Lu Feng sighed helplessly. Ultimately, it was too late for words now. The events had already unfolded. If the Lu Feng of back then had held firm a little longer, if he had struggled a bit more, perhaps none of the subsequent tragedies would have occurred. Tong Yaoyao wouldn't have entered the entertainment industry, wouldn't have faced the ordeal of attempting suicide. In any case, if there's anything you need help with, anything you need me to do, just say the word. Whatever I can manage, I will do. Lu Feng patted Tong Lei's shoulder and said softly. You really mean that? Tong Lei stared at Lu Feng before blurting out. Yes. Lu Feng nodded calmly. All right, I got it. Once this is over, I'll wait for you at the hotel entrance. Tong Lei didn't waste any more words, downing his drink in one gulp. Lu Feng returned to his seat, glancing at Wang Chengfeng lying on the floor, bloodied and beaten. He spoke calmly, Enough. That's enough. Stop.
Hearing this, Zhou Qi immediately stopped, quickly helping Wang Chengfeng up.
His face twisted as if he might cry, and he hurriedly asked, Young Master Wang, are you okay?
Wang Chengfeng was too weak and in too much pain to speak.
Wang Shidong approached Lu Feng and couldn't help but ask, Young Master Lu, do you think we can discuss what comes next now?
Yes, we can.
Lu Feng nodded, having no intention of lingering at this class reunion.
He couldn't be bothered with this crowd of sycophants. If he stayed, he'd likely be swarmed by a bunch of women soon, which would be unbearably annoying. Alright, young Master Lu, please follow me upstairs to the private room. I've reserved the Earth Suite exclusively for you.
Wang Shidong hurriedly said.
Wang Shidong then looked down at Wang Chengfeng, who was lying on the floor covered in blood.
You little punk, you're not dead, are you? If you're not, then get your ass to the hospital right now. Don't embarrass me here.
With that, Wang Shidong led Lu Feng upstairs to the private room. After Wang Shidong and Lu Feng left, it took the remaining people a while to snap out of their daze.
Holy, Lu Feng is actually that legendary online tycoon Lu Feng? Didn't we hear he got taken down by the Wang family and the Li family from Shanghai? He's supposedly bankrupt, so why is the Wang family treating him like this now? Haven't you heard?
The steel market crashed recently. The Wang family's main business is steel, and their stocks got delisted from the market. Word is Lu Feng is the one responsible for all this. Another classmate started spouting wild theories, unaware that his wild guesses actually hit the mark more than once. Wang Chengfeng dragged his blood-soaked body to slowly sit down in his seat. He then fixed Zhou Qi beside him with a vicious glare, his words slurred. You enjoyed that beating, didn't you?
And no, young Master Wang. Lu Feng forced me to do it. And you told me to hit you earlier, I had no choice. Shut up, Zhou Qi, I'll remember this.
With that, Wang Chengfeng turned and left the hall, most likely heading to the hospital.
Watching Wang Chengfeng depart, the crowd resumed their discussion. Some bolder women immediately gathered around Tong Lei.
After all, Lu Feng had just toasted Tong Lei personally.
And Tong Lei was once Lu Feng's brother-in-law. Judging by Lu Feng's demeanor, he seemed eager to find Tong Yaoyao. If they could connect through this relationship, their future prospects would undoubtedly be rosy. Yet around Chen Ziong, an awkward emptiness hung. Everyone kept their distance.
Yuan, on the other hand, had quite a crowd gathered around her. Yuan, you mentioned Lu Feng arrived in that limited edition Mercedes.
What's it like? Is it really that impressive? Yuan, are you and Lu Feng dating?
You two came up together just now, there's definitely something fishy going on.
Yuan, you're so unfair. We've been friends for years, and you didn't tell me Lu Feng was this rich?
If I'd known about such a hot catch, I would have made my move ages ago.
Chen Ziong watched his classmates' attitudes with a dark, fierce gaze.
Staring at the 700 yuan balance on his phone, his expression shifted between anger and frustration.
Chapter 199, Acquiring the Wang Family.
Lu Feng and Wang Shidong entered the private room upstairs. Lu Feng cut straight to the chase. Let's skip the small talk and get down to business. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Shidong quickly interjected, Young Master Lu, please don't rush.
I've specially arranged a unique experience for you today.
This place has an exceptionally authentic specialty dish. I guarantee you'll be hooked after trying it.
I don't have time to dine with you. If you're not getting to the point, I'm leaving. I have business to attend to. Lu Feng rose impatiently, ready to leave.
Seeing this, Wang Shidong quickly intercepted Lu Feng, urgently pleading, Young Master Lu, no.
I'll tell you now.
Once they were seated, Wang Shidong immediately began, Mr. Lu, I was wrong about the previous matter. Our Wang family was deceived by the Li family of Magic City, leading us to make some mistakes. Please forgive us.
Forgive? How exactly do you expect me to forgive you?
Lu Feng said with a smile. Please spare the Wang family, young Master Lu.
Give us a way to survive. Wang Shidong said respectfully to Lu Feng.
Hearing this, Lu Feng cast a cold glance at Wang Shidong before smiling faintly.
Give your Wang family a way to survive? Mr. Wang, you really think highly of me. I know young Master Lu's capabilities. If I'm not mistaken, this massive fluctuation in steel prices was likely orchestrated by you.
That you could single-handedly shake the entire domestic, even international steel market speaks volumes about your truly terrifying background and influence.
Wang Shidong was speaking the truth.
He knew that even for some of the top domestic clans, shaking the prices of certain industries was extremely difficult. Take the Li family of Shanghai, for instance.
Ranked among the city's top 3 clans, their main holdings span entertainment, film, and real estate.
Though they dominate Shanghai's property market and command assets exceeding 100 million, shaking the price of any commodity remains an impossible feat. Because challenging the pricing of any industry means taking on global businesses and the worldwide economy, something beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even the world's top conglomerates would find it difficult to achieve. Yet Lu Feng managed it, which speaks volumes about his formidable capabilities.
Boss Wang really thinks highly of me.
I'm certainly not capable of shaking up prices. Lu Feng hurriedly replied, a tinge of unease creeping into his thoughts. In all the time since, Lu Feng had only used the price card twice.
He never imagined Wang Shidong could pick up on it.
It had to be said, Wang Shidong was exceptionally sharp. It seemed Lu Feng really needed to keep a lower profile from now on. Otherwise, if others found out he possessed the ability to shake prices, he'd definitely be arrested and scrutinized.
Moreover, fear had now taken root in Lu Feng. If Wang Shidong could detect something amiss, others might too.
If that happened, his situation would become extremely dangerous. Perhaps I've misunderstood, Wang Shidong said, but I still wish to ask young Master Lu to give the Wang family a chance.
Wang Shidong hurriedly interjected.
It must be said that Wang Shidong possessed remarkable emotional intelligence.
Realizing Lu Feng was reluctant to admit the truth, he wisely avoided dwelling on the matter further, instead simply asking Lu Feng for a way out.
The Wang family's opportunity isn't something I grant, it's something you must earn yourselves. Lu Feng said helplessly.
I'm open to your advice, young Master Lu.
Although the steel market is experiencing significant fluctuations right now, the product we just discussed is still an essential commodity.
Many real estate projects will require it.
The current prices are merely a correction of speculative bubbles, they won't stay at rock bottom forever. If you can weather this period, there will still be a bright future ahead. Lu Feng said calmly.
Young Master Lu, I understand what you're saying. But the Wang family's situation leaves no room for waiting.
If there's no sign of recovery soon, the Wang family will likely collapse within days. Wang Shidong said anxiously.
How about this? Why don't you sell your steel company to me?
Lu Feng suggested after a moment's thought.
Young Master Lu, you're taking advantage of our plight. Wang Shidong gritted his teeth, unable to hold back. Mr. Wang, don't put it so harshly. Given your current situation, you won't last much longer. The Li family in Shanghai has clearly abandoned you. Besides selling your company to me, what other options do you think you have?
Lu Feng said with a smile.
Young Master Lu, can't we discuss this further?
Wang Shidong protested reluctantly.
Negotiate? Fine.
How about this, I'll pay 10,000 yuan to acquire 80% of the shares in your Wang family's steel company.
What do you think?
Lu Feng said indifferently.
10,000 yuan? 10,000 yuan won't solve the Wang family's current predicament.
Wang Shidong said helplessly.
Young Master Wang, you're being overly pessimistic. I believe 10,000 yuan is more than sufficient.
The debt collectors hounding you now, aside from bank loans, most are business partners. They're just worried about your situation and whether you can repay. Once you announce my investment and acquisition of your steel company, settle debts with those you find troublesome, and terminate partnerships with them, the number of creditors will gradually dwindle.
And the bank loans won't be hounding you either. Lu Feng smiled as he spoke.
Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Shidong's face darkened. He knew that doing so would be tantamount to publicly admitting that the Wang family's steel company had been fully acquired by Lu Feng. The company would no longer belong to the Wang family but to Lu Feng. This was the fruit of his years of hard work and dedication. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that at this moment, he would have to hand it over to someone else.
He simply couldn't accept it. Chapter 200, The Matter of Tong Yao Yao.
Yet Wang Shidong had no choice but to accept Lu Feng's terms. After all, if he refused now, the Wang family would cease to exist.
At least by agreeing, the Wang family name would survive, albeit without its company. Preserving the last shred of their family's dignity was still possible. Young Master Lu, isn't 80% a bit excessive?
You know this company was valued at nearly 15 million before.
Wang Shidong couldn't help but interject. You're talking to me about market value? Mr. Wang, are you sure? What state is your company's stock price in now? Offering to acquire 80% of your company for 10,000 yuan is already showing you immense favor, okay? Otherwise, how much do you think your company is worth at its current stock price? I'm leaving you 20% of the shares to collect dividends over time, and you're still not satisfied? Lu Feng couldn't help but interject.
No, young Master Lu is right.
Since that's the case, everything will proceed as young Master Lu suggests. Alright, it's settled then. Go prepare the contract. I'll be heading out now. Lu Feng finished speaking and prepared to leave. Young Master Lu, I've specially arranged some special entertainment for you. Are you sure you won't stay for dinner?
Wang Shidong shot Lu Feng a knowing look. Lu Feng felt his mind wander for a moment, but remembering Tong Lei was waiting downstairs, he shook his head and said, "No, thanks.
I really have things to do today. Another time. With that, Lu Feng exited the private room. Lu Feng hurried downstairs and glanced at his watch. He figured the class reunion was probably wrapping up by now. He walked to the spot where he'd agreed to meet Tong Lei, and sure enough, there was Tong Lei smoking a cigarette, flanked by two women. Lu Feng recognized the look in their eyes. They seemed like female classmates from their school days. Tong Lei. Lu Feng called out to Tong Lei.
Spotting Lu Feng approaching, Tong Lei promptly stubbed out his cigarette and addressed the two women beside him. "You two go ahead. I've got something to take care of here." Then he turned to Lu Feng with a fawning smile. Brother-in-law.
You finally came down. What was that wine guy telling you? He talked for so long? Hearing Tong Lei's address and witnessing his current demeanor, Lu Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. He stared at Tong Lei in astonishment and said, Tong Lei? What's going on? How did you suddenly become a completely different person? The shift in your attitude is so drastic, I don't even know how to respond. It's mainly because I never expected that after just a few years apart, you'd become so powerful, brother-in-law. Even the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of Mencheng, treats you with utmost respect. You're seriously impressive. Tong Lei exclaimed. Cut it out with the brother-in-law nonsense. Your sister and I broke up ages ago. Lu Feng couldn't help but interject. Even though we broke up, I know deep down neither of us wanted it to end. And even now, you still have feelings for her. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to this reunion today, right? Tong Lei chuckled. You're the smartest kid around. Though I still feel a bit regretful, I have a girlfriend now. So you better stop calling me brother-in-law or else, if my girlfriend hears you, it won't be good. Lu Feng retorted irritably. So what if she has a boyfriend? All you rich folks have multiple women. If it really doesn't work out, my sister could be your secret lover. Don't listen to what those people online say, it's all slander. I promise you, my sister isn't like what they make her out to be. And since she broke up with you, she hasn't even dated anyone else. She hasn't dated anyone since? Lu Feng asked, sounding genuinely surprised. Yeah, after you two broke up, she was really down for a long time. She and mom and dad just couldn't get along. No matter what she said, they never approved of your relationship. Ever since then, she's been miserable. Even after she got cast as an actress and became famous, she's still like this. I know it's because she never got over you all these years. Oh, I see. How is your sister doing now? I read online that she attempted suicide? Is that true? I tried calling and texting her, but she never responds. I'm starting to wonder if she blocked me. Lu Feng couldn't help but ask. This. At this point, Tong Lei hesitated. Could she really have attempted suicide? Seeing Tong Lei's discomfort, Lu Feng asked in surprise. Tong Lei nodded helplessly. It's a long story. By chance, my sister landed a role in a film and unexpectedly became an overnight sensation. Then some rich kid from Shanghai took a fancy to her and tried to force himself on her. But she flat out refused and even publicly poured a drink on him at a party. After that, he held a grudge and started blacklisting her, spreading rumors about her private life being scandalous. Though these rumors were false and the photoshopped images fabricated, people believed them. Even my sister's own friends and family began to shun her, sometimes openly humiliating her and causing her immense distress. My parents even went so far as to consider her a disgrace to the family, suggesting she might as well die. Under such crushing pressure, she naturally struggled to cope. She did attempt suicide once or twice, but thankfully, she was rescued both times before anything serious happened. Hearing Tong Lei's words, Lu Feng's face turned ashen. Though he hadn't witnessed the scene himself, he could imagine how utterly helpless and desperate Tong Yaoyao must have felt at that moment. Chapter 201, The Brother Who Betrayed His Sister. So how is your sister doing now? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask. At this, Tong Lei fell silent once more. Seeing Tong Lei's expression, Lu Feng couldn't help but snap, just tell me already. Lately, that rich kid who had his eye on my sister has been using every trick in the book to pressure her into accepting his unspoken demands. He's not just targeting her work and personal life, he's shamelessly going after my family too. Because of this, my parents' business has taken a nosedive, losing a ton of money. They've even had to sell several properties. Tong Lei said helplessly. And then? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask again. Then, naturally, mom and dad took their anger out on my sister. They said it would have been better if she'd just given in to that rich kid back then. If she had, none of this would have happened. They hurled insults at her constantly. The family debts, plus all her breach of contract penalties and other obligations, were crushing her. Just the other day, I saw her secretly calling that rich kid. I'm pretty sure she's about to give in. Hearing this, Lu Feng's face turned ashen. He blurted out, What? She's going to give in? Why should she give in? If she does, won't that just make that bastard even more arrogant? Lu Feng snapped angrily. But what choice do we have? I didn't have any solutions either. I came to this class reunion just hoping to relax, but then I saw you. Seeing how powerful you are now, I know there must be a way. You'll save my sister, right? Tong Lei hurriedly explained. Who is this rich kid who's after your sister? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask. You should know who I'm talking about, it's that Li guy from the Magic City. Tong Lei said helplessly. You know Li Xiao from the Magic City. His entertainment company controls nearly 60% of the industry's resources. Blacklisting my sister would be as easy as uttering a single word. People say you have to curry favor with the Li family in the Magic City to make it in showbiz, and that saying rings absolutely true. Tong Lei remarked. The young Master Li of the Magic City? Talk about running into the wrong person at the wrong time, he's everywhere. Lu Feng said angrily. Brother-in-law, can you really take on the Li family of Magic City? Tong Lei asked doubtfully.
Taking down the Li family of Magic City in the short term isn't realistic.
Their empire has stood for so many years, deeply entrenched. Shaking them up would be incredibly difficult.
But I'm confident they'll pay a price, and I guarantee it won't take long.
Lu Feng declared confidently. With the system's powerful boost now at his side, what did Lu Feng have to fear? As long as he had enough points, he could essentially do whatever he wanted. A merely family from the Demon City? Lu Feng truly didn't hold them in any regard. Really?
Well, I think my brother-in-law still has feelings for my sister deep down.
Why don't you just take her as your mistress then? Tong Lei blurted out. What nonsense are you spouting? Is that any way for a brother to talk? She's your sister. Are you really okay with her being my secret lover? You know that kind of relationship isn't something you can just acknowledge. Lu Feng snapped irritably. But it's better than her being with that so-called young Master Li from the metropolis, right?
At least my sister still likes you, and you probably still care about her to some extent.
That's good enough, isn't it? Then I'll just have to take better care of my brother-in-law on a daily basis. Tong Lei chuckled. You little brat, seriously.
Lu Feng stared at Tong Lei, utterly speechless.
So, based on your reaction, does that mean you agree?
If you do, I'll tell my sister right away. Otherwise, she'll get snatched up by that disgusting rich kid from the Magic City.
Tong Lei said urgently. Alright, I get it. Find time to set up a meeting with your sister for me.
She never replies to my WeChat messages.
Sending her one now would feel awkward. Better to just meet in person and talk it out. Lu Feng nodded. Got it, brother-in-law.
I'll tell my sister as soon as I get home. Tong Lei said excitedly.
Awesome. My brother-in-law is the legendary user brother, a big shot online. How cool is that to brag about? Tong Lei laughed heartily. You little brat, don't go around bragging about me out there. If you get called out, I won't clean up your mess.
Lu Feng said with a sigh.
Alright, let's go. I'll drive you back.
As they spoke, Lu Feng led Tong Lei to the underground parking garage. Once they reached the underground parking garage, Lu Feng spotted Yuan standing right by his car.
Seeing Yuan, Lu Feng asked in surprise, Yuan, what are you doing here? Chapter 202, the grand finale. I'm waiting for you here. Yuan rushed over excitedly upon seeing Lu Feng. Tong Lei, upon seeing Yuan, immediately retorted, Yuan, what do you think you're doing? I'm warning you, don't even think about my brother-in-law. He's already got my sister. Your sister? Tong Yaoyao? But didn't Tong Yaoyao and Lu Feng break up? Who told you they broke up? And even if they did, does that mean they can't get back together? That's exactly why I'm telling you, give up on this idea.
My brother-in-law adores my sister, so you don't stand a chance.
Tong Lei couldn't help but blurt out. Hearing this, Yuan couldn't help but frown. Stop trying to fool me.
When Lu Feng came to the dinner table today, you were still talking back to him.
How could he possibly be with your sister now?
It's obvious you're just shamelessly calling him brother-in-law because you see he's got money now.
I'm shameless? Aren't you the same? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're waiting here for Lu Feng, don't tell me you're not after his money? Tong Lei retorted defiantly. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but step forward. Enough, you two. Shut up. Do you think I'm invisible?
Then, turning to Yuan, he continued, Yuan, Tong Lei is half right.
I do have a girlfriend, but it's not Tong Yaoyao. Ha? You already have a girlfriend? Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Lu Feng nodded. That's okay. I'm a traditional woman. If you don't mind, I can be the other woman. Yuan clenched her teeth as she spoke. Hearing this, Tong Lei beside them couldn't help but curse. Holy, you've got some nerve. How can you even say something like that?
Your idea of traditional is way too extreme, like going back 100 years.
But I like it. Lu Feng chuckled.
But something felt off about this whole situation.
It just seemed weird. Lu Feng looked utterly perplexed, feeling as though none of this was quite real. What's going on? Could I be dreaming? Lu Feng muttered to himself in confusion. How could that be? Lu Feng, you're not dreaming now. All of this is real. Yuan couldn't help but interject. No, this can't be right.
I distinctly remember Tong Yaoyao having already committed suicide.
No, none of this makes sense. What the hell is going on? Lu Feng was completely consumed by madness, questioning the very fabric of reality. No, how could there be two sets of memories in my mind? What's going on? No, what the hell is happening here? System, what the hell is going on?
Lu Feng screamed frantically. I didn't expect you to uncover this discrepancy. I truly underestimated you, host.
Well done. None of this is real. What? None of this is real? What the hell is going on?
Lu Feng asked, his face a blank canvas of confusion.
All of this is an illusion created by the system. What? Everything? Could it be that absolutely everything is fake? Exactly. Ever since the price devaluation, everything has been fake illusions created by the system. But why? Why make me live in this false world? What happened to my real self? Am I dead? No.
Though you've spent so much time within the system, in reality, barely an hour has passed outside.
You're probably still asleep right now.
Since you now know everything is fake, you're about to break free from the system's control.
Soon you'll wake up on your own, and everything will return to square one. Are you truly willing to give up everything you've gained here? Isn't everything I possess now fake anyway? If it's fake, then there's no need to cling to it.
Yet the next moment, a sharp pain shot through Lu Feng's head. In a daze, Lu Feng felt someone shaking him. "Hey, buddy, are you okay? Wake up!" Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes and found himself standing before Chen Ziyu's street food stall. Could this be the day he broke up with her?
Lu Feng surveyed his surroundings, then pulled out a 20 yuan note and placed it on the table. "Thank you for your patronage."
Chen Ziyu pocketed the 20 yuan, and everything returned to normal prices back to their usual levels. Lu Feng observed the scene before him and remarked calmly, "So we broke up.
Life must go on, right? Everything can start anew." The end.